I am the infamous good-for-nothing young master of a prestigious family in the capital, someone who doesn't even possess the bloodline for cultivation. Until a shady game appeared on my phone, urging me to recharge and recruit disciples. Others laugh at me for squandering wealth, unaware that every cent I spend is altering my fate against all odds. I awakened the nine-tailed heavenly fox bloodline for my mythical disciple, and the game directly rewarded me with a supreme ancestral dragon bloodline in return. 20 years of accumulated weakness in his body erupted with dragon-like majesty in a single day, shaking the entire capital. My name is Jiang Ling, the eldest son of the Jiang family, one of the 4 major aristocratic families in the capital. In this era where everyone cultivates, I was the only useless one who couldn't cultivate. A mysterious game called Master, Save Me, suddenly appeared on my phone. Successfully piqued my interest. Not only does it require a 128 yuan activation fee, but uninstalling costs a whopping 1,888 yuan, utterly shameless. Yet, I'm determined to see what it's all about. The game launches with an intricate altar stone throne as the interface. The gameplay is simple: recruit, protect, and train disciples from across myriad realms via the altar. A typical gacha-style cultivation game. I used my free draw and got a mediocre, no-name character called Li Gooden, utterly unremarkable. This is clearly a provocation. I admit, it worked. 10 consecutive draws, costing 60 awakening stones, yielded 9 thank you for participating, and 1 extraordinary Yang Tian. My face turned livid, and I flat out refused. At that moment, a mythical quality figure glowing with red light jumped out, covered in wounds. Opening the info: name, by Jisue, origin world, Shen realm, greater world, quality, mythical, traits. Repay kindness with gratitude, loyal and righteous, but lustful. Opportunity: the young master of the demon race, possessing the bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox yet to be fully awakened, wandering with amnesia. Crisis: life in danger, rescue as soon as possible. What the heck is lustful? I clicked accept as disciple, and a mythic level disciple recruitment package popped up. The purchase interface priced at just 1788. As a perfectionist, I couldn't bear the thought of my first disciple not being mythical grade, suspecting I'd been set up, but I still recharged. At that moment, my mother's call came in. Ailing, tomorrow your father and I will come home to pick you up, and we'll all go to Jinghua University together for the Martial God Academy's opening ceremony. Your parents want you to try your luck and see if you can receive the freshman blessing. I agreed gloomily. The burden of being unable to cultivate always weighed heavily on my heart. After hanging up the phone, I clicked on the red exclamation mark above by Jisue's head, triggering the event. The scene abruptly changed. A white-clad woman, covered in wounds and with her tail limp, was barely breathing in the sex square. Bai Jisue had an ordinary appearance, was mentally unstable, and belonged to a different ethnic group. To settle the matter peacefully, Taiqing sect was prepared to declare Bai Jisue as the culprit. Sentenced to death. I was at a complete loss when the game suddenly popped up a payment option: voice transmission, barrier-free communication, only 68. I top up, turn on the mic, Bai Jisue. Don't sleep. Will you take me as your master? If no one supports your lofty ambitions, I'll lift you from the mud myself. Become my disciple, and I can save you. Moreover, I can grant you an extraordinary fortune. The sudden voice startled Bai Jisue, who looked up in surprise and shyly nodded. I'm willing. I internally mocked her lustful nature and clicked confirm. Steady your mind and prepare yourself, disciple. Your master is about to bestow upon you a great fortune. It might hurt a little. Proceed with the bloodline awakening for Bai Jisue? Click confirm, and countless crimson rays spread from Bai Jisue's chest. Her skin became radiant and lustrous, her features transformed from plain to breathtakingly beautiful, her brow bone slightly arched, and the corners of her eyes tinged with a rosy hue. 9 silver-white fox tails appeared behind him, their overwhelming aura making the elders present tremble with fear. The bloodline of the nine-tailed heavenly fox. She is the young master of the Fox clan in the demon realm. The sect master of Taiqing's sect flashed a ruthless look in his eyes. To avoid being slaughtered by the demon race, he ordered a few old men to cast spells to conceal Bai Jisue's aura. Then he shouted sternly, Demon, you've infiltrated my Taiqing sect for years. If you can serve the sect by taming beasts, so be it. If not, today you shall be executed on the spot. Bai Jisue's silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, his forehead adorned with a faint golden fox marking, his icy eyes concealing a hidden lust. She said coldly, hee, so you mean to make me a slave or servant? You old bastards really have no shame. The sect leader shouted, delay breeds change, attack now. The magic array buzzed ominously, its aura of annihilation and world-destroying power radiating outward. Master, you won't just abandon me, will you? Bai Jisue's exquisitely beautiful face tilted up slightly, eyes filled with hope and grievance. That foul expression made me decide to take it all. Without hesitation, I topped up 1,280 yuan and waited quietly. Player, please select your avatar. I chose a long-haired, black-clad ancient-style character. The camera panned to the sky, where towering dark clouds shattered the anomaly. The avatar I had chosen, shrouded in black mist, stood towering above the rest. It felt like my consciousness was pulled into the game, my body brimming with power. With a casual wave, a powerful surge of spiritual energy sent the sect leader and several elders flying, blood spraying from their mouths as the formation instantly collapsed. With just a single strike, he shattered the most elite combatants of the Taiching sect. The crowd was stunned. The sect master clutched his chest. May I ask why the esteemed senior has graced the Taiching sect with your presence, and for what reason did you strike without cause? Percent strike without cause? Knowing full well my disciple is the young master of the demon race, yet you still dared to strike. Your Taiching sect truly has some nerve. Please randomly select an opportunity to gift my beloved disciple. With a wave of my hand, the dialogue box spins. Congratulations on obtaining the ancient emperor level technique, Heavenly Fox Heart Sutra. I was ecstatic, this was the perfect emperor level technique. I pointed a finger toward Bai Jisue, and a golden light entered her mind. Her aura grew stronger continuously. As your master, I bestow this opportunity upon you. Handle these people yourself. I spoke once more, my consciousness returning to reality as my figure in the game slowly dissipated. I laughed. The villain in this game is really well crafted. In the scene, the people of the Taiching sect and the demon race's powerhouse, White Ink Snow, the Empress of Qingxiu, were all stunned in unison. Gazing at the enormous nine-tailed fox phantom behind Bai Jisue, Bai Yanxue murmured solemnly, how was this achieved? How could Suesue's bloodline awaken so easily? Moreover, the cultivation technique she is currently practicing is an extremely powerful and perfectly suited imperial scripture. Bai Jisue opened her eyes and threw herself into Bai Yanxue's arms, acting coquettishly. Bai Yanxue awkwardly pushed her away, pinching her ear in exasperated disappointment. Bai Jisue hurriedly said, Auntie, I've taken a master, a male bodhisattva. It was he who just came to my rescue, stepping on 7 colored black clouds, and gave me the Heart Sutra. You must be making this up out of heat-induced delirium. Bai Yanxue said gloomily, Put, I'm spitting blood, male bodhisattva? What a wicked disciple. Your beloved disciple Bai Jisue's crisis has been resolved. The game screen returned to the altar. I checked Bai Jisue's card and found an additional live broadcast feature, which can be unlocked by recharging 628. Just as I was about to exit the game, a mechanical voice sounded. Your bond with your beloved disciple Bai Jisue has reached 30, unlocking the return function. The voice seemed to echo in your mind. I suddenly looked up, and everything made sense. This game was my golden finger, Jiang Ling's cheat code. Ha! I'm about to take off. My heart was filled with wild joy, eagerly anticipating the return of my bloodline so I could cultivate as well. Refund calculation in progress. Congratulations! You have obtained the supreme bloodline, Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Would you like to awaken immediately? My hands trembled as I took a deep breath and declared, Awaken! As the words fell, the blood within me boiled, and a golden pattern spread from the back of my neck to the side of my face. My left eye turned pitch black like ink, while my right eye became a golden vertical pupil with intricate patterns. A tremendous draconic aura exploded forth. Centered around the Jiang family, golden heavy clouds gathered as violent winds swept in all directions. Jiang's parents rushed back upon receiving the phone call, and upon witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon, the two great Xia martial saints' eyes turned red with excitement. Ling, I always knew he could do it. Jiang Muli Qingwan covered her face, tears streaming down. Percent a late bloomer, my son is destined for greatness in the future. Jiang Rohai, Jiang's father, nodded emphatically. The entire capital was stirred up by this unusual phenomenon. Chapter 4, Spending Big. In the capital, countless powerful figures soared skyward, observing this unusual disturbance from afar. It appears to be the Jiang family. Could it be that the two martial saints of the Jiang family have broken through? No, this is clearly the phenomenon of bloodline awakening and it feels like a high-level one. Not low? Even this old man feels unsettled. It could very well be a mythical bloodline. Whoa, does that mean the Jiang family is about to gain another martial saint or even a martial god? Roar! A piercing dragon's roar pierced the heavens. 9 illusory dragon forms shattered the golden clouds, encircling the area. A colossal dragon-shaped shadow plunged downward, surging into Jiang Ling's body. At that moment, Jiang Ling's vital energy surged, radiating an icy aura befitting a young sovereign. Was this the exhilaration of awakening a supreme bloodline? Jiang Ling scanned his own body, flexing his limbs. The sensation of raw power coursing through his entire being was utterly intoxicating. Xiao Ling, have you awakened your bloodline? Hearing the voice, Jiang Ling turned to see his parents standing in the distance, watching him with joyful expressions. Yes, and it's the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Jiang Ling nodded emphatically, his voice brimming with excitement. After a moment, he scratched his head. Sounds pretty powerful, I guess? I don't know much about it, but it's better than nothing, right? Heaven knew how badly he wanted to cultivate it. Sounded decent enough, so he'd awakened it without hesitation. Jiang Rohai shook his head. I'm not too familiar with the Ancestral Dragon bloodline either, but the Azure Dragon bloodline is legendary. They say those who awaken it start as level 9 martial artists. The unusual signs you showed upon awakening yours are significant. You can use that as a reference. Bloodlines granting a starting martial level of 1 are below epic tier, 14 is epic tier, 57 is legendary tier, and 89 is mythic tier. Even now, mythic bloodlines in our great Xia are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Dad, Mom, how did I get a starting level of 20? Jiang Ling's answer left Jiang Rohai speechless. What? Jiang Rohai's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Level 20? You skipped martial trainee and martial artist upon awakening, becoming a martial master directly? A starting martial level of 20? A storm of shock surged through Jiang Rohai's mind. Unprecedented. Unparalleled. Even among today's top martial gods, none started above level 10. The highest was merely level 10. That's right. Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. Oh my. Li Qingwan burst into unrestrained laughter, throwing caution to the wind as she excitedly hugged Jiang Ling. I knew my son was the best. You'll surpass both Mom and Dad someday. Rohai, should we ask Dad how he did it? Li Qingwan turned to Jiang Rohai. Dad already knows. Jiang Rohai flicked his phone. Hide your talents and let things take their natural course. He also said to send Xiaoling to Jinghua first without excessive interference. The elders must have their reasons. We should just follow their lead. Li Qingwan nodded. She looked at Jiang Ling and said, Grandpa means for you to study at Jinghua University. Tomorrow was supposed to be your observation day, but we'll just process your enrollment instead. MHM. Jiang Ling nodded. After handling everything, Jiang Ling opened the game again. He was utterly devoted to this game and his little apprentice now. Earlier, when Jiang Rohai had asked if he wanted any martial arts techniques or magical artifacts, he had firmly declined, since grandfather said you shouldn't interfere too much, I'll rely on myself. But he needed ample funds. So his father simply opened a family card linked to his own and handed it over, spend freely. His plan was simple, pour everything into his apprentice, and the return would surely be extraordinary. An undefinable initial level 20 Zhurong bloodline had already appeared. Could other treasures possibly be scarce? Entering the game, he navigated effortlessly into Bai Jishui's world. The screen flickered, revealing a figure clad in light attire. Her willowy waist and long, fair legs immediately caught Jiang Ling's gaze. Is time flowing differently on both sides? Jiang Ling murmured, his expression shifting slightly. Just half a day had passed, yet it had already transitioned from spring to summer. Last time she wore the sex robes, but now she was dressed so lightly. If she made any more dramatic moves, wouldn't it get censored? Bai Jishui seemed to sense something. She lifted her gaze and scanned her surroundings, her eyes suddenly reddening as if she'd suffered a great injustice. She asked softly, Master, is that you? MHM. Why haven't you been cultivating? Did you encounter difficulties with the Celestial Fox Sutra? Jiang Ling inquired. As soon as he finished speaking, the screen began scrolling through the events that had unfolded during this period. Qingqiu Empress Bai Yanshua avoided conflict by not antagonizing the Taiqing sect, instead bringing Bai Zizhuai back to the Fox clan. After returning to the sect, news spread of Bai Jishui awakening her celestial fox bloodline. 5 quasi-emperors from the sacred lands arrived together, demanding Bai Yanshua account for the Taiqing sect disciples drained of essence. They threatened to hand over Bai Jishui for their own trial if she refused. Bai Yanshu battled the 5 quasi-emperors, suffered severe injuries, and entered seclusion. The Dragon clan, one of the 4 great demon clans, demanded Bai Jishui become the consort of their young master, Long Outyan. They threatened to withhold aid should human pre-emperors attack again. With Bai Yanshu in seclusion and the Fox clan lacking a quasi-emperor, they prepared to accept the Dragon clan's demand. Not Bai Jisua, choking back sobs as he shook his head and reached to wipe his tears, yet the tears only flowed more freely. Enough, stop crying. You're not a child anymore. Jiang Ling offered comfort. Though this disciple was actually older than him, he had to pretend to be the mature one offering solace. I am aware of your situation and will certainly not stand idly by. Rest assured. Jiang Ling's voice remained calm, yet these words only made Bai Jishui's tears flow even more uncontrollably. Since her parents passed away, she had never felt unconditional warmth within the Fox clan except from her aunt. And now, here was someone whispering to her, don't worry. A softness stirred within her heart. She murmured softly, thank you, Master. Your bond value with beloved disciple Bai Jishui has reached 50. The return will be critical. Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised. Perhaps foxes were naturally drawn to strength. He'd only offered a few words of comfort, yet his little disciple's bond value had shot up. If he actually intervened later, wouldn't it skyrocket? Wouldn't the critical return then rise accordingly? The Dragon clan has set the terms. In 3 days, Bai Jishui will face Long Outyan in combat. If Long Outyan wins, the two shall become Dao companions. If Bai Jishui prevails, the matter is settled. Faced with his beloved disciple's predicament, the system offered the following solutions. Option 1. Jiang Ling knew this crappy game's tricks and declared outright, I choose the last option, take them all out. Upon hearing this, the game screen stuttered momentarily before displaying the prompt. Final solution, heal Bai Yanshu. Your beloved disciple will have a powerful ally. Bestow supreme martial arts techniques. A blacksmith must first temper his own steel. If I'm not powerful enough, why force it? Let my beloved disciple slap that arrogant dragon's face. Bestow the supreme imperial weapon with divine arms in hand, the world is yours. Let my beloved disciple fear nothing. Deploy the mightiest clan protecting formation able to withstand an emperor's strike, eliminating any quasi-emperor threats from outside. Enlighten the Empress of Qingqiu, elevating her to peak quasi-emperor status to confront the Dragon Clan and invading quasi-emperors head-on. Total recharge, 64,800. Boss is generous. Put. Jiang Ling, mid-sip of water, spit it out. Previous top-ups were just tens or hundreds, this time he got careless, and it's 6 grand. So at first they were worried he'd run away, but now that they know he's willing to spend, they're milking him dry? His family was wealthy, but frequent top-ups would require explaining to his father. With that thought, Jiang Ling dialed Jiang Rohai. Hey, Dad. I'm starting a small business soon and might need some funds. What's the big deal? I gave you the card. Just swipe it. Got it. Sitting in his office, Jiang Rohai glanced at the transaction details, puzzled. 64,800? That's a mix of odd and even amounts, doesn't sound like business to me. 64.8, 64.8. That sequence sounded familiar, like something a kid had mentioned before. He shook his head and chuckled. 60,000. Well, it's already spent. Chapter 5, this generous gesture, 2 bewildered foxes. Where's your aunt? Jiang Ling asked, staring at the 4 glittering gift packages on the interface. Auntie was injured fighting 5 quasi-emperors that day. She's recovering now. If you wish to see her, I can arrange it, Bai Jishui replied softly, her face still streaked with unblotted tears. More beautiful than a beauty is a beauty in tears. Unable to bear the sight, Jiang Ling spoke up, don't worry. With me here, no one will bully you. With that, he tapped the first gift package on the interface, labeled Supreme Art. A dazzling golden light flared as a game prompt appeared. Do you wish to impart the skill Celestial Fox Spirit Control to Bai Jishui? Celestial Fox Spirit Control, an exclusive divine skill of the Celestial Fox bloodline. Using the bloodline as a catalyst, it conjures illusions. The heavier the distractions, the harder it is to escape the illusion. Seeing this skill, Jiang Ling laughed aloud. Wasn't this tailor-made for that dragon Outnin fellow? Dragons were inherently lustful creatures, and that one had been relentlessly pursuing Bai Zizhuai. His impure thoughts were overwhelming. Once Bai Zizhuai cast her illusion, it would be a surefire hit. However, Bai Zizhuai's cultivation was still too low. These old fools had her sparring with Long Outyin purely for show. They were probably just trying to let Long Outyin show off. Here, take this Celestial Fox Spirit Controlled manual. Master it and give that brat a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Ling clicked confirm, and a golden light vanished into Bai Jishui's forehead. Bai Jisua felt warmth in her heart at Jiang Ling's reassurance. After the golden light entered her mind, her eyes widened in shock. When she finally processed it, she exclaimed in disbelief, is this the legendary Celestial Fox art that Auntie said was lost? Master, you possess this too? 10,000 years ago, after the Celestial Fox ascended to emperorhood and entered the outer realms, she never returned. Many of her lineages were severed. Bai Jishui smiled through reddened eyes, clenching her fists and pumping them in the air. I'll cultivate peerless martial arts. In 3 days, I'll beat the crap out of Long Outyin. Watching Bai Jishui flailing her arms dramatically, Jiang Ling sighed with a helpless smile. What cultivation level are you at now? Me? I'm transcendent. Bai Jishui scratched her head, puzzled. And what about Long Outyin? He's at the celestial pivot realm. Bai Jishui's voice trailed off slightly. Recite the cultivation tiers, Jiang Ling said with amusement. Transcendent, ascending heaven, entering the Tao, earth treasure, heavenly pivot, divine king, divine emperor, sage, near emperor, great emperor. Her voice grew fainter with each recitation, barely audible by the end. Still want to beat him up? Jiang Ling asked. This time, Bai Jishui shrank her head and remained silent. True, she possessed divine techniques, but the Dragon Clan was a major demonic lineage with unbroken. Could Long Outyin possibly lack such knowledge? Besides, his cultivation far surpassed hers. Could she even drag him into her illusory realm? Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Thankfully, he had his cheat code, otherwise, who could endure such emotional roller coasters? His little disciple might just shed another pearl of sorrow. Therefore, your master shall bestow upon you another opportunity. Bai Jishui's mood dipped again, swinging like a child's. She sighed helplessly, forget it, master. I get it. That Dazhuang dragon is the young master of the Dragon Clan. What I have, he has too, and his cultivation is so much higher. I'm not worried about my own future. I just feel that if I marry too soon, no one will be left to serve by your side, master. It breaks my heart. As she spoke, Bai Zizhuai's dramatic flair kicked in, and tears threatened to spill once more. Jiang Ling spoke in a hollow tone. Does he have an imperial weapon? What? The imperial weapon? Wait, what? Bai Jishui's sobbing abruptly halted, her face frozen in utter bewilderment. Imperial weapon? Was it the one she was thinking of? Another burst of dazzling light appeared, revealing a string of bronze bells before Bai Jishui. Imperial Weapon, Divine Fox Bell, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox's lifebound artifact. Ignores cultivation levels to cast illusions. 8 concise words prove the terrifying power of the illusion heart bell. Ignoring cultivation levels, it seemed tailor-made for Bai Zizhuai's current trial. Jiang Ling mentally gave the game a thumbs up. Pay-to-win production, truly premium quality. 9 bronze bells linked in a ring, engraved with ancient fox patterns, radiated a pinkish-purple spiritual glow. At its center, the main bell took the shape of a fox's head, ancient and mysterious. Bai Zizhui stared blankly at the bells, his mind instantly conjuring the supreme treasure from FoxClan lore, the divine fox bell of the nine-tailed celestial fox. As the imperial artifact emerged, its majestic aura surged skyward. The entire Fox clan sensed its supreme pressure, as if witnessing the peerless fox emperor of 10,000 years past. Every fox prostrated themselves upon the ground, hearts brimming with the joyous honor of pilgrimage. Some, overcome with emotion, tears welling in their eyes, knelt and cried out, "The spirit of our ancestors! The Fox clan rises! The imperial weapon has emerged, its might unstoppable. With both the imperial weapon and imperial scripture restored, the Fox clan shall rise." Far away in the ancestral lands, Bai Yanchua, who was recuperating from her injuries, was startled awake by this imperial might that had suppressed the ages. Her large fox eyes snapped open, and her heart surged with warmth. Is this the ancestral weapon? She transformed into human form, her pale, exquisite face unable to conceal her excitement. For 10,000 years, among the 4 great tribes of the demonic race, only the Dragon clan possessed an imperial weapon passed down through generations. The Fox clan had neither imperial scriptures nor imperial weapons, which was why they were weak. The reason she had been injured that day was precisely because those human quasi-emperors wielded imperial weapons. But now, both the imperial weapon and imperial scripture of the Fox clan were in her possession. Once her injuries healed, what could any foreign tribe possibly threaten? With a flick of her mind, she appeared beside Bai Zizhui. Seeing her dazed little niece, she couldn't help but smile. Shui, did you bring this out too? It seems you've truly earned the ancestors' approval. Bai Zizhui heard the voice, her eyes still vacant as she slowly spoke. Yes. How could Long Outyan have an imperial weapon? Bai Yanchua was utterly baffled by her words and asked in confusion, "What nonsense are you spouting now, you little brat? What Long Outyan?" Only then did Bai Zizhui slowly snap back to reality. Staring at the divine fox bell floating mid-air, she exclaimed excitedly, "Auntie, this was bestowed by my master." Bai Yanchua scrutinized Bai Zizhu from head to toe, letting out a heavy sigh. Ever since awakening her celestial fox bloodline, this child has been acting wild and erratic, constantly calling out for her master. This can't go on. Meeting Bai Yanchu's worried gaze, Bai Zizhui weakly explained, "Auntie, believe me, it really is." I believe you." Seeing Bai Yanchua's dismissive reaction, Jiang Ling understood completely. After all, such matters were utterly beyond comprehension. But understanding was one thing. With Bai Yanchua present, he might as well take the opportunity to heal her wounds and offer some guidance. Jiang Ling glanced at the gift pack labeled Healing and Enlightenment, feeling utterly speechless. This damn game is stingy as hell. They're pinching pennies wherever they can, giving just one gift box for a standalone option? What kind of nonsense is this? He opened the gift box. The screen remained vibrantly colorful as a golden pill appeared before them, coiled with 9 lifelike purple gold divine dragons. Bai Zizhui had long since grown numb to such things, but Bai Yanchu hadn't. Having reached this level, she instantly recognized the sudden appearance of this pill. 9 Transformation Immortal Pill. Crafted from a special divine herb as its core ingredient, combined with countless rare treasures from heaven and earth, it was utterly unearthly. Reviving the dead and restoring flesh to bones were merely its basic capabilities. It could even extend an emperor's life for 1,000 years. The heavens and earth shifted in color. Bai Yanchu swiftly acted to suppress the divine pill's aura. Though she was a quasi-emperor level powerhouse, she had to proceed with utmost caution and unleash her full strength. The 2 supreme treasures revealed by the Fox clan today were enough to drive countless peak powers mad with desire. Enveloped in a 9-colored radiance, the mere fragrance of the pill made Bai Yanchua feel her injuries begin to heal. The next moment, Bai Zizhui's voice rang out. "Auntie, the master says this 9 Transformation Immortal Pill is for you to consume." Chapter 6, The Imperial Weapon of the Great World. 9 Transformation Divine Pill? For me? Bai Yanchua's face was filled with disbelief. At this moment, her heart could no longer remain calm. If Bai Zizhui's bloodline, imperial weapon, and imperial scripture were blessings from their ancestors, then this 9-turn divine pill defied any forced explanation. Could it be that the master Sui spoke of was truly real? The thought sent a chill down Bai Yanchu's spine. Such extravagant gestures time and again. Just who was this master of Sui? Her tone was unnatural. Sui, could you ask the elder what conditions he has? In her view, the Xian realm revered strength above all else, and no one acted without gain. This figure, having intervened multiple times, must surely seek something substantial in return. Off-screen, Jiang Ling narrowed his eyes and mused, truly a top-tier powerhouse so meticulous. But what could I possibly ask for? His only wish was for Bai Zizhu to let him top up his account more often. But right now, he clearly needed a plausible reason to dispel Bai Yanchu's suspicions. I have no demands. Jiang Ling's voice rang out, yet Bai Jishui's face flushed crimson. Wait, what are you thinking about now? Jiang Ling covered his face in exasperation. It seemed he didn't even need to come up with a reason. Bai Jishui had already figured it out for him. Master says he wants nothing else. Isn't taking me as his disciple enough? If that's not enough, I'll serve him for the rest of my life. Bai Jishui's voice was soft and sweet. Though her words sounded childish, Jiang Ling found them deeply pleasing. This disciple, the loyal and righteous trait in her profile, was spot on. If only she were real. Once she mastered her cultivation, according to their world's hierarchy, she'd surely be able to walk tall in Jiang Ling's world. This? Bai Yanchua's expression twisted in conflict as an internal battle raged. Such words might fool that silly girl Sui, but they wouldn't fool her. Yet possessing an imperial weapon, imperial scriptures, and 9-turn immortal pills, serving such an unparalleled being would clearly be the best outcome for both the Fox clan and Sui. After much hesitation, Bai Yanchua spoke. Then this junior, on behalf of the Fox clan and Sui, expresses gratitude for your life-saving grace. Should you ever require assistance in the future, the Fox clan will not hesitate to serve. Hearing this, Jiang Ling once again lamented that this was merely a game. In the scene, Bai Yanchua tucked away the pill and prepared to leave. Jiang Ling had intended to deploy that clan-protecting array, but it was clear that acting now would seem overly eager, potentially backfiring. He'd choose another time to give it to her. After all, once Bai Yanchua refined that pill, she'd break through to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm. By then, she wouldn't fear any other quasi-emperors. After making his arrangements, Jiang Ling departed with satisfaction. Sensing Jiang Ling's departure, Bai Jishui tugged at Bai Yanchu's sleeve. Her fingertips twirled around a strand of silver hair as a flicker of crimson glowed in her eyes. She whispered softly, "Auntie, if a man treats you well without expecting anything in return, what does that mean? Bai Jishui, get your head straight. If you can't defeat Long Outyin in 3 days, you're getting married. What's the point of talking about this now? Oh, right. I'd better hurry and practice." Watching Bai Jishui's retreating figure, Bai Yanchua felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. Her little niece had lost both parents at a young age, and with the forbidden bloodline of a 9-tailed celestial fox running through her veins, she had no one to confide in. A century ago, when Bai Yanchu tried to awaken Bai Jisu's bloodline, she nearly killed her, leaving her mind in chaos. Foxes naturally gravitate toward strength, and with this master appearing precisely when she was most vulnerable, it was hard not to fall. In that little girl's heart, perhaps the only person besides her now was this master. Bai Yanchu sighed softly, her figure fading away. Jiang Ling logged out of the game, eagerly awaiting the mechanical voice's appearance. Ding! Calculating returns. Critical hit. Investment in Celestial Fox Spirit Mastery. Congratulations on acquiring the Primordial Dragon Divine Skill Dragon's Might. Description: summons a Divine Dragon's Phantom. Based on the disparity in bloodline power between allies and foes, it enhances your combat strength while weakening your opponents. Divine Skill? Jiang Ling's mind stirred, and instantly, a golden dragon shadow over 10 feet long materialized behind him. Its dazzling golden eyes radiated an aura of unchallengeable divine might, while a terrifying presence spread out, enveloping the area within roughly 10 meters around him. A domain-type divine skill? At this stage, its effective range is roughly 10 meters, Jiang Ling murmured. At the entrance, the 2 security guards' legs began to tremble, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. This is terrifying. My legs are shaking like crazy. Why don't you go tell the young master to withdraw his divine power? You think I'm enjoying this? Hell no. I can barely circulate my spiritual energy. You've got to be kidding me. A mighty epic bloodline 64th level martial sovereign being suppressed by a newly awakened martial disciple? This is bad. I'm also. Jiang Ling didn't prolong the effect. After all, his current cultivation wasn't particularly high, and prolonged skill usage came at a cost. Investment: Divine Fox Bell, 9-turn Immortal Pill. Returned: Imperial Sword Tai Huang, Eternal Pill. Grand Emperor Sword, forged from Dragon Vein Black Gold, its core inlaid with Chaos Stone, a supreme offensive treasure capable of cleaving through 10,000 ages. 10,000 Eons Pill, a conceptual elixir that ignores cultivation levels. Consuming it heals all injuries and allows one to break through an entire major realm. Added to game inventory. Imperial Weapon? Jiang Ling's breathing quickened. He could use this Imperial Weapon to gauge the disparity between the two world systems. With a flicker of thought, an ancient sword resembling a primordial dragon rearing its head to roar at the heavens appeared before Jiang Ling. The pure law of slaughter instantly coalesced into a 1,000-foot thick black cloud above the Jiang family, within which terrifying crimson thunder rolled. The domineering aura of dragon-patterned black gold fused with the profound weight of the Chaos Stone, causing the Supreme Emperor's sword to radiate an unparalleled sense of supremacy. A divine sword's phantom appeared in the sky, its tip like a dragon's head swallowing stars, its edge like dragon claws tearing through void, its cry like a dragon's roar shattering the heavens. The aura of slaughter in the Supreme Imperial might instinctively stirred a sense of submission in all creatures of the capital's myriad races. This was an Imperial weapon. Space trembled incessantly, its world-shattering might threatening to cleave the heavens and earth in two. Jiang Ling grasped a brutal truth. The great powers of the mystic realm could pluck stars and moons from the heavens. Wielding an Imperial weapon could even shatter other minor worlds. Clearly, the blue star he inhabited was likely just one of countless minor worlds pierced through in this manner. The two at the door had barely regained their footing when this even more overwhelming pressure forced them to collapse back to back with a thud, their faces turning pale. From awakening the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, to dragon might, to Imperial weapons. Having been at the epicenter of multiple cataclysmic shifts, both men had reached their physical and mental limits. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, and the crushing weight on their shoulders vanished. Surprised, they looked up. In the distance, a woman in black military attire stood tall and straight, a long sword in hand, radiating an overwhelming aura. Mu Wuxian. The security guard stammered, his face flushed with excitement. Though they had never seen this person before, who in the world didn't know her? One of the most elite martial gods of Great Xia, the sole female martial god Mu Xiaoxue, stood before them. How could they not be moved? We didn't know the martial goddess was visiting our failure to greet you properly. Li Qingwan, who had already left, turned back upon seeing Mu Xiaoxue at the entrance and approached her. Is this commotion caused by your Jiang Ling? Her eyes held no emotion as she asked calmly. Yes. Li Qingwan nodded. I saw your report. I intended to come verify it myself, but it seems unnecessary now. Mu Xiaoxue's figure gradually faded, her voice slowly dissipating. I approve Jiang Ling's direct admission to the principal's program. He may enroll normally tomorrow. Thank you, Martial God Mu. After seeing Mu Xiaoxue off, Li Qingwan turned to the two security guards at the entrance and smiled. Are you two okay? I'll have old Jiang compensate you later. The two security guards waved their hands in refusal. One of them spoke up, chiefly, what was the young master doing in there? That commotion, to be honest, even when we met the two elders back then, we never sensed such a terrifying aura. A flicker of gravity crossed Li Qingwan's smiling face. She had sensed that energy too. It was terrifying. The power contained within that giant sword's phantom seemed capable of tearing this planet apart. Overprotective mothers often ruin their children. Since Jiang Ling had chosen this path, she would support him wholeheartedly without interference. Keep this confidential. To the outside world, say no, say that the old master at home has made a breakthrough. Chapter 7, Collusion with the Outer Realm. Xiaobai, why do you always treat me this way? Bai Zhishui stood clad in white robes, her expression cold. Before her stood a burly man with twin horns protruding from his head, his body intermittently covered in patches of blue scales. Long Outyan, could you please stop clinging to me like this? Bai Jisui's exquisite face bristled with impatience as she took a few more steps back. This big oaf. The moment he saw her, he rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. The thought brought to mind a figure clad in black, whose voice was always steady. A smile involuntarily curved her lips. Lan Outyan froze in place upon seeing the smile on Bai Jishui's face, staring like a lovesick fool. Xiaobai, you're truly beautiful. Hearing this, the smile vanished from Bai Jishui's face, replaced by a complexion as dark as ink. Xiaobai, I truly love you. Long Outyan wasn't stupid. He could tell that someone else had made Bai Jishui smile just now. He immediately took 2 hurried steps forward, his voice becoming agitated. Who were you thinking about just now? I won't allow it. I won't allow it. As he spoke, he reached out to grab Bai Jishui. Bai Jishui leapt back to create distance, turning to look at the group of clan elders behind her. Everyone stood by, watching without intervention. The Fox clan possessed the imperial weapon and imperial scriptures, and Bai Yanchu's injuries were nearly healed. She was even poised to advance further. That very day, Bai Yanchua sought out the Fox clan elders, explicitly refusing to consent to this trial and the alliance marriage with the Dragon clan. Yet the Fox clan elders continued to push for it relentlessly after the Empress entered seclusion, leaving Bai Jishui no choice but to step forward. Since receiving the elixir that day, Bai Yanchu had entered seclusion and had not emerged. Now, she was effectively besieged on all sides. The actions of those present clearly implied that the contest between the two had already commenced. Bai Jishui, you. Lan Outyan's expression darkened, his tone sharp. Powerful energy fluctuations made his long hair fly wildly, his aura icy and fierce. Bai Jishui's persistent refusal had finally provoked him. My esteemed nephew truly possesses the bearing of an emperor. He is destined to become a peerless prodigy. Our young master has already reached the celestial pivot realm. Defeating young master by now would seem somewhat undeserved. How could you say such a thing? Zizhuai and Outyan are of similar age. Only by understanding the gap can one truly appreciate the excellence of our esteemed nephew Outyan. Only then can our Fox and Dragon clans forge an eternal alliance. Ha! When our Dragon clan intervenes, those quasi-emperors of the human clan won't dare provoke us again. Though she had long since let go of such matters, the distant voices still caused Bai Jishui's heart to clench. They would never consider her feelings, always using her as a bargaining chip. Fortunately, she had an unrivaled master who always stood by her side. Right now, she would use divine techniques to deal with this big oaf. With this thought, Bai Jishui's gaze grew serene. She looked at Long Outyen, whose aura blazed like a fiery furnace, a captivating smile spreading across her face. Her crimson lips parted slightly. The faint golden fox mark on her forehead emitted a soft glow, and her alluring eyes now seemed to possess a soul-capturing charm. Her clear voice carried infinite enchantment, celestial fox command. As the words fell, Long Outyen instinctively looked toward Bai Jishui. The moment their gazes met, he felt like a slowly cooling volcano. His immense energy gradually retracted, his eyes growing unfocused. What the hell is going on? What? With such a vast gap in cultivation, Jisui's illusion still works? I wouldn't be so sure. Aotian might snap out of it soon. Bai Jisui's illusion left everyone inwardly stunned. One at the transcendent realm, the other at the celestial pivot realm, a full 3 major realms apart. This nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline truly was extraordinary. Bai Jishui's eyes sharpened as he flashed closer to Long Outyen, delivering a vicious kick. Hum. A humming sound filled the air. Long Outyen's eyes were now clear, filled with amusement. A faint golden light appeared around his body, blocking the kick. He reached out to grab Bai Jishui's slender, pale leg, his eyes betraying an unmistakable glint of greed. Little Bai, he said smugly, your illusion is impressive, but the gap between us is simply too great. Bai Jishui swiftly retreated, pulling herself back to create distance from Long Outyen. Long Outyen's hand brushed her calf, sending a wave of revulsion through her. The crowd in the distance seemed oblivious to this outrageous behavior, continuing their own discussions. 3 breaths? Not bad. Indeed, though the illusion lasted only 3 breaths, the opponent was 3 entire major cultivation realms above her. Outyen's strength is truly formidable. This must be his true level. Far from it, the young master hasn't even played his trump card yet. Long Outyen roared, and his armor erupted with blinding light. He stood as immovable as a massive mountain. Saint-grade armor. It's actually Saint-grade. Indeed. It is the sacred weapon, the Yuelong armor, supremely rigid and powerful. Even if Outyen stood motionless today, Jisoo would likely be unable to breach its defenses. Bai Jisoo heard every whisper of the crowd's discussion. Inside, she cursed him silently. 3 major cultivation realms above him, and he'd even resorted to a Saint-grade weapon. This wasn't merely about defeating her. The Fox clan revered strength, and he sought to conquer her very soul. But so what if it's a holy weapon? The disdain in Bai Jisui's eyes was keenly noticed by Long Outyen, stirring an inexplicable unease within him. Something was off. Bai Jishui had just returned to the Fox clan. She shouldn't possess a holy weapon capable of rivaling the Yuelong armor. He wasn't alone in this thought. Everyone present shared it. Though the Fox clan had experienced major upheaval 3 days prior, no one linked it to Bai Jishui. They simply assumed the Empress of Qingqiu had seized some opportunity. Bai Jishui's eyebrows arched slightly. A string of bronze bells appeared in her hand. With a gentle flick of her wrist, a wisp of pink mist drifted out from them. A shimmering purple light flared in her eyes as illusions erupted across the sky. Behind her, a colossal 9-tailed celestial fox phantom let out a long, piercing howl and charged toward Long Outyen. All trace of smugness vanished from Long Outyen's face, replaced by boundless terror as if witnessing an unimaginably horrific scene. The phantom passed right through him. Though it inflicted no tangible harm, Long Outyen reeled as if struck by a devastating blow. His aura wilted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before collapsing with a thud, motionless. What was this? An imperial weapon. A mental illusion attack targeting the soul. Well done, you foxes. Pretending to agree, yet secretly deploying an imperial weapon. This is clearly meant to humiliate our dragon clan. I'm reporting this to the Dragon Emperor immediately. Several Dragon clan elders crushed their communication jade talismans in their hands, glaring malevolently at the Fox clan members. Several others hurried forward to help Dragon Outyen to his feet, feeding him medicine incessantly. Everyone. We knew nothing about this imperial weapon, the Fox clan's grand elder hurriedly explained. We genuinely sought this alliance with the Dragon clan. This imperial weapon was not part of our scheme. Are you saying a transcendent realm cultivator can freely command your Fox clan's imperial weapon? The Dragon clan elder demanded, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. We've never seen this imperial weapon before, the Fox clan's grand elder stammered in panic. The Fox clan elder now regretted it bitterly. Had he known the imperial weapon belonged to Bai Jishui, he never would have pushed so hard for this alliance. But the Dragon clan elder cared little for such excuses. The evidence was clear before them. No matter how the Fox clan justified it, it was mere evasion. Tensions flared between the two sides, the atmosphere thick with tension. Long E. This matter truly has nothing to do with the Fox clan. A deep, commanding voice echoed as a figure tore through the void above, its aura reminiscent of ancient gods and demons, sending a chill through every heart. The Dragon clan elder who had spoken bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dragon Emperor. We pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor. Upon recognizing the arrival, every present figure bowed in unison. Beyond being the sovereign of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Emperor also served as the officially proclaimed overlord of the Demon Clan. Long Yi, do not pursue this matter with the Fox Clan. His gaze fell upon Bai Zizhuai, suddenly turning icy. After all, who could have imagined that the young master of a clan would collude with outsiders? What? Colluding with outsiders? That can't be right. The young master has only recently awakened his nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. How could he possibly? Chapter 8, Striking Again. The statement sent shockwaves through the assembly. The Dragon Emperor continued, who escaped the Fox Clan, returned, suddenly awakened supreme bloodline, and brought back the lost imperial scriptures and imperial weapons of the nine-tailed celestial emperor from beyond our borders. Doesn't that prove everything? She must have foreign powers backing her, and it's highly likely they're the very forces behind the nine-tailed celestial emperor's demise. You're talking nonsense. These were bestowed by my master, no foreign forces involved. Bai Zhishui shouted defiantly at the Dragon Emperor, her neck stretched out. The Dragon Emperor snorted derisively and retorted, "You speak of a master who has ever seen him? Has he ever shown his face?" Bai Zhishui's voice faltered. Her apparent unease only reinforced the Dragon Emperor's words. The Dragon Emperor gave a cold snort and bellowed. "Demons of the realm! As your sovereign ruler, I command you to seize this foreign spy and eliminate this threat once and for all." While the Fox Clan hesitated, members of the Dragon Clan already moved with lightning speed. A wave of helplessness washed over Bai Zhishui. With her aunt still in seclusion and the Fox Clan standing idly by, what could she possibly do? An image involuntarily surfaced in her mind, one that always appeared when faced with insurmountable obstacles. After dinner, Jiang Ling enjoyed a relaxing bath before settling contentedly into bed, ready for sleep. Today had been quite fruitful, and Jiang Ling felt rather pleased with himself. No, Confucius said to examine oneself 3 times daily. I've only played the game twice today, I should take a quick peek before bed. With that, he pulled out his phone and opened the game. The moment she entered the game, a massive red exclamation mark appeared on the screen. Urgent. Your beloved disciple, Bai Zhishui, is in grave danger. Jiang Ling shot upright in bed, cursing under his breath. Seriously, is this game glitching? I've practically stacked Bai Zhishui to god tier status, how could he still be in danger? And every time I log in, it's always right before Bai Zhishui gets into trouble. After briefly reviewing the cause and effect of the situation, Jiang Ling was so furious he could barely contain his laughter. These old bastards are shameless. When Bai Zhishui couldn't beat Long Outyen, they didn't lift a finger. But the moment he wins, they jump out to sling mud. If not now, then when? My dear disciple, witness your master unleash divine might and display supreme prowess. Your beloved disciple is about to be captured. Please select a rescue plan. Option 1, manifest divinity before all, intervene once more, and rescue your beloved disciple. Price, 1,280 yuan. Option 2, move freely through heaven and earth. Relocate your beloved disciple and await Bai Yenshu's emergence from seclusion. Price, 256. What's there to hesitate about? Go with option 1. Showing off without revealing your face like wearing brocade in the night. He was still relishing the sensation of repelling the Tai Ching sect disciples. That overwhelming power, the sensation of shattering mountains and rivers with a single gesture, it was truly intoxicating. After a wave of dizziness, Jiang Ling opened his eyes again. Before him lay the game's scenery. He scanned his surroundings, his little disciple truly stood behind him. Every time they met, she was downcast, and danger always seemed to follow. Pushing those thoughts aside, Jiang Ling waved his hand and let out a long sigh. Phew! Awesome! That feeling, the sensation of obliterating the heavens and earth with a single gesture. Seeing the black-clad figure suddenly appear before Bai Zhisu, the charging dragon elders froze in shock, halting their advance in unison. The Dragon Clan's Grand Elder possessed the cultivation of a sage. To appear before him unnoticed required cultivation of what magnitude? These elders were all sharp as tacks, well aware of the principle that the first to act risks the most. For a moment, an eerie standoff formed on the field. Gazing at the tall, slender figure before her, Bai Zhisu's eyes lit up with delight. Master, you've come. Sure enough, her master always appeared when she needed him most. She hurried over to Jiang Ling's side and pointed angrily at the Dragon Emperor. Master, that man insists you're an evil demon from beyond the realms. I told them I have a master, but they wouldn't believe me. As she spoke, she pulled out the divine fox spell and shook it showily. She quietly moved forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Ling, stealing glances at the man beside her. His nose was high and straight, his slanted eyebrows sweeping into his temples. The curve of his profile was sharp and sculpted, radiating a cold, piercing aura from his very bones. Ha! He was quite different from the master she'd imagined. She'd expected a humble gentleman, but his appearance was so sharp and fierce. But perhaps it was for the best. She herself had a cold beauty too. They were a perfect match as master and disciple. Feeling the scrutinizing gaze beside him, Jiang Ling couldn't hold back any longer. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Who dares question my disciple?" His voice was calm, yet resonant as a great bell, carrying immense pressure. The Dragon Emperor strode forward, meeting Jiang Ling's gaze as he clasped his fists. It was I. Bai Jishui's opportunity seems highly suspicious. I hope you won't hold it against me. At these words, many eyes widened in shock. This seemingly young man had only just appeared, yet he had already made the Dragon Emperor, a quasi-emperor, back down and admit fault? The clash between supreme masters was invisible, yet the outcome was undeniably clear. The Dragon Emperor was already a quasi-emperor. Could this youth possibly be an emperor? The Dragon Emperor felt profound unease. He had intended to test the young man's depth, but the moment the thought crossed his mind, his spiritual energy seemed to freeze, utterly uncontrollable. An inexplicable dread welled up within him. A power capable of instantly sealing a quasi-emperor's cultivation, and one that could instill fear within him. He had no idea what technique this was, but it could only have come from that young man. Unable even to strike back, he could only bow his head in defeat. So by your logic, since my origins are equally obscure, does that make me an outer heavenly demon too? Jiang Ling's voice turned icy cold. A powerful aura spread out, causing the nearest Dragon Clan Grand Elder's legs to tremble. Jiang Ling was thoroughly satisfied with this effect. Though not a native of this land, the game's mechanics had conveniently granted him a semi-automatic aura release, making him appear as an unassailable, peerless powerhouse whose divine might demanded absolute reverence. Those around him who felt this aura shared a single thought: terrifying. Bai Zishuai's eyes brimmed with such adoration they seemed to lose focus. Master's presence, his methods, his very essence. She, Bai Zishui, was indeed attracted to beauty, but someone like Long Outyan held no interest for her. If she were truly seeking a partner, only someone like her master could truly capture her heart. Jiang Ling found it nearly impossible to ignore that gaze. It was far too intense, raw and unfiltered, as if it intended something. He felt a pang of doubt again. Was this really just a legitimate disciple recruitment game? Hey, game designer, why don't you take a look at the look in your disciple's eyes? No. I have no such intentions whatsoever. I only learned of this matter myself. I'd been in seclusion until the elders summoned me here. The Dragon Emperor hastily waved his hands in explanation. The more frantic he grew, the greater the shock among those around him. The few elders present from the Fox and Dragon clans felt their inner dread deepen. Bai Jishui clearly didn't want this. They'd only dared to push for it while her patron, Bai Yenshu, was in seclusion. But her master seemed even more terrifying. If he came after them later, they'd be finished. Shisu, how do you wish to handle this? Jiang Ling asked, looking at her. At his words, the smile vanished from the girl's face. She lowered her head in thought for a long moment before shaking her head. Forget it, master. After all, I'm fine, and they're all my kin. Jiang Ling chuckled. This girl truly couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. He reached out and gently stroked her lowered head, offering comfort. All right, I'll listen to you. But don't let them bully you again. Turning to the others, he spoke as if recounting an everyday occurrence. You should be thankful I arrived in time today. Had I been even a moment later, and something happened to Bai Jishui after her aunt breaks through to the quasi-emperor peak, none of you would escape. The words fell like a pebble dropped into a tranquil lake. What? The Empress is about to break through to the quasi-emperor peak? Wouldn't that mean she'd surpass the Dragon Emperor to become the ruler of the demonic race? It must be thanks to this venerable elder's intervention. Our Fox clan has truly been elevated by the elder's hand. Heaven blesses our Fox clan. Our deepest gratitude to you, venerable elder. In stark contrast to the Fox clan's excitement, the Dragon clan elders wore grim expressions, and the Dragon Emperor himself appeared deep in thought. Though the demon clans professed unity, each sought to strengthen their own lineage. The Fox clan has now gathered the imperial weapon and the imperial scripture, and is even about to produce a top-tier quasi-emperor. Their rise is unstoppable. Recalling Bai Jishui's earlier words, a resolute expression flashed across the Dragon Emperor's face. He actually bowed to Jiang Ling and said, Elder, my son, Long Outyan, is also a prodigy of great talent. I hope you could impart some guidance to him as well. The Dragon Emperor is awesome. Hearing this, the Dragon clan members felt embarrassed, but inwardly, they gave the Dragon Emperor a huge thumbs up. If even the Fox clan could rise by aligning with him, couldn't the Dragon clan soar as well? The Fox clan members, however, were left speechless, their discomfort unspoken. After all, the one who spoke was the Dragon Emperor, a quasi-emperor of formidable renown. Who dared to speak ill of him? They could only hope that Bai Jishui's master would be more faithful. Bai Jishui's expression darkened at these words. She bowed her head once more, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her robe. She could hear her own heart pounding in her chest, filled with unease. Would the master take on another disciple? Chapter 9, Beyond the Realm. Jiang Ling felt a headache coming on as he surveyed the group, each harboring their own thoughts, and the head buried deep beside him. Bai Jishui possessed noble status, yet had never known unconditional trust or care since childhood, not even from Bai Yenshu. Sunshine and arrogance coexisted with self-doubt and sensitivity within her. Life offered no free passes, but as her master, he had to teach his disciple the right answers. Clearing his throat, Jiang Ling remarked with a hint of amusement, this so-called Dragon Emperor? I'm here to back up my little one, not to uphold justice. His calm gaze swept over the surrounding crowd. His voice was steady, yet it sent a chill down their spines. I'm not confronting you now because I know someone else will settle the score with you. It's not that I think this matter can be swept under the rug. You're overthinking it. Do you really believe that just because my disciple spoke up, I won't deal with you? Bai Jishui's heart lurched violently at those words. She snapped her head up, meeting Jiang Ling's gaze directly. Just as she prepared to lower her head again, Jiang Ling's voice froze her in place. Bai Jisua, look at me. His words held a strange power, drawing her deep into the abyss of his dark eyes. The world may be fair, but I am your master. I will always favor you. If you have requests, difficulties, or ideas, just speak up. Every matter will be addressed, every issue resolved, and everything will be accounted for. Jiang Ling sometimes felt his words were clumsy, but as long as Bai Jishui understood his meaning, that was enough. Players' remaining time in game, 30 seconds. Jiang Ling, who had been observing Bai Jisua's reaction, was suddenly jolted. Cut it out. This is a serious moment, and you have to do this? The arena fell silent. The Dragon Emperor and the elders' faces burned with embarrassment. How humiliating this was, practically like offering your face to be slapped. But they couldn't make a scene. Who could blame them, given how powerful the other party was? The Dragon Emperor could only offer an awkward, apologetic smile as he tried to salvage the situation. I was too hasty. Please forgive me. Since the senior has no such intention, then it's settled. Bai Jishui's eyes hadn't regained focus yet. Her small mouth hung slightly open as she stared blankly. Jiang Ling chuckled softly. I cannot stay long. Protect yourself well. Bai Jishui snapped back to reality, watching Jiang Ling's figure slowly fade away. A tingling sensation she couldn't quite describe welled up deep within her. Was Master just now backing her up? Even her aunt had only ever said when she was little, Auntie won't be around, so be a good girl, sway sway. No one had ever expressed such blatant favoritism toward her before. This feeling was truly extraordinary. Her exquisitely beautiful eyes flashed with brilliant light, and her entire being seemed to glow brighter. Bai Jishui lifted her chin, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Did you hear that, everyone? My master said it. No more disciples. Watching the triumphant Bai Jishui on the screen, Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. This little fox seemed to change expressions like a chameleon, switching moods faster than even he, an outsider, could keep up with. But that was fine. Carefree and light-hearted, she doubled the joy. The Dragon Clan remained silent, none certain whether Bai Jishui's master had truly departed. The Fox Clan elders who had pushed so hard for this alliance were now filled with unease. Judging by Bai Jishui's master's words, the Empress of Qingxia would soon break through her cultivation barrier and emerge from seclusion. And this alliance hadn't been sealed with a done deal yet. Oh no! The Dragon Clan's Grand Elder's expression turned unnatural. We must return to our clan to tend to young Master Outyan's injuries. We take our leave. With that, he summoned a spatial rift to carry Long Outyan away. The Dragon Emperor felt deeply frustrated. As a quasi-emperor, one of the world's most powerful beings, he had suffered repeated humiliations today. He too needed to return and reflect in solitude. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. A pitch-black longsword pierced his chest. Strands of dark energy spread from the wound, swiftly enveloping the Dragon Emperor's entire body. Splash! The sword was pulled free, revealing a shadowy figure behind the Dragon Emperor. Entirely pitch black, it possessed a human-like body topped with a wolf-like head. The Dragon Emperor's wound seemed to be corroded by some malevolent energy. Far from healing, it grew grotesquely larger, spreading relentlessly. Demons from beyond the realms. The Dragon Emperor's aura was now wildly unstable, his cultivation level teetering on the brink. He swiftly plummeted to the Saint Realm and continued to fall. What is this thing? Jiang Ling's eyes widened sharply outside the screen. It had just eliminated a quasi-emperor with a single strike. However, the figure's strength wasn't exceptionally overwhelming. What was truly bizarre was the sword in his hand. It could suppress a quasi-emperor's regenerative abilities, seemingly eroding their flesh and diminishing their cultivation level. Put! The Dragon Emperor spat a mouthful of black blood and collapsed to the ground. Bai Jisui, you actually colluded with. The Dragon Emperor's voice was broken and weak, his trembling hands pointing at Bai Jisui. What? A true demon from beyond the realms? Could it be that the young man earlier was also? If even the Dragon Emperor couldn't defeat him, what can we possibly do? I heard that when Bai Jisu was at the Taiching sect, her fellow disciples were mysteriously drained dry. Could it be? Bai Jishui stared at the scene before her, frozen in place, her mind a blank. The sudden upheaval plunged her into a frigid river of chaos and disorientation. The panicked murmurs of the crowd snapped her back to reality. Ignoring the crowd's accusations and slander, she frantically looked up at the sky and cried out, Master! It wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't me. She instinctively tried to explain to Jiang Ling, hoping only that her master wouldn't believe these people's words or lose faith in her. What if you did it? What if you didn't? I said I'm here. For minor matters, make a fuss if you must. For major ones, lean on me. Jiang Ling's words failed to soothe the distraught girl as they usually did. She merely shook her head, repeating, "It wasn't me. Honestly, it wasn't me." An elder of the dragon clan roared, "You dare to argue? Could it be that we dragons ourselves attacked and killed our own ruler? Or is it that your fox clan harbors such intentions? In my view, Bai Jishui is the prime suspect. The fox clan may have accomplices. With the Empress of Qingqiu absent, they could very well be colluding with outsiders. What nonsense! Would our fox clan be foolish enough to ambush you at our own doorstep? This is slander. Don't play the victim. You came here willingly, at a time you chose. Don't blame us." Several hot-tempered elders from both sides erupted into heated arguments, some even rolling up their sleeves ready to come to blows. Off-screen, Jiang Ling sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. "These thousand-year-old fossils, why are they all so stupid? What we need to do right now is deal with that foreign demon. What's the point of arguing?" No sooner had he spoken than the black shadow flickered again. The heads of several Fox clan elders leaning toward him were severed cleanly. Their souls struggled to flee, only to be entangled by the black energy and slowly dissipate. Their bodies were consumed and swallowed by the writhing black energy until they vanished. Silence fell over the battlefield, broken only by the writhing sounds of those few bodies. "Retreat!" The Dragon Clan's Grand Elder roared, grabbing Long Outyan in one hand and the Dragon Emperor in the other, preparing to flee. The dark figure flickered again, appearing behind him, its long sword swinging heavily toward the three. Watching from afar, the crowd held their breath in terror. If that strike landed cleanly, the Dragon Clan's three pillars, the Elder, the Young Master, and the Emperor, would all meet their end here. The remaining elders of the Dragon Clan instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear witness to the strike that could sever the Dragon Clan's future. Ah! Just then, the Shadow's sword halted mid-air. Green flames began to erupt from his body, crackling and popping. A shrill, piercing roar erupted from his throat, causing everyone to cover their ears. Within 10 breaths, the dark figure was consumed entirely by the flames, leaving no trace of his existence in this world. A figure of unparalleled grace emerged, 8 fox tails swaying behind her, radiating peerless elegance. Hail the Empress! Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion. Chapter 10, The Great Divination Technique. Auntie, it really wasn't me. Bai Yanshu's gaze fell upon Bai Jisui, who offered a quiet explanation. Bai Yanshu sighed, ruffling her hair without speaking. With the aid of Bai Yanshu's foxfire, the Dragon Emperor had expelled the writhing black substance from his chest. Though his aura remained weak, he was now out of grave danger. He approached with the Dragon Clan, bowing respectfully, "We are profoundly grateful for the Empress's intervention." However, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Jisui, his tone icy, "We demand an explanation from the Dragon Clan for today's events." Bai Yanshua remained silent for a long while, saying nothing. Behind her, the Fox Clan members spoke up in agitation. "What explanation do you want? Our Fox Clan lost several elders too." "Exactly. I've been saying this was all you're doing. Who can't play the victim? Today, you must give us Fox Clan an explanation too." The Dragon Emperor suppressed his inner rage and spoke, "Empress, our clan does not seek to provoke the Fox Clan. But if we do not get to the bottom of today's incident, will our demonic race ever know peace? Today he nearly lost his life here. If such a situation arises again, will he be so lucky?" The heavenly fiend wasn't particularly powerful, just rather devious. "Dragon Emperor, you were merely ambushed. I've already slain him. Empress, you know exactly what I mean." Before Bai Yanshu could finish, the Dragon Emperor cut her off. "What I demand now is an answer. If you intend to conceal the truth or show favoritism, and let today's events pass with ambiguity, I doubt Bai Jishui will have an easy life among the demon clans henceforth. After all, the charge of colluding with outsiders is one no one can bear, not even the suspicion of it." Bai Yanshu sighed, her coldly beautiful face clouding with conflict. She understood that if the truth wasn't clarified today, the suspicion of Sui colluding with outsiders would spread. Not only the demon clan, but the human race and even the ancient Grey clans might seize this opportunity to attack. The Empress needn't hesitate. "Test it with the heavenly demon vessel and the truth will be revealed," the Dragon Emperor said, looking at Bai Yanshu. The heavenly demon vessel, a shared treasure of the demon clan, an unparalleled exorcism artifact forged by their primordial ancestor. It requires at least 2 quasi-emperors of the demon clan to activate. Should any demonic energy be present, the heavenly demon vessel would unleash the southern brightness fire, consuming the body in flames until not a trace remained. If Bai Jishui is truly innocent, then the southern brightness fire could be a stroke of luck for her. "After all, your majesty, your foxfire has fused with the leaf fire, creating divine might without equal." Bai Yanshu hesitated for a moment before turning to Bai Jisui and tentatively asking, "Suishui, you?" "I'll test it." Bai Jisui muttered the 2 words, determined to prove she had no collusion with these celestial demons. Watching this unfold beyond the screen, Jiang Ling felt a pang of sorrow. Only now did he realize why Bai Jishui had been so low. What she needed was unconditional trust, something he hadn't given her just now. Now she sought to prove herself. "Jisui, I believe you." Hearing Jiang Ling's voice, Bai Jisui's gaze froze. Her body felt as if struck by a powerful electric current, every nerve ending trembling. Master said he believed in her, Finally, someone was willing to choose to believe in her. Her voice was soft, yet her eyes held unwavering resolve. Thank you, Master. But I still need to prove myself. Your bond value with beloved disciple by Jisoo has reached 60. Upon exiting the game, a bond gift pack will be distributed. Please check your inbox. Beloved disciple by Jisoo has chosen the heavenly demon bottle trial to prove her innocence. She is about to die. What? She's about to die? Are you kidding me? Jiang Ling was stunned and sensed something terribly wrong. If Bai Jisoo had truly colluded with outsiders, she wouldn't have agreed to the heavenly demon vessel test. There was only one possibility: his little disciple had been framed. Who? The Dragon Emperor? The Dragon Clan? The Fox Clan? Countless theories flashed through his mind, yet none had any solid evidence. Select your course of action. Option 1: make a public appearance to quell rumors. Price: 1,888. Option 2: investigate the past to prove your beloved disciple's innocence. Price: 19,800. Unable to log into the game for 24 hours. Wait, why are there so many extra conditions this time? Not only is it expensive, but you can't even play the game. Other games try every trick to keep players you're actively pushing them away? But he had no choice but to pick option 2. If he couldn't prove Bai Jisoo's innocence, even if he descended, Bai Jisoo might still insist on proving himself. After depositing 19,800 yuan, the microphone icon vanished from the game interface, and all his controls were subsequently locked. This event has concluded. Players will automatically exit the game after leaving final messages. Login will be disabled for 24 hours. As Bai Yenshu and the Dragon Emperor prepared to activate the celestial demon vessel, a voice boomed across the heavens and earth, deep and thunderous. No one dares to question my disciple. I now invoke the great divination art to prove my disciple's innocence. As the words fell, the sky seemed to reverse time, unfolding scene after scene. Bai Jisoo defeating Long Outyen, Bai Jisoo cultivating the celestial fox spirit control. Every scene revolved around Bai Jisoo, as if these moments were being pulled from the river of time. It's Jisoo's master. Why? The great projection technique? The caster sacrifices their lifespan to trace back time. The further back they go, the more powerful the figures involved, and the greater the lifespan consumed. Isn't this a forbidden technique only used by great masters on their deathbeds? The demon bottle test could clearly prove Sui Sui's innocence. Why would the elders sacrifice themselves like this? Bai Yenshu's eyes brimmed with confusion, yet she halted the activation of the demon bottle. Overhearing their discussion, Bai Jisoo realized this was a forbidden projection technique that drained life force. Panicked, she cried out, "Master, no! Stop! I can prove myself!" She cried out feebly toward the sky, but this time, Jiang Ling offered no response. Her mind remained utterly silent. An inexplicable unease welled up within Bai Jisoo, and she clenched her fists. Not just the three of them, but everyone felt perplexed. Even if Bai Jisoo's master possessed unparalleled power, casting such a forbidden technique as the Great Divination spell was utterly detrimental to himself. With better methods available, why would he choose such an extreme path? Amidst the murmurs of discussion, time traced back to a pivotal moment. The scene unfolded chronologically, revealing Bai Jisoo's days at the Taiching sect. Newly arrived and sporting a fox tail, she was regarded as an outsider by her fellow disciples and subjected to ostracism. The incomplete awakening of her bloodline left her with an ordinary appearance and a clouded mind, making her an object of contempt. Bai Yenshu felt a pang of sorrow, gazing at Bai Jisoo's now breathtakingly beautiful face. Had it not been for her master, her fate might have unfolded entirely differently. As night fell, Bai Jisoo slept as usual. But at that moment, an eerie scene unfolded. Strands of black energy emanated from her chest, slowly coalescing into a human form. The shadowy figure radiated malevolence. It vanished into the night, and by the next day, members of the Taiching sect were found drained of life force. Everyone now understood. This was a demon from beyond the realms. It was her after all. I knew something was off about her. No wonder her master forbade using the heavenly demon vessel. They're all in cahoots, blatantly covering for her. Watching the scene unfold in the sky, the chattering discussions left Bai Jisoo's thoughts in disarray. Her mind buzzed, and all she could hear was the pounding of her own heart. So that's why. No wonder Master wouldn't let her take the celestial demon vessel test. No wonder Master chose the grand divination technique instead. But why did the Master say he believed her? Was it just lip service? Had he given up on her, or did he truly trust she hadn't colluded with the foreign realms? With matters having reached this point, I believe the truth is now crystal clear. The Dragon Emperor's voice was icy cold. Bai Jisoo, do you know your crime? Chapter 11, The Truth. Yet the time rewind in the sky did not cease, continuing all the way to the very moment of the contest. The same scene repeated. The wolf-headed, human-bodied foreign celestial demon appeared silently, lurking in ambush before striking ruthlessly. It was her. What more can your Fox clan say now? Even if she possesses the highest grade bloodline, I demand this traitor be executed. Easy for you to say. When my master and aunt insist on protecting their favorites, what can you possibly do? The brutal truth and the surrounding snide remarks made by Jishui feel suffocated. She couldn't believe all this had truly been caused by her. Sui, how could you? Bai Yanchu's face was etched with shock and confusion. At this point, no matter how hard she struggled to accept it, she couldn't change the reality before her. But why would Sui do such a thing? And when did she do it? She had raised this child herself. Bai Yanchua hoped more than anyone that there was still a chance for things to turn around. Auntie, I truly don't know. Bai Jisui shook her head, clenching her jaw. Her voice was as light as a feather on water, tears gathering at the corners of her eyes. Her usually lively eyes now only served to highlight her fragile, pitiful state. Jiang Ling was practically pacing in frustration. Wasn't the plan to save him? Why had it escalated to reporting him? No wonder they wanted to lock him up. This was a matter of life and death for his beloved disciple. Refund. Refund. The scene in the sky continued to unfold, rolling back in time once more. It had jumped straight to the moment Bai Jishui was born. The newborn's wails pierced the twilight as a handsome young man trembled, taking the tiny fox wrapped in snow-white brocade. The newborn curled into a fluffy ball in his arms. Overwhelmed, he exclaimed, "Nine-tailed bloodline. It's actually a nine-tailed bloodline." The time rewind hadn't stopped. Bai Yanchu and the Dragon Emperor, still bewildered, continued watching. "That's my brother, Jisua's father," Bai Yanchua explained later. Back then, he was already at the peak of great sage, just one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. The Dragon Emperor remained silent. He knew of the Fox clan's tragedy. Bai Jishui's parents had perished in that incident. 9 slender tails swayed gently outside the swaddling cloth, while a pale golden fox mark, naturally formed on the forehead, glowed faintly. Bai Jishui's mother leaned weakly against the headboard, a faint smile on her lips. Her fingertips traced the little fox's body as her voice softened to a whisper. Our Jishui was born just as the first snow melted. From now on, every year should be warm. Bai Jishui's eyes reddened. She vaguely remembered this figure. After she vanished, her life had not been a happy one. The scene abruptly shifted. In a grand hall, several elders with the dignified bearing of immortals sat in a row, their auras deep and towering. Before them lay a small bronze coffin, from which a cold, malevolent aura churned. Were these not the 7 ancestors of the primordial sanctuary? How had the investigation reached them? To delve into this level of power and trace back hundreds of years, how much of Master Sui's life essence would this consume? Can that elder really hold out? Both in reason and in sentiment, that elder had done the Fox clan a great favor. Bai Yanchu couldn't help but worry. Even if she could cast this forbidden technique, let alone trace it back to this exact moment, involving these 7 quasi-emperors would be beyond her capacity. She might exhaust her lifespan and die on the spot. Sui's master was still tracing back, and the details unfolding were incredibly intricate. Master, please stop. I'm not worth it. Bai Jishui's eyes brimmed with tears as her voice rose in broken sobs. Seeing her parents, the fear of losing someone important surged within her once more. She had already lost her parents. She couldn't bear for her master to die for her today as well. Silence answered her plea. Bai Yanchua stepped forward, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Sui, she murmured softly, the elder must have his reasons. Since he vowed to clear your name, he will see it through. But auntie, will master die? Bai Jishui asked, trembling. Bai Yanchu fell silent. This grand simulation technique traced back an unprecedentedly long time and involved figures of unparalleled strength. Even she could not predict the outcome. In the vision, 7 elders moved in unison, chanting incantations as the bronze coffin suddenly exploded. A pulsating black heart, radiating boundless malevolence, burst forth. As if guided by some force, it shot skyward, heading straight for the demonic realm. Watching the heart vanish into the distance, the elders clapped in unison, their voices filled with admiration. The Heavenly Emperor truly possesses remarkable skill to retrieve the demon-corrupted heart of the 9-tailed Heavenly Emperor. The demon heart can automatically seek out the 9-tailed celestial fox's bloodline. How convenient that such a heaven-defying bloodline has recently been born among the demon race. Once it does, the demonic heart will continuously lure celestial demons from beyond to invade the demonic race. If the demonic heart is discovered, we can subjugate the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline. If it remains undiscovered, then the entire demonic race can prepare to be slaughtered to the last by the celestial demons. The celestial emperor and our kind have devoted themselves tirelessly to the stability of the human race, truly a great act of benevolence. Silence. A silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. No one could have imagined that the hidden truth behind this would involve the strongest force of the human race, the primordial sacred land. The scene continues. At night, Bai Jishui, fast asleep, suddenly wakes with a start. Her wailing cries cannot be calmed no matter what. Her parents, at a loss, try desperately to soothe her. Sui takes after you, always causing a fuss. The young man cradling Bai Jishui sighed helplessly, his gaze filled with tenderness as he looked at his wife and daughter. The woman beside him feigned anger. What? Tired of me already? Not at all, don't say such things. Amidst their playful banter, warmth filled the air. A sudden black light plunges from the sky, surging into Bai Jisua's body. The couple tries every means to stop it, but to no avail. In an instant, the golden pattern on Bai Jisua's forehead faded. Of her 9 foxtails, only one remained. Her entire being wilted, drained of all vitality. The lightning-fast transformation left Bai Jisua's parents helpless. In their panic, a towering shadow materialized behind them. It was the familiar wolf-headed, human-bodied figure. With a sweep of its long sword, Bai Yanxu rushed to the scene, only to find Bai Jishui weeping bitterly in the 2 devoured corpses before her. The scene abruptly ended, and the world fell silent. Bai Jishui trembled violently, utterly shattered by overwhelming rage. She could have lived the happiest life imaginable. Her bloodline was never flawed. Now, even her master's safety hung in the balance. The primordial sanctuary. For the first time, Bai Jishui felt utterly powerless at her own weakness. She longed to storm the primordial sanctuary right now and slay her enemies with her own hands. The crowd watched, their hearts filled with a whirlwind of emotions. Throughout the entire ordeal, Bai Jishu had been the greatest victim. Her entire life nearly crumbled under this conspiracy. Fortunately, only now did everyone truly grasp the terrifying power of their master Bai Jishui. She had shattered the heart seal of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor, awakened Bai Jishui's bloodline, and wielded the great divination technique to utterly shatter this century-long plot. Yet even he must be exhausted after unleashing such a grand-scale grand divination. Bai Yanxu's eyes burned with grief and fury. That unsolved case from years ago had been orchestrated by someone. How could she not be enraged? Yet as a quasi-emperor, she quickly regained her composure and turned to Bai Jishu with concern. Having learned such a cruel truth and now facing her master in an unknown state, could Sui truly endure it? Bai Jishui sat on the ground, calling out master over and over. Clearly, no one answered. She repeated the words almost frantically. Impossible, she murmured, her voice raspy as if sandpaper had ground it down. Her master, who always answered her, was now silent. Her bloodshot eyes churned with near-mad hatred. The voice from her memories overlapped with the present silence, leaving a gaping hole in her chest where cold winds howled in. The Primordial Sanctuary. Chapter 12, The Real World. Jiang Ling watched Bai Jishui's anguished face on the screen, a heavy weight pressing down on his chest. Damn game, messing with both players and characters. He knew it. Why did they disable communication? His foolish disciple probably thought he was already dead. Current event concluded. Player, please submit final message. A dialog box popped up in the game, resembling a message board, waiting to be filled. I need to explain this properly, Jiang Ling typed rapidly, but his smile froze on his face. $. Jiang Ling felt all strength and resourcefulness drained from him. This dialog box only allowed 10 characters. This game is a real gem, isn't it? At least it had a shred of conscience. Punctuation didn't count. Jiang Ling felt frustrated, but after calming down, he still had to figure out what to write. The flow of time must differ between the 2 worlds. When he logged back into the game a day later, who knew how much time had passed for Bai Jishu? So he needed to explain this situation and also leave her with a request in case something unexpected happened. He wouldn't be able to intervene in time. Jiang Ling chuckled wryly. He felt like an old woman on her deathbed, gasping for breath. So much remained unsaid, yet with only a faint breath left in his chest, he could utter little more. After much deliberation, he typed 10 words into the chat box and clicked confirm. Message left. Will automatically log out. Next available login time, 10 p.m. tomorrow. The game crashed. Staring at his phone's home screen, Jiang Ling cursed the entire game once more. Bai Zizhuai collapsed onto the floor, her pupils unfocused and lifeless. Her fingernails dug deep into her palms as her entire body trembled, her chest churning with endless bitterness. Sui, even your senior doesn't want you to be like this. Bai Yanxua murmured softly, her hands gently stroking Sui's back, stroke after stroke. But at that moment, Bai Jishu could hear nothing from the outside world. She stared fixedly at the void before her throat constricted so tightly she couldn't utter a sound. Countless thoughts exploded in her mind. She regretted not seeing the conspiracy sooner, despised those who had plotted against her, and raged at her own powerlessness. Faced with danger, she always ended up forcing those who cherished her to burn out their lives. Suddenly, she felt something warm in her hand. Bai Jishui frantically looked down at her palm. A smooth, luminous jade token glowed faintly. She clutched the suddenly appeared jade token tightly, as if grasping a lifeline. Engraved upon it were several golden characters, each stroke as firm as iron. Bai Jisua murmured them softly, one by one. All is well. Wait for me. Protect yourself. Be happy. Her voice grew more and more excited as she read, the desolation fading from her face. Wonderful. Wonderful. Master is safe. Overwhelmed with joy, Bai Jishui wept, clutching the jade token tightly as the sobs she had held back finally burst forth. Beside her, Bai Yanxua exhaled a long breath, a heavy weight lifting from her heart. The elder being safe was tremendous news for Bai Jisua, for her, and for the entire Fox clan. Stop crying, Sway Sway. The elder might be watching. Tears make you look less pretty, Bai Yanshua teased, her voice tinged with playful mockery as she secretly observed her young niece's reaction. Bai Zizhuai wiped her eyes and stifled her sobs, though her shoulders still trembled. Suddenly, the jade token slipped from Bai Jishui's palm, floating slowly upward until it hovered in midair. As if melting, it reshaped itself into a jade bracelet that automatically slipped onto Bai Jishui's slender, snow-white wrist. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, everyone present felt their hearts tremble with awe. Just who was Bai Jisu's master? His power seemed to reach the heavens, and he appeared to be immortal. With Bai Jisu here, who among the Fox clan would dare to provoke her? Sway Sway, before the elder returns, if there's anything you wish to say, speak into the bracelet. Perhaps the elder might hear you. Bai Yanshua's lips curved gently as she spoke softly. MHM. Stop crying. Come tell auntie who those bullies were. I'll take care of it for you. Closing the game, Jiang Ling prepared to rest. School starts tomorrow. Though he'd lived 2 years as a good-for-nothing, he was determined to be a model student. A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations! Your bond value with your beloved disciple Bai Jishui has reached 80. Would you like to upgrade the bond gift pack? Hearing this, Jiang Ling suddenly remembered the game still owed him a bonding pack. His spirits lifted instantly. He sat up again, answered yes, and waited for further instructions. Why pass up a free gift? Especially when it's a game pack guaranteed to contain goodies. Package upgrade successful. Obtained game bracelet, real-time monitoring of apprentices' status and location, plus access to their voice recordings. Hidden features not yet unlocked can be activated via a specific side quest. Upgraded in-game purchase system now supports temporary storage. Top up directly on your wristband without logging into the game. Gift feature unlocked, players can now purchase in-game items to send as gifts, and recipients can reciprocate with gifts of their own. What's this? Jiang Ling cautiously activated the device on his wrist, resembling a fitness tracker. A dialogue box appeared, displaying Bai Jisu's avatar. In just a few minutes, several voice messages had already been sent from the other side. Master, I've mastered the 3rd level of the Celestial Fox Heart Sutra. Your teachings are truly exceptional. Master, I've broken through to the Ascension realm. I'm a genius, but it's all thanks to your teaching. Master, several quasi-emperors from the human clan came looking for trouble again today. Auntie drove them off. Master, I want revenge, but you told me to protect myself and wait for you. So I'll focus on cultivation for now. Master, the flowers bloom along the path, take your time returning. I miss you. Jiang Ling's heart melted. His little disciple was not only beautiful but also spoke so sweetly, deeply winning the affection of his old master. But speaking of which, how exactly is the game's time flow calculated? It seems to speed up and slow down unpredictably. How long has it really been since Bai Jishui broke through to the Ascension realm? Sherlock Ling logs in. This clearly lacks the rigor expected of a game's code. And these words, these events. Something was off. This game was way too off. First the return, then the immersive experience, then the bracelet communication, then the gift items. Jiang Ling sensed something unusual, subtle emotions, open interactions, none of which belonged in a game. Suddenly, an idea burst into his mind, then steadily solidified. This wasn't a simple game. Even after the game began giving him returns, his thinking was off. Jiang Ling had merely viewed this game as a cheat code, much like the systems found in others' novels. He figured he could just play casually and grow stronger effortlessly. But what lay on the other side might be the real world. And this game was likely the very medium through which they communicated. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Jiang Ling. If the day ever came when two worlds truly collided, wouldn't he profit on both ends? His disciple would grow stronger, and he'd receive compensation. His motivation to spend money on the game surged even higher. For his beloved disciple, he'd sell his soul if it meant helping him grow. A true teacher must burn themselves to illuminate others. Gazing at the string of voice messages on his wristband, Jiang Ling felt a faint glimmer of hope. Would he ever meet his young disciple in person? Chapter 13, the opening ceremony turns into a public criticism session. The next day, Jinghua University, Martial God Academy Grand Hall. Jiang Ling sat on the bench, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. The elderly man above him, with eyes like a hawk's, kept scanning the back row. His face was as dark as ink, as cold as frost, and the atmosphere around him was thick with tension. When Li Qingwan had told him he'd been assigned to the Martial God Academy, unease had immediately gripped Jiang Ling. Though he possessed a 20th level innate cultivation, the formidable reputation of the Martial God Academy still unsettled him. Some faculty members of Jinghua University, one of Dacia's top institutions, spent years traveling nationwide to scout for the most promising young talents, immediately diverting them to the Martial God Academy. The academy's recruitment concluded before the national college entrance exams, yet Jiang Ling was admitted just one day before the semester began. To make matters worse, seating arrangements were based on admission timing, placing him in the very last seat of the last row. Xiao Ling, keep a low profile at school. Your grandfather says a hidden dragon should not be used, let things take their natural course. So the family won't interfere too much. The academy's headmaster is an old-school stickler who despises rule-breaking. Don't cross him once you're inside. Jiang Ling recalled his mother's earnest admonitions, feeling like crying but unable to shed a tear. From the moment he entered until now, he hadn't uttered a single word. Yet the old man on stage kept his gaze fixed on the back row, scanning back and forth between him and the chubby kid beside him. Once most attendees had arrived, the elder finally averted his gaze and began organizing his speech notes. Only then did Jiang Ling exhale deeply, wiping away a bead of sweat. The chubby kid beside him chuckled and leaned in, whispering, "Hey, bro. I'm Jiang Lei. Got accepted the day before yesterday. Thought I was unbeatable, but turns out you're tougher than me." Jiang Ling waved it off with a laugh. "Not bad, I guess. I only confirmed enrollment last night. Damn, you're awesome, bro. What's your name? How'd you get in?" Jiang Lei's round eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed on. "My name is Jiang Ling. Holy crap. You got in too? Aren't you just a scumbag?" Jiang Ling hadn't finished speaking when the chubby kid's voice suddenly cut him off. Realizing his slip, he quickly covered his mouth and apologized. "Sorry, man. I've heard your stories so many times. No offense meant. I'm a scumbag too. My dad donated a building to the school, that's how I got in." A vein throbbed on Jiang Ling's forehead, but he didn't respond. "Kid, who taught you to talk like that? At least badmouth people behind their backs, okay?" The Jiang family was that wealthy, and since he deliberately concealed his identity, the fact that the boy recognized him by name alone made Jiang Ling realize who he was. The young master of the Jiang family from Nandu, another slacker, but one with a notorious reputation. Despite awakening a semi-mythical bloodline, he lazed about day after day without cultivating. Just like him, Jiang Ling had slacked off for a whole year before finally enrolling. The chubby kid latched onto Jiang Ling like they were kindred spirits, chattering away about their shared plight. He painted them as the perfect match, like the legendary musicians Boya and Jichi, completely oblivious to the dangerous gaze that had locked onto them. "Ahem. Quiet." The elderly man on the stage cleared his throat. Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei immediately sat up straight, not daring to utter a sound. That knife-sharp gaze began to lock onto them once more. The dean then began his address, his eyes still occasionally drifting toward the back row. "Since its founding, our Martial God Academy has recruited independently, seeking out the nation's most exceptional talents across the vast land of Great Xia. We select the finest of the finest, continuously supplying the front lines and the nation with pillars of strength. Our students are the exemplars of the people, the pillars of society. Yet this year, some well-connected noblewoman dared to call my office in the capital all the way from the southern capital, thousands of miles away. What did she want? She demanded I pull strings for her son to give him special treatment and admit him to our Martial God Academy by exception. She dared to seek backdoor favors at the pinnacle of our Great Xia's premier institution. I berated her over the phone, yet she somehow had the school arrange for her son's admission into our Martial God Academy." The speaker was none other than Martial God Academy's dean, Lin Chen. His voice now boomed with fervor, his expression charged with passion as he gestured dramatically toward the crowd below, delivering a sweeping speech. Jiang Ling glanced sideways at Jiang Lei and whispered, "Are you the one he's talking about?" Jiang Lei wiped the sweat from his face and nodded slightly. "Yes. It was my mother who called." Just as Jiang Ling was about to laugh, Lin Chen resumed his speech. "And then there's this one. I don't know his background, but his abilities are truly remarkable. He managed to track down the principal himself, and on the eve of the new semester, secured direct admission through the principal's personal approval." The smile vanished instantly from Jiang Ling's face. He and Jiang Lei both lowered their heads to wipe sweat. "Right here, in this very hall, in this very class. I, Lin, care not whether you're the Heavenly Lord's crown prince or the Earthly Lord's son-in-law backdoor deals? Oomph. If I catch these two slacking off, playing dumb, or coasting through life, mark my words, I, Lin, will make sure their sons are the first to shoulder their gear and march onto the battlefield." A thunderous applause erupted in the auditorium, lasting for an extended period. Jiang Ling and the others joined in, clapping while wiping sweat from their brows. After the applause finally died down, Lin Chen proceeded with the agenda, announcing, "Now, we welcome our freshman representative, Yian, to speak on behalf of the incoming class." Hearing that name, Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Yian, young master of the Yi family, one of the four great families of the capital. Gifted with extraordinary talent, he awakened a legendary bloodline and was directly admitted to the Martial God Academy. Jiang Ling had heard about his exploits, and the news had hit him hard. Being a year older than Yian and sworn rivals, Jiang Ling had always held the upper hand. But this year, Yian's awakening of a top-tier bloodline signaled a counterattack, leaving Jiang Ling feeling as if he'd swallowed a fly. Jiang Ling didn't pay much attention to what Yian said, just the usual inspirational platitudes about looking to the past to shape the future. But the final sentence set off alarm bells in his mind. "I am honored to speak as a new student representative, and equally delighted to see an old friend here. Just days ago, he hadn't awakened his bloodline yet. Today, he enters the Martial God Academy alongside me. To meet an old friend in a foreign land is truly one of life's greatest joys. My ass. Jiang Ling cursed inwardly. He knew Yian had ulterior motives. This was clearly putting him on the hot seat. Yian might as well have explicitly called him the one who pulled strings to get in. While it was true he had used connections to gain admission, Yian's words were now deliberately stirring up resentment. These prodigies all had their pride. Once they learned he'd pulled strings, they wouldn't hesitate to crush him. Hopefully, when it comes time to choose mentors later, you'll give me a pleasant surprise. Yian's speech concluded, and another round of applause erupted below. Jiang Lei sensed something was off and whispered, "Do you know him?" Jiang Ling nodded. "Well, you two seem pretty close then." Jiang Ling felt like he was about to spit blood inside. "Young man, if you're not good at conversation, you could at least keep quiet. Where did you get the idea they're close?" Now for the final event, the mentor competition. On stage, Lin Chen temporarily let the two off the hook, his face breaking into a satisfied smile as he spoke. "This is the greatest feature of our Martial God Academy. Every 2 students are assigned one mentor at the Martial Saint realm or above. And this year, with approval from higher authorities, we will have one Martial God realm mentor providing one-on-one instruction. In other words, the winner of this year's competition will secure a Martial God mentor." Chapter 14. Nearly 30 individuals were led along the school's internal paths to the martial arts arena. The spacious arena was divided into 15 smaller sections, each marked by a poster displaying a character introduction. The zones were clearly marked. The first zone could only accommodate 1 person, while subsequent zones held 2 each. Once a zone was full, newcomers had to challenge those already present. The victor remained, while the loser had to find another zone. The poster in front of each section represented the mentor assigned to that area. Jiang Ling scanned them all. Even the mentor standing before the final section remained a top-tier martial saint of the 86th generation. The first section bore no introduction, only 2 bold characters, Martial God. Yet these 2 characters alone were enough to drive countless people mad. Cultivation was divided into 10 tiers, with martial strength levels reaching 1100. Each tier was divided into 10 levels, categorized as Martial Trainee, Martial Artist, Martial Master, Martial King, Martial Emperor, Martial Sovereign, Martial Patriarch, Martial Emperor, Martial Saint, and Martial God. Martial Saints already represented the world's pinnacle of strength, yet the power of a Martial God was beyond imagination. "Jiang Ling, are you sure you can handle this? Otherwise, maybe we should just head to the last section." Jiang Lei walked side by side with Jiang Ling, observing the surrounding students as he whispered. "You don't know these prodigies all awakened their bloodlines just a month ago. Some have already broken through to level 15. We definitely can't beat them." Seeing Jiang Ling's silence, Jiang Lei explained. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. "I haven't awakened my bloodline, so I can't cultivate. But what about you? You awakened yours last year. Why haven't you cultivated?" "Me? Heh," Jiang Lei scratched his head with a grin. "I figured I'd enjoy a year of life first." As the two chatted, combat had already erupted elsewhere. Naturally, the first martial god zone was the scene of the fierce struggle. Jiang Ling looked over. The combatants were Yian and a young man. Behind Yian, lightning flickered, his chi and blood surged, and every muscle in his body seemed to crackle with energy. "From what I know, Yian awakened a legendary Thunder Dragon bloodline, already at level 15, Jiang Ling mused, chin resting on his hand as he analyzed the situation. Moreover, his family possessed martial arts techniques exceptionally suited to him. It could be said his current strength rivaled that of a 20th level martial master. As Jiang Lei analyzed, the aura emanating from the youth opposite him grew even more formidable. Mysterious yellow energy swirled around his body, his muscles bulging so intensely they threatened to tear through his clothes. Witnessing this, the other students began murmuring among themselves. "Holy moly, this Sun Tao's got something special, a legendary tier divine peak dragon bloodline, and his level is even higher than Yian's, at 17. This is going to be a show. A clash of titans, let's enjoy the spectacle. What are they fighting over?" Never mind the other experts, they've clashed before. Even mythic tier bloodline Muyu has made her choice. "You didn't even know that? Muyu doesn't need to choose, she's directly under the principal's guidance. At that level, what's there to fight over?" Jiang Ling watched her, inwardly pondering when he could test himself against this Muyu. Only then would he truly know the true level of his ancestral dragon bloodline. Boom! A dull thud of flesh meeting metal once again drew everyone's attention to the two combatants. Yian was sent flying several meters by a single punch, his breathing chaotic as his throat convulsed. Meanwhile, Sun Tao stood covered in a faint yellow glow, his posture rigid and unmoving as a mountain. "Looks like Sun Tao's going to win." Sun Tao, who came from a small village, actually defeated Yian. What a source of pride. Could this be the story of a poor family producing a noble son? The surrounding murmurs reached the ears of the two combatants. Sun Tao watched Yian recoil in the distance, choosing not to pursue. He possessed the confidence that Yian was no match for him. But after regaining his composure, Yian didn't charge forward. Instead, he drew a long sword from his personal space, its blade shimmering with swirling lightning. The moment the sword appeared, the entire area seemed enveloped by a raging thunderous force. Yan stepped forward and swung the sword at Sun Tao. A dazzling purple-white thunderbolt roared toward Sun Tao, instantly shattering the yellow aura surrounding him and sending his entire body flying backward out of bounds. A divine artifact. Yan actually possesses a divine artifact. It's definitely a divine artifact. This isn't fair. Shameful. Using outside power. Doesn't the Academy care? Divine artifacts, the world's most supreme weapons. Fewer than 100 exist across the entire Great Xia, most held by nations and great clans. Ordinary people have never even laid eyes on one. Yet Yan dared to bring one to the freshman trials? His actions sparked outrage among everyone present. Using a divine artifact against classmates who'd only begun cultivation a month ago? That's downright shameless. But Yan didn't care. His family had instructed him before leaving home, he must secure this martial god mentor position at all costs. The dean remained silent. He needed these students to understand that once they stepped beyond the school gates, they would face vast disparities including, but not limited to, their weaponry. Though the surrounding youths seethed with indignation, the sight of the lightning snake-wrapped longsword in Yan's grasp silenced them. Even those with clearly superior natural talent dared not step forward. The gap in divine weapons alone allowed one to fight opponents several tiers above their own level, let alone Yan's already exceptional natural talent. Yan didn't care about any of that. As long as the outcome was favorable, it was all good. He's so arrogant. Just look at that smug face. Even Jiang Ling, the usually carefree, grinning chubby kid, couldn't stand him. If I trained properly, I could definitely take him down. Jiang Ling, however, was amused. He'd been fretting over how to clear his name, but Yan had just single-handedly drawn all the hatred toward himself. Besides, he genuinely wasn't afraid of that piece of junk Yan was wielding. Seeing the priceless expression on the man beside him, Jiang Ling quickly grabbed Jiang Ling, who was about to step forward. His face was filled with disbelief. Dude, what are you doing? That's a divine artifact. And you just awakened your power, right? He and Jiang Ling were kindred spirits, he couldn't just stand by and watch him walk into certain death. Don't worry about me. I'm the incarnation of the Thunder God. I'm not afraid of him. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling strode straight toward the first section. Yan hadn't expected anyone to dare approach after he'd pulled out his divine artifact, and he was genuinely surprised. He looked up, his eyes darkening as he recognized the figure approaching. His lips stretched into a forced smile. Excellent. I'm thrilled to finally face you in combat. Jiang Ling sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Young man, this charade is getting tiresome. You've already made a poor impression on everyone. There's no need to keep up the act with me. Yan's smile cracked slightly. He spoke again, his voice laced with gritted teeth. Well then, try my legendary bloodline. He stowed away his artifact as the Thunder Dragon bloodline surged violently. A fist shot forward, a sky filled with thunder and boundless might hurtling straight toward Jiang Ling's face. The guy across from him doesn't seem to have any bloodline. Why did he come at me? Just to get beaten? Yan didn't even need his artifact to strike him, this kid was way too impulsive. Lin Chen watched from afar, letting out a cold snort. Though Yan's actions were unscrupulous, compared to this backdoor operator, Lin Chen preferred Yan to teach him a lesson. Yan charged toward Jiang Ling at breakneck speed, the phantom of a thunder dragon rearing its head behind him with a faint roar. His fists were already crackling with concentrated thunder energy. He was confident that if this punch landed cleanly, Jiang Ling would either die or at least lose a layer of skin. At this thought, a savage grin spread across Yan's face. The chubby kid beside him shouted frantically, "What are you doing? What are you doing? Your classmates, why are you attacking him so fiercely?" Everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Ling with pity, yet he seemed frozen in place, as if petrified by fear. Dodge it! Jiang Ling yelled from the sidelines. Staring at Yan's relentless charge, Jiang Ling thought, perfect. Time to test the Zhuron bloodline and dragon might divine skill. His level 20 starting bloodline should be stronger than this legendary bloodline, right? With that thought, a faint dragon's roar echoed within Jiang Ling's body, and an overbearing bloodline pressure instantly spread out. Dragon might! Jiang Ling roared, and a golden aura radiated outward from him, instantly engulfing Yan. Thud! A strange sound echoed as Yan, midway through his 100-meter dash, suddenly buckled at the knees and collapsed face first onto the ground. Several students nearby began trembling in their legs. They had been preparing to mock Yan, but now some were supporting each other, while others slumped to the ground. What the hell is this? Is it his bloodline or his martial arts? Why can't I get up? My legs feel so weak. Jiang Ling's face twisted with shock and doubt. Though not exceptionally powerful, he possessed a half-step mythic bloodline. Yet under this overwhelming pressure, even he felt a surge of submission. Could it be that this fellow sufferer was actually a hidden powerhouse? Lin Chen's face flushed crimson, his heart pounding. He'd seen much in his life, but the bloodline and martial arts Jiang Ling had just displayed were unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. Yet he instantly recognized that under Jiang Ling's bloodline suppression, Yan's Thunder Dragon bloodline was as fragile as a mudskipper in a ditch. Jiang Ling's bloodline was at least on par with that legendary Azure Dragon bloodline. He had initially assumed the principal had directly recruited a connected individual, but never imagined it would be such a prodigy. That said, he had always trusted the principal's judgment. As for the other, gazing at the chubby boy who remained standing amidst a pile of collapsed students, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Forget it. He'd observe him a little longer. Chapter 15, Gift. Could this bloodline be mythical tier? Not just Yi and my legs were trembling too. Who is this guy? Is he the one Yi and mentioned who just awakened? Looks like it. But his cultivation level must be low. He just awakened his bloodline. To possess such power immediately after awakening, just how high grade must his bloodline be? Jiang Ling gazed at Jian, who knelt on the ground unable to rise. The long-suppressed frustration finally erupted from his chest, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. The sensation of power was intoxicating. Jiang Ling, how can you be this strong? Yian raised his head to stare at Jiang Ling, his voice gritted out, word by word. Didn't you just awaken your bloodline a couple of days ago? His eyes went blank, and he suddenly burst into a maniacal laugh. I get it. You have a divine artifact too, right? Your family wouldn't just let you come out like this. Yes, it's because you have a divine artifact too. Yian waved his hand, summoning the long sword shrouded in terrifying thunderous power. His entire demeanor visibly improved. He sneered, my divine artifact might just be as good as yours. Jiang Ling shrugged helplessly. Silly boy, everyone can tell when you pull out a divine artifact, but they can't tell when I do? Just face the gap between us. He looked amused, propping his chin thoughtfully on his hand. Besides, look at it this way, if you couldn't even tell I pulled out a divine artifact, how could you possibly hope to counter mine? The overwhelming power of the Zhurong bloodline exceeded Jiang Ling's expectations. Even a mythical tier bloodline wouldn't exert such terrifying suppression over a legendary bloodline. Yian, holding the divine artifact, prepared to strike again. But he froze in place, his face frozen in disbelief. He couldn't even activate the artifact. Jiang Ling took it all in, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The divine technique Dragon Might was indeed a top-tier skill, capable of rendering Yian completely incapable of combat. Yet its combat effectiveness was tied to the gap in bloodline power, further proof of the terrifying might of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Truly a bloodline of the highest caliber. You get what you pay for. Fury blazing within him, Yian could only concede defeat, his face twisted with reluctance. I admit defeat. Lin Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, called out loudly, any other challengers? At these words, the surrounding crowd fell silent. Very well. The spot for this year's Martial God Mentor allocation goes to Jiang Ling. Lin Chen announced the result. After the match, Jiang Ling sat to the side, watching others vie for territories. The chubby Jiang lay beside him, gazed at him with wide eyes, saying, I thought my half-step mythical bloodline was unmatched under heaven, but it turns out there are even stronger masters out there. He glanced around and lowered his voice. Brother Jiang, spill the beans, you've got a mythic bloodline, right? Jiang Ling averted his gaze, offering no reply to the chubby boy's question. This wasn't a mythic bloodline in gaming terms, it was a supreme-grade bloodline. Jiang Lei, however, noticed the bracelet on Jiang Ling's wrist. His eyes lit up as he tugged Jiang Ling's arm, examining it closely. Bro, that bracelet's pretty stylish. Can you give me the link? Jiang Ling chuckled inwardly. He couldn't exactly say the bracelet appeared out of thin air. Shaking his head, he replied, it's one of a kind. My family gave it to me. Upon hearing it was a family gift, Jiang Lei immediately dropped the subject. Just then, Jiang Ling's bracelet lit up, receiving a voice message. Jiang Lei saw the sender's profile picture and grinned mischievously. Whoa, whose little girl is this? She's got some serious luck, huh? Jiang Ling withdrew his arm. Seeing Jiang Lei's lecherous grin, he sighed and pressed his hand to his forehead. It's not what you think. He trailed off mid-explanation, his words catching in his throat. Jiang Lei gave him a knowing look and waved his hand. Oh, I won't ask. I won't ask. Like a magician, he pulled a silver necklace from his chest. The chain was an extremely fine snakebone chain, and the delicate silver pendant was a rose, radiating an enchanting glow. Jiang Lei murmured mysteriously, this is a necklace I'm quite fond of. Today, I'll give it to you as a meeting gifter, to you. Ha. Jiang Ling was about to refuse, but the moment the bracelet touched the necklace, a flash of white light erupted. Jiang Lei's hand was instantly empty. Stunned, Jiang Lei snapped angrily, I knew the authorities wouldn't confront us filthy rich folks. How come I never heard a whisper about this treasure? Jiang Ling was speechless for a moment before offering a half-hearted explanation. It's just an ordinary storage space, shaped into a bracelet. I get it, brother Jiang. No need to explain. But material strong enough for a storage space can actually be made into a bracelet? Don't try to placate me, I get it. Since ancient times, scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants have been the pillars of society. In our information age, the government sells one generation, uses one generation, hides one generation, and develops the next. I bet right now. Jiang Ling really wanted to say, you're overthinking it, but the words died on his lips. Forget it. Let him think that way. At least I won't have to make excuses later. Detected giftable item. Spend 68 yuan to send? The mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Is this a giftable item? Jiang Ling's mind raced with speculation. Could the bracelet transfer items whenever it touched suitable objects? He tried other objects, but the bracelet showed no reaction. Scene-specific items are required for gifting. After obtaining the bracelet last night, Jiang Ling had deposited 1 million yuan into his account. He didn't hesitate for a second and immediately spent the 68 yuan. Gift sent successfully. Since he couldn't log into the game right now, he couldn't see Bai Jisu's reaction after receiving the bracelet. Opening the newly received voice message, the girl's sweet voice sounded like she was murmuring to herself, instantly melting Jiang Ling's heart. Master isn't exactly essential, so I don't need to see him every day. Holy crap, how long has it been since Master last replied to me? I can't go on living. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, pinching his nose. It seemed that whenever the keyword Master appeared in Bai Zishuai's messages, they were automatically forwarded to him. Not bad. This little disciple was as quick and adorable as a fox cub. Though Jiang Lei beside him couldn't hear the voice message, seeing Jiang Ling's reaction, he immediately grabbed his neck. True love conquers all. The widowed king witnessed it firsthand. Xuanjie, ancestral land of the Fox clan. A young girl sat beneath a great tree, gazing listlessly at the drifting clouds in the sky. At dawn I watch the sky, at dusk I watch the clouds. Whether walking or sitting, I think of you. I never understood this poem before, but now I do, Bai Jisu murmured softly, completely unaware of the figure appearing behind her. Oh my, has our little Sui taken to reciting poetry now? Bai Yenshua's teasing voice rang out as he casually sat beside Bai Jisua. Snapping back to reality, Bai Jisua immediately covered her face. A blush instantly spread across her exquisite features as she turned her gaze back to the sky. Sui, not that I'm prying, but I once heard a line of poetry, fallen blossoms hold affection, while flowing water remains indifferent. Your master hasn't returned for so long, let alone whether he has a master's wife. He might have fathered a whole brood of little masters by now. Auntie. Bai Jishui's heart skipped a beat at the remark, and she scolded playfully. Ha, just teasing you. Look at your expression. Bai Yenshua's words abruptly halted. Her eyes narrowed in puzzlement as she pointed at Bai Jishui's neck. Sui, where did you get this necklace? It's so beautiful, get auntie one too, will you? Chapter 16, Religion. Necklace? Bai Jishui's face was filled with confusion as she gently touched her own neck, her delicate frame trembling slightly. It's a gift from my master, she exclaimed excitedly, her two snow-white ears pricking up at the same time. Bai Jishui gently removed the necklace, cradling it in her hands as she examined it. This necklace must be from Master, but why hasn't he appeared? Never mind. Master must have his reasons. This necklace is surely a reward for her diligent cultivation and good eating habits lately. With that thought, Bai Jishui put the necklace back on. Her slightly upturned eyes fixed earnestly on Bai Yenshu as she spoke slowly. Auntie, this is from my master. If you want it, you should ask your own master for it. Bai Yenshua almost doubted her own ears. Her master? The one who attained enlightenment thousands of years ago? Was she supposed to go to hell to ask for it? Meeting Bai Jisua's slightly mischievous gaze, she instantly understood. This was blatant showing off and teasing her. Fine. Looks like I need to re-establish my authority as an elder today. Beneath the tree, two stunning figures laughed and played. The sky was azure, the trees verdant, the scenery breathtaking. After a full day of activity, every student at the Martial God Academy had selected their personal mentor and returned to the Grand Hall to hear Dean Lin Chen's teachings. Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei remained seated in the back row. Jiang Ling's earlier performance had improved Dean Lin Chen's impression of them, so this time, the two didn't feel that piercing glare. Jiang Lei grinned. Jiang Ling, my mentor is from the class of 86. The class of 86? A top-tier powerhouse. Even my parents would bow respectfully to him. My status at home is set for life. If I recall correctly, that class of 86 guy in zone 15, so you didn't even have to compete for it. You got a direct admission, right? Jiang Lei scratched his head sheepishly but stubbornly insisted, that's not how it is. I earned this through my own hard work. As the two chatted sporadically, Lin Chen's speech on stage was drawing to a close. Now for the final announcement. As you all know, Jinghua University holds an annual blessing ceremony for freshmen. For our Martial God Academy, the ceremony will take place tomorrow. Each freshman will be escorted by their mentor to the blessing site. 1 month later, the freshman assessment will determine your rankings. Best of luck to all. As the freshman ceremony concluded, Jiang Lei and Jiang Ling headed toward the cafeteria together. Fate had brought them together. Being the latest arrivals, they'd been assigned to the same dorm. On the way, Jiang Lei's excitement hadn't subsided. His face lit up with anticipation as he said, I wonder which ancestral site I'll be blessed at tomorrow. I'm so excited I could die. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. The blessing varies by location? I thought it was done directly at the Jinghua. That's not how the Martial God Academy does blessings. I did my homework before coming here, something you clearly didn't bother with. Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt a pang of shame. Since his failed bloodline awakening, he'd grown indifferent to such matters. Even when he attended Jinghwa's new student blessing ceremony, his family had handled everything. Jiang Ling explained, throughout Great Xiao's history, there have been 9 divine dynasties. You know that, right? Jiang Ling nodded. Only the founding emperor was a martial god, and a dynasty could only be called a divine dynasty if it produced at least 10 martial gods. Across the world, only Great Xiao possesses such profound heritage. Each of these 9 divine dynasties stands as a testament to its past glory. Each divine dynasty's blessed land differs. Their respective capitals served as these sacred sites. The capital city itself was the blessed land for the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Zhangzhou was the blessed land for the Han, Jing, Sui, Tang, and Song dynasties, and Chang'an was the blessed land for the Qin, Han, Sui, and Tang dynasties. Most students in Jinghua received blessings from these 3 divine dynasties, Yuan, Ming, and Qing. At this point, Jiang Lei's voice trembled with uncontrollable excitement. As for the blessings from the Martial God Academy, they are granted nationwide, with mentors selecting the blessed lands. To be honest, I'd much rather go to Chang'an or the divine capital. Those divine dynasties have deeper foundations, but the spots for blessings in those 2 places are extremely limited each year. Jiang Ling understood completely. He patted Jiang Lei on the shoulder and said, "Have confidence. You possess the bloodline of a half-step mythical being. You'll definitely get your wish." Jiang Lei seemed invigorated, clenching his fist with a determined gaze. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. By the time they spoke, they had reached the dormitory. The spacious and bright room was fully equipped with basic amenities. After a long day, both tidied up their belongings, freshened up, and returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Ling pulled out his phone to message his mom, reporting that he'd been assigned to the martial god mentor. Then he stared blankly at his phone. He was waiting for the game's 24-hour cooldown to expire. I wonder how that clever little fox is doing now, and how much time has passed over there. As the clock slowly ticked toward 10 o'clock, Jiang Ling couldn't wait to log into the game. Seeing that familiar silhouette appear on the screen, a wave of relief washed over Jiang Ling. In the scene, sensing that familiar gaze, Bai Zhishui's eyes flushed crimson. Her 9 tails swayed uncontrollably as she tentatively asked, "Is it, Master?" Her body trembled slightly as that familiar feeling enveloped her. Countless nights had been spent fantasizing about reuniting with her master, yet now that the person had truly returned, she found herself with a belly full of words, yet no idea where to begin. "Yes," Jiang Ling replied softly. "How long have I been gone?" "A year," Bai Zhishui's voice brimmed with hurt. She lifted her gaze to the sky and smiled. "I protected myself well this past year. And I trained diligently too." "I know. You've done well." Jiang Ling's voice softened unconsciously. He desperately wanted to comfort the visibly shaken Bai Zhishui, but he had to shift the conversation. Jiang Ling's time was limited. He didn't understand how the time between these 2 worlds converted. It was extremely unstable, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Perhaps tomorrow when he woke up, it would be much later in Bai Zhishui's world. He needed to do something now. There would be plenty of time later. He still had the bracelet for communication. He could respond more then. "Any difficulties lately? Or anything confusing?" Jiang Ling asked. "Difficulties? None. But I've had an idea lately that Auntie doesn't agree with. I wanted to ask what you think, Master." Bai Zhishui wiped her eyes, propped her chin on her hand, pondered for a long while, then spoke. Go ahead. The primordial sanctuary, I will make them pay for their crimes with blood. But Auntie told me to forget about it, to wait until I'm strong enough." Her voice grew fainter, yet Jiang Ling could still sense her intense emotion. As a seasoned quasi-emperor, Bai Yanchuo always prioritized stability. The primordial Holy Land was the foremost sacred realm. Setting aside whether other Holy Lands would intervene, the primordial Holy Land alone was more than enough to give the demonic race a run for their money. How powerful must Bai Zhishui become to have a chance at revenge? A quasi-emperor? Clearly insufficient. Then only by reaching the legendary emperor realm. But once you attain that level, would you truly destroy the foremost sanctuary for personal vengeance? Moreover, with such a mental block, achieving emperorhood was out of the question. Even attaining sainthood would be difficult. Thus, Bai Yanchuo's words were fundamentally correct. Under normal circumstances, Bai Zhisu's only path would be to forget. Fortunately, his master wouldn't let things unfold normally. Whatever his disciple set her mind to, she would achieve, and this matter would never become her inner demon. Jiang Ling pondered for a long while before speaking slowly. "Bai Zhishui, listen to me. When the world's laws and justice fail to deliver justice to the victim, revenge becomes not only justified but noble from this moment onward." Chapter 17, The Countermeasure. Joining the Chaos Sanctuary. Hearing Jiang Ling's words, Bai Zhishui's eyes flashed with a bright light. She asked incredulously, "Master, are you saying?" "Exactly. Go do it. I'll help you." Jiang Ling's words were like a shot of adrenaline for Bai Zhishui. She nodded firmly. "Understood. Thank you, Master." "Don't keep thanking me," Jiang Ling teased. "You owe me more than you could ever repay." Then Bai Zhisu instinctively began, only to quickly cover her mouth. Bai Jisoo lacks deep understanding of mainland factions. Would you like to top up 1,280 yuan to activate the Xuanjie QA module? Xuanjie question module, players may submit inquiries, which will be answered and synchronized to your wristband. Jiang Ling topped up without hesitation. A question mark appeared in the top left corner of the screen. He tapped it, thought briefly, and asked, "Who is the sworn enemy of the Primordial Sanctuary?" The Primordial Sanctuary and the Chaos Sanctuary have been sworn enemies for 10,000 years. Jiang Ling chuckled. This outcome surprised him. He'd assumed all sacred lands were united, yet the primordial sacred land actually had a rival of equal standing. Jiang Ling pressed further. What are the specific circumstances of both sides? Expand on the narrative. Sui, is this the elder's decision? Bai Yanchua looked troubled and tentatively inquired. Having just arrived and learned the elder approved Bai Jisoo's revenge mission, she felt both joy and worry. She rejoiced that with the senior's intervention, there might truly be a chance of success. Learning that the primordial sacred land was behind all this, she too yearned to take the enemy's life with her own hands. Yes, Auntie. Master said to let me handle it freely. Bai Jisoo exclaimed excitedly. Bai Yanchua inquired, Sui, the senior might not be well versed in the current state of the Xian realm. Could you ask him a few questions on my behalf? First, the primordial sanctuary is immensely powerful. You alone stand no chance. Whose aid does the senior master intend to borrow? Second, and this is the scenario I dread most, what if you, Sui, are captured by the primordial sanctuary? What if they turn their wrath upon my demon clan? Hearing this, Bai Jishui's agitation subsided somewhat. As the foremost sacred land, the primordial sanctuary possessed profound foundations. Should any incident truly occur, it wouldn't just affect her, the entire demon clan would suffer the consequences. Bai Jishui knew Jiang Ling could hear her, so she waited quietly for his response. Jiang Ling fed these questions directly into the module and quickly received the answers. Listen carefully as your master explains. This is what you must tell your aunt. The primordial sanctuary's sworn enemy is the Chaos Sanctuary. The Chaos Sanctuary teaches without discrimination, truly the world's religious patriarch, this is beyond doubt. When the time comes, your demon clan will fulfill the primordial sanctuary's wishes. By publicly declaring Bai Jishui expelled from the demon clan, you may enter the Chaos Sanctuary. Moreover, the Chaos Sacred Land's newcomer assessments offer opportunities to reach its inner circles directly. You can then leverage that power against the primordial sacred land. The Chaos Sacred Land is also an ancient sacred land. It does not fear the primordial sacred land. As for the second scenario, my advice is this: given the demon clan's current troubles, the Dragon Emperor gravely wounded and targeted by the primordial sanctuary, we should seal off the mountain. I will deploy an Emperor tier formation capable of withstanding an Emperor's strike. This would eliminate any rear threats. I will protect you from the outside, and the demon clan can remain sealed until the day you seek vengeance. After hearing Bai Zizhuai's words, Bai Yanchua pondered deeply for a long time. This plan could hardly be called secure, nor could it be deemed reckless. The demon clan would be quite safe, but Bai Jishui's safety outside remained uncertain. The crux of the matter lay with Sui's master. Without his protection, she would never consent to Bai Jishui venturing out. But since the elder had pledged to protect Bai Jisoo, given his formidable strength, Bai Jisoo's safety would at least be assured. Publicly, resolving the inner demons would allow this Fox clan's highest bloodline to achieve the Tao. Privately, she yearned to avenge her brother and sister-in-law and clear her niece's name. She had no reason to oppose it further. We shall forever remember your kindness, esteemed elder. May we inquire after your name? Should opportunity arise, we shall repay this debt. Bai Yanchu bowed deeply. Had this been yesterday, Jiang Ling might have brushed it off with a made-up online alias. But the thought that this might be a gateway to a real world made him reconsider. My name is Jiang Ling. Bai Yanchu and Bai Jishui exchanged glances, their expressions shifting, before nodding in unison. We have recorded your name, senior. A sliver of hope flickered within Jiang Ling. What if this world truly connected to his own? A quasi-emperor at peak combat strength, backed by the entire demon clan, just how terrifying would that be? Sui, these days, you should study the information from the outside world carefully. That way, you won't get taken advantage of when you go out, Bai Yanchua advised. Got it. Bai Jishui nodded obediently, rubbing her hands together eagerly. Beloved disciple Bai Jishui possesses limited knowledge of the outside world. Compile the gathered information into a volume and bestow it upon her. Cost, 6,480 yuan. Jiang Ling inwardly rolled his eyes. The all-knowing QA section costs 1,280 yuan for any question, yet this measly data demands 6,480 yuan? Only his family could afford it. Without them, this game would drain him dry sooner or later. Recharge successful. A yellowed booklet dropped before Bai Jisoo. Staring at the solitary little book, Jiang Ling's face darkened, but he still explained. This is some information I gathered about the outside world for you. Just take it and read it. Before he could finish speaking, a cascade of booklets rained down from above, nearly burying Bai Jisoo entirely. Only a pair of snow-white ears remained visible, twitching slightly. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. What on earth was this? He thought it might be too little, but this was way too much. His gaze fell on the top few volumes: the Complete Encyclopedia of Mystical Realm Plants, the Complete Encyclopedia of Mystical Realm Medicinal Pills, the Complete Encyclopedia of Mystical Realm Handsome Men, the Complete Encyclopedia of Mystical Realm Beauties, the Complete Encyclopedia of Mystical Realm Positions. What the hell were those last few titles? Jiang Ling couldn't help but let out a wail. My entire reputation is ruined. Bai Jishui struggled to climb out from the pile of books. Spotting the titles at the top, her face flushed crimson. Her unsteady feet gave way, and she tumbled back into the mountain of books. Her ears turned slightly crimson, a faint blush spreading across her fair face as she hurriedly stood up. Bai Yanshua approached curiously and asked, "What kind of materials did Senior Jiang give you? Let me take a peek." Bai Zizhuai hastily pulled out her storage ring, scooping up all the books on the floor and tucking them inside. She waved her hand dismissively. "Auntie, I told you if you want to see them, ask your own master. These are from my master. Bai Yanshua, and you're still so protective of your knowledge." Bai Jishui lowered her head, the skin at her ears half hidden beneath her long hair flushing red. Her tone sounded slightly unnatural. "I'll study diligently, master." Bai Yanshua looked relieved. Senior Jiang's words were more effective than hers. Seeing Bai Jishui's expression, Jiang Ling choked, momentarily speechless. Damn game, this is definitely intentional. Just standing there normally, this little disciple could already fantasize about 3 lifetimes. With that book in hand, wouldn't he? For the first time, Jiang Ling felt powerless. Even a whales could be overwhelmed. What doesn't kill me might as well kill me. To prevent complications, Jiang Ling activated the Emperor tier formation he hadn't yet deployed before exiting the game. Ding! A message popped up. Jiang Ling opened it. It was from Jiang Lei, who had just added him that afternoon. "Bro, hit the hay early, gotta catch an early bird to see the professor tomorrow. What's with all the yelling? Gaming? Fun? Been hooked on this game called Operation Quadrangle lately. It's like a poison, I'm totally addicted. Just pulled a million-plus African heart and didn't even scream that loud. I'm telling you. Jiang Ling. This Jiang Lei sure talks a lot. But he did remind me I do have things to do tomorrow. Guess that's it for today's in-game spending to help my apprentice. Jiang Ling, blah blah blah, what's with all the chatter? Why isn't it working when I copy it to PXX? You should get some sleep too, don't ruin your health staying up late gaming. I still have to play." Feeling Jiang Ling's gaze fade, Bai Jisua lifted her lowered head, a smile curling irresistibly at the corners of her lips. Bai Yanshua chuckled and asked, "Bai Jishui, did you hit a ticklish spot? Why are you so endlessly cheerful?" Her own mind was far from calm. The formation Jiang Ling had just set up was no weaker than the Demon Clan's protective array. With this in place, she could proceed with her subsequent plans without any lingering worries. "Bai Jishui, auntie, if you have questions, ask your master." "Why are you asking me? I wouldn't know." Bai Yanshua. "Bai Jishui, I get what master meant. I really should get out more. After all, with a face this stunning, even master couldn't resist. If I hide away at home every day, it'd be a huge loss for the Xian realm." Bai Yanshu, has the after-effect of Renice's bloodline awakening truly subsided? Chapter 18, Chang'an. Investment in beloved disciple, Mystic Realm QA module, comprehensive data, refund statistics in progress. Return to this world's QA module. Players may ask questions anytime. The mechanical voice in his mind began its routine. Jiang Ling lay on the bed, quietly watching its performance. This world's question module? Is this answer package correct? Jiang Ling decided to test it. Staring at the ceiling, he pondered before asking, "Alright, I'll ask one, how tall am I?" Comprehensive exploration of Jiang Ling's personal information completed. Gender, male, height, 188 centimeters, weight, 76 kilograms, length. Before the information finished broadcasting, Jiang Ling quickly spoke up to stop it. "Hey, stop. I believe you, I believe you. Stop it, stop it." He sat up abruptly, waving his hands frantically. If he didn't stop it now, it'd spill everything. Pure personal privacy breach. But this QA section really is something pretty accurate, actually. After calming down from the shock of having his privacy exposed, Jiang Ling began to think. Since he was heading to the blessing ceremony tomorrow, he might as well ask today where he'd be best suited to go. With that thought, Jiang Ling posed his question: "Where is the most suitable place for my bloodline to receive a blessing? Where can I obtain the most powerful inheritance?" The most suitable location for the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to receive blessings is Chang'an. Chang'an? Jiang Ling pondered thoughtfully. The next day, Jiang Ling finished packing just as Jiang Lei had already gone ahead to find his mentor. He chuckled to himself. This kid was genuinely thrilled to be assigned a martial saint mentor. He probably couldn't sleep last night from excitement. In a world where strength reigns supreme, even Jiang Lei's wealthy family couldn't match the confidence of facing a top-tier powerhouse. That was precisely why his family had spared no effort to get him admitted. Thud. A series of urgent knocks sounded like a death knell, revealing the owner's impatience and restlessness. Jiang Ling hurried to open the door. Standing outside was a gaunt old man, barely over 5 feet tall, clad entirely in black. His piercing gaze swept over Jiang Ling from head to toe. Without a word, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Grandpa Ying? How? This was none other than Ying Tian, one of the 7 martial gods of Great Xia, a legendary Shenlong bloodline, a peak 97th tier martial god, and one of the strongest beings on the entire Blue Star. Permanently stationed at the front lines, he served as the Great Xia Empire's cornerstone and ultimate weapon against alien invaders, revered as the mystic dragon martial god. Jiang Ling had met him a few times before with his family, and his only impression of this martial god was hot-tempered. Rumor had it his temper flared even more fiercely in military settings. When several martial saints from the East uttered words he disliked, he had knocked them unconscious and tossed them out. Now, this war god who had long guarded the front lines appeared in Jinghua. There was only one possibility: this was his war god mentor. I heard from old Lin that the Martial God Academy admitted a transfer student yesterday? That young master who hadn't even awakened his bloodline the day before? Ying Tian found a seat and sat down, his tone unfriendly. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. This martial god's character mirrored that of Dean Lin Chen. He despised unprincipled behavior intensely. Unlike Lin Chen, who sometimes felt powerless despite his intentions, as one of Great Xiao's top combat forces, he truly possessed the capability to confront such actions head-on. Clearly, Lin Chen had deliberately left a hint when introducing him. Ying Tian now believed not only that he had pulled strings to get into the Martial God Academy, but also that he had leveraged connections to secure his position as a martial god instructor. Though Lin Chen had witnessed Jiang Ling's formidable bloodline yesterday, he had thoughtfully arranged a new examination for him. Ying Tian's tone was extremely unpleasant. If he handled this poorly, this instructor might storm off in a huff or worse, order him to pack his bags and go home. That would be a massive embarrassment. Grandpa Ying. Jiang Ling was about to step in to explain, but Ying Tian cut him off. Enough with Grandpa Ying. I've told you countless times to use my official title at work. Understood, Teacher Ying. When did I ever say I was your teacher? Jiang Ling. Warlord Ying, please hear me out. Jiang Ling stood to the side, explaining earnestly. I secured my admission through the principal's direct enrollment quota, and having you as my mentor is an opportunity one earned entirely through my own merit. Jiang Ling's expression was sincere. Ying Tian looked at him, his expression softening slightly. Didn't your parents pull strings to get you in? Ying Tian hesitated, still skeptical. After all, in his memory, this Jiang family brat hadn't awakened his bloodline at all. How could he have awakened it just 1 year later, and coincidentally on the day before the semester started? But he'd rushed back to the capital without time to investigate these details, so he could only maintain his skepticism. Otherwise, given his temperament, he wouldn't be acting this way now. If I said I didn't exert any effort at all, you wouldn't believe me either. But I relied mostly on myself. With your power and standing, you can investigate this. If I've uttered a single false word, you can kick me out of the Martial God Academy. Jiang Ling's tone was earnest, his gaze sincere, giving the impression of heartfelt words. Sigh. Seeing Jiang Ling's resolute stance, someone of Ying Tian's caliber could easily discern that Jiang Ling's explanation came from the heart. He sighed, his tone softening as if shedding his irritable mask, revealing a hint of regret. Young Jiang, my old man was in the wrong about this matter. But while I had my own suspicions, there were also compelling reasons that left me no choice. Hearing this, Jiang Ling was suddenly overcome by a sense of foreboding. Why did it feel like this martial god was about to hand him a nice guy card? Seeing Jiang Ling's silence, Ying Tian continued, according to the arrangements, I was indeed permitted to take one disciple, but... He paused, glancing at Jiang Ling. I need to find someone else. This person is crucial to the supreme inheritance of our great Qin divine dynasty. I cannot elaborate further. So you might need to have the capital city rearrange things. As the saying goes, forced fruit never tastes sweet. Since the martial god had no intention of becoming his mentor, Jiang Ling couldn't press the matter. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and said, in that case, I won't press the martial god of Ying. But might I trouble you to first guide me through the blessing ceremony? I wish to go to Chang'an. A forced melon may not taste sweet, but it quenches thirst. A faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Jiang Ling's lips. After the martial god had stood him up so spectacularly, this request was one he simply couldn't refuse. This was the perfect chance to make his own demand, to travel to Chang'an for the blessing. The most suitable place for the Zhurong bloodline to receive blessings? He was going for sure. Whether it was the Great Qin or the Great Tang dynasty, whichever legacy he inherited, he'd be rolling in it. Ying Tian pondered for a long time, his withered skin nearly crumpling into a wrinkled mass. Finally, he exhaled deeply. Since you have this desire and possess sufficient merit, I shall take you to Chang'an for the blessing. He quickly added an explanation, this isn't a violation of the rules. Traditionally, the Martial God Academy considers students' preferences when selecting blessing sites. Given our tight schedule and my limited knowledge of you, I'll honor your choice. Hearing the affirmative response, Jiang Ling immediately bowed deeply, ignoring Ying Tian's subsequent stream of explanations. Thank you, senior. No need to thank me. Whether you receive the blessing depends entirely on you. I play little part in it, merely guiding you to the ancestral site of blessings. Ying Tian waves dismissively, rising to his feet as he tore open a spatial rift. No time to waste. Let's go. With that, he stepped through. Jiang Ling hurriedly followed. Chapter 19, The Blessing Temple. Great Xia, Chang'an, Temple of Blessings. In this prosperous corner of the great nation's northwest, a mountain wilderness shrouded year-round in primordial, untamed energy lay on the city's outskirts. This was the location of Chang'an's Temple of Divine Blessings. All martial gods who had perished and ascended to enlightenment during the reigns of the divine dynasties that had established their capitals in Chang'an were interred here. Today, the place was bustling with people. Not only the Martial God Academy of the capital but other top-tier academies, upon approval, could also recommend students to receive blessings. As Jiang Ling followed Ying Tian into this area, a piercing aura of imperial authority and an invisible pressure washed over them, as if the very air had solidified, permeated with a bone-chilling presence. He looked up to see colossal tombs stretching to the horizon, each carved from pitch-black mystic ironstone. Their surfaces were engraved with enigmatic runes that glowed with a ghostly light, as if whispering tales of past glory and majesty. Young man, can you feel it? Ying Tian's gaze swept across the landscape as he spoke calmly, his eyes holding an inexplicable depth of meaning. The martial god's pressure here surpasses that of the capital. Jiang Ling nodded. He had participated in the imperial blessing ceremony in the capital last year, and the martial god's aura there was indeed less intense and oppressive than here. The Qin, Han, and Tang dynasties, those three divine reigns, mark the zenith of our great Xiao's glory. Countless peerless martial gods. A trace of pride touched Ying Tian's brow as he pointed toward the farthest, towering black mausoleum. That, he declared triumphantly, is the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, the founding emperor of the Qin dynasty, the Qin divine emperor. Jiang Ling followed his gaze upward. Above the mausoleum, which resembled a small mountain, a towering, shadowy figure flickered in and out of view, the martial god imprint of the Qin divine emperor. His eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the surroundings, his overwhelming aura causing the entire space to tremble. Even as a mere phantom, that peerless imperial presence was enough to make all living beings in the world bow in submission. Jiang Ling's heart surged, his blood seemed to boil. Buried there was a peerless martial god who once stood at the pinnacle of the world, mastering the fate of all under heaven. Jiang Ling couldn't be sure if it was his imagination, but faintly, it seemed as though the Qin divine emperor's gaze had briefly touched him from afar. Ying Tian's voice carried a hint of melancholy as he spoke. It's a pity the great Qin divine dynasty fell after only 2 generations. Truthfully, after the divine emperor Qin's demise, the dynasty was already in decline, beset by crises. Compounded by the martial god of the mountains, Meng Tian, holding the line against external invasions on the battlefield of 10,000 realms, the collapse of our great Xiao's first divine dynasty came all too swiftly. To this day, no one has ever received the Qin divine emperor's blessing, Ying Tian said, his eyes filled with regret and sorrow. Then, shifting his tone abruptly, he muttered to himself in frustration, just reminiscing about the past. Why am I telling you all this anyway? He patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. We'll just queue up for our turn. When it's yours, you go in and receive the blessing. Jiang Ling nodded, his heart torn between joy and worry. He always found this blessing process inhumane, yet he couldn't argue against it. One by one, they stepped forward to receive the blessing, the entire hall's gaze fixed upon them. Receiving the blessing was one thing, but being the center of attention for the entire hall was quite another. But if you went up like he did last year and received no blessing? That would be utterly humiliating. War gods, here are your numbers. Ying Tian tapped on his communicator. Soon, a staff member jogged over and handed them the numbers. Number 95, Ying Tian chuckled softly, glancing at the number in Jiang Ling's hand. The Supreme Ruler. Are you saying you might receive the blessings of these divine emperors? If a divine dynasty's sovereign became a martial god, they would be revered as a divine emperor, the highest title in Great Xiao's history. Ying Tian's words, much like the auspicious blessings for success on the imperial examination before the test, were also meant as a blessing for Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling smiled and replied, "Thank you for your blessings. I'll do my best." Ying Tian chuckled back, "All right, do your best. I've got a few old friends over there. Us old folks will gather together and serve as your observers from the sidelines." He gestured toward a group of people in the distance, men and women, all appearing to be middle-aged. Ying Tian walked over with a cheerful smile, leaving Jiang Ling waiting alone. Jiang Ling gazed at the distant tombs, his heart stirred. Last year's blessing ceremony he had ascended the altar 3 times with no response whatsoever, leaving him utterly humiliated. But this time, not only did he possess the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon, he had also come to the place most conducive to receiving its blessing. This year's blossoms on the tree are not last year's buds on the branch. Jiang Ling had returned. While Jiang Ling remained lost in his own thoughts, Ying Tian and his group had already begun a heated discussion. Ying Tian strode purposefully toward them, bursting into hearty laughter as he approached. "You old codgers haven't managed to steal any leisure time, have you? All back to mentor students already? A middle-aged woman, her face brimming with curiosity, spoke up. Old Ing, what brings you back? You, a martial god, taking on the role of mentor? That was the plan, but yesterday's strange phenomenon in the capital forced me to change course. If my senses are correct, the one who awakened yesterday carries the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon. I must find him and inherit the legacy of the Qin Divine Emperor. A scruffy bearded man chimed in. Ancestral Dragon bloodline? Never heard of it. Pretty powerful? I've never seen it in person either, Ing Tian explained. Only sensed it during our clan's ritual ceremonies. Even our family records are sparse. But this bloodline's initial level could very well exceed level 10. If that's true, this bloodline is truly terrifying. Indeed. That alone would crush all mythical bloodlines. An initial rank of 1 is already a chasm. How high must the innate talent be to surpass rank 10? Well then, good luck to the divine warrior Zhuing in finding the Ancestral Dragon bloodline soon. The surrounding crowd's flurry of flattery spared Ing Tian the need for further explanation. He looked at the others and asked, where are you all stationed now? How are the students you're mentoring? We're not doing well, but Zhou Wuxing and Mu Wuxing have 2 promising recruits this year. The others waved dismissively, immediately launching into complaints about Jinghua's actions. Jinghua's gone too far, snatching even legendary bloodlines. Our top students only have legendary bloodlines, and those 2 barely snagged sub-mythical bloodlines by sheer luck, one complained. Ing Tian remained silent, offering no response. Truth be told, the founding of Jinghua Martial God Academy had been agreed upon by all 7 martial gods. He laughed it off. A semi-mythical bloodline? That's already quite impressive. Perfect, we can exchange blessings later. The student I'm mentoring is the top freshman in this Martial God Academy cohort. Otherwise, how could the teacher assignment system have assigned him to me, a martial god? First place? Seriously? Come to think of it, with your strength, only the top student would be worthy of your tutelage. But come to think of it, that youth looks strangely familiar. Ing Tian stated bluntly, of course you do. He's from the Jiang family of the capital. What? Jiang Ling? But he can't cultivate, can he? How could he possibly take first place? Did his family pull strings? Exactly. Last year he made headlines when his parents forced him onto the stage 3 times, not a single blessing or inheritance to show for it. Hearing the surrounding murmurs of doubt, Ing Tian offered no defense. He looked at Jiang Ling. Whether he's a mule or a horse, we'll see soon enough. He says he did it on his own. I find that quite credible. Wuxing, you're just getting soft in your old age. Back in the day, with your temper, you'd have sent him packing home. Ha! The booming laughter of these elite masters pierced through the air, drawing Jiang Ling's attention. Why did he keep feeling like those few were staring at him? And their gazes weren't exactly friendly. Shaking his head, he figured he might as well kill some time. Jiang Ling pulled out his phone. These guys are such a pain. Better check on my little apprentice. Chapter 20, Heart Searching. Upon entering the game, the system prompted him to review the significant events of recent times. Bai Jishui possesses exceptional intelligence and a photographic memory. Over the past month, he has mastered all the materials you have bestowed upon him. Bai Jishu expressed regret that certain book contents could not be put into practice. After consultation with the Dragon Emperor, Bai Yanshua has announced to the outside world that Bai Zizhuai has been expelled from the Demon Clan and the clan has been sealed off, as per the predetermined plan. Utilizing his racial abilities, Bai Jishu disguised himself as a human and entered the Chaos Sanctuary, where he is about to begin his assessment. In the scene, Bai Jishui stood at the mountain entrance, the structures of the Chaos Sacred Ground faintly visible in the distance. The Lingxiao Immortal Palace lay concealed behind clouds and mist, enveloped in iridescent celestial vapors and auspicious vapors. All living spirits felt as if bathed in spring breezes, as though cradled in the gentle embrace of the Tao. It was truly a nurturing, peaceful, and serene immortal realm. Jiang Ling gazed at Bai Jishui, indistinguishable from any ordinary human, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. While retaining fox-like traits, Bai Jishui had exuded a fluffy, adorable charm. Now fully transformed into human form, her ultimate allure was revealed in its fullest measure. A cascade of silvery hair, smooth and silky, fell over her shoulders, swaying gently with each step, carrying an otherworldly grace. How did you become like this? Jiang Ling asked curiously. Hearing Jiang Ling's voice, Bai Jishui lifted her head but remained silent. Faced with the question, she seemed reluctant to speak, her gaze shifting evasively. Well, Master, I'm just adapting to local customs. Hearing her own tone, Bai Jishui pinched her palm hard. Her master would never believe that tone, but she couldn't very well say. How could Jiang Ling possibly believe her nonsense? He chuckled wryly. Well. You haven't even completed your apprenticeship yet, and you're already lying to me. What will happen in the future? Moreover, he noticed that this time, Bai Jishui didn't show any particular excitement at his appearance, as if she were deliberately suppressing something. Had all that reading made her grow up? The thought brought him a flicker of warmth. Hearing Jiang Ling's feigned anger, Bai Zizhuai fidgeted awkwardly before slowly replying. It's those books you gave me, Master. I read them in the mortal world. Those fox ears or tails only appeared during that time. Bai Jisoo mentally justified to herself that master must have his reasons for assigning these books, though she genuinely felt embarrassed. Cough. Off-screen, Jiang Ling suddenly began coughing violently. That book by Jisoo really had studied it thoroughly. Oh, the agony. His reputation as a teacher was ruined. Jisoo. That book wasn't meant for you, I accidentally left it in there, Jiang Ling stubbornly protested. So did master keep it for himself? Does master like reading this kind of book? Bai Zizhuai blinked her bright, watery eyes, curiosity evident. Jiang Ling, good heavens! What kind of brainwave is this? This 20-year-old old man couldn't take it anymore. He quickly changed the subject, adopting a serious tone. Let's put that book incident behind us. Now, about your disguise, it's utterly pointless. Powerful individuals can see right through it. You'd be better off showing your true self. That way, you can attract the attention of the Chaos Holy Land and expand your influence. With Bai Jishui's limitless potential, the Chaos Sanctuary would never refuse her. He needed the news of Bai Jishui heading to the Chaos Sanctuary to spread. Only then would the Primordial Sanctuary take notice, intensifying their focus on the Chaos Sanctuary and deepening the conflict between the two. This would make it easier to leverage the situation later. Hearing this, Bai Jishui's face flushed slightly. Very well, he murmured softly. Since my master wishes to see it, I shall revert. As the words fell, his entire appearance returned to normal. What did he mean by enjoy seeing? Wasn't this just an objective analysis? Jiang Ling felt utterly exonerated. His lecherous image was already deeply ingrained in Bai Jishui's mind. He was just curious why hadn't his wristband received Bai Jishui's voice message after all this time? Turns out the problem was right here. No, he needed to slow down. After much deliberation, Jiang Ling added, right, even though I made you revert because I didn't want to see it, don't just transform for anyone who wants to see it in the future. Bai Jisoo murmured softly, master's possessiveness is pretty strong. Jiang Ling, I've been online for less than 5 minutes, and I feel like I'm about to spit blood. Bai Jishui's imagination is just too vivid, this old man can't handle it. Bai Jishui was already exceptional, and now that she'd returned to her true form, she instantly drew the attention of everyone around the mountain gate. A buzz of chatter began. A nine-tailed fox? A member of the Fox clan? She's Bai Jishui, exiled from the demon race. Haven't you heard about the Tai Ching sect incident? They say the Primordial Sanctuary still won't let it go. Her fleeing to the Chaos Sanctuary must mean she's truly desperate. What a pity. With such talent and such beauty, I'd take her home myself. Oomph. You? Take her in, and I guarantee you'll be finished before you even get home. I'm just saying, just saying. Outside the Chaos Sanctuary, several figures shifted uneasily, quietly slipping away. Ignoring the surrounding whispers, Bai Jishui addressed an elder standing at the mountain gate. Elder, Bai Jishui wishes to join the Chaos Sacred Ground. A nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline, any faction would covet her. Even the Primordial Sanctuary had plans to incorporate Bai Jishui into their ranks. Almost the instant Bai Jishui finished speaking, a thunderous surge of energy erupted from the distance. Celestial anomalies erupted across the sky as countless beams of golden light flared. Several figures materialized, stepping through shattered void, each stride seeming to crush the laws of the universe. At the forefront stood a white-haired elder, hands clasped behind his back. His dark-colored robe billowed without wind, and the divine light in his eyes seemed capable of piercing the void. This was the influence wielded by one possessing the supreme talent destined to attain the status of a great emperor in the future. Even a colossus like the Chaos Sacred Land was compelled to mobilize its entire force, its foundations trembling. The elder restrained his formidable aura and slowly approached Bai Jishui. His eyes, brimming with boundless wisdom, fixed upon the youth as he spoke. I am the third patriarch of the Chaos Holy Land. Have they truly cast you out of the demonic race? Bai Jishui immediately retorted indignantly, the demon clan feared retribution from the Primordial Sacred Land and had no choice but to expel me. I've heard that our Chaos Sacred Land defies tyranny and especially despises the hypocritical pretenders of the Primordial Sacred Land. That's why I've come to pay my respects. The elder's previously stern expression softened slightly at these words. This youngster isn't entirely bad-hearted. At least he can tell the Primordial Sanctuary are the villains and we are the righteous ones. Those nearby couldn't help but shudder at these words. The Primordial Sanctuary? The continent's foremost power. Had anyone else uttered such words outside these walls, they'd have been killed countless times over. But this was the Chaos Sacred Ground, and the speaker was Bai Jishui, a prodigy of millennial rarity. Before the elder could respond, a middle-aged man clad in white burst from behind him. He slapped the elder's shoulder with a boisterous laugh. Third brother. Anyone bold enough to say that must be trustworthy. Even if the Demon Clan or Primordial Sanctuary had ulterior motives, they wouldn't send a prodigy of your caliber to be their mole. He then turned to Bai Jishui with a grin, youngster, rest easy. Once you're in our Chaos Sacred Land, those dogs from the Primordial Sacred Land won't be able to touch you. Bai Jishui immediately clasped his fists in salute. I knew our holy land was the true path of righteousness. I made the right choice coming here. Ha! The man's laughter grew even more hearty, almost as if he were about to call Bai Jishui his brother. Overhearing their exchange and glancing at the other supreme elders and ancestors behind him, itching to step forward, the old man's expression softened. But as the current supreme leader of the Chaos Holy Land, he had to take responsibility for every matter. He tentatively suggested, "Young one, we're delighted you've come to our sanctuary, but I hope you'll follow tradition and undergo the heart test." "Heart-searching test?" Bai Jishui murmured. The elder hastened to explain, "The heart-searching test will not pry into your private affairs. It merely discerns whether you harbor any wicked thoughts, the state of your Tao heart, and whether you possess the potential to attain the great Tao in the future." Upon hearing this, the elders surrounding the old man fell silent. The heart test was a mandatory rite of passage for nearly every new disciple. Should Bai Jishui pass the test, they would begin vying for him. The bloodline of a nine-tailed celestial fox, one of the most exceptional talents in the mystic realm. Securing her would be a windfall. She might even become an imperial tutor in the future. Chapter 21, Obsession. Jiang Ling watched the scene with concern, his brow slightly furrowed. After Bai Yanshua reached the peak of the quasi-emperor realm, she temporarily sealed the demonic heart with foxfire. Theoretically, the heart test at the Chaos Holy Land wouldn't detect it. But better safe than sorry. Bai Jishui shared Jiang Ling's concerns. Hesitating, she asked, "Isn't the heart questioning pool only activated during the founding ceremony? Isn't it excessive to go to such lengths just for me?" "Oh, don't say that. If we could welcome you into our Chaos Sacred Land, opening the heart questioning pool 10 or 100 times wouldn't matter at all." The middle-aged man waved his hands urgently. Bai Jishui had no reply, so she followed the elders into the Chaos Sacred Ground. Outside, Jiang Ling was anxious but not idle. As a new generation youth of Great Xia, embodying both wisdom and good looks, he had already posed this question in the inquiry module. The answer was negative. The pool of conscience couldn't detect any demonic heart within Bai Jishui. As Jiang Ling's heart settled, he silently resolved to find an opportunity to completely eradicate this issue from his young disciple. "Disciple, guess what?" Jiang Ling's voice echoed in Bai Jishui's mind. Hearing his slightly teasing tone, Bai Jishui exhaled deeply and said, "Life slapped me in the face, but I'll say it didn't hurt as much as last time. I'm not afraid of the heavenly demon bottle, so this is definitely nothing." "Jiang Ling, you're quite the wordsmith. What does that say about your master?" The two chatted sporadically at the rear of the group as a small, brilliantly luminous pool came into view ahead. Surrounded by a white jade railing, the water shimmered with a luminous glow, dotted with scattered points of star-like fluorescence. The surface was perfectly still. At its center, a cluster of lotus buds stood poised to bloom, radiating a glass-like halo. Symbolic patterns danced along the green leaves and stems, absorbing and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. Jiang Ling concluded, the Chaos Sacred Ground clearly held the heart-questioning pool in high regard, judging by its elaborate surroundings and the adornment of greenery. The leading elder spoke, "This is the pool of self-reflection. Bai Jishu, step into it. Should your heart harbor any impure thoughts, the pool water will turn pitch black. Should you possess other attachments, greed, anger, or delusion?" Before the elder could finish, Bai Jishui stepped into the pool. Her master had said this pool couldn't detect her demonic heart, so she'd just go in. She had no evil thoughts anyway. What was there to fear? Honest people have nothing to hide. The middle-aged man beside the elder chuckled heartily, patting the elder on the shoulder. "See? She truly has no ulterior motives. I told you all we're overthinking it. This girl, she's refreshingly straightforward, and her words are amusing. I like her." Watching Bai Jishui walk farther and farther into the pond, nearly reaching the opposite shore, the others began their own rivalry. "What do you mean you like her? She's beautiful and possesses unparalleled talent. Who wouldn't like her?" a woman retorted. "Exactly. I suspect she possesses the bloodline of a celestial fox. Coincidentally, I have a copy of the Get Lost. She already has the imperial scripture. Why add unnecessary complications? What she lacks is dedicated guidance. My cultivation has reached the peak of great sage. I'm qualified to teach her." "What's a peak saint pretending to be? Who isn't the same as her?" The cacophony of voices abruptly ceased. An unexpected phenomenon silenced them all. The pool of conscience rippled with golden light, its surface swirling with myriad patterns. As Bai Jishu passed the central lotus of conscience, its 36 green petals unfurled one by one. A soothing lotus fragrance wafted out, refreshing the soul. The lotus swayed gently, an extraordinary sight. This is the heart-questioning lotus blooming for the great emperor. Elders in the distance stared wide-eyed. The leading elder could no longer maintain his composure, his face flushed crimson as he clenched his fists in overwhelming excitement. Since the founding of the sacred land, each blooming of the heart-questioning lotus heralded the emergence of a peerless prodigy who dominated all and swept through the cosmos. Record stated the last bloom occurred 10,000 years ago, when that peerless prodigy, who came within a hair's breadth of attaining great emperor status, appeared. The nine-tailed celestial fox possessed the bearing of an emperor, but having the potential to become one was entirely different from actually achieving it. The heart-questioning lotus was said to be a celestial artifact, even involving the laws of time and space. If it foretold that Bai Jishui might attain the great emperor's path in the future, it meant she possessed an extraordinary destiny, one powerful enough to dominate the present age and vie for supremacy in the mystic realm. Beyond the screen, Jiang Ling wore a smug expression. Whose disciple is this? Oh, it's mine. If he could really have an emperor-level enforcer in real life, he'd only pay half tuition at Jinghua Academy. Why? Because he'd skip every other day. Got a problem? Take it up with my emperor disciple. Jiang Ling couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, breaking into a wide grin. Look at that kid, hugging his phone and grinning like a pig's head. Send him home. Send him right home. This internet-addicted youth is better suited to becoming a pile of dog at home. Hearing the faint murmurs of disapproval from the old folks around him, Jiang Ling reined in his laughter. The ideal was realistic, but it wasn't achievable yet. Bai Jishui stood in the pool, her 9 tails swaying gently as her robes fluttered. She gazed at her reflection in the water, her clear pupils holding not a speck of impurity. The surrounding elders witnessed this scene and continued to marvel, a heart untouched by worldly dust. Barring any mishap, she will surely attain enlightenment in the future. Bai Jishui possesses such extraordinary talent, yet the demon clan, to avoid the primordial sacred land, expelled her. Truly, they sacrificed the greater for the lesser, chasing the superficial while neglecting the essential. Indeed, our second daughter possesses both top-tier talent and a supreme Tao heart. The coming era will undoubtedly be her stage. Step by steady step, Bai Jishui crossed to the opposite shore. Just as she was about to step ashore, countless whispers erupted around her, like seductive murmurs from the depths of the underworld. But the maiden's eyelashes didn't even flutter. Her Tao heart shone as brightly as the full moon, turning a blind eye to all evil thoughts. Just as the crowd assumed the trial had concluded perfectly and marveled at her talent, a sudden, terrifying change occurred. The once pure pool water churned violently, boiling like a cauldron, transforming into a crimson sea of blood. Before Bai Jishui's eyes, a nightmare-like vision unfolded. Her parents' bodies lay in pools of blood, and her most revered master, emaciated and skeletal, scattered into a pile of sand carried away by the wind. As she reached the edge of the pool, the waters of the heart-questioning pool seemed to unleash an endless suction, trapping her legs and preventing her from stepping out. No! Bai Jishui staggered backward, yet the most harrowing, blood-soaked vision she dreaded most remained before her eyes. Distant commotion stirred. Elders whispered among themselves, their murmurs surging like a tide. What's happening? What did she see? I heard ancient records say the more splendid the heart-questioning lotus blooms, the more perilous the trial becomes. It magnifies the deepest obsessions within the examinee's heart. Could that little girl be breaking down? Look how pale she's gone. Those gathered around the elder wore solemn expressions, fingers poised in seals, ready to intervene at any moment. Bai Jishui's fingertips dug into her sleeves until they drew blood. Tears welled in her eyes but never fell. She bit her lip, watching the repeated horrors in the illusion, shaking her head over and over. She kept reminding herself it was an illusion, but the illusion never faded. Jiang Ling paced anxiously outside, seemingly struck by inspiration. The game interface popped up with a familiar prompt. Ding! Your beloved disciple Bai Jishui faces an illusion crisis, plunged into panic and doubting her own Tao heart. Top up 128 to help your disciple break through the shackles and vanquish her inner demons. I'll top up. I'll top up. Without a second thought, Jiang Ling plunged in. In the game, a dark figure appeared at the edge of the crimson blood pool before Bai Jishui. His features were sharp and fierce, yet the gaze he cast upon Bai Jishui was gentle and warm. The surging blood energy around them suddenly stilled. Speaking calmly, he extended a hand toward Bai Jishui, his voice soothing the panicked girl. Fear not, your master is here. The heart of the Tao is not without feeling, but rather feels without being moved. Conquer your fear. Face your hatred. With the arrival of this figure, Bai Jishui's heart gradually settled into a state of calm and tranquility. Taking a deep breath, a soft white light suddenly emanated from her body. Standing tall amidst the crimson chaos, her voice was soft yet each word carried weight. Master, I understand. These are not my true Tao. I will not be ensnared by illusion. She grasped those hands and stepped out of the pool of self-reflection. With those words, the illusion began to tremble. The crimson hue gradually faded, and the heart-questioning lotus once again emitted a brilliant light, even more dazzling than before. Success! She had broken through the heart demon's obsession on her own. A heart of the way untouched by dust was truly formidable. Her future cultivation path would surely be smooth sailing. Ha! My disciple truly excels. What do you mean, my disciple? Old fool, get lost. Standing on the shore, Bai Jishui appeared unruffled, yet deep contemplation held him in place. Everything in that environment had felt so real. Witnessing that person vanish had stirred a profound sense of helplessness and pain deep within her heart. Yet, the relief and warmth she felt upon seeing that figure had made it clear, she didn't want this person to be merely her master. This realization erupted like a volcano, every cell in her body screaming with intensity. She didn't want a master. No, Jiang Ling only saw her as a disciple. At this realization, the girl's lips curved upward in the faintest of smiles, as silent as falling snow. When she lifted her head again, her face beautiful enough to make one's eyes linger was lit with a radiant smile. She spoke softly, "Thank you, master. I will train diligently from now on. I will become as powerful as you." The words master were pronounced with deliberate emphasis. Though he heard the phrase she often used, Jiang Ling sensed something amiss. Deep within those bright fox-like eyes seemed to lurk an inexplicable meaning. Chapter 22, Bestowed Blessing. Ding! Beloved disciple by Jisoo has passed the heart test and is about to enter the chaos sacred ground. Beloved disciple by Jisoo's desire to grow stronger is exceptionally potent. Main cultivation progression quest activated. Beloved disciple by Jisoo has joined the chaos sanctuary. The revenge side quest has begun. Beloved disciple by Jisoo's inner self is about to be updated. Please update and re-enter the game. Jiang Ling dismissed all notifications, glancing at Bai Jisoo who stood obediently, unchanged from usual. He felt immense satisfaction. Such dedication, his money wasn't wasted. Truly a worthy disciple. Just as he was about to offer praise, the game automatically exited, displaying an update screen. Jiang Ling smiled and looked up. Well, that was fine. The important matters were mostly settled. What remained was for those old codgers to start their scramble, desperately vying to see who could recruit Bai Jisoo as their disciple. He too needed to prepare for the blessing he would receive shortly. The game was great, but in reality, one needed real strength. At this thought, he clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with determination. To onlookers, however, this inspiring scene carried a different meaning. In the distance, a middle-aged man whispered to Ing Tian, "War God Ing, I'll speak plainly, don't take offense. Look at that kid. On such an important day, not only is he addicted to games, but he gets so worked up over a game. His temperament is truly..." Ing Tian mused thoughtfully, "I'd call that genuine passion. I get angry easily too. As long as his heart isn't corrupted, that's what matters." The middle-aged man started to speak again, but his attention shifted as a youth stepped onto the stage. His tone abruptly changed, "My student is up there. With a legendary bloodline, he must receive the blessing." Jiang Ling also looked up. Before the vast expanse of mountains and valleys, the youth stood at the entrance, his robes fluttering in the wind. The blessing ritual proceeded thus: those recognized by the martial gods could enter these tombs. The quantity and quality of blessings received depended on how far one could advance and the degree of approval granted by the martial gods encountered along the way. How far one could go depended primarily on bloodline and innate talent. Last time, Jiang Ling hadn't even made it past the valley in the capital. But it wasn't just him. Those without awakened bloodlines couldn't enter, nor could those with epic bloodlines. While legends of those who did enter existed, the threshold for participating in the blessing was extremely high. Merely receiving a blessing was itself a symbol of power. The youth began to step forward, and everyone held their breath in suspense. With just one step, his knees buckled violently. As if 1,000 mountains and peaks pressed down upon his shoulders, making each step an agonizing struggle. Within mere breaths, the youth's robes were drenched in sweat. Yet this single step caused a mausoleum ahead to glow faintly, as if whispering encouragement, "Take one more step, and you shall earn my affirmation." Legendary bloodlines can only take one step, yet that single step earns recognition. This shows that though the boy lacks strength, his character is deeply admired by these ancestors. He is a man of great righteousness and unyielding resolve. Ing Tian remarked to the middle-aged man. The man nodded in deep agreement. This child comes from a family of martyrs. I hold great promise for him. Even without receiving divine favor, I believe his future is boundless. With that, all eyes turned back to him. The youth clenched his jaw, his face flushed crimson. A crimson phoenix apparition materialized behind him, the very bloodline phoenix heritage. Ah! He roared, his entire body enveloped in crimson light as he took another step forward. This step nearly drained him of all strength. The moment his foot touched the ground, he collapsed face first onto the floor. A soft glow caught him, transforming into a shadowy figure clad in black armor that glinted coldly. The figure gazed at the youth before him with clear admiration. The great martial god of Han, the flying general Li Guang. With a wave of his hand, the youth was transported to the high platform. Immediately, a golden light shot into his mind as the phantom spoke. Draw the bow like a full moon, release the arrow like a shooting star. This arrow does not pierce birds, but shatters 10,000 layers of clouds. Today I bestow upon you the first of the flying general's archery arts. May you carry on your father's legacy, restore the flying general to Longcheng, and never let foreign tribes cross the Yin Mountains. The flying general's sudden appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd, stirring their very blood. These martial deities who left behind their legacies were not only the foundation of Great Xiao's strength but also its spiritual monuments. Though the blessed youth lay limp upon the ground, his eyes brimmed with tears of fervor as he cried out, "I shall not betray this trust." This response propelled the atmosphere to its peak, heightening everyone's anticipation for the subsequent blessings. Jiang Ling watched with intense emotion. He continued to observe, but even when subsequent students received blessings, none triggered the extraordinary phenomena seen earlier. Among them were those of exceptional talent, with the furthest advancing a full 10 meters. Yet none managed to summon the martial god's phantom. Without that special circumstance, the remaining candidates proceeded like items on an assembly line. Criticism of the Martial God Academy began anew. Why does the Martial God Academy recruit so many top prodigies year after year, yet rarely send them to Chang'an for blessings? Must they stubbornly insist on the capital? You're unaware of the truth. The closer to the present era, the greater the likelihood and quality of divine blessings received. While Chang'an's heritage is powerful, it's far from secure. By refusing to come and rigidly restricting applications to those with legendary grade bloodlines or higher, they're setting Chang'an's legacy to fail sooner or later. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. If even these supreme geniuses refuse to come, who will inherit Chang'an's highest blessings? Setting aside other divine dynasties, even within the Great Han Dynasty alone, several figures were renowned alongside the Flying General. Yet the true lineages of these great ones have yet to be passed down. Martial God Academy, Jinghua. Amidst this resounding chorus of condemnation, Jiang Ling heard his own name called. Number 95. Jinghua Martial God Academy, Jiang Ling, prepare. The announcement sent a momentary silence rippling through the crowd as every pair of eyes locked onto Jiang Ling. Has the Martial God Academy sent representatives this year? I bet it's some nobody's ever heard of. I heard he's supposedly the top recruit this year. First? Is that even real? Whether it's real or not, we'll see soon enough. Anyway, since they're from the Martial God Academy, we might as well observe and learn from them. Though the Martial God Academy was just being criticized moments ago, the moment its name was mentioned, no one doubted the caliber of prodigies emerging from its halls. Their mindset was one of observation and learning, not skepticism. Jiang Ling, his scalp tingling, slowly stepped forward. He knew he was formidable, but the intensity of their gazes felt almost unbearable. Standing at the valley entrance, he looked up. Thousands of peaks and ridges loomed like ancient behemoths. The pitch-black mausoleum bore the weight of time, its surface gleaming with a cold, eerie light. Even before entering, the overwhelming aura within sent shockwaves through his very soul. Jiang Ling activated his bloodline. A shadowy, black-gold five-clawed dragon slowly coiled behind him, its form shifting as it circled his body. He took his first step forward, and with it came a roar of unbridled fervor. It's him! The bloodline of the primordial dragon. Chapter 23, 100 Gods Bid Farewell. To make even the battle-hardened martial god Ng Tian exclaim in such astonishment, anyone with half a brain could tell that the bloodline of the youth on the field was no ordinary affair. The man beside Ng Tian asked curiously, War God, is this the youth you've been searching for? The one with the ancestral dragon bloodline? Ng Tian didn't respond to him, instead muttering to himself, no wonder. No wonder he could take first place among newcomers right after awakening. The initial level of the ancestral dragon bloodline exceeds level 10. What chance do those legendary bloodlines stand against that? Though he spoke softly to himself, the surrounding martial saints heard every word clearly. An initial level surpassing 10? How could that be possible? Only after a bloodline undergoes secondary awakening and unlocks its innate skills can cultivation continue and breakthroughs occur. Without cultivation, how could one possibly leapfrog past level 10? Even the bloodline widely acknowledged as the strongest today starts at level 10. This single fact alone made this unheard of ancestral dragon bloodline capable of crushing all mythical bloodlines. For a moment, the gazes fixed upon Jiang Ling brimmed with intense curiosity and anticipation. Could this youth, whose starting point was shockingly high, receive a powerful blessing? At that moment, Ng Tian hurriedly made a call. A cool, distant female voice answered, Hello? Uncle Ng, why are you calling? I know you're in a hurry, but please calm down. The new martial god mentor for the Martial God Academy is still being sought. Once we find one, you can leave immediately. Hearing this, Ng Tian hastily denied it, waving his free hand frantically as he exclaimed, Joshua, stop searching. Stop searching. I'll just stay at the Martial God Academy teaching students. I don't mind the trouble. On the other end, Mu Joshua's lips curved into a playful smile. Yesterday, Ng Tian had approached her, making excuses about not teaching students and insisting he needed to find some ancestral dragon bloodline. He'd hyped it up as if it were the ultimate destiny and legacy of the entire nation and race. She had no choice but to agree. Yet today, his attitude had done a complete 180. Mu Joshua didn't need to guess what had happened. This top freshman was likely after the same person as Ng Tian. The thought amused her, and she protested anxiously, Uncle Ng, this simply won't do. You're a venerable elder and the backbone of our nation in military. I'll fulfill your requests unconditionally. You mustn't put yourself through this. Ng Tian knew she was teasing him. Clearing his throat, he said, enough with the jokes, old man. This matter is settled. Hanging up now. I need to watch my disciple bestow blessings. Just as he was about to hang up, he slapped his forehead and whispered into the phone, oh, and don't tell old Jiang or old Li. They're Jiang Ling's grandfathers, while my master is only his father's generation. Those two old codgers will just stir up trouble again. Then he hung up, grinning broadly as he looked toward Jiang Ling in the distance. Mu Xiaoxue hung up, the playful glint in her eyes replaced by a deep, solemn look. Jiang Ling. What on earth had happened to that boy? Jiang Ling had mentally prepared himself. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't get in, or if he got in but didn't get far, or if he got far but didn't receive the blessing. Ha! Truth be told, he wasn't that eager for the blessing anyway. And honestly, you old-timers sure do put on airs. The image of that youth's bent knee as he stepped forward flashed through his mind. He drew a deep breath and thrust himself forward. Jiang Ling looked up in confusion. The crushing weight he'd imagined didn't come. He felt nothing at all, just like being outside. What the? The crowd outside watched Jiang Ling acting as if nothing had happened, even scratching his head and looking around with a puzzled expression, causing their scalps to tingle. The oppressive aura within stemmed from the residual bloodline power of these martial gods. The fact that Jiang Ling stepped into it completely unaffected meant his bloodline was far superior to theirs. Ying Tian's hearty laughter echoed throughout the arena. Words could not begin to describe his emotions now. Excitement, relief, joy, anticipation. It all boiled down to one word: exhilarating. If Jiang Ling was so powerful, why hadn't a single martial god appeared to bestow blessings? Why wasn't there even the slightest disturbance? Exactly. That one triggered an omen the moment he stepped forward, yet this one has been fidgeting inside for so long with no sign of anything happening? Could it be that this young man has some sort of mental issue? The moment this suggestion was voiced, it immediately gained unanimous agreement. Ying Tian's smile froze for a moment upon hearing these words, yet the same doubt began to linger in his own mind. Back in the day, when old Zhang's Azure Dragon bloodline was still a mythical bloodline, the moment he entered, dozens of martial god tombs erupted with sky-piercing phenomena. That year, all the glory was his alone. Now, with his grandson, why was the situation so different? Just as everyone was puzzled, Jiang Ling took another step forward. In that instant, a sudden transformation occurred. Tombs stretching for hundreds of miles, along with the blessing temple outside, began to rumble violently. A muffled thunderous roar echoed across the mountains and valleys. The towering black tombs erupted in dazzling golden light. Upon the tomb closest to Jiang Ling, a spectral figure slowly coalesced. He wore the dark armor of the Han dynasty, and within the quiver at his waist, several arrows gleamed with a sinister, cold light. It was the newly manifested specter of Li Guang. Behind him, the specter of his bloodline, the Gangjin tiger, roared incessantly. His gaze seemed to span millennia as he silently fixed it upon Jiang Ling, saying nothing. Immediately after, beams of light shot skyward from the distance, and countless phantoms began to materialize. Upon recognizing these apparitions, not only the disciples, but even the martial saints and even Ying Tian, the once unrivaled martial god, were momentarily speechless. After a long moment, some regained their composure and began murmuring the titles of these figures. Marquis of Wuan, Bai Qi. Marquis of Wuqing, Wang Jian. Lord of Martial Trust, Zhang Yi. Marquis of Chongping, Wei Cheng. Champion Marquis, Hua Tsubing. Marquis of Baoan, Zhang Qian. Duke of Wei, Li Jing. Poet Immortal, Li Bai. After the last afterimage vanished, the entire realm was saturated with the overwhelming aura of the martial god, its energy surging and pulsing. Even a powerhouse like the martial sage seemed utterly insignificant before this overwhelming aura of the martial god. What the hell is this spectacle? Holy, this is terrifying. War gods in formation, isn't this the kind of spectacle reserved for when the divine emperor ascended the throne? Yet not a single martial god has made a move so far. The time hasn't come yet. They're just making an appearance without showing some sign of their presence. These martial gods couldn't afford to lose face. Jiang Ling's chest heaved violently. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes even glistened with moisture. Such a spectacle, who wouldn't be bewildered? The illusory figures made no further moves after appearing, so Jiang Ling had no choice but to press deeper into the depths. Countless phantoms watched as Jiang Ling slowly advanced deeper. A lone traveler traverses 1,000 mountains, escorted by 100 gods. The crowd outside witnessed this scene, their hearts surging with emotion. Perhaps today they would witness the birth of a legend. Ying Tian spoke, his voice unexpectedly choked with emotion. To have this child is the fortune of our great Xia. Chapter 24, 36 Divine Emperors. Uncle Ying, what is this? The appearance of such a multitude of martial god illusions, their aura spreading far and wide, naturally drew the attention of many. Soon, a young man stepped out of the void and approached Ying Tian. With delicate, almost feminine features, his upward slanted eyes gazed thoughtfully at Jiang Ling, who was fading into the distance. As soon as he appeared, people around him came forward to greet him, showing even more eagerness than they did toward Ying Tian. This was none other than Yi Ping, one of the 7 martial gods of Great Xia. As the guardian of the Northwest and the 92nd level martial god overseeing all affairs in that region, his presence commanded respect. Spotting the newcomer, Ying Tian chuckled, "Isn't this the Martial God Academy sending me here to bless my student? Look at the commotion this kid caused, even you got drawn in." Ying Tian wore a smug, show-offy expression. Yi Ping forced a smile. "I didn't get a good look earlier. Is that nephew Jiang Ling inside?" At this remark, the smile faded slightly from Ying Tian's face. He replied nonchalantly, "Who he is doesn't matter. What matters is that he's my student now. If anyone dares touch him, this old man still has some fight left in him." Hearing this, those nearby quickly slipped away. The atmosphere between the two martial gods was incredibly tense. Yi Ping had only spoken one sentence, yet Ying Tian's warning was crystal clear. "Haha, Uncle Ling, I just came to announce a small matter." "Look at you so sensitive," Yi Ping said with a forced smile. Ying Tian didn't respond, merely staring at him as if waiting for more. Truthfully, he didn't want to antagonize Yi Ping either. As the pillar of the middle generation within the Yi family, one of the four great families of the capital, Yi Ping had entered the martial god realm decades before them. Across the entire Great Xia, only Mu Xiaoxue had reached that realm earlier than him. With the elder Yi Tian included, the Yi family boasted two martial gods. No one wanted to provoke such a colossal force. Yi Ping's voice was not loud, but amplified by his 92nd level power, it reached every ear with clarity. To safeguard educational resources and prevent excessive resource allocation from the Northwest region, the Northwest Affairs Committee issues the following notice. Beginning next year, the Chang'an Blessing Temple will no longer accept students from other provinces for blessings. Out-of-province students already receiving blessings this year may choose to either remain in Chang'an for studies or keep their blessings. Enough! Before Yi Ping could finish, Ying Tian cut him off sharply. His piercing gaze fixed on Yi Ping as he snapped. "How dare you exploit family feuds for revenge in such matters? Chang'an belongs to the Great Xia, not your Yi family. Is it unacceptable for Great Xia students to receive blessings here?" Everyone present had heard of the feud between the Jiang and Yi families, yet at this moment, they turned a deaf ear to everything unfolding on the field. They dared not offend either side. "Uncle Ling, your words are rather pointless. We're not targeting anyone specifically. We're merely seeking long-term protection for regions like ours that lack sufficient resources." Ying Tian snorted coldly. "You've gone to such extremes with this matter. Do you really think the Jiang family is a pushover?" Yi Ping remained composed, replying with a smile, "Uncle Ling, there's no need for you to concern yourself with this matter. We're acting strictly according to the law and regulations. We have nothing to fear from the Jiang early families seeking personal revenge." Ying Tian refused to look at him or say another word. For the first time, he hated his own warrior's mouth. When it came time to argue his case, he found himself utterly helpless. But he wasn't in a rush. Soon enough, others would come to settle this matter with them. His only concern was ensuring his students' safety during the bestowal of blessings. The tension in the arena thickened. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura surged skyward from afar, its power even overshadowing the 100-plus illusory figures of martial gods surrounding the perimeter. 36 towering figures slowly materialized, their forms reaching up to the heavens, gazing down upon the world from the sky. The 36 divine emperors of the Great Qin, Great Han, and Great Tang dynasties, their phantoms converged across time and space. Their aura surged like an endless river, a raging torrent bearing down with crushing force. The colossal imperial aura intertwined with the martial god's energy, unleashing the sacred and formidable might of the divine emperor throughout the heavens and earth. Within the divine hall, Yi Ping's expression shifted slightly, his smile becoming difficult to sustain. Yet he quickly regained his composure, his smile returning to its natural ease. Ever since learning yesterday that Jiang Ling had ranked first among the new recruits at the Martial God Academy, he had already begun making arrangements. No matter which blessing land Jiang Ling chose, Yi Ping had prepared a foolproof plan. Yet he was somewhat surprised that this young man could actually trigger such an extraordinary phenomenon. Ying Tian gazed at the figure clad in the dark dragon embroidered robe, excitement flickering in his eyes. His hands clenched tightly as he suppressed the surge of emotion within. Shady, the true first divine emperor. The first divine emperor in Great Xia's history to ascend to the martial god realm while still reigning as sovereign. His legacy had remained untouched for countless ages, never claimed by any. And today, it had appeared. As a descendant of this divine emperor, how could Ying Tian not be thrilled? If Jiang Ling truly received the divine emperor's blessing, then even if it meant severing ties with the Yi family, Ying Tian would ensure Jiang Ling could take this inheritance away. Jiang Ling's gaze swept across the dozens of divine emperor shadows in the sky, his heart surging with fervor. The past year had left him so crushed he couldn't even lift his head, hiding at home playing video games. These shadowy figures remained silent, merely observing Jiang Ling. After an agonizing wait, the central figure, a dark-robed emperor, raised his hand. A golden stream of light shot forth with blinding speed, instantly plunging into Jiang Ling's mind. In that instant, a blinding golden light erupted across the heavens and earth, an extraordinary and divine spectacle. Those watching from the sidelines gasped in astonishment. It's the divine Emperor Qin. The divine Emperor Qin has bestowed his blessing. His legacy has finally been passed on. How powerful is the primordial god emperor's blessing? This one will surely become another guardian war god of our Great Xia in the future. Hearing these whispers from the crowd, a flash of ruthlessness flickered in Yi Ping's eyes. The Jiang family producing another martial god was the one outcome he could never accept. Upon witnessing this scene, Ying Tian exhaled deeply. The divine emperor's legacy has finally been passed down. He exclaimed excitedly. He took several deep breaths to steady his emotions before fixing his gaze on Yi Ping. No one shall lay a finger on Jiang Ling's inheritance. Not even your Yi family. As his words fell, the distant fluctuations of energy grew more intense, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Above the nine skies, golden thunderclouds churned. Faint dragon roars mingled with the deep rumble of thunder, like the thunderous beat of drums, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. At that moment, all the remaining divine emperors raised their hands. Threads of bloodline power flew from their bodies, converging into the golden thunderclouds. Gradually, a slender silhouette began to take shape within the clouds, 100 zhang long, 5-clawed golden dragon apparition. The ancestral dragon beside Jiang Ling, only a few feet long, seemed to sense something. Roared to the heavens, its body swelling to over 100 zhang in length before soaring skyward and plunging into the golden thundercloud. After a long while, a piercing dragon's roar echoed. Roar! The heavy clouds dispersed, revealing a black gold colossal dragon circling the sky. Dark gold patterns flowed across its body, while its golden dragon eyes shone with intense brilliance. Its form was solid as steel, its black gold scales radiating a brilliant glow. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly speechless. Even Yi Ping, who had maintained a smile throughout, lost control of his expression. His pupils suddenly contracted as he exclaimed in disbelief, "Is this a real dragon?" Chapter 25, Dragon Spirit. The solidity of the golden dragon was so perfect that even a martial god couldn't discern any difference from a true dragon. Its massive form gradually shrank before slowly descending to land beside Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling gently touched it with his hand. The smooth, cool sensation made him quickly step back a considerable distance. Is this real? The black gold dragon he had previously conjured from his bloodline power had been intangible, yet this one before him possessed a tangible, real feel. Seeing Jiang Ling abruptly step back, the golden dragon's eyes flashed with displeasure and hurt. It then transformed into a streak of light, darting into Jiang Ling's body before emerging once more. Hovering before him, its bright, piercing eyes seemed to declare, "I am still me." Jiang Ling tentatively reached out to stroke its head again. The golden dragon coiled around his hand like a serpent wrapping around a pillar, resting its head in his palm and gently closing its eyes, seemingly exhausted. "I must say, you're quite adorable, little thing." "I'm no little thing." A booming voice echoed, and Jiang Ling quickly looked up. A man clad in a dark dragon robe appeared not far away. The man stood exceptionally tall, his phoenix-like eyes as sharp as a falcon's, gleaming with innate authority and dominance. Jiang Ling had seen portraits of this man before Qinshindi, Zhang. He stared at the sleeping golden dragon in Jiang Ling's hand and explained, "This is the ancestral dragon bloodline within you. It's the dragon spirit that awakened after merging with the bloodline power of 36 divine emperors. Should you find a suitable vessel for it, one day it shall truly transform into a dragon?" A hint of anticipation colored Zhang's voice. "My ancestral dragon bloodline also awakened a dragon spirit back in the day," he continued, though his tone carried a hint of regret and reluctance. "I placed it within the imperial seal. But later, a corner of the seal was damaged and it lost its chance." Zhang's words were densely packed with information, and Jiang Ling listened intently. "Your visit today means I can only aid you in awakening your dragon spirit, nothing more. For the ancestral dragon bloodline's cultivation method is exceptionally unique. Other bloodlines awaken on their own once they acquire bloodline skills they can break through. But the ancestral dragon bloodline is different. Each breakthrough requires borrowing from other bloodlines to awaken bloodline skills. This means that to advance, you must continuously absorb the power of other top-tier bloodlines. The reason I broke through to God Emperor back then was by absorbing the bloodline power of the martial gods from the 6 states of Qi, Shu, Zhao, Wei, Yan, and Han." Jiang Ling couldn't help but quip, "This kinda sounds like dark cultivation." "Ha, that's not a bad way to look at it. But those 6 martial gods? Even if I hadn't absorbed their bloodline power, they would have died anyway. I wouldn't have let them live. So how you acquire bloodline power is entirely up to you. If you rely on unorthodox methods, calling it heretical cultivation wouldn't be wrong. All these years, I've remained hidden precisely to await the arrival of the next descendant bearing the ancestral dragon bloodline. Then I would bestow my bloodline power upon them, helping them break through level 20 and awaken their bloodline skill." Jiang Ling asked in confusion, "But my starting level is already 20. I dare not imagine how overwhelmingly powerful the bloodline skills awakened by 2 ancestral dragon bloodlines would be." "Ha? What?" Zhang's voice faltered, his expression turning puzzled. "I didn't catch that. Are you saying your starting level is 20? "Yes, level 20. Do you have any skills now?" "1. It's called Dragon Might. It weakens enemies and strengthens myself based on the difference in our bloodline power." "What? Dragon Might? Isn't that the skill I only awakened after absorbing the Qi state martial god who called himself the Eastern Emperor at level 90? How do you have it now?" Zhang's voice was filled with disbelief. He unleashed his own Dragon Might, then had Jiang Ling activate his as well, causing the 2 domains to overlap. Then Jiang Ling realized he seemed even stronger. "Zhang, I gotta get back to sleep. Here, take the bloodline power and go. Bye. You're a good kid." His speech was rapid, like a disillusioned employee going through the motions. After his instructions, he tossed a golden orb toward Jiang Ling and vanished in a flash. As the illusory form of the Qin Divine Emperor vanished, all surrounding martial gods and Divine Emperor projections slowly dissipated, restoring tranquility to the heavens and earth. Jiang Ling, wait, was that really necessary? The moment the light approached Jiang Ling, a golden figure on his wrist suddenly lifted its head and swallowed the orb whole. Ha! Jiang Ling stared at the little golden dragon on his wrist, its eyes now closed again, utterly baffled. So it was just pretending to sleep to lure the enemy, huh? When it came to grabbing things, it certainly didn't hold back. But no matter how Jiang Ling fiddled with it afterward, the golden dragon lay utterly still, as if dead. You're ruthless. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth in resignation, ignoring the seasoned performer as he turned and walked away. Ying Tian spotted Jiang Ling's figure and hurried to the entrance, craning his neck in anticipation like an old father waiting for his child to come out of school. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle, but he began jogging toward the entrance. Outside, people were inwardly numb. Others could barely manage a few steps, and you're actually running in there? Ying Tian eyed the small golden dragon tattoo on Jiang Ling's hand with disdain. What kind of design is that? A dragon crossing the river tattooed on your body? You want to be a gangster now? He lowered his voice and asked, did you bring out the blessing from the Divine Emperor Qin? Jiang Ling nodded and pointed to the little dragon coiled around his hand. His original intention was to let the little creature be eaten. But Ying Tian misunderstood and immediately changed his tone, this golden dragon so majestic and awe-inspiring, truly peerless. No wonder I felt an instant connection the moment I saw it. As he raved about the golden dragon, Yiping stepped forward and said gently, Nephew Jiang, you must keep this dragon. He handed over the documents he held, his face beaming with satisfaction. After reading it, Jiang Ling's expression darkened. The Yi and Jiang families had always been at odds. He'd dealt with Yi yesterday, and today his father was picking a fight. Why hadn't his family made any move yet? Ying Tian's face was set in resolve as he was about to speak when a message popped up on his phone. His expression instantly brightened upon seeing it, and he immediately lowered his head to reply. Then he gave Jiang another meaningful smile. A wave of unease washed over Yiping. As if guided by intuition, his phone chimed at that very moment. Ying Tian began reading the content aloud. To protect the rights of all students nationwide and ensure the sustainable continuation of the blessing ceremony, the Supreme Affairs Committee of Great Xia issues the following notice. All students may receive blessings at any blessed site under teacher supervision and with approval from higher authorities. No institution or individual may forcibly seize blessings obtained by students. This notice takes effect immediately upon issuance. Any provisions inconsistent with this notice shall be superseded by this notice. That final clause delivered a crushing blow to Yiping. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. I knew nothing about this. How could such a notice be issued? Ying Tian chuckled, it was sudden. A simple majority sufficed. This decision was made by the four of us, myself, the martial god Mu, old Jiang, and old Li. Haven't we already notified you? Yiping could no longer muster a smile. The refined composure that had graced his face shattered completely. His face darkened as he turned and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, Ying Tian shook his head. You'll have a rough time with them opposing you. This time Mu Xiaoxue agreed because Jinghua was involved, but next time? Who knows? By the way, are you just going to let this golden dragon keep coiling like this? Coiling all the way back to Jinghua? Only then did Jiang Ling recall the words of the Divine Emperor Qin. He inquired, the Divine Emperor said this golden dragon must possess a divine artifact to dwell within, and only then can it truly transform into a dragon. Become a dragon? Ying Tian exclaimed, his beard quivering with excitement. Jiang Ling sighed inwardly. He knew Ying Tian would react exactly like this. After all, in this era, possessing dragon bloodline already marked one as an extraordinary cultivation prodigy. How powerful must a true dragon be? Yes, that's why I'd like to ask you, Martial God Ying, to examine this sword. Could it serve as its vessel? Jiang Ling spoke, then began furtively reaching for something. Ying Tian abruptly halted his motion, yanked him up, and tore open a spatial rift, returning to his dorm in Jinghua. This time, Ying Tian let Jiang Ling continue his actions, though he scolded him with exasperation. You've been sheltered too much at home. Never seen a bad guy in your life, yet you try to pull things out in broad daylight. Jiang Ling shrank his neck and gave an awkward laugh. Got it. I'll definitely change next time. With that, he drew the Grand Emperor's sword. The blade was long and slender, cold and profound. Its overbearing, deep aura weighed heavily on the surrounding space, causing it to tremble slightly. This sword is terrifying. As if struck by a thought, Ying Tian suddenly turned to Jiang Ling. That terrifying aura last night, was it this sword? Yes, Divine Warrior Ying. Is this acceptable as the vessel for the dragon spirit? Ying Tian took a deep breath and declared, of course it can. I've never seen a divine artifact more terrifying than this sword. Also, don't call me the Ying martial god. That's too formal. Call me teacher. Chapter 26, Game Update. After seeing off the enthusiastic Ying Tian, Jiang Ling flicked the dragon spirit on his wrist toward the Grand Emperor sword. It entered the blade, and he stretched his sore wrists, lying back on the bed and yawning widely. Night had fallen, yet Jiang Ling still hadn't returned. The dormitory felt unusually quiet. It felt like the loneliness of an empty nest elder. Just then, the bracelet beeped. A message arrived. Game update complete. Welcome back, players. Jiang Ling shot upright like a carp leaping out of water and opened his phone. Thinking of his young apprentice and the returned items, Jiang Ling silently thought to himself, "You'd better not come back." Opening the game revealed the familiar interface. Jiang Ling clicked into Bai Jishui's livestream as game notifications began popping up one after another. Announcement, update complete. New features include new attributes added, affection value and darkening value. Together with bond value, these form the 3 core character attributes. Upon maxing all 3, you have a chance to unlock the ultimate grand prize. Apprenticeship completion quest activated. When your apprentice maxes all 3 stats, they graduate. Graduates receive a graduation gift pack customizable. Jiang Ling's eyes widened as he read and reread these notifications several times. What the hell does this mean? Affection points I can understand, but what the hell is this darkening value? And unlocking an ultimate reward package? Don't tell me it's going to come to my world and stab me with a knife. Seriously, game developer, while our initial investment was for returns, we're not about to betray our partners for some ultimate grand prize that's cutting the branch you're sitting on. That's enough. Things are fine as they are. Ignoring the game's madness, he dismissed the notifications. On the screen, a familiar girl in training clothes sat on the bed looking utterly miserable while a bashful young man stood before her. No one told me it would hurt this much. But thankfully, I have an old friend named Jiang Ling. He said this kind of thing only hurts at first and then it feels good. Jiang Ling, when did I ever say that? And what are you talking about? Suddenly, the girl's eyes lit up. She waved at the boy and said, "Alright, junior brother Ling, you can go now. I'll handle this myself." The boy quickly nodded, turned away with his head down, and whispered before leaving, "Senior sister, I'm off. Call me again if you need me next time." Bai Jishui chuckled, "Sure thing. Your technique is truly exceptional. I'll definitely call on you next time." Wait, what are you young folks talking about? My ears aren't clean anymore. Alarm bells rang in Jiang Ling's heart as a grim suspicion took root. Wait, my disciple? Hey, you're still just a little fox. Could it really be those books he gave her that corrupted Bai Jishui? Bai Jishui lifted her head, her face aglow with a radiant smile. "Master, you're here," she said sweetly. "You vanished for another month. I nearly worked myself to death training at the Chaos Sacred Ground. All those elders wanted to take me as their disciple, but I turned them all down. In the end, it was the 3rd patriarch who insisted I train under him. But he keeps retreating into seclusion, yet he piles tons of tasks on me. I'm exhausted and can barely hold on." Bai Jishui chattered on, and Jiang Ling listened intently, suddenly realizing there was one thing he hadn't asked yet. His tone turned serious as he asked, "Bai Jishui, are you an adult yet?" At this question, Bai Jishui's face flashed with surprise, then a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her eyes. She fidgeted with the hem of her robe and whispered softly, "I am. I came of age long ago." "Wait, what do you mean?" Jiang Ling caught Bai Jishui's anticipation and excitement, his face darkening. He really wasn't implying that. Then you can't be so careless. Do you even know that young man from earlier? I know him. His name is Ling Jiang. He's a junior disciple at Yaofeng. Pretty shy guy. Bai Jishui replied, seemingly oblivious to the implications. Shy? He doesn't seem shy to me. Jiang Ling's tone turned sharp as he looked at Bai Jishui earnestly. You haven't seen much of the world yet. You don't understand. This is too. Bai Jishui scratched her head, a fleeting glint of mischief in her eyes. Master, I broke my leg practicing martial arts. Yaofeng sent him to set my bones, it had to be him. Even if I wanted to switch, it's not my call. The girl chuckled softly, waving her hand. Alright, master. I'll listen to you. Next time I get hurt, I'll just bandage it myself. Outside, Jiang Ling's face flushed crimson. So it turned out he, the seasoned veteran, had overthought things. They were just treating an injury, setting a broken leg? Bai Jishui continued, but master, what if I don't know how? Can I come to you? She flexed her limbs and sucked in a breath. My whole body aches from practicing. Master, do you know how to relax the muscles? Jiang Ling certainly didn't. What the hell did he know? He'd never given anyone a massage in his life. But seeing the eager look in his young disciple's eyes, he almost lied to salvage his image. Yet he truly didn't know how. Detected, beloved disciple Bai Jishui practices too hastily, causing reversed meridians in misaligned joints, suffering unbearable pain. For just $258, acquire marrow washing muscle transforming elixir to help your disciple overcome injury and build a solid foundation. Includes complimentary 10 perfect rejuvenating massage technique. Jiang Ling glanced at Bai Jishui, whose face was still beaming with smiles. He wondered inwardly, is she truly suffering unbearably? But the game wouldn't lie. She was remarkably resilient, still so optimistic despite such agony. Sigh, it was his fault as a master. Alright, let's top it up. Ease her pain a bit, consider it a token of my masterly affection. He immediately replied, of course. Your master is also a master of medicine. But this time, the healing potion didn't appear directly in Bai Jishui's hands. Instead, it materialized on the game interface. A prompt popped up on the game interface. Please have your beloved disciple Bai Jishu relax her body. To maximize the potency of the medicine, ensure her limbs are uncovered. Players must select the medicinal liquid as guided, apply it to the disciple's body, and massage along the designated pathways. Ha! If you keep developing this game, it'll get banned, right? Me giving a massage? An aromatherapy massage? Jiang Ling hesitated, finding it hard to broach the subject. He couldn't very well say, lie down, take off your clothes, and I'll give you. This is just bullying honest people. Upon hearing his reply, Bai Jishui beamed with delight, sprawling out on the bed in a starfish pose. Then master, please give me a massage. I'm ready. Jiang Ling sighed inwardly. What kind of disciple asks her master for a massage? But Bai Jishu's words gave him a perfect excuse. He just needed her to roll up her sleeves and pants, then he could follow the instructions. Take off your clothes, Jiang Ling began, only to be startled by Bai Jishui's sudden action. She was actually about to start undressing. Jiang Ling quickly stopped her. Stop. I didn't say to take them off. Just expose your legs and arms. Oh. Bai Jishu blushed, rolled up her sleeves, buried her face in the pillow, and fell silent. Jiang Ling chuckled wryly. Ready? I'm starting. To ensure uninterrupted communication with your apprentice during the procedure, the microphone will remain active throughout the treatment. Pretty thoughtful, Jiang Ling thought to himself. On screen, Bai Jishui's skin glowed like white jade, smooth and flawless without a single pore in sight. Her legs flowed from slender ankles to gracefully curved calves, faintly glowing with a luminous sheen. Though Jiang Ling kept trying to control himself, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Well, that's only human nature, he couldn't help it. Following the instructions, he retrieved the medicine and tapped the marked acupoints along the meridians. It actually looked quite convincing. Unexpected things often happen when you least expect them. A wave of indescribable comfort suddenly surged through Jiang Ling's entire body, racing from his toes straight to the crown of his head. But remembering the microphone was still on, he could only suppress his voice, breathing softly. The golden dragon emerged from his body, hovering in midair. From its mouth, it expelled a golden orb of light, none other than the ancestral dragon bloodline power bestowed upon him today by the Qin Divine Emperor. It greedily absorbed and refined the energy, its eyes closing in blissful satisfaction. And Jiang Ling, sharing the same origin as the dragon, experienced a tremendous enhancement and profound transformation within his own body. But damn, it felt good and he was still on mic. What the hell is this stinking dragon doing, choosing this moment? Chapter 27, Testing. Bai Jishui buried her face in the pillow, her eyes comfortably half closed. Though Jiang Ling's form hadn't truly materialized, the warm heat from his palm was palpable to her. A tingling sensation spread from her spine throughout her entire body. Her aching, swollen areas were slowly released, the pressure deepening gradually. Combined with the exquisite medicinal liquid, a blend of numbness and comfort spread through her, easing the dull pain in her limbs. Warm currents flowed through her veins, circulating throughout her body. So comfortable. Bai Jishui closed her eyes in bliss, drifting into a drowsy haze without realizing it. Mum. A voice reached her ears, close enough to be right beside her, mingled with suppressed breaths. That voice, it sounded improper. Bai Jishui stiffened, her pale fox ears turning pink as she froze completely. Damn it, Bai Jishui, you're all talk and no action, she silently scolded herself. Her entire head was nearly buried in the pillow, daring neither to move nor make a sound. Jiang Ling heard the sigh escape his own throat and saw Bai Jishui's reaction. His face flushed crimson as he frantically halted the treatment and turned off the microphone. Well, now the image of him as a reclusive master in Bai Jishui's mind was completely shattered. His eyes, nearly spitting fire, fixed on the golden dragon still hovering in midair. He walked over with a smile. The little creature was still blissfully absorbing the golden bloodline power. Jiang Ling's temper flared. He yanked it into his hand and warned sternly, "Stop right now. You start again only when I say so. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a yellow river carp." The golden dragon was yanked violently, a flicker of bewilderment crossing its eyes. Hearing Jiang Ling's words, it frantically nodded its head, looking pitiful. Jiang Ling was both exasperated and amused. He pointed at it helplessly, "It's not that I won't let you eat. Just wait a bit, okay?" The golden dragon swallowed the glowing orb whole, then curled up in a remote corner of Jiang Ling's desk, watching him with an obedient expression. Jiang Ling felt he might have been a bit too harsh. This little snub-nosed creature was still just a child, after all. But what could he do? His pride was at stake. He'd just have to make it endure a little discomfort for now. Re-entering the game, Jiang Ling spoke again, pretending nothing had happened. "It's getting hotter, and the mosquitoes are swarming. One bit me right here, massage is over for today. This itch is killing me." Bai Jishui didn't respond, but the corner of his mouth buried in the pillow curved into a faint smile.
So, are you feeling better now? Jiang Ling asked.
Only then did Bai Jishui roll over, his face radiant with contentment.
Master, you're incredible. I feel amazing right now. Jiang Ling, what kind of talk is that?
He was at a loss for words. Next time, he'd see if he could buy a few books for his disciples, something like The Art of Conversation or 100 Tips for Emotionally Intelligent Speech. When Jiang Ling remained silent for a while, Bai Jishui seemed to remember something. He sat up and picked up a small white pouch from the table, with the character Jiang stitched on it in crooked, uneven stitches. It appeared to be a sachet, made of snow-white fabric, obviously high-quality material, emitting a soft sheen.
It was the character Jiang itself that was problematic.
The character was relatively simple to write, yet it looked like several straight matchsticks had been forcibly pieced together. Master, this is a jasmine sachet I made myself. The flowers inside were picked by my own hands.
I wanted to give it to you.
Bai Jishui held the sachet in both hands, her eyes brimming with hope as she tilted her head slightly to gaze at the sky.
She couldn't see Jiang Ling,
yet she felt certain he was there. The scene before Jiang Ling was as beautiful as a painting, a fairy-like girl, her cheeks flushed, holding a white sachet in her hands, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him.
Holy crap, am I some love-starved bachelor stuck in the newbie village who just stumbled upon a top-tier succubus? Jiang Ling mused.
No, he didn't know which lucky guy would end up with his little apprentice someday, and just thinking about it made his old master's heart ache.
He didn't want to waste Bai Jishui's kind feelings, but the problem was how could he possibly accept them?
Jiang Ling remained silent for a long while, and the light in Bai Jishui's eyes gradually dimmed. Master doesn't like it, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with disappointment.
Well, it is kinda ugly. Detected, beloved disciple Bai Jishui is gifting an item to the player. For just 68, bring your disciple's gift home. Though Jiang Ling thought this game prompt appeared timely, he still couldn't help but curse under his breath. It's not me giving gifts, it's me spending money. Why does my disciple giving me something also count as me spending money? Do you think my money grows on trees? Today, I'm just recharged. Holding the exquisite sachets in his hands, Jiang Ling took a sniff.
It was indeed the fresh, delicate scent of jasmine.
Lovely. Truly fragrant. Wow.
He examined the character Jiang closely. It was stitched together with a single, straight thread, almost effortlessly perfect. The pouch vanished from his hand, and Bai Jishui's smile grew even broader. Her eyes crinkled with delight, radiating pure happiness. The next second, her smile froze on her face, replaced by a touch of awkwardness.
Jiang Ling spoke up, "Good apprentice, why did you only embroider the character Jiang and not Ling?"
Bai Jishui's lively eyes twinkled as she chuckled. "I saw in the picture book that when giving a sachet, writing just the surname is enough."
It's not because the character Ling is hard to write, is it?
Hearing Jiang Ling's slightly teasing tone, she hesitated for a moment before scratching her head.
Well, maybe a little bit, but I don't think that's the main reason. Jiang Ling chuckled. This little apprentice was truly honest. Ask her anything, and she'd spill everything. She looked mischievously clever, yet adorably naive. With so many names containing Jiang in this world, how was I supposed to know this sachet was for me, or for that junior apprentice brother Ling Jiang?
Jiang Ling teased her playfully, pressing further.
Bai Jishui hurriedly waved her hands, explaining, No. It was definitely for you, master. How does that saying go? Among the 3,000 rivers, I only draw from one bucket.
After her explanation, she slapped her forehead as if remembering something, then sighed with a faint smile.
All right, master. It was just asking junior brother to help me diagnose a patient. You didn't have to get so jealous. I promise it won't happen again. Jiang Ling, do I look like the jealous type?
But Jiang Ling had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Given her wildly imaginative, lightning-sparking mind, it wasn't surprising she jumped to that conclusion.
Wu Xinyuan's two-bedroom apartment had 2 small rooms and a living room.
He and Jiang Lei each had their own room, sharing the living space.
Just then, the sound of Jiang Lei opening the door came from outside.
Jiang Ling glanced at his watch. It was nearly 9 o'clock.
He hadn't eaten dinner or done anything yet.
After giving Bai Jishui a few instructions, he logged out of the game. Feeling the gaze vanish, Bai Jishui sank onto the bed as if a weight had been lifted. Ling Jiang returned, a hint of apology on his face. "Senior sister," he whispered, "I forgot something.
I came back to get it."
He gestured toward the medicine cabinet on the table. Truthfully, he harbored a bit of selfishness at that moment. This newly appointed holy maiden of the Chaos Sanctuary, with her peerless beauty, was highly esteemed by the sanctuary. Yet she maintained an aloof, icy demeanor toward everyone, as if strangers were forbidden to approach. Today, however, when he came as usual to prepare her foundation establishment divine elixir, she initially showed no reaction. Yet later, she had been unusually enthusiastic, even uttering a string of inexplicable words.
Was she hinting at something? He deliberately left the medicine box behind, seeking an excuse to return. "You needn't come again," she said. "Return and tell the Elder of Medicine Peak to send a female disciple instead. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings." Bai Jishui spoke indifferently, her entire demeanor becoming ethereal and detached, like a goddess untouched by worldly affairs. Her eyes held a loneliness as pure as snow, her expression cold and distant. Ling Jiang hurriedly nodded and departed swiftly with the medicine box. It was just his imagination after all. He'd never come again. But what did avoid suspicion mean? Could it be she already had a partner within the sect? Ling Jiang shook his head, looking puzzled as he walked back to Medicine Peak. After the person left, Bai Jishui pulled a small booklet from her bosom, listing several items. She took out a pen and checked off some items. Send the token. Maintain the innocent apprentice persona and preserve current relationships. Initiate physical contact. Several unchecked items remained below. The last three were written in the boldest handwriting, as if hinting at the author's inner turmoil at this point. Break through the limits. Crossing realms. Find the sachets. Chapter 28. Are you dating? Brother Jiang. I'm back. Are you in the dorm? As soon as he pushed open the door, Jiang Ling began calling out loudly to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling opened the door to see a face glowing with health and vitality. He chuckled, "What's up? Got some top-tier divine blessing today?" Jiang Ling flopped onto the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and downed it in 2 gulps before declaring triumphantly, "I didn't make it to Chang'an, but I went to the divine capital and received a blessing from Lord D. Renjie." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise. "What? D. Renjie? You? You bet. I've now attained the supreme divine ability piercing void vision. Though it's still in its early stages, detecting lies is a breeze." Mid-sentence, he sniffed the air, puzzled. "What's that smell?" He leaned closer to Jiang Ling, sniffed again, and exclaimed with a puzzled expression, "Holy crap, bro, you smell amazing." Hearing this, Jiang Ling shuddered with disgust. He quickly pushed Jiang Ling away, his face twisted in revulsion. "Stop reading those crappy memes online. Get lost." He pulled the white sachet from his pocket, waved it in front of Jiang Ling, and explained, "It must be this thing. Jasmine scent." "I'm keeping my head down and getting things done," Jiang Ling replied with a knowing look, covering his mouth and chuckling. "You're dating, huh? You?" Jiang Ling poured himself a glass of water, nearly spilling it at the remark. Jiang Ling's pupils glowed faintly golden as he pressed again, "You're dating?" "Nope." Jiang Ling took a sip of water, his gaze drifting elsewhere as he replied casually. "Liar." The golden light vanished from Jiang Ling's eyes as he reached his conclusion. "Whatever. If you don't want to say, fine. We're roommates, I'll catch you sooner or later." Jiang Ling grinned cheekily. "And that sachet? He gave it to you, didn't he? Jasmine for you, may you never part, with a Jiang embroidered on the front and a Bai on the back." "Okay, it's a bit tacky, but it's a gesture of his feelings." "You're still denying it? I'll go find out if there's a Bai in Kyoto." Jiang Ling switched into chatterbox mode, talking non-stop. Jiang Ling felt a headache coming on from his chatter. But then he noticed the character Bai embroidered on the other side of the sachet. The image of that graceful figure flashed through his mind, and a smile involuntarily curved his lips. "Oh my god, look at yourself. Holy crap." Jiang Ling started yelling again. Jiang Ling's head buzzed from the noise. He tucked the sachet away, stood up, and prepared to deal with this loudmouth properly. "Oh, getting angry now?" Jiang Ling kept going, smugly saying, "Bro Jiang, I've got this blessing now. Who's stronger between us is still up in the air. Let's head straight to the training ground and battle it out. I'll show you what I'm made of." That mouth of his Jiang Ling could have stuffed it shut with anything. Even when taunting, he could blab on and on like this. "Let's go," Jiang Ling said, his impatience growing. Hearing Jiang Ling say "let's go," Jiang Ling finally fell silent. He thought it over carefully. Even with his blessing, he definitely couldn't beat Yi in wielding a divine artifact. But Jiang Ling could. A 1B, B less than C, therefore a 1C. In short, he probably still couldn't beat Jiang Ling right now. His expression shifted instantly. Grinning, he said, "Bro, I was just joking. I was trying to lighten the mood. Look, you actually took it seriously. No need, no need." Jiang Ling was left both amused and exasperated. This kid was destined for greatness. The speed at which he switched expressions was nothing short of astonishing. "Alright, get yourself together. Let's grab a bite to eat." Jiang Ling changed the subject. "Got it." Jiang Ling dashed into his room and began changing clothes. When he reappeared, his face bore the relief of someone who'd narrowly escaped disaster. Holding up his phone, he pointed at the screen displaying over 100 soaring illusions of martial deities and tentatively asked, "Bro, is that you?" "Yep." Jiang Ling chuckled. "Holy crap, that's so badass. Thank goodness my sixth sense was spot on. If we'd actually fought, you'd have beaten me to a pulp." Jiang Ling shrank his neck as he spoke. Jiang Ling couldn't agree more. Just now, with that mouth of his, he really had wanted to punch him. "Let's go eat." "Sure thing, bro. My treat." Jinghua University, top floor of the administration building. The top floor of Jinghua University housed only 2 offices. One belonged to the president overseeing university affairs, while the other housed the specially appointed martial god mentor and honorary president. Behind these two understated, unassuming doors sat two martial gods of great Xia. Ying Tian stared at the woman before him, a headache setting in. Zhao, our family records truly contain no such information. I genuinely have no idea. Ying Tian's weathered face was now as wrinkled as a bitter melon. The super martial god who was always decisive and uncompromising in public now wore an expression of genuine difficulty. Every individual who attained martial god status came from a family of profound heritage. After confirming Jiang Ling's Zhurong bloodline, Mu Zhaoxue had researched ancient family texts and learned that the Zhurong breakthrough required the assistance of other bloodlines. However, there was an additional condition: the bloodline grade could only be progressively higher. When she later learned that Jiang Ling had been blessed by the Qin Divine Emperor with the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, she nearly fainted. Uncle Ling, I must say this matter was indeed poorly considered on your part. Mu Zhaoxue's voice carried reproach, her expression grim. Properly nurturing the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, steadily elevating it with comparable bloodlines step by step, it would surely become a martial god in the future. Who knows? Perhaps a new martial god might emerge in Jinghua during her tenure? But now? The Divine Emperor Qin had casually bestowed the Ancestral Dragon bloodline upon Jiang Ling. Where on earth was she supposed to find a bloodline of higher rank than that? Forget Jinghua, the entire Great Xia Empire couldn't produce such a bloodline. Right now, she wanted to curse not just Ying Tian, but even his ancient ancestor along with him. Ying Tian might not know, but you, Qin Divine Emperor, surely do. But what the hell do you think you're doing? Just tossing out an Ancestral Dragon bloodline like that? Who plays cards by throwing out the trump card right off the bat? Are you locking Jiang Ling below level 30 forever? Is that how an ancestor behaves? Mu Zhaoxue pressed on. Uncle Jiang and Uncle Li are still on the front lines. When they return and learn you've ruined their precious heirs, you'd better brace yourself for their wrath. Ying Tian felt a chill run down his spine. Those two old men had tempers only slightly better than his. If they ever found out, his old bones would truly be in for it. Zhaoxue, keep this confidential for now. Before Jiang Ling hits level 30, I'll definitely come up with a solution. I won't say a word. But those two will be back soon, and then this won't stay hidden. Plus, I heard Uncle Jiang is just a step away from breaking through to level 100. If something happens to Jiang Ling later, Jinghua Academy won't get off easy. It's not impossible they'll establish a new martial god academy at another school. I'll do my best. No, I'll accelerate the progress and find a solution sooner. Chapter 29, Foxes Love Chicken. Jiang Lei, can we even finish all this? Jiang Ling stared at the table piled high with food, his lips twitching. Oh, brother Jiang, just dig in. We can't let good food go to waste. You eat first, and once you're full, sit aside while I clean up the battlefield. Jiang Lei rubbed his belly, his eyes sparkling at the array of hearty dishes. Look at this boiled chicken. Look at this roast duck. Look at these cold appetizers. Jiang Lei couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his hands together, ready to dig in. The visually appealing, aromatic, and delicious spread did indeed make Jiang Ling feel a bit hungry. He wiped his hands and prepared to dig in. Just then, his wristband flashed with a message from Bai Zhishui. Master, save me. The food at the sacred land is a nightmare. Starve to death if I don't eat, but eat and I'll taste my way to oblivion. Buying meals here feels like gambling, and I'm a gambler who loses every single day. Today's buns have 2 fillings. Let me see, one is noodles? And there's even a rice filling. Jiang Ling held the bracelet close to his ear, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The food at this chaos sacred land is quite bizarre. Buns filled with noodles and rice while grains nourish the body. For a fox like Bai Zhishui, it might just kill her. His gaze swept over the lavish spread on the table, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Could food from their world be sent over? Almost the instant the thought crossed his mind, the game's prompt sounded. Spend 128 to gift all dishes before you to your beloved disciple Bai Zhisu? Charge. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Ling tapped to confirm. Jiang Lei picked up his chopsticks, ready to dig in, only to see Jiang Ling fiddling with his wristband, grinning as if money were no object. He rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, can't even eat a meal without getting all lovey-dovey. You two act like you've never dated before. With that, he reached for the crystal shrimp dumplings he'd been eyeing. Each delicate dumpling lay translucent and tempting in the steamer basket, its skin as thin as a cicada's wing yet remarkably chewy. Jiang Lei had been starving all day, and his mind was already imagining the springy texture and the sweet, savory juices. But suddenly, the entire table of delicacies vanished into thin air. Holy? What the hell? Jiang Lei jumped back in shock, taking 2 steps backward. Had he just encountered a ghost? Jiang Ling was also taken aback by his gesture. Glancing at the empty table, he exclaimed in surprise, where's the food? What happened to it? But he was genuinely incapable of lying, and the effort to stifle his laughter made his mouth twitch uncontrollably. Bro? You did this? Jiang Lei stared in disbelief. No way. What kind of trick is this? I didn't even see a thing, and suddenly the whole table of food vanished into thin air? No, listen to me explain. There was chicken, right? We have a fox at home, and I thought I'd let her try some. Jiang Ling scratched his head, his eyes darting around nervously. Jiang Lei didn't really care. He'd just been disappointed about the untouched feast, and knowing Jiang Ling had taken it left him with nothing more to say. But recalling Jiang Ling's earlier behavior, he figured out most of it. Whoa, raising a fox? Better not let me run into your wife, I'd report you in a heartbeat. But then he thought better of it, shaking his head. Nah, maybe it's just your little quirk. I won't make a fool of myself. His gaze returned to the bracelet in Jiang Ling's hand, and he felt a pang of frustration. Why hide such a precious thing? It was downright cruel. He'd channel his frustration into appetite, devouring everything in sight, and making Jiang Ling foot the bill. Brother Jiang, you took away the food and left me hungry. This meal's on you. Fine, no problem. Chaos Sanctuary, Sect Dining Hall. Two split buns sat before Bai Jishui, her face a picture of utter despair. She knew the Chaos Sanctuary was down to earth, and she didn't expect every meal to be a feast of delicacies. But buns and noodles? That was just cruel. Suddenly, a food box appeared before her. Then another and another, piling up one after another on the table in front of her, forming a towering stack. What was her master up to? Confused, Bai Jishui tentatively opened one of the boxes. The moment she cracked it open, an aroma wafted out, a unique blend of savory chicken, spicy herbs, and the crispy char of roasting. It hooked her attention like a magnet. Finally, a roasted chicken appeared inside the box. Bai Jishui stared wide-eyed, her nine tails swaying involuntarily behind her. The chicken's skin glistened golden brown, dotted with tiny bubbles from the roasting. It promised to be crispy and delicious with just one bite. Master of Salvation. Have you come to rescue your disciple? Bai Jishui was overcome with excitement. He pushed aside the plate of steamed buns, grabbed the food box, tore off a piece of chicken, and popped it into his mouth. Crispy, juicy, and utterly delicious. She blissfully closed her eyes, utterly intoxicated by the flavor. The surrounding disciples watched, swallowing hard. You may be a divine maiden with special privileges, but you shouldn't flaunt it in front of us. Yet the entire circle dared not speak their anger aloud, settling instead to swallow a few more bites of steamed buns alongside the enticing aroma. This is just too much. Only after finishing her meal did Bai Jishui notice the stares directed at her. Her expression turned wary as she gathered up the remaining food boxes and hurried out, muttering triumphantly as she walked, "It won't do you any good to look at me. Go ask your own masters for some." To the other disciples, these words were like salt in their wounds. They too longed for an ancient master, but that required the strength to earn one. Wasn't this just a veiled mockery of their inadequacy? But Bai Jishui truly hadn't meant it that way. She hurried back to her quarters. She retrieved all the food boxes, found a cold storage room, and placed them inside. Only after the food in her stomach had mostly digested did she begin to ponder carefully. No sooner had she voiced her thoughts than her master sent these treasures her way. Yet she hadn't sensed the familiar gaze, proof that her master wasn't present. Could it be her master could hear her speak? Did he have something on him, like a sound-transmitting jade talisman? Her gaze shifted to the silver necklace and white jade bracelet adorning her wrist. It didn't matter which one it was. What mattered now was whether her master could truly hear her words. What was the purpose behind his actions? Was he concerned for her safety, or did he harbor ulterior motives, just like her? Her eyes darkened, filled with testing as she spoke excitedly, "Master, this roasted chicken is so delicious. If only I could eat it every day." After speaking, she waited in silence. New dishes arrived swiftly. Just as Jiang Lei was about to dig in, a new voice message appeared in Jiang Ling's bracelet. Hearing Bai Jishui's excited tone, his eyebrows arched. He stopped Jiang Lei from picking up more food and called out to the waiter, "Waiter, bring us 10 more of these roasted chickens." "Ha? Seriously? You want that many?" Jiang Lei watched as Jiang Ling carried the chicken away, astonished. "You're not raising a fox, are you? 10 chickens? Eating that much in one meal? Is your pet half a person?" Jiang Ling ignored him, continuing to operate his wristband. "Top up." Only after the chicken vanished from the table again did he look up at Jiang Lei. After a moment's thought, he said, "It really is a fox. But whether it eats a lot or not, I'm not quite sure." Jiang Lei rolled his eyes, glancing at the other dishes. His voice teetered on the edge of collapse as he forced a wry smile. "Brother Jiang, can I eat the rest now?" Jiang Ling nodded and chuckled, Go ahead. I won't fight you for it." Gazing at the 10 roasted chickens before her, Bai Jishui's eyes brimmed with joy that bordered on madness. She gently stroked the bracelet on her wrist and whispered, "What does this mean? Are you worried about me?" "I'm worried, too worried that one day you'll suddenly vanish." As she spoke, she pulled the small notebook from her bosom once more and wrote forcefully upon its pages, "Test." Chapter 30, Secret Realm. Jiang Ling logged into the game and was greeted by Bai Jishui's current state. He was utterly stunned. He'd only logged in to see if she genuinely loved this chicken, thinking he might send her more if she did, only to find his little apprentice looking maniacal, her eyes dark and stormy. Was the bun really that awful? Look at what it did to his soft-spoken, sweet-voiced apprentice. Had she been so overwhelmed by the delicious food she couldn't recover? Jiang Ling tentatively asked, are those buns really that bad? The moment he heard Jiang Ling's words, Bai Jishui's scalp prickled. He quickly tucked the notebook into his chest and looked up, his voice filled with grievance. Yes. Buns and rice feeding me, this is trying to kill a fox. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Getting this worked up over one bad meal? Look at you, your face is practically black. Bai Jishui exhaled softly, lowering her head. I'm not upset about that. I just ate way too much. What if I get fat now? What if my master doesn't like me anymore? So it was her vanity at play. That was simple enough to fix. Jiang Ling comforted her. Within normal limits, delicious food won't turn into fat on your body. Instead, it transforms into warm blood, forming your rosy cheeks, beautiful hair, and bright eyes. It becomes the strength that supports you in fighting everything you hate. Bai Jishui's heart trembled. Those words hit too close to home. The master truly was the master, versatile in both literary and martial arts, handsome to boot, though he could only be seen once in a blue moon. His last appearance had been months ago. At this thought, Bai Jishui clenched her fist, her resolve renewed. She would achieve her goals sooner rather than later. Jiang Ling watched Bai Jishui, who remained silent with her head bowed, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the girl lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Master, when will you appear before me again? Hearing this question, Jiang Ling hesitated for a long time before speaking. That wasn't something he could decide, it depended on when the game triggered that option. After a moment's thought, he replied calmly, When you need me to appear, I will naturally appear. Bai Jishui remained silent, lost in thought. Jiang Ling watched the dazed girl, shook his head, and logged out of the game. Jiang Lei's mouth was stuffed full, but he still found time to tease, chatting while eating. Your relationship is truly enviable. Jiang Ling remained silent this time. Bai Jishui had never experienced complete trust or unconditional favor growing up, which was precisely why she treasured his trust so deeply. And wasn't he equally devoted? From childhood, every aspect of his life had been meticulously arranged by his family, shielded from any imperfection. His parents and relatives loved him deeply, yet before meeting Bai Jishui, he had never truly felt it. The feeling of being needed, of being relied upon. Anyone who only takes without ever finding their own worth would grow weary. Fortunately, his young apprentice gave him that feeling. He, too, had grown somewhat attached to this game. Chaos Sanctuary, Grand Council Hall. Bai Jisoo had only just joined our sect when the Primordial Sanctuary offered to open its top-tier secret realm for the world's prodigies to explore together. Everyone knew their intent. They were clearly after the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. Third brother, I agree with your words. Zizhuai, you must not go. Though the Divine Tomb secret realm holds boundless opportunities, it is far too dangerous. Indeed, that secret realm is profoundly bizarre. Once you enter, no one can leave until it closes. Within, the Primordial Sanctuary has likely laid a trap, waiting for you to step right into it. The elders and patriarchs spoke in turn, their opinions surprisingly unanimous, all opposed Bai Jishui's journey. Originally a private domain of the Primordial Sanctuary, the Divine Tomb secret realm had opened its doors to major factions this year. Any discerning observer could see their ambitions were far from modest. Having witnessed Bai Jishui's extraordinary talent, the Chaos Sacred Land would never allow her to take such a reckless risk for a chance at opportunity. Originally, Bai Jishui listened to their discussion, growing drowsy and bored. If she couldn't go, so be it. Cultivating her own imperial scripture was sufficient for now. Besides, she possessed an imperial weapon and divine techniques. She truly lacked nothing in that regard. But one ancient ancestor's words caught her attention. Only entry, no exit? Is it truly that bizarre? She turned to the elder, her curiosity evident in her question. Seeing Bai Jisu's sudden interest, the elder quickly replied with great solemnity, Indeed it is. This matter was common knowledge back then. An emperor sought his old enemy within the primordial sacred grounds, intending to teach the sanctuary a lesson. Unexpectedly, the enemy fled into the Divine Tomb secret realm, and the emperor followed. Who could have known that the secret realm trapped the emperor for a full 7 days? Only when the realm closed did he finally escape. By the time he emerged, the main forces of the primordial sacred grounds had already fled. The matter ultimately came to nothing. The ancient ancestor grew increasingly alarmed as he recounted the tale, his unease deepening with each word. For in Bai Jisu's eyes, he saw growing anticipation and excitement. No, this is a cautionary tale. Why are you getting more and more excited? The others around him shot him reproachful looks, their meaning crystal clear. Shut up. Now look what you've done. See how you'll clean this up. Bai Jisu pressed further, no one can escape? The elder quickly nodded, yes, even the emperor can't escape. Not even the heavens themselves could leave before 7 days have passed. I'm going, Bai Jishui declared. What? The third ancestor shouted in shock. You want to go? Don't you see this is a trap? I'm at the Earth Treasure Realm now, and I possess divine techniques and an imperial weapon. With these trump cards, plus some life-saving items from you, I refuse to believe the primordial sacred land can truly harm me. Besides, opportunities in this world are meant to be seized, they belong to the capable. If the primordial sacred land keeps targeting me, I can't just stay locked up in the chaos sacred land forever, can I? They really wanted to say yes, but what could they? Just because you have an imperial weapon? Compared to an imperial weapon, no opportunity is worth fighting for. But when Bai Jishui spoke, they found no grounds to oppose him. After all, as he said, they couldn't possibly keep him locked away in the chaos sanctuary forever. All right. The three ancestors pondered for a long while before nodding. Jisue speaks wisely. Our chaos sacred ground fears none of his petty tricks. To the outside world, we claim only those at the celestial pivot realm can enter. But Jisue has already reached the earth treasure realm, and with the fox bloodline and his hidden trump card, he might just stand a chance. Indeed. We old fools seem to be regressing with age. If the chaos sanctuary dares to make a move, we'll crush them. Exactly. Pack Jisue with more gear, then let's wipe them out. The three ancestors' words gained some support, and the remaining members ceased their objections, beginning preparations to gather supplies. Very well, it's settled. Select your disciples, we depart for the Divine Tomb secret realm in half a month. Thank you, venerable elders. Bai Jishui bowed in gratitude. Long lashes cast a shadow across her face, her eyes brimming with unmasked excitement and thrill. 7 days. Chapter 31, Sucking to Satisfaction. After dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms to rest. Opening the door, a streak of golden light caught his eye on the table. Jiang Ling couldn't help but slap her forehead. She'd been in such a rush that she'd forgotten about this little thing. Now it was curled up in the corner of the table, drowsy and half asleep. Jiang Ling hurried over, stroking its head apologetically as he said, "Oh my, I completely forgot about you. I'm so sorry, little one." The golden dragon held no grudge. Upon seeing Jiang Ling, it immediately coiled around his arm just as it had done that afternoon. Its mouth opened, and that golden mass of ancestral dragon bloodline power was spat out once more. Its large eyes looked up at Jiang Ling. The meaning was clear, "Can I feed now?" So obedient. Jiang Ling waved his hand, settled onto the bed, and instructed, "Suck it up. Suck it hard. Suck it until you're satisfied." Receiving Jiang Ling's affirmation, the golden dragon fluttered excitedly up and down, its body radiating a powerful pull as strands of light threaded into his being. The transformation unfolded at a visible pace. The scales across its entire body glowed brighter, almost blindingly so. The entire dragon appeared more sacred, its claws and fangs sharper, its body significantly thicker. Jiang Ling, sharing the same origin, now received immense nourishment in return. The level of his newly awakened bloodline, already at 20, began to shift, showing faint signs of a breakthrough. The growing awareness of his own strengthening power made him acutely aware that he had become considerably more powerful. Something within his bloodline seemed to be gradually awakening as it absorbed the essence of that bloodline. Meanwhile, above Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei's apartment, a 1,000-foot thick golden thundercloud began to gather. From within came the faint rumble of thunder and the barely perceptible roar of a dragon. Jiang Lei had just finished showering and was about to fire up his computer for a quick aim when he caught sight of the golden sky outside his window. He looked up and froze in place. I haven't done anything wrong. Why is it striking me?" The slowly rotating golden thundercloud resembled an invincible vortex, with their apartment building at its very center. Jiang Lei didn't even bother shutting down his computer. He grabbed his coat, threw it on, and prepared to dash outside. Seeing Jiang Ling's tightly shut door, he banged on it a few times, but there was no response from inside. Already asleep? A resolute expression flashed across Jiang Lei's face. With disaster looming, how could he save himself alone? "Brother Jiang, I'm here to save you." He took a few steps back and slammed into Jiang Ling's small wooden door. The flimsy interior door couldn't withstand the impact. Combined with Jiang Lei's hefty frame, it gave way with a loud crack. Carried forward by momentum, Jiang Lei crashed straight into Jiang Ling's bedhead. Jiang Lei stared at Jiang Ling lying on the bed, feeling a bit awkward. Jiang Ling felt awkward too. "Bro Jiang, no offense, but while I get that young guys have needs, you can't just throw caution to the wind like this, can you?" Jiang Ling tried to speak, but damn it, the waves of pleasure surging through his head made it impossible for him to utter a word. Jiang Lei turned to bolt out the door when suddenly, the golden dragon suspended midair, rapturously absorbing bloodline power, appeared before his eyes. Holy! Jiang Lei couldn't hold back the curse. A mythical beast, something only found in ancient texts, appeared before his eyes. He simply couldn't contain himself. Jiang Lei glanced back at Jiang Ling, then at the golden dragon, then at the golden thunderclouds outside. It all clicked into place. So this dragon and Jiang Ling were on the verge of a breakthrough, and he'd apparently messed things up. He gave Jiang Ling an awkward smile and hurried outside. Oh no, oh no. He'd stumbled upon Jiang Ling's little secret. Was he going to kill him to keep it quiet? With Jiang Ling breaking through here, he dared not linger inside. He hurried outside. Such an extraordinary phenomenon had also drawn many students out of their apartments. They stood below, chattering excitedly. Yian spotted Jiang Lei but didn't see Jiang Ling smirking smugly. He asked, Jiang Lei, where's Jiang Ling? That thundercloud looks serious. He didn't come out? That's pretty careless of him. That idiot Jiang Ling is probably still playing games inside. How else could he not come out with all this commotion? Jiang Lei rolled his eyes at him helplessly and whispered, idiot. During dinner, Jiang Ling had shared some of his past experiences with Jiang Lei, including his dealings with Yian and the recent events surrounding the Yi family's blessing. Having chosen to align himself with Jiang Ling, Jiang Lei naturally wouldn't give Yian any leeway. Though Yi's family wasn't exactly a powerhouse, he'd heard enough whispers to know better. What did you say? After the blessing ceremony, Yian had reached level 18. He wasn't sure if he could beat Jiang Ling, but this Jiang Lei? He could handle him anytime. Seriously, you people are hilarious. You clearly hear everything, yet you still have to ask just to get yelled at again. How utterly foolish. Jiang Ling shot Yian a glance, inwardly scoffing. Both from aristocratic families, yet the gap between them was staggering. Deserves to get crushed. Are you looking for death? Yian keenly sensed Jiang Lei's disdain and contempt. His fierce pride ignited his anger, and he barked at Jiang Lei. Seriously, you're so annoying. Jiang Lei was practically speechless from Yian's antics. Why not just watch Brother Jiang perform? You had to jump in and play the fool. Can't find Brother Jiang, so you pick a fight with him? But he's not afraid of you. A phantom thunder dragon materialized behind Yian, lightning crackling around him. He planted his feet and launched himself like a cannonball toward Jiang Lei, his face contorted in fury as he gritted out, how dare you look down on me like this? Seeing him strike, the surrounding students gasped in shock. How did this escalate to a fight? The thunderclouds above haven't dispersed yet, aren't they afraid of getting struck? Another new martial skill. Looks like this is the blessing Yian received. That punch, it might have already reached a combat power of 20. Of course. Fighting opponents far above your level is standard for geniuses. That chubby kid didn't even spar with anyone when choosing mentors, he just picked the last one available. How dare he confront Yian? Seeing that punch, even Sun Tao, who had fought Yian earlier, looked pensive. The current Yian might already be beyond his reach. That punch was too powerful, or rather, this martial skill was too formidable. Even with his divine peak dragon bloodline's extraordinary defense, he'd struggle to withstand such a strike. Jiang Lei, seeing Yian charging ferociously toward him, shouted dramatically, "Whoa, you get worked up so easily. Are you trying to kill me with that punch?" As the words left his mouth, a crimson gold glow erupted from his body, shifting into a dark purple as his aura transformed from sacred to sinister. A black-purple one-legged ox materialized behind him, centering on his form and enveloping him within a protective light shield spanning roughly a meter in radius. A flicker of contempt crossed Yian's face. Idiot. This punch is a martial god's ultimate technique. How could it not break your defense? Just take this beating like a good boy. The instant his fist struck the light barrier, Yian's expression froze. The protective barrier didn't budge an inch, while his hand began to tingle with a strange numbness. Jiang Lei covered his mouth in astonishment. Whoa! That's strong? If even I can't beat it, you're not even fit to polish Brother Jiang's shoes. Hearing this, Yian's face twisted with fury. The thunder dragon behind him let out another piercing roar, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the world fell silent for an instant. A deep, resonant dragon's roar echoed across the heavens and earth, drowning out the thunder dragon's roar. The latter trembled in fear and slowly dissipated. Just as Jiang Lei was about to mock him, the shadowy form of the Kuei ox behind him reacted similarly to the thunder dragon, slowly fading away. Jiang Lei sighed helplessly, Brother Jiang, I'm on your side. Chapter 32, The Ancestral Dragon's Edict. What the hell is going on? How can the pressure be this intense? My legs are even trembling. Is this normal? Add 1. It's perfectly normal. The dean and the others are here, let's see what they say. Such an extraordinary phenomenon naturally drew the attention of Mu Xiaoxue and Ying Tian, who also appeared in this area. Clearly, such overwhelming ancestral dragon pressure can only mean that brat Jiang Ling again. Ying Tian chuckled. Mu Xiaoxue, however, wore a solemn expression as she gazed at the thunderclouds overhead. Jiang Ling has clearly absorbed the ancestral dragon's bloodline and is preparing to break through, she mused. Uncle Ying, you'd better hurry. Ying Tian's smile froze for a moment before he continued, but he hasn't even reached level 30 yet. Mu Xiaoxue nodded. Ying Tian gazed at the thunderclouds, his weathered face betraying unmistakable satisfaction. Look at this spectacle. What bloodline breakthrough could possibly manifest such phenomena? Old Jiang and Old Li will owe me a debt of gratitude when they return. If you can't find a solution, they really will take you down. Mu Xiaoxue's light-hearted remark instantly wiped the smile from Ying Tian's face. A wave of headache washed over him. No one had ever mentioned the overwhelmingly powerful nature of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Now he felt like crying, but there were no tears. The two remained silent, waiting quietly for the phenomenon to fade. After a long while, the phenomenon faded. Students slowly entered the dormitory. Mu Xiaoxue vanished, while Ying Tian appeared at Jiang Ling's door. Facing the stiff-necked Jiang Ling, Ying Tian flashed what he considered a friendly smile and nodded. Make yourself at home. I just came to check on Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling nodded. Once Ying Tian entered Jiang Ling's room, he hurried back to his own quarters. TSK. These martial gods, even his own father would find it harder than climbing to the heavens to meet one. Yet here he was, coming to see Jiang Ling of his own accord. Such is the difference between people. The golden dragon, now well fed in content, was stored back into Jiang Ling's sword. Looking up, he saw Ying Tian standing in the doorway. With no door in sight, the two simply stared at each other. Ying Tian glanced at the door lying on the floor, his professional instinct kicking in. Damaging public property requires compensation, he stated. Jiang Ling pressed his hand to his forehead, sighing helplessly. All right, teacher. I'll head to the logistics office to cover the damages. Ying Tian nodded in satisfaction, his gaze settling on the Grand Emperor's sword in Jiang Ling's hand before getting to the point. You just absorbed the bloodline of the Ancestral Dragon to break through, didn't you? Jiang Ling nodded solemnly. Yes, and I awakened a bloodline skill. Ying Tian asked curiously, what skill? I'm genuinely curious what kind of skill could two Ancestral Dragon bloodlines awaken? Jiang Ling, however, chose to keep the answer under wraps for now. Instead, he asked, Teacher, I was wondering besides the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, are there any other bloodlines that surpass the mythic tier bloodlines? Ying Tian replied offhandedly, absolutely not. To surpass mythical bloodlines, the initial level must exceed 10. Aside from the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, I've never heard of any bloodline with an initial level above 10. That's precisely my question, Master, Jiang Ling continued. The bloodline skill I awakened is called the Primordial Dragon's Edict. Taking your Mystic Dragon bloodline as an example, if you were to find another source of Mystic Dragon bloodline power, I could elevate your bloodline by one level. That's impossible, Ying Tian hesitated. My Xian Dragon bloodline is a mythical bloodline. Yet despite his doubts, he believed the Primordial Dragon bloodline possessed such divine power. I find it hard to believe myself, Master. But keep an eye out. We can test it when the time comes, Jiang Ling said. Ying Tian nodded and asked, is that all this skill does? I'm not saying it's useless, but is this skill purely for serving others? Doesn't it benefit you personally at all? Jiang Ling gave Ying Tian a thumbs up and apologized. This. Ying Tian waved it off. It's fine. Just tell me. What's the big deal? I'm your teacher. Your bloodline power, the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, absorbs a portion of it. Once it accumulates enough to surpass the mythical grade bloodline threshold, I'll achieve a breakthrough, Jiang Ling explained, scratching his head. His Primordial Dragon bloodline was truly peculiar. Each breakthrough required absorbing other top-tier bloodline energies. Wasn't that just demonic cultivation? Hearing this, Ying Tian's heart began to pound violently. Hadn't he heard the saying, heaven never seals off all paths for man? Just as he'd been fretting over how to solve Jiang Ling's breakthrough issue, Jiang Ling had resolved it himself. Shady truly possessed foresight, anticipating even this step. We bow in admiration. Moreover, Jiang Ling seemed unaware that the Ancestral Dragon bloodline could only absorb increasingly higher-tier bloodlines. Quantitative change would eventually trigger qualitative change. A single top-tier bloodline would certainly be insufficient for the Ancestral Dragon bloodline's breakthrough. Therefore, in the future, Jiang Ling would require an ever-growing number of top-tier bloodlines. But he didn't care. When the time came, they'd all figure something out together. After a moment of contemplation, Ying Tian adopted a magnanimous expression and declared with conviction, no problem. I'll start searching immediately to see if any Xian Dragon bloodlines have been passed down. I'll be your guinea pig. Jiang Ling felt a surge of emotion and replied, thank you, Master. Ying Tian waved it off. This is nothing. Your success is the greatest achievement of my teaching career. He rose, suppressing his own excitement. Rest now. Tomorrow you'll enter the multiverse battlefield for the first time. Prepare yourselves. With that, he stepped into the spatial rift and vanished. Jiang Ling was utterly moved, his mind lingering in awe for a long time. This was the true essence of a teacher, like the spring silkworm spinning thread until death, or the candle burning to ash before its tears dry, willingly sacrificing oneself for one's students. Fallen blossoms are not heartless things, they become spring soil to nurture new flowers. Wait, that poem doesn't quite fit the current divine warrior Yingwu. Jiang Ling shook his head and chuckled, it's as if I've truly become a heretic cultivator. Though I absorb others' bloodline power, I also help them break through their limits. Bloodline power is like bone marrow within the human body. As long as it isn't drained dry, it can regenerate. Yet the rank of one's bloodline remains the greatest constraint on cultivation. By helping others break through, he was truly a man of great righteousness. Having finished his self-reassurance, Jiang Ling began pulling out his textbooks to study the details of the multiverse battlefield. Top floor of the administration building. Ying Tian, brimming with triumph, pushed open the principal's office door. He sat down before Mu Xiaoxue with an air of smugness, his entire demeanor screaming, come ask me what good news I have. Mu Xiaoxue chuckled, a rare smile breaking through her icy demeanor. Uncle Ling, so you do have good news? Not bad. I just gave him a little guidance, and now Jiang Ling's breakthrough issues are resolved. Ying Tian stroked his beard, his voice brimming with satisfaction. What? Uncle Ling, you're not joking, are you? You found a bloodline even higher than Zuluang's? Mu Xiaoxue shot up from her chair, her voice urgent. If Jiang Ling could break through to martial god under such harsh conditions, then this martial god might become the strongest in Great Xia, perhaps even the strongest in Blue Star's entire history. How could she not be thrilled? Look at you young people are so impatient. Ying Tian spoke with his usual calm demeanor, pouring himself a cup of tea as he began to explain slowly. The more he spoke, the brighter Mu Xiaoxue's eyes grew. As a martial god and one who also served as the headmaster of Jinghua Academy, he instantly recognized the profound implications of Jiang Ling's skill for the Great Xia Empire. It signified that a generation of bloodlines surpassing the mythic tier would emerge in Great Xia. Mythic bloodlines could forge martial gods, but what lay beyond that? Beyond the 100-tier realm? Though thrilled, Mu Xiaoxue remained clear-headed. She asked, what price must Jiang Ling pay for such a skill that defies heaven and contradicts common sense? Ying Tian scratched his head awkwardly. Lost in his own excitement, he hadn't even considered this question. Mu Xiaoxue sighed in exasperation. Uncle Ling, you really should ask. Until we understand the cost, it's best not to let Jiang Ling use this skill. Understood. I'll look into it later, Ying Tian nodded. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes now shone brightly. She was contemplating this for herself. To others, she was the youngest martial god of Great Xia, a genius transcending the world. Yet only upon truly stepping into this realm did she grasp why, throughout history, countless martial gods found each step beyond it as difficult as ascending to heaven. She now sensed she had reached a bottleneck, largely constrained by her bloodline. If Jiang Ling truly possessed that ability, did that mean she too might have a chance to take another step forward? Chapter 33, Rejecting Another Pitiful One. Jisue, safety must be your top priority during this journey into the secret realm. Remember this. Before the Divine Tomb secret realm, the middle-aged man from the Chaos Holy Land, Lei Zhu, who had paid respects at the mountain that day, repeatedly emphasized this. He had vehemently opposed Bai Jisue entering this secret realm. But Bai Jisue was like a woman possessed, insisting on coming no matter what. Left with no choice, he could only equip her with many of his personal treasures for protection. Bai Jisue nodded and replied, Don't worry, Lei Zhu. I understand. Seeing Lei Zhu about to rummage for more items, Bai Jisue couldn't help but chuckle. She stopped him, extending her hand, each of her 10 slender, fair fingers adorned with a ring. Lei Zhu, please stop. The elders of the sacred land gave me so many things, my hands can't hold anymore. Bai Jisue was both amused and exasperated. Even though she had come here with a specific purpose, the care and regard shown to her by the Chaos Sacred Land deeply touched her heart. Lei Zhu glanced at the cluster of rings on her hand and chuckled in return. I'm getting old, worry makes me forget myself. The Divine Tomb secret realm will be open for 7 days. Remember that artifact I gave you earlier? It can sustain a quasi-emperor level barrier for 7 days. If need be, just hide inside it. What nonsense, Lei Zhu! You look perfectly youthful, Bai Jisue flattered with a smile. I know you care, but rest assured I'll take good care of myself. Ha! Old Lei, this goddess from your sacred land is quite something. As the two were chatting, another middle-aged man strode over with a hearty laugh, followed by a young man radiating golden light. Outstanding talent and such a pleasant voice, envy-inducing. Holy Lord Wanchu, long time no see. After recognizing the visitor, Lei Zhu exchanged brief pleasantries before introducing, This is our sacred land's divine maiden, Bai Jisue. Bai Jisue nodded politely. Wanchu, Holy Lord, his face brimming with envy, patted the young man behind him and chuckled, My son, Jinbu Wan. His talent is decent enough, but compared to your Holy Land's divine maiden, he still falls a bit short. Lei Zhu nodded. No wonder the Wanchu Holy Lord had come personally. It turned out his son was also entering the secret realm. Though the Wanchu Holy Lord wore a cheerful expression, a hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes. Lowering his voice, he said to Lei Zhu, O Lei, the Taiyu Holy Land's actions this time. I fear it's because... His gaze swept toward Bai Jisue, the implication unspoken. Lei Zhu appeared unconcerned, waving his hand dismissively. I refuse to believe the primordial Holy Land could send a great power to scheme against us within the secret realm. Otherwise, given Jisu's abilities, even if she isn't invincible among the younger generation, no one could possibly harm her. The sovereign of Wanchu nodded in agreement. As long as you're prepared, that's all that matters. Though I've heard this Divine Tomb secret realm is exceptionally unstable, it seems to border other realms. We might encounter outsiders from beyond our domain. Is that true? Lei Zhu's expression grew grave. If outsiders were present, Bai Jisue's safety could no longer be guaranteed. Occasionally, beings from other realms would cross paths with the Xian realm through temporal turbulence, including top-tier powerhouses, even those from great worlds boasting peak strength rivaling that of an emperor. Seeing Lei Zhu deep in thought, the Wanchu Holy Lord chuckled, Rest assured. The primordial Holy Land has already surveyed it. It's merely a few minor realms. Moreover, their entry point into the secret realm differs from ours in the Xian realm. We'll likely never cross paths. Hearing this, the frown etched on the Thunder ancestor's brow relaxed. 3 million years ago, realms occasionally collided through temporal turbulence. In the Xian realm's understanding, the myriad realms were categorized into 4 tiers: minor realms, intermediate realms, great realms, and supreme realms. Small worlds possessed incomplete cosmic laws and fragmented rules. Cultivators there could rarely cultivate independently, needing external aid to progress. Their upper limits were low, posing little threat. Medium worlds possessed nascent cosmic laws, harboring relatively powerful cultivators, some even rivaling the might of sage realm beings, yet their upper limits remained low, posing little significant threat. The mystic realm, however, belongs to the category of great worlds. Here, the laws of heaven are perfected, giving birth to supreme cultivation systems and ancient legends. It can nurture supreme masters who have cultivated a particular path to its ultimate limit, the Great Emperor realm. Such beings are virtually unmatched in the world. The supreme world of the mystic realm holds no records, yet based on the attempts of all great emperors to ascend to the so-called immortal realm after their ascension, they envisioned a supreme world, the very origin of the Great Tao's evolution. It might be the primordial realm from the dawn of chaos, where cultivators, once they attain enlightenment, share the lifespan of heaven and earth, and their years align with the sun and moon. The mystic realm has never encountered other great worlds. The strongest beings from other realms encountered were merely at the level of sages. As for lesser worlds, some were even incapable of supporting cultivation. There was truly nothing to be concerned about. As Lei Zhu turned his head, he caught Bai Zishuai's expression and felt his heart skip a beat. That look was so similar to when she decided to enter the secret realm. Could she be hatching another plan? But Bai Zishui was already lost in her own thoughts. Master is so powerful, he must come from a top-tier world. Once I attain the position of Great Emperor, I'll go to the immortal realm to find him. Lei Zhu remained silent. He was far wiser than that old man from the other day. Bai Zishui's focus was undoubtedly different from theirs. Any explanation would only make matters worse. So he chose not to elaborate. The Wanshu Holy Sovereign observed the two with their contrasting expressions and spoke up. I have an idea. What do you two think? Both pairs of eyes turned to him. The Wanshu Holy Lord quickly pulled the man behind him forward and tentatively suggested, though not a top-tier prodigy like Jisoo, he is now a peak Earth Treasure Realm powerhouse. Why not have the two of them travel together? They could watch each other's backs. Lei Zhu deeply agreed. He thought it was an excellent idea. Not only could they watch each other's backs, but perhaps they might even form an alliance with the Wanshu Holy Land in the future. That would not only make the Taichu Holy Land uncomfortable but also ensure Bai Zishui's safety. Yet he remained silent. As an open-minded parent, he fully respected his child's own choice. Thank you for your kindness, Holy Lord, Bai Zishui declined before Lei Zhu could speak. I'm accustomed to traveling alone and fear I might only slow down the Holy Sun Jinbu Huan. Are you kidding? She has important business to attend to shortly. How could she possibly handle it with you tagging along? Bai Zishui inwardly rolled her eyes, yet her face remained apologetic. Golden Unchangeable stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Bai Zishui as he spoke. Miss Bai, it's no trouble. I will protect you. The two elders beside them exchanged a knowing smile at this display. Jinbu Huan was as good as finished. They understood perfectly well whatever Bai Zishui possessed was enough to drive these prodigies, who had devoted themselves to arduous cultivation, utterly mad. The Wanshu Holy Lord naturally had no objections. Luring Bai Zishui back would be ideal. The Thunder Ancestor remained silent too. As an old man, he preferred to stay out of young people's affairs. Mr. Jin, I am the Divine Maiden of the Chaos Sacred Land, a peer of the Holy Lord. That means I'm practically your father's age. What we'd have would be incest. And personally, I don't fancy younger men. I prefer them more seasoned, ideally a generation older. There's no chance between us. Don't waste your energy. Chapter 34, Resurrected in the Secret Realm. Bai Zishui's reply was brutally honest. Jinbu Huan flushed crimson, lowered her head, nodded silently, and retreated behind the Wanshu Holy Lord. The Wanshu Holy Lord's expression, however, was utterly bizarre. Holy Mother, he looked like he'd just heard something earth-shattering. He'd wondered why Bai Zishui had headed straight for the Chaos Holy Land, so this was the connection. Lei Zhu's face twisted into a grotesque grimace. He mentally cursed his third elder brother, the oldest looking among them, under his breath. No wonder someone had complained a couple days ago about Bai Zishui brazenly flaunting his special treatment in the sex cafeteria. Damn that old bastard, corrupting the youth and trying to pull off some old cow munching on tender grass. Just imagining that scene, a pear tree crushing a sea of hibiscus, sent a wave of disgust and nausea washing over him. We shan't disturb you further then. Prepare yourselves, for the secret realm is about to open. The Wanshu Holy Lord swiftly pulled his son away from the scene. He could tell old Lei had something to say. Left alone with Lei Zhu, he spoke earnestly. Jisui, you know, pursuing someone much older than yourself creates a generational gap. I don't think so. Damn, I've been thoroughly duped. When choosing a Dao companion, of course you pick someone handsome. What's appealing about a wrinkled old face? Of course, definitely have to find someone handsome. Handsome? Then no problem. His third brother wasn't exactly ugly but handsome? Not even close. That put his mind at ease. He wouldn't interfere. Children have their own destinies. He now felt that anything but that old relic would be acceptable. A crack glinting with golden light began to appear in the distance, from which wisps of primordial energy began to seep out. The secret realm has opened. Fellow cultivators, the secret realm is now open. Prepare to enter. The figure of the primordial Holy Lord appeared beside the crack, loudly announcing the commencement of the secret realm. His gaze lingered fleetingly upon the Chaos Sacred Lands contingent as he continued, "Gentlemen, it must be made clear, once the Divine Tomb secret realm is opened, entry is permitted, but exit is not. The exit will only appear after 7 days. Within these 7 days, whatever you encounter within the secret realm, you must remain inside for the full 7 days. Therefore, if any of you have not yet made up your minds, you may reconsider. After all, the dangers within are numerous." Lei Zhu's expression twisted into a grimace. He couldn't shake the feeling that the primordial Holy Lord's gaze held a hint of provocation. As long as they didn't play dirty tricks, he'd let Bai Jishui wipe them out inside. This thought brought a flicker of satisfaction to Lei Zhu's face as he watched Bai Jishui step into the secret realm. Within the secret realm, the setting sun hung like blood across the horizon. This ancient battlefield, silent for 1,000 years, stretched out before them a desolate, barren landscape. Time seemed frozen here, leaving only endless decay and desolation. In the distance, several crumbling beacon towers stood atop mountain peaks. Their walls had long since collapsed, leaving only broken ruins. The bricks and stones were covered in cracks, bearing the weight of ancient time. Each participant spawned at a random location. Bai Jishu stood alone on the barren plain. Not far from her, several disciples' affiliations unknown had already gathered, surveying their surroundings. Their whispers reached her ears with crystal clarity. What's the point of the primordial sanctuary guarding this godforsaken place so tightly every day? Exactly. I don't see anything here, just a few broken swords and blades here and there. What's so special about this place? And we have to stay here for 7 whole days before we can leave? Unbelievable. The group chattered away in a flurry of complaints, all expressing regret over participating in this secret realm. Rust-stained weapon fragments littered the ground, broken blades, shattered spears, cracked shields scattered everywhere. Some swords and blades lay slanted in the soil, their former luster long lost beneath thick layers of rust. Suddenly, a youth who had activated his pupil technique gasped in shock. "That's a sacred weapon." The broken sword piercing the corpse's chest was a fragment of a sacred weapon. The youth's words stunned everyone present. Among the scattered, decaying weapons, one was actually a sacred weapon? Several people quickly scattered, frantically searching. Soon, the open field echoed with a chorus of startled cries. "That broken blade is also a sacred weapon. This armor may be damaged, but judging by the materials, it could be a great sacred weapon. Step aside. The arrows piercing this corpse are made from materials used in imperial weapons." Bai Jishui watched the excited group, utterly baffled. "It's just a pile of scrap metal. Is it really worth all this fuss?" Even if these damaged sacred weapons were intact, she wouldn't care about them. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance back to frugality. Bai Jishui sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead in exasperation as she turned and walked away into the wilderness. This crowd was getting a bit noisy. She needed to find a place to prepare for her grand scheme. The air was thick with the stench of decay and dust, mingled with a faint tang of blood. Though countless eras had passed, the scent seemed to linger eternally. Amidst the crowd's jubilant shouts, Bai Jishui's footsteps abruptly halted. Her keen senses detected a subtle tremor beneath her feet, as if something was stirring deep within the earth. Soon after, soil began to crumble from beneath the scattered fragments of armor. A hand, calloused and caked with dried blood, burst forth from the earth. Its nails were black and curved, and wisps of deathly energy began to surge upward. A corpse clad in tattered battle robes slowly sat up. Beneath the helmet, the face had long since rotted away, leaving only stark white bones and a few strands of dry hair. The ribcage at its chest was fractured, revealing a gaping wound, clearly the corpse from which the broken sword had been wrenched. Yet within its hollow eye sockets, 2 eerie green ghostly flames ignited, flickering with a cold, bloodthirsty glow. It stiffly turned its neck, creaking with each movement, then abruptly stood up, staggering toward the youth who had pulled the broken sword. The youth, busy digging for treasure, felt a tap on his shoulder. He snapped impatiently, "Can't you see I'm digging here? If you want to dig, go do it somewhere else." But the steady trickle of dirt falling from his shoulder grated on his nerves. He whipped his head around, snapping, "Got any manners? Don't touch me without wiping your hands first." The boy let out a terrified scream, but it was too late. The corpse pounced on him and began devouring him. He kicked wildly to break free, only to find several more corpses closing in behind him, surrounding him completely. "What the hell is this? Why are they all after me?" he screamed in despair, pulling out everything he'd just acquired and flinging it all at once. "It's all yours. It's all yours. Just leave me alone." The corpses indeed halted their advance. Each retrieved an item, placed it where it had originally been on their bodies, and returned to their prone positions. "These things are too powerful. We can't fight them." Everyone else was also surrounded and attacked by corpses, each carrying various items. Though these corpses had endured countless ages of erosion, they were beings capable of being slain by holy weapons, even destroying them. Even after endless years, these youths still found them difficult to handle. Bai Jishui stood with arms crossed in the distance, observing the scene with amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. No wonder sacred weapons littered this wilderness. Even after the primordial sanctuary had guarded this sacred land for countless ages, there were still so many left. Li Ku by the roadside mused, the reason these sacred weapons remained unclaimed must surely lie here. Not that they were impossible to take, it was just that being relentlessly pursued by these troublesome things made them difficult to deal with, and it would be hard to pursue other opportunities afterward. A thoughtful expression crossed by Jishui's face as a plan gradually crystallized in her mind. Chapter 35, The First Group. Several people lay on the ground, panting heavily, still shaken by the ordeal. Others sat together, tending to their wounds, grimacing in pain. No wonder the primordial sanctuary wasn't afraid of us. Entering this place is truly unnerving. But those corpses, though powerful, aren't exactly agile. We can just wait until the day we need to leave, grab our stuff, and run. You're an idiot. If no one's looted the stuff lying around all these years, there must be better stuff elsewhere. That makes sense. Let's rest a bit, then scout other areas. After a brief discussion, the group fell silent, moving forward in quiet agreement. The entire wasteland was now silent save for the occasional howl of the cold wind whistling through the cave's crevices, a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, as if stirred by the impact of 1,000 charging horses. Boom! The group looked up, frozen in place, their bandages mid-wrap, suspended in midair. How much stuff did they take? Holy moly! What are you standing around for? Run! Ahead, the army of corpses surged like a black tide, carrying a torrent of dark death energy as they pursued a breathtakingly beautiful figure. Far from panicking, the figure casually snatched up 2 more corpses mid-stride, swelling the ranks of the undead army in pursuit. Thus, the already endless tide of corpses swelled ever larger. The air thickened with the pungent stench of decay and blood, and in an instant, the horde closed to within 100 meters of the group. What are you standing around for? Run! The figure sped past them at incredible velocity, leaving only a wind-like whisper behind. Snapping out of their daze, the others followed in her wake, beginning their desperate flight. Hey, you! Did you take their stuff? Panting heavily, they shouted after Bai Jishui. I found it lying on the ground. I thought no one wanted it, Bai Jisua called back from a distance. Hey, you're from Central Plains too? So am I. Our lives come first, let's ditch the stuff and leave it for them. I'll get it back for you in Central Plains later. Hearing Bai Jisu's answer, the group behind her quickly urged. What I pick up is mine. Why should I give it back? Besides, can you even afford to give it back? Sure, it's broken, but I've got 14,564 sacred weapons, 3,789 great sacred weapons, and 12 near-emperor weapons here. What's your background? Let me check your credentials first. Hearing this, the group behind him nearly choked on their own blood. No wonder the endless tide of corpses stretched as far as the eye could see. So you've hoarded all this loot, you little devil. Look at her back, she resembles a fox clan. Could she be that nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline? Cut the nonsense. She's the divine maiden of the chaos sacred land, why would she care about such junk? Stop just blaming me, count how many tails she has. She's running. But she's so far away, I can't see clearly. Hey, why did she stop? Up ahead, that figure suddenly halted, her face brimming with apology and awkwardness. She gave them a sheepish grin and said, about something, you guys better not get mad, okay? It's her. The divine maiden of the chaos sanctuary. Aren't they supposed to be ice queen beauties? She's grinning like some street thug. Of course she's smiling, she's got something to hide. She must be in big trouble, scared we'll beat her up. If you think you can beat her, go ahead and try. Seeing Bai Jisu's unusual reaction, the others slowed their pace as the tide of corpses behind them steadily closed in. Chaos goddess, just tell us already. We're on the brink of life and death here, stop playing coy. Soon none of us will be able to escape. Bai Jisu muttered, even if I don't tell you, you won't escape anyway. What? Her voice was too soft they couldn't hear clearly and shouted back. I said there's a cliff ahead. No path. Bai Jishui declared with sullen resolve. What? Ah. My life is over. Sis, give the stuff back to them. Your Majesty, it's time to rise. The entire court awaits your presence. Hey, Your Majesty, wake up, the 8-Nation Alliance has entered the capital, Your Majesty. Hey, Your Majesty, wake up. Your Majesty, the Qing dynasty is finished, Your Majesty. Jiang Ling turned off the alarm, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Sitting on the bed, he could see Jiang Lei in the living room, neatly dressed and raring to go. Spotting Jiang Ling rise, he immediately urged, Brother Jiang, hurry up. Today's our first time entering the multiverse frontline, aren't you excited? As Jiang Ling got dressed and washed up, Jiang Lei chattered in his ear, this time, the school teachers are leading us, not our mentors. The school said the martial saints and martial gods are usually too busy to actively take us on trials or training. We can just ask them when we have cultivation questions. Makes sense. Just having a martial saint's contact info lets me brag big time back home. This trip to the frontiers is split into 6 teams, 5 people per team. Brother Jiang, guess which team we're on? At this point, Jiang Lei's face was beaming with pride. First group, Brother Jiang. We're both in the first group. With Muyu from that mythical bloodline clan, and the other 2 are Yian and Lin Hai. Hearing this, Jiang Ling chuckled softly, spitting out all the toothpaste foam in his mouth. Lin Hai and Yian? I can understand you assigning that half-step mythic bloodline to us, but how did those 2 even qualify for the same group based on talent? Hee, Brother Jiang, calm down first, don't accidentally target your own allies. Jiang Lei scratched his head sheepishly and explained, out of the 6 groups, only 2 were assigned based on freshman rankings. You and Muyu were ranked first, while the rest of us were randomly assigned. Jiang Ling chuckled at this. So Yian, without a divine artifact, had ended up ranked beyond 12th place. And yet he still tried to pick fights with him every day. And then there's his buddy Lin Hai, 2 birds of a feather. Though both exceptionally talented, they still hovered around the lower middle tier at the Martial God Academy. But this also highlighted the sheer terror of the Martial God Academy's students. Had he not easily defeated Yian wielding a divine artifact back then, he probably wouldn't have secured his position as a martial god instructor so easily. Amid Jiang Lei's chatter, Jiang Ling quickly finished getting ready. Following the notice, the 2 headed to the school gate. Jiang Ling had risen a bit late, and the others were already waiting at the entrance. Just 5 people, they stood in 3 groups, Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei in one, Muyu standing alone on one side, and Yian and Lin Hai on another. Spotting the 2 approaching, Yian snorted lightly. The top freshman already acting all high and mighty, making us all wait for him. Big deal. Lin Hai, beside him, chimed in, Yian, that's not fair. Maybe he just overslept. After all that partying, getting up must be tough. Jiang Ling had intended to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. You're actually right about that, kid. Just as Jiang Lei was about to retort, a calm voice cut him off. Enough. The speaker was Muyu. Her face remained expressionless as she continued, we're heading to the front lines. We're all comrades in arms. What's the point of bickering here? Her gaze shifted to Yian, the reproach in her eyes unmistakable. Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei exchanged smug glances at the pair. Muyu then pointed toward the man smoking in the distance. Our instructor will lead us to the front lines. He'll only provide cover from the shadows. The school has assigned me as team leader, so I'll be in command. Any objections? Her gaze now fixed on Jiang Ling. As a mythic bloodline, the most likely candidate to object was Jiang Ling, the top freshman after all, she hadn't participated in the new student trials. Jiang Ling couldn't care less about such matters. He nodded. No objections here. Chapter 36, Departure for the Front Lines. Seeing Jiang Ling's acquiescence, Muyu swept her gaze around the group, her tone carrying an air of finality. Very well, it's settled then. Follow my commands when the time comes. The others nodded in agreement. Yian had only dared to challenge Jiang Ling facing Muyu, a top-tier mythical bloodline. He felt a bit intimidated. Muyu nodded and continued, since everyone agrees, let's each introduce ourselves. Muyu, Vermilion Bird Bloodline, level 19 martial artist. She finished and looked at the others, waiting for them to continue. Yian, Thunder Dragon Bloodline, 18th level martial artist. Yian took the floor, his gaze challenging Jiang Ling and the others. Muyu was only level 19, while he was currently level 18. He was definitely going to outrank Jiang Ling. Finally, he could vent the frustration he'd been holding these past few days. Lin Hai continued, Lin Hai, Crimson Demon Tiger Bloodline, 16th level martial artist. Those 2 think they're so tough, Jiang Lei muttered, covering his mouth as if whispering. But with only a handful of people present, Yian and the others could easily overhear him, especially since Jiang Lei was clearly speaking for their benefit with no intention of hiding it. Lin Hai was momentarily speechless, letting out a cold snort as he waited for Jiang Lei to speak. Jiang Lei, Kuei Bull Bloodline, 19th level martial artist. Jiang Lei spoke with a lightness that carried weight. Yian and the others wore expressions that were quite a sight: shock, anger, and other emotions flashed across their faces. Even Muyu raised an eyebrow slightly. Though she had been deliberately slowing her cultivation pace to solidify her foundation, the boost a mythic bloodline provided to cultivation was immense. For Jiang Lei to be at the same level as her meant his bloodline must also be extraordinary. Kuei Bull Bloodline? Never heard of it, Jiang Ling murmured. Who would have guessed Jiang Lei, who kept quiet day after day, possessed such formidable strength? Young man, you're quite something. The man smoking in the distance had appeared beside them unnoticed. Hearing Jiang Lei's self-introduction, he couldn't help but offer praise. Thanks, teacher. Jiang Lei replied with a grin. With such talent, why not compete for a higher position? I recall you voluntarily chose mentor number 15, correct? The man inquired curiously. Contentment is bliss, and having a martial saint mentor is more than I could ask for. Jiang Lei said with a satisfied look. Ha! Interesting. The man burst into laughter, then fell silent. All eyes turned to Jiang Ling, including Muyu's gaze, which held a mix of curiosity and scrutiny. If these relatively unknown freshmen were this strong, what about Jiang Ling?
Jiang Ling didn't particularly enjoy being stared at so intently, but cause and effect he was this formidable, so he had to flaunt it. Jiang Ling, descendant of the primordial dragon, 23rd level martial master.
Silence fell. Yian's expression now held no jealousy, only defeat. Jiang Lei beamed with admiration, fawning, "Brother Jiang, you're so awesome. I'm definitely sticking to your coattails." Mu Yu nodded. That was more like it.
If Jiang Ling could take first place, it proved he had real strength. Though his level was higher than hers now, she had deliberately slowed her own breakthrough pace.
If she truly pursued advancement, her level might not be lower than his.
The man behind them had just started walking away to light another cigarette when Jiang Ling's words made him choke on the smoke, triggering a violent coughing fit.
Freshman year, level 23, and he's already so far ahead of Mu Yu, a mythic bloodline? What kind of bloodline is this ancestral dragon lineage? Terrifying. How high will his future achievements soar?
He stubbed out his cigarette and cleared his throat. After hearing your introductions, I'm truly impressed.
You truly live up to being the top group. His gaze drifted toward Jiang Ling as he introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself as well. Zhao Fei, descendant of the Iced Sanlong bloodline, level 67 martial sovereign. My task is to lead you to the front lines.
Your trial was originally planned to involve dealing with some low-level monsters and familiarizing yourselves with the environment. However, the plans for the first 3 groups have changed. A note of seriousness entered his voice. A new spatial realm has been integrated into the frontline trial zone. After reconnaissance, the outer perimeter is relatively safe and offers abundant opportunities. Therefore, your first trial will take place within this realm.
Mu Yu spoke up. Teacher, is this because the temporal turbulence has connected to another world?
A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Fei's eyes before his face lit up with admiration.
Yes.
Though you may encounter beings from other realms, I will protect you. I spent some time at the front lines with my family before, Mu Yu explained. I've heard rumors about this, especially lately.
Blue Star has been encountering other worlds more frequently. Good. Since you're aware of this, let's depart.
Opportunity waits for no one. First come, first served. As the first group, you must strive for everything.
Zhao Fei waved his hand, summoning a spacecraft-like vehicle.
He boarded first and announced, the front lines lie beyond the boundary.
I'm no martial god, I lack the power to traverse space.
I'm afraid you'll have to make do with my private ship. The group filed in one after another. The ship's interior wasn't spacious. Mu Yu took the passenger seat, while the others sat in the back row.
Zhao Fei began operating the controls with practiced ease, unlocking his phone and activating navigation. Immoral Star navigation at your service. Departing for the newly marked secret realm beyond the border. Total distance, 320,000 kilometers. Estimated time, 6 hours.
The ship lifted off swiftly.
Jiang Lei, thrilled, grabbed Jiang Ling's arm. This pushback sensation. So awesome. My family's got money, but not just anyone can go to the outer realm battlefield. I've barely ridden in a ship like this a few times. This is amazing.
Jiang Ling gazed at the streaks of light streaming past the window and chuckled. I know you're thrilled, but try to calm down, we might be coming back here again.
Pilot Zhao Fei chimed in. Yeah, Xiao Lei, we'll be doing this often.
The trips long play on your phones or catch some sleep. No signal, Yian muttered, pulling out his phone in frustration.
Ugh, I have so many offline games on my phone. Which one should I play first?
Jiang Lei pulled out his phone, feigning helplessness.
Keep the sound off if you're gaming.
I'm trying to sleep, Yian said through gritted teeth.
Oh, you're not playing? I have another phone. I was thinking of giving it to you. Want to play? I'll play. Lin Hai, wanna play? All right.
Jiang Lei handed a phone to each of Yian and Lin Hai in the back seat, then turned to Jiang Ling and Mu Yu. Want one?
Zhao Fei chuckled. Hey Lei, how many phones do you actually carry around? Not many. Just a few left. Thanks, but no thanks.
Mu Yu politely declined, closing her eyes to prepare for sleep. Jiang Ling took one, intending to test if his little game would run just in case. He opened the game, only to be startled by the scene before him. Beneath the blood-red sunset, Bai Jishui's snow-white skirt was stained with blood. Her disheveled black hair hung down as she leaned against a cliff. Behind her lay a 1,000-foot precipice, beside her stood several terrified youths, and before her surged a tidal wave of corpses. Her exquisite face showed no trace of panic, only an unyielding resolve to die rather than surrender. Yet, a fleeting hint of expectation flickered in her eyes before vanishing, carefully concealed.
Jiang Ling watched Bai Jishui's expression, utterly bewildered, still trying to grasp what was happening. System alerts began popping up one after another.
Beloved disciple Bai Jishui faces mortal peril. Undead horde approaching, strongest corpses possess Saint Realm strength.
Proceed with caution.
Beloved disciple Bai Jishui has resolved to fight to the death.
Player, please assist immediately. Danger. Danger. Danger.
Beloved disciple is in mortal peril.
Player must prioritize this immediately. Chapter 37, The One from the Upper Realm.
The undead horde surges, my beloved disciple is in grave peril.
As her master, you choose. Option 1, Thunder Strikes, all shall perish. Spend 258 yuan to summon 9 heavens divine thunder and vanquish the undead horde. Option 2, Mountains may crumble, rivers may run dry, but my master's grace endures forever. Spend 1,788 yuan to enter the secret realm and accompany your beloved disciple Bai Jishui through this trial. Option 3, spend 2580 to bundle both options 1 and 2. When the system options popped up, Jiang Ling didn't even bother to read them carefully. As a hardcore spender, he'd shell out as much as possible. Without a second thought, he selected option 3. After all, he'd just need to deal with that zombie-like corpse tide, make a brief appearance to put on a show, and then return. The setting sun bathed the cliff in blood-red hues, while the putrid stench of the undead tide assaulted their nostrils. The group had slowly retreated to the cliff's edge, the bottomless abyss stretching beneath their feet. The guttural growls from the front ranks of the undead horde were distinctly audible. I really can't swing my blade anymore, someone's voice trembled. Though these corpses weren't powerful, they fought with reckless abandon, attacking relentlessly without defense. The sheer exhaustion of constant slaughter was draining their strength. Bai Jishui, give them your stuff. Better to lose your chance than get gnawed down to the bone, a young girl suddenly cried out. The moment the words left her mouth, the others joined in a chorus of condemnation. Exactly. How could you be so selfish? You take the opportunity, but why make us die with you? The man who spoke swung his blade at the nearest rotting corpse, only to find the blade lodged between its ribs, stuck fast. Damn it, help me. It's stuck. Bai Jishui flew over, kicking the corpse away with a single blow. The man pulled his blade free, inwardly relieved yet astonished by the Chaos Goddess's power. A single kick had sent this corpse possessing strength nearly on par with the Tianshu realm flying. Meanwhile, he'd been hacking away with his blade, only to get it stuck. Bai Jishui remained silent, waiting. Suddenly, everyone saw her sense something. She snapped her head up and called out into the void, Master, you've come? Oh no, Bai Jishui was mentally unstable. No wonder who in their right mind would do something like this. She must be hallucinating again, which is why she's so brazenly provoking the horde of corpses. As they debated, a rumbling thunderclap above drew their gazes upward. The thunderclouds were as thick as ink, churning with purple gold lightning that radiated an aura of utter destruction. The first purple bolt erupted, its deep violet core swirling with faint dark gold as it plunged like a colossal dragon through the sky, striking the very center of the corpse horde. Crackling sounds erupted in rapid succession, filling the air. Countless bolts of lightning slammed into the undead horde. The corpses struck by the thunder were instantly vaporized, reduced to ash that drifted down in a shower. The onlookers stood speechless, staring dumbly at the spectacle. The entire tide of corpses was now engulfed in a boiling inferno of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning, like thunder dragons, slithered through the pile of corpses. With each strike on a corpse, golden flames several feet tall leapt up. The dead bodies screamed in agony within the lightning and fire, turning to ash. The shockwave nearly knocked them off the cliff, scorching winds carrying ash onto their faces, yet no one spoke. They watched helplessly as the once rampaging horde of corpses, crushed beneath the thunderous tribulation, vanished like ice under the scorching sun, not a single bone left behind. This thunderstorm seemed to begin precisely after Bai Jishui's unusual reaction. Could it be that? When the last bolt of lightning faded, only wisps of blue smoke lingered in the sky. A crack of golden light split the dark clouds, slicing through the chaos like a blade. A figure emerged slowly from the thunder's aftermath, black robes fluttering in the wind. His brow bones were sharply defined, sweeping diagonally into his temples. His narrow, upward slanted phoenix eyes held pupils as dark as deep pools, reflecting the scattered ashes of corpses without a flicker of emotion. Recognizing the figure, Bai Jishui cried out excitedly, Master, you've come. Watching his exuberant disciple, Jiang Ling couldn't help but smile. Did you think I wouldn't come and watch you get eaten? I knew you'd come to save me, Master. Bai Jishui declared triumphantly, his eyes brimming with admiration and devotion. The interaction between the two left the surrounding crowd frozen in place. Wait, Bai Jishui wasn't mad? He really had a master? And with divine might beyond compare, he had obliterated the tide of 10,000 corpses in a single sweep. Bai Jishui pulled out several fragments of sacred weapons and distributed them among the group, offering an apologetic smile. My apologies for involving you all. This is a token of my gratitude. Please accept it without resentment. The others accepted the fragments, glancing at the enigmatic man behind Bai Jishui and swallowing hard. Moved? Not a chance. Who would dare blame you? Do you wish to die? Not at all, not at all. The divine maiden is too kind. The sacred sects are bound by the same spirit, it was our duty to act. After bidding farewell to the others, Jiang Ling and Bai Jishui walked side by side through the wilderness. The sky had already begun to darken. Unlike the cheerful and excited Bai Jishui beside him, Jiang Ling's mind was filled with nothing but confusion. Wait, how long have I been here? As if sensing his confusion, a mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind. The game reserves the right to interpret all recharge options. Regarding option 2. Companionship 1. Players may only accompany others during this session. No cultivation gains are possible. 2. Players may only leave the world after Bai Jishui completes the secret realm trial. Real world time will be paused. 3. Players may still top up their account balance during the secret realm period. Damn it! Everything else was tolerable. He could endure staying longer with his little disciple in this world. But this? Denying him cultivation? What the hell is that supposed to mean? So he's literally useless? Just there for companionship? Master, what's wrong? Bai Jishui sensed his emotional turmoil and asked curiously. Nothing, Jiang Ling waved it off. Will you be returning to the upper realm today, master? Bai Jishui ventured cautiously. She wasn't sure if the secret realm could keep Jiang Ling here. In her understanding, Jiang Ling belonged to the upper realm bound by its laws, not those of the mystic realm. Hearing the question, Jiang Ling drew a deep breath, silently cursing the game once more before replying gently, "This secret realm holds a great opportunity. I'll stay and help you seize it." Jiang Ling was quite satisfied with this answer. After all, he couldn't very well say he couldn't escape that would shatter his master's authority to smithereens. Put. Bai Jishui couldn't help but chuckle at Jiang Ling's response. Jiang Ling glanced up, and Bai Jishui quickly composed himself, adopting an expression that screamed, "It really wasn't me." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. "What are you laughing at?" His answer was both reasonable and served to highlight his master's noble character. Like a gardener nurturing young seedlings, he cherished his disciple. "Why are you the one laughing?" Meeting Jiang Ling's slightly puzzled expression, Bai Jishui forced himself to control his own and said, "When I was in school as a child, some students would ask the master tricky questions. Sometimes he'd explain them to us, but other times he'd just say, 'This isn't on the test, don't bother looking at it.' That teacher was clearly incompetent, obviously didn't know the answer." Jiang Ling retorted. "Wait, something doesn't feel right. What was she trying to say? How did she know I couldn't get away?" Chapter 38, Collapsing the Bed. Within the secret realm, the Jade Rabbit rose in the east. Jiang Ling and Bai Jishui walked forward in silence. Emerging from the wasteland, a range of mountains stretched before them, mysterious and majestic under the hazy moonlight. As cultivators, they were no strangers to days of continuous travel, so Bai Jishui showed no intention of resting. But Jiang Ling, a notorious sleepyhead, had risen so early this morning that drowsiness now crept over him. Without his cultivation base, the relentless journey had left him utterly exhausted. Deep in the wilderness and mountains, how can one sleep on the ground with the sky as a blanket? Spend 648 to obtain a simple house, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room? Mountains loom high, the road stretches far, body and mind weary. Spend 128 to obtain 2 portions of dinner? Perfect timing, though your meals are a bit pricey. Jiang Ling muttered a few complaints under his breath, then frowned as he topped up his account. Bai Jishui walked beside him, observing Jiang Ling's slight panting. She wondered inwardly, how could a master who transcends heaven and earth pant so heavily after just a few steps? As she pondered this, a flash of white light appeared before them, materializing a small house in front of the pair. Bai Jishui remained calm, but Jiang Ling was quite surprised. The game's arrangements weren't half bad. Opening the door revealed 2 small bedrooms and a modest living room beyond. It was decorated in an antique style common in the Xian realm. Exhausted, Jiang Ling sat down in the living room. He pulled out the 2 box dinners he'd bought, handed one to Bai Jishui, and gestured. "Find a place to sit and eat. Don't be shy, make yourself at home." Jiang Ling's features were sharp and intense, yet his manner while eating was surprisingly easygoing. Bai Jishui stared blankly for a moment before taking the box, lost in thought. She felt a sense of unreality. Why did Jiang Ling seem like an ordinary mortal? She couldn't sense any aura of cultivation emanating from him either. She shook her head and began eating her boxed meal. Jiang Ling wolfed down his meal, clearing his box in a flash. He rubbed his stomach and closed his eyes in contentment. You know what? This boxed meal was pricey, but it was actually pretty tasty and the portion was generous. Bai Jishui's gaze fell upon the relaxed Jiang Ling, her eyes darkening slightly. She said nothing. "Alright, take your time eating. I'm going to rest." After digesting for a while, Jiang Ling entered his own room. As soon as she left, Bai Jishui set down his lunchbox and rose to enter another room. Sleepiness washed over Jiang Ling and she collapsed onto her bed. In the bedroom just one wall away, Bai Jishui lay on her bed, her eyes dark and her face brimming with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Snap! The wooden bed snapped cleanly in 2. She rose calmly, stood by the bedside for a moment, then ran her hand along the broken edge. Sharp splinters instantly drew several glaring red lines across her arm. As the wounds began to heal rapidly, Bai Jishui performed a magical gesture, halting the healing process and allowing scabs to form. The door to the adjacent room opened softly. A figure entered slowly, her stunningly beautiful face unobscured even by the dim light. Her skin was fair, glowing faintly in the moonlight. "Master? Are you asleep?" Bai Jishui asked tentatively, her voice neither loud nor soft. The only response was Jiang Ling's steady breathing. Under the moonlight, Bai Jishui quietly approached Jiang Ling's bedside. Seeing the space less than a foot beside him, her expression darkened. She tilted her head and thought for a moment before suddenly shrinking into a small white fox with 9 tails. With a swift dart, she slipped under Jiang Ling's covers, poking her head out to stare intently at the sight of her master's face. All was silent. Bai Jishui twitched her ears contentedly, inhaling deeply. The air was thick with her master's scent. After lying still for a while, seeing no movement from the person beside her, she slowly shifted closer until she pressed tightly against Jiang Ling's arm. In the dim moonlight, her watery fox eyes shone unusually bright. Her ears and tail swayed gently in contentment as she drifted deeper into sleep. Jiang Ling had always wanted to travel to the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, to wear their traditional Tibetan attire. Especially with one arm exposed, resembling a scholar's sleeve, it looked absolutely stunning. Perhaps exhausted from the previous night, his dream had manifested, especially the sensation of wearing the Tibetan attire felt incredibly real. One arm was warm, while the other felt slightly cool. As his hazy consciousness gradually cleared, he instinctively reached for his phone with the outer arm only to be startled by the weight on his forearm. His hand twitched. The furry sensation jolted him awake instantly, his hair standing on end. What the hell is that? He stiffened slightly and slowly turned his head, only to find a white 9-tailed fox lying quietly on his arm. He understood why he was wearing Tibetan attire now. Sleeves made of pure fox fur, how could they not be warm? How had Bai Jishui ended up here? And why had it reverted to its true form? Jiang Ling saw it sleeping soundly, so he gently withdrew his hand and went back into her room to investigate. Good grief! What met his eyes was a broken bed split clean in two, splinters jutting out dangerously, utterly unfit for sleeping. Jiang Ling was now genuinely ready to curse this crappy game. Housing prices weren't cheap, and the quality was this poor? Good thing he'd slept like a log yesterday and hadn't moved much, otherwise, he'd probably have gotten the bed collapse combo deal too. He walked back to his room. Bai Jishui had already woken up and was now back to her usual self, sitting on the bed staring at him. The questioning look in both their eyes was unmistakable. Bai Jishui spoke first, her face full of grievance. Master, what's the deal with that bed? I just rolled over, and it collapsed, cutting my arm. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a scabbed wound. The dark red wound, about 3 inches long, stood out starkly against her pale arm. Jiang Ling's expression immediately cracked. He asked, do you have any medicine? Did you treat the wound? Bai Jishui nodded silently. Jiang Ling paused for a long moment before plowing ahead. Bai Jishui, you're a grown woman now. I've taught you so many books. How could you sneak into bed with me? Master is different, Bai Jishui murmured softly. That's still not acceptable. Jiang Ling said sternly. Master, don't you like sleeping with me? Bai Jishui's large, watery eyes fixed on Jiang Ling, filled with hurt. It seemed as though if Jiang Ling said one word of refusal, she would shed little pearls for him to see. Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. It's not that. You're already grown up sleeping in the same bed as your master? If word gets out, how will you ever find a Dao companion? How will you? Oh, Bai Jishui lowered her head, her voice muffled. Jiang Ling changed the subject. Get ready. Today, I'll take you to seek a great opportunity. With that, he stepped out of the room and into the open air. The moment he stepped outside, a notification flashed in his mind. Ding! Your bond value with beloved disciple Bai Jishu has reached maximum. Reward package will be distributed upon returning to reality. Ding! Your beloved disciple's affection value has reached maximum. Rewards will be distributed upon returning to reality. Ding! Beloved disciple Bai Jishu's darkening value is 30. Current darkening value is 60, exceeding 50. Player, please be aware. Chapter 39, Imperial Level Opportunity. The sudden in-game notifications caught Jiang Ling off guard. He hadn't paid much attention to these stats, though he had been quite busy these past 2 days. He understood why the affection and bond values were maxed out, but why was the corruption value so high? It seemed he needed to prioritize Bai Jishu's revenge plot. Otherwise, this corruption value would likely keep climbing. The matter concerning the primordial sanctuary was like a thorn lodged in his young disciple's heart. Until it was removed, neither he nor Bai Jishu could find peace. Jiang Ling felt his analysis was spot on. He let out a heavy sigh. To forge iron, one must be strong oneself. While seeking vengeance, Bai Jishu must also cultivate formidable strength. What was the greatest opportunity within this secret realm? Jiang Ling queried the Xuanjie question module. Fortunately, though his cultivation had been stripped, other functions remained unaffected. After a brief pause, a map appeared in his mind, densely covered with dazzling points of light. Map loaded. Green dots indicate current location. Purple dots mark opportunities below Saint Tier. Gold dots signify Saint Tier resources. Red dots denote Emperor Tier resources. It wasn't that Jiang Ling had overly high standards, he'd simply been spoiled by gaming. He didn't even glance at the purple or gold dots, his gaze locking directly onto the 3 red dots on the map. Good heavens! Even knowing the primordial sacred land's might, Jiang Ling couldn't help but marvel. How many years had this secret realm been open? Yet it still held 3 Emperor Tier opportunities. Just how deep were the primordial sacred land's foundations? Emperor-level opportunities specifically referred to the inheritance of great emperors, typically located at the sites where they ascended to the Tao. In other words, this tiny secret realm contained 3 great emperors' tombs. Even more terrifying was that the primordial sacred land had managed to keep them firmly under its control. Bai Jishui's path of vengeance was no ordinary challenge. He quickly mapped out the route to the first red dot and waited for Bai Jishui to get ready. Jiang Ling glanced at Bai Jishu, his expression unchanged, showing no signs of unease. Look at this disciple, his darkening value is already at 60, yet he remains so well behaved in front of his master. Truly a model student. Master, are we walking there? Bai Jishu asked, eyeing Jiang Ling, who was itching to get going. Ah. Jiang Ling scratched his head. He'd completely forgotten about that. The secret realm was only open for 7 days. If they really walked to find it, they'd probably arrive after it had already closed. Master, shall we ride our swords? Bai Jishui seemed to have figured something out. He pulled out a long sword and stepped onto it. Jiang Ling felt a bit awkward. He intended to hitch a ride, but stating it outright felt a bit embarrassing. Master, it's just a short distance. There's no need for such elaborate measures. We'll arrive in no time together. Jiang Ling genuinely cherished this young disciple, so perceptive, every word hitting the mark. He stepped onto the flying sword with calm composure and smiled, all right, as you wish. Bai Zizhuai's lips curved into a sweet smile. Thank you, master. You're so kind. Once Jiang Ling stood behind her, Bai Jishui instinctively said, Master, hold me steady, we're about to depart. Her tone sounded as if she were instructing a mere mortal. Jiang Ling showed no sign of surprise. He gently grasped Bai Jishui's shoulders and said, Ready? Let's go. Bai Jishui smiled faintly, inadvertently revealing a hint of deep darkness in her pupils. Ah. During the first half of the flight, Jiang Ling managed to maintain his composure. But in the latter part, whether due to severe convective weather or Bai Jishui's lack of piloting skill, the turbulence became relentless, jolting up and down without warning. His final psychological barrier shattered, and he began screaming in terror. The 2 hands resting on Bai Jishui's shoulders tightened, gripping the fabric of the person in front of him with deathly force. Bai Jishui slowly descended, turning to look at him with concern. Master, are you all right? Jiang Ling's steps were unsteady. He instinctively grabbed Bai Jishui's arm, his head feeling light. Shaking it, he said, I'm fine. It's just that this is my first time riding someone else's sword, and I'm not used to it. Bai Jishu's moist eyes flickered with a mix of guilt and innocence. It's my fault for not piloting the sword well. I'm sorry for putting you through this, master. Jiang Ling waved dismissively, signaling he was fine. Glancing around, he declared, we're nearly there, the Emperor tier opportunity. Let's go. With that, Jiang Ling released Bai Jishui and strode forward. Bai Jishui smiled and followed suit. Watching Jiang Ling lead the way ahead, Bai Jishui's eyes brimmed with curiosity. In this labyrinth of traps, false passages, and intricate mechanisms, Jiang Ling moved as if endowed with X-ray vision, flawlessly selecting the optimal path. Even when prying open the side door of the tomb, he applied just the right amount of force, creating a gaping hole in the airtight underground fortress with a single kick. Could it be? Bai Jishui recalled a storybook he'd read before. There was a type of protagonist who possessed extremely poor cultivation talent yet conquered the world through sheer wit. Could it be that his master was one of those celestial prodigies incapable of cultivation yet possessed of demonic cunning? No, that couldn't be right. Last night at dinner, he seemed completely detached from any scheming or plotting. She shook her head and continued following. This must be the place. Deep within the passageway, a bronze door stood silently, radiating an aura of mystery and antiquity. Engraved upon it were intricate, ancient runes and enigmatic patterns, as if narrating the splendor of the era belonging to this great emperor. Bai Jishui felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She stepped forward, studying the patterns on the massive door. After a moment, she exclaimed in surprise, this is the Golden Crow Emperor of the Demon Clan. The Golden Crow Emperor was a legendary figure in demonic history. Legend held he had 2 consorts, the Empress of the Jade Pool and the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor. The Golden Crow Emperor perished beyond the realms. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor attained enlightenment, journeyed beyond the realms, and met his end. Subsequently, the Empress of the Jade Pool attained enlightenment, meeting the same fate. These 3 not only created the myth of the 3 great emperors of an era, but also earned the admiration of later generations for their successive courage in venturing beyond the realms. Their successive journeys beyond the realms might seem like the 2 later enlightened emperors seeking vengeance, but it was certainly not that simple. It likely touched upon the ultimate secrets between the mystic realm and the realms beyond. But why was the Golden Crow Emperor's tomb here? Bai Jishui murmured. Jiang Ling couldn't be bothered to think. He simply asked the AI module, is there something wrong with this tomb? No. Receiving the affirmative response, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Class dismissed, disciple. I've checked all clear. Go inside and seize your opportunity. I'll guard you from outside. Bai Jishui looked at him with a complex expression. After a long pause, he spoke up, "Master, I'm afraid to go in alone. Please come with me." Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at this. "You're hopeless. Alright, let's go in together. We'll try to make it quick, there are still 2 more opportunities waiting." "Yes, Master. I'll hurry." Chapter 40, Surveillance. The process went smoothly. In less than an hour, Bai Jishui had looted everything from the Golden Crow Emperor's tomb. Several secret arts, divine medicines, weapons, and countless treasures. The contents of a great emperor's tomb alone were enough to sustain a small sect. This Golden Crow Emperor had always been on good terms with the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor. With the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox bloodline emerging, all manner of opportunities practically jumped out at him. Watching Bai Jishui tally his haul, Jiang Ling chuckled. "It's a pity the Golden Crow Emperor's imperial weapon wasn't here," Bai Jishui lamented. "My disciple, one shouldn't be too greedy. You already possess an imperial weapon, yet you still covet more?" Jiang Ling chuckled. "I don't want it. If I ever get my hands on it, I'll give it to you, Master." Seeing Bai Jishui's expression, Jiang Ling knew she was teasing him. He probed, "Really give it to me? I really would." Bai Jishu looked utterly serious. "Then forget the imperial weapon. Just give me everything we found in the tomb this time." Jiang Ling teased her further. "But then again, Master, you can conjure imperial weapons and scriptures with a flick of your wrist. This junk would only sully your eyes," Bai Jishui said with a grin. Jiang Ling sighed in exasperation, teasing her playfully, "You little money-grubbing brat. Come on, let's head to the next stop." Bai Jishui followed closely behind him. Upon reaching the surface, they once again activated flight mode. Fortunately, these 2 opportunities weren't far apart. Jiang Ling's reaction wasn't as intense this time, and he stepped off the flying sword with a calm expression. Watching Jiang Ling stride forward alone with steady steps, Bai Jishui flashed a moment of regret before hurrying to catch up. As a steadfast master, Jiang Ling was determined to eliminate every potential danger for his disciple. He asked again, "Is there danger inside this time?" "No significant danger. Probability of my beloved disciple, Bai Zizhui, safely obtaining the opportunity, 99%. Jiang Ling's brow furrowed at this response. What did "no major danger" even mean? What did 99% chance of safely obtaining the opportunity even mean? How is that any different from a suicide mission? What exactly is the danger? Please provide detailed explanations and mitigation measures. Jiang Ling asked smugly. He was truly meticulous with him around, there would be no mishaps. This imperial tomb belongs to the Empress of the Jade Pool. Bai Jishui's Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox bloodline may trigger rejection. No other dangers exist. Precautions: Bai Jishui must enter holding hands with a member of the opposite sex. Bai Jishui must kiss a member of the opposite sex. Bai Jishui must engage with a member of the opposite sex. Whoa, hold up. Jiang Ling cut in abruptly, utterly speechless. He was about to suggest something inappropriate again. In short, Bai Jishui must make physical contact with another man to gain entry. Jiang Ling pressed his forehead. Even an emperor couldn't muster magnanimity when facing a romantic rival. Jiang Ling led the way as usual when Bai Jishui suddenly halted. Her expression shifted uncomfortably. "Master, perhaps we should pass on this opportunity." "What's wrong?" Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. "It feels like a presence has locked onto me," Bai Jishu said, scanning the surroundings. "That cold, scrutinizing gaze, it carries such intense hostility." Hearing this, Jiang Ling understood most of it. Likely, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Fox bloodline had been detected by the remnant consciousness of the Empress of the Jade Pool, triggering its hostile mode. An emperor-level opportunity, how could one simply walk away from it? He extended his hand, looking at Bai Jishui and saying, "Don't be afraid. Hold your master's hand. Everything will be fine." Staring at the hand extended before her, Bai Jishui paused, her expression shifting. Unconcealable delight spread across her face. Her eyes brimmed with astonishment and disbelief as she stared at Jiang Ling. Seeing her hesitate for a long moment, Jiang Ling prepared to explain. Yet, as her reflection danced in his eyes, something inexplicable held him back. He found himself unable to speak. Noticing Jiang Ling's hesitation, Bai Jishui snapped back to awareness and slowly took his hand. Jiang Ling could feel Bai Jishui's fingertips trembling slightly, yet she was still trying her best to clasp his hand back. Though it belonged to a cultivator, the hand bore not a single callus, long, slender, and pale, with a soft, yielding feel. Instinctively, Jiang Ling's fingertips gently stroked the back of her hand in a soothing motion. Realizing what he'd done, Master Jiang Ling inwardly cursed himself. What was the difference between this and being a rogue? He glanced at Bai Jishui out of the corner of his eye. She seemed unresponsive, yet her face wore an expression of pure enjoyment. "I'm holding hands with my master too." Bai Jishui wore an utterly unguarded expression of pure bliss, making Jiang Ling chuckle. Jiang Ling guided her forward while explaining, "The great empress here is the Yaoqi Empress. She and your ancestor, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor, were bitter rivals and mortal enemies. Therefore, you must interact with a man to extinguish her hostility toward you." "Well, whatever the master says goes." Jiang Ling, talking to a wall. Nothing you say will get through to Bai Jisoo in this state. Bai Jisoo watched Jiang Ling, who had turned away with an exasperated look, and her lips curved slightly, her eyes clear and unwavering. She couldn't care less about all that. She'd already taken his hand. No need for all your explanations now. Xuanjie, outside the secret realm of the divine tomb. Representatives from the 10 sacred lands gathered together, with members from other sects stationed not far behind them. What does the primordial sacred land mean by this? Summoning us all on the second day of the trial? Could it be that something's happened inside the secret realm? We absolutely must ensure their safety. It shouldn't be. The divine tomb secret realm has opened countless times without incident. Leizu's expression darkened. He couldn't shake the feeling that the primordial sacred land was finally revealing its true intentions, beginning to stir trouble. Seeing Leizu's grave expression, the sovereign of the primordial beginning couldn't help but share his concern. Old Lei, could it be? Leizu remained silent, merely gazing intently at the primordial saint who had gathered them all. Honored guests. I hastily summon you today due to an unexpected emergency. The primordial holy lord's voice boomed, his words reaching every ear clearly. Our ancestral guardian overseeing the divine tomb secret realm within the sanctuary has discovered. His gaze swept around the assembly, lingering faintly toward the chaos sanctuary. During this trial, an extraterrestrial demon has infiltrated our ranks. What? Demons? Impossible. Celestial demons cannot linger long in our Xian realm. How could they possibly enter the secret realm? Not necessarily. Celestial demons can traverse between realms through summoned entities. They might very well have infiltrated the secret realm. What do we do? The future of our Xian realm is inside. We absolutely cannot let anything happen. We fully understand your concerns, which is precisely why we gathered you here. The primordial holy lord stroked his beard with an expression of complete control. This was originally a measure of last resort for us, but now it has unexpectedly proven useful. Given the unique nature of the divine tomb secret realm, every disciple who entered has been marked by our secret techniques. We can monitor their surroundings and provide protection even from outside the realm. Now, we can precisely obtain their information and root out the heavenly demon. With a wave of his hand, a vast magical array materialized before them, displaying the rolling images of every disciple who had entered the secret realm. Hearing this, the crowd felt both anger and helplessness. Sounds noble, but it's pure surveillance, and it even exposes the prodigy's trump cards. That's downright shameless, murmured the Wanchu holy sovereign. Leizu remained silent, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Sure enough, the images froze. The first figure to appear was none other than Bai Jishuai. Chapter 41, Who is this divine being? This is Bai Jishuai, the divine maiden of the Chaos Sacred Land. Her beauty truly is peerless. I wonder if she has someone special in her heart, and who would be so fortunate. Wait, isn't she holding someone's hand? Amidst the chattering discussions, the crowd's focus shifted from Bai Jishuai to the dark-clad man leading the way beside her. Which sect's disciple is this? I've never seen him before. No idea. All the immortal sects are gathered here today, just ask around. Every sect was straining to recognize him. Not for any other reason, but simply because being so close to Bai Jishuai meant their sect could be linked to the Chaos Sacred Land. Yet after asking around, not a single person recognized him. Only the Grandmaster of the Taiching sect and several elders around him wore expressions of terror, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Those nearby watched them and chuckled. Looks like he's one of your Taiching sect disciples. See how excited you are, you can't even speak. How could that be? The Taiching sect master's aged face trembled, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. He wiped the sweat from his face and turned to the primordial holy sovereign, his voice urgent. Holy sovereign, are there restrictions on entering the divine tomb secret realm? Naturally. Only those at the celestial axis realm or below may enter. Otherwise, wouldn't all us old codgers be inside? The primordial holy sovereign responded with a hint of jest, though he found the question puzzling. Then how did that quasi-emperor get in? The patriarch of the Taiching sect's voice cracked with despair. That man, he'd never forget him. One slap sent all of them flying. Old 8 even lost a few teeth. He was no weaker than Bai Yenshu. What? A quasi-emperor? Impossible. The primordial holy lord's face paled with shock before he declared firmly, not even our primordial holy land's quasi-emperor level elders could enter. How could this quasi-emperor have gotten in? Taiching sect master, you must be mistaken. I am not mistaken, the Taiching sect master retorted, nearly frantic. When we were about to execute Bai Jishuai, it was he who came to rescue him. He nearly beat several of us to death. He blurted out in panic. Hearing this, the primordial holy master closed his eyes, his face twisted in anguish. You fool, spilling everything. What? Execute Bai Jishuai? How could you say that? How amusing. The demon clan not seeking revenge on him is already generous enough, yet he follows them daily demanding justice? Unheard of. He must have someone backing him up, or be acting on someone's orders. Upon hearing this, Lei Zhu added a final jab. Besides our first sacred land, I can't think of anyone else bold enough to defy the entire demon race. Lei Yao, stop making such baseless accusations. The primordial holy lord rebuked. See? Someone's getting flustered. I didn't say anything, Lei Zhu shrugged helplessly. I said the first saint was spying on our divine maiden, turns out it was premeditated all along. No wonder they opened the divine tomb secret realm this year. Though others had their suspicions, none dared voice them as passionately as Lei Zhu. I'll be watching closely. We didn't see you tossing those talismans at us earlier, but any underhanded moves from now on will be wary. The primordial holy sovereign pointed at Lei Zhu, silent for a long moment. His expression shifted, then he said gravely, whether there's an issue or not, we'll see soon enough. There's no point arguing with you now. Hearing this confident declaration, Lei Zhu's expression hardened. Such unwavering assurance, could it be that the primordial sanctuary truly possessed means to twist truth into falsehood? He didn't care. After all, Bai Jishui had passed their soul-searching test. The man was undoubtedly innocent. Even if evidence existed, it would surely be fabricated. Worst case, he'd gather a few brothers, storm the primordial sanctuary, and bring Bai Jishui back. With that thought, Lei Zhu ceased his verbal attacks and joined the others in observing Bai Jishui within the secret realm. Was there still any threat lurking within this opportunity? Jiang Ling walked forward while asking himself the question again, determined to eliminate even the slightest hint of danger. There are no remaining dangers within the Empress of the Jade Pool's mausoleum. Receiving the affirmative answer, Jiang Ling quickened his pace, pulling Bai Jishu along as he strode forward with purpose. Behind him, Bai Jishu watched the hasty figure ahead and pouted in displeasure. She called out, "Master, slow down. I can't keep up." Hearing this, Jiang Ling slowed his pace while lecturing her, "Look at you. You can't just focus on cultivation. You must constantly temper your body. Only then can you achieve both internal and external cultivation. No, dual cultivation of body and technique." Alright, Jiang Ling couldn't make up any more excuses. He wasn't very familiar with this world's cultivation system. What he was saying was mostly made up, learned from novels. Bai Jishui listened intently, her eyes fixed on his profile, not shifting even slightly. "We're here!" Jiang Ling exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the bronze gate ahead, radiating an equally mystical aura. He glanced back at Bai Jishui and asked, "Do you still need me to accompany you inside?" Bai Jishui nodded, and Jiang Ling pulled her along as they entered together. Inside the tomb, Bai Jishui's identity verification automatically granted them access. Jiang Ling released her hand, and they split up to loot every treasure within. Jiang Ling struggled to haul out a long sword. The blade emitted only a faint glow, yet the force of it sent a wave of dizziness through him, nearly making him spit out a mouthful of blood. This body was far too frail, Jiang Ling grumbled inwardly. Carrying heavy items was clearly out of the question now. Instead, he grabbed a notebook and began cataloging their haul. 3 Imperial-grade spirit techniques, 20 Saint-grade spirit techniques, 2 Imperial-grade pills. Like grave robbers, they swept everything clean from the tomb, stopping only short of dismantling the main gate to carry it away. Just as they finished tallying their spoils and prepared to leave, a streak of light shot straight toward Bai Jishui's forehead. Before she could react, her body went limp, and she began to collapse to the ground. The situation was critical. Jiang Ling scrambled to intercept her, catching her in his arms just in time to prevent her from making intimate contact with the ground. Carefully setting her down on the ground, Jiang Ling prepared to unleash a torrent of curses. "Damn it all to hell. You said you were fine. What the hell was that about passing out like that? Player, please remain calm. This is the remnant divine consciousness of the Empress of the Immortal Pool entering Bai Jishui's mind to impart teachings. It is a stroke of luck, not a danger." But then again, he knew his money wouldn't go to waste. "Master, save me." Was truly a game crafted with heart, soul, and genuine dedication. Bai Jishu lay on the ground, eyes tightly shut, while Jiang Ling kept watch with eyes wide open. But since the game said it was safe, he slowly relaxed his guard, sat down on the ground, and fell asleep. Outside the secret realm. Is there no law anymore? Bai Jishui single-handedly looted an entire imperial tomb. That so-called master of his must be a shady character. Looks like he's got plenty of experience in tomb raiding. Exactly. When imperial tombs were unearthed in the past, it always caused a huge stir, shocking the entire world. Yet that guy managed to sneak Bai Jishui in without anyone noticing. Could he really be a quasi-emperor? How did he even get in? Whispers and chatter filled the air. Even the saintly sovereign of Wanche gathered close to Lei Zhu and whispered, "Old Lei, didn't Bai Jishu join your chaos sacred land? How can he have another master?" Lei Zhu's expression now held profound understanding, concealing his achievements and fame. Master or no master, it was merely to avoid suspicion. Recalling Bai Jishui's words before entering the secret realm, the answer became crystal clear in his mind. Girls grow up too fast. Lei Zhu sighed. So you mean? The eyes of the Wanchu holy sovereign blazed with intense curiosity. Well, what can you do? At this age, one just can't help but pry into such matters. Your master walks hand in hand with you? Lei Zhu asked lightly, his expression suggesting he saw right through this little trick. Yes, yes. Young people these days, well, they sure know how to have fun. Chapter 42, Mortal? Even an encounter with a stray dog becomes a life or death situation. When Bai Jishui regained consciousness, he found himself before an intricately carved wooden door, exuding an antique elegance and stately grandeur. Pushing open the door, a warm fragrance washed over him, refined and delicate. Wispy blue smoke curled from an incense burner, shrouding the entire room in a hazy glow. Seated at a small table within sat a woman of extraordinary beauty. Tall and gracefully poised, she wore a bright yellow robe that radiated an innate nobility and authority. How could Bai Jishui not recognize the figure before her? She had seen her portrait countless times. This was none other than the Empress of the Jade Pool. "Greetings, Your Majesty," Bai Jishui said, bowing slightly. "No need to be nervous. This is merely a fragment of my lingering presence, wishing to speak with you." The Empress of the Jade Pool smiled gently, helping Bai Jishui up and pulling her to sit beside her. Getting straight to the point, the Empress of the Jade Pool asked, "Little fox, have you taken a liking to your master?" Bai Jishui's heart jolted at the question. She tried to protest, but when she looked up, she met those piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything. She could only give a slight nod. "Haha, how interesting," the Empress of Yaoqi chuckled softly, as if recalling something from long ago. Could this be fate? Bai Jishui remained utterly confused, her face filled with bewilderment. The Empress of Yaoqi explained, "You must have heard the tale of the golden crow with 9 tails and me?" "Yes," Bai Jishui nodded. 3 great emperors in one generation, truly legendary. "Then do you know which of us 3 is the oldest?" Bai Jishu was a bit lost. She had thought the Empress of the Jade Pool had summoned her to give her something or to give her a stern talking to, but instead, she was chatting about these obscure, ethereal matters. Logically, the Golden Crow Emperor attained enlightenment first, so he should be the eldest, right? Bai Jishui speculated, not fully understanding. Quite the opposite. Among the 3 of us, he is the youngest. The Empress of the Jade Pool smiled gently. In fact, the age gap between us is quite significant. To be precise, Golden Crow was once my disciple. When I see you, it's as if I'm seeing that fearless, fiery youth from back then. He was braver than you back then. The entire Xian realm believed he was mine. But in the end, we never reached that point. I rejected him, citing the gap in our status and the irreconcilable differences between mortal and demon. He sank into deep despair because of it. Later, he returned to the demon clan and met Zhou. They became Dao companions, and eventually, he ascended to the rank of Great Emperor. We remained in contact until news of his demise reached me. Like a cliched opera script, I finally understood my own feelings, but by then, it was too late. The Empress of the Jade Pool spoke at length, lost in her own thoughts, while Bai Jishu listened quietly. "Little fox, you're still young. I can see things you cannot," she shifted the topic, waving her hand lightly. The scene of Jiang Ling sleeping soundly outside appeared before their eyes. "Unlike my own delicate sensibilities back then, your master." The Empress of the Jade Pool's face held a trace of exasperation. After a moment's hesitation, she added with a hint of bluntness, "He's so straightforward it borders on foolish. I suspect he completely missed your meaning, thinking you were just daydreaming or joking." "I understand," Bai Zishui replied after a moment's silence, her face set with unwavering determination. "But I won't give up. I will go to his world and find him." "You actually know your master isn't from this realm?" the Empress of the Jade Pool asked, surprised. She had intended to reveal this fact last, yet this little fox already knew? "And you're still this determined?" Though her courage may be smaller than the Golden Crow's, her resolve is far greater. "All right then. Since you know, there's little left for me to say." The Empress of the Jade Pool looked at her encouragingly. "Let me give you some confidence. When I rejected the Golden Crow, he nearly sealed his heart and locked away his love. But your ancestor, the Nine-Tailed Fox, pestered him relentlessly day after day, groping and climbing all over him, until she finally won him over. So, little fox, you must make good use of your strengths." The moment those final words left her lips, Bai Jishui jolted awake from her daze. She sat bolt upright, drawing several deep breaths. Her gaze darted around the tomb entrance until it landed on that figure. Jiang Ling was currently sleeping soundly with his head tilted to one side. Bai Jishui rubbed her face, "The road ahead is indeed long and arduous." "Master! Wake up!" The call snapped Jiang Ling back to reality. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, he asked instinctively, "Is it over?" Bai Jishui nodded. "What did the Empress of the Jade Pool say to you?" Jiang Ling asked casually. He couldn't believe that the Empress of the Jade Pool, such a powerful sovereign, would knock someone unconscious just to chat. "I'm not telling you," Bai Jishui said mysteriously, sticking out her tongue and grinning. "Fine, I won't tell you then." Jiang Ling stood up and headed out, musing aloud, "Sons grow up and become hard to manage, daughters grow up and can't be kept at home. When disciples grow up, they have their own little secrets. A master just doesn't ask." Bai Jishu hurried to keep pace with Jiang Ling's strides, giggling all the while. The two took flight once more, this time bound for the final Emperor's opportunity, a distant destination. After mapping out the route, Jiang Ling prepared as thoroughly as he had the previous 2 times. But clearly, his preparations were still insufficient. This sword riding felt like Bai Jishui was flaunting her skills. Soaring like a spring onion, kite like somersaults, dragonfly skimming water. A kaleidoscope of acrobatic maneuvers left Jiang Ling reeling behind, his world spinning like a whirlpool. The flying sword finally came to a halt. Jiang Ling's legs buckled beneath him. His face expressionless, he pointed in a direction and spoke briefly, "Over there. Just a few steps away." With that, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed unconscious. "Master!" Bai Jishui hurriedly caught Jiang Ling's collapsing body, her eyes filled with regret. She had gone too far. She'd intended to proceed as she had the first time, but Jiang Ling's unflappable demeanor this time forced her to increase the intensity. She hadn't expected to knock him out cold. Cradling Jiang Ling, she searched the area until she finally discovered a hidden cave. Bai Jishui gently laid Jiang Ling inside the cave. She then retrieved the quasi-imperial weapon Lei Zhu had given her for protection and set up a barrier around the cave entrance. Based on the precedent of the previous two opportunities, with Jiang Ling leading the way, it would take about an hour to emerge. Now, exploring on her own, she should be able to return before nightfall. With that thought, she set off alone in the direction Jiang Ling had indicated. Outside the secret realm, the expressions of the others varied. The primordial sovereign inquired with a smile, "Master of Tai Ching's sect, might I ask which quasi-emperor would faint from fright while flying on a sword?" Ha! Indeed, such a thing would only happen to a newly initiated disciple on their first attempt at sword riding. That man appears to be a mere mortal. I suspect the Grandmaster of Tai Ching has mistaken him for someone else. I agree. With that constitution, encountering even a wild dog demon beast would be a life or death situation. Seeing no one believed him, the Tai Ching sect master's face twisted with bitterness. Yet, upon observing the man's reaction in the scene, even he began to doubt. Could he have truly misidentified him? "Old Lei, you divine maidens haven't been keeping some pretty boy around, have you?" the holy sovereign of Wanshu chuckled. Lei Zhu remained non-committal, indifferently remarking, "A mortal is no big deal. Since the divine maiden is destined for great deeds, someone unconnected to a mortal sex might actually be a suitable match." The holy sovereign of Wanshu nodded slightly. "True enough. As long as he's not a bad person and the child likes him, we have no objections. But I wonder if Jisoo alone can find his destiny?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than boundless black mist surged skyward within the scene, instantly engulfing Bai Jisoo. This is demonic energy. Chapter 43, Parting. The moment she stepped into the tomb, a surging foxfire ignited at Bai Jishui's chest. It boiled and churned, incinerating every approaching demonic energy. As time passed, the foxfire's intensity waned, and the demonic energy nearly touched her skin. That bone-chilling, malevolent aura seemed to freeze her very marrow, sending an involuntary shiver down her spine. It was a familiar aura. Bai Jishui's expression turned alarmed as she scrambled backward, but the demonic energy seemed to have eyes of its own, trapping her within its grasp. This was undoubtedly an aura from beyond the realms. Faced with this overwhelming demonic energy, she felt utterly powerless and helpless. She never imagined the primordial sanctuary would dare to ambush her within her own secret realm using such methods. This was a trap designed specifically for her, an inescapable death trap. The foxfire slowly faded as the demonic energy enveloped her, beginning to seep into her body. A suffocating sensation like drowning gradually robbed Bai Jishui of consciousness. It felt as though a shackle had snapped on her left chest, unleashing demonic energy within her even denser than the surrounding air. Then, a powerful suction radiating from her core began drawing in the surrounding demonic energy ceaselessly. Her consciousness began to scatter as she stood frozen in place. What was happening? Was she absorbing demonic energy? No mistake. How could a cultivator of the mystic realm absorb demonic energy? Could it be she was the heavenly demon from beyond the realm? Nonsense! Thundered the Thunder Ancestor, his powerful aura rippling out, silencing the crowd. Lei Yao, what do you mean by this? The evidence is right before our eyes. Do you intend to deny it? The primordial holy sovereign retorted sharply. Yet deep in his eyes lay a trace of smug satisfaction. The more frantic the Chaos Holy Land grew, the more successful their plan became. Who knows if your primordial sanctuary tampered with the results? Bai Jisoo passed the heart-questioning pool test here in our Chaos Sanctuary, yet here she is, branded a demonic fiend? Thunder Ancestor laughed bitterly in rage, demanding sharply. In my opinion, your Chaos Sacred Land's pool of conscience needs replacing, the primordial Holy Lord declared, his face radiant with self-satisfaction. He made no move to confront Lei Yao immediately, instead anticipating the unfolding events with eager expectation. According to the Ancestors' design, the remaining demon-corrupted bodies of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor would gradually devour Bai Jishui's rationality, transforming her into a mindless, demonic shell. What excuse will the Chaos Sanctuary have then? The sun was setting in the west. Jiang Ling rubbed his sore eyes and throbbing temples, sitting up straight. This nap had lasted quite a while. Jiang Ling chuckled inwardly. He'd claimed to be keeping his young disciple company, yet here he was, sound asleep outside all by himself. Warning! The Nine-Tailed Heavenly Emperor's demonic form has infected Bai Jishui. Warning! Beloved disciple by Jishui is in extreme danger. Warning, beloved disciple by Jishui undergoing demonic transformation. Heart corruption progress, 70%. The successive alerts echoing in his mind sent Jiang Ling leaping to his feet. He sprinted toward the nine-tailed celestial emperor's tomb. Even the wisest make mistakes. The first two warnings posed little danger. He had meticulously investigated each one. Yet the final, most perilous threat had slipped through his guard while he slept. Is there any way to fix this? I'll pay. Any amount. Jiang Ling pleaded as he sprinted forward. This time, however, the silence stretched for over 10 seconds before the voice finally answered. The corruption by demonic energy is too deep. There is no cure. It cannot be reversed. A demon's bargain, one life for another, one heart for another. Player may purchase the Transplant Divine Art Package. Replace Bai Jishui's demon corrupted body parts with your own. Bai Jishu is now engulfed in overwhelming demonic energy. Your current form cannot approach him. Do you wish to purchase Exorcism Protection Talisman 1? Kindly note, your avatar in the mystic realm has only one chance to die. Once perished, you cannot reincarnate in this realm. Kindly note, to maintain the stability of the mystic realm, deceased characters may not interact with living entities within the world. Kindly note, if an apprentice completes their training, the player will henceforth gain access to information about their beloved disciple. If the player dies passively before the apprentice completes training, the apprentice's information will be automatically archived to prevent world disruption. The successive prompts, each like an ultimatum, pressed Jiang Ling to make a decision. He could already see the swirling mass of demonic energy, dark as ink, from afar. Merely looking at it sent a bone-chilling coldness through him. How much must his little apprentice be suffering now? Truthfully, there was little to hesitate about. Jiang Ling broke into a run, a smile spreading across his face. This wasn't his true self. Trading one life for another was no loss at all, though it might mean saying goodbye to his young apprentice. The farewell came so suddenly, so unexpectedly, that he hadn't even had time to prepare properly. Running, Jiang Ling reached the edge of the demonic energy. The moment he drew near, strands of black mist clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, burrowing into his body. In an instant, black blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. It hurt so much. His lips trembled as he gritted his teeth and hurriedly called out, the one that wards off demonic energy? Give me one of those. This hurts like hell. Demon Repelling Protection Talisman purchased successfully. Demon energy can no longer invade the player's body. Though the demonic energy could no longer harm Jiang Ling, its bone-chilling cold like an endless abyss made the thinly clad Jiang Ling shiver violently, his face turning pale. Though Bai Jishui was a cultivator, she likely suffered no less than him from the demonic energy's assault. As Jiang Ling slowly stepped forward, he felt a pang of sympathy for Bai Jishui. From birth, he had lost both parents, his memories devoid of affection from kin. Stripped of his innate talents, he was merely an average heir to the Fox clan. After he finally awakened her bloodline, she was relentlessly pursued by the First Sacred Land, forced to flee her homeland. If she had truly done anything wrong, it was likely this very bloodline, the nine-tailed celestial fox heritage, that suppressed the world. The innocent bear no guilt, but the possessor of a treasure does. But he would help her. He would sever the influence of this conspiracy from the primordial sacred land upon Bai Jishui. He would grant her a new life. Such dense demonic energy. What exactly does your primordial sacred land intend to do? Thunder Ancestor was now furious, pointing at the primordial sacred lord and shouting angrily. The demonic energy of the heavenly demons from beyond the realms was utterly perverse. Once it entered the body, mortals would die instantly. Cultivators would have their foundations utterly destroyed, facing the risk of demonic corruption or even death. The demonic energy swirling around Bai Jishui was so intense that even a saint would struggle to protect themselves, let alone her. Don't you dare slander us, Chaos Sacred Land. All our disciples entered unscathed. Only Bai Jishu is surrounded by overwhelming demonic energy. The primordial sacred lord's defiant expression and words made Lei Zhu want to punch him. Could Bai Jishu be the source of this demonic energy? Look! Someone's bursting out. Who is that? Is he out of his mind? That's the mortal who traveled with Bai Jishui earlier, right? Shouts of alarm erupted from the crowd. The Thunder Ancestor was poised to act when he overheard the discussion and hurriedly turned his gaze to the projection. A young man, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his face deathly pale like a hellish specter, stumbled toward the figure lying on the ground. Chapter 44, The Choice. Jiang Ling shivered uncontrollably as he knelt, lifting the girl into his arms and staggering toward the edge of the demonic energy. The body in his arms felt even more bone-chilling than the surging demonic energy itself. The cold solidified into tangible spikes, piercing deep into his flesh. Unable to bear the freezing cold any longer, Jiang Ling began running to warm himself, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the person in his arms. Her face was already crawling with crimson-black demonic patterns, and the golden fox mark on her forehead was shifting towards scarlet. He had to hurry. But he was merely mortal flesh. His running pace was slow, and in this abyss-like sea of demonic energy, he seemed utterly defenseless. Gradually, his pace slowed. His face twisted with bitter resignation. Jiang Ling now understood, the demonic energy was following them. Escape was impossible. Then he would save Bai Jishui first, give her this talisman, and then die himself. Jiang Ling made his decision swiftly. Though he wasn't truly going to die, a wave of sorrow and indescribable heaviness rose within him. Master, you're here? Bai Jishui opened his eyes, his pale, exquisite face drained of strength. This must be the deathbed glow. I'm going to die, aren't I? Master, since you appeared, I've learned two things. The first is to love someone passionately, the second is to accept parting forever from those I cherish. Master, I'm not afraid of death. I just can't bear to leave you, or Auntie. I haven't avenged myself yet, and I haven't even finished the delicious treats you gave me last time. Bai Jishui's voice was hoarse and barely audible, tears rolling down her lashes. She knew her condition, she truly couldn't survive. It was such a pity so many things remained undone. Jiang Ling's heart felt like it was stuffed with cotton upon hearing these words, his eyes stinging with unshed tears. As the one who knew the truth, he viewed this world as a game. Yet Bai Jishui never saw his presence as illusory. Instead, he held a vital place in her heart, treated with genuine sincerity. He tilted his head back to push back the heat in his eyes and whispered softly, "You'll be fine. Trust me." Before Bai Jishu could hear his words, she slipped back into unconsciousness. Bai Jishu's heart demonization at 90%. Act quickly. Outside the secret realm. Thunder Ancestors' temples throbbed violently. Seeing the crimson demonic pattern spreading across Bai Jishu's face, his heart sank. This marked the onset of partial bodily demonization. Bai Jishui now faced only two fates, death or becoming a complete demonic entity. After a long moment, he sighed heavily, as if all his strength had been drained. They would certainly settle accounts with the primordial sanctuary, but the thought of such a prodigiously gifted talent perishing weighed heavily on his heart. You may wonder why our sanctuary pursued Bai Jishui so relentlessly, the primordial holy master declared with righteous indignation. It was precisely because of that scene. The demonic energy emanating from her was thick enough to make one's hair stand on end. That is why she was enveloped by it. A flicker of understanding crossed the crowd's faces. No wonder even ordinary mortals, let alone cultivators, would flee upon seeing demonic energy, which wouldn't pursue them. Yet Bai Jishui was directly enveloped by the thick demonic energy, unable to break free. As for the origin of this demonic energy, no one cared to inquire further. Their sole focus was on exposing the celestial demon from beyond the domain. Upon hearing this, a vein pulsed violently on Lei Zu's forehead. He calmly crushed a transmission talisman and coldly ordered, "Come at once. Bai Jishui has been harmed and now faces false accusations." Wan Chu the Sacred Lord watched the scene unfold, shaking his head as he advised, "Old Lei, let me speak plainly. While the primordial sacred land acted improperly in this matter, Bai Jishui himself was problematic." Lei Zu offered no reply, his gaze fixed on the transmission image as his expression shifted from fury to utter shock. The Wan Chu Holy Master, utterly bewildered, looked up as well. His eyes instantly widened. What on earth is he doing? The Wan Chu Holy Master was too stunned to speak, his finger trembling as it pointed at the projection. In the image, the man laid Bai Jishui flat on the ground, his entire body radiating a green glow. Just as everyone thought he was about to heal Bai Jishui, a shocking scene unfolded. His right hand suddenly plunged into his own chest, violently ripping out a beating heart. Endless green light surged from his body, enveloping both the heart and the wound. He slowly turned, facing Bai Jishui. To everyone's astonishment, this man without a heart was still alive. What was he doing? A suicide pact? Young people these days are so foolish, always doing stupid things. So was he just trying to placate Bai Jishui earlier? Lei Zu, however, seemed to have thought of something. A flicker of light passed through his eyes as he clenched his fists, remaining silent. A burst of green energy erupted from the man's body once more, and the projection abruptly ceased. It hurt so much. Jiang Ling grimaced and sucked in a breath, his face growing even paler. He had already swapped their hearts as instructed, and his heart was perfectly compatible with Bai Jishu's. Now, all that remained was for her to optimize that mortal heart to adapt to her current body before she could awaken. The breathtakingly beautiful face slowly regained its color. A weight lifted from Jiang Ling's heart as he exhaled deeply. Watching Bai Zizhuai sleep, Jiang Ling suddenly wondered if Bai Zizhuai had slept beside him like this last night, what would his reaction have been upon waking? From now on, he couldn't give Bai Jishui special treatment. If this little fox ate the rice stuffed dumplings again, would she have to put on that sullen face once more? Her revenge could only be sought by her own hand. This thought filled Jiang Ling with deep guilt. He had promised to protect her, yet now he was powerless to do so. Jiang Ling's breathing was now chaotic and erratic. He didn't know when death would come for him, as strands of demonic energy were steadily corroding his body through his meridians. He coughed violently at intervals, blood trickling from his mouth. The sight was both pitiful and terrifying. His face contorted in agony, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Was there a pain relief package? Jiang Ling truly couldn't endure it anymore. The demonic energy felt like thousands of ants gnawing at his nerves, making every breath excruciatingly painful. Recommended, host acquires assistance for graduation gift pack. Graduation? Jiang Ling vaguely recalled this term. The game had hinted before that once Bai Jishui graduated, he would receive a grand gift pack, while Bai Jishui would gain a designated opportunity. Bai Zishui's dual values are currently maxed, only the darkening value remains incomplete. Upon filling all three values, she may graduate and receive one designated opportunity. The player will also obtain a graduation gift pack. If the player selects the graduation quest, they will receive a graduation assistance gift pack containing the following. Before the secret realm concludes, players can complete the graduation quest without penalty. Directly refine demonic energy to activate the remnant consciousness of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor and expose the true nature of the primordial sanctuary. Acquire the inheritance, bestow it upon Bai Jishui, and ascending to emperorhood will be a natural progression. Looking at all these benefits, Jiang Ling was genuinely thrilled. He was genuinely moved, and the last 2 points were simply irresistible. With the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor exposing the truth, and the Chaos Sacred Land taking the lead, the Primordial Sacred Land would struggle to avoid collapse. Bai Jisu's great vengeance would be fulfilled. True immortal inheritance that was a power existing above even emperors. In the future, his disciple could become a saint, an emperor, or even an immortal. In the final stage, even a useless master like himself could still give her a push forward. It couldn't get any better than that. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Ling accepted the final mission. The pain in his body subsided. Jiang Ling shifted his gaze to Bai Jishui, who still lay in slumber, his expression thoughtful. Chapter 45, Graduation. The seventh day of the Divine Tomb's secret realm's opening. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed down, landing on the face of the sleeping woman, as beautiful as a painting, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered. She drew a deep breath and snapped them open. Rising to her feet, she began to pace frantically, her eyes darting around the surroundings, her expression filled with panic and urgency. That sensation of impending death had felt so real. Yet here she was, alive and well. It could only mean one thing. Her master had intervened once more. But this time, it was demonic energy even the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor couldn't resolve. What price had he paid to save her? The scene of the great divination still played vividly in her mind. Even knowing Jiang Ling's methods defied the heavens, an inexplicable sadness welled up within her, as if something profoundly important was about to be lost. Stumbling and rushing to the mountaintop, Bai Jishui immediately spotted that figure. Clothed in ink-black robes, he sat composed at the cliff's edge. In the dawnlight, he appeared frail, yet she felt inexplicably at ease. Jiang Ling sat with his back to her. Hearing footsteps behind him, the emotions he'd been holding back nearly broke through, making him instinctively want to turn around. But he forced himself to stay seated. Stop. Just stand there. Don't come any closer. The calm, detached voice made Bai Jishui freeze in surprise. She still smiled cheerfully. Master, it's not a bad person, it's me. She took a few more steps forward and asked, Master, are you okay? I'm talking to you, Bai Jishui. The man's cold voice rang out again, without even turning his head, causing Bai Jishui's smile to freeze on her face. Me? What did I do wrong, Master? Please tell me, I'll fix it. From the panic and helplessness of just waking up, to the relief and joy of seeing Jiang Ling, and now this utter bewilderment, Bai Jishui struggled to control her expression. She could only choke back sobs like a child who'd done something wrong, desperate for forgiveness. No, you haven't done anything wrong, Jiang Ling replied, still without turning around, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. The demonic heart of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor within you is gone, isn't it? Yes, Master. I'm cured. I'll cultivate diligently from now on. Bai Jishui hurriedly replied. Bai Jishui, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of impatience as he snorted lightly. What I mean is, you're no longer of use. You may leave now. I'm useless? Bai Jishui froze as if struck by lightning, his face blank. No. Master, you said you had no other demands back then. Ha! Only you would believe such nonsense. Look how clever your aunt is. Jiang Ling continued speaking without pause. With each word, Bai Jishui felt as if he were being pushed deeper into an abyss, a bone-chilling cold seeping through his entire body. You should thank the demonic heart within you, thank the primordial sanctuary. Otherwise, I would never have sought you out or your Fox clan. To obtain the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor's remains, I went through immense trouble. Now that the primordial sanctuary has surrendered all his fragments, I personally extracted the demon-corrupted heart. As he spoke, he raised his palm. The heart thumped violently, its demonic energy churning. Yet Jiang Ling remained utterly unaffected, calm and composed. My task is complete and our debt is settled, Jiang Ling said, taking the heart. You're not at a loss. Since you've been so obedient, I even found you a new heart to replace it. And I gave you so many good things. Be satisfied. Bai Jishui's face drained of color. Shaking his head, he murmured, It's fine, Master. Just take the items. Please don't abandon me. Hearing such words, bordering on humiliation, from the mouth of the noble young master of the Fox clan, the divine maiden of the Chaos Sanctuary, a wave of bitterness washed over Jiang Ling. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Ling felt the urge to confront Bai Jisui directly, but he quickly suppressed it. By then, Bai Jisui wouldn't just fail to avenge herself or become an emperor, her very safety would be in jeopardy. That would be the most worthless way for him to die. Yet he had clearly underestimated Bai Jisui's affection and trust in him. No matter how hurtful or ruthless his words became, Bai Jisui's darkening gaze remained utterly unmoved. Jiang Ling closed his eyes, his words sharp as blades once more. You don't care, but I do. You're too much trouble. Can you stop dragging me down? I'd be better off without you. Can you stop making me hate you? Me. What, do I need to spell it out even clearer? Take my advice if you're leaving, hurry up. The secret realm's exit is already open. Jiang Ling spoke again, his tone thick with impatience. Bai Jisui's corruption meter is full. Congratulations on completing the mission. Reward package distributed. Player may choose deployment time. Bai Jisui offered no reply, turning to leave. Jiang Ling exhaled deeply, utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground. In the air, Bai Jisui flew toward the secret realm's exit on her sword. Her eyes were dull, a bitter smile playing on her lips that didn't reach her eyes. Jiang Ling's earlier words echoed in her ears. I ask for nothing. The world may be fair, but I am your master. I will always favor you. Bai Jisui, are you truly foolish or just pretending? You don't care, but I do. You're too much trouble. Can you stop dragging me down? I'd be better off without you. Can you stop making me hate you? Smiling, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Bai Jisui hurriedly reached up to wipe them away, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. Why? Why does everyone treat her this way? Was it because she was too weak? Was it because she was useless? Her once lively fox-like eyes were now dull and gray, their depths churning with endless madness. As her figure emerged from the secret realm, the members of the primordial sacred land and chaos sacred land who had been on the verge of battle, swords drawn, all stared in shock. Only Lei Zhu, amidst his astonishment, held a trace of lingering emotion in his gaze. Jisui, are you alright? The third ancestor flashed to Bai Jisui's side, his voice filled with concern. Bai Jisui's eyes were slightly reddened, yet her expression remained as cold as snow. I'm fine. That's good. That's good. The third ancestor was nearly overcome with joy. Though he didn't understand why Bai Jisui's personality had changed so drastically, the fact that she was safe was all that mattered. You think you can just walk away after this? The crowd from the primordial sacred land now gathered around. Colluding with the heavenly demon, and you expect to leave like this? The entire Taichu Holy Land faction was internally churning with turmoil. That was the demon-corrupted body of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor. And they had witnessed Bai Jisui being tainted by demonic energy. How could she possibly emerge unscathed? She absolutely couldn't be allowed to stay. In an instant, the elders exchanged glances and made their decision. Bai Jisui raised an eyebrow. Should she thank these people? Those who had tried to kill her? Self-directed and self-performed, truly nauseating. She spoke with contempt. Everyone saw it clearly. The primordial Holy Lord roared, his face radiating righteous indignation. Fellow disciples, follow us in slaying this witch. As the foremost sacred land, primordial sanctuary had the projection as proof the heavenly demon was the common enemy of the mystic realm. Now, at Primordial Sanctuary's call, countless top-tier experts from various sects stood ready, their weapons drawn, poised to strike at a moment's notice. The three ancestors exchanged solemn glances with their followers behind them before declaring firmly, since Bai Jisui has passed the heart test, she is now the divine maiden of our chaos sacred land. We will hold them off. You must find an opportunity to bring Jisui back to the sect. Understood. Chapter 46 concluded. Even with pain sensation blocked, the damage inflicted by demonic energy upon his body remained. As his body neared its breaking point, a deep gloom settled within him. After lying on the ground for a while, Jiang Ling regained his strength. His final task remained unfinished, and he asked, has Bai Jisui left the secret realm? Bai Jisui has safely departed the secret realm and is currently facing a challenge from the primordial sanctuary. Please make arrangements promptly. This body has reached its limit. This was to be expected. Jiang Ling had long anticipated that the primordial sanctuary would not let Bai Jisui off so easily. I can obtain a true immortal inheritance, activate the remnant divine consciousness of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor, and after completing my training, designate an opportunity for her, correct? Jiang Ling calculated briefly before asking. Yes. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before speaking. After I activate the remnant consciousness of the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor, I will stabilize its existence to serve as Bai Jisui's new master. Understood. The instant the voice fell, a massive black nine-tailed fox form materialized before Jiang Ling. An endless golden light erupted from his body. Upon contact with the golden radiance, the black form melted away like ice under the sun. Gradually, a snow-white nine-tailed fox apparition emerged. Unlike the lingering remnants of divine consciousness, this phantom was utterly stable. Its enormous eyes opened, deep as abysses, seeming to pierce through the ages and extinguish all existence. It was none other than the divine consciousness of the nine-tailed celestial emperor. Even in this form, it caused the entire secret realm to tremble faintly. The phantom took human form, her features breathtakingly beautiful, her aura radiating divine purity. She surveyed her surroundings and spoke, "This secret realm is far too fragile. It seems imprisoning." That great emperor was already pushing its limits. Landing beside Jiang Ling, a flicker of emotion crossed her eyes. After a long moment, she spoke, "Though my body has been corrupted by darkness, my lingering divine consciousness witnessed everything just now. I admire you." Taking a breath, Jiang Ling felt he was nearing his limit. He raised his hand, sending a streak of light toward the nine-tailed celestial emperor. Recognizing the object in his hand, the nine-tailed celestial emperor froze in surprise. "True immortal inheritance?" he asked, bewildered. "You possess something of this caliber? A mere mortal capable of wielding forbidden techniques like transplanting essence? What are your origins?" Jiang Ling didn't answer the question. Clasping his fists, he said, "I humbly request the senior to kindly guide by Zizhuai. She is your direct descendant, an obedient child, and moreover." Jiang Ling spoke at length until he was exhausted, panting heavily. The nine-tailed celestial emperor nodded. "Rest assured. You've granted me a second life. I shall guide her diligently." She remained silent for a long while before asking, puzzled, "What do you stand to gain from this? When do you plan to reveal the truth to her?" Jiang Ling smiled with resignation, "Only this way can my death serve its greatest purpose." Cough. Before he could finish, the coughing seized him again, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I must admit," the nine-tailed celestial emperor remarked calmly, "you are a good master. For a mortal to reach this level, and to face death with such composure, is truly remarkable." Jiang Ling forced a smile. She faces grave danger outside now. "Senior, I implore you to intervene." The nine-tailed celestial emperor fixed a deep gaze upon Jiang Ling. With a flick of his mind, he vanished from the spot. His vision grew increasingly hazy as Jiang Ling acutely felt his life force ebbing away. His body sat motionless at the cliff's edge, the rise and fall of his chest slowly ceasing. Player's body has died. Forced return to the real world imminent. A wave of dizziness washed over him. When he opened his eyes again, the familiar screen of his phone greeted him. The game interface had vanished from the screen. The card slot holding by Zhishui's card now glowed dimly, marked with a completed label in the upper right corner. Feeling a bit irritated, Jiang Ling tapped his phone screen to turn it off and closed his eyes. Jiang Ling noticed something was off and whispered, "Bro, what's wrong? Feeling down?" Exhaling a breath, Jiang Ling's voice was low. "Yeah, probably just feeling a bit down because my favorite TV series ended. Kind of hard to let go." Jiang Ling replied, "That's called ending syndrome. I once read an explanation. When you read a book or binge a show, you get to know the characters, empathize with their joys and sorrows, and feel like you've become friends with them. When it ends, it's like saying goodbye to old friends you've known for years. Because you get to know the characters while reading the book, but once you close it, you have no further connection. That's why some people deliberately abandon books or shows to avoid this feeling, hoping the journey will never end, lasting forever." Jiang Ling closed his eyes, and Jiang Lei's words conjured vivid scenes in his mind. At the time, he thought things were going well enough, but he had too many constraints beyond his control. In fact, he was the one who had drawn the final line on this story. The more he thought about it, the more disheartened Jiang Ling felt. "Jiang Lei, if you can't offer comfort, perhaps you shouldn't try. Still, no matter how painful the farewell, we must thank this beautiful story for the dreams it gave us." Then, carrying the spiritual nourishment it left behind, we returned to reality to live our lives well. Jiang Lei continued his consolation. Jiang Ling had no energy left to respond. Beside them, Yian played his game and chuckled. "Jiang Lei, have you heard the story of Maple Bridge in Korea?" Jiang Lei asked curiously, "What? Never heard of it." Because so many people chose to jump off Maple Bridge to end their lives, it gained the stigma of being a suicide bridge. To change this, Korea renamed Maple Bridge the Bridge of Life and renovated it. The newly renovated bridge was incredibly warm and inviting. Lights would turn on and voice messages would play when people walked by, saying things like, "Busy lately? Go take a bath, soak yourself properly." They also set up an SOS lifeline, posted pictures of delicious food and warm family photos, and placed comforting bronze statues, all in an effort to rekindle suicidal individuals' desire for life. Yian spoke slowly, smiling as he watched Jiang Lei. Jiang Lei began to understand. He glanced discreetly at Jiang Ling's expression and remained silent. In the year following the renovations, suicides on Maple Bridge not only failed to decrease but surged sixfold. Later, Korea took more direct measures. They removed all text from the bridge and raised the railings on both sides by 1 meter to block those contemplating suicide. Yian continued, pointing at Jiang Lei. "With that kind of comfort, you'll have him dead before you know it." At this remark, everyone burst into laughter, and even Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. "He's not that fragile, just having a hard time accepting it." Successfully sending Bai Zhishui out on her mission meant he could still keep tabs on her situation. It wasn't a permanent farewell. For instance, he could still learn about Bai Jisu's important matters. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. True farewells had no ancient pavilions or parting toasts. They simply happened on a sudden morning, when someone remained behind in yesterday. Chapter 47, Returning to Old Grounds. Why must you do this? The Holy Sovereign of Wanchu gazed at the Chaos Sanctuary's vigilant forces, pleading earnestly. Indeed, echoed the primordial Saint Master, joining the plea. We're not seeking to harm her merely to conduct an investigation. He exchanged a knowing glance with the Chaos Sanctuary representatives, his expression now tinged with a meaningful smile. Numerous other factions allied with the Chaos Sanctuary chimed in as well. After all, they wished to avoid offending either the Chaos or Primordial Sanctuaries. Yet the matter of the heavenly demons was grave. Should it come to that, they would have no choice but to intervene. Exactly, echoed another voice. It's merely an investigation. There's no need for such tension. If we've done nothing wrong, we have nothing to fear. At worst, we can all act as witnesses. Why should our upright disciples submit to your investigation? The three ancestors laughed bitterly in anger, utterly baffled by how the primordial sacred land could utter such an absurd demand. I've accused your primordial sanctuary of colluding with outsiders. Can we inspect your entire sanctuary? The Thunder Ancestor, impatient by nature, demanded loudly. The demonic aura emanating from Bai Jishui of your Chaos Holy Land is plain for all to see. The primordial Holy Master's words were cut short by the Thunder Ancestor. Then how did demonic energy appear in your sacred land's secret realm? Where did it come from? Care to explain? The faces of the primordial sanctuary members stiffened. The Thunder Ancestor had hit the nail on the head. They truly couldn't reveal the origin of that demonic energy. So you insist on taking Bai Jishui away regardless? So what if we do? Bai Jishui remained silent, his gaze perpetually detached. As tensions reached a breaking point, an overwhelming aura erupted from the secret realm's exit. An unparalleled, crushing pressure descended from the heavens, warping space itself. Every heart felt as if a mountain had been placed upon it, stirring an instinctive desire to submit. All eyes turned skyward. A peerless figure stood silently above the heavens, surveying the crowd. Her features remained indistinct, yet all could sense an aura that transcended the river of time, a terror that had suppressed the ages. An emperor! How could an emperor be here? Almost in unison, every sect master, saintly sovereign, elder, and patriarch at the secret realm's exit bowed low in a clatter of reverence. That figure stepped forward, appearing beside Bai Jisu. Witnessing this, the Chaos Sacred Land's followers were shaken to their core. Could this great emperor have come for Bai Jisu? The Thunder Ancestor stepped forward urgently. Great Emperor, there must be hidden circumstances surrounding Bai Jisu's case. We implore your majesty to deliberate and decide. The primordial sacred land had managed to wound Bai Jishui, and they still possessed the strength to fight. But if this great emperor also intended to deal with Bai Jishui, they would be utterly powerless to resist. The Taichu Holy Land members gasped in relief, then shouted fiercely, "How dare you! The great emperor's actions are not for you to question." Hearing their voices, the figure turned to them with interest. The Taiyu sacred ground? Yes, your majesty. The Taichu Holy Land members felt even more smug inside. If they gained the great emperor's favor, their Taichu Holy Land could firmly seize Bai Jishui and the Chaos Holy Land, securing the position of the foremost Holy Land forever. I am the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor. The figure regarded them with a faint, enigmatic smile, uttering this seemingly random declaration. A single sentence sent shockwaves through every heart present. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor? Was she not lost beyond the domains? How could she appear here? But compared to the others, the members of the primordial Holy Land were the most terrified. The Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor? Wasn't her heart removed? How could she return unharmed? An elderly man from the primordial sanctuary, his hair and beard entirely white, suddenly lunged forward. Golden light flared in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon the figure. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, collapsing backward as blood streamed from his eyes. Others rushed to support him. The old man, now barely clinging to life, weakly gasped, "That's not a physical form, it's a remnant of divine consciousness." "You speak true, I am not a physical form. But who gave you the audacity to spy upon this emperor? Before I even sought you out, you've come crawling to me?" As the words fell, the old man exploded violently, his divine soul utterly annihilated. Ignoring the panicked crowd from the primordial sanctuary, the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor spoke calmly. His voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth, reverberating in the ears of all living creatures. The primordial heavenly emperor betrayed the realm, ambushing at the exit of this domain. All future great emperors who ventured beyond the Lishuan realm were ambushed and perished, including this emperor. This emperor's remnant body has been corrupted by demonic energy. The primordial sanctuary framed by Jishui using my demonic heart in truth, they collude with the outer realms. All races and lineages, if you wish to prevent the Xian realm from falling into demonic corruption and the collapse of our very foundations, you must join forces with the Chaos Sacred Land and the Demon Clan to annihilate the primordial sacred land. Bai Zizhuai gazed at the towering figure whose voice echoed across the heavens and earth, her eyes filled with confusion. Why? Hadn't the nine-tailed celestial emperor already been corrupted? How could he return? And it was blatantly obvious he'd come to support her. What purpose could she possibly have? What did she seek from me? The nine-tailed heavenly emperor saw the guardedness and desolation in the young girl's eyes, guessing her thoughts. He chuckled. Bai Zhishui, if we were to trace our lineage, I am your ancient ancestor. Is that reason enough? Her thoughts were tangled like a ball of yarn. Bai Zhishui couldn't even think clearly now. Whenever she considered this matter, a certain figure would inevitably appear in her mind, along with the words he had spoken. After a long silence, the girl spoke slowly, her gaze unwavering. I will become stronger. The nine-tailed celestial emperor intervened, reversing the situation. The primordial sanctuary became a target for everyone. They completely shed their facade and sealed off the mountain, refusing to emerge. After recuperating, the nine-tailed celestial emperor's cultivation slightly recovered. He led all quasi-emperors to storm the primordial sanctuary, slaughtering every member above the rank of elder. Bai Jisu's revenge side quest complete. Bai Jisu, gifted beyond measure, breaks through to the heavenly pivot realm. Bai Jisu's extraordinary talent breaks through to sainthood. Game prompts popped up one after another, easing Jiang Ling's frustration slightly as a sense of accomplishment welled up within him. He had become a teacher to a sage, even if he himself was not one. Bai Jisu's extraordinary talent breaks through to Emperor. Main quest, Bai Jisu's strengthening completed. Pending rewards, Bond Value Pack X1, Affinity Value Pack X1, Darkening Value Pack X1, Apprenticeship Completion Pack X1. Please choose an appropriate time to claim. The commotion when the Supreme Emperor's sword awoke last time was no small affair. Jiang Ling planned to wait until the battlefield or after returning to address it. Slowly, the spacecraft began its descent, and the group disembarked one by one. We're here. After landing, Zhao Fei led them through an oddly shaped small gate. The scenery abruptly changed, clearly indicating they had entered the secret realm. Zhao Fei handed each of them a communicator. As they walked forward, he explained, this secret realm accidentally connected to our world due to a temporal turbulence. It was likely the battlefield of a great war long ago. Later, the world's primordial essence shattered, turning it into a small, drifting secret realm in the cosmos. It was eventually absorbed and stabilized by a larger world. Our access to this realm will last about 3 days. Powerful martial artists have already entered and marked out a safe zone for you. As long as you don't venture too deep, you should be fine. If you encounter anything you can't handle, just call me. With that, Zhao Fei gave his communicator a shake and grinned. Since we're separated by a temporal barrier, you're not from that world. When your time's up, you'll be ejected automatically, no need to worry about the timeline. Zhao Fei added. The further they ventured, the more familiar the surroundings felt to Jiang Ling. The setting sun hung like blood across the horizon. The land lay scorched black by war, crisscrossed with ravines and littered with corpses. A howling gale swept through, whipping up dust and debris in a mournful wail like countless restless souls weeping in the night. This is ING, the Divine Tomb Secret Realm. Chapter 48, Corpses Gone Mad. Bro Jiang, this place is kinda creepy. After leading the group into the secret realm, Zhao Fei vanished without a trace. Jiang Lei, staring at the corpses strewn everywhere, instinctively moved closer to Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling shot him a slightly disgusted look and asked, You're gonna be dealing with this stuff every day from now on. How can you be scared of it? He pulled a painting from his robe, depicting Octopus Brother clad in a Taoist robe and wielding a long sword. This is my specially consecrated octopus, great heavenly lord. Use it for protection, Jiang Ling declared with solemnity. Bro, you're too kind to me, Jiang Lei said, his face brimming with emotion. He was about to sing a song of gratitude when his gaze fell upon the painting and froze for a moment. Jiang Lei's expression spoke volumes. Do I look like a fool? By now, Jiang Ling was completely lost in his own artistic reverie, oblivious to the world around him. This image is meant to be used alongside the Octopus Supreme Lord's Sutra on the marvelous methods of the Biki secret realm. I'll recite it for you, note, I'll only teach it once. At that time, the Great Lord resided in the Western Sea Sacred Palace secret realm, seated serenely upon a lotus throne in the upper palace of Bichi. Attended by the Crimson Crab Heavenly Emperor of the Nine Heavens, the Five Direction Star True Lords, and the Rectangular Sponge Immortal True Lord, sacred sounds filled the waters and celestial music resounded. The assembly listened with delight as the Great Lord expounded the supreme, most authentic wondrous Dharma. At that time, Immortal Sandy, along with the Crimson Crab Heavenly Emperor, the Five Direction Star Immortals, the Rectangular Sponge Immortal, and the entire assembly, heard the teachings and were filled with joy and elation. They bowed in reverence and praised the virtues of the Dharma. Jiang Lei had already walked far away. Genius on the left, madman on the right. Jiang Ling was a born lunatic. But after his little joke, the atmosphere did indeed become less terrifying. Yan curiously picked up a broken sword, examining it closely in his hands. He whistled in admiration. This broken sword may look battered and broken, but it's actually quite extraordinary. The aura emanating from it is not much weaker than my divine artifact. I'll take it. Fate works in mysterious ways. Jiang Ling pressed his hand to his forehead. Some people just can't resist trying to pull these swords. The authorities must have figured out the pattern, knowing that as long as they return the swords, there's no danger. That's why they let people go in and fight these natural enforcers. Who knows, maybe they'll actually manage to take something out. I'd advise you to put it back, Jiang Ling said mysteriously, grinning mischievously at Jiang Lei. Yan stuffed the broken sword into his pocket, smugly declaring, "You couldn't find it, but I got my hands on it first. Now you want me to put it back? That's hilarious." "What? You wanna fight?" Jiang Ling replied, "These things are everywhere. Why don't you look around again?" Yan looked around skeptically. Sure enough, there were plenty more broken swords like this. He couldn't help but wonder, why isn't anyone else taking these? Just then, the soil beneath his feet shifted. A pair of wind-dried, decaying hands suddenly shot out, grabbing at his ankles. Ah! Yan let out a blood-curdling scream and bolted toward his companions. Still trembling, he patted his chest while staring at the spot where the attack had come from. Next, a corpse burrowed out of the earth. Its speed wasn't great, but its target was clear. With a low, guttural growl, it charged toward Yan. Jiang Ling knew that tossing the item over would solve the problem, but he suspected that wasn't their true purpose for coming here. Before he could speak, Miyu calmly spoke up, laying out the plan. Yan would draw the threat, Jiang Ling and Jiang Lei would attack head-on, Lin Hai would flank and distract, and she would handle the ranged assault. Jiang Ling nodded. Her plan made sense. He had the highest level, while Jiang Lei possessed the strongest defense, making a frontal assault feasible. As the corpse charged forward, Jiang Lei bellowed, "Thunder Bull Shield!" A purple aura identical to the one during last night's clash with Yan enveloped him, and Jiang Ling, Muyu and Lin Hai swiftly retreated, waiting for their chance to strike. "Brother Jiang, just go for it. I've got this." Though uncertain of the undead's strength, Jiang Lei remained confident in his skill. It had effortlessly blocked Yan's attacks yesterday. Hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded, "Dragon Might." Golden light surged, slowing the corpse's advance, though it had already breached Jiang Lei's defenses. Jiang Ling planned to wait until Jiang Lei withstood the corpse's initial assault before seizing his chance to strike. Advance when the enemy advances, retreat when the enemy retreats. True to Jiang Ling's expectation, the corpse swatted at the light barrier. Holy! The purple light shield shattered instantly. Jiang Lei let out a startled cry and was sent flying backward. "Jiang Ling! How the hell do we fight this?" Staring at Jiang Lei writhing on the ground far away, Jiang Ling was utterly dumbfounded. This strong? The others watching from afar were equally stunned. Jiang Lei's defenses were impenetrable. At least Yan couldn't break through them. Though Muyu hadn't tried, it certainly wouldn't have been this effortless. That left only one possibility: this corpse's power had surpassed their wildest expectations. Underworld Tiger Claw. Lin Hai charged in from the side. The corpse didn't dodge or flinch, taking the blow head-on before swinging its arm. Lin Hai landed in a graceful arc beside Jiang Lei, both men writhing on the ground in agony. Vermilion Bird Feather Stream. Muyu's expression grew grave as she unleashed her most powerful strike. Soaring high into the sky, she unleashed a torrent of flaming feathers that rained down upon the corpse. Before the feathers could reach the corpse, a swirling black aura of death erupted from its body, obliterating Muyu's attack. Then, raising its head, it let out a roar toward the sky, leaping up and suddenly flying directly to Muyu's side. It struck out with a palm strike. Muyu raised her arm to block, stumbling back several meters. Before she could recover, the corpse struck again with another palm strike. Thud! Muyu's figure crashed from the air, landing to Jiang Lei's right as he sucked in a pained breath. Gritting his teeth in pain, Jiang Lei couldn't help but praise, "Truly worthy of the mythic bloodline, you actually took 2 hits. Muyu." Now only 2 remained on the field. Jiang Ling hadn't launched an attack, so Yan became the corpse's primary target. Thud! All 4 lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise. Only Jiang Ling remains, Jiang Lei thought with a bitter smile. Once he flies over, we'll call Teacher Zhao when we're all together. These corpses are going crazy. The others nodded in agreement, pulling out their communicators. Wait, what just happened? Jiang Ling watched the entire scene unfold. In less than a few minutes, his comrades lay neatly on the ground, waiting for him to collect their bodies? At this point, Jiang Ling dared not be careless. He could only brace himself for battle. War God Jiang, are we really not going to intervene? From the shadows, Zhao Fei looked at the old man beside him with a hint of worry. No rush. Wait a little longer. I'll intervene if absolutely necessary. The elder's voice was calm, yet his eyes seemed to hold a hint of anticipation. Zhao Fei nodded, his mind settling. They had tested all the corpses in this area. Their combat strength was generally equivalent to their own 50-60 levels, or the martial sovereign realm. Dealing with them would be troublesome, but since the figure beside him had spoken, he had nothing to worry about. After all, this man was one of the great Xia martial gods and 98th level peak martial god of the Azure Dragon bloodline, the frontline mythical figure overseeing all matters on the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhao Fei surreptitiously studied this suddenly appeared martial god. His gaze now rested on the sole youth still standing in the arena, a faint smile playing on his face, perhaps even a hint of benevolence? Zhao Fei felt a pang of envy. To gain this figure's favor and receive guidance from a martial god mentor, Jiang Ling's future was boundless. Chapter 49, The Truth. After the corpse knocked Jian flying, it did not attack Jiang Ling but instead lunged toward Jian once more. Debts must be repaid to their rightful owners. This corpse knew its place. Jiang Ling nodded in agreement, yet he couldn't truly stand idly by. Resolve hardening in his heart, he pushed Long Wei to its absolute limit. Boom! Jiang Ling lunged forward, landing several punches squarely on the corpse's head. The corpse staggered back several steps, crashing to the ground. Wardfa? Seeing this, Jiang Lei couldn't help but curse out loud. This is pure hand-to-hand combat. How is Brother Jiang even getting the upper hand? Hearing this, Jiang Ling felt like crying. He'd just landed a sneak attack, but this corpse's head felt like iron. His hand was killing him now. Indeed, Jiang Ling's strength truly surpasses ours. Mu Yu nodded. She knew just how resilient this corpse was. Jiang Ling had actually managed to knock it down, though it was a sneak attack. If it had been them, they'd have been sent flying. His bloodline must be something special. The corpse reacted slowly. Just as it was about to stand up, Jiang Ling followed up again, kicking it hard. The corpse sat back down on the ground and didn't get up for a long time. After pausing, it tried to struggle back up, only to be kicked down again by Jiang Ling. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? How much strength did Jiang Ling possess? How could he kick this corpse so hard it couldn't stand? Even Jiang Ling hadn't expected his own strength to be this formidable. Seeing the others easily knocked out, he found himself unexpectedly gaining the upper hand. The Zhurong bloodline proved overwhelmingly potent. Moreover, having broken through to level 20 with the aid of another Zhurong bloodline, his strength knew no bounds. Just as Jiang Ling prepared to deliver another kick, his ankle was suddenly seized. Damn it, Jiang Ling thought inwardly. He'd given this thing experience points. This time, the corpse didn't stiffen and rise immediately. It feigned a movement, then as Jiang Ling's kick came flying, it reached out and grabbed his ankle. Oh crap! Everyone's heart sank as they prepared to activate their communicators. A parabolic arc traced across the sky as Jiang Ling was flung away, landing beside the four others. Damn it, Jiang Ling muttered, brushing dust off his clothes as he stood up, glaring at the corpse. Why are you different from us? The others lying nearby watched Jiang Ling scramble to his feet, their faces full of question marks. The pain in their bodies reminded them, this man really is different from you. After getting up swiftly, Jiang Ling prepared to call for backup. Little gold. Jiang Ling suddenly shouted this phrase, leaving everyone utterly baffled. A resounding dragon's roar echoed as a dazzling golden light erupted from his body. In an instant, it transformed into a golden dragon over 10 feet long, majestic and awe-inspiring. What the hell was this? Everyone except Jiang Lei froze in place. Even Zhao Fei, lurking in the shadows, stared at the old man in utter disbelief. Jiang Wushan, isn't manifesting bloodline essence something only a 70th level martial emperor can do? I haven't mastered it yet. How does he know how? Zhao Fei asked, his face a picture of dismay. Young Zhao, you must learn to accept the gap, the old man chuckled cheerfully, stroking his beard with ease, his face radiant with contentment. Golden dragons danced around Jiang Ling, their majestic aura causing the corpses to halt their advance. They watched him from a distance. Can I kill him? Jiang Ling asked tentatively, his tone laced with a hint of threat. After devouring all my precious treasures, he better show some real skill. Otherwise, he'll be eating next time. The golden dragon nodded, then shook its head, apparently signaling no problem at all. I won't be blowing north wind. With that, it shot straight up toward the heavens, its body swelling to 100 meters. Dark, ominous thunderclouds slowly gathered, and purple-gold lightning flickered and churned within them. He can gather thunder? Could this be a real dragon? Yian exclaimed in disbelief. If you're wondering if it's real, just go ahead and touch it, Jiang Lei chuckled. The thunderclouds grew ever larger, now spanning 100 li in width. The corpse's hollow eyes stared at the terrifying storm, as if recalling some dreadful memory. Extreme terror spread across its withered face. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction. Little gold really has something special. You old corpse, you just tossed me aside. Soon you'll get to experience the exhilaration of 100,000 volts. Shen Realm, Chaos Sacred Ground. A stunningly beautiful woman in white robes reclined on a chair, her 9 foxtails lazily stretched out. She gazed at the jade slip in her hand, her expression inscrutable. Bai Zhishui had ascended to Great Emperor a century prior, shuttling between the demon clans and the Chaos Sanctuary, both under her benevolent patronage. Since the demise of the Primordial Sanctuary, the Divine Tomb's secret realm had belonged to the Chaos Sanctuary. However, due to the successive emergence of 2 Great Emperor-level beings within, it had remained fragile and closed until now. This year marked its first reopening. A routine report, unremarkable in itself, was directed to Bai Zhishui by the Thunder Ancestors' order. One phrase within the jade slip sent an inexplicable wave of dread through Bai Zhishui's heart. To the east of the secret realm lies a mountain. Upon its peak, a man sits by the cliff's edge, devoid of mind or spirit. Unlike the wandering corpses of the secret realm, this appears to be a mortal from the covered mystic realm who met a gruesome end here. 7 orifices bleeding, corpse incorruptible. Suspected to contain a treasure, hereby reported. The more she read, the more alarmed she became. Abandoning her usual languid demeanor, she sat up straight, staring intently at the phrase, her body trembling slightly. Ah, this day has finally come. The ethereal image of the nine-tailed celestial emperor drifted out from the jade bracelet on Bai Jisuo's wrist and sat beside her. Elder Nine Tails, do you mean? Bai Jisu's voice trembled, a flicker of understanding already crossing her face. Though my body was corrupted by darkness, my divine consciousness remained intact. I knew everything he did. The nine-tailed heavenly emperor's voice carried a hint of regret. Moreover, I participated in his plan. My appearance here was also his arrangement. Bai Jisu's body stiffened abruptly. She looked up and asked, could it be? His name was Jiang Ling, correct? The nine-tailed celestial emperor continued his recollection. It was roughly the second day after you were overwhelmed by demonic energy. Yes, the very next day that your master, Jiang Ling, in his mortal form, charged into the demonic mist to rescue you. When he found you, he was already bleeding from all 7 orifices. His suffering was likely no less than yours. Though he possessed only mortal strength, his methods were extraordinary. Not only did he master the forbidden art of transplanting organs, extracting the demonic core within you, which was my heart to purge the demonic energy from your body, but he also awakened and restored my divine consciousness, allowing me to take you as my disciple. As for him, the demonic energy entering his body already made his survival a long shot. After giving you his heart, he should have died. The nine-tailed celestial emperor's words hit Bai Jishui like a sledgehammer, leaving him momentarily dazed. The nine-tailed celestial emperor recounted the events with such calmness, yet Bai Jisu's mind was reeling. It all came too suddenly, as abrupt as their parting that day, utterly unforeseen. First, she froze. Then, her mind felt as if it had been wiped clean, leaving only an empty void. Her heart pounded violently in her chest, its thumping echoing painfully in her ears. As for why your cultivation advanced so rapidly in such a short time, part of it was due to your innate talent. The other part was because your master, before dying, bestowed upon me a true immortal inheritance, an invincible legacy I never dared to covet. Truth be told, he was a mystery immortal possessing such heaven-defying abilities, his resolve far beyond what ordinary people could hope to match. The nine-tailed celestial emperor continued speaking, and with each word, Bai Zhishui felt a growing suffocation within her. Her words were undeniably true. Bai Zhishui wanted to say something, but when she opened her mouth, no words came out. She didn't even know what she should do. Find my master, yes, find him. She sprang to her feet, hastily conjuring a spatial rift. With one stride into the secret realm, she arrived at the cliff's edge that had haunted her dreams countless times. Chapter 50, Glance Back. In the blood-red twilight of the eternal sunset secret realm, the mountain wind sliced across Bai Zhishui's face like a blade. Yet, like one hesitating at the sight of home, her steps slowed when she saw that figure. She walked slowly to the cliff's edge and sat beside the lifeless form. The nine-tailed celestial emperor gazed at the broken form by the cliff's edge, his expression softening slightly. He sighed and retreated back into the jade bracelet. A century had forged him into an emperor, a ruthless, cold-blooded tyrant whose single glance could shatter heavens and obliterate worlds. Yet now, the mightiest being in the mystic realm stood with eyes slightly reddened, gazing at the man whose eyes remained tightly shut. He remained unchanged from the last time she remembered seeing him. His black robe, even after a century of wind, had not faded. The bloodstains on his chest and face remained as vividly crimson as the day she last saw him. Her hand trembled as she raised it, her fingertips barely touching his hollow chest and the bloodstains there. The memory she had forcibly suppressed surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Stop. Just stand there. Don't take another step forward. You're not at a loss. Considering how obedient you've been, I even found you a new heart to install. I gave you so many good things. Be satisfied. Why didn't you tell me? A threat of collapse tinged Bai Zhishui's voice. Her eternally frosty, peerless beauty was now etched with sorrow as the obsessive conviction within her shattered piece by piece. All these years, she had trained relentlessly, pushing herself to the brink of madness. All for the day she could prove to that person, I can do it. I can be strong too. I am not useless. But in the end, it all seemed like nothing but her delusion. She was wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. She had fought with every ounce of strength to prove that person wrong, yet that person had already burned their life away for her. The rampaging, uncontrolled spiritual energy of a peak-level powerhouse unleashed its fury, its overwhelming pressure descending from the peak of the 9 heavens like a tangible force. Primordial energy churned within her palms as she attempted to channel her emperor's essence into his lifeless form. Yet his body proved as leaky as a punctured balloon. The primordial force circled once before retreating back into her own being. The secret realm trembled faintly, on the verge of collapse. Yet Bai Zhishui seemed oblivious, clutching his cold body tightly to her chest, letting the bloodstains stain her snow-white robes. Master, I've done everything now. I've avenged my enemies and become an emperor. Yet I cannot find you. Her words abruptly halted. Staring in stunned disbelief, she watched the body in her arms slowly dissolve into ash, carried away by the wind to vanish into the vastness of the world. Bai Jisoo frantically summoned her supreme divine power to halt the process, yet her efforts proved futile. The ashes drifted away, unstoppable. Watching his form vanish completely into the world, Bai Jisoo felt drained of all strength. Her expression went blank as she sat on the ground, lost in thought. He probably clung to life just to wait for you until now. The figure of the nine-tailed celestial emperor appeared. He told me then that only this way would his death hold the greatest value. Seeing you avenge him and attain enlightenment, he could finally rest easy. Bai Jisoo hugged his knees, burying his head, silent. Only the wind mingled with faint, indistinct whimpers. After an unknown span of time, the woman lifted her head, her eyes now filled with unwavering resolve. No matter how powerful he becomes, no matter the cost, in the future even if she must traverse the river of time itself she would find him. Sensing the shift in her aura, the nine-tailed celestial emperor's gaze sharpened. No one knows a disciple better than their master. Jisoo, it's time to go. If you stay any longer, the secret realm will collapse, the nine-tailed celestial emperor urged. At that moment, from the other end of the secret realm, a golden light shot skyward. Instantly, thunderclouds spread for 100 li, accompanied by the roar of dragons. Purple gold thunder rolled and thundered within. Looks like another visitor from a minor realm, remarked the nine-tailed celestial emperor. A mere 100-mile-wide thundercloud, yet they make it so mysterious. Adding dragon roars makes it sound like there's a real dragon inside. The folks in the little world are like this, their strength is unknown, but their swagger is off the charts. When they undergo tribulations in the mystic realm, it's nothing short of thunderclouds stretching for 10,000 miles. I have no idea what they're trying to pull. But Bai Jisoo stood frozen in place, staring at the golden thundercloud with utter disbelief. This technique, though vastly inferior in power compared to the thundercloud that had appeared when his master had slain the tide of 10,000 corpses, must share the same origin. As if compelled by some unseen force, Bai Jisoo didn't retreat. Instead, he took a step toward the thundercloud. Holy crap, Jiang Ling whispered. This display is terrifying. Look, even that corpse is scared enough to run away. Thunder subdues all evils under heaven. Evil entities like corpses naturally feel innate dread when confronted by thunder. Muyu had regained her composure by now, sitting on the ground and rubbing her stomach as she spoke. Then why isn't it afraid of him? Jiang Ling pointed at Yian and asked. Yian. Isn't he still of the Thunder Dragon bloodline? That's even more thunderous, yet he's getting chased and beaten. Jiang Ling added, rubbing salt in the wound. Enough already. Yian snapped, his voice rising. Why keep chasing him? That's going too far. Jiang Ling chuckled without responding. The group turned their attention back to Jiang Ling. Bad news, the secret realm is at risk of collapse. Notify the other teams immediately and get the kids out of here fast. I'll stabilize the passageway. In the shadows, Jiang Gui sensed the secret realm trembling. His expression darkened as he gave orders to Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei's expression froze, his heart sinking. Collapse? Collapse isn't the same as closure. If we don't evacuate before it collapses, we'll be lost in the temporal turbulence, never to be found. Got it. He wasted no time, sending messages to the other teams before rushing out. He shouted urgently at Yian, throw the items to them. We're getting out of here. He then shouted at Jiang Ling, retract your abilities. Move. The others were utterly confused, but they obediently followed his orders, running after Zhao Fei toward the exit. The corpse, having seized the item, was about to burrow back into the ground when a white-clad figure sliced it to pieces with a single sword strike. As this figure struck, the secret realm trembled even more violently. Those rushing toward the exit suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Zhao Fei, being more powerful, could sense the true horror of this aura. Could it be a powerful being from another realm? The thought struck him, and Zhao Fei immediately barked orders, pick up the pace. There might be a powerful being from another realm, at least a martial god realm expert. Hearing this, the group pushed themselves to their absolute limits, racing toward the entrance. Finally, through relentless effort, they reached the exit, returning to Blue Star one by one. Jiang Ling brought up the rear. Just as he was about to step through the exit, he inexplicably sensed a familiar aura. Instinctively glancing back, he saw only a distant white figure standing there. But the distance was too great for him to make out the details. Just as he was about to look more closely, Zhao Fei shoved him through the portal. Are you out of your mind? Messing around at a time like this? At that very moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the distance, and the secret realm began to collapse. The nine-tailed celestial emperor had just emerged, intending to urge Bai Jisoo to leave quickly, when he was startled by the unusual excitement and determination in her eyes. Let's go. Return and prepare. I'm setting out for the upper realm. With that, she stepped out and left the secret realm. The nine-tailed celestial emperor was utterly bewildered. Earlier, she had refused to go when urged, insisting on waiting longer. Yet now she was actively requesting it, and this after having been utterly despondent, on the brink of despair just moments ago. What was the reason behind this? In her heart, she silently gave the deceased Jiang Ling a thumbs up. This was truly the essence of fallen blossoms are not heartless, they become spring soil to nurture new flowers. Bai Jishui's eyes burned with intensity, the madness lurking in their depths suppressed to the point of distortion. She gently stroked the bracelet on her wrist and murmured, "I won't be mistaken. Whether you are him, one of his reincarnations, or an external manifestation, I will find you. I can wait no longer. Master, prepare for my arrival." Chapter 51, The Dying Martial Saint. Once we enter the front lines, there's one crucial thing to remember, Zhao Fan instructed as he led the way. First, the front lines are filled with experts above level 50. Second, the defensive zones aren't divided by nation but by theater of war. Our great Xia oversees the Eastern Theater, which includes dozens of allied nations. Therefore, you must guard against both external threats and internal strife. Zhao Fei's tone grew solemn as the others nodded in unison. Jiang Ling asked, "Teacher Zhao, who are we fighting on the front lines? Why has this conflict lasted so long?" The front lines are essentially our border with other worlds. Several minor realms clash and probe each other here. Though we aren't the strongest, the front hasn't faced any major threats yet. Zhao Fei's chest puffed out slightly as he spoke. And in battles between commanders, we've never lost. Whether it's Ying Tian or the venerable elder from Jianghua, they've crushed everything in their path. The others nodded in agreement. Zhao Fei turned to find all eyes except his own fixed on Jiang Ling. What does this mean? Zhao Fei began to wonder inwardly. Could they already see Jiang Ling as someone capable of such greatness? These youngsters are so naive. Do they truly believe becoming a martial god is that easy? They've never seen a martial god, never witnessed their terrifying might. Today, standing beside Elder Jiang for the first time, that bottomless, ocean-like pressure was utterly terrifying. Though Jiang Ling possessed talent and was a disciple of the esteemed Elder Ring, countless prodigies flourished in the Great Summer Dynasty. Yet to this day, only 7 had attained the rank of martial god. Young, still so young. Zhao Fei shook his head helplessly and walked forward. Soon, a majestic border fortress came into view. In the twilight, the towering frontier fortress loomed like a slumbering colossus, sprawling across the barren wasteland with majestic grandeur. Zhao Fei stepped forward, presented his credentials, completed the registration, and underwent inspection before the group was granted passage. Inside the frontier, well-drilled troops moved about. Though hailing from different nations, each uniform bore distinctive patterns and a small golden dragon emblem. This was the emblem of the Eastern Theater Command, the Soaring Dragon. Zhao Fei explained, adding that it was quite fitting, as both commanders of the Eastern Theater Command possessed dragon bloodlines. The patterns represented military ranks, though he admitted he couldn't decipher them either. He led them to a dormitory, gesturing toward it as he addressed Muyu, "Space is limited. The 5 of you will share this room. Make do for tonight, we won't reach Jinghua today. I'll take you back tomorrow." Muyu said nothing. She often accompanied her family to the front lines, so this situation was not uncommon. Just as they were settling in to rest, a mournful bugle call echoed across the entire frontier. Its low, wailing tone weighed heavily on their hearts. Zhao Fei glanced at his phone, shook his head, and sighed. General Wang couldn't hold out after all? Meaning the others' puzzled gazes, Zhao Fei explained, "I just received word. General Wang Peng, a peak martial saint of the 89th tier, led reinforcements when his column was ambushed. Surrounded by overwhelming forces, he refused to surrender. Though ultimately rescued by martial god Jiang, he sustained critical injuries beyond recovery. That bugle call is likely bidding farewell to General Wang." Only then did the others notice the heavy, oppressive atmosphere within the barracks. There were no training shouts at all, only silence. "I've heard of this general," Muyu chimed in. "Rumor has it he was the most promising candidate to become the Great Xia's 8th martial god. The other realm must have targeted him precisely for that reason." "Correct," Zhao Fei nodded. "The enemy deployed 10 martial saint-level combatants specifically to ambush General Wang." Listening to their discussion, Jiang Ling envisioned a rugged, burly figure. Wang Peng, he knew him all too well. He was his father's old comrade in arms and his grandfather's student, a man who had outshone his own father in their generation. He remembered as a child, whenever Uncle Wang visited their home, he would always bring him many gifts and insist on taking him as his godson. His father would grumble and shoo him away, but every time Wang Peng entered the door, his first words were always, "Son, miss your godfather?" How could he not know about such a major incident? Jiang Ling blurted out urgently, "Teacher Zhao, could you take me to see General Wang?" Facing Jiang Ling's puzzled expression, Zhao Fei spread his hands helplessly. "I don't have that kind of authority. He's a general. At our school, only the 2 principals have the privilege to meet him. I'm just a teacher, it's impossible." Jiang Ling nodded. True, Zhao Fei's rank wasn't high enough. And with the current special circumstances, needing Uncle Wang was out of the question. He pulled out his phone and dialed his father. The moment the call connected, Jiang Ling blurted out, "Dad, why didn't you tell me about Uncle Wang's situation?" The voice on the other end sounded clearly bewildered. "You already know? I was just about to tell you. He didn't want me to tell you. When it happened, you were performing blessings. He said he feared it would ruin your entire life." Besides, telling you wouldn't have helped, you'd just have worried needlessly. He planned to inform you only if it came to that. Never mind. Where are you? I'll send someone to pick you up. After hanging up, Jiang Ling paced anxiously back and forth, leaving Zhao Fei and the others staring in surprise. It seemed Jiang Ling had a deep connection with General Wang. Zhang Lei tried to reassure him. Don't be so tense, Jiang Ling. General Wang is a man of destiny. He'll find a way out of this. He'll turn misfortune into fortune. Jiang Ling nodded, but inside, his heart burned with anxiety. Why hadn't they told him about this sooner? After all, his game space contained a 10,000-year pill. It was obtained by investing in by Zizhuai and curing by Yenshu's severe injuries. Eternal pill, conceptual tier elixir. Ignores cultivation level. Upon consumption, heals all injuries and breaks through one major cultivation realm. Since it came from the game, it was undoubtedly reliable. His only concern now was whether it would arrive in time. The bugle had already sounded a signal in the military that a high-ranking figure was about to pass away. Within about 5 minutes, several guard-like figures rushed over, panting heavily. Where is Jiang Ling? Come with us. General Wang wants to see you. After several turns, Jiang Ling saw the middle-aged man lying on the hospital bed. Wang Peng's face was deathly pale, his chest rising and falling weakly. A horrific wound ran diagonally across half his torso, the surrounding skin an eerie bluish-black. Zhang Ruhai explained from the side, Wang Peng's wound is poisoned beyond belief. The injury itself was already a near-fatal blow, but it was further laced with a strange toxin from another realm. We've tried every possible method, but there's no hope of saving him. Suddenly, the man before them opened his eyes in a miraculous display. He seemed to regain a bit of strength, and a faint flush returned to his cheeks. Zhang Ruhai watched the scene unfold, then silently turned away to wipe his eyes. His old buddy was really leaving for good. He glanced at Jiang Ling and grinned. Son's here? Missed your godfather? Chapter 52, Divine Pills and Techniques, Resurrecting the Dead. Uncle Wang, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiang Ling's eyes reddened as he choked out the words. You little brat, I'm not dead yet, and you're already crying at my grave? Wang Peng's voice trembled slightly as he scolded with a laugh, you're such a crybaby. Yes, nothing's happened yet, and nothing will. Jiang Ling quickly pulled out the eternal pill and smiled. Uncle Wang, believe it or not, if you take this pill, you'll be fine. Before Wang Peng could respond, Zhang Ruhai kicked him from the side. Jiang Ling, are you trying to get your uncle to die sooner? Hey, what are you doing, brother Jiang? Wang Peng panicked at Zhang Ruhai's sudden action and quickly tried to stop him. I just like taking medicine my son gives me. Who knows, maybe it really will work. Saying this, he snatched the pill from Jiang Ling's hand and popped it into his mouth. Old Wang, Zhang Ruhai hesitated, his arm frozen mid-air in a futile attempt to stop him. He'd examined the pill when it was handed over, nothing special, no sign of any miraculous effects. That kid Jiang Ling just likes to mess around. Wang Peng chewed it, smacking his lips and chuckling. Still, Jiang Ling knows how to mix things. It's sweet and sour, nothing like those awful pills I used to take that were disgusting to swallow. He pointed to a large chest by the bedside and said, Brother Jiang, open that chest for me. Zhang Ruhai complied, revealing a golden longsword shimmering with rosy light. This is my gift to Jiang Ling. Cough. Wang Peng's excitement triggered a violent coughing fit. I found this sword by chance in a secret realm, guided by my bloodline. It should contain the same golden crow bloodline as mine. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up at this, his face breaking into a delighted smile. Wang Peng chuckled, I knew you'd like it, ha! His laughter abruptly halted, replaced by confusion and shock. Wait, if I'm laughing this loudly, why doesn't my wound hurt? Zhang Ruhai, who had remained silent, also sensed something amiss. The dark bluish-black hue surrounding the wound was now slowly fading. On the gruesome gash, fresh flesh was visibly regenerating, rapidly closing the scar on his chest. Wang Peng's eyes widened in shock, too overwhelmed to speak. He could distinctly feel his physical condition steadily improving. A tingling sensation spread around the wound, accompanied by a warm current flowing through his body, gradually restoring warmth to his previously lifeless form. Ha! I'm healed. Moments later, Wang Peng's chest had returned to normal, his complexion rosy and his breathing steady. He was completely restored. Son, thank you. Wang Peng gave Jiang Ling a hearty pat on the shoulder, beaming with genuine delight. You've got real talent. Jiang Ling was also overjoyed, his face beaming with happiness. But he knew the eternal pill still had one more effect yet to be unleashed. Wait, something's off. Jiang Ling was still pondering when Wang Peng suddenly exclaimed again, I think I'm about to break through. Really, I feel like I could reach martial god any moment. Really? Zhang Ruhai's face flushed with excitement. He pulled out his phone. I'll call them right now and share this wonderful news. Seeing Wang Peng about to break through, Jiang Ling quickly grabbed his arm. Uncle Wang, your bloodline is mythical grade, right? Wang Peng looked puzzled. Yeah, I have the mythic tier golden crow bloodline. Why? Uncle Wang, do you trust me? I can help your bloodline surpass the mythical level. Then when you break through to martial god, wouldn't you be even stronger? Jiang Ling hesitated slightly but voiced his thoughts. Why wouldn't I? You saved my life and you're doing this for my sake. Go ahead. Wang Peng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. Jiang Ling felt a surge of gratitude. He nodded firmly, channeling the Ancestral Dragon bloodline as he murmured, Ancestral Dragon's command. As the words fell, a powerful gravitational pull erupted around him, drawing the golden longsword toward Wang Peng. Endless streams of golden energy poured from the sword into Wang Peng's body, emanating an aura of profound mystery. Intense solar energy erupted from his body. A piercing cry rent the void as a golden crow, engulfed in towering flames, burst forth from behind him, soaring straight into the heavens. Its wings spread wide, its form obscuring half the sky. Behind the golden crow, a vast sun began to take shape, radiating an even more terrifying aura. This is the golden crow. It is General Wang. Marching toward death, reborn through nirvana, General Wang had achieved it. The aura of this golden crow is terrifying. Is General Wang about to break through? At the peak of martial saint, another breakthrough would make him a martial god. War god. War god. A new war god. Return to thee to exact vengeance. At the frontier, a million soldiers erupted in overwhelming excitement, their thunderous cheers shaking the heavens and earth. Back at the barracks, several men gazed at the strange phenomenon in the sky, their thoughts unconsciously converging on one person. It was too coincidental. Jiang Ling had just departed, and now General Wang Peng had emerged from the depths of adversity, reborn like a phoenix. It was hard not to speculate. Yian, are you sure you still want to go against Brother Jiang? Jiang Lei chuckled beside him. This isn't something I can decide on my own. Taking a stand against the Jiang family is the right thing to do for our clan, Yian replied helplessly. If General Wang breaks through to martial god, then maybe. But Brother Jiang has 4 martial gods backing him. Who dares touch him? Jiang Lei added, delivering the final blow. I'll give it serious thought. Yian ceased his defense, his gaze deepening as he spoke solemnly. The dragon lurking in the depths was poised to soar. Should he slay the dragon to ascend heaven or ride its back to rise? This was a question he needed to ponder deeply. Holy! What kind of move was that? Wang Peng exclaimed, the battle-hardened veteran now as excited as a youngster. What's up, old Wang? Zhang Ruhai asked with amusement. My bloodline rank seems to have increased, Wang Peng replied, his mind still reeling. What? Zhang Ruhai rushed over, sensed it, and stared in disbelief. How is this possible? How could it surpass mythical grade? Before Jiang Ruihai could finish, another wave of overwhelming energy surged from Wang Peng's body. You little brat, do you have any more of that pill? Get me one so I can taste it. Wang Peng had just entered seclusion to break through to martial god realm when Jiang Ruihai approached with a sinister expression, feigning kindness. Dad, it's really gone, Jiang Ling said, on the verge of tears. How could such a pill just appear whenever needed? He truly had none left. Don't call me Dad, Jiang Ruihai waved his hand sternly. He's your biological father. I'm your godfather. But this is an emergency, Dad. I swear, I really only have 1 pill left. Jiang Ling declared solemnly. Jiang Ruihai remained silent, his expression clearly saying, do I look like a fool? Dad, I'll take care of you in your old age. You wouldn't get jealous over something this small, would you? Jiang Ling sighed helplessly, truly at a loss for words. How could I possibly be jealous? When you have a martial god as your dad, you'll be able to beat me up anytime. No way, no way. Jiang Ling, phone, I gotta diss you, look what you've turned this old man into. Jiang Ruihai, you old rascal, still throwing tantrums and acting like a spoiled brat with your own son? A booming voice cut through the air, instantly silencing Jiang Ruihai. Jiang Ling quickly played the victim. Master, you finally came. If you hadn't, I'd have been driven to prove my innocence by self-destruction. Chapter 53, The Proud Child, the New Disciple. After hearing both sides of the story from Jiang Ling and Jiang Ruihai, Ying Tian burst into laughter. The Eastern Theater's fierce general, the foremost warrior beneath the martial god, had actually broken through at the brink of death, his bloodline ascending to the astonishing level of mythic and beyond. It seemed Jiang Ling's divine technique had no side effects after all. His face broke into a broad smile. He first addressed Jiang Ruihai, Ruihai, how could such divine pills be available every day? Don't be so hard on him. Turning to Jiang Ling, he inquired, didn't you tell your father about your second awakened skill? Jiang Ruihai's eyes lit up as he pressed, what skill? Nothing much. Like, if you could find bloodline power from the same source as yours, I could raise your bloodline level by 1 rank, Jiang Ling replied timidly. You little rascal. You've been hiding this treasure from your father, haven't you? You call that nothing? Bloodline power is predetermined at birth. Raising it by a full level through cultivation? That's practically a class leap. Jiang Ruihai delivered another kick to Jiang Ling, while Ying Tian chuckled quietly from the side. It's just that I haven't found the chance yet. Jiang Ling whined, rubbing his sore butt. Besides, you don't even have bloodline power. Where am I supposed to find a way to boost your rank? Jiang Ruihai chuckled and nodded. Fine, I'll let you off this time. I'll keep an eye on you later. He then turned to Ying Tian and asked, Uncle Ling, did you come to see Wang Peng? Originally, yes. But now that he's fine, I'm here to handle another matter, Ing Tian replied with a smile. In previous years, the university martial arts competition and the military tri-service competition were separate events. This year, we plan to integrate them, Ing Tian said, pulling out a document and handing it to Jiang Rohai. You'll distribute this document later. It's also to give students an early opportunity to experience the other world. Understood. Jiang Ruihai took it and left. Jiang Ling, have you acquired Wang Peng's bloodline power? Ing Tian asked curiously. Any side effects? I have, Jiang Ling replied, his expression brightening. And it's the Great Sun Golden Crow bloodline after advancement. Speaking of which, this skill has an unexpected additional effect. As he spoke, he activated the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. Behind him, another golden sun appeared, making the Ancestral Dragon seem even more sacred and untouchable. Each bloodline I absorb grants me a martial skill, Jiang Ling explained. By fusing the Primordial Dragon bloodline with the absorbed martial skills, I've awakened a technique called Primordial Dragon Solar Day. I'm not entirely sure what tier this skill belongs to, though. Ing Tian nodded, relieved. As long as there are no side effects, just practice the martial skill you gained. More skills never hurt. Everyone should master several martial skills. Relying solely on awakened abilities isn't enough. Not knowing the rank doesn't matter. Your Ancestral Dragon bloodline doesn't have a level either, right? You'll figure it out after a couple of fights. Teacher, what was that about the university tournament you mentioned earlier? Jiang Ling asked curiously. This process is the same every year: school competitions, regional tournaments, layer upon layer of selection until the champions emerge. But this year, the top finishers get to represent their universities in the Tri-Service Grand Tournament. You need to break through level 30 to qualify. It's too early to think about that now. Ing Tian waved his hand. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can head back. Wang Peng is in seclusion, and I've got plenty of things to handle. Jiang Ling, oh no, I've become a liability. After bidding farewell to Ing Tian, darkness had already fallen. Judging by the local schedule, everyone back at the dorms was probably already asleep. After everything that had happened, Jiang Ling couldn't sleep. Management wasn't too strict for students on the front lines, so he found a quiet corner of the sports field and sat there, lost in thought. He opened his phone and instinctively launched the game. Bai Jishui's grayed out icon meant he couldn't view her live feed anymore. Jiang Ling could only piece together how she was doing from the scattered updates the system provided. Bai Jisua has resolved to ascend to the upper realm and diligently pursue enlightenment. Bai Zishui slayed countless celestial demons and several rebellious emperors beyond the domain, stepping onto the ancient path to immortality. Bai Zishui's peerless talent continues to sweep all before her in the upper realm. Access denied. Access denied. At the edge of cosmic chaos, a colossal figure stood astride the river of time. Her eyes, vast as the endless starry sky, gazed upon all realms and worlds. Found it. It's a minor world? Master, wait for me. Impossible. The microcosm status is too low, and it remains incompletely opened. If I force entry, the world risks collapse. It matters not. I can wait. Finding you is all that matters. The figure murmured, its powerful aura causing spacetime to violently tremble. The entire star domain began to collapse, eventually fading into stillness. A day in the mountains, 10,000 years in the mortal world. Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. Seeing Bai Jishui do so well, I feel such a sense of accomplishment as his master. Earlier, I'd hoped to command countless superpowered enforcers after the two realms merged. But now? Forget it. If my little disciple doesn't beat me up when we meet again, I'll count myself lucky. Farewell, my friend. Jiang Ling glanced at Bai Jishui's interface, now completely still, and sighed. Oh right, I still have all those gift packs to claim. 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 Only silence answered him. Hey, this isn't how you pull a scam. You gave my apprentice their reward so readily, what about mine? Jiang Ling was so flustered he was practically jumping up and down. Detected, player's first disciple has completed training. Player currently has no disciples. Reward will not be distributed. What's that supposed to mean? So I don't get anything just because I don't have a disciple? Jiang Ling laughed bitterly in anger. Correct answer. Damn you, you stupid game. Can't you give a person a break? The game itself is a relaxing process. Wishing you a pleasant life. Jiang Ling. Fine, I'll quit. But can't I take on an apprentice? He's the type who loves burning himself out to serve others, nurturing budding talents with the heart of a gardener. Gazing at the stone pedestal before him, Jiang Ling felt as if he'd stepped into another world. Familiar with the process, Jiang Ling immediately pulled off a 10 pull. The highest potential was only superb. Mythical tier disciples were far too dangerous, constantly facing life or death crises. Would these less extraordinary talents be a bit safer? Jiang Ling tentatively tapped the screen, preparing to accept the disciple with the extraordinary talent. Acquiring disciples is like rowing against the current, progress or retreat. Player-acquired disciples must possess qualifications equal to or higher than those of upper-tier disciples. Jiang Ling, oomph. We're old acquaintances now, no need to play games. Just tell me how much gold you want for that so-called mythic tier disciple. Detecting intense player desire to top up. Special Mythic Talent Apprentice Bundle offered. Mythic Talent Disciple X1, Grand Disciple taking Gift Pack X1. Jiang Ling, right, whatever you say. I have a strong desire to top up. Top up successful. Information for your second disciple has been released. Jiang Ling rolled his eyes, glanced at the second card appearing in the slot, and tapped it. The character info immediately expanded. Name, Yun Shu. World, Beast-Taming Realm Middle World. Talent, Mythical. Traits, cheerful and straightforward, hot-tempered, greedy. Opportunity, limitless potential. Current challenge, unable to bind first beast pet, facing imminent risk of dropping out of school. Chapter 54, Ghidorah. Hold on, slow down with the sales pitch. Explain this to me properly. What exactly do you mean by one lecherous, one greedy when describing my two disciples? Jiang Ling couldn't help but crack up upon seeing this new disciple's traits. Lecherousness could be chalked up to nature, but this greed? That's purely a personal issue, right? Tailored instruction player personality influences disciple traits selected. Jiang Ling. So it's my fault? I'm greedy. I'm lustful. Player, please confirm the master-disciple relationship promptly to receive rewards. The game shifted the topic, and Jiang Ling didn't dwell on it. Clicking on the character, the screen flickered, revealing a new world before him. The bustling streets, teeming with traffic, bore little difference from Blue Star save for the occasional pet shop signs lining the sidewalks. Hey, boss. That little wolf cub might not even evolve. You want $500 for it? That's robbery. A schoolgirl in uniform, looking thoroughly aggrieved, protested to the owner of a beast-taming shop. Young lady, give me a break, the shopkeeper replied with a wry smile. How many times have you been here? Every time you ask the price, you yell at me. You haggle down to the last penny. What exactly are you trying to do? What do I want? The girl with the high ponytail, usually cheerful and optimistic, now seemed a bit shy. Could you just give me one? Get out. Unsurprisingly, she was promptly swept out the door. Jiang Ling watched with amusement as Yun Shu's profile popped up on the interface. Yun Shu, orphan, raised by her grandmother since childhood, living in poverty. Yet she strives relentlessly. Cheerful by nature, she works part-time to supplement her family's income, scrimping and saving to buy a beast and become a beastmaster. In the beastmaster realm, initial beasts begin as ordinary creatures that evolve. If an ordinary beast lacks evolutionary potential, the beastmaster must replace it and attempt evolution anew. Fate was unkind. Yun Shu saved up to buy her first beast, but it proved incapable of evolution. Worse still, it perished just 3 days later. Struggling financially, Yun Shu couldn't afford another beast and considered dropping out of school. That's too easy, Jiang Ling chuckled from outside. Why not just pay for one myself? Detected strong player desire to spend. Would you like to upgrade the apprentice bundle for $17.88 to help your beloved disciple obtain a top-tier beast? This time the game hit the nail on the head. He topped up. He smoothly topped up the beloved disciple live and communication sections, then returned to the game screen. Having learned from his first attempt, Jiang Ling prepared himself, waiting for the right moment to talk to Yun Shu. But Yun Shu wasn't like Bai Jisoo. Bai Jisoo had been in a life-or-death crisis, whereas Yun Shu was nowhere near such an urgent situation. Would his sudden appearance backfire? Yun Shu walked home, kicking pebbles along the way as he muttered under his breath, unscrupulous merchants. They swindled every last penny from me. Despite her complaints, Yun Shu understood that the evolution of a beast was inherently a matter of probability. She could only blame her own bad luck. Perhaps she wouldn't be able to defy fate through her beast mastery after all. She didn't care. The cultural college entrance exam was fine too. As long as she could earn money in the future and provide a good life for herself and her grandmother, that was all that mattered. With that thought, the girl's steps grew lighter as she approached a narrow alleyway. Just as she was about to enter, the sun overhead was suddenly blocked by something, casting a vast shadow that engulfed half the city. Panicked shouts erupted in waves. It's a volcanic giant bird, a beast king level colossus. Run for your lives. We're done for. Small towns like ours don't have top-tier beast masters. Facing a monster like this, we're just waiting to die. Stop staring. Run to the shelter. Citizens looked up as a massive claw, covered in lava-like scales, tore through the clouds. Sparks erupted from its surface, igniting raging fires across the city. The clouds evaporated swiftly, revealing the volcanic giant bird in full. As its wings spread wide, the city was engulfed in a torrential downpour of molten rock. Scorching lava droplets plummeted onto buildings, igniting raging fires. Caw! A hoarse cry echoed, and the city's temperature soared once more. Some beast tamers stationed here had already broken through the air, summoning their own beasts. Yet compared to the colossal form of the volcanic giant bird, their tamed beasts seemed minuscule. In the Beastmaster realm, creatures began their evolution from the most basic lifeforms, growing steadily in both power and size. The volcanic giant bird, however, stood among the very pinnacle of colossal beasts. And this was merely their initial form, not yet evolved. Their starting power was formidable, with a high ceiling for growth, making these beasts widely recognized as the strongest mounts. Only a select few elite masters could bind such supreme mounts, as cultivating these colossal creatures demanded vast resources. Not just individuals, but even families or small nations would struggle to bear the burden. "Grandma!" The girl cried out in alarm, dashing toward the hospital. She pushed through the screaming, dodging crowd, sprinting directly beneath the volcanic giant bird. In the air, some beast riders had already begun attacking the volcano giant bird, but compared to its massive frame, these assaults were barely a scratch. "Captain, what do we do? How did this colossal beast end up attacking our Eagle City? I'm baffled too. We'll have to stall it as long as possible, otherwise, the entire city will be destroyed. How much longer until backup arrives? We can't hold it off for long. Evacuate the people immediately." Several flying beasts distracted the colossus while large ground-based creatures began evacuating and transporting people. "What is that student doing?" A beast rider overseeing the evacuation watched the girl sprinting toward the volcanic giant bird's base. His vision darkened and he nearly tumbled from his own beast. But he couldn't spare a thought for that now. He had a more critical mission. Forcing himself to refocus on the crowd before him, he silently prayed for the girl's safety. Below the hospital lay a designated emergency shelter. He hoped she could reach it safely. The giant bird, enraged by the relentless attacks of these smaller beasts, began to build up its power, preparing to strike. Concentrated flame power gathered within its body, poised to erupt forthward. "Forget about binding relationships for now. Give my apprentice's beast to her." Jiang Ling watched the volcano giant bird brewing its ultimate strike, his heart skipping a beat as he urgently shouted. He was joking. If he waited any longer, he'd only be left to gather Yunshu's ashes. He really was a jinx. No sooner had he declared Yunshu different from Bai Jishui than she found herself on the brink of death. Next time, he'd better think before speaking. Beast summoning complete. Giant beast, King Ghidorah released. Guide your apprentice to bind the beast. Ghidorah? Was that the alien creature he'd seen in movies Monster Zero, Ghidorah? The clouds scattered by the volcano giant suddenly gathered again, shimmering an eerie blue-gold hue. A colossal silhouette loomed within, faintly visible. The volcanic giant bird let out a mournful cry, landing outside the city. It tentatively called out toward the clouds. "Roar!" A deep, growling response echoed from within the clouds. Without hesitation, the volcano giant bird lowered its head in a posture of submission. What's going on? Is the volcano giant bird actually afraid? We're done for. We couldn't even handle one giant bird. From the commotion, that thing up there seems even more terrifying. The crowd has mostly dispersed. We're pulling out to wait for reinforcements. The appearance of the terrifying colossus above shattered the last psychological defenses of these beast tamers. While the volcanic giant birds dared to offer some resistance, the sheer oppressive presence of this colossal beast left them utterly incapable of mounting any defiance. Yunshu stared at the colossal figure in the sky and hurried toward the hospital shelter. Just then, a voice echoed in her mind. "Why are you running? That's the great beast I prepared for you, my disciple." Chapter 55, The Fraudster, Demon Realm Meteorite. What was that? Yunshu whirled around, eyes darting warily. Well, Jiang Ling really didn't know how to explain it. He could only think of how con artists on TV would trick people. "Hello, ma'am. You've won our company's Super Tutor Prize. He'll be your personal golden ticket to success, guiding you to the pinnacle of life. Anything else? If not, I'll hang up now." Yunshu rolled her eyes and kept walking. Modern scams are so sophisticated. Telepathic communication? High-tech fraud truly evolves by the day. I'm not lying. I'm genuinely a good person. Yunshu snorted derisively, asking with a slacker tone, "Sure, good person. Got any money? Give me some cash." Jiang Ling choked. Money? He genuinely didn't have any. No, money is merely a byproduct of power and influence. Contract Ghidorah from now on. How much money do you need? Shallow, so shallow. Don't you want to become a beast master? A beast master? I'd love to. Yunshu smiled, her face full of disdain. That huge beast up there, is that really the beast you're giving me? Then call it down. Beasts possess spirit. Forcing a contract harms both parties. And you call this a gift? Frankly, I wouldn't dare contract something this massive. What the hell is this? The girl's mouth was like a machine gun, firing off words nonstop. Jiang Ling felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this just the female version of John Lei? There was no point arguing with someone this talkative. Only actions would speak louder than words. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed as Ghidorah's colossal form slammed down beside Yunshu. The contrast made the girl appear exceptionally petite. Help! The girl's cry for help abruptly stopped. Her eyes held only deep shock and terror. Yet, this three-headed colossal dragon before her somehow evoked a faint sense of familiarity. This was the sensation a beastmaster felt when a creature actively sought to form a bond. No way! This colossal beast actually wants to form a bond with her? Could it be that voice? Her expression was utterly priceless. Jiang Ling watched Yunshu's reaction with satisfaction. Little brat, you think you can outsmart me? The next moment, the girl tossed her hair, clasped her hands together, and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. For half my life, I've drifted without finding a true master. If you would not reject me, I humbly wish to bow and call you my foster father. The stark contrast left this veteran player utterly stunned. Was this what they meant by money talks? Godfather is unnecessary. Master will suffice. Fine, master it is. Now, teacher, may I bind a contract with it? Yunshu asked impatiently. Of course. This is a colossal beast of immense power. Jiang Ling had initially intended to call it Ghidorah, but that clearly didn't align with their naming conventions. He shifted his tone instead. This is a primordial colossus. You may name it yourself. Holy moly! It's huge. I've never seen a colossal beast this size on TV. If I really bond with this beast, I'll be flying high. Yunshu practically drooled, tilting her head back to gaze at the colossal beast while marveling at its sheer scale. Wisdom comes with experience. A true hero knows when to bend. If this con artist is that capable, why not temporarily take him as a mentor? Take our Northwest region. Our school principal's initial beast form was just a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Compared to mine, it's got nothing. Yet he managed to evolve it into a king-tier beast. This one must be a god-tier beast. At this moment, she was utterly lost in the joy of acquiring such a powerful beast, naturally calling it my beast. Jiang Ling chuckled inwardly. Compared to this beast, a Tyrannosaurus Rex was nothing. He began the introduction. It stands 1,588 meters tall, weighs 141,056 tons, has a wingspan of 51,816 meters, and can fly at speeds reaching 550 knots. Moreover, its skin contains trace amounts of gold, used to store bioelectricity within its body, which it can then discharge in the form of golden electrical currents. Its flight can even trigger hurricanes. The more Jiang Ling described, the brighter Yunshu's eyes grew. Once Jiang Ling finished, she asked with an obedient expression, "Teacher, may I form the contract now?" "Of course you may." Jiang Ling nodded, and Yunshu eagerly extended both hands. Two massive magical arrays materialized beneath King Ghidorah and beneath her feet. The dragon's massive head slowly lowered, drawing near the girl with unparalleled docility. Success! Yunshu exclaimed joyfully. Just this morning she'd been fretting over her future, and now in the afternoon she'd bound a top-tier super beast. It felt like a dream. 3 heads, and golden too. I'll call you Little Black. Yunshu studied it for a moment, then carefully chose a name for the 100-meter-tall colossus. Jiang Ling. Xiaohei. Teacher, I have a question. Storing this colossal beast in the beast-taming space, Yunshu chuckled. Xiaohei is so massive the resources needed for its advancement will be astronomical. You can't possibly expect me to earn them all myself. The implication was clear. After giving you such a huge gift, you still want to fleece me? Jiang Ling was speechless. This disciple was truly obsessed with money, demanding it at every turn. Fine, forget it. I don't really want it anyway. Yunshu strode forward, his steps light and brisk. Unlike Bai Jishui, after accepting his gift, Yunshu's bond value hadn't budged an inch. Meaning, in her eyes, he was still just a stranger. Frustration. Utter, crushing frustration. With that thought, Jiang Ling reluctantly yet resentfully closed the interface, determined to learn from his mistake. Claim the gift pack. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Forget it, first claim the previous rewards, then deal with that money-grubbing miser later. At that very moment, a brilliant meteor streaked across the sky, plunging fiercely toward the demon realm, a small world bordering blue star. It wasn't a meteorite, it was a person. She smoothed her slightly disheveled hair and muttered to herself, "No, I just can't wait. I wonder if this body molded from beyond grass will even fit properly. I wonder if it can fool this realm's rules. Let's give it a shot. Ugh, this world is too fragile. I can't even use much power. My positioning isn't even stable yet. Where am I?" Within the demon realm's royal palace, the trembling demon king stood below the throne. Seated upon it was a young woman of breathtaking beauty. The demon king felt like crying but had no tears left. A meteor falling from the heavens was never a good sign. This which had descended from the sky, effortlessly defeating his 10 top guards and even giving him a beating. As the demon king, he could only stand obediently with his head bowed to the side. "Old centipede, answer my questions. One extra word and I'll chop off one of your legs. Got it? Is this realm connected to Blue Star?" "Yes." "Can we go to Blue Star?" "Yes." "Good. Then proceed as I've arranged. You shall declare that a prodigy has emerged in the demon realm." Chapter 56, New Classmate. 2 max value gift packs and a graduation reward. Jiang Ling's heart was already filled with quiet anticipation. Distribution in progress. Affinity pack distributed. Congratulations. Player has gained supreme favor, increasing fortune points and bringing continuous good luck. Darkness value pack distributed. Congratulations on acquiring the divine skill Golden Cicada Shedding Shell. Golden Cicada Shedding, after receiving fatal damage, freely choose a location to revive once, limited to once per month. Apprenticeship completion gift pack distribution in progress. Congratulations! You have obtained specialization skill, Bloodline Chart 1, Technique, Swallowing Heaven Demon Art, and one otherworldly virtual identity. Bloodline Chart provides blood samples to locate kin of the same lineage. Devouring Heaven Demon Art consumes others' physical essence. The more essence devoured, the greater your strength and constitution. After gathering 10,000 essences, you may transform into a postnatal chaos body. Virtual identity, unwilling to part, lingering in the great dream. Player obtains an alternate realm identity. Note: this identity is one time only. If detected by the world consciousness, you will immediately return to reality. The earlier Affinity Points gift pack was practically useless, but the Darkening Points one actually had some potential. As for the Graduation gift pack, that final otherworldly identity thing had him completely baffled. He'd set that aside for now, but the bloodline diagram that followed was a valuable item. Didn't that mean he could elevate anyone's bloodline rank whenever he wished? But what about the Swallowing Heaven Demon Art? His Ancestral Dragon bloodline already bordered on demonic cultivation. Pairing it with this technique would make him utterly unholy. The name alone hinted at its immense power, but how could he, a paragon of righteousness, possibly practice? Practice? He practiced precisely such supreme techniques. As long as his heart remained pure, the nature of the cultivation technique alone couldn't define everything. He still felt tempted. There was no helping it. Even in a vast world like the Xian realm, the chaos physique was the strongest constitution. Jiang Ling truly couldn't resist. He walked upright and sat straight. There was no harm in it. With a decent haul secured, Jiang Ling stood up, dusted off his clothes, and headed back to the dorm to rest. The next morning, when they gathered again before Zhao Fei's spaceship, the group stared in stunned silence at the girl standing beside Zhao Fei. Teacher Zhao, who is this? Jiang Ling hesitated. Let me introduce you. This is Bai Sui Sui, a top prodigy from the demon realm, a realm friendly with our Blue Star. She's particularly fond of our Blue Star's culture and cultivation methods and is coming to Jinghua as an exchange student. She'll be joining us back to the base, Zhao Fei explained cheerfully. He was over the moon. This trip had already yielded impressive results. First, his student Jiang Ling had saved a martial saint, and now he'd received notice to bring back a top prodigy. Who else deserved the director position if not him? A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the group. Even Mu Yu was no exception. This girl was stunningly beautiful. Her slightly upturned eyes held a hint of allure. Her nose was high and straight, her lips a soft pink. Her long hair was loosely gathered with a white ribbon, a few strands framing her ears and accentuating her swan-like slender neck. Her skin was snow white, and her entire aura radiated a cool, pure sensuality. The girl gave a slight nod, greeting the group. Bro, she's gorgeous, Jiang Lei whispered softly in his ear, his eyes constantly darting toward the girl. She seems to be staring at you. Jiang Lei's slightly envious voice reached his ears, but Jiang Ling frowned. Bai Sui Sui? Could the world be this coincidental? Jiang Ling began to suspect the entire world was just a poorly scripted farce, running out of original names. Moreover, though this girl bore no physical resemblance to his apprentice, the aura she exuded felt eerily similar. Receiving no response, Jiang Lei looked up in confusion, his face brimming with curiosity at Jiang Ling's furrowed brow. What's up? Does Jiang Ling not like this type? Well, that's great news. He'd better step up his game. Each harboring their own thoughts, they boarded the spacecraft. Thanks to Jiang Ling's credit for reviving the martial saint, Zhao Fei's small ship had been refurbished, significantly expanding its interior space. The rear 2 rows were now upgraded to 5 seats. As usual, Mu Yu, with her experience, took the co-pilot seat to assist Zhao Fei. The remaining 5 had to split between the 2 rows. Jiang Ling immediately took one of the 2 seats in the back row. Jiang Lei and the other guys dithered, refusing to sit down, acting all coy and hesitant. Mu Yu couldn't help but chuckle. You guys, she teased, hanging around me day in and day out, you're all slackers. But the moment you see Sui Sui, suddenly you're all gentlemen? Zhao Fei chuckled and chimed in, Sui Sui, if you feel awkward, you can sit up front. Let Mu Yu sit with them. Hearing this, disappointment flashed across Jiang Lei and the others' faces. Bai Sui Sui, however, smiled sweetly and walked straight to Jiang Ling's side. No need, she said sweetly. I'll just sit next to Jiang Ling. The trio sat down one after another, hearts heavy with regret. Hesitation truly leads to defeat. Jiang Lei turned back, puzzled. Sui Sui, you just transferred here. How do you know Brother Jiang? A flicker of stiffness crossed the girl's face before she continued smiling. I just heard you call him that, so I paid attention. Jiang Lei nodded and chuckled, then what do you call me? Bull. He'd never called Jiang Ling that, nor had anyone else. Seems this angelic-looking girl came here specifically for Jiang Ling. She'd done her homework. Ah, that's the gap between us. Bai Suesu felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head, saying nothing. Jiang Ling lost all his energy and slumped back into his seat. If you're a ginger, why bother with Jiang? Before long, steady breathing sounds drifted from the two people beside him. Jiang Ling glanced at Muyu in the front row and asked, "What's with these two? Falling asleep the moment we boarded? Are they that tired? What do you think?" Muyu replied, her face also wearing a look of grievance. "Jiang Ling, you never mentioned you snored this loudly." "Exactly. Last night, it wasn't just them Jiang Ling and I didn't get much rest either." When Jiang Ling starts snoring, he goes all out like he's possessed or something. Jiang Ling chimed in with a laugh. Jiang Ling scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. At that moment, Bai Sui Sui, sitting beside Jiang Ling, smiled and asked, "Did you all sleep together last night?" "Yeah, Sui Sui, the dorms are too small, so we had to squeeze together," Jiang Ling laughed. "Honestly, conditions on the front lines are tough." "Oh, I see," Bai Sui Sui's smile cracked slightly. Muyu chuckled, but these guys were really considerate. "I got the top bunk all to myself, and the four of them squeezed into the bottom bunk." Oh, Bai Sui Sui's face lit up again with a sweet smile. She turned her gaze to Jiang Ling, her eyes full of curiosity. "Jiang Ling, have you ever slept with a girl before?" Hearing this, the group ahead froze in shock. Well, setting aside the leap and thinking, that question is a bit too personal, isn't it? Is the demon realm that open-minded? In an instant, the room fell silent. Everyone stopped talking, even Zhao Fei perked up his ears. He had to admit, he wanted to know the answer too. Jiang Ling had sensed Bai Sui Sui's unusual mood earlier, and now she'd blurted out such a question. Was her emotional intelligence really that low? But seeing the expectant look in her eyes, he couldn't help but answer. "Does my mom count?" Jiang Ling sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Definitely not," Bai Sui Su shook her head. "Then I guess not. I'm still pretty innocent." Jiang Ling thought for a moment before answering. "Really? Nothing else?" Bai Sui Su smiled and asked again. Chapter 57, Headache. Why even ask? Jiang Ling was baffled by this inexplicable question and the persistent follow-up. All right. Zhao Fei sensed the awkwardness and stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he changed the subject. "Sui Sui, we're all from Blue Star. Why don't you tell us about the demon realm?" "The demon realm is, well, a beautiful world." "Yes, very beautiful." Bai Sui Su stammered. Her reaction made Jiang Ling look at her with a touch more sympathy. "Seems like another case of cultivation making someone lose their mind." "Moderate cultivation strengthens the body, but excessive cultivation drains the mind. He'd take this as a lesson." "Ha, I don't think you know much more than I do," Zhao Fei chimed in with a laugh. "Your demon realm placing too much importance on you isn't exactly a blessing. Look at you, you only know about the Imperial Palace. You've got no clue about the rest. You really need to see more of the world." "Nonsense," she retorted. "I just beat them all into submission and rode their coattails here overnight. I doubt they know the demon realm any better than I do." "Teacher's right," she nodded obediently, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Jiang Ling. "That's why I came to Blue Star, to broaden my horizons. I hope to see more of the outside world in the future." "Jiang Ling, would you be my tour guide?" "Something's off. Way off." Jiang Ling had long since given up on life, lying flat with no will to live. Yian and Lin Hai exchanged glances, seeing the hurt in each other's eyes. In the end, it was all their own misplaced affection and self-importance. Bai Sui Sui clearly had feelings for Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly snapped them open. "Got it, Bai," he muttered. "Isn't there a Bai character on Brother John's sachets?" He turned his head slightly. Jiang Ling sat behind him, out of his sight, leaving only Bai Jisoo in his field of vision. She leaned forward slightly, her head tilted to one side, her gaze fixed intently on the profile of the man beside her. Her eyes sparkled brightly, reflecting the man's features with focused, deep affection. Yes, it was her. Jiang Ling turned his head, muttering inwardly, "Great, the young couple's playing dress up, and these guys are getting all worked up about it." He'd been fixated on the capital before. No wonder the Jiang family found Jiang Gu a partner from another world. Jiang Ling casually asked, "Brother Jiang, what about that sachet? Why haven't I seen you bring it out? Didn't you flaunt it in my face the other day?" "Left it in the dorm." "Why bring it out? What if it got lost?" Jiang Ling replied. "What sachets?" The girl beside him asked again, her gaze fixed directly on his face, impossible to ignore. "Yeah, the one someone gave you." Jiang Ling hesitated, weighing his words. Jiang Ling suddenly chimed in with a murmur, "Wasn't it Bai Sui Su who gave it to you?" He had to elaborate, "Who else?" "Of course, it's Brother John's girlfriend. Oh my, those two are so sweet. They chatter non-stop over meals. Brother Jiang remembers to sneak her anything tasty he spots. Last time he ordered 10 whole chickens in one go." "Shut up." Jiang Ling kicked Jiang Ling's seat hard, his tone warning. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." "Oh, look, you don't even want me to talk. It's always like this, I mention something and you get all worked up." Jiang Ling continued laughing. Jiang Ling couldn't argue back. His relationship with Bai Jishui was something he couldn't possibly explain to these people. Forget it. Whatever. He pulled out his headphones and turned them on, ready to log into the game. Jiang Ling was thoroughly satisfied with his explanation. By Sui, Jiang Gu is already taken. You should know when to back off. He turned his head to steal another glance, only to be stunned once more by the unabashed, surging affection in her eyes. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Shouldn't you be looking heartbroken? Love at first sight doesn't work like this. She's completely impervious. Jiang Ling rubbed his soft belly in existential doubt and settled back. All you need is to be good looking. I'll come up with reasons for you to love me. Sigh. Tired. Just sleep well, eat well, have fun, and call it a day. Jiang Ling opened the game and saw Yunshu's motionless zero, which gave him a headache. This apprentice only cares about money. With cash, everything's negotiable. Without it, she won't even bother exchanging 2 words with you. What on earth made her so greedy? A flicker of curiosity stirred within Jiang Ling. A gambling father, a terminally ill mother, a rebellious younger brother, and a broken soul? Surely not that script, Jiang Ling muttered to himself. On screen, Yunshu returned home, cooked, did laundry, and tidied everything up. After packing a nutritionally balanced meal into a lunchbox, she headed toward the hospital. Just as she mounted her bicycle, a call came in. Yunshu, when are you paying back the 2,000 yuan your grandmother owes? If you don't pay up soon, next time we'll really chop off her fingers. The voice was vicious, yet tinged with helplessness. What? She gambled again? Yunshu's voice rose sharply, a worldly wisdom unbecoming of her youthful face flashing across her features. Who took her? Didn't I warn you that if she gambled again, I'd report your gambling den? She snuck out on her own. We had nothing to do with it, the voice hurriedly explained, scrambling to distance themselves. But you still have to pay up. Not repaying debts affects your credibility. It could ruin your chances of becoming a beastmaster. I don't have any money. Yunshu shouted angrily at the other end. The other party remained silent, simply stalling her. Give me a few days. I'll pay you back this month. Yunshu finally sighed and relented. All right. Take care then. Jiang Ling watched from outside, stunned. What's going on? Still the same gambling plot, but now it's an old lady who gambles? Yunshu suddenly pedaled faster, covering the half-hour journey in just 10 minutes. She arrived at the ward with practiced ease, set the lunchbox on the table, and said nothing. She just stared at the old woman lying on the bed with her eyes closed. Keep pretending to sleep until the food gets cold. The fish I made for you today won't taste good if it gets fishy. Hearing this, the old woman's eyelids fluttered involuntarily. Slowly opening her eyes, she stretched lazily before lifting her head in surprise. Shu? You're here so early today? Yunshu's face remained expressionless as she simply looked at her. The old lady gave an awkward smile and asked, Did they call you? What else? Yunshu finally began to move, taking the dishes out of the lunchbox. Yunsue, I really admire you. You kept saying you'd quit, but you never could. After your heart surgery and 6 months in the hospital, you finally stopped gambling. I was so careful, but I couldn't prevent it last time when the giant volcano birds attacked. You went into the shelter, and when I got to the hospital, I saw you playing cards with a bunch of people. Disappointment washed over the girl's face as she continued, We've relied on each other since childhood. You've always been frail and sickly, yet I never complained. All these years, I've worked tirelessly to earn money for your medical care. But you. I couldn't save a single penny. I couldn't even afford a decent beast. The one I bought last time died. Yunshu's voice was heavy with exhaustion and resignation. Then leave. Don't worry about me, Yunsue said resolutely. An old woman like me can fend for herself. Let's eat. Yunshu said nothing, setting out the dishes and motioning for her to join. I knew you wouldn't be able to bear it, Shushu. Grandma was just trying to earn some money for you. No child cries every day, and no gambler loses every day. Just wait until I hit it big for you someday. What kind of grandmother does that? Jiang Ling watched from outside, boiling with unnamed rage. Not only did she refuse to help her granddaughter save money, but she kept creating holes everywhere, forcing her granddaughter to patch them up. Yunshu left carrying the lunchbox, but the scene remained in the hospital room. General Yun, this can't go on. A hidden door opened in the room, and several young men and women emerged. Yeah, I called Yunshu today and she sounded like she'd given up entirely. She must hold on no matter what. I absolutely won't allow her to become a beast tamer. Did you dispose of that beast she bought the other day? Reporting to the general, it's been disposed of. Good. Keep a close watch. If she acquires any new beast tamers, eliminate them immediately. Understood. Chapter 58, A Familiar Feeling. I had no choice, Yunsue sighed from her hospital bed. Shushu's innate talent attracts beasts, especially colossal ones, far too easily. His father. She sighed again. Look at us, hiding in this tiny place, yet the volcanic giant bird still tracked us down. By the way, did you find out about that mysterious beast that subdued the volcano giant bird? Yunsue turned to them and asked. Reporting back, no. The beast vanished. Plus, when the colossal beast appeared, all our surveillance systems went haywire. We have 0 leads. No eyewitnesses? Not yet. Lying on the hospital bed, Yoon Suetsue rubbed her temples. This strange beast might have been targeting her granddaughter. It was incredibly powerful, and now there were no leads at all. It was frustrating. Keep monitoring. If that beast dares to return, concentrate all forces to eliminate it. Yoon Suetsue's tone was resolute. Oh, and next time, just say I owe 4,000. She'll scrape together 2,000 in no time. Jiang Ling was stunned by this unexpected twist. What did this mean? This old lady lying in the hospital bed seemed to have a far from simple background. Her actions carried a strong sense of purpose to prevent Yun Shu from becoming a beast tamer. Any beast connected to Yun Shu had only one fate: eliminate. She'd even fake illness and gambling addiction. Why? Yoon Suetsue implied the volcanic giant bird was lured by Yun Shu. Another secret? It was hard to fathom. Jiang Ling sighed in resignation. The scene shifts back to Yun Shu. She was now passing by pet shops one after another. Each time she approached, the weaker beast tamers would put on their best act, trying to charm and ingratiate themselves with her. Could she possess some kind of beast-attracting constitution? Jiang Ling wondered. If so, such a constitution should make her exceptionally suited to become a beastmaster. Why then did Yoon Suetsue persistently obstruct her? Yun Shu wound her way through the streets, turning into a narrow alleyway. She pushed open an old, weathered door to find a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard sitting inside. Oh, here to take another job? The man grinned, revealing his teeth. Too bad, though. The beginner-level beast contracts are all gone. Now, the lowest-tier beasts we're capturing are common grade. Since you're not a beastmaster, you probably can't handle it. After binding, a beast becomes a tamed beast, capable of continuous evolution from basic to mortal, spirit, revered, king, emperor, saint, and god tiers. Beast tamers and their beasts complement each other, advancing faster together. Wild beasts, however, rely solely on their own breakthroughs, which are more difficult. Yet once they break through, their power far surpasses that of tamed beasts of the same tier. Thus, handling a common grade beast requires at least a spirit grade beastmaster. Yet this girl before us isn't even a beastmaster. How could she possibly? I'll handle it. Yun Shu declared confidently with a smile. Xiao He had subdued a king tier colossus with mere aura alone. Its power must far exceed king tier. This certainty deepened after she and Xiao He forged their contract. Let's be clear, once you accept this mission, we won't care about life or death, only the outcome matters. Yun Shu nodded, accepted the mission, and turned to leave. Mission: acquire 10 common grade beast cores. Reward: 3,000 yuan. Yun Shu methodically packed her gear, preparing to leave the city. Her movements were orderly and deliberate, following each step with precision. Jiang Ling, so I'm just here to watch the show? This doesn't involve me at all? Back when Bai Jishui was around, going online meant trouble, going offline meant trouble, and top-ups were everywhere. But this apprentice hasn't triggered a single top-up point yet. Unless something unexpected happens, something unexpected is bound to happen. Beloved disciple Yunshu's hunting gear is abysmal, practically non-existent. To the beasts, she's just another roadside creature. Would you like to top up 648 to purchase a king tier set for your disciple current level max? Here it comes, finally. Jiang Ling didn't hesitate, he topped up immediately. Yun Shu packed her belongings and rode her bicycle out of the city. Suddenly, that voice from the other day echoed in his mind. What kind of junk are you wearing? It's so shabby. Just as Jiang Ling was about to continue his rant, his phone screen went black. Forgot to charge it. With only 2 days of battery life, the phone had completely drained. Yun Shu stopped her bike and waited for a long time, but there was no response from the other end. She looked utterly baffled. Wait, he just came out to call me a cheapskate, then nothing else? Is he out of his mind? In the quiet backseat, Jiang Ling's words suddenly caught everyone's attention. Ha? Me? Jiang Lei instinctively thought Jiang Ling was addressing him. He quickly scanned his appearance. Sure, his clothes were a bit wrinkled from the non-stop travel, but they were all limited editions. How could they be junk? Feeling awkward, Jiang Ling decided to avoid speaking up in such quiet environments next time. No, I was just gaming. The character's gear was too weak, Jiang Ling explained. Oh, wow. That scared me. Jiang Lei nodded and fell silent. Jiang Ling turned his head only to meet Bai Suesu's slightly probing gaze. What did that look mean? Confusion, puzzlement, and a hint of doubt? Uncertain, Jiang Ling offered an excuse. Sui, wanna play too? It's this game I recently got hooked on called Quad State Operation. It's pretty fun. If you're interested, we could team up. I don't want to play games. Bai Suesu shook her head. I want to play with you. All right. Having failed to get her hooked on his new game, Jiang Ling leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and prepared to rest. The flight was long, so before long, the ship was filled with the calm, rhythmic sounds of breathing. Zhao Fei also instinctively softened the movements of his hands. Jiang Ling felt an itch on her chin and a slight tightness in her throat. He instinctively reached to scratch it, but his right hand wouldn't lift at all. Confusion washed over him as he slowly opened his eyes. The sight before him instantly banished all traces of sleepiness. Bai Suesu, who had been sitting upright in her seat just before he fell asleep, was now fast asleep. Half her body was sprawled across his, her arms wrapped around his right arm, her head resting on his chest. Her two long, fair legs seemed poised to drape directly over his, though for now they were merely curled up, holding back from the next move. Her face pressed tightly against his chest, her breath steady and soft. Each exhalation carried a faint warmth, gently brushing against his clothes. For some reason, Jiang Ling's mind flashed back to the morning he woke up and saw the little fox. Jiang Ling chuckled to himself. He'd almost forgotten he really had slept with another girl before. Only, it was a fox. He gazed at the girl's peaceful, sweet sleeping face, a wave of murmurs rising within him. Strange. Truly strange. The two shared not a single resemblance, yet he kept linking them together. Was it because their names were so similar? In that inexplicable sense of familiarity, the pondering Jiang Ling drifted back to sleep. Yet the face pressed against his chest now twitched slightly at the corners of its mouth. Are you kidding me? Wasn't this the most suggestive position imaginable? She clearly sensed the person beside her had woken up, but soon drifted back to sleep. Isn't that ambiguous? Isn't she pretty? What's with falling asleep the moment you lay your head down? Good for you. Let's see how long you can keep this up. The expression on the girl's exquisitely beautiful face turned sullen, and before she knew it, she too had fallen into a deep sleep. Chapter 59, Human Suffering, Money Solves All. Hey, Bai Sui, wanna tag along with brother Jiang? Jiang Lei teased, eyeing her with intense focus. Ever since arriving at school, Bai Suesu's gaze hadn't left Jiang Ling. Seeing her gaze getting too intense, Jiang Lei couldn't help but speak up. Get lost, Jiang Ling playfully punched him. Lifting his head to meet Bai Suesu's expectant gaze, he added, we're all tired from the trip. Let's head back and get some rest. Okay, then when are you planning to be my tour guide? Bai Sui pressed relentlessly. Tomorrow. After class tomorrow, okay? Jiang Ling chuckled in response. Alright, it's settled. Bai Suesu turned away satisfied, heading toward her dorm with Muyu, leaving behind a slender silhouette. Bro Jiang, do you believe in love at first sight? Jiang Lei leaned in with a gossipy look. Back in the dorm, Jiang Ling plugged his phone in and raised an eyebrow with amusement. What's up? Got a crush on her? Don't play dumb, Jiang Lei pouted. I'm not blind. Bai Sui definitely has a thing for you. All love at first sight is lust at first sight, Jiang Ling declared smugly. Guess I'm just too damn handsome. Jiang Lei tried to retort, but glanced up at Jiang Ling's flawlessly handsome face from every angle. Defeated, he flopped onto the sofa and groaned, it's not that I don't recognize quality, it's just that comparison is cruel. I can't argue with that. Ah, it's fine, bro. You're still pretty handsome in my eyes. Jiang Ling chuckled, watching Jiang Lei roll around. Brother Jiang, sigh. You wouldn't believe me, but I used to be really handsome. Jiang Lei gave a wry smile, glancing at Jiang Ling thoughtfully. Compared to you, I might not win hands down, but at least we'd be evenly matched. Yeah, I believe you. Jiang Ling nodded, stifling a laugh. I'm not joking. It's related to my bloodline. Jiang Lei insisted, flustered. Bloodline? Hearing this, Jiang Ling perked up. Anything related to bloodlines he might actually be able to help. Exactly. Watch this. Jiang Lei activated his bloodline to prove himself. First, a burst of crimson gold light erupted, then it shifted to a deep purple. The year I first awakened, something went terribly wrong, Jiang Lei said, his expression sour. My family never spoke of it. I was originally a mythic tier Qilin bloodline, but it mutated into this Kuei bull bloodline. Not only did my power plummet, but even my appearance changed. Thinking of this, Jiang Lei puckered his lips. The once handsome guy now looked like a bull. His question, if he obtained the Qilin bloodline, could his original bloodline upgrade resolve this? Jiang Ling didn't respond immediately. Instead, he directed his question to the Blue Star Inquiry panel. Yes. Receiving the affirmative answer, Jiang Ling genuinely felt happy for Jiang Lei. He chuckled, you trust your big bro, right? Of course I do, Jiang Lei nodded. Then can you channel the power of the Qilin's bloodline now? Jiang Ling asked. Probably not, Jiang Lei mused thoughtfully, but I think I might emit a trace of Qilin essence when I try to activate the bloodline. What are you planning? Jiang Lei's expression shifted from confusion to excitement. You wouldn't actually have a solution, would you? I have a way, but most of it depends on you, Jiang Ling nodded with a smile. He could help Jiang Lei locate the Qilin bloodline, but the rest was up to him. Try again. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Lei cooperated fully, activating his bloodline once more. The moment that crimson gold aura appeared, Jiang Ling swiftly activated the bloodline map. Qilin bloodline detected. Searching. Ancient Qilin bloodline detected within Dongshan province. Location marked below. Found it. Jiang Ling smiled. Have your family go to Wantai City in Dongshan province to retrieve the Qilin bloodline. I'll handle the rest. Jiang Ling marked the location on his phone's map and forwarded it to Jiang Lei. Got it. Watching the confident Jiang Ling nodded firmly, his face flushed with excitement as he dialed his family. Get some rest. My back is killing me. Watching Jiang Ling rush back to the bedroom, Jiang Ling returned to his own bed. Damn, this Yunshu is such a headache. Clicking into the game, the stark zero staring back at him made Jiang Ling's vision go dark. With 0 bond points, the items he'd invested real money in for Yunshu couldn't be refunded. It was driving this hardcore player crazy. Tailoring teaching to individual needs is a quality every good teacher must possess. Out of nowhere, this prompt popped up on the game screen. Jiang Ling stared at the words, deep in thought. Right, she loves money. So why not just help her make it? No time to waste. Jiang Ling clicked into Yunshu's livestream. At that moment, she stood covered in blood, with the corpses of 2 wolf-like beasts before her. The blood on her body was clearly not her own. She sat on the ground to rest for a moment, then picked up her small knife. With practiced ease, she extracted 2 beast cores from the creature's body and placed them into the small cloth pouch she carried with her. After finishing, she continued forward, muttering to herself, we haven't even reached the area where mortal-grade beasts roam yet, and they're already this fierce. I might actually have to unleash Xiaohei later. You definitely wouldn't stand a chance, Jiang Ling chuckled. Look at your gear, if 2 more show up, your blade would get nicked. Hearing this voice, Yunshu rolled her eyes. Again? Have you gotten addicted to insulting me? I'll let it slide since he gave Xiaohei a gift. She smiled and asked, so it's you, master? What wisdom do you bring this time? So fake, Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. You don't even bother to put on a show. Last time I was supposed to deliver your gear, but something came up. Is he explaining himself to her? Yunshu was puzzled. What was there to explain? Even if it was genuine mockery, it didn't matter. After all, she'd encountered plenty of mockery over the years. His explanation actually made her feel a bit embarrassed. I don't care. You weren't wrong. Yunshu glanced down at her own gear in no great armor and a long sword. It was indeed rather shabby. The next second, her eyes widened in shock. This is a king tier set? Staring at the gear before her, her face twisted in disbelief. This must be worth hundreds of thousands, right? Her expression swiftly shifted from delight to wariness. What are you up to? Let me tell you, I have principles. Don't even think about testing me with this. Jiang Ling chuckled and explained, I told you I'm your teacher. These things are all for you. I'm not without demands, though. In this world of suffering, money can smooth any path. I want you to make money for me, the more, the better. Hearing this, Yunshu's guard gradually lowered. That's more like it. People come and go in this world for profit. How could anyone be kind to you without an ulterior motive? Since this person had a mission, everything he did made perfect sense. And she happened to love making money too. Talk about birds of a feather, or rather, kindred spirits. Got it, boss, the girl chuckled, slinging the full set of king tier gear onto her back. I won't hold back, I'll start planning how to make you money the moment I get back. Chapter 60, so what if my name is Xiaohei? But teacher. Yunshu's eyes darted around as she chuckled awkwardly. I don't have any startup funds, you see? How about? Oh no, here she goes asking for money again. Side quest, Yunshu's path to prosperity begins. Would you like to top up 1980 to receive the grand opening gift pack? Package includes Giant Beast Escort Company Level 1, 100 million initial capital. With such powerful beast taming skills, have you thought about how to make money? Jiang Ling asked with a smile. Of course. In this era, beast-guided security and escort services are definitely the most lucrative. The stronger I get, the stronger the people I hire, and the more money I'll make. Well said. Clear thinking, perfectly aligned with the game's gift pack, Jiang Ling smiled approvingly. Your idea matches mine perfectly. I own a giant beast escort company with 100 million in the bank. When can you come set things up? Jiang Ling suspected he was putting on airs. He probably didn't even know where the company was located. Then why the hell would I still hunt? Yunshu declared, yanking the small cloth pouch from her waist. She was clearly excited. Dispense gift pack? Yes. No need to hesitate. Jiang Ling clicked yes decisively. Ding. Ding. 2 notification sounds rang out as Yunshu's phone received 2 text alerts. Dear Ms. Yun, your account ending in 54876 has received 100 million yuan at 9:56. Dear Ms. Yun, your escort company registration has been successfully approved. Name, Teacher's Ultimate Guardian Escort Company. Chairman, Jiang Ling. Legal Representative CEO, Yunshu. Number of employees, 0. Teacher, your name is Jiang Ling? Yunshu stared at the message on her phone and muttered sarcastically, so your company is just a shell entity? Ahem. You're still not satisfied with all that money? Jiang Ling felt a bit awkward too. The company name really did leave him speechless. Teachers are the most important people in the world. It's fine. I'll make sure our company becomes the biggest escort service out there. Yunshu glanced at her bank balance, her heart racing with determination. With money, what obstacle could possibly stand in her way? None. Just then, a cold, gleaming arrow whistled past her face, embedding itself halfway into the tree trunk behind her. "Who's there?" Yunshu shouted toward the direction of the arrow. This shot was utterly treacherous. Had it connected, even her royal grade armor wouldn't have prevented injury. "Ha! Little sister, killed so many beasts all by yourself?" A burly young man, his body bulging with sinewy muscles, emerged with a booming laugh. Behind him trailed 4 or 5 others, men and women alike, their faces twisted with vicious, cunning expressions. Their eyes gleamed as they stared at her, each bearing an eerie black pattern tattooed across their skin. The Demon Beast Hall. This loose alliance of ruthless criminals specialized in murder and plunder, committing every conceivable evil, making them a prime target for official crackdowns. "How dare you show up here? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the authorities?" Yunshu demanded sharply. "Ha! Little sister, I won't lie to you. Before, I wouldn't dare. But these past 2 days, nearly all the official beast tamers have gone searching for the volcanic giant bird and that mysterious beast. Surveillance here has been almost completely lifted." His eyes greedily scanned Yunshu's entire body as he chuckled. "Never imagined I'd find such a juicy target here, an unranked beastmaster wearing royal grade gear. In a moment, Uncle will personally strip you of every piece." Yunshu watched the man's wicked grin and felt a wave of disgust wash over her. "Stop struggling. We've got 3 spirit grade beast masters and a spirit grade colossal beast. Taking you down is child's play. Surrender now, and you'll suffer less." Before the middle-aged man could finish, his attention was snatched by a sudden, dark blue storm cloud appearing overhead. Its appearance was utterly without warning, yet terrifying beyond measure. The dreadful storm brewing within it felt suffocating at a single glance. "That mysterious beast is back. Let's finish this quickly, grab the gear and get out of here," he shouted cautiously to the group behind him. "Understood." His companions responded in unison, releasing their beasts and charging toward Yunshu. "This girl is decked out in king-tier gear. We stand no chance against her head-on, we must use our beasts." A mammoth over dozens of meters tall, accompanied by several smaller beasts, thundered toward the slender figure. A mocking smile appeared on the girl's face. "Beasts? Is that all? Had she lost her mind?" Mammoths were formidable beasts, and hers had even broken through the spirit realm, growing even larger. A heavily made-up woman sneered in disdain. Yet as the mammoth's master, she suddenly felt a deep-seated dread welling up within her beast-riding consciousness. And the closer she got to that figure, the more intense the dread became. It felt as though some terrifying gaze was watching them from the shadows, ready to shatter them to pieces if they dared cross the line. It wasn't just her, the others who had released their beasts felt the same. Exchanging glances, each saw shock and disbelief in the other's eyes. "Come on. Why are we slowing down? Kill her and let's get out of here. It's normal to be scared on your first time doing this. You'll get over it after a few more tries. Can't you understand me?" The man watched as their beasts slowed to a crawl, eventually cowering back. Furious, he cursed loudly. "Damn useless bunch. I'll do it myself." Grumbling, he summoned his own beast, a golden eagle with a wingspan of about 10 meters. Muscular and fierce-eyed, it let out a piercing cry and dove straight toward Yunshu. Jiang Ling nearly burst out laughing at the sight. "Little Black was up in the clouds, and you're flying skyward?" A savage grin twisted the man's face. "Ha! A king-grade artifact. I'm rich." He too sensed that dread, but he attributed it to the oppressive aura emanating from that mysterious beast. He paid it little mind, his focus unwavering. "This mysterious beast is terrifying indeed. I must get out of here as soon as I get the item." The man whispered his plan to himself while directing the golden eagle to attack Yunshu. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. "You think he's wrong?" "No, but his reasoning seems off." "Is it that mysterious beast?" "Yes. But who said this beast isn't the same one as Yunshu's?" "Xiao Hei." Yunshu's call drew a loud laugh from the man. He pointed at Yunshu and declared, "This is hilarious. No wonder you're decked out in such fancy gear. Your beast companion must be a dog, and you call it Little Black?" A furious, piercing roar erupted from the clouds, like endless thunder shaking the heavens and earth. "So what if it's called Little Black? Now you're mocking it?" King Ghidorah's colossal form emerged from the clouds, its immense size starkly contrasting with the golden eagle. Yunshu pointed at the man and the golden eagle. "Xiao Hei, take care of them." "Wait, that's your Little Black?" This was the man's final thought before being engulfed and consumed by endless golden lightning. "Don't name beasts after people." Ghidorah roared again, causing the mammoth and the other beasts to instinctively kneel to the ground. "So cool," Jiang Ling murmured. Chapter 61, One sword cannot hold 2 dragons. "Stop." Seeing Xiao Hei about to unleash another breath attack, Yunshu hurriedly intervened. "What's the point of keeping these scoundrels around?" Jiang Ling questioned. "Didn't you hear that guy say earlier? This group is new here and hasn't done anything wrong yet. Aren't they just fresh recruits delivered right to our doorstep?" Yunshu explained. "My escort company just started up. Isn't it better to keep them working for me?" Jiang Ling snorted with laughter. With those tattoos plastered all over their faces, who dare hire them as bodyguards? Yunshu didn't respond. Instead, she waved over a few of them, pointed at the little blackbird circling overhead, and growled, "See that? Anyone who messes up again will end up just like that guy." Got it, got it. We didn't do it. That guy forced us to come. The patterns on our faces are just stickers, not tattoos. We'll turn over a new leaf and start fresh. Can we go now? When did I say you could leave? Yunshu smiled. The little black creature above her let out a roar in perfect sync, sending shivers down their spines as they snapped to attention. You can't leave. I've established a security escort company and sincerely invite you to join. Yunshu's expression was earnest. Once we start earning money, I promise you won't be shortchanged. Ha! We still have to work illegal jobs, one man blurted out in despair. It's not illegal labor, it's an opportunity for rehabilitation, Yunshu chuckled. Besides, the pay here is excellent. You won't lose out, Yunshu assured them, patting her chest. Come on, follow me back. Yunshu turned and walked ahead, followed by 4 or 5 men with menacing looks. Xiaohei circled overhead, making the scene feel slightly eerie. Halt! A sharp command rang out. Directly ahead stood a squad of official beast tamers. At the leader's side stood a majestic white tiger, radiating overwhelming power. A Zune-level beast master from the police station? We're done for. The people behind her quickly covered their faces and tried to hide, but with nowhere to go, they ended up ducking behind Yunshu. A bunch of beasts, the man gritted his teeth. A gang of vicious criminals, who by some twist of fate obtained that mysterious beast that appeared that day, had been committing all sorts of crimes here and even kidnapped a young girl. Damn it! His team members gathered close, whispering, "Captain, what should we do? They have a hostage." We. As the man hesitated, the student-looking figure across from him spoke up, "Officer, they're my employees. They're here for a team-building event today. The patterns on their faces are just painted on. They're not bad guys." Yunshu smiled sweetly, uttering the most baffling words imaginable. Not only did these people look like scum, but they were your employees? The little girl must have been forced to say this by the kidnappers. The man's face darkened with fury, his hands twitching as if ready to strike. The others behind him panicked, scrambling forward with mournful expressions and shouting, "Sheriff, we're really good people. Yes, the patterns on our faces are fake. Our boss was telling the truth." They hastily wiped the patterns off their faces with water, putting on their best "I'm a law-abiding citizen" act. Really? The sheriff looked skeptical, stepping closer to inspect. General Yun, that's the situation. You mean my granddaughter somehow acquired a company worth hundreds of millions overnight, hired a bunch of employees, and even tamed that top-tier spirit beast? Yun Suetsue stared at the young man reporting the news, her face clouded with doubt as she furrowed her brow. Absolutely true. That mysterious giant beast utterly crushed the spirit-grade beastmaster in combat. Though you gave the order, we simply couldn't take down that beastmaster. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be, Yun Suetsue sighed, lying on her bed. Alright, I got it. I'll handle it later. This is so unwise. Jiang Ling watched the group still traveling on his phone and shook his head helplessly. Is there a speed-up function? Otherwise, if I log in while they're eating or sleeping, that's just a waste of my time. No. Your bond value with your beloved disciple Yunshu has reached 10. A return gift package will be issued shortly. Investment in the colossal beast Ghidorah. Reward received beast-taming ability, Starry Sky Dragon Cub X1. Beast-taming ability, communicate with beasts and command them in battle. Stellar Dragon, devours all to become the sole deity tier colossus in the cosmos. Absorbs limitless energy with no upper cap. Invest in companies and other assets to unlock the favorite disciple's path to wealth section and activate the purchase panel. Purchase section, shop functionality allows players to buy specific items as gifts for their beloved disciples. This is great, no more waiting for conditions to trigger. Top up whenever you want. Suddenly, the golden dragon burst forth from his body, its eyes fixed on a point in the void as it let out a deep, resonant dragon's roar. Jiang Ling's gaze followed the sound. There, a tiny spatial fissure slowly opened. A dark shadow suddenly burst out from within, darting straight toward Jiang Ling's embrace. The golden dragon reacted swiftly, flying forward to seize the shadow with its front claws and fling it far away. Only then did Jiang Ling see what it was. A Western-style dragon, more accurately, a dragon cub. Tossed aside, it glared at the golden dragon, baring its teeth in a clear challenge. The palm-sized hatchling curled into a ball, its scales a deep blue, occasionally dotted with silver-white star-like spots. Its amber eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. A star dragon? Recalling the reward he just received, Jiang Ling understood. This must be that youngling. Great. Now he was a dragon breeder, with one from the east and one from the west. But two tigers couldn't coexist in one sword's reach. Where was he supposed to put this starry sky dragon? A real headache. Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. The moment the two dragons met, sparks flew. They were already locked in a fierce struggle. The golden dragon, having emerged earlier than the starlight dragon, held the upper hand, relentlessly chasing the deep blue youngling. Jiang Ling momentarily forgot to intervene, but the game's notification sound snapped him back to reality. Game glitch detected. Apologies. Compensation imminent. Invested in a set of King tier equipment for your beloved disciple. Received in return, a set of Emperor tier equipment. Upgrading. Congratulations on obtaining a set of God tier equipment. This felt so familiar. Staring at the full set of armor before him, that sense of familiarity made Jiang Ling pause. Holy crap, wasn't this the Imperial armor he'd seen in cartoons as a kid? Golden armor shimmered with radiant light, a dragon-headed crown stood proudly atop, shoulder plates coiled with dragons, a yin-yang taiji diagram adorned the waist, a crimson flame eye guard, eagle-winged arm guards soaring through the wind, and the 5 elements spiritual light flowed around his entire body. The Imperial majesty shook the heavens and earth. Holy crap, this is ridiculously awesome. Divine Emperor armor, all attributes enhanced 5-fold. Can collect bloodline power for upgrades with no upper limit. This is insane. 5-fold enhancement across all attributes? If he dons this, he could likely take down a level 30 Martial King outright. Even a level 40 Martial Emperor wouldn't be completely out of reach. Chapter 62, take me along, will you? How should I divide the houses between them? Jiang Ling felt like a lifelong corporate drone who'd scraped together 2 houses. Now both sons were getting married, how should he divide them? He couldn't tell if the Grand Emperor's sword or the Imperial armor was stronger, nor could he determine whether the Ancestral Dragon or the Starry Sky Dragon was mightier. Glancing at the dragon cub being chased and beaten by the Ancestral Dragon, Jiang Ling shook his head. Never mind, this one's obvious. Then let the second son live in the new house. Jiang Ling clapped his hands, signaling the 2 dragons to quiet down. Can I say something? Jiang Ling spoke seriously. The 2 dragons, still locked in combat, fell silent and turned to look at him simultaneously. You 2 are both my sons, right? You must love each other like brothers, be kind and respectful to one another. Understand? You're called Little Gold, and you're called Little Blue. Got it? Pointing at the Primordial Dragon and the Starry Sky Dragon, Jiang Ling gave them their respective names. This naming style kinda resembles my disciples, what's up with that? The Starry Sky Dragon nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, Jiang Ling turned his gaze to the Ancestral Dragon. The latter shot a disdainful glance at the blue-tinged little creature before reluctantly nodding. Alright, settled then. Next time there's bloodline power, you 2 split it evenly. Hey, Xiaojin, what are you doing? Hearing this, Zhu Lon lashed out with his tail, striking the Starry Sky Dragon. The latter staggered and fell to the ground. Jiang Ling felt a strange sensation welling up inside him, like the feeling of having a second child behind the boss's back, only to have the boss bully the second child every day. Sigh, good things come to those who wait. Hope they'll get along well. Little Gold burrowed back into the Supreme Emperor's sword. Jiang Ling's mind flickered, and the Imperial armor fused with him as well. Little Blue transformed into a streak of blue light and darted inside. All the bickering and commotion aside, Jiang Ling was quite satisfied with this reward. The next day. Opening his eyes, Jiang Ling habitually checked his phone and found 2 messages from Jiang Lei. Bro, it's your first class this morning, don't be late. I'm off. I didn't want to leave first either, but I didn't want to be the third wheel either. Never mind, it's hard to explain. Just see for yourself when you wake up. Puzzled, Jiang Ling got up, washed up, and tidied himself before heading out. As he stepped outside, he immediately spotted the graceful figure standing by the dorm entrance. Good morning, Jiang Ling. Bai Suisu's eyes softened as she saw him approach, her smile warm. Why aren't you in class? What are you doing here? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. I came to wait for you. Waiting for me? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow. Why wait for me? Aren't we both heading to class soon? He started walking forward, adding as he went, then we'd better hurry, or we'll be late. Bai Suisu's mouth twitched at his words, her temples throbbing. She forced a smile and hurried to catch up. Hurrying along, they reached the classroom just before the bell rang. To avoid drawing attention, Jiang Ling and Bai Suisui took seats in the back row. Jiang Lei, seated in the second to last row, caught sight of them entering and kept glancing their way. Jiang Ling chuckled and asked directly, do you think she's pretty? It looks good. With Bai Suisu's looks, she makes anyone she stands next to look like a rich kid. Why? Bai Suisui asked, her eyes sparkling. Come on, you don't get it? A mom this young? That means her dad must be loaded. Jiang Ling explained with an air of knowing. Jiang Lei. Bai Suisu's cheerful expression cracked, her fingers snapping loudly. Jiang Lei, noticing this, quickly turned his head and pretended to listen to the lecture, but his ears were glued to the sounds coming from the 2 behind him. Do I look that old? Bai Suisu asked. Not too bad, Jiang Ling replied. What kind of blockhead is this? Not just Bai Suisu, but even Jiang Lei couldn't hold back anymore. But Jiang Ling understood everything. He knew Bai Suisu was probably interested in him. But he couldn't act on it. Long-distance relationships rarely ended well, let alone those across different realms. Playing dumb was best for both of them. Bai Suisui laid it out bluntly, Jiang Ling, if you already have someone you like, just tell me. I won't bother you. I just don't want to be kept in the dark. I'll just go deal with her. Jiang Ling felt a pang of sadness listening to this. TSK, listen to that, such a heartfelt conversation. Even a stone-hearted guy like Jiang Ling should finally get the hint and open up. So do you feel kept in the dark now? Jiang Ling asked.
No, Bai Suihui replied.
Then that's fine. Jiang Ling said with a smile. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bai Suihui knew Jiang Ling was joking and laughed along. If you hadn't told me to figure it out myself, I would have killed her. Jiang Ling glanced at Bai Suihui, who was still smiling as she spoke, and felt a chill run down his spine. Why did it feel like she wasn't joking? He must be overthinking it. What were those last few people trying to do? Jiang Ling's laughter sounded like an 8-cylinder engine. Muyu, sitting beside him, nudged him with her elbow, signaling him to keep it down, but it still caught the teacher's attention. I'm explaining the rules for the university competition, the teacher snapped, clearly frustrated. If you get disqualified for breaking the rules or rank too low, you won't just be embarrassing yourselves, you'll be embarrassing Wuxing Academy and Jinghua University. He tapped the blackboard, signaling the students to pay attention. Jiang Ling and the others quickly sat up straight, adopting a posture of attentive listening. The university competition features both individual and team tracks, with participants typically entering both. It begins with city-level contests, progresses to provincial rounds, culminates in the national finals, and the top 10 finishers advance to the Eastern Theater Command for this year's tri-service competition. The rewards, needless to say, are exceptionally generous. Participants above level 20 were recommended, while lower levels were discouraged due to the inherent risks of the competition. Jiang Ling turned with eager anticipation, intending to team up with Jiang Ling, only to find Bai Suihui had already beaten into it. Jiang Ling, can we team up? Will you mentor me? Bai Suihui asked softly, her eyes crinkling in a charming smile. Jiang Ling looked at Bai Suihui's slightly pleading expression and felt an inexplicable tightness in his chest. The words to refuse never made it out. Sure. He nodded. Jiang Ling turned away, his face clearly hurt. He knew that even if Jiang Ling didn't team up with Bai Suihui, he'd most likely pair with Muyu because that combination was the one most likely to achieve a good result. His half-step mythic bloodline simply couldn't compare to these top-tier mythic lineages. Jiang Ling, how about us two team up? Just then, Muyu, standing beside Jiang Ling, asked. Ha? You? Me? Jiang Ling was stunned, his disbelief palpable. But then he thought about it, he was a half-step mythic bloodline. Aside from Jiang Ling, he wasn't any worse than anyone else. Since Jiang Ling and Bai Suihui were teaming up, he could snag a super teammate too. Sure. I'm totally up for it. Jiang Ling nodded vigorously, his voice brimming with excitement. Oh, Jiang Ling, may I ask you something? Seeing Jiang Ling hadn't refused her request, Bai Suihui beamed with delight, hesitating before speaking. Go ahead. Is it possible for someone to have two lives? Chapter 63, Fierce. That's nonsense. How could anyone have two lives? Jiang Ling replied without hesitation. But I've seen someone who seemed to have two lives, a person who vanished into thin air only to reappear again. Bai Suihui's eyes held a meaningful glint as she smiled. You're just being silly, Jiang Ling chuckled. His analysis was logical and convincing. How could such a thing happen? It was only possible that he was faking death to deceive you, hiding somewhere until you found him. Jiang Ling's expression was one of complete understanding. Oh, Bai Suihui's eyes darkened slightly as she smiled faintly. Why would he deceive me? How should I know? Go ask him yourself. You saw it all, but usually there's some unspoken reason behind it. So what would you do if you met someone like that? Bai Suihui pressed. Well, first off, I'd probably punch him. He wasted all those tears. Jiang Ling muttered under his breath, flexing his fist. He dared not make any big moves. The teacher on stage hadn't fully shifted their attention away from them yet. Got it. Bai Suihui nodded thoughtfully. Alright, students, that concludes today's theory session. Meet at the training ground in 10 minutes for our practical lesson. The instructor on stage gathered his textbooks and walked toward the exit. Practical training? Jiang Ling and the other three walked toward the training ground. Jiang Ling asked curiously, does that mean we're supposed to fight each other? Who could possibly beat Brother Jiang? It works like this, Muyu explained. After the instructor teaches two basic martial arts techniques or cultivation methods, everyone engages in free sparring. After all, real combat is the only true test of fighting strength. Jiang Ling, wanna spar? Among the four, Jiang Ling singled out Jiang Ling and asked with a smile. No way. Jiang Ling yelped. You'll beat me to death. No. He'd much rather be beaten by Muyu. At least she'd go easy on him. Why don't you spar with Bai Suihui? You're on the same team, get to know each other better. Besides, she's a top prodigy from the demon realm. See who's stronger. Jiang Ling egged him on. Jiang Ling, is that okay? Bai Suihui asked tentatively. Are you really that strong? Absolutely. Jiang Ling blurted out. The Martial God Academy is already a top-tier institution, and Brother Jiang is the top freshman this year. He's unbeatable even when others wield divine artifacts. Not far away, Yian, who'd been inexplicably roped into the shot Jian, lay a fierce glare but said nothing. That impressive? Jiang Ling, let's spar. Bai Sui Sui looked eager. Jiang Ling chuckled. Ms. Bai Sui Sui, while you are a prodigy, I have special advantages. You might genuinely struggle to defeat me. He chuckled, sure, let's spar later. As the teacher concluded his explanation, everyone dispersed to practice individually. The moment Jiang Ling and Bai Sui Sui assumed their stances, everyone nearby froze. They were curious to see the strength of the top prodigy from the demon clan. Even the instructor approached to watch the showdown. The Blue Star and the demon realm are on the same worldly level, so these two should be evenly matched. It's said that Bai Sui Sui is the undisputed top talent of the demon realm's royal dynasty. Jiang Ling is no slouch either. He went toe-to-toe with a divine artifact and even revived the martial saint. Have you seen the blessing video? That's how a true hero should live. Today's match is bound to be spectacular. Teacher, who do you think will win? Jiang Lei slipped over to the teacher's side and asked curiously. In my opinion, Jiang Ling has a slightly higher chance of winning. After all, this is Blue Star, and Bai Jisui's power might be affected here. I agree, Jiang Lei chimed in, calling out toward the two combatants, Brother Jiang, I'm rooting for you. Jiang Ling chuckled. It's just a friendly sparring match, yet this kid's treating it like a championship bout. Jiang Ling, I'm ready. Bai Sui Su nodded. Jiang Ling wasted no time, channeling the Ancestral Dragon bloodline to unleash the dragon's might. A colossal aura radiated outward, causing the students watching nearby to feel their own power suppressed to varying degrees. Even Mu Yu and Jiang Lei were no exception. Jiang Ling's bloodline is terrifying, Mu Yu murmured. What level is his bloodline, exactly? It might have surpassed the mythical tier, Jiang Lei mused, propping his chin on his hand. Yet Jiang Ling's expression froze. As a skill user, he could clearly sense the degree of suppression the dragon might exert on everyone within its range. What startled him, however, was that Bai Sui Su remained completely unaffected. Others nearby also noticed something amiss. Look, this move doesn't seem to affect Bai Sui Su. No way? Such powerful bloodline pressure is ineffective against her? Could it be that the demon realm doesn't cultivate using bloodlines? Bull. The demon realm places even greater emphasis on inheritance. Their cultivation relies on bloodlines even more than ours? Then what's going on? Either Bai Sui Sui's bloodline rivals Jiang Ling's, or her strength completely outclasses Jiang Ling's. Standing beside him, Jiang Lei listened to his teacher's analysis, his face filled with shock. If it's the latter, how overwhelmingly superior must she be? Jiang Lei exclaimed in astonishment. The latter is practically impossible. Even I, a 74th tier martial emperor, would be weakened by that skill. The teacher waved his hand with a smile. She can't possibly be a martial saint or martial god tier powerhouse. How old is she? Jiang Lei nodded in agreement. Then Bai Sui Su's bloodline must be mythical tier or even higher. Is there even a point in holding this year's university tournament? Jiang Lei rolled his eyes. Why not just hand the medals directly to these two? Though startled, Jiang Ling quickly regained his composure, preparing to leap forward and engage Bai Sui Su in close combat. But the moment he closed in, Bai Sui flickered aside, evading his strike at an impossibly awkward angle. Time and again, Jiang Ling's strikes landed in empty air. What the hell? Jiang Ling was utterly speechless inside. Why did he feel like he was being toyed with? No matter how he attacked, he couldn't even touch Bai Sui Su's body. What the hell was going on? Jiang Ling couldn't land a single damaging blow. He was being toyed with. Were the prodigies of the demon realm truly this terrifying? As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. It was true, he couldn't touch Bai Sui Su at all. At that moment, Bai Sui Su let out a soft chuckle and spoke up. Jiang Ling, it's my turn now. Jiang Ling nodded. Bring it on. Defense as offense, retreat as advance. He refused to believe Bai Sui Sui could send him flying with a single slap. Bai Sui Sui was about to attack. Logically, she must have mastered an exceptionally powerful footwork technique to keep Jiang Ling at bay. But once offense turned to defense, Jiang Ling might not be at a disadvantage. True, the momentum of offense and defense shifts easily. Yet a sense of foreboding gripped Jiang Ling's heart, as if his subconscious was urging him to flee. Before he could react, Bai Sui Sui closed the distance, her pale, slender hand flickering toward him. Holy! Jiang Ling gasped in shock, feeling as though a 100-ton semi-truck had slammed into him. The impact sent his chest reeling, blood surging, and he flew backward. Cough! Just as Jiang Ling sat upright from the ground, Bai Sui Su delivered another punch straight at his face. Wait, why did he sense a hint of vengeful satisfaction on Bai Sui Su's face? We don't have any major grudges, do we? As the thought crossed his mind, he was sent flying once more. The arena fell deathly silent. It took a long while before anyone recovered from the shock. Jiang Ling had been instantly defeated? Is this demon realm prodigy this formidable? Chapter 64, The Choice. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. The top freshman of the Martial God Academy, the super genius who had 100 martial gods appear during his blessing ceremony, was he just knocked flying by Suesu's 2 moves? How could this be possible? Even if there was a gap in strength, it couldn't be this fast, could it? Jiang Ling clutched his stomach, grimacing as he struggled to his feet. Seriously, what did he eat to grow such immense strength? Sui covered her mouth and ran toward him, apologizing as she went. I'm so sorry, Jiang Ling. I didn't realize you were letting me win. I just instinctively hit too hard. I'm so sorry. Listening to Sui's endless apologies, Jiang Ling felt his male pride shatter into 1,000 pieces. Even without deploying his imperial weapon or the 2 dragons, and without donning his imperial armor, he simply couldn't win in a pure physical fight. Sis, I really wasn't holding back. I just couldn't take it. Sigh, I really. Sigh, really. Jiang Ling was at a loss for words. His stomach still ached faintly. No need to apologize. You're formidable. I didn't hold back. Jiang Ling paused for a long moment before responding. He was a good loser. He didn't refuse Suesu's helping hand as he clutched his stomach and stepped down from the stage. Holy moly! Jiang Lei watched Jiang Ling being supported by Suesu as he descended, sucking in a sharp breath. That was terrifying. He shuddered, looking at Jiang Ling with a hint of sympathy. Sui, when interacting with classmates, it's best to know when to stop, the teacher said, looking at her with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Got it, teacher. I'll be more careful next time. Suesu nodded obediently. He said it himself, next time we meet, I'll at least give him a good beating first. Jiang Ling found a spot to rest nearby, watching them train. Training at the Martial God Academy was extremely rigorous. Sui had just finished sparring with Jiang Ling when she was assigned to spar with others. A boy stood opposite her, hesitating to step forward. But Sui fought him back and forth, even guiding his practice. Jiang Ling watched from the sidelines, his expression dark as ink. Wait, what's this supposed to mean? So your fierce, aggressive style is exclusively for me? Jiang Ling decided to look away to avoid the annoyance, lowering his head to pull out his phone and play a game. Mid-battle, Sui's gaze drifted absently toward the distance. A sudden smile spread across her face, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. There was just no helping it, he was still so prone to jealousy. The boy facing Sui was already completely bewildered and floating on air from her unusually gentle sparring. Now, seeing that stunning face break into a smile, he panicked, his moves faltering. Sui, however, dramatically took a few steps back, feigning exhaustion as she declared, "Classmate, you're too strong for me. I can't beat you." Boy? Bystanders? Wait, what? Are you kidding? What's going on here? Is she even serious? Then she walked straight off the stage, found the teacher, and said with a pout, "Teacher, I'm hurt too. I need to rest." Teacher. Jiang Ling logged into the game. As expected, the bond value was still 10. But this login triggered an event. Beloved disciple Yun Shu currently faces a difficult choice. Please assist her promptly. Yun Shu's Beastmaster abilities and company have been discovered by Yun Sui, who is forcing Yun Shu to choose between 2 options. First, continue her studies and abandon the company. Second, give up her education, unbind her beast, and run the company. Yun Shu is deeply conflicted, but Yun Sui's stance is unyielding. Please assist her promptly. In the hospital room, Yun Sui lay in bed. Yun Shu sat beside her, while several men and women in military uniforms occupied the other side. It seemed Yun Sui was finally confronting Yun Shu. Jiang Ling nodded. This was bound to happen. With our family's resources, why hide it? Making my granddaughter suffer needlessly. Yun Shu, you're grown now. I'm giving you the right to choose. You must pick one, Yun Sui said calmly. Why? Yun Shu's voice carried a hint of anger, her fair face flushing slightly. You hid this from me for all these years just to prevent me from becoming a beast tamer? Now that I've made it on my own, you're still forcing me? Yun Sui closed her eyes, offering no reply. She lay on the bed, letting Yun Shu vent her fury. I only want an answer. Yun Shu's eyes glistened with tears as she stared stubbornly at the closed eyes of Yun Sui. Death is better than living in ignorance. The others in the hospital room instinctively stepped back, leaving only the old woman and the young girl facing each other. After a long sigh, Yun Sui broke the silence first. She sighed, as if asking herself, how much longer can I keep this hidden? Her gaze seemed to drift into the past as she spoke. This is a burden you cannot bear. I had intended to wait a little longer. Your father, his name is Yun Donglu. Yun Sui's words, light as a feather, struck her mind like a heavy hammer, leaving her reeling. Yun Donglu, a notorious traitor, guilty of the most heinous crimes imaginable. Single-handedly, he destroyed all of China's elite beast tamers. After his betrayal, nearly all of China's divine beasts perished. He became a forbidden topic in the Beastmaster community, never to be spoken of again. And now, Yun Sui casually mentioned that Yun Donglu was her father? Surprised, aren't you? Yun Sui seemed to recall something unpleasant, offering a bitter smile. Your father was arguably the most gifted individual in all of China. Every beast he tamed ascended to god-tier status. Calling him the greatest of his era would be no exaggeration. Yet, he made one fatal mistake. He should never have formed a contract with the Taotai, one of the four great fiends. A divine beast of that caliber was beyond the control of ordinary mortals. Soon, I noticed your father's beasts dwindling. Clenching her fists, Yung Suetsue continued. He was still young, unable to resist the greed the Taotai unleashed within him. He lost his reason, allowing the beast to devour every beast he could lay hands on. This included your mother. Her voice caught with emotion. When a beastmaster loses their last beast after possessing multiple, death is inevitable. That's how your mother passed away. It's also why I had to eliminate them the moment you bound your first beastmaster. But your father didn't stop there. He went on to orchestrate the tragedy that shocked the entire world, the one that claimed the lives of nearly all of China's divine beasts. When I found your father, the Taotia's greed sated, his mind momentarily clear, he knelt before your mother, cradling you in his arms. I will never forget the look in his eyes, then a gaze desperate for death. He tried to drag the Taotai into the abyss with him, but a sliver of the Taotia's divine soul burrowed into your body. Your father had no choice but to seal all the divine beast essences he had obtained during that terrifying catastrophe within your body, offering them to the Taotia's divine soul. Only then would it not affect you. Then you should let me become a beast tamer. Only by growing stronger can I suppress the Taotia's soul. Yun Shu protested, her voice trembling with emotion. No. If you bind to a beast, the Taotia's soul will also grow stronger. Then your craving for other beast essences will cloud your mind, turning you into your father, or worse, the Taotai might even be revived through you. Yung Suetsue's voice had regained its calm. Only one desire can overcome another. That's why I placed the Paishio's soul within you, using greed for wealth to counteract your craving for primal essence. Combined with years of external conditioning, it seems the Taotia's soul has gradually been suppressed. Therefore, if you choose to walk the path of a beastmaster, you must confront the Paishio's spirit head-on. At that point, you cannot possess personal wealth, only then can the Paishio's spirit be maximally strengthened. Moreover, you must enter the most prestigious Beastmaster Academy and submit to supervision. Conversely, if you abandon the path of a beastmaster, the Paya spirit soul, nourished over these years, combined with the primordial essence remaining within you, will be sufficient to continue countering the Taotai spirit soul. By the time you complete this life, the Taotai spirit soul will dissipate as well. This isn't me forcing you. As his mother and you as his daughter, this is the choice we must make. We must atone for your father's sins and eradicate the Taotia's last possible chance to manifest in this world. Chapter 65. Am I joking with you? Have you made up your mind? After a long silence, Yun Suetsue finally asked. Grandma knows you're strong-willed and self-reliant, but many things don't go as we wish. Yun Shu clenched her fists, lowering her head in silence. Her life had just started to improve. She hadn't earned any money yet, hadn't become a powerful beast tamer, and now they were forcing her to make a choice? She had always strived to change her own destiny through hard work, only to discover now that her path had long been predetermined by others. She couldn't accept it. I won't choose. Yun Shu declared, enunciating each word. Why should I pay for his mistakes? Shushu, this isn't something you can decide. Yun Suetsue's voice sounded slightly cold. If you don't choose, I'll make the choice for you. Only by actively severing the bond will you remain unharmed. That's why I won't force you. Yun Suetsue's calm voice delivered her sentence. I'll have someone acquire your company. Prepare for this year's college entrance exams and enroll in the Beastmaster Academy. I'll arrange the best instructors to test the. I refuse. Your consent has no bearing on the outcome. Moreover, now that you're bound to the beast tamer, the primordial energy sealed within you will only gradually awaken. Incidents like the volcanic giant bird will occur more frequently. Yun Suetsue's eyes fixed intently on Yun Shu, as if trying to pierce through her deepest thoughts. If you wish to continue tormenting these small towns' residents, then stay here. Yun Shu clenched her fists, trembling all over. Shu, don't blame Grandma. Alright, I'll prepare myself and take this year's college entrance exam. After uttering these words, Yun Shu seemed to lose all her strength, falling silent. People are different, Jiang Ling couldn't help but sigh. If it were anyone else, learning they had such a powerful grandmother would likely fill them with joy. But Yun Shu was different. She had always wanted to change her fate through her own efforts, yet now she was being forced to make a choice. Facing this dilemma, beloved disciple Yun Shu offers the following solutions. Option 1, suppress the old lady and restore my beloved disciple's freedom. Price, 128 yuan. Option 3, strengthen Ghidorah to suppress the soul of the Taotie. Price, 648 yuan. What the hell does suppress the old lady even mean? Jiang Ling chuckled. At the end of the day, the old lady was just looking out for her. If I went in and gave her a good thrashing, wouldn't she be furious with me? After thoroughly mocking option 1, Jiang Ling decisively chose option 2. Wait, just accept this fate? Yun Shu rose dejectedly, ready to leave, when that voice echoed in her mind. The voice was steady and magnetic, instilling an involuntary sense of reassurance. If he could summon a beast of Xiaohei's caliber, perhaps he truly had a solution? In an instant, Yunshu's eyes brightened, and a flicker of hope ignited within her. Seeing Yunshu instantly perk up, Jiang Ling chuckled and said, "Your grandmother's just worried you won't be able to control the Taotie after becoming a beastmaster, right? That's easy to fix, I'll just level up Xiaohei to subdue that Taotie, yeah, simple as that." Hearing this, Yunshu's excitement vanished, replaced by utter speechlessness. Xiaohei was powerful, she conceded that, but he was nowhere near the same tier as the Taotie, one of the four great fiends. He actually suggested leveling up Xiaohei to subdue the Taotie? Yunshu shook her head, utterly disheartened. "Master, what time is it now? Can you please stop joking around? You think I'm joking?" Jiang Ling never imagined his disciple would question his abilities. Absolutely not. Under no circumstances. Why don't you try it and see? Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. "Grab your grandmother and find an open space to watch." "Fine," Yunshu replied dismissively. I believe you. I'll find a spot right now." But when her gaze met Yun Suetsue's again, her eyes burned with resolve. "Grandma, I'll prove to you that Xiaohei and I can stand up to the Taotie." Shoo. Yun Suetsue stared at her granddaughter's sudden change in attitude, momentarily speechless. Yet her resolve was unshakable. Yun Suetsue could only nod. "All right. Follow me." She led Yunshu to a combat arena designed to the highest standards. Even an emperor-tier beastmaster fighting here wouldn't disturb the outside world. "How do you plan to prove it?" Yun Suetsue asked. "Teacher, how should I prove it?" Yunshu whispered. "Damn game, what's next?" Jiang Ling demanded. "Guide your apprentice to summon their beast to begin enhancement." Azure gold thunderclouds began gathering over the arena. Xiaohei's massive form crashed down behind Yunshu, its overwhelming presence radiating across the space. This beast is quite impressive. Though newly contracted, it already rivals the strength of a king-tier beast. Yet to suppress the Taotie, it falls far short indeed, it lacks any qualification whatsoever. Yun Suetsue smiled with satisfaction, then shook her head. Though this dragon belonged to the category of great beasts and was indeed powerful, it was not even in the same league as a divine beast. Jiang Ling agreed with Yun Suetsue's assessment. After all, Ghidorah was a creation of science fiction, naturally unable to match the might of a divine beast. He was also curious how the game would evolve Ghidorah. Yunshu felt deeply unsettled inside. Her rational mind told her it was nearly impossible for Xiaohei to surpass the four great fiends, those supreme divine beasts. Yet, inexplicably, a flicker of hope had ignited within her. Her future lay with this mysterious man, her teacher. She had always been self-reliant since childhood, never placing her hopes on anyone else. Today marked her first time. Yunshu's palms were sweaty, her heart pounding with anxiety. Roar! Suddenly, the three-headed dragon began to roar in agony, its massive body trembling uncontrollably. In the next instant, the three dragon heads, along with their bodies, began to crack and split apart, as if being torn into three pieces by some mysterious force. Blinding light enveloped its massive form, from which only faint, muffled growls could be heard, and within, shadowy figures shifted indistinctly. Its aura has changed. Yun Suetsue stared intently at the massive light sphere, her expression solemn. "The aura within, it resembles that of a divine beast," murmured a man in military uniform beside Yun Suetsue. The aura of the Pishio back then felt exactly like this. Yunshu clenched her fists in excitement, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Roar! A figure shot skyward, capturing everyone's attention. Wings sprouted from its back, its head resembled a camel's, and its horns were like a deer's. This was the Yinglong. Yun Suetsue's voice trembled with excitement. Even she, usually composed, now had hands shaking with emotion. Yinglong, it was actually Yinglong, one of the divine beasts. With its aid, Shushu might truly be able to counter the soul of the Taotie. Yet the immense orb of light remained unbroken, its colossal form still faintly visible within, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Above, the Yinglong soared through the clouds. Then, another piercing dragon's roar echoed, sending shivers down everyone's spines. A blue figure burst forth from the light sphere, soaring straight toward the heavens. Chapter 66, The Three Divine Beasts. This is the Azure Dragon, one of the four divine beasts. It was the Azure Dragon. The supreme divine beast, the Azure Dragon. And not just one, but two divine beasts. Ha! Excellent! Yun Suetsue's face flushed crimson with excitement as she burst into laughter. With these divine beasts, my heart feels so much more at ease. Could this really be possible? Yunshu was so overwhelmed by the sudden joy that her mind went completely blank. The once humble little black creature had suddenly transformed into a supreme divine beast, a being capable of standing toe-to-toe with ferocious monsters like the Taotie. Jiang Ling, no, teacher, just who is he? First giving her Xiaohei, then bestowing a top-tier divine beast. Could it truly be just to help her earn money? 100-foot-long azure figure soared into the heavens, twisting and turning through the clouds alongside the Yinglong. Azure and blue thunder intertwined and churned. So breathtaking, someone murmured below. The difference between a divine beast that had advanced and one born with divine blood was like heaven and earth. Yun Suetsue felt deeply moved, sensing the powerful aura reverberating throughout the heavens and earth. She even felt her own insignificance. No wonder Dolio's beast riders were devoured one after another by the Taoye. The gap was simply too vast. Look! There's movement within that light. In the next instant, a crimson beam shot skyward. The dazzling light below faded completely, leaving only the intertwining crimson, blue, and green thunderbolts flickering in the heavens. 3 divine beasts? That one just now was the Candle Dragon. Another immensely powerful divine beast. How did Shu Shu manage that? After her initial excitement, Yun Suetsue turned to Yun Shu with a look full of inquiry. Divine beasts were immensely powerful and had existed for eons. Only divine-tier beast tamers dared to take a chance and attempt to form a contract with them. As for novice beast masters, forget forming a contract. Even finding a divine beast was a distant hope. Yet Shu Shu had managed to bind 3 divine beasts at once, and they were among the most elite. The 3 supreme divine beasts brought Yun Shu immense enhancement. With their ceaseless nourishment, her entire being seemed to glow faintly. Snap! A faint cracking sound caused Yun Suetsue's expression to darken. The soul of the Taoye had awakened. 3 divine beasts should be enough to suppress it, right? A flicker of unease still lingered in Yun Suetsue's heart. A golden crack suddenly appeared between Yun Shu's eyebrows, followed by a surge of black smoke rising from her body. The remnant soul of the Taoye transformed into a black mist, bursting forth from her body. Its aura carried the bone-chilling cold and malevolence from the deepest abyss, sending a collective shiver through the surrounding crowd. The Taoye's soul is out. Prepare your defenses. Yun Suetsue's expression turned grave as she summoned her own beast, ready for battle. Hearing this, the people behind her swiftly summoned their own beasts. Countless immensely powerful beasts now circled outside the battle arena. Yet compared to the aura of the 4 divine beasts within the arena, they seemed somewhat lacking in confidence. Though they might be of higher rank and greater strength, the innate disparity in bloodline left them all suppressed to varying degrees. Suddenly, crimson, azure, and blue light blazed across the sky. The azure dragon's form emerged from the clouds, its green chains shooting straight toward the black mist. They coiled around it, forming a green cage that trapped the black fog securely within. 2 figures, azure and crimson, descended simultaneously, gathering power to unleash dragon breath upon the black mist. The churning black tide shrank under the pressure, its vengeful roar piercing the heavens. Finally, the unwilling ink-black vortex was forced back into Yun Shu's body. Wonderful! Yun Suetsue exclaimed in delight. The Taoye's aura was terrifying, but the 3 divine beasts' presence was equally fearsome. Yes, I feel that if it really came to a fight, I might not even be able to unleash half my combat power. No wonder mortals flock to the divine beasts like moths to a flame, even knowing the danger is immense. Yun Shu remained in a daze. Despite the immense commotion, she felt nothing. The awakening of the 3 divine beasts filled her body with a comforting warmth. Even when the dark mist appeared, carrying a chill, it didn't harm her in the slightest. In fact, she felt no chill at all. From start to finish, she experienced only warmth. Shu Shu, has the Taoye's malevolent intent been eradicated? Once everything settled, and the 3 divine beasts were safely stored within Yun Shu's beast-taming realm, Yun Suetsue couldn't wait to step forward and ask. As the beast master of divine beasts, she could receive the information they transmitted to her. No, its divine soul remains, Yun Shu replied, her expression oddly unsettled. Grandma, didn't you say father took it into the abyss and died? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Your father sealed all its primordial essence within you before dragging the Tao Tai into the abyss together. Yun Suetsue looked puzzled, but then a realization dawned on her. You mean, the Taoye's physical body still exists, she exclaimed. If that's true, the day it re-emerges will be a catastrophe. Yun Shu couldn't help but recall that voice. Would he come to her aid then too? The thought of him brought Yun Shu an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Facing a divine beast of the Taoye's caliber, he'd casually mention suppressing it, then help her awaken 3 top-tier divine beasts. She had to admit, her teacher was pretty cool. Yun Shu nodded. That's precisely why its divine soul can only be suppressed, not destroyed. Shu Shu, you really need to focus on improving yourself, Yun Suetsue said, tugging her hand with concern. Grandma doesn't object to you managing that company now, but you absolutely must prioritize your own growth, okay? Okay. Yun Shu nodded with a smile, hugging Yun Suetsue. Jiang Ling was also struggling outside. He hadn't expected the Tao Tai to be so difficult to deal with. Even with the 3 divine beasts intervening, they could only temporarily suppress it, not eliminate it. But it wasn't a major problem. He refused to believe that the Azure Dragon, the Yellow Dragon, and the Candle Dragon, 3 divine beasts, couldn't defeat a single Tao Tai. Thinking this, he watched the 2 women reunited in harmony and felt immense satisfaction. He was truly a great teacher, not only guiding you forward but also helping you resolve life's dilemmas. Truly a master of his generation. Jiang Ling silently gave himself a mental thumbs up. Jiang Ling, what are you muttering to yourself about? Bai Suesu's figure appeared nearby, 2 cups of milk tea in hand, as she spoke with a smile. We're both injured and can't train anyway. Why don't we go for a walk? You promised yesterday to be my guide, no backing out now. Her back to the sunlight, she seemed to glow with an aura of radiance as she spoke. Jiang Ling, you're injured? Are you kidding me? Was this some kind of face-slapping mockery? He even read a deeper meaning in Bai Suesu's expression. Just try refusing me. I'll beat you up. With that thought, Jiang Ling clenched his fists, silently vowing. He would train relentlessly. Sooner or later, he would reclaim his former glory. With that thought, he stood up and nodded. All right, let's go. Bai Suesue was utterly baffled by his dramatic expression. What was he thinking? His face bore an expression of forced endurance, making her look like the villain forcing someone into prostitution. But why wouldn't it count? Chapter 67, Sharing What You Don't Know. Are you hungry? Inside the National Museum of China, Bai Suesu couldn't recall how many times Jiang Ling had asked this question. Are you hungry? She asked, tilting her head. I'm not hungry. But if you are, I can eat a little with you. Jiang Ling's gaze darted around. Bai Suesu covered her mouth and chuckled softly. All right, I am a bit hungry. Just explain this section to me, and then we'll go eat. Jiang Ling was about to protest. How could he possibly explain the museum exhibits? Recognizing them was already an achievement. Just then, a slightly sharp voice cut through the air. Oh my, young Master Jiang offering guided tours? That's truly unheard of. The newcomer was plain looking, yet exuded an unpleasantly oily vibe. Bai Suesu felt a sense of familiarity with this man and glanced at Jiang Ling with slight confusion. Jiang Ling cut straight to the chase. Doesn't he look familiar? Right. This is Yi Hua, the young master of the Yi family. He and Yi An are half-brothers, sharing the same father. Oh, and Yi An's mother was Yi Ping's first wife. The remark was incredibly harsh, stopping just short of calling his mother a mistress outright. Yi Hua was about to erupt in anger when he spotted Bai Suesue beside Jiang Ling. His eyes widened in astonishment, and the rebuke on his lips instantly vanished. And who might this be? Yi Hua stared intently at Bai Suesu, sizing her up from head to toe as he asked with a smirk. Bai Suesue's brow furrowed slightly. The man's greasy gaze made her deeply uncomfortable. How many years had it been since someone dared look at her like that? Anyone who had dared to do so, like him, would have been killed countless times over. Seeing Yi Hua's behavior, Jiang Ling felt a surge of anger. He pulled Bai Suesue behind him and snapped at Yi Hua. What business is it of yours? Try staring at anyone else and see what happens. But you, young Master Yi, what are you doing here? I don't buy that you have the refined taste for museum visits. You'd better explain yourself clearly today. If I let you go, it's because I'll assume you're here to pick a fight. Otherwise, I'll beat you right here. After all, you two brothers haven't been spared my fists since childhood. Jiang Ling towered over Yi Hua, and his intimidating words instantly made Yi Hua flinch. Bai Suesu watched that broad, though not particularly muscular, back recede, a flutter stirring in her heart. Long time no see, but you've lost none of your charm. Don't compare me to that good-for-nothing. Try hitting me, then. Yi Hua's words clearly lacked conviction. Jiang Ling smiled, his knuckles cracking audibly as he clenched his fists. Fine. I'll oblige you. He was about to take a step forward, ready to give that little bastard a good thrashing. Da-meh. From afar, two smaller men hurried over and stepped in front of Yi Hua. Good day, sir. There's an old Chinese saying, harmony is precious. Let's not spoil the peace. Fujino-kun is absolutely right. Sir, please don't act impulsively. Yi Hua is here with us on a tour. The two men spoke in broken Chinese. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle and asked, and what are you two? Sir, we're not things. We're exchange students from the great Sakura nation. We're teaming up with Mr. Yi Hua for the upcoming university competition, explained the older-looking man. Jiang Ling chuckled upon hearing this. He pointed at Yi Hua and said, now you're hanging out with them? What am I supposed to say about you? Fine, I'll let you off today. But if you're not confident in your own abilities, why not find a strong ally instead of these misfits? Remember this beating. At the college tournament, don't let me catch you. With that, Jiang Ling took Bai Suesu's hand and turned to leave. Damn it. He actually looks down on us. The smaller-looking Sakura man waited until Jiang Ling was out of earshot before his anger boiled over. The older one shot him a glance, then scolded in broken Chinese, Yamamoto. What happened to your education? There's a Chinese saying, small impatience ruins great plans. For our mission, this slight is nothing. His gaze shifted to Yi Hua. Yi-san, is he Jiang Ling? Yi Hua nodded, his voice thick with venom. Yes, that's him. Are you certain your father arranged this university competition? Asked the man named Fujino again. Our general is deeply interested in this matter. We must uncover Jiang Ling's secret. Yi Hua nodded. Of course. The competition is being held in Chang'an. With my father there, it's foolproof. As he spoke, a flash of viciousness flickered in his eyes, filled with venomous hatred. Ha! Well now, Yi-san, you're a friend worth having. Sorry about that. My actions must have caused you trouble. Only after Jiang Ling had pulled Bai Suesu far away from Yi Hua's group did he release her hand and speak with a hint of apology. To make it up to you, I'll take you to see all 10 of the National Museum's most treasured artifacts, then we'll grab dinner. Jiang Ling said with a smile. Bai Suesu nodded, twisting her fingers nervously, clearly distracted. This scene felt strangely familiar to Jiang Ling. Was she also lost in her own thoughts? It was too similar, really too similar. He was starting to wonder if Bai Suesui was actually his apprentice's child. Lost in their own thoughts, the two soon approached a massive bronze cauldron. This bronze cauldron was tall and heavy, with a rectangular body, 2 upright handles on top, and 4 square legs supporting it below. Its outline was square and straight, with hollow handles, a square body, and hollow legs majestic and imposing. Even before our blue star discovered bloodline cultivation techniques, we could craft such cauldrons with the most rudimentary techniques. This is the heaviest and largest cauldron ever discovered. Jiang Ling explained with brimming confidence, his words flowing with authority. Joking aside, he had once been an exemplary student. Well, truth be told, he had also consulted the Xuanjie QA forum and added his own innovative ideas. Watching Jiang Ling, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he delivered his passionate explanation, Bai Suesu felt a sense of unreality. The revered master who had once seemed untouchable, an ethereal figure like a celestial being, now stood before her with flesh and blood, real and three-dimensional. With his joys and sorrows, his down-to-earth words and actions, he no longer felt distant and elusive. A wave of relief and comfort washed over her heart. Jiang Ling was completely immersed in his own art of explanation, oblivious to the world around him. He dragged Bai Suisui all over the place, relentlessly introducing every single one of the museum's prized treasures. Watching the figure leading her forward, Bai Suisu's gaze grew deep. Should she test the waters? Only at the very end did Jiang Ling notice the gaze Bai Suisui was directing at him. Got something on my face? Jiang Ling brushed his cheek. Why are you staring at me like that? No, Bai Suisui murmured softly. Has anyone ever told you how handsome you are? Her words were straightforward, almost as if she were telling him directly what she meant. She eagerly awaited Jiang Ling's response. Oh, come on, tell me something nobody knows. Jiang Ling ran his fingers through his hair confidently, sounding like a total show-off. Bai Suesu, immune to all emotional tactics. What if I like you even more? Seeing Bai Suisui about to space out again, Jiang Ling quickly interjected. Stop spacing out. Let's go eat. I'll take you to that place, their food's great, especially the chicken. I have an old friend who absolutely loves it. Chapter 68, Drunk as a Skunk. Is it good? Under Jiang Ling's expectant gaze, Bai Suesu picked up a shrimp dumpling and popped it into her mouth. Her eating manners were exceptionally graceful, the delicate shrimp dumpling making her lips look even more lusciously vibrant. Watching her made his throat go dry. Jiang Ling unconsciously swallowed, then quickly took a sip of water. Bai Suesu nodded repeatedly, delicious. So delicious. Ha, right? Jiang Ling smiled, picked one up, and popped it into his mouth. The tender texture gently snapped between his teeth, releasing a burst of sweet, savory juices that spread across his tongue, pure umami and satisfaction. The shrimp was plump and springy, offering a satisfyingly chewy yet smooth texture with every bite. Delicious. Jiang Ling savored every moment. Just then, the waiter arrived carrying a roasted chicken. Try this, Jiang Ling suggested. I didn't get to eat much of this roast chicken last time, but an old friend of mine absolutely loved it. Though later, maybe she stopped liking it because she disliked me? Seeing the familiar roast chicken, a momentary flicker of confusion crossed her face. Back then, after emerging from the secret realm, driven by hatred for him or perhaps sheer stubbornness, she never touched that roast chicken again. They were probably reduced to ashes by now. Jiang Ling had only mentioned it casually. He didn't know if Bai Jisoo had finished those 10 roasted chickens. He was simply reminiscing, thinking of his obedient senior apprentice. Unlike this money-grubbing brat now, whose eyes were fixed only on wealth, utterly devoid of any respect for teachers or reverence for tradition. But to Bai Suisui, his words carried a different meaning. Her voice dropped, But after all that, she still couldn't bring herself to speak. Jiang Ling watched her hesitating and said with a smile, why so gloomy over a meal? Eat up. Did my words upset you? No. I was just mentioning it casually. It was nothing more than a bit of hardship, it's all in the past now. Jiang Ling waved his hand grandly. Over? Bai Suesu lowered her gaze, her lashes trembling lightly like a fluttering butterfly. Did he hate her? Had he forgotten her? Or had the master taken on a new disciple? Her thoughts tangled into a knot, panic stirring in her chest. Why so gloomy? Can you drink? Let's clink glasses. Jiang Ling tentatively offered, noticing Bai Suesu's sinking mood. Sure. She nodded. Ha? Jiang Ling froze. He just said it offhand, why did she take it seriously? Don't you have any sense of caution? Drinking with a male classmate? Girls need to protect themselves when they're out, okay? What, afraid to drink with me? Worried you can't hold your liquor? Bai Suisui looked up, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. Great, here comes the provocation again. Jiang Ling wasn't much of a drinker, but being mocked like this, especially by a girl who looked down on his drinking ability, was something he couldn't just swallow. Bang! Waiter, bring 2 beers. Jiang Ling slammed the table, his face fierce as he spoke. The drinks arrived quickly. Jiang Ling opened a bottle for each of them and warned, "We've got a deal, no crying later if I knock you flat." The person across from him nodded, seemingly unconcerned by his warning. A wave of unease washed over Jiang Ling. Was she playing dumb to catch a tiger? How could he, a grown man, possibly lose to a girl in a drinking contest? As it turned out, he really couldn't. By the end, his head was spinning, yet Bai Suesuo across from him hadn't even flushed. This is bad. Jiang Ling felt he might be in for a fall this time. Thud. He slammed the table again, this time with his head. Watching Jiang Ling slumped over the table, dazed and disoriented, Bai Suesu let out a soft chuckle. The gloom had vanished from her face, replaced by an intensifying gaze. She took another sip from the bottle. As she tilted her head back, the side of her neck rippled slightly with the swallow. Her hand gently cupped the man's face, softly caressing it. Beneath the seemingly hurt glisten in her eyes lay restrained madness and love. The heavenly path here watches too closely. If my identity is exposed, I'll be rejected by the world, she murmured, her gaze clear. Then let me ask you something. Will you answer me? She asked with a soft laugh. Did you have an apprentice before? Jiang Ling felt someone asking him questions, his mind a chaotic jumble. He could only answer whatever came to mind. Yeah, by Zizhuai. A little fox. Very obedient. Then why did you deceive her? Wouldn't it have been better to face things together? That voice seemed tinged with urgency, carrying a hint of accusation. He was also getting anxious. What do you know? He explained. If I don't save her now, she'll die. I had my reasons for telling her to leave back then. I look like a zombie with a gaping hole in my chest. All she could see was my back. I didn't want to leave either, but if I stayed, what would become of her demonic heart? Without the Nine-Tailed Celestial Emperor's guidance, without the true immortal inheritance, how would she avenge herself? Wouldn't she be bullied to death? You don't understand. You don't understand anything. Jiang Ling's voice grew heated as he spoke, and when he grew tired, he cursed inwardly. Blame the damn hook history game. Why couldn't he just pay to unlock these things? Why all the restrictions? They even took away his disciple. But aren't you afraid she'll hate you? The voice trembled slightly as it pressed on. Let her hate me. That hatred might be what keeps her alive. You must understand, my heart trembled when I stabbed her. But the greatest love I can show her is to let her live. Though his mind was foggy, Jiang Ling felt his words were sincere, his eyes growing moist. Damn it, who's so annoying asking questions like that? He refused to answer, dizzy and ready to sleep. Jiang Lei and Mu Yu had just entered when they heard Jiang Ling's muffled, raised voice coming from a private room. Ha, what a coincidence, he said to Mu Yu as he turned around. This was the first restaurant I brought Brother Jiang to. Now he's bringing someone else here. This place really is excellent. Let's go say hello and see how far things have progressed between them, Jiang Lei said, his expression turning slightly grave. If necessary, I'll have to step in. You know that. He lowered his voice, Brother Jiang has a girlfriend. This ambiguity isn't good for either of them. I'll have to be the bad guy. Seeing his "if I don't step in, who will" expression, Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, stop messing around. Let's go check on them. If we waste any more time, they'll probably end up drinking to build up their courage and checking into a hotel. Jiang Lei looked at Mu Yu with slight surprise. Her words seemed even more blunt than his own. Shaking his head, Jiang Lei pushed open the door. The scene that greeted him made him want to travel back in time and slap himself silly. The private room reeked of alcohol. Bai Suesu sat beside Jiang Ling, her cheeks flushed with a hint of drunkenness. Jiang Ling, looking like a bullied little wife, was slumped over the table, sniffling softly. He appeared completely wasted. Bai Suesui's hand rested on his face, gently wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes. Noticing him enter, Bai Suesui maintained her composure, withdrawing her hand and stating flatly, Jiang Ling got drunk and is acting like he's dying. You should take him home later. Her tone was cool, yet Jiang Lei detected a venomous edge beneath it, a gritted teeth hatred that seemed to demand Jiang Ling's death. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Lei met Bai Suesui's gaze and hoisted Jiang Ling onto his shoulders. Alright, I'll take him back to the dorm to rest. Thanks for your trouble. At the doorway, he addressed Mu Yu with a hint of apology. Next time, I'll definitely treat you to a proper meal. Mu Yu smiled. No problem. Any time is fine. She glanced at the utterly inebriated Jiang Ling and asked with concern, Suesui, how much did Jiang Ling drink? Should we take him to the hospital or get him some hangover medicine? 2 bottles of beer. Mu Yu. Jiang Lei. Chapter 69, The Shop. What a great sleep. When Jiang Ling woke up again, the sky was already turning dusk. Jiang Lei wasn't there, so I left him a message on his phone. Brother Jiang, gotta hit the gym and train hard to become Jinghua's top dog. If you're hungry when you wake up this afternoon, check the fridge, I stocked it with snacks. Jiang Ling massaged his slightly throbbing temples, slipped on his slippers, grabbed a few cookies from the fridge, poured himself a glass of water, and sat back down on the bed. You gotta hand it to that kid, Jiang Ling. He's meticulous and dedicated to his training. Judging by his current words and actions, Jiang Ling didn't believe for a second that he'd taken a year off after awakening his bloodline. Most likely, he'd been stalling for a year to see if his bloodline could be salvaged. Now, all he had to do was wait for Jiang Ling to obtain the Qilin bloodline. Then he could step in and resolve the bloodline issue. At this rate, Jiang Ling might even catch up to him. Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head. Just how much bloodline power was required to break through to level 30 with the Ancestral Dragon bloodline remained unknown. Jiang Ling had no idea when he could break through to level 30. I can't fall behind either time to cheat. With that thought, Jiang Ling pulled out his phone and opened the game. The returns from his last investment were still unclaimed. Player invested in Apprentice. Beast-Master Godzilla upgraded. 2 dragon pets will soon be upgraded. Both the Primordial Dragon Juvenile and Stellar Dragon Juvenile have upgraded to sub-adult forms. 2 distinct powerful auras surged within Jiang Ling, itching to burst forth. Jiang Ling roughly sensed the dragon sizes and forcibly held them back. Are you kidding me? 2 semi-trucks? Does my room even have enough space for that? Tomorrow I'll take you 2 out for some fresh air. Just hang in there for now, Jiang Ling soothed. Gradually, the 2 energies settled into calm. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction. He now had 2 super-powered enforcers. This was awesome. How could his own cultivation possibly match the speed of cheating? If you have a cheat code, you're a jerk not to use it. Jiang Ling, brimming with delight, tapped into Yun Shu's interface. The girl stood rigidly in the back row of the crowd, clearly overlooked. Before the crowd lay a vast open-air arena, where 2 exotic beasts stood alongside their respective beast masters. The teacher stood at a distance, offering guidance. One by one, the front students stepped forward to receive instruction. Jiang Ling was displeased. This positioning clearly had meaning. Why put his apprentice at the very end? It wasn't that Jiang Ling was biased, but Jin Shu's 3 beasts, any one of them could shake the heavens. Why did these teachers seem so indifferent toward her? Pondering this, Jiang Ling voiced his question. Apprentice, why do I get the feeling your teachers aren't paying you much attention? Shouldn't you be highly valued? Hearing this voice, the girl froze for a moment. When she snapped back to reality, she replied with a mournful expression, my grandmother arranged my admission. This is the top Beastmaster Academy in Jiangnan province. I didn't even take the college entrance exam, I was directly recruited. She pointed quietly at the students ahead. They all got in through direct admission. They're all genuine top-tier prodigies. On enrollment day, I saw how powerful their beast tamers were. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Grandma, you have 3 divine beasts and you're still jealous of them? No matter how strong their beasts are, could they possibly be stronger than yours? I refuse to believe it. Hearing this, Yun Shu's face darkened with frustration. Teacher, what rank of divine beast is the tout yet? Why did all 3 divine beasts fall into slumber to suppress it? I can sense their presence, but I can't wake them. Grandma said it might be because the Tao Tai is holding them captive, so they can't be awakened. I don't have a beast companion, and everyone thinks I got in through back channels. Even you don't pay much attention to me. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Ling was puzzled too. After all, he'd witnessed the Tao Tai being subdued. How could the 3 divine beasts have fallen back into slumber afterward? When in doubt, blame the game. Damn game, what's your deal? Are the divine beasts you bind even real? How come they're so weak? The game provides genuine divine beasts. The issue lies with the apprentice's strength. Please don't blame the game. The beloved disciple's power is too weak. The 3 divine beasts simply disdain responding to Yun Shu's summons. That's all. Jiang Ling wasn't sure how to explain this to Yun Shu. Is there a solution? Jiang Ling asked. Asking was pointless. Hint, recharge quest not triggered. Players may search the store. What was this hint telling him? Jiang Ling was puzzled. He hadn't used the shop section yet. Following the game's prompt, the path to redemption lay within. He reassured her, wait a moment. I'll think of a solution. Yun Shu nodded, her eyes sparkling. What on earth is this? Jiang Ling clicked in. Not only were the items expensive, but they seemed utterly useless. The Complete Guide to Beauties of the Beast-Taming Realm, The Complete Guide to Handsome Men of the Beast-Taming Realm, The Complete Guide to Poses of the Beast-Taming Realm. Jiang Ling was utterly speechless. Is this Hook history game trying to settle a score with these books? Made them permanent fixtures? The other items were mostly trivial and unremarkable. Jiang Ling quickly scrolled to the bottom, where several dazzling cards shimmered. God Tier Beast Tamer Trial Card 1 hour limited to 1 purchase per day. Divine Beast Tamer Trial Card 12 hours limited to 10 purchases. Divine Beast Tamer Trial Card 1 year limited to 1 purchase. Divine Beast Tamer Trial Card, usable only within the Beast Taming Realm. Upon activation, instantly enters the Beast Taming Realm with Divine Tier Beast Tamer power. Real world time halts. Automatically teleports out upon time expiration. Holy crap! Jiang Ling exclaimed. Now that's what I call merchandise. Back in the mystic realm, entering that world was purely random. Now he could choose whenever he wanted to go in. Divine tier beast tamers possess power equivalent to that of Xiaojin and Xiaolan, reaching the divine tier beast taming realm. The Ancestral Dragon bloodline surpasses the Azure Dragon bloodline. How formidable must a divine tier beast master like the Ancestral Dragon or the Starry Sky Dragon be? Those three divine beasts are waiting, looking down on his disciple, aren't they? Fine. Wait. He'll go in now and beat you into submission. Yunshu, step forward. Hearing her name called, Yunshu strolled onto the arena. As the last contestant, many turned to stare as she entered. But upon recognizing her, several sneered openly, their voices dripping with disdain. Wonder why the teacher brings her along for every training session. She doesn't even have a beast to command. Her family must be well connected, they got her in here without a beast. What can we say? Just train hard. Who knows how she got in? Is her godfather family too? As their discussion grew increasingly harsh, Yunshu couldn't help but retort, did your beast feed you? Your mouth stinks. Mind your own training. Does my lack of a beast have anything to do with you? Does my family background matter to you? You're so young yet act like you've seen it all, just a couple of sentences and you're already playing the angry youth. You don't hate power, you hate that you don't have any. The girl who'd been called out flushed crimson, her expression twisted. Isn't what I said the truth, she snapped. If you're so sure, stop just talking, show us what you've got. The teacher nearby showed no intention of intervening. The one who spoke was Wang Qian, one of the most gifted students this year. Her sacred dragon beast, though not a divine beast, was said to be remarkably close to one, undoubtedly a top-tier prodigy. As for that girl, though beautiful, she had never summoned her own beast. He couldn't help but wonder if she'd entered the academy through some special means. Behind Wang Qian, the sacred dragon roared in perfect coordination. Both dragon and rider now fixed a menacing glare upon Yunshu. Chapter 70, God-tier Beast Master. Why aren't you speaking? Wang Qian observed Yunshu frozen in place, assuming her imposing presence had intimidated the girl. A smug expression spread across her face. I'll let it slide this time. But next time you speak so harshly, I'll make sure you remember it. Wang Qian warned, feigning magnanimity. Yunshu remained silent. For just moments ago, her teacher had informed her he was coming to personally resolve her situation. What kind of power could someone possess to casually subdue a Taotai? Yunshu dared not imagine it, but it was certainly stronger than her grandmother Yunsuetsue, a saint-level beast tamer. Did you hear me? I'm talking to you. Wang Qian's expression darkened further at Yunshu's blatant disregard, her voice sharp with rebuke. You're really noisy, Yunshu said indifferently. The more someone flaunted their emotions, the more like a clown they appeared. That was precisely Wang Qian's state of mind now. She even sensed a hint of mockery in the glances from those around her. Fury surged through her, clouding her judgment. She commanded the sacred dragon to lunge toward Yunshu. Watch out. The teacher nearby watched the scene unfold, his heart skipping a beat. He had been standing by, but while he could turn a blind eye to student squabbles, the consequences of a teaching accident were far beyond his capacity to handle. He was too far away from the two of them. Even if he gave it his all, he could only watch as the massive body of the sacred dragon charged toward that slender figure. It's over. Wang Qian was being far too impulsive. If Yunshu truly couldn't control her beast, this blow would likely leave her gravely injured. Suddenly, the world seemed to freeze for an instant. Centered on Yunshu, a circular, deep blue light shield enveloped both of them, along with the sacred dragon. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Qian and the sacred dragon were flung backward, landing in utter disarray. The dragon even transformed into a streak of light, burrowing directly into Wang Qian's body, a sign that the Beastmaster had suffered severe damage. Roar! A piercing dragon's cry echoed across the vast arena. The blue light barrier shattered instantly. Everyone present was rendered speechless by the sight before them. Where Yunshu had stood moments before, a deep blue colossal dragon now stood with its wings folded, its entire body shimmering with starlight. Behind it, a deep blue ring coiled and hummed. An immense, endless phantom roared from behind the dragon, shaking the very earth before slowly dissipating. The sight of the ring and phantom behind the dragon left everyone present utterly bewildered. Not only the students, but even the teacher now stood trembling, his legs shaking and his face drained of color. Divine ring, divine soul. Divine tier beast master. A god tier beast tamer. Before the teacher could stammer out a report, the sound of tearing through the air echoed as several figures descended from the sky. Spotting the colossal dragon, they landed nearby and bowed deeply. We were unaware of your arrival, honored predecessor. Please forgive our failure to greet you properly. The leading middle-aged man bowed, and the others behind him followed suit. The arrivals were none other than the president and senior leadership of Jiangnan University. The starry sky dragon slowly spread its wings, revealing a man and a woman within everyone's sight. Yunshu felt as if he were dreaming. His teacher had suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by such a magnificent, divine-tier beast. He was truly magnificent. While Yunshu was still lost in his thoughts, Jiang Ling stepped forward. His overwhelming aura pressed down upon them, causing beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the university leaders. Youthful vigor, full of spirit, Jiang Ling remarked with a smile. Your school students truly possess fiery passion ready to fight to the death over a single disagreement. Quite distinctive. Had I arrived any later, my student would likely have been gravely injured beyond recovery. The principal's vision darkened at those words, nearly causing him to collapse backward. They had thought the arrival of a god-tier beast tamer was a stroke of luck for Jiangnan University, but it turned out he was here to settle a score. Clearly, this female student was the black-clad man's disciple, and his own faculty had been bullied. What a disaster! The principal, regaining his composure, choked on his breath and barked at the teacher, Sun Hong. What happened? The teacher named Sun Hong hurried forward, stammering as he recounted the entire incident in detail. You didn't intervene? The principal nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. If you can't handle student conflicts, what good are you? But now wasn't the time to argue with Sun Hong. Since that catastrophe, divine-tier beast tamers in Huaxia had become as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Each one was a figure whose every move shook the nation. The urgent priority was to give this student an explanation. Senior, Wang Qian comes from a poor family and may lack proper guidance. I hope you'll. Jiang Ling had no patience for such empty talk. Time was tight, he'd only purchased a 1-hour trial pass. This matter needed to be handled swiftly, he still had to beat those 3 divine beasts into submission for Yin Shu. Truth be told, this god-tier trial card was no ordinary thing, it instantly upgraded Little Blue and Little Gold to their ultimate forms. He now felt an overwhelming power coursing through his veins, as if he could shatter the heavens and earth. The sensation left him feeling slightly euphoric. Behind him, Yin Shu sensed the powerful, icy aura radiating from him, and her heart stirred. How could a god-tier beast tamer ever be short on money, she murmured. Her attention snapped back to the man's words. He waved his hand impatiently. I don't have time to waste on you. Now, I'll tell you what to do, and you'll do it. Got it? As the words fell, his towering, abyssal aura swept over the entire venue once more, surging like a tidal wave. Understood. Please proceed, senior. The principal wiped sweat from his brow and bowed slightly. That teacher removed them from their teaching position. Never to be rehired. Yes, absolutely. Sun Hong's legs buckled at the words, and he collapsed to his knees. It's over. My life is over. Out of nowhere, this calamity struck. He hadn't done anything wrong, just turned a blind eye once. Never imagined. As if reading his thoughts, the man in black spoke, you should be grateful you did nothing. Otherwise, this wouldn't be so simple. Hearing this, Sun Hong lost all strength and collapsed onto the ground. Yes, if he had actually done something, would such an entity ever let him off? The thought made him glance at Wang Qian with a hint of pity. Wang Qian's entire body trembled lightly. As if resigned to her fate, she suddenly shouted, so what if you're a god-tier beast tamer? I haven't done anything illegal or harmed anyone. In fact, my beast is the one that got injured. Her voice trailed off as she faced the divine-tier beast master's imposing presence. Even the teachers would tremble in fear before such power, let alone her, a beast master who had only just formed a contract. Jiang Ling didn't even glance at her, continuing to face the principal. That student. Expulsion. The principal nodded hastily. Picking fights, bullying classmates, expulsion is warranted. But that's not all. You mentioned her family background is average, surrounded by ordinary people. If she treats classmates this way, I refuse to believe she won't bully those around her after binding a beast. You must investigate thoroughly, find out exactly what she's done. Handle it according to the rules and regulations. Wang Qian collapsed to the floor with a thud, her face frozen in terror. Earlier, she'd clung to a sliver of relief. Expulsion meant she could return home comfortably. But now, only boundless dread filled her heart. Her father was the village chief, and she had awakened the sacred dragon, making them practically the local tyrants. They weren't exactly strangers to breaking the law. Before she started school, her father had warned her repeatedly not to provoke the big shots, or else they'd all suffer the consequences. Now, her father's words had come true, and she was at a loss. She tried to beg for mercy, but before she could speak, the principal gave a single look, and several people came forward to take her and Sun Hong away. Yin Shu watched it all unfold, her mind going blank. Growing up in her family's circumstances, she'd seen this kind of thing countless times. She felt anger, but she knew that the more she broke down, the more these people would revel in it. So when confronted with mockery and contempt, her heart remained unruffled. Yet seeing the figure before her who had settled everything with just a few words and stood up for her, she couldn't help but feel a lump in her throat. He was truly wonderful. Chapter 71, 5 Dragons in the Sky. One final thing, clear this area completely. No one is to be allowed in. Anyone who disobeys will bear the consequences. Jiang Ling issued his final instructions. The principal looked puzzled, but then thought better of it. Matters at this level were best left unquestioned. He immediately began issuing orders. Within 10 minutes, the entire vast training ground was completely cleared of people, with guards stationed at the entrance to enforce the lockdown. Senior, should this matter remain confidential? Or may we also observe? The principal cautiously inquired. Jiang Ling glanced at Yunshu and replied, I'm here to address my students' beast-taming issues. Anyone who wishes to watch is welcome. It would be best if her classmates and teachers also attend, let them see firsthand who it is they've been underestimating all this time. Understood. I'll make arrangements immediately. The principal's face lit up with delight. Witnessing a god-tier powerhouse in action was no small opportunity. Moreover, the senior's lack of reproach suggested satisfaction with their handling of the matter. Then we shan't disturb you further. The principal led the school administrators out. As soon as they stepped outside the venue, they saw a dense crowd gathered in the courtyard. Spotting them, the crowd eagerly asked, Principal Wang, was that truly a god-tier beast tamer inside? Yes, we heard the commotion and rushed over. Who is this person? Could you introduce us? Standing outside were influential figures from Jiangnan province who had rushed over upon hearing the news. Everyone, listen to me. Principal Wang cleared his throat. The master will be demonstrating shortly. Everyone may observe. When the time comes, you may seize your own opportunities. Class 1, all teachers and students must attend the ceremony. Alright, find your seats. Before long, word spread. The vast grounds were soon filled to capacity, every seat occupied by a dense crowd. Seeing this scene, Yunshu felt a pang of trepidation. She whispered, Teacher, with so many people here, Yunshu, lift your head. Jiang Ling looked at her and said solemnly, You are destined to stand at the pinnacle of the world, to be looked up to by all. Do not be afraid. Hearing this, Yunshu slowly raised her head and scanned the crowd. The gazes directed at her were no longer filled with contempt or disdain, but instead with excitement, envy, and admiration. A strange feeling suddenly welled up inside her, the feeling of being acknowledged, of confidence and pride. Yes, I'm no less than anyone, she declared with a smile. Jiang Ling nodded. Time was running out, he had to hurry. Focus your mind and try to summon them, Jiang Ling guided her. Yunshu crossed her legs on the ground and closed her eyes. After a long moment, she opened her eyes and sighed helplessly, Master, it still doesn't work. I can sense them, but there's no response. Jiang Ling chuckled in exasperation, sucking on a piece of dried fruit. Back then, those three divine beasts had suppressed the Taotia not to protect Yunshu, but simply out of their innate aversion to the evil beast. Now that the Taotia's soul was sealed, these beasts were just putting on airs inside, showing off their power. Fine, you won't come out, huh? Jiang Ling smiled faintly. Yunshu, release the restrictions. Let my two beasts enter your beast space too. Yunshu, though puzzled, released the restrictions. Roar! The starry sky dragon transformed into a streak of light and flew in first. Immediately after, a golden thundercloud appeared around the plaza, faint dragon cries echoing within. Roar! A deep dragon's cry echoed across the heavens, and then a golden streak of light descended from the sky, entering Yunshu's body. Another god-tier beast. And both of these are likely divine beasts. Terrifying. Do we in Huaxia have such beings? Two top-tier divine beasts reaching god-tier? Unheard of. Why did his divine beast enter that girl's mount space? Is he planning to give it to her? Are you out of your mind? How could a bound beastmaster's mount be transferred? That girl's mount must have some issue, and that man is helping her. The appearance of the primordial dragon further heightened the atmosphere at the scene. Some present had never even seen a divine beast or god-tier mount before, yet today they witnessed two god-tier divine beasts. Just as they marveled at the man's unfathomable nature, he suddenly shouted something utterly incongruous with his demeanor. Xiaojin, Xiaolan, beat the crap out of those three posers. Roar! Roar! Two piercing dragon roars seemed to echo his command, followed immediately by waves of agonized cries. It sounded like some huge creature was being beaten badly. The group was filled with confusion. Could it be that some great terror lurked within the girl, capable of beating those two divine beasts into such a state? Whoosh! Three streaks of light red, blue, and green shot out from Yunshu's body, scrambling to escape as if fleeing from something. Three of them emerged. They seemed panicked. Could there be something even more terrifying? Two more streaks of light gold and blue shot forth, chasing after the three streaks. Little blue, little gold, that's enough. Jiang Ling watched the three streaks of light scrambling frantically across the sky and called out to halt them. Judging by their reactions, they'd been thoroughly beaten. Now we just need to negotiate a settlement. The blue and gold streaks slowed upon hearing this, allowing everyone to recognize them as the original blue dragon and a golden dragon. One blue, one gold, east and west united. How utterly magnificent. Two divine beasts, both dragon type. I can't even imagine how powerful he must be. He looks so young, wonder if he's even married yet. Hey, here's a tissue. Wipe that drool. Meanwhile, three streaks of light appeared in the sky above, sending the crowd into another uproar after they had just calmed down. The Azure Dragon. It's definitely the Azure Dragon. Are you blind? There's also the Yinglong and the Zhulong. Holy crap, three divine beasts. Could this be that girl's tamed beast? Is that even possible? Is that scientific? Didn't they say novice beast tamers can only bind one beast? 5 figures, each with a distinct form yet all radiating a sacred aura, circled in the sky. 5 dragons in the same sky. Jiang Ling glared at the 3 figures, his tone sharp. You 3, feeling pretty cocky, huh? Is my apprentice telling you to pretend you can't hear me? The 3 colossal dragons above exchanged glances, their massive heads displaying an almost human-like awkwardness. Will you dare again? Jiang Ling demanded. The 3 dragon heads shook violently in unison. No way. Those 2 dragons who just went in were like madmen, their moves were sneaky and ruthless. They couldn't handle that. Alright, let's leave it at that. You're divine beasts, you understand my meaning. Jiang Ling smiled, his tone warning. If this happens again, I'll have those 2 with knives flay you alive. The primordial dragon and starry sky dragon immediately soared into the air in unison, roaring at the 3 dragons several sizes smaller than themselves. The 3 dragons scurried together, nodding frantically. That's more like it. Go back now. I'll have her try again later. Jiang Ling waved dismissively with a smile. Yunshu stared blankly at the 3 figures in the sky. So these 3 divine beasts weren't asleep, they simply looked down on her and refused to obey her commands. Was the teacher actually sticking up for her? It seemed he'd been defending her ever since he appeared. Yunshu felt her heart skip a beat. She turned her head away, refusing to look at that figure any longer. Chapter 72, Deep Pockets. You won't lose out. My student has boundless potential ahead. Soon, it won't just be the 3 of you divine beasts. Invest early, it's a surefire win. The 3 dragons nodded frantically. At Jiang Ling's signal, they all obediently returned to Yunshu's beast-taming space. Jiang Ling hadn't expected these proud and unruly divine beasts to be so thoroughly subdued in such a short time. In his mind, Xiaolan and Xiaojin gave him a thumbs up as he stowed them away. He then had Yunshu test them. Now, these 3 dragons were as easy to summon and dismiss as ever, striking wherever commanded. Jiang Ling nodded with satisfaction. It seemed the job was done. Beating alone wouldn't have produced this effect, it seemed they had genuinely taken his words to heart. With a teacher like him, Yunshu's potential would only continue to soar. Oh, right, with just a few minutes left, he still needed to bond with his apprentice and boost their affinity value. After all, the higher the bond value, the better the items he'd receive in return. But what exactly should he do? That stumped him. Right, money. Jiang Ling cleared his throat again, his voice resonating throughout the venue, amplified by his power. As you've all witnessed, my student possesses extraordinary talent and boundless potential. She also runs a security firm, those interested may look into it, as it operates under my name. He paused, then added that last line. Having finally obtained a God-tier experience card, he naturally intended to maximize its value. The moment he spoke, it immediately sparked heated discussion among everyone present. A security firm protected by a God-tier beast tamer, could there be a safer escort service? We must seize the initiative and secure shares early. Get on it immediately, sign agreements where needed, make payments where required. Jiang Ling watched their reactions with great satisfaction. He glanced at the time, turned around, and smiled at Yunshu. Yunshu, the path ahead of you is wide open. Like flowing water, it doesn't race to be first, it strives to flow endlessly. Stop dwelling on who you were yesterday. The future you will soar skyward. Have confidence. It's about time. I'll be going now. Take care of yourself. With those final words, Jiang Ling's experience card expired. His figure vanished into thin air. Yunshu felt as if soft feathers had brushed against her heart, and a warm smile spread across her lips. Yes, her path ahead was bright. Miss Yun, may we inquire about your company? We'd like to discuss potential collaborations with your firm. When would be a convenient time? This trip has been quite fruitful. Jiang Ling watched Yunshu busily engaged in the game, feeling content. Though time stood still here, Jiang Ling had still been occupied for a full hour. He set down his phone and lay back on the bed, closing his eyes. The door slammed open with a loud bang. The chubby kid scrambled in, face flushed with excitement. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang, save me, he shouted as he rushed inside. Jiang Ling sat up. Seeing Jiang Lei's reaction, he understood 80 to 90% of the situation. It was likely news about the Qilin bloodline. He slid to a stop at Jiang Ling's bedside, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Jiang, you're a genius. My dad found the Qilin bloodline. It belongs to a martial saint who fell 100 years ago. The Qilin bloodline within him still hasn't faded. Jiang Ling chuckled. Didn't you pay attention in class? Bloodlines can be preserved almost indefinitely. Even if it were 1,000 years old, it'd still work. Do you think grave robbers only care about money? Jiang Lei, however, had no interest in discussing tomb raiding. He urgently continued, the moment my dad heard this could solve my bloodline issue, he sought approval overnight. Once authorized, he flew straight to our capital with the power of the Qilin's bloodline. Jiang Ling's expression turned peculiar. Wait, did uncle bring the coffin itself? Of course, Jiang Lei nodded matter-of-factly. How else would he bring it? Can you even bring that thing on a plane? Jiang Ling asked, amused. We have a private jet, Jiang Lei replied. Jiang Ling, I hate rich people. Where is uncle now? Jiang Ling stood up and began gathering his things. He understood the urgency Jiang Ling and his father felt, so he decided to head out immediately. My dad bought a small villa near the school. Let's head straight there. Jiang Ling rubbed his hands together excitedly behind him. Jiang Ling's steps faltered. See? Not a single word he says is to his liking. Soon, the two were packed and dashed straight out of campus. Just as they were about to exit the dorm building, they bumped into Ying Tian, who was rushing by. Jiang Ling, where are you going so late? Ying Tian grabbed his arm urgently. Jiang Ling remained calm, but Jiang Lei, who was behind him, began explaining frantically. After all, this was the martial god. Jiang Lei saw no need to hold back, so he blurted out the whole story in one breath. Upon hearing this, Ying Tian's eyes lit up. He nodded with a smile. I'll come along to take a look. Might as well keep an eye on things for you guys. What? Jiang Lei nearly jumped out of his skin. How could he possibly deserve the martial god's attention? Overwhelmed, he stammered. Thank you, martial god Ying. Ha! Let's go. Ying Tian waved cheerfully, gesturing for Jiang Lei to lead the way. Look at you, getting all worked up. But don't delay any longer. The location Jiang Lei mentioned wasn't far from the school, and the three of them arrived in just a few minutes. Seeing the luxurious villa before them, even Ying Tian couldn't help but remark, they say the Jiang family of Nandu is incredibly wealthy, truly lives up to its reputation. Spotting the three figures in the living room, Jiang Zhan descended the stairs and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The divine warrior Ying? A middle-aged man of refined elegance, he rushed forward to greet Ying Tian, his shock evident. Ying Tian smiled, shook his hand, and nodded in acknowledgement. Dad, this is Jiang Ling, the one I told you about, Jiang Lei introduced. Hello, Mr. Jiang Ling, Jiang Zhan said with a gentle smile. My son has long told me of your distinguished appearance, and meeting you today confirms it's well-deserved. Uncle, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Ling, Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Seeing Jiang Zhan, Jiang Lei knew his son hadn't exaggerated. That kid was right about him being handsome even though his father was older now, it was clear he'd been quite the looker in his youth. Xiao Ling, do you truly have a solution for Xiao Lei's bloodline? Jiang Zhan's expression grew more serious as he looked at him probingly. Uncle, I can only say I'll do my best. Though confident, Jiang Ling couldn't make absolute promises and could only respond thus. Jiang Zhan fell silent for a moment, a hint of hesitation visible. Xiao Zhan, don't worry, Ying Tian interjected. That kid's just being modest. Does Wang Peng know? He's already helped Wang Peng upgrade his bloodline and ascend to martial god. What? Really? Jiang Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Would I lie to you? Ying Tian chuckled. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Once this is settled. Jiang Zhan paused to gather his thoughts before continuing in his serious tone. No, Uncle Jiang, you're being too formal, Jiang Ling interjected at the right moment. Ha, my bad. Too long in business, I've caught that mercenary streak. Jiang Zhan laughed heartily. Dad, you still remember that? Jiang Lei chimed in. You little rascal. Jiang Zhan scolded playfully, walking toward the cabinet. He twisted a mechanism on top, revealing a hidden door. Gentlemen, please come in. Chapter 73, Twin Bloodlines. Dad, I still feel like we're being a bit rude. Jiang Lei stared at the coffin before him, his conscience pricking him slightly. I cast the Holy Grail. This old gentleman must have agreed. Jiang Zhan declared without hesitation. Xiao Ling, can we begin? He turned to Jiang Ling and asked. Jiang Ling nodded. When I channel the Qilin bloodline into your body, don't resist. Surrender everything to me. Jiang Ling gazed at Jiang Lei and spoke slowly. Understood. Jiang Lei replied solemnly. Seeing Jiang Lei ready, Jiang Ling immediately activated the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, Ancestral Dragon's command. Two crimson beams shot skyward, radiating a surging, overwhelming aura. Ying Tian and Jiang Zhan swiftly intervened, casting protective barriers that preserved the valuable villa. The relentless surge of overwhelming energy pushed Jiang Zhan back several steps as he struggled to withstand it. Watching Jiang Ling at the storm's epicenter, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What level is Jiang Ling, the divine warrior Ying Wu? He asked incredulously. Such overwhelming energy, even I struggle to contain it. He's a 74th level martial emperor, if not invincible, then certainly a formidable powerhouse in his own right. He was a formidable martial emperor at level 74. While not invincible, he was certainly a powerhouse in his own right. Yet even he struggled against this overwhelming momentum. And how old was Jiang Ling? How far had he truly journeyed on his cultivation path? The more he thought about it, the more his heart raced. He grew increasingly certain of Jiang Lei's choice of allegiance. Good son, truly a good son. He? Probably around level 20-something. Last time I saw him, he was at level 23. Ying Tian said calmly. Jiang Zhan. Slowly, within the coffin, crimson bloodline power flowed like threads, gradually merging into Jiang Lei's body. At the same time, two powerful auras erupted from within him. Two shadowy figures broke through Ying Tian's restraints and shot skyward. In an instant, the sky seemed to split in two, half golden, half blue. One spectral form bore the body of a musk deer, with a dragon's tail and scales. The other took the shape of a one-legged ox, its form accompanied by thunder and lightning. Though the Qilin's aura was clearly more sacred, it appeared weaker, its phantom form even less solid than that of the Kuei ox. These must be the two bloodlines battling within this child's body. Ying Tian mused thoughtfully. The Kuei bull bellowed and charged at the Qilin. Initially, the Qilin managed to block a few blows, but soon it was overwhelmed, forced into a defensive stance. Scales shattered and flew, golden wounds covered its body, and the phantom gradually became transparent. This must be the final battle, Ying Tian thought, his expression growing grave. The Kuei bull had been dominant for so many years, and with the child resuming cultivation recently, its advantage had only grown more overwhelming. Barring any unexpected developments, if you haven't found Jiang Ling soon, the Qilin bloodline will inevitably be consumed by the Kuei Nyo bloodline. Jiang Zhan grew visibly flustered, his eyes darting anxiously toward Jiang Ling and the others. The Qilin bloodline was mythical, but the Kuei Nyo's was not. Though only a single step apart, their future achievements would be worlds apart. Possessing a mythical bloodline doesn't guarantee one will become a martial god, but lacking it makes that final step impossible. I know you're anxious, but try to calm down, Ying Tian said, looking at the flustered Jiang Zhan. Jiang Ling can handle this. No matter how unique your son's situation is, how much harder could it be than saving a dying martial saint? Ying Tian's words had some effect. Jiang Zhan stopped flailing about, though he remained tense as he watched everything unfold. The Qilin's phantom grew increasingly ethereal, on the verge of vanishing. Suddenly, another identical figure shot skyward from below. Unlike the first, this Qilin apparition was not frail. It radiated divine energy, its body enveloped in a shimmering glow, exuding an aura of sacredness. It kicked the raging Kuei bull aside with a single blow. Instead of continuing its assault, it transformed into a streak of light and slowly merged back into the original Qilin's phantom. A white gold sphere of light enveloped the area where the Qilin stood, then exploded with a thunderous roar. The shockwave sent the Kuei bull flying, and the half of the sky that had been purple-black was completely replaced by the sacred white gold light. A more towering and mystical Qilin emerged, its entire body shrouded in a faint, sacred white gold radiance so blinding it was impossible to look upon directly. A hint of divine essence flickered in its eyes. A single glance was enough to make the once arrogant Kuei ox prostrate itself in submission. The outcome was clear. Ying Tian smiled. Now that's a Qilin, the Lord of Beasts, subduing all with a single glance. Wonderful. Jiang Zhan trembled with excitement. The man who had navigated the business world for half his life now choked back tears. Jiang Ling rose first, hesitating to meet Ying Tian's gaze. Ying Tian knew full well that when Jiang Ling upgraded others' bloodlines, he also took a portion of their bloodline power for himself. Xiao Ling, thank you. Jiang Zhan hurried forward, grasping his hand, his eyes reddening. Ah, the heart of a parent is truly something, Jiang Ling thought to himself. It's fine. Now we just wait for Jiang Lei to fully adapt to the Qilin bloodline. He turned to look at Jiang Lei, but froze in place. Jiang Zhan, puzzled, also turned to look and his breath caught. Jiang Lei's appearance had undergone a dramatic transformation. His once flabby physique was shrinking, and his features had shifted from plump and rounded to sharp and defined. You've got to admit, kid, you're kinda handsome now, Jiang Ling murmured, witnessing the transformation. Xiao Lei takes after his mother, Jiang Zhan mused. If he looked like me, he'd probably be even more handsome. Jiang Ling. Ying Tian. After a long moment, Jiang Lei slowly opened his eyes. Before he could even begin to feel excited, Jiang Zhan swept him into a bear hug. Good son. I knew you could do it. After the father and son shared a heartfelt moment, Jiang Lei turned to Jiang Ling and said, Brother Jiang, the bloodline I've awakened is called the Sacred Qilin. It should also be a bloodline beyond the mythical tier. Jiang Ling nodded. The outcome was as he'd anticipated after all, the Qilin was a mythical bloodline. But the Kuei bull bloodline hasn't vanished, it's become my secondary bloodline. The skills it granted me haven't disappeared either. Is that okay? He voiced his concern. Having finally shed the Kuei ox and reclaimed his handsome features, he certainly didn't want to revert back someday. Jiang Ling was puzzled too, so he quietly asked the Xuanjie Kuei for him. After a long pause, he smiled and replied, You kid, this is truly a blessing in disguise. As the Lord of Beasts, the Qilin has directly subdued the Kuei bull. Not only will it never usurp your dominance again, but it will also grant you skills when you level up. You've essentially gained dual bloodlines, kid. Really? Jiang Lei pumped his fist excitedly, shouting, Awesome. No one will lift my Qing Yun ambition, I'll tread the snow to the mountain peak myself. Martial God Academy, your king has returned. Jiang Zhan beside him couldn't stand it anymore. He kicked Jiang Lei's butt and teased with a laugh, Really? No one's helping you? I worked my ass off to find you that bloodline. Jiang Ling worked his ass off to upgrade it for you. Ying Wuxing's here holding down the fort for you. And you're spouting motivational quotes like this? Hey, I just got carried away, Jiang Lei rubbed his butt awkwardly. I didn't mean it like that, but that's the only line in my head. Chapter 74, Advancement, Assassination. With Ying Tian around, Jiang Ling and the others couldn't possibly stay out all night. So, under Jiang Zhan's gaze, a mix of reluctance, relief, and joy, Ying Tian led the two back to the dormitory. Jiang Lei, you probably won't sleep a wink tonight, Jiang Ling teased. You bet. Jiang Lei gestured excitedly. First, I'll tell Grandpa, Grandma, and Mom. Then I'll brag to my old classmates. After that, I'll check online to see if there's any video of my awakening. You make it sound so amazing. I want to see my sacred Qilin divine might too. Bye, Brother Jiang. Good night. Jiang Lei hurriedly ducked into his room, bursting with excitement. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, shaking his head. Suddenly, he noticed Ying Tian standing nearby, looking as if he had something to say but held back. Teacher, is something on your mind? Jiang Ling hesitated before asking. Jiang Ling, how many times can you use that skill in a day? Ying Tian asked, his expression unchanged. There shouldn't be a limit. As long as time permits, I can use it as many times as needed, Jiang Ling replied after a moment's thought. Great. Ying Tian seemed excited. I just checked, it took nearly an hour to awaken Jiang Lei. It's 8:10 now, and the dorm curfew is in an hour and 50 minutes. We should make it. Jiang Ling understood and asked, Teacher, did you find the Xianlong bloodline? I started searching as soon as I heard Wang Ping broke through. Found it pretty quickly, surprisingly straightforward, Ying Tian said smugly. Jiang Ling reflected inwardly, one was the power of money, the other the power of influence. Finding a mythical tier bloodline only took a few short days. Then let's go, Jiang Ling said with a smile. He was more than willing to help awaken bloodlines, his own gains were no less substantial than theirs. I feel my presence might draw more attention. Let's head to a remote location. Ying Tian grabbed Jiang Ling and vanished from the spot. Teacher, really? Jiang Ling stared at the vast desert stretching before him, his lips twitching. There's no need to hide this far away. Ying Tian knew the procedure. He summoned the Xianlong bloodline and tossed a long sword, saying, the Xianlong bloodline is inside. I'm ready. Jiang Ling smiled and began the ritual. Everything was complete. Watching Ying Tian still in meditation, Jiang Ling began to assimilate the two bloodline powers he had obtained. He split each bloodline power in two and tossed the halves to the two dragons to chew. Soon, a familiar sensation surged through his entire body. That tingling sensation returned a rush of exhilaration that shot straight to the crown of his head. His level seemed to break through some kind of barrier, jumping directly from 23 to 26. Two new skills awakened, Ancestor of All Beasts, and Double Dragon Sword. The names alone sounded powerful. He'd find time to test them out. Power surged through his entire body. Jiang Ling felt terrifyingly strong right now. 3 bloodline powers transcending myth had just allowed him to level up 3 times. He sat there, staring at his hands, resigned. To go from level 20 to 30, I'd need to absorb 10 more. And that's assuming the breakthrough doesn't stall me, it's bound to get harder from here on out. The road ahead is long and arduous. Jiang Ling sighed deeply, sitting listlessly on the sandy ground, waiting for Ying Tian. Suddenly, Jiang Ling sensed an aura of extreme treachery and overwhelming power. Like a poison-tipped dagger, it sent a chill down his spine. Who's there? Jiang Ling sprang to his feet, his gaze darting warily around the area. Who was so reckless as to unleash such blatant killing intent right beside the martial god? But upon seeing Ying Tian's unresponsive state, Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. This was likely just a test to gauge whether his master could intervene now. Foreign forces or another realm? Countless possibilities flashed through Jiang Ling's mind. But no matter which one it was, he couldn't think of any way to break the deadlock. No wonder the teacher chose this place likely to guard against this group. Yet they were discovered anyway. Ying Tian was right, the commotion of his bloodline advancement was indeed immense. Dark clouds stretched for miles, obscuring the sun and moon. Even deep within the desert, it would inevitably draw attention. This group likely assumed he was about to break through and chose the critical moment of shattering the mirror to strike. Ha! It was worth using a divine pursuit talisman. Ying Tian is at the critical moment of his breakthrough and cannot fight back. We must swiftly complete our mission, behead him and retreat. In the sky, nearly 10 figures shed their concealment, revealing themselves simultaneously. Clad entirely in black, only their eyes were visible, the rest of their bodies tightly shrouded. Who are you? Jiang Ling demanded, attempting to buy time. Don't waste words with him. Villains die from talking too much. Finish this quickly. Move. The leader ignored him completely, issuing a direct order. Jiang Ling inwardly screamed. It's over, these are intelligent villains. He dared not slack off. Anyone daring to assassinate the martial god was at least a martial emperor or martial saint. His only hope was to stall long enough for his master to break through. Holding nothing back, he unleashed all his trump cards, Shaojin, Shaolan. The Grand Emperor's sword, the Imperial armor. 2 sub-adult dragons soared skyward. Jiang Ling, wielding the Grand Emperor's sword and clad in the Imperial armor, stood with the twin dragons coiling behind him, radiating the imposing presence of a young general. A mere level 20 martial artist? What a joke! Trying to stop a cart with a mantis arm, utterly delusional. Several figures snorted coldly, spreading out. Some targeted the Ancestral Dragon and Starry Sky Dragon, others charged at Jiang Ling, while the rest vanished, preparing for a surprise attack. Damn it, how am I supposed to fight this? Jiang Ling nearly broke down. The enemy was highly trained, even a single opponent would be tough enough to handle, let alone a group working with such seamless coordination. Was heaven truly conspiring against him? But retreat was impossible. The slightest hesitation would mean both Ing Tian and himself would perish here. He swung the Grand Emperor's sword, blocking an assassin's slashing blade before it reached Ing Tian. The moment blade met blade, the assassin's weapon shattered like paper, severed cleanly at the hilt. The hand gripping the blade was sliced off along with it. Ah! The assassin howled in agony, retreating rapidly. Jiang Ling stared at his sword in disbelief. The disparity was staggering. Watch out for his sword. Keep your distance, don't rush in again. The leader of the black-clad men barked orders once more. Use ranged attacks. His cold command echoed in Jiang Ling's ears like the toll of his own death knell. Nearly 10 martial saints and martial emperors unleashing skills at him? That would be a gruesome death. When it rains, it pours. Little Blue and Little Gold, mighty dragons, couldn't withstand the pack of wolves. With two thunderous crashes, they landed beside Jiang Ling, transforming into streaks of light that burrowed into his body. Boom! Several immensely powerful skills, each with its own distinct form, slammed toward him. Screw it, just endure it. Jiang Ling gripped the Grand Emperor's sword tightly, pushing his ancestral dragon bloodline to its absolute limit. Dragon might! He amplified himself once more, standing before Ing Tian, ready to endure this wave of attacks head-on. Ancestral Dragon Sunlight! He seemed to transform into a blazing sun, its dazzling radiance like tangible energy, steadily weakening the incoming assaults. Ancestor of all beasts! Once more, he imposed bloodline suppression upon these assassins, enhancing himself. Jiang Ling's state had reached an unprecedented height. Twin Dragon Swords! With a swing of the Supreme Emperor's sword, black and gold dragon-shaped sword chi shot forth, directly dispersing two attacks. With every skill unleashed, Jiang Ling's state reached its zenith, while the incoming attacks were weakened to their absolute minimum. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as several attacks still slammed into him, unleashing blinding light and tremendous force. Sand and stones flew, dust settled, revealing Jiang Ling kneeling on one knee, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet he was clearly still alive, sending a chill through every assassin present. He's not dead? How is that possible? This boy must not be left alive. Strike! At the command, a fresh wave of attacks descended. Jiang Ling staggered to his feet once more, but as soon as he stood, he collapsed back to the ground. Withstanding one attack was already his limit. What ing luck! He closed his eyes and muttered indistinctly. But the expected pain and death didn't come. Instead, he forced his eyes open and saw only a snow-white skirt swaying ahead, and the faint outline of straight, slender legs. Damn, that's white, no, damn, that's strong. Chapter 75, Don't Look at Indecent Acts. Suppressing the nausea rising in his throat, Jiang Ling struggled to lift his head. The moment he recognized the figure, his eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Sui Sui? Bai Sui Sui. No, she. Jiang Ling's mind was a tangled mess now, spinning dizzyingly, unable to think straight. How did she get here? How did she get here? This was the depths of the desert. Even he didn't know where he was. How had Bai Sui Sui found her way here? Even more mind-boggling was that Bai Sui Sui had actually blocked that wave of attacks from the martial emperors and martial saints. How could the gap be this vast? So when she'd suggested sparring and exchanging techniques earlier, wasn't that pure bullying? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind like fleeting images, but ultimately, they all dissolved into sheer relief. Turning to look at Jiang Ling, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, looking utterly disheveled, she felt her heart calm for countless years begin to pound violently once more. So close. So very close. So close to losing him again. How dare these people? Turning back, her icy face hardened with undisguised murderous intent, the air around her thick with a terrifyingly low pressure. Who is this woman? How can she be so powerful? Never mind. She's just a student from the demon realm. No matter how strong she is, she can't be that powerful. She must have used some sort of artifact to block our attacks just now. Exactly. Keep attacking. Finish this quickly. The leader of the black-clad figures continued in a cold tone. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart sank. The black-clad man had a point. She was just a student, perhaps she possessed some life-saving technique, but she'd already used it once. Yet their attacks weren't a one-time affair. Why was she still standing there like a fool? Was she trying to get herself killed? Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel anxious. Bai Sui Sui, get out of here. There's no need to follow them to your death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than another wave of overwhelming attacks descended. A scene that shocked everyone unfolded. With a wave of that figure's hand, a massive blue lotus emerged from the ground, enveloping all three within its petals. The attacks collided violently with the lotus petals, bursting into dazzling light beneath the night sky, beautiful yet deadly. Inside the lotus, Jiang Ling couldn't hear a single sound. Bai Suesu turned her head, her eyes slightly reddened, and forced a bitter smile. So you just love dying, huh? Making others wish they were dead? Do you think you're so great, so selfless? Her voice brimmed with conflict and struggle, tinged with a hint of accusation. Jiang Ling was utterly baffled, his face a mask of confusion. What do you mean love to die? Who would love to die? Isn't that just something you have no choice about? Bai Suisui didn't continue speaking. She turned her head away, her gaze fixed coldly on the group of people above. Damn it! This woman's no ordinary foe. Damn it, what kind of trick is this? We probably won't be able to take them out today. Ying Tian is about to break through too. No hesitation, retreat. The black-clad figures scattered in different directions as if they'd coordinated their escape. Run? Bai Suesu sneered coldly, extending a palm strike. Can't handle Jiang Ling? But you think you can take me on? A colossal palm materialized where the group had paused, towering skyward and vast beyond measure, slowly closing its grip. Boom! Explosive booms echoed as the giant fist closed. Every assassin who had fled met their end. All were obliterated in an instant. Ah! The vast desert echoed with the desperate, agonized screams of the assassins. After a long while, the world fell silent once more, broken only by the howling of the desert wind. Bai Suesu didn't look back. She now felt a twinge of regret and was frantically thinking. This time she'd acted impulsively, which inevitably aroused others' suspicions. Every individual served as a vessel for Blue Star's consciousness. Should they detect any anomalies, Blue Star's consciousness would respond accordingly. Then she wouldn't be able to stay in this body on Blue Star. She had to find a way to bluff her way through this. Are you okay? Jiang Ling asked with concern, seeing her standing there for ages without turning back. Bai Suesu remained silent. Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel worried. He slowly rose, leaning on his sword, and staggered over to her side. Tentatively, he patted her shoulder. Why are you so strong? Before Jiang Ling could finish his question, Bai Suisui used the momentum of his touch to propel herself forward. Jiang Ling didn't hesitate. He retracted the Grand Emperor's sword and grabbed her arm. But he himself was already unsteady on his feet, unable to steady the person in his grasp. Both of them tumbled toward Jiang Ling's side. Cough. The fall hurt Jiang Ling badly. Already beaten to a pulp, this fall felt like he'd seen his great-grandmother. Before he could even register the warmth of the body in his arms, an unnatural scent hit him. The smell of blood, a thick, heavy stench of blood. He forced his hand free and weakly lifted Bai Suesu's head from his chest. That single glance froze him in place, paralyzing him. Bai Suesu's blood flowed freely from the corner of her mouth. It had already soaked through his shirt completely. Ah! Bai Suisui, don't! What happened to you? Jiang Ling frantically tried to wipe the blood from her lips, but it was too late. Soon, his hands were also covered in crimson. Jiang Ling was nearly frantic. If she kept bleeding like this, she'd bleed herself dry. Amidst his panic, a powerful aura surged from Ying Tian nearby. After strange phenomena rippled across the sky, he rose with a loud laugh, stretching lazily. Finally broke through level 98. What a rush! His gaze swept around, landing on the two figures embracing in the distance. What the hell are you doing? Ying Tian hastily covered his eyes, turning away as he muttered under his breath, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Do not gaze upon what is improper, do not listen to what is improper. Holy Master, save me! Jiang Ling nearly choked on his own blood from Ying Tian's antics and shouted urgently. Only then did Ying Tian realize something was off. As a top-tier powerhouse, he could sense the lingering fluctuations of battle energy and the faint scent of blood in the air. As if something clicked into place, his eyes suddenly turned cold, and he rushed toward Jiang Ling. Only then did he see Jiang Ling covered in blood, and the woman clinging to him, coughing up blood incessantly. His heart skipped a beat. What just happened? He demanded. There's no time for explanations now, Master. Please save her first. Jiang Ling had no time for lengthy explanations. He urgently urged Ying Tian to treat Bai Suisui. Isn't this the prodigy from the demon realm? I heard even you couldn't defeat her. Ying Tian's face was filled with confusion, but his hands never stopped as he examined her. The more he examined her, the more grave his expression became. Teacher, how is he? Jiang Ling asked urgently. Her? Did she just use some forbidden technique? Jiang Ling briefly recounted the events. As he listened, Ying Tian's expression darkened. I'll investigate immediately, he murmured. Which faction dares to act so brazenly? Then, turning to Bai Suisui, he shook his head inside. She's pushed her strength far beyond her limits. Her meridians are shattered. It's likely. Chapter 76, The Divine Thief's Star-Snatching Hand. How could that be? Master, you're a martial god, you must have a way. Jiang Ling froze at the words, then pleaded urgently. She did this to save us. We have to save her. Ying Tian remained silent, slowly stabilizing Bai Suisui's condition with his spiritual energy. She had stopped coughing up blood. Sigh. With injuries this severe, there's no hope for recovery. Only a divine being could save her now. Ying Tian shook his head helplessly. Immortals. Immortals. That's it. Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. He has that cheat code, right? Just ask it. This person's meridians are severed beyond repair. Her condition is beyond medicine and has a unique constitution. There are no treatment methods available on Blue Star. What about the Mystic Realm? Is there a cure there? Jiang Ling pressed. Found in search results. The Beyond Grass within the Immortal Emperor's Palace of the Mystic Realm can cure this person. As long as there's a way, Jiang Ling felt a huge weight lift from his heart. Bai Suisui was in this state entirely because of him. He had to save her. But how do I get to the Mystic Realm? Bai Suisui has already left the sect. Jiang Ling murmured. Player may use previous reward, virtual identity to enter the Immortal Emperor's Palace. Virtual identity, reluctant to part, lingering in the Great Dream. Player obtains an alternate realm identity. Note. This identity is one time only. If detected by the world consciousness, you will immediately return to reality. He'd nearly forgotten this very thing existed. Who would have thought this unassuming item could prove so remarkably effective? Seeing the utterly weakened Bai Suisui, Jiang Ling decisively chose to use it immediately. Then he collapsed and fell asleep. Ying Tian watched Jiang Ling collapse suddenly. With no time to spare, he hurriedly scanned him. You little brat, you're asleep, Ying Tian murmured. You're completely exhausted. Sleep well. Turning his attention to Bai Suisui, he sighed and shook his head helplessly. Xian Realm, Immortal Emperor's Palace. Ever since Bai Suisui ascended to the upper realms 10,000 years ago, sweeping all before him and reaching the Supreme Realm, the Mystic Realm had been favored by the Great Tao. It blossomed into a world of flourishing fortune and thriving prosperity. Where the Fox clan once ruled, a sacred and awe-inspiring Immortal Emperor's Palace now stood, becoming the foremost lineage across the 9 heavens and 10 earths, including the Immortal Realm itself. The reason was simple, the Supreme One resided here permanently. Consequently, every creature, birds, beasts, insects, fish, plants, and spirits within its vicinity possessed extraordinary innate talent. How could I have been so foolish? Within the main hall of the Immortal Emperor's Palace, the peerless being reclining upon the sleeping couch slowly opened his eyes, his face etched with regret. The guards and attendants standing by his side hastily bowed their heads, not daring to look directly at him. The woman appeared ordinary at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, something extraordinary became evident. Great Tao principles coiled around her form. These powerful laws, coveted by countless beings, now lay tamed and docile about her. She had only intended to snap a few tendons as a token gesture, but she had overused her strength and was still unaccustomed to that body. But then again, a flicker of anticipation flickered in her eternally still eyes. How I long for my master to witness my demise, to let you taste that feeling too. Too bad I'll have to go back again, find another opportunity, and come up with a new excuse. An aura from another realm? For someone from another world to dare sneak into my Immortal Emperor's Palace, that takes some guts. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something amiss, raising an eyebrow. Lonely as snow, go play with this little mouse. With that, her figure vanished from where she stood. Player filtered roles eligible for obtaining Beyond Grass. 1. The Exalted One's Bedchamber Attendant, replaces the bedchambers fresh Beyond Grass daily. 2. Back Mountain Staff, gardeners tending the rear hills, but forbidden from entering the Beyond Grass fields. Players may sneak in, risking triggering the array. 3. The Star Thief, the world's only thief daring to defy that being, capable of infiltrating the Immortal Emperor's Palace to obtain Afterlife Grass. After selection, a temporary character will spawn. If detected, the character vanishes, but any obtained Beyond Grass remains in the game inventory. Jiang Ling, unusually, didn't curse the game. Truth be told, this time it was quite well thought out. What else was there to think about? Just pick 3. Jiang Ling answered without hesitation. He had no choice. He had asked how much Beyond Grass would be needed to repair Bai Suisu's body. The game had given him the answer, 3,000 stems. His first 2 identities had no chance of acquiring 3,000. Relying on him to steal a few while exchanging grass? He'd be stealing until the cows came home. Expecting a security guard to steal vegetables? Getting caught by the array would spell his doom. He had only one chance, no alternatives. If he got caught stealing, so be it. As long as he brought the grass back, that was all that mattered. Game, are you sure I'm a master thief? Jiang Ling confirmed once more. Rest assured, player. A product of the game, it must be top-notch. Alright, I choose Identity 3. Character creation in progress. Anchor point selection. Descending into the Mystic Realm. The world spun violently. Jiang Ling opened his eyes once more. Though night had fallen, it could not obscure the blazing radiance of the divine mountain before him. Player location, entrance to the back mountain of the Immortal Emperor's Palace. Gazing at the divine herbs before him, tears welled up at the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth. Can I take some more divine herbs? I can store them in my spatial pocket, Jiang Ling tentatively asked. If a player remains undetected at the end and withdraws on their own, they may be brought back. Alright. Jiang Ling was thrilled beyond belief. You said it yourself, no backing out now. These are all divine medicines, Xuanjie divine medicines, no less. Even diluted with water, they'd make Blue Star people bleed from their noses. Now he had to tread carefully. Jiang Ling rubbed his hands together, grinning wickedly as he approached the back mountain. His movements were elusive and unpredictable, effortlessly bypassing countless restrictions on the rear mountain as he drew ever closer to the deepest seated beyond grass. Even Bai Zizhuai, observing from the shadows, couldn't help but nod in admiration, his eyes brimming with interest. This rat was intriguing, he could even break through barriers of this caliber. She couldn't understand why, upon seeing this thief, she hadn't immediately struck to eliminate him, but instead watched him pick the lock. For an entity like her, every thought, feeling, and intuition could be a hint from the laws of the future or the world around her. Perhaps it was a karmic connection with him. Then I'll let you go today, Bai Zizhuai nodded slowly, smiling. He's stealing my beyond grass. As the figure delved deeper, Bai Zizhuai instantly grasped his intent and gasped aloud. If he'd stolen something else, she might have turned a blind eye today if she was in a good mood. But stealing the afterlife grass? No way. Only the afterlife grass could forge a vessel strong enough to bear her will. Therefore, she could not give the afterlife grass to anyone else. Hold on. Unseen, Bai Zizhuai appeared behind the figure and called out to stop him. The figure froze, slowly turning its head. Despite being wrapped head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes, Bai Zizhuai recognized him instantly. This thief was Jiang Ling. Chapter 77, Catching the Thief. Jiang Ling's body, that of a master thief, possessed formidable abilities, especially in perception. He immediately sensed someone behind him and quickly turned around. But he found himself face to face with a graceful figure that appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet the face behind that silhouette seemed obscured by some barrier, impossible to discern clearly. He could sense the woman before him freeze for a moment, likely startled by his presence. Scratching his head awkwardly, Jiang Ling whispered, fellow traveler? The woman remained silent, and his heart sank. Oh no, she can't be the gatekeeper. The thought made Jiang Ling tense up. If she dared call for help, he'd immediately cover her mouth and knock her out. In stark contrast to his tension, the figure chuckled softly and inquired, Young hero, do you know where you are? You're probably the first person in the entire world who dared to come here to steal. The Immortal Emperor's palace? Of course I know it. Jiang Ling forced his voice to sound firm, hoping to appear confident and intimidate this guard. You know it and still dared to come? Are you also one who has stepped into the Supreme Realm? This isn't my first time in the Mystic Realm. In this world, the Great Emperor is the ultimate ruler. Just because it's called the Immortal Emperor's Palace doesn't mean there's actually an Immortal Emperor inside, does it? Jiang Ling sneered dismissively. The name's thunderous, but in the upper realm, it's not even a feather. You're right. The figure's tone carried a hint of amusement. The current master of the Immortal Emperor's Palace isn't an Immortal Emperor. I knew it. But someone beyond the Immortal Emperor realm. The woman's voice was calm. Holy. Jiang Ling's face twisted in disbelief. Seriously? If you don't believe me, go ask. The woman's voice remained utterly unruffled. Then why the hell should I hide? If they catch me, they'll beat me to death, Jiang Ling muttered. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Gotta get out of here fast. Knock this woman out, steal the grass, and run. He couldn't afford to mess with someone at that level. Wait, no. Jiang Ling suddenly remembered something. Immortal Emperor, Xian Realm. He asked doubtfully, what's this Immortal Emperor's name? Is it Bai Zizhuai? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderclap split the previously serene sky. The atmosphere shifted abruptly, becoming terrifyingly ominous. Jiang Ling quickly covered his mouth, his face filled with apprehension. This commotion, it seems to be. Not even letting his name be spoken? How arrogant. What? Could it be you and that one are old acquaintances? Ha! You little brat, Jiang Ling said with an air of superiority, stroking his chin. I'm your boss's master. Now get out of my way. At this level, lying would invite retribution. If nothing unusual happened, it proved he was telling the truth. Jiang Ling looked at her smugly, saying triumphantly, now, you'd better leave quickly and pretend you saw nothing. Someday, I'll put in a good word for you with your master and give you a promotion. Don't ruin your own chances. My thanks, she replied with a soft chuckle. But why not tell him directly, senior? Why sneaker, take it here. Adults' affairs are beyond your understanding, Jiang Ling waved his hand dismissively. Your master and I have a bit of a misunderstanding. Meeting might cause a scene, so I'm avoiding him for now. Couldn't you just smooth things over, the figure asked, clearly puzzled. Hey, kid, mind your own business. Get out of here fast, or I might lose my temper and incinerate you in an instant. Jiang Ling threatened. Speechless. As if you know anything. Jiang Ling shot her a murderous glare. I'm taking it to save lives. If you delay my rescue efforts and you're unaware of my methods, go ask my disciple. As you wish, senior. The figure seemed to chuckle, leaving those words behind as it gradually faded away. No one remained to obstruct him, and even the restrictions vanished completely. Jiang Ling hastened his pace. He had to hurry. Who knows if that someone would report back to his junior apprentice? Running into him later would be too awkward. What if they did meet? What would he say? Was he supposed to declare, "I'm thrilled to be alive again"? He didn't care. He'd just deny everything flat out when the time came. Who knew? If Bai Jishui flew into a rage now, a single slap might send his soul scattering into oblivion. The thought sent a chill down Jiang Ling's spine, and he began weeding even faster. In the distance, Bai Jisui stood deep in thought. He's gathering this beyond grass to save Bai Suesu, right? Well, that saves me the trouble. But how did he even know about this? How could he possibly learn of it in such a small world? My identity hasn't been exposed. How could he know the otherworld grass exists in the mystic realm? What an extraordinary man. Why the rush? Are you that afraid to see me? If you don't want to see me, I'll make you see me. My old back. Jiang Ling had no idea how many he'd actually dug up, but it was definitely enough for thousands. He was exhausted. Jiang Ling scurried out furtively, unable to resist snatching a few more divine herbs along the way. Who dares to steal from the Immortal Emperor's palace? A cold voice rang out, sending chills down Jiang Ling's spine. The moment that voice echoed, space itself seemed to freeze. Golden light surged from the clouds, as if smashing down from the highest heavens, instantly making his legs buckle. Jiang Ling had seen quasi-emperors before, but compared to this one? No contest. Yet this voice, it sounded male? Jiang Ling looked up, utterly bewildered. The figure remained indistinct, radiating an overwhelming aura of authority like the blazing sun itself. But Jiang Ling could sense it wasn't Bai Zizhuai. He nearly scared himself to death, thinking his disciple had lost his mind and... You wretch! To stand before an emperor without bowing, and dare to gaze upon the celestial emperor, you deserve 10,000 deaths. Another thunderous shout erupted as several figures slowly materialized, forming a protective circle around the imposing presence. Ha! Can't even look? Jiang Ling muttered. How dare anyone attempt theft within the celestial emperor's palace, whose majesty reverberates across all realms? Fortunately, the restrictions on Medicine Mountain inexplicably vanished, allowing us to discover the breach in time and prevent the thief from succeeding. How does the Immortal Emperor intend to handle this? The group exchanged glances and began discussing the matter on the spot. In my opinion, we should make an example of him. First, execute him and banish his soul to the 9 hells. Then, locate his lineage and eradicate it. That's collective punishment. Jiang Ling couldn't hold back any longer and interjected. Your presence here constitutes a provocation against the Immortal Emperor's palace by the lineage you represent. The man replied with a cold snort. Golden Emperor, no need to waste words with this fool. Seize him at once so we may report to the White Emperor without delay, another urged. White Emperor? Is he his disciple? That title is quite fitting. Jiang Ling's thoughts began to race. Let them do as they please, kill or torture, it was all the same. At least he'd gathered enough grass. Move out. At the Golden Emperor's command, several figures swiftly closed in. Enough. I'll handle this myself. He managed to break through the restrictions. This man's strength is no simple matter. I'll subdue him. The Golden Emperor halted his companion's advance, raising his hand to unleash a supreme divine technique directly at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling spread his arms wide, ready to embrace the attack head-on. Yet as it neared him, the attack simply dissipated. A strange sensation stirred within him, and then he saw the group of beings above him who had just moments before radiated unmatched divine might, all bowing in unison. Hail the White Emperor! Chapter 78, You've mistaken me for someone else. Who just claimed they'd deal with him? A figure of peerless grace descended through the air, walking with deliberate slowness. Golden patterns on his forehead emitted a faint golden glow, and his already cold features now radiated an endless chill. Your Majesty, this villain stole divine medicine and defiled the Immortal Emperor's palace. He deserves this, replied the Golden Emperor. Bai Jisua chuckled upon hearing this, turning to look at Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling raised his head to meet her gaze, then quickly lowered his eyes. Those were eyes of unfathomable depth, devoid of the innocence and naivety of before. It felt as though a single glance could pierce through everything. Jiang Ling dared not lift his gaze, yet he could feel that piercing stare fixed upon him. Afraid to look at me, came a voice from above. The majesty of the White Emperor, I dare not look, Jiang Ling shouted, steeled with resolve. You dared to steal from the Immortal Emperor's palace, and now you're afraid? Everyone assumed Jiang Ling, seeing the White Emperor, knew death was imminent and was filled with fear, preparing to beg for mercy. And rightly so, the White Emperor's divine might was unmatched, striking terror into all under heaven. Is that so? A sneer curled at Bai Jishui's lips. You deceived me so easily back then without batting an eye, yet now you dare not even look at me? I don't believe it. Do you, master? The moment those words left his mouth, Jiang Ling felt as though 10,000 wild horses were galloping through his chest. His heart pounded violently, thumping so hard it felt like it might burst from his ribcage. Oh no, she's caught me. I asked out of curiosity. She's above the level of an immortal emperor. Can she really not just obliterate my soul and send me back? Jiang Ling felt an inexplicable panic. Player's true divine soul is not present here. Rest assured. That's good. That's good. Jiang Ling exhaled deeply. But upon hearing this, the group of powerful beings who had just been shouting in defiance suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. White Emperor, we were unaware. Please forgive us. Indeed, we truly did not know. White Emperor, please forgive us. The Golden Emperor's face was now twisted with fear. He knew certain things others did not, and thus understood even more clearly the significance of this master to the White Emperor. Back when the White Emperor first ascended to supreme power, he immediately journeyed against the river of time, searching across all heavens and realms to find this master whom no one from the upper realms had ever seen. After searching in vain, he had finally given up. Today, he'd merely intended to make a show of his accomplishments, to appear by her side and curry favor who knew he'd provoke this ancient powerhouse. Everything has its cause and effect. Was he destined to meet his end here today? Jiang Ling's confidence grew slightly upon realizing his invincible state. You've got the wrong person, he shouted again. He didn't look up, but sensed someone approaching. An intensely pleasant scent tickled his nostrils. Jiang Ling snapped his head up, only to find that figure already standing before him. Her eyes were deep and intense as she asked, "You swore your master would never deceive you. You really have mistaken me," Jiang Ling's voice faltered. Suddenly, he felt frozen in place, unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as Bai Jishui reached out, peeling away the disguise that had wrapped him tightly, leaving only his eyes exposed. "See? You look exactly the same, yet you still insist." Bai Jishui smiled. "After all this time, your master remains as charismatic as ever." Those eyes fixed on him, a faint curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. Jiang Ling suddenly understood a saying. Cao Cao never ascended the throne in his lifetime, perhaps because he could never forget Sun Yu's melancholy eyes. Staring into the eyes before him now, he found himself utterly speechless. He could only sigh and ask, "Do you hate me?" "Yes." Hearing this answer was entirely within Jiang Ling's expectations. Current identity detected and compromised. Initiating self-destruct protocol immediately. This is my final visit to this world. No matter what happens, I hope you stay well and find happiness. After saying all this, Jiang Ling's form slowly began to fade. He glanced at Bai Jishui, who stood before him with a slightly serene expression, and let out a wry smile. It seemed she had finally let go of her obsession. Good. May she find ever greater happiness. Bai Jishui slowly closed her eyes. After a long moment, she let out a soft laugh. What's with this? It's like we're saying goodbye forever, but we'll see each other again soon. You little rascal, you're crying in your sleep? Ying Tian sighed helplessly, then glanced down at his watch. The medical rescue he'd called for should be arriving soon. Though he was a martial god, Bai Sui Sui was someone he dared not touch. Best leave the professionals to handle professional matters. Jiang Ling, lying on the ground, suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. Already awake? Ying Tian asked. Teacher, is she okay? Jiang Ling hurried forward and asked. I've stabilized her condition for now, but it's still critical, Ying Tian replied, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness. His gaze toward Bai Sui Sui held an inexplicable meaning. How do I use this herb? Jiang Ling asked. Simply spread it directly over her body. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ling retrieved the bundle of grass from his spatial storage and spread it evenly over Bai Sui Sui's body. Ying Tian, it hasn't gotten that bad yet. You're burying her a bit early. He was just joking, for he could sense the intense, indescribable aura emanating from the bundle of grass Jiang Ling had brought out. It seemed imbued with a wondrous vitality, like the cycle of rebirth and renewal of force that drew life from death. Each blade of grass glowed with a faint green aura, its energy slowly seeping into Bai Sui Sui's body. Gradually, the rise and fall of her chest grew more pronounced. Ying Tian was prepared, but clearly not prepared enough. Jiang Ling's method actually worked. Once the mystical glow faded from all the grass blades, leaving them ordinary once more, Ying Tian hurriedly examined her. She's truly healed. He exclaimed in disbelief. Jiang Ling, what on earth is this? He asked, his voice filled with both surprise and delight. I suppose you could call it a kind of grass. Jiang Ling was genuinely pleased with the outcome, though he truly didn't understand this substance. At least the outcome was positive. Ying Tian didn't dwell on the subject further. Turning to Bai Sui Sui, he said, once she wakes up, we'll head back. His smile faded slightly as he continued, I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but don't you think all this is a bit too coincidental? Teacher, are you implying? This place lies deep within the western desert, tens of thousands of miles from the capital. Forget about her as a student. Anyone else besides the martial saint or martial god would need at least 3 days to reach here. Yet she appeared in time to save both of us and eliminate those assassins. As Ying Tian spoke, the atmosphere around him grew increasingly tense. By the end, a palpable aura of hostility emanated from him. But she couldn't have risked her own life for this scheme, could she? Jiang Ling also sensed something amiss, yet he defended her. That's precisely why I've held back. Had she merely been injured after my breakthrough, regardless of her reasons, I would have either killed her or sent her back to the demon realm. A surge of murderous intent swept over him with his words, causing beads of sweat to form on Jiang Ling's forehead. Only then did he realize that this seemingly kind and rigid old man, though long inactive, was no incompetent elder. A legendary frontline killing god, one of the great Xia Empire's most formidable beings. Every action and thought of his was driven by absolute rationality. He would tolerate no threat endangering the empire. "I'll ask her when she wakes up," Jiang Ling sighed, glancing at Bai Suisu before turning to Ying Tian and murmuring, "Master." Chapter 79, Interrogation. "Why are you all staring at me like that?" Bai Suisu awoke leisurely. Though her complexion remained slightly pale, she was clearly out of danger. Opening her eyes, she saw Ying Tian's grave expression and Jiang Ling's hesitant look. Ying Tian grew increasingly puzzled. Bai Suisui seemed utterly unsurprised to be alive. "Miss Bai Suisui," Ying Tian asked calmly, "do you recognize those assassins?" But Jiang Ling could sense that he had already silently released his martial god's aura. Though this pressure held no lethal force, it easily made those of lower cultivation levels tense, especially when lying, as it made it extremely easy to slip up. "No way. How could I possibly know them?" Bai Suisui replied with a carefree smile, appearing utterly unconcerned. Jiang Ling nodded. Bai Suisui seemed so calm and composed she should be fine. Ying Tian's expression grew even more solemn. To ignore his martial god's pressure and still act so carefree, this Bai Suisui was no ordinary being. "Bai Suisui, confess honestly. I might show mercy and let you return to the demon realm." Ying Tian suddenly blurted out. "Me? Confess honestly?" A crack appeared in Bai Suisui's smile as she asked back in confusion. "What else? Jiang Ling may not suspect you, but don't think you can pull the wool over my eyes," Ying Tian stated. "This place is tens of thousands of miles from the capital. How did you get here? And how did you happen to arrive at this critical moment?" Ying Tian's gaze sharpened as he pressed further. "How should I know? Do I have to explain that too?" Bai Suisui suddenly felt a bit shy, glancing at Jiang Ling and saying apologetically, "Just tell me. There are only 3 of us here. If I've wronged you, I'll apologize." Ying Tian watched her sudden change, puzzled. Jiang Ling, however, keenly detected the slyness in her eyes, and a bad feeling instantly rose in his heart. "God of War Ying," she said, glancing at Jiang Ling again with a coy expression, "I never intended to reveal this matter. After all, it wouldn't benefit anyone. In our demon realm, there's a secret technique called heart-to-heart resonance. Anyone who's had intimate contact with us, we can sense their danger the moment it arises. So when Jiang Ling was in peril, I knew immediately. I then used a forbidden technique to temporarily boost my power, which is how I saved you both." "Hold on, when exactly did you have intimate contact with Jiang Ling?" Ying Tian zeroed in on the crucial point. He shot Jiang Ling a warning glance. "This is serious business, don't cover for her." Jiang Ling froze at the accusation, murmuring, "Close contact? I don't recall. Does holding hands count?" "Of course not." Ying Tian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze turning scrutinizing as he looked at Bai Suisu. "It's normal you don't remember." "I wasn't planning to tell you anyway," Bai Suisui declared with righteous indignation. "That day at dinner, you got drunk after 2 bottles of beer. You hugged me and started kissing and nibbling all over. I pushed you away, and you got upset. You ended up crying with your head on the table. Ask Jiang Lei if you don't believe me." With a witness to back her up, Bai Suisui dared not lie. Hearing this, Ying Tian sighed inwardly at how reckless young people could be, but a heavy weight lifted from his heart as he exhaled deeply. "Suisui," Ying Tian's tone softened immediately as he spoke apologetically, "I was just doing my duty. I genuinely didn't understand, which is why I suspected you. I hope you can forgive me. And thank you for saving my life. I owe you an enormous debt." "It's fine, I understand," Bai Suisu shook her head. "In the demon realm, we interrogate outsiders like this all the time. Compared to that, War God Ying treated me quite kindly. He didn't bully me at all." Ying Tian glanced at her, then at Jiang Ling, whose face had flushed bright red and looked utterly bewildered. He was completely baffled. She'd risked everything to save Jiang Ling, was stunningly beautiful, reasonable, and well-mannered, so why hadn't Jiang Ling reacted yet? Why isn't he thanking her? Ying Tian pushed Jiang Ling forward, utterly speechless. Still reeling from the earlier words, Jiang Ling stumbled forward a few steps from the shove. He looked up at Bai Suisui and whispered, "Thank you. I'm so sorry about that incident. I don't know how to make it up to you." "You idiot!" Ying Tian nearly yelled from behind him. "Just offer yourself to her. That's too formal." Bai Suisu waved her hand grandly. "We've been through life and death situations together. Talking about this is just tacky. But if you want to offer yourself, I won't object." She blinked, her face brimming with expectation. Jiang Ling stared at that impossibly beautiful face, unsure how to respond. "You. Don't worry, I won't cling to you." Bai Suisui suddenly put on a forced, strong expression and stubbornly declared, "When you kissed me that day, you called out another woman's name. For that alone, I wouldn't be with you either." "Ha?" This time Jiang Ling was genuinely dumbfounded. He glanced at Bai Suesu, whose eyes were slightly reddened, then at Ying Tian, who was pretending to gaze into the distance but had actually perked up his ears to listen. He was at a loss for words. The name you called was Bai Jishui. Bai Suisui choked out, is she the one you like? Jiang Ling hesitated for a moment, unable to answer immediately. Enough, master. That hesitation is enough. Bai Jisoo suddenly smiled, her lips pressed together, her eyes sparkling. Jiang Ling was flustered by the inexplicable light in Bai Suesu's eyes and explained, that's just my. Oh dear, how should he explain it? Say she's his disciple? How long have you even been practicing yourself, and you're already taking on a student? That's like saying someone under the bed is just assembling furniture. Before Jiang Ling could finish, Bai Suesu pressed him, you wouldn't dare say she's your student, would you? Fine, even if you have no interest in her, dare you say she has no feelings for you? You're just using me as her substitute. Today, she was determined to ask about every single uncertainty she had and get answers from him. Jiang Ling was speechless once more. Of course he knew Bai Suisui had feelings for him. After all, it was written crystal clear in her traits, lecherous. See? I told you so. Bai Suesu looked genuinely hurt. She really was hurt. Jiang Ling knew everything yet still played dumb with her. Ah, young people, nothing's insurmountable. Ying Tian felt his apprentice was truly beyond reason, so he quickly stepped in to smooth things over. You two are still young. Take things slowly. Ying Tian felt like a neighborhood peacemaker, which was a novel experience. Bai Suisui changed the subject. She held out her palm and said, Warlord Ying, the assassin leader had this on him. Ying Tian looked over, his pupils contracting sharply. It was a small, square bronze plaque engraved with a large character, ninja. Damn it, those Japanese ninja bastards. Ying Tian cursed aloud. With the front line so tense, these guys are busy fighting amongst themselves. He turned to Bai Suisui. Good girl. This is crucial evidence. I'll settle accounts with them properly. Let's go. Oh, so you got it out of her. Bai Suisui's eyes showed no flicker of emotion, yet a cold, murderous intent flickered in their deepest depths. Anyone who dares come to kill her will be uprooted completely. Chapter 80, Investigation. Bai Suisui sounds like she's telling the truth, Zhang Lei remarked, sitting on the bedside and looking at Jiang Ling. When I got there, you were slumped over the table, gasping for air. Bai Suisui's face was still a bit flushed. I thought it was from drinking. Zhang Lei's face was full of curiosity as he rubbed his hands together. Brother Jiang, not bad. Things moved fast. Zhang Lei nudged him with his elbow. So what about the sister-in-law? No wife, Jiang Ling replied, his eyes closed, sounding a bit drowsy. There really isn't one. But I don't know how to tell you. Zhang Lei just thought Jiang Ling was being stubborn. He grinned and said, Brother Jiang, you've made up your mind, that's what matters. This isn't being fickle, it's giving every girl who loves you a home. Think about it, why did ancient times invent the phrase hero rescues beauty? A damsel in distress, gazing upon a radiant hero coming to her aid, how many wouldn't fall for him? Besides, Brother Jiang, you're so handsome. It's only natural. What kind of twisted logic is that? Jiang Ling shot Jiang Lei a sidelong glance. He was only slightly less handsome than Jiang Lei. He chuckled, Jiang Lei, I saved you. Are you going to fall for it? Ha? Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Jiang Lei scrambled to his feet, taking a few steps back. He crossed his arms over his chest. Brother Jiang, I treated you like a brother, and you actually wanted to sleep with me? Jiang Ling laughed in exasperation. Get lost. With your big mouth, you might not want you anymore. No way. I'm so. Jiang Lei finally caught on, covering his face. Oh my god, Brother Jiang, how did you know? You still know how to be embarrassed? Jiang Ling chuckled. Seeing Jiang Lei cover his face was truly a rare sight. Jiang Lei turned and bolted back into his room, refusing to come out. Jiang Ling smiled and closed his eyes. Today had truly exhausted him. Though he'd stayed awake several hours longer than the others, the moment his eyes closed, he fell into a deep, unbroken sleep. With the university competition just a month away, theoretical classes had significantly decreased. Most students chose to focus intensely on cultivation, striving to reach level 30 by month's end to qualify for the competition. Jiang Ling lay on his bed and opened his phone as usual. Over the past half-month, Jiang Lei and Muyu had grown increasingly close. As an old father, he'd come to a conclusion. Jiang Lei was probably about to fall in love. He himself had been quite busy lately. As a disciplined man, he opened the game punctually every morning and evening to cheat or assist his beloved disciple. With his help, Yun Shu had steadily ascended to Emperor tier beast tamer, and her company, Teacher's Greatest Beast, had grown considerably. Yet Yun Shu's bond value with him was only 50. That was just fine by him, as it meant he wouldn't have to trigger any of those nauseating 3 value quests like he did with Bai Jishui. Plus, he could keep milking her for all she was worth. Now, Xiao Jin and Xiao Lan were also nearing their adult forms. He'd tested it when they teamed up, they could take down at least one martial emperor. That afternoon, he trained with Bai Suisui, practicing martial arts techniques and such. He'd also figured out the level of the skill he'd inherited through his bloodline. His coordination with Bai Sui Sui grew increasingly seamless. Yet so far, his level remained the lowest among the four. Muyu, needless to say, had reached level 29, just a step away from level 30. Jiang Ling had also reached level 27. Only he remained stuck at level 26. Although he had helped his parents advance their bloodlines, the bonuses from advancing a legendary bloodline to mythical were far inferior to those of a mythical bloodline itself. He hadn't achieved a breakthrough. Although Jiang Ling had also searched for bloodlines for his grandfather and maternal grandfather, they still hadn't found theirs. Jiang Ling could only wait, finally understanding the agonizing difficulty of cultivating the Ancestral Dragon bloodline. But his strength was undeniable, at least in one-on-one combat. No one could defeat him except for Bai Sui Su. Still gotta cheat, huh? This morning, Jiang Lei went out on a date and worked out, while Jiang Ling just played on his phone in the dorm. How is that not a form of self-discipline? Jiang Ling tapped into the game, watching Yun Shu, who had grown increasingly mature, and shook his head helplessly. Feeling his gaze, Yun Shu and Bai Jishui reacted completely differently. She remained focused on her desk, processing documents without even lifting her head. Yun Shu had already graduated, and the company was thriving. Over the years, Jiang Ling had frequently offered assistance and strategic advice. It could be said that the company's current success owed much to his contributions. Yet Yun Shu grew increasingly distant from him, to the point where she wouldn't even discuss many of the company's problems with him, leaving them unresolved. Only when the game triggered a quest and Jiang Ling asked would she finally speak up. Jiang Ling found this utterly baffling. What was going on with her? Why did it feel like she was deliberately pushing him away? Jiang Ling felt a surge of irritation. While his kindness toward her wasn't entirely selfless, everything he'd done for her was genuine. Why was she treating him like this? Damn game, explain this to me. Jiang Ling was displeased and cursed at the game. Please calm down, player. Bond value can be understood as the following content is premium. Would you like to unlock it by spending 258 yuan? Jiang Ling, trying to rip me off at a time like this? How am I supposed to calm down? He topped up. He genuinely wanted to know what was wrong. Yun Shu's actions were driving him crazy without an explanation. How is this any different from getting the cold shoulder? Bond value can be understood as the extent to which your apprentice desires connection with you. Overall, your apprentice's current state is rather unusual. She is intensely seeking to distance herself from you, even to break free. The bond value not only fails to increase but shows a decreasing trend. What the hell does this mean? Jiang Ling was so furious he laughed. He'd been generous, offering her this and that, yet she. Jiang Ling couldn't understand or respect this. But once he calmed down, he still had to figure something out. If the bond value kept dropping, he wouldn't get his refund, and this apprentice wouldn't graduate. That would render his investment worthless. Where exactly was the problem? He couldn't figure it out. Maybe he wasn't a good teacher. This approach worked with Bai Zizhuai, but here it kept hitting a wall. Detected player in distress. Special investigation quest activated, resolve apprentice's issues to receive special rewards based on completion rate. Jiang Ling accepted without hesitation. Getting his items back and solving the mystery? No reason not to. Player will enter the beast-taming realm as a mortal to conduct independent investigation. No mandatory requirements. Note, players may end the mission at any time. Players may purchase items from the shop. Players may trigger quests. Player death results in mission failure and automatic termination. You must really enjoy watching me get beaten to death as a mortal, Jiang Ling murmured with a faint smile as he stared at the game. Back in the Divine Tomb secret realm, he'd nearly been tortured to death by demonic energy. That feeling was something he never wanted to experience again in his lifetime. Reading the final note, he understood he was likely to die inside. But it wasn't certain he could still buy a god-tier experience card. One step at a time. Begin mission. Anchor point selection in progress. Conduit construction in progress. Successfully entered Beastmaster Realm. Coordinates, Teacher's Premier Beastmaster Escort Agency. Wishing you a successful mission. Chapter 81, Just Call Me Teacher. Coming to his senses, Jiang Ling found himself before a high-end office building. People bustled in and out of the entrance, guarded by several beast tamers who looked anything but weak. The main entrance was exceptionally tall and wide, with several large beasts frequently coming and going. Jiang Ling attempted to blend into the crowd and slip inside, but the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he caught the attention of the security guard. Sir, we're currently recruiting new escorts today and are temporarily closed to the public. Do you have an appointment? The security guard, at least courteous, stopped Jiang Ling and inquired. Being stopped at the door like this, the chairman couldn't help but feel a sense of being like Zhou Yafu's elite guards at the Shilio Pass. Jiang Ling chuckled wryly. Tell your boss that someone named Jiang Ling wants to see her. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The guard nodded and immediately went into the security booth to make a call for confirmation. Within minutes of his call, a woman hurried out of the building, followed by several people panting heavily. Jiang Ling spotted Yun Shu immediately. She had completely shed her student's naivety and now carried an air of depth. Teacher! Yunshu jogged over, visibly excited. Those nearby held their breath at the sound of her name. What did Yunshu just call him? Teacher? That one. Many had heard of the formidable reputation of this teacher, Yunshu. Years ago, when the 5 dragons of Jiangda University ascended together, they directly bestowed 3 divine beasts upon Yunshu. Over the years, though Yunshu proved her extraordinary capabilities through time, some still claimed that the escort company's growth to such scale was entirely due to that single word spoken by the deity back then. Later, when the company faced multiple crises, it was miraculously saved each time. People speculated that this mysterious figure might be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. Even now, with Yunshu having propelled the company into China's top 10, people still looked up to that mysterious figure with greater reverence. Today, meeting him so unexpectedly left everyone feeling utterly unprepared, like they hadn't even chosen the color of their underwear. Teacher, even though you've never visited the company, your reputation here is immense, Yunshu said, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh at the flustered, anxious expressions. They're more excited to see you than they are to see me, the CEO, Yunshu said with a smile, though Jiang Ling sensed her enthusiasm had waned from earlier. Nonsense. They only treat me this way because of your influence, President Yun, Jiang Ling chuckled. Yunshu smiled but didn't respond. A message popped up on her phone. Yunshu glanced at it, then looked around at the others. Everyone, our recruitment is still ongoing. We'll go in with Director Jiang. You can take your time looking around, okay? Jiang Ling was taken aback by Yunshu's choice of words and turned to look at her. But to the onlookers, this glance took on a different meaning. They lingered hesitantly, refusing to step inside. Yunshu looked at him and smiled. Teacher, you speak up. They won't dare move until you say so. Jiang Ling sensed that Yunshu's smile didn't reach her eyes. Oh no, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Yunshu was worried he'd take over her company? This scene felt oddly familiar. It felt eerily like the Emperor ordering them to lay down their arms. But he had no choice. Steeling himself, he said, company matters will follow Yunshu's arrangements. Let's go. At her words, the others immediately led the way into the building. Walking beside Jiang Ling, Yunshu explained. Chairman Jiang, our company's operations are currently divided into 4 divisions: escort services, transportation, weapons development, and pharmaceutical production. We hold significant market shares in each of these sectors. Especially in escort services, you're currently in our company's escort headquarters, which ranks among the top 10 nationwide. Besides you, our divine tier powerhouse, we also have 10 saint tier beast tamers. Escort services remain our core pillar, and I personally oversee annual recruitment. Jiang Ling was well aware of this. Back then, it was his strategic advice that secured these 10 divine tier beast masters. However, Jiang Ling found Yunshu's shifting attitude somewhat peculiar. When he first appeared, the joy and excitement in Yunshu's eyes were undeniable. Yet her mood had steadily declined since then, and now she even addressed him as Chairman Jiang. Jiang Ling looked at her and said, Yunshu, just call me teacher. Yes, teacher. Jiang Ling's sudden remark made Yunshu instinctively correct herself. Jiang Ling wasn't one to shy away from directness. Noticing Yunshu's unease, he asked bluntly. Yunshu, since I've handed this company over to you, I won't interfere. You can rest assured. Back then, you were too guarded, so I put the company under my name and transferred it to you under the pretense of making money for myself. Then what is your true purpose, teacher? Yunshu asked, still smiling as she looked at him. I, Jiang Ling, was at a loss for words, speaking with some hesitation. You don't need to concern yourself with that. I'll get what I want anyway. Yunshu said nothing, simply walking beside him as they moved forward. The people ahead had no idea what was happening, only sensing that the atmosphere around the 2 figures behind them felt off. If it bothers you. Jiang Ling began, but Yunshu cut him off. What are you saying, teacher? She laughed, her expression radiating sincerity. How could I possibly care about such things? Don't overthink it. Jiang Ling sighed, clearly still unsure of the root cause. But he was certain this was part of it. He didn't dwell on it further and followed Yunshu straight into the inner hall. A nameplate and seat had been thoughtfully added for him right at the center of the podium. As soon as everyone saw them return, they immediately stood and applauded in greeting. Jiang Ling watched the scene unfold, glancing sideways at Yunshu. She maintained her composed smile, joining in the applause. After all the formalities, Jiang Ling finally had a moment to relax, sitting there watching Yunshu and the others recruit escorts. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Yunshu turned to look at him and explained, Teacher, our process is to first evaluate the quality of their beast riding skills, then their level. Companies with high-quality skills are hired directly and trained. Those with high levels but below Emperor tier must pass a combat strength test. Jiang Ling nodded. This method was sound, which was why the company's tiered structure was so well developed now. Don't mind me. I'm just observing. Everything follows your instructions, Jiang Ling stated. Yes, sir, Yunshu replied with a smile. Several seats away from Jiang Ling, the person responsible for announcing the materials glanced at the documents in his hand, frowned, and muttered, "Is there even a need to select this one?" Several people nearby glanced over. The person whispered, "She's barely an adult, with just one spirit-grade beast. She's got nothing to offer. If there's any real highlight, it's probably her well-written personal profile. I could tell just from reading it that her family background is pretty tragic." Hearing this, those nearby passed the materials around. After reading them, they all shook their heads in agreement. After reviewing the materials, Yunshu calmly stated, "Let her try." Jiang Ling, uninterested in the proceedings, was about to return to goofing off when a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. As chairman of the Escort Corporation, the player must possess discerning judgment. Would you like to spend 648 to unlock the Beastmaster Realm QA module? Go ahead. He was just an ordinary person now. Without some extra help, he really had nothing to offer. Any standout features in that dossier? Jiang Ling didn't have specific questions, just asked casually. This individual's beast possesses a unique ability. It can replicate itself into other beasts. Its current spirit tier manifestation stems solely from exposure to spirit tier beasts. Chapter 82, The Teacher's Eye has always been sharp. Is it really that powerful? Are there no restrictions on replicating other beasts? Jiang Ling pressed further. Yes. The duration of a replicated beast depends on the master's strength. That restriction is practically non-existent. If it's not backlash type and just tied to strength, it doesn't count as a real limitation. They could just train her, right? By the time Jiang Ling finished asking, the person was already preparing to leave. It was a girl, dressed plainly, yet she seemed remarkably optimistic. Even after being turned down, she still smiled. Jiang Ling was inexplicably reminded of someone. Yunshu, who had haggled with the shopkeeper earlier. Wait. He didn't have time to think further. If he didn't speak up now, she'd be gone. Everyone turned to look at him with puzzled expressions, and Yunshu also looked at him in confusion. Come back. Jiang Ling beckoned her. The girl returned, and Jiang Ling instructed her to summon her beast. It was a tiny canine-like creature that looked completely incapable of combat. The others remained baffled, their eyes fixed on Jiang Ling. Could this dog have some special significance? Among those we've admitted before, is there anyone with a low rank but a high-grade beast? Jiang Ling asked out of the blue. Yes, someone immediately replied. There was a spirit-grade beast master, but his beast was of sacred-grade quality. With that, a staff member led a young boy onto the stage. Jiang Ling's actions left everyone utterly baffled, deepening their confusion about his intentions. Yunshu also frowned in confusion. Can you release your beast? Jiang Ling asked the youth. Yes. He nodded, and suddenly, an eagle covered in frost appeared, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Jiang Ling looked at the girl on stage and said, "Use your beast to touch his." The girl nodded. The moment the two beast summons touched, hers gradually transformed into an eagle form. Soon, two identical giant ice blue eagles hovered together in the air. The crowd watched the scene unfold, stunned into silence. Some were already swallowing hard. What kind of beast is this? Could it replicate even a divine beast? It can. Jiang Ling heard the murmurs around him and replied with a smile. The duration depends on her strength. With proper cultivation, its potential is limitless. The girl was hired, and she signed a cultivation agreement. After this incident, the crowd on the field was utterly awed by Jiang Ling, murmuring among themselves. Truly worthy of the title Jiang God, her moves are extraordinary. Yeah, missing out on such a prodigy would be a huge loss for us. If the Jiang God had stayed with us, our company would have been China's top long ago. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Jiang Ling remarked, "Our company isn't the top escort firm yet. We must cultivate our own unique strengths. Investing heavily to achieve our goals. As long as we show others our determination, our future will undoubtedly grow ever larger." Yunshu chuckled softly and agreed, "We must unlock everyone's potential. We can't just focus on superficial things. I was once an ordinary person, even lacking a beast companion. With my teacher's guidance, I achieved what I have today. That's why we must possess this vision and boldness." The crowd applauded at her words. "My eye for talent is pretty sharp," Jiang Ling whispered to Yunshu, turning his head. "Teachers always had a good eye. Look, he's found another genius. With proper cultivation, this one might even surpass me someday." Yunshu smiled faintly. "Come on, my dear student, are you jealous?" Jiang Ling detected the undertone in her voice and chuckled. "No, you're joking, teacher." Yunshu's tone remained cool. "You feel like a stranger to me now," Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. "You don't even take a joke. You're so calm these days, not at all like the lively teenager you should be." "Teacher, people have to grow up eventually," Yunshu replied. "True," Jiang Ling nodded. "How's your grandmother?" "Grandma's been on missions these past few years. We haven't kept in touch much," Yunshu said indifferently. "And I haven't seen you make any friends. How lonely must that be?" Jiang Ling sighed. "Yes, teacher." Yunshu looked at her, pausing before adding, "All these years, you've been the only one by my side. And you're always so mysterious." Her tone sounded hurt, yet something felt off. My fault, Jiang Ling conceded helplessly. He tried logging in more often, but the time difference meant he could only appear randomly here. But it was indeed his fault. He sighed helplessly, it's my fault. Teacher, I apologize. With the recruitment over, Jiang Ling was now left with nothing. He could only turn to Yun Shu, asking to borrow money and a place to stay. Well, I don't need much money, and the place doesn't have to be fancy. I just need it temporarily, Jiang Ling said, a bit embarrassed. Yun Shu nodded, acting swiftly. A card, phone, and apartment were all arranged in no time. Jiang Ling was thoroughly satisfied. Since Yun Shu still had work to attend to, he decided to head back first to settle in. After offering his thanks, he got into his car and followed the navigation back to his residence. Watching his figure gradually disappear, Yun Shu closed the office door. The entire world seemed to fall silent. A golden, shapeless aura slowly materialized behind her, swirling around her form. See? I told you so. With him around, you become the dispensable one. Everyone will only look at him, never sparing you a glance. The voice was sinister, laden with endless negativity, pulling one toward the abyss. Everything you have comes from him. In his eyes, it can all be taken back at any moment. You can be kicked aside just as easily. You can't achieve anything. You won't earn his or anyone else's approval. You're merely his tool. Yun Shu kept her eyes closed, silent for a long while, but her trembling fingers betrayed the turmoil within. After a long pause, she spoke slowly. You're already a dead woman. Why bother talking so much? Does his approval of me have anything to do with you? Jia, still putting up a front? That voice sneered, its tone laced with provocation. Fine. Today you've seen it too. He can effortlessly elevate a peerless prodigy. When he finds someone with greater potential than you. Ha! Maybe even this company of yours will become someone else's dowry. Shut up! Yun Shu snapped, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The deepest fear in her heart. All these years since graduation, she'd witnessed countless brutal realities. Anything without value gets kicked aside. That's why she'd fought so hard to prove herself. Yet even with the company growing to this scale, people still believed it was all Jiang Ling's doing. Everyone thought that way. Could he be thinking the same? He was a god-tier beast tamer. Was there anything he couldn't accomplish? What kind of student couldn't he cultivate? Wouldn't abandoning her be just as effortless? Ha, right. That's exactly how it is. Take over the company, distance yourself from that man, break free from his control, prove yourself. Grow stronger, become stronger than him. Only then will he truly value you, not treat you with aloof indifference. Don't let him control you, you control him. Chapter 83, The Sole Casualty, a God-tier powerhouse. Jiang Ling felt he'd never done so much work in his entire life. The very next day after his arrival, Yun Shu began funneling various company matters his way, even setting up a new office for him right next to hers on the top floor. I didn't come here to work. Jiang Ling struggled to edit a document using the Beast Realm question module he'd purchased with Cryptus, then collapsed exhausted onto his desk. Knock. A few soft knocks sounded at the door, followed by a voice. Chairman Jiang, President Yun requests your presence for a meeting. Ah! Jiang Ling screamed inwardly, feeling utterly helpless and frantic. After composing himself, he adjusted his attire and stepped out of the office, feigning a calm and collected demeanor. No one knew he was now immortal. Everyone assumed his seemingly ordinary appearance stemmed from having mastered the Tao to its simplest form, reaching a state of transcendence. No one had noticed, and Jiang Ling had no intention of revealing it. It would surely have a negative impact on the company. Jiang Ling approached the conference room door, where two groups had already taken their seats on opposite sides of the table. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Ling had been catching up on the company's affairs. Seeing the emblem on the suits of the people across the table, a small silver shield, he understood immediately. The rival company, Shield Escort. In last year's rankings, they had been edged out of the top 10 by Teacher Max by a narrow margin. They'd been loudly proclaiming all along that the top-ranked company was all style and no substance, utterly incapable of countering terrorist attacks. And now they were here, knocking on his door to discuss a partnership. Jiang Ling didn't need to guess this was clearly aimed at him. They'd summoned him over likely to reassure the other side to serve as a good luck charm. The projection screen still flickered with details of the partnership when suddenly, an alarm blared throughout the conference room. A piercing blast pierced the clouds, and a cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the entire building. Enemy attack! Take cover! Enemy attack! Take cover! Yun Shu summoned the azure dragon ring around her body and glanced out the window. 3 massive missiles, trailing fiery plumes, were hurtling straight toward their building. Activate level A defense, she commanded calmly amidst the shrill alarm. The entire building was instantly enveloped in a silver energy shield. Everyone methodically summoned their own beasts to cushion the impact of the attack. The low growls of the beasts and the surging energy fluctuations echoed in rapid succession. Jiang Ling, however, froze in place. Oh crap, he was screwed. He didn't have a beast companion. With the missile hurtling toward them, there was no time to buy a card. Watching Yun Shu dash out of the conference room to take command, a wave of helplessness washed over him. This is just unfair. I've only been working here for a few days, haven't figured anything out yet, and now I'm just going to get blown to bits? One by one, the people in the conference room rushed out. Seeing him standing there, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. A god-tier powerhouse really is different facing an enemy attack with such composure. 3 missiles struck the outer gray energy shield, exploding with deafening booms. The massive flames and bomb fragments were completely blocked outside, not entering the building at all. Only the explosive shockwave reverberated outward, shattering the ceiling lights. Jiang Ling instinctively dove behind the conference table, shards of glass slicing across his cheek. The immense blast wave left him utterly drained of strength to dodge, sending him crashing to the floor in a daze. He felt nothing from the wound on his face. His eyes rolled back and he passed out. What's the situation? Yun Shu asked, her face cold. Reporting to President Jun, under our protective shield, the building sustained minimal damage overall. The internal shockwave remained within safe limits for beast tamers. Preliminary suspicion points to hostile corporate action. Mr. Yun, could it be SHIELD? I knew those bastards weren't up to any good. I'll go confront them. It really was them. Have Jiangshan take care of them. SHIELD Corporation's representative was nearly in tears. His face, already pale from the attack, flushed crimson with panic. It wasn't us, the representative protested, frantically waving his hands. Not them, Yun Shu said coldly. It must be another company stirring up trouble to turn us against each other. She spoke as she walked toward the conference room. No one is to follow me. I need to discuss how to handle this with Chairman Jiang. Yun Shu was puzzled. Why is the teacher staying in the conference room? Could there be clues inside? Or had he already left to track down the source of the attack? She shook her head, refusing to dwell on it. Stepping into the conference room, she was met by a pungent, blood-like stench. Upon recognizing the figure on the floor, Yun Shu's eyes widened in shock. Her voice trembling, she rushed forward. Jiang Ling. Yun Shu's voice carried with such force that it jolted Jiang Ling awake. Opening his eyes, he found himself half kneeling before the conference table, his entire body numb. He tried to raise his hand to signal he was fine, but suddenly staggered, grabbing the edge of the table. A burning sensation seared his lower back as warm liquid trickled down the lining of his suit. As the all-clear alarm sounded, relaxed chatter filled the hallway outside the meeting room. This batch of terrorists is really weak, they couldn't even breach our Class A shield. Our company's shields are formidable. That shockwave wouldn't even scratch most beast tamers. Your company's equipment is truly advanced. We hope to establish a solid partnership. We're planning to purchase a batch ourselves. We'll see. Let's have Chairman Jiang and General Manager Yin discuss how to handle this matter. Jiang Ling's hand trembled on the table until Yun Shu approached, causing her pupils to suddenly contract sharply. A shallow gash, cut by shards, ran across Jiang Ling's face, bleeding steadily. Teacher! What happened to you? Before losing consciousness, Jiang Ling saw Yun Shu tear open his shirt, revealing the gruesome wound on his back. This was utterly humiliating. Jiang Ling could already picture Yun Shu and the others' shock. A god-tier powerhouse, killed by a single terrorist attack. This can't be real. With a final mocking thought directed at himself, Jiang Ling's consciousness plunged completely into darkness. The harsh white lights of the ICU stung Jiang Ling's eyes shut. It took him a while to adjust before he slowly opened them. Holy? I'm not dead? Jiang Ling stared wide-eyed in disbelief, lifting his hand to examine it, confirming he was indeed still alive. But the moment he moved his arm, pain shot through his entire body. He sucked in a sharp breath and settled back down. Turning his head to survey his surroundings, he spotted a familiar figure seated in the distance. Leaning against the sofa, her slender fingers unconsciously traced the glass cup's surface. Condensation gathered into tiny droplets at her fingertips, then slowly slid down her long knuckles. The light traced the soft curve of her jawline, a perfectly measured smile playing at the corners of her lips, gentle yet restrained. Awake? Her voice was calm as she approached the bedside and leaned down to ask. A strand of hair brushed against Jiang Ling's hand, its faint fragrance mingling with the scent of disinfectant, making him involuntarily clear his throat. She reached out to smooth his furrowed brow, her fingertips cool and trembling slightly. Her touch traced the wound on his face down to his Adam's apple, and she gave a soft, enigmatic chuckle. Jiang Ling was startled by her unusually bold gesture. Yet the words Yun Shu spoke next left his mind blank. The doctor said he was recovering well. And, teacher, you're an ordinary person. Why didn't you tell me? Ha? Chapter 84, The Retired Emperor Under House Arrest. Noticing Jiang Ling about to speak, she gently pressed her fingertip against his lips. I'll tell you everything later. Don't rush. The crisp chirping of birds drifted in from outside the window. Yun Shu turned and drew back the curtains, flooding the entire hospital room with morning light. Her profile was bathed in golden light, her silky long hair cascading to her waist, tracing elegant curves. Yun Shu turned back, her eyes and brows radiating an unmistakable tenderness and relaxation. Would you like something to eat? I made it myself. Her tone was calm and natural, yet her eyes betrayed a relief and joy like a fish gasping for air suddenly returning to water. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, met her expectant gaze, and nodded. She gently helped Jiang Ling to his feet, turned to leave, and soon returned carrying a white porcelain earthenware pot. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the steaming aroma as Yunshu gently stirred the black chicken soup inside with a spoon. A layer of fine oil glistened on the surface of the light brown broth, while goji berries and red dates added visual appeal. Jiang Ling lay motionless, his gaze following her. Her hair was loosely pulled back, a few stray strands casually falling beside her ears, lending her a softer air than usual. Blow on it. She scooped a spoonful of soup, waving it near her lips to test the temperature. Her gaze was focused, the shadow cast by her lashes trembling slightly with each movement. As Jiang Ling opened his mouth, their eyes met suddenly. She smiled softly. You're an ordinary person. That's good. Before he could finish speaking, the spoon was already steady against his lips. The warm broth carried a faint herbal aroma truly delicious. Fresh and sweet without being greasy, it whetted his appetite. Spoon by spoon, he finished every last drop from the small bowl. The afternoon sun was warm and gentle. Yunshu tidied up, then sat to one side, quietly watching him. What are you thinking? She asked softly, her gaze fixed on him. Teacher, are you wondering if those people will lose all respect for you when they see the martial god they admire looking so helpless? Before he could answer, she slid the laptop toward him. This is the company's internal chat group. You can take a look. Jiang Ling accepted it, and the chat logs flashed before his eyes, one by one. How could the god of Jiang be so badly injured? Could it be that the enemy developed a new weapon specifically targeting high-level powerhouses? But the saint-level warriors are unharmed. I have a terrifying suspicion. Me too, bro, watch your words. After that, the group fell into an eerie silence. Jiang Ling gave a wry smile and handed over his computer. His cover was completely blown. By now, everyone present probably knew he was just an ordinary person. The only question was whether the news had spread and if it would affect her. In the silence, her breathing was audible. Jiang Ling met her calm gaze, his throat tightening. Has it caused any trouble for you? Got you into any trouble? No, she interrupted, lowering her gaze to smooth the corner of his shirt. I know what you're thinking. The news didn't spread. S.H.I.E.L.D. arranged a security system that same day. Yunshu's voice remained level. Given your current condition, it's not suitable for you to continue working at the escort company. So, from now on, you should focus on recuperating. Great. Jiang Ling closed his eyes. This was a direct power grab. Just 2 days ago she claimed it wasn't necessary, and now she's not even pretending. Fine. He didn't need these things anyway. If she wanted them, she could have them. Half a month later. Jiang Ling watched the figure handling work across from him and sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. Yunshu, I'm healed. I need to go out. Jiang Ling said weakly. No way, Yunshu replied without looking up. You're just an ordinary person, it's too dangerous. Besides, your injuries aren't fully healed yet. The doctor said you need rest. Jiang Ling touched the scar on his face, now just a faint line. That's nonsense, Jiang Ling retorted. How many ordinary people without beast-riding abilities live perfectly fine lives all over the world? My once promising disciple, now involved in illegal confinement? Jiang Ling felt utterly like a failure as a teacher. You think I'm really an ordinary person? Jiang Ling retorted, throwing caution to the wind. Oh? So you've got a hidden card up your sleeve? Come on, show me what you've got. Yunshu set down her laptop and watched him with leisurely curiosity. What exactly are you trying to do? Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. Can't your teacher tell? A hint of amusement flashed in Yunshu's eyes. I won't interfere with company matters. Jiang Ling felt like he'd repeated this line until it was worn out. You can have it. Do you really think you're in any state to meddle? Yunshu countered. Then what exactly are you after? Jiang Ling felt utterly flustered. He couldn't help but think of Emperor Xuanzong after the Ensure rebellion. There were people in this world whose minds were meticulously calculated to the extreme. Just giving her what she wants isn't enough, she still won't be satisfied. Yunshu, I've treated you well. Jiang Ling bought a divine card just in case, his body tense. You can't kill your teacher. Yunshu, teacher, you should just rest properly. Stop having people buy you all these random books. She rose and walked toward the door, pausing at the threshold to glance back. Seriously, that brilliant figure in the business world, is he genuinely foolish, or just pretending? A flicker of disbelief crossed her face before she turned and left. Exposed by her, he seethed with anger. Watching Yunshu storm off, gritting her teeth, Jiang Ling inwardly gloated over his deductive skills. No, I need to find a way to escape. Being locked up like this will make me sick. Ms. Yun, shall we continue monitoring? A group at the door bowed their heads as Yunshu emerged. Keep a close watch. This is a critical period. Almost everyone knows he's an ordinary person now. If he's seen, the consequences would be unimaginable, Yunshu instructed. No one else is allowed in except me, Yunshu added before leaving. Yes. As he settled into the car, that shimmering yellow aura once again enveloped Yunshu. That teeth-grinding voice chimed in. See? I told you so. He doesn't care about you at all. Why are you still holding on to him? He's worthless now. He's just an ordinary person. I thought he had those two divine beasts, but it turned out he didn't have a single feather. He's just an ordinary person now. Why should I keep agonizing over this? Yet at that moment, Yunshu couldn't help but let the corners of her mouth turn upward. I don't have to worry about him ignoring me or abandoning me. I don't have to worry about him taking on a new disciple. I'm the only one. What is there to fear? Forced relationships never taste sweet. But it quenches my thirst. Yunshu started the car and drove toward the company. You plan to lock him away forever? Does he intend to play dumb forever? I don't know what you're pretending to be in front of him. The voice gritted out. Oh, getting worked up, Yunshu chuckled. Lock him up for a lifetime? Fine. Lock him up until he comes to his senses. Madman. The figure vanished. Aren't you the mad one? Yunshu snorted lightly. Killing your husband, yet still clinging to your own daughter. I'm doing this for our entire world, not for some twisted personal obsession, the voice snapped, sounding like it had finally lost its composure. Still making excuses? If you're so noble, why are you still clinging to me? Just die already. Yunshu chuckled. Without me, you'd stray down the wrong path. Is recklessly pursuing strength to reach whatever supreme realm you speak of the right path? Yunshu retorted, her anger turning to laughter. You'll understand. Chapter 85, The Straightforward Man, Narcissistic. Mr. Yun, several companies have already decided to terminate their partnerships with us. No sooner had Yunshu arrived at the office than a group of people rushed over, urgently reporting the situation. They don't want to cooperate? Plenty of others will. Hearing this, Yunshu frowned unhappily. The corners of her mouth, which had been turned up, dropped, making her entire demeanor appear icy. Her assistant wiped sweat from his brow, gauging her expression before tentatively asking. Ms. Yun, the main reason seems to be rumors about Chairman Jiang. Perhaps you should. Before he could finish, he stopped himself. Yunshu's gaze suddenly turned icy, the air thickening with tension. She glanced at them, her expression displeased. I'll handle these matters. Anything else? Seeing no response, she nodded. Then go back to your work. Focus on your tasks. With that, she pushed open the door and entered her office. Her assistant and the group behind her froze, their faces bitter, unsure how to proceed. What do you think she meant by that, boss? The perpetrator from the last attack hasn't even been found yet, and now I'm dealing with this bunch testing the waters. It's driving me crazy. Could Chairman Jiang really be bluffing? That shouldn't be possible. After all, what happened back then is common knowledge. Strange. Could something unexpected have happened? Outsiders were growing restless with Yunshu's ambiguous stance. With her absent, murmurs of discontent began to circulate. What exactly is President Yun's stance toward Chairman Jiang? She's been distant these past few days, yet now she's shielding him fiercely. I don't know, but haven't you noticed many documents no longer carry Chairman Jiang's instructions? Could it be? No way. How could President Yun do something like that? He's her mentor, after all. All under heaven throng for profit, all under heaven jostle for gain. Hearing this, the group exchanged knowing glances and sighed deeply. If you're that idle, come personally escort me. Yunshu's voice echoed from behind the closed door. Even from a distance, her irritation was palpable. The others exchanged glances and slunk back to their workstations. Seated in her office, Yunshu leaned back in her chair, eyes tightly shut, brows furrowed. She had heard every word of the discussion outside. It was a season of troubles, with one matter piling upon another, truly a headache. Yunshu, I'm curious, when did you start harboring these feelings for him? The yellow mist spread once more, accompanied by that teeth-grindingly irritating voice. Yunshu didn't open her eyes. After a long moment of silence, she chuckled softly. Thanks to you. Though you can bewitch me, cloud my mind, and stir my heart, when you urged me to kill him for the beast. She paused, her brows unfurling. I realized what I truly feared was him abandoning me and finding another like me, not the desire to grow stronger by any means necessary. So all this time, you've been training so hard just to earn his approval? Yunshu said nothing, simply resting her eyes. Madwoman, love-struck fool. The yellow mist slowly dissipated, and the entire office fell silent once more. Your bond value with beloved disciple Yunshu has significantly increased. Current bond value, 90. Jiang Ling, who had been reading in the hospital room, jolted awake and asked again in disbelief. How much? 90. A vivid image flashed through Jiang Ling's mind. Yunshu walked down the red carpet, surrounded by senior executives, entering the company. She smiled and waved, saying, Director Jiang will retire soon. I'll be the boss of our company. The crowd bowed in unison, shouting, Long live the Emperor. His disciple truly had remarkable acting skills. What had he said back then? How could I possibly care about such things? He could see she cared about these things. Indeed, the game's evaluations of everyone were spot on. That greedy title wasn't given for nothing. It's nothing, maybe she was just scared of poverty growing up. He didn't care about these things either. They were just fulfilling each other's needs. Yet, in a relationship like this, why did he feel a bit stifled inside? Shaking his head, Jiang Ling forced his wandering thoughts back. Half jokingly, he said, "You're so good at evaluations, give me a few of your own." After what seemed like a long pause, the mechanical voice finally responded. "Supreme talent, deeply loyal and principled, a straight shooter. I'll take the first two, but I'm not buying that last one." Jiang Ling pretended nothing was amiss as he flipped through the book in his hands. After flipping through a few pages for show, he couldn't resist complaining, "How am I a straight-laced guy? The aura I exude alone is enough to charm thousands of girls. I don't care, fix it. Supreme talent, loyal and righteous, narcissistic." Jiang Ling couldn't hold back any longer and started cursing. At the doorway, fully armed guards exchanged bewildered glances, utterly at a loss. Is that guy inside mentally unstable or something? You know what? I think he might be. No wonder Mr. Yun won't let him out. Look, he's cursing all by himself. Should we text Mr. Yun and ask? The group nodded in agreement. The leader composed a text message and read aloud. "Mr. Yun, that individual may be mentally unstable and is currently losing it. Please advise. Is that okay? Just send it like this?" The man glanced around, asking. "Old son, if you don't want to advance, don't drag me down with you," complained a younger bodyguard. "What you're saying isn't what Mr. Yun wants to hear. Send it my way, and just see what expression Mr. Yun gives." "Mr. Yun, that person is extremely unstable without your presence. They're emotionally unstable right now. What do you think?" A look of realization slowly spread across the faces of those nearby. The young man continued with a mysterious expression, "Mr. Yun just left and has only just arrived at the company. Now isn't the right time. Wait until close to quitting time to send it." Finished, he waved his phone triumphantly. Having witnessed his entire operation, the others were practically clapping in admiration. "Way to go, Xiao Wang. To rise to senior security at such a young age, you've got real talent. I should learn a thing or two from you sometime." "It's nothing special, everyone. You're overpraising me, overpraising me. Yunshu, don't you look like a pathetic sucker? She's clearly not interested in you, yet you keep throwing yourself at her? What good does it do to just feel good about yourself? Snap out of it." By the floor-to-ceiling window, Yunshu pondered a document as that voice resurfaced, droning on incessantly. "This is my own business. Can you just keep your mouth shut?" Yunshu's slightly masculine features flashed with impatience. The voice, however, grew more resolute. A reaction meant Yunshu was listening. She had to keep pushing. "What you're doing is so selfish. Have you considered how he feels? Want to bet he'll leave without a second thought? Find a divine beast to devour immediately. Only by growing stronger." The phantom's voice grew fainter. Seeing Yunshu pull out her phone and glance at it, a smirk curled her lips, and the gleam in her eyes was impossible to ignore. Yunshu held her phone aloft, her tone smug. "Are you done? I need to go keep him company. Otherwise, he'll get upset." Chapter 86, Something's Off. The Yellow Mist's voice rang out again, gritting its teeth. "He's just putting on a show. And you actually believed him." Yunshu ignored her, stood up, grabbed her coat, and gave herself a quick check in the mirror before heading out. The woman in the mirror held a trace of tenderness in her eyes, a tenderness even she hadn't noticed. "Get the car ready. We're going to the hospital," she instructed her assistant, her tone returning to its usual cold firmness. In the hallway, Xiao Wang's phone suddenly vibrated. He opened the message and winked at Lao Sun. "Ms. Yun says she'll be right over. She wants us to warm up the soup in the kitchen first." "Soup? When did Ms. Yun make that?" Old Sun scratched his head. Xiao Wang gave a knowing smile. "Chairman Zhang's soup from last time was all gone, so Yun often keeps some on hand. You know how it is." The two shared a knowing smile, oblivious to Jiang Ling inside the hospital room, who was ranting at her game interface. "Change that steel straight man stat immediately. Make him dashingly handsome or I'll never forgive you." Just then, the ward door opened softly. Yunshu stood at the doorway holding a thermos. Soft light outlined her gentle profile, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I heard you were sulking?" Jiang Ling immediately lay back down, pretending to read a book, looking thoroughly sulky. "Who wouldn't go crazy locked up in this tiny room day after day?" Jiang Ling muttered resentfully. If he hadn't been trying to figure out why he was here, he would have bolted long ago. Yunshu chuckled softly as she opened the thermos, releasing a rich aroma of soup. It had to be said, Yunshu's cooking was truly delicious. He stole a glance as Yunshu ladled the soup, her entire being radiating a tenderness that could draw you in at a glance. "I can do it myself," he blurted out as Yunshu brought the spoon to his lips, his voice lower than usual. "I'm fine now. I can manage." While sipping the soup, Jiang Ling tentatively asked, haven't you finished cleaning up the company yet?" "It's all taken care of. Top to bottom, inside and out, nothing's left undone." "Then why lock me up? I'm just an ordinary person, and you've already handled the company. What on earth have you been thinking about all this time?" Yunshu took the bowl from his hand and poured him another serving. When her fingertips touched his skin, both of them paused. Jiang Ling looked at her earnestly. Yunshu, murder is illegal. What you're doing now is illegal too. Murder? Yunshu raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. It's too dangerous outside, she said, shifting her gaze elsewhere as her smile faded slightly. Don't overthink things. Get some rest. At this rate, I feel like I won't uncover anything, Jiang Ling thought inwardly. Steeling himself, he called out to Yunshu as she turned to leave and forced the words out. I just want to ask, why were you so distant toward me before? Was it because of the company? That thing doesn't need to be a barrier between us. If you wanted it, you could have just asked me directly. Yunshu turned back, her eyes appraising him. Her gaze softened, then deepened into an unfathomable whirlpool. Did you sense it, teacher? So why did you come this time? She curved her lips into a smile. To figure out the reason? Sort of. And to make things right with you. Jiang Ling looked at her helplessly. I understand, teacher. Yunshu lowered her eyes slightly, as if deep in thought, her lashes casting a curved shadow across her eyelids. It won't happen again, she said after a long pause, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ling, growing more intense. As long as you don't abandon me. Something's off. Very off. Hearing this, Jiang Ling, who had just been labeled a steel straight man, keenly sensed the conversation was taking a very wrong turn. His apprentice's behavior seemed to diverge from his expectations. Seeing Jiang Ling freeze in place, Yunshu offered a gentle smile before turning away. The man at the door, sensing her joy, shot a sly glance at Xiao Wang and gave him a thumbs up behind his back. Starting tomorrow, don't stop Chairman Jiang when he leaves, but don't let him return to the company. Also, you must protect him discreetly, understand? Yunshu instructed. Understood. Oh, and keep tabs on what he does, who he meets, and what he says. She continued as she walked out. Understood. Your bond value with your beloved disciple has reached 100. Unlocking the affection and darkening modules. Apprenticeship completion module activated. When all 3 values for your apprentice are maxed, they may graduate. The bond value is already maxed? Now he understood why the game review called him a steel straight man. Good heavens, this won't do, Jiang Ling muttered to himself, his expression grave. I thought it was about seizing power and killing the master, but this imprisonment. He frowned deeply, utterly baffled. That kid Jiang Lei really knows his stuff. After rescuing a damsel in distress, the damsel usually wants to repay him with her body. Jiang Ling adopted an old man-like solemnity and declared firmly, no. She must be confusing affection with love. I must help her see her true feelings. Though I'm handsome and kind, hard to resist, we're from 2 different worlds. Like humans and ghosts, humans and demons, our paths diverge. This relationship is doomed. Better to cut the pain short than prolong it. She must face her true feelings sooner rather than later. No sooner said than done, he would begin preparations tomorrow. Just moments ago, Yunshu had tacitly permitted him to contact the outside world, and his guards had already delivered his phone inside. He opened the messaging app. His account was already set up, with only Yunshu listed as a contact. The details didn't matter. As long as Yunshu was there, that was enough. Jiang Ling opened the chat window and typed, Yunshu, think carefully and answer me. What kind of person do you like? Note like, not admire or depend on. Yunshu rushed back to the company, preparing to work overtime. No sooner had she ascended the stairs than her assistant approached her again, accompanied by 3 or 4 department heads. Their ties were askew, sweat beads glistening on their temples. They looked flustered yet radiated joy. Ms. Yun, the assistant exclaimed excitedly, handing her a tablet. Besides the companies that terminated their contracts, Xingyu, Huakong, and Lingnan Group have all sent letters of intent to cooperate. Yunshu frowned in puzzlement, her beautiful features filled with confusion. The ones that terminated contracts could be understood, perhaps they had second thoughts. But those top-tier players in the escort industry? Why would they partner with them at this critical juncture? Alright, I understand. Get everything ready. We'll work overtime tonight. Notify all department heads to gather in the conference room. We'll hold a meeting shortly. Yunshu methodically made arrangements, setting the entire company in motion with a cheerful atmosphere. Seated at her desk, she opened her phone and received a message. Her pupils contracted as she stared at the words in disbelief. She read it over and over until her rationality finally returned like a rising tide. Jiang Ling was asking what kind he liked. Had he finally understood? Yunshu murmured to herself, oblivious to the clamor outside. A wave of indescribable tenderness and tingling warmth welled up deep within her. Strange, that doesn't sound like him at all? Her voice carried a hint of doubt. A miracle? Impossible. Yunshu's eyes sparkled as she typed a reply. As long as it's the right person, nothing else matters. Chapter 87, take your pick. In the president's office of Lingnan Group, Jiang Ling frowned as he read Yunshu's reply. No requirements are the hardest to work with. With specific demands, he could target his search effectively. Without them, he'd have to cast a wide net and see if any suitable candidates surfaced. Mr. Hu, your son is quite the handsome young man. I'm very satisfied. Jiang Ling shook his head as he spoke, seated in the chair of authority. His single sentence caused Lingnan Group CEO Hu Tanny's expression to darken dramatically. Moments earlier, this god-tier powerhouse had arrived riding a dragon, coinciding with a crucial collaboration meeting among several major companies within their protective domain. Ignoring the powerful restrictions, the young man pushed open the door and entered. Looking at the several renowned tycoons, he inquired, "Which one of you has a son?" Such an inexplicable demand would have been dismissed as madness if asked by anyone else. But coming from him, they had to give it serious thought. They initially assumed he was seeking disciples. They'd long heard that Yun Shu had once lacked even a decent beast companion, but under this figure's guidance, he now possessed 3 divine beasts and had become China's youngest emperor-level beast tamer. It would be a lie to say they weren't tempted. They immediately called home, summoning their sons to come here while simultaneously issuing orders to collaborate with the master's largest escort company. Now that they were sister companies, cooperation and mutual benefit were only natural. But who could have predicted that after glancing at his phone and letting his gaze linger over the young men several times, Jiang Ling would utter these words? Hu Tianyi yearned for strength, but as the sole heir of the Hu family for generations, he couldn't sell his son for glory. He wiped the sweat from his brow, gritted his teeth, and prepared to seize the right moment to speak. "Here, young man, take a look. Does this person ring a bell?" Seeing Jiang Ling chuckle without a trace of arrogance, Hu Tianyi handed over his phone. Jiang Ling's standards weren't particularly high, the others simply didn't meet his eye. After scanning the crowd, only this kid seemed passable both in looks and skill. As for character? That was something Yun Shu would have to judge for herself later. Xiao Hu looked at the photo, a puzzled expression on his face. He nodded and said, "Senior, isn't this Yun Shu, the CEO? I haven't met her many times, but I recognize her. Want to try with my student? We call it..." Jiang Ling smiled at him, his words catching in his throat. "Right, call it a marriage alliance." Hu Tianyi, who had been poised to speak, suddenly widened his eyes, his breathing quickening. "An arranged marriage? With Yun Shu? Is this really happening?" Several CEOs from other companies nearby heard the proposal and shot daggers at their own wayward sons, their eyes practically shooting flames. Though Yun Shu's company currently ranked only 10th, how long had it even been established? Calling it limitless potential wouldn't be an exaggeration proof enough of Yun Shu's sound management. Combine that with their scale and Jiang Ling's backing, and monopolizing the market in the future wasn't out of the question. Hu Tianyi spotted his son who standing there dumbfounded and rushed over, grabbing the boy's head and forcing him to bow deeply to Jiang Ling. "What are you standing there for? Hu Chuan, haven't you always admired young Master Yun? Seize this chance," Hu Tianyi urged. "Ha? Old man? I'm not." Hu Chuan was still a bit dazed. Was it really that sudden? "Young people getting excited is only natural," Jiang Ling said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "Drop by our company sometime. Once you get to know each other, you'll adjust." Jiang Ling rose and headed out. His schedule remained tight. It felt good to have power again. Jiang Ling couldn't help but think back to the past half-month when he pretended to be an ordinary person. It had been utterly devoid of dignity. Now that he possessed god-tier abilities, where in this world couldn't he go? After visiting a few more places, Jiang Ling returned satisfied and stood once more at the company entrance. The bond value was maxed out. Even if he hadn't figured out why Yun Shu was acting so strangely this time, the bond value wouldn't drop any further. Once the experience card expired, he'd leave this world. With his next moves planned out, Jiang Ling stepped into the company. "Chairman Jiang? Chairman Jiang is back. What kind of special day is this? First, all those bigwigs show up, and now Chairman Jiang is here too? Can you feel it? The terrifying aura emanating from the god of Jiang? Whoever spread rumors that Chairman Jiang is mortal, aren't they going to be utterly humiliated now?" Amidst the buzzing whispers of the crowd, Jiang Ling smiled with satisfaction. Those executives clearly took his words to heart, arriving at the company even earlier than he did. With a hint of amusement, he ascended to the top floor and spotted a small cluster of people gathered outside the conference room door, chattering and exchanging nervous glances. Yun Shu maintained a composed expression, smiling as she greeted them. They fell silent upon seeing Jiang Ling approach, their eyes fixed on him. Several nodded obsequiously in his direction. Jiang Ling smiled and spoke up, "Everyone, my apologies, I forgot to mention something. Choosing who to hire is Yun Shu's decision. I'm only helping her with the initial screening. Does anyone have any objections?" These executives were all sharp as tacks. Seeing so many people gathered, they already knew exactly what was going on. The reason they hadn't left was that they truly valued Yun Shu's abilities and the worth of this god-tier powerhouse. "Ha, Mr. Jiang, you flatter us. Miss Yun is so exceptional, it's only natural she'd be selective. Indeed, there's no such thing as the best, only the most suitable. We respect Ms. Yun's choice." Jiang Ling surveyed the crowd still plastering on fake smiles and couldn't help but mentally applaud their performance. To achieve their goals, they'd say anything. He'd learned that after news spread he was an ordinary person, these companies had all, to varying degrees, tried to kick him while he was down, reveling in his misfortune. Today served as a lesson for them. If anyone had any grievances, he wouldn't mind having a private chat. Clearly, not only had they taken his warning to heart, but their overtures of goodwill were unmistakable. It was simple, might makes right. Seeing you understand this puts my mind at ease. Jiang Ling smiled as he scanned the room, his gaze meeting Yunshu's. Yunshu smiled and walked toward him. Teacher, even though you're a god-tier powerhouse, this is still too overbearing. She stopped about a meter away from Jiang Ling and chuckled softly, even the strong must consider the consequences of their actions. Otherwise, what if one day? Her calm voice echoed through the conference room, her gaze fixed on Jiang Ling with unreadable meaning. You're overthinking it, General Manager Yun. We all came here voluntarily and hold no grudges against General Manager Jiang. Amid the silence, Hu Chuan spoke up. Hu Tianyi looked at his son with admiration. Good boy, you're doing great. Just a little more effort, and the Hu family will truly rise again. What's your name? Yun Shu turned to look at him, smiling gently. My name is Hu Chuan, the young man replied, his face flushing slightly. This kid's got potential, Jiang Ling murmured. Yun Shu snorted derisively, and Jiang Ling clearly saw the mockery in her eyes. Alright, Hu Chuan. After I finish work, let's grab a bite to eat. Her eyes brimmed with warmth as she spoke to the shy youth. Though a chill crept up Jiang Ling's neck, he nodded with satisfaction, watching the warmth between their eyes. He really is a great teacher. Chapter 88, Mission complete. This farcical matchmaking event wrapped up in under 30 minutes. Staying felt awkward, so everyone gradually left. Soon, only 4 people remained in the conference room. Hu Chuan, you can go explore for now. I'll contact you when it's time. Yun Shu spoke gently, extending her phone to exchange contact information with him. Alright, I'll wait for you. The young man scratched his head, glanced at Yun Shu, and reluctantly turned to leave. With only Jiang Ling and herself left in the conference room, Yun Shu watched Hu Chuan disappear before closing the door. The smile vanished from her face as she said, each word deliberate. Teacher, are you satisfied now? Jiang Ling feigned ignorance. Of course I am. The young man is truly exceptional. I must admit, your acting is top-notch. You fooled me for so long. Yun Shu's voice carried a hint of self-mockery as she drew closer, her eyes reflecting his figure. I really am too green. What do you mean by that? I don't understand. Jiang Ling changed the subject, taking a few steps backward toward the door. Nothing else to discuss. I'll leave now. You better prepare well for tonight's date. He pushed open the door and exhaled deeply. His actions were calculated. Based on past experience, graduation wasn't something he could choose for himself. Instead, it was semi-mandatory once the game reached a certain stage. How could he not sense the fire burning beside him? But they belonged to 2 different worlds, just like him and Bai Zhishui. After this, he would still have family, friends, and mentors by his side. His disciples, however, had none. Though a 1,000-mile journey must end in parting, he had no other choice. If they ever met in reality, he would make it up to them. With his abilities, tracking down the attackers from that day would be a simple task. It was a formidable criminal organization that, due to professional grievances, had harbored resentment toward the company and struck that very day. Jiang Ling made a high-profile move, unleashing the twin dragons piercing the sun technique, and uprooted that faction entirely. As night fell, stillness enveloped the world. Sitting amidst the ruins, Jiang Ling pulled out his phone and saw Yun Shu had posted on her social feed. A photo of dinner, a photo of the moon, accompanied by the caption. The moon before my eyes is the moon in the sky, the person before my eyes is the one in my heart. He casually gave it a like before tucking his phone back into his pocket. Time to head back. Not bad for this mission, though we didn't get to the bottom of things, we stabilized the bond value and even brought 2 souls together. Truly a meritorious deed. Jiang Ling lifted his gaze to the moon, murmuring to himself. Hearing this, Xiao Jin and Xiao Lan, the guards flanking him, reluctantly lowered their heads. They, too, had grown deeply enamored with that sensation, the overwhelming power to destroy heaven and earth. Still, they obediently transformed into streaks of light and slipped back into Jiang Ling's body. You two, come out, Jiang Ling said calmly, gazing at a patch of empty space. Xiao Wang and Lao Sun reluctantly materialized, looking somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Jiang. Old Sun stammered, preparing to explain. Jiang Ling raised his hand, signaling him to stop. Tell your boss Yun that I've handled most of the matters here. There's no point in staying. Tell her not to look for me, she won't find me anyway. He stretched lazily, rose from the ground, brushed the dust off his clothes, and vanished from where he stood. Old Sun and Xiao Wang exchanged glances, unable to help but marvel. God-tier powerhouses are truly something else, leveling an entire terrifying organization's headquarters like that. Old Sun, we thought we were being so discreet, but it turns out Director Jiang knew everything all along. Let's go. Oh, and Xiao Wang, send another message to Yunzong. Make it sound nice, just like before. Today was wonderful. Thank you. Yun Shu was driven home by Hu Chuan. As the car slowed to a stop outside her residence, Yun Shu stepped out and smiled. Should I pick you up again tomorrow? Hu Chuan stared blankly, his voice a little dazed. No need. Please give my regards to your father. I'm a bit busy lately. I'll contact you when I have time. Yunshu shook her head, her eyes still holding that gentle smile. Oh, okay. All right. Watching Huchuan drive away, Yunshu pushed open the door and entered the living room. She collapsed onto the sofa, her entire body drained of energy. Are you sure this tactic will work? Yunshu pinched her temples as she spoke, her voice echoing in the empty room. What? Doubting me? Yunshu, this is exactly how I won over your father back then. Yunshu twisted her lips into a mocking smile. Don't compare me to you. I'm not that ruthless. I told you I'm doing this for our world. Why no response? At least give me a like. Yunshu pulled out her phone and checked her social feed. The latest post was set to friends only. Only when he tastes the sting of loss will he truly value you. If he doesn't even care about that, then you can let go completely. Take his god-tier beast-taming essence and use it to break through to that realm. Are you that obsessed with Jiang Ling's 2 divine beasts? Yunshu asked, feeling a headache coming on. Those 2 divine beasts of his definitely aren't from our world. They might even come from a higher plane. That pure bloodline power makes my mouth water just thinking about it. Yunshu was speechless. She closed her eyes to rest, ignoring her. Her phone screen flashed. She glanced up. It was a message from the person assigned to follow Jiang Ling. Yunshu sat bolt upright, her expression agitated. See? I told you this would work. Huang Wu's voice carried a hint of smugness. Yunshu eagerly tapped the message, but as she read the contents, her eyes darkened and her expression turned grim. Meanwhile, Old Sun gave Xiao Wang another thumbs up. Xiao Wang looked confident as he explained logically, did you notice when we were monitoring Chairman Zhang's phone just now? That WeChat post from President Yun, we couldn't see it either. What does that tell us? It means Yunshu intentionally showed it to Chairman Jiang. Chairman Jiang was just venting. So we must highlight the success of her plan. That's what Yunshu wants to see. Xiao Wang, I really have to give you props. When you get promoted, don't forget your old buddy. Ms. Yun, Director Jiang saw your WeChat post and seems a bit upset. He said he's leaving, told you not to look for him, and said you wouldn't be able to find him anyway. Gone. Yunshu's hands trembled uncontrollably. Gone? He was right. He was gone, and she truly couldn't find him. She tried before beyond his legend, there was no trace of his existence in this world. She truly couldn't find him. But to just leave like that? Without even a goodbye? Didn't you say playing hard to get was the most effective tactic? Yunshu's voice was icy as she spoke. How was I supposed to know you meant so little to him? That he didn't even care? See what I mean? You couldn't hold on to him at all. I told you before, don't let him control you. You should be the one controlling him. You're too weak. So weak he doesn't even give you a second glance. He could kick you aside effortlessly. You're too weak. If you reach that level, you definitely get what you want. Yunshu, you can do it. The yellow mist grew thicker, enveloping Yunshu entirely. Its low murmurs echoed throughout the villa. All right. After a long silence, a calm female voice sounded. Chapter 89, The Otherworldly System. This time really wore me out. Jiang Ling's consciousness returned, and he let out a long sigh. Still had to train with Bai Sui this afternoon. What a drag. Investigation task complete, processing rewards. Dispensing mission reward, Ancestral God technique, a cultivation system from the middle world. Jiang Ling sprawled out on his bed, exhausted, as the game's announcements rang out one after another. Explanation: worlds are categorized from level 1 to level 5. Players currently reside in a level 1 world with limited potential. To compensate, we provide a top-tier level 2 cultivation system, complete with techniques. Introduction: the Void God realm formed after a level 5 world was downgraded. Cultivation involves sacrificing offerings and praying to ancient ancestral gods to gain divine power for self-enhancement, highly compatible with player cultivation systems. Ancestral God technique, the supreme cultivation method of the Void God realm. Obtain bloodline power to awaken the illusory form of your bloodline ancestors and receive divine blessings. About to transform the residual blue star cultivation power within the player. The voice faded as Jiang Ling abruptly opened his eyes. Here it comes, here it comes. The game finally granted him something to break through the world's limitations. He knew it, this game must be from another world, otherwise it wouldn't feel this real. As he pondered, an inexplicable throbbing pain radiated throughout his entire body. The level 26 spiritual power cultivated from Blue Star bloodline energy was now quietly transforming. Thanks to the might of the Ancestral Dragon, the spiritual energy within him was already incredibly dense and solid. Now, it was being compressed at an alarming rate. Jiang Ling immediately crossed his legs, activating the Ancestral God technique. Threads of bloodline power emanated from his body, and Jiang Ling felt as though he had entered a mysterious starry sky. The boundless darkness made him feel utterly insignificant. Suddenly, crimson gold ancestral dragon blood surged forth, coalescing into a colossal golden dragon behind him. The dragon roared and soared into the distance. A white gate appeared in the space. After the dragon entered, silence returned once more. Awaken the ancestral phantom?
Jiang Ling felt a flicker of anticipation.
The ancestor of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the primordial dragon?
A thunderous roar echoed across the boundless starry sky as dark golden light seeped from the gate. First emerged the rugged, massive dragon horns. A colossal dragon, its length stretching beyond measure, slowly soared through the gate.
Golden scales shimmered brilliantly, dragon whiskers fluttering in the air.
In an instant, its complete form materialized, causing the laws of heaven and earth to tremble. Under the overwhelming pressure of its presence, the stars of the heavens seemed to sway precariously. Information about this phantom figure automatically surfaced in his mind. Ancestral Dragon, the supreme primordial divine beast of Blue Star. The primordial dragon had no ancestors to trace back to. This very apparition was the very root of the primordial dragon bloodline, the divine beast of ancient times. With a flick of its tail, golden energy surged through its body like a river of light, instantly enveloping Jiang Ling. The halted process of spiritual energy compression restarted. If the spiritual energy flowing within him before was like a river, the divine power circulating through him now was as dense as molten metal. The two were utterly incomparable. Jiang Ling's level was compressed to 20, the very level he had possessed when he first awakened his bloodline.
Another resounding dragon's roar echoed as another golden bloodline surged into the colossal gate. In an instant, the same colossal dragon coiled its way out once more. This was the ancestral dragon bloodline left within him by the Qin Divine Emperor, meaning he now possessed the equivalent of two ancestral dragon bloodlines. With identical movements, pure energy surged into his body, continuously elevating his level to 23. Could he maintain this connection?
Jiang Ling attempted to channel the ancestral dragon bloodline again, but it showed no response.
Seems it can't be reused.
The two ancestral dragon bloodlines originating from different sources must have triggered a bug, Jiang Ling murmured. In the blink of an eye, several streaks of light simultaneously flew into the colossal gate, stirring it once more. Jiang Ling watched the divine beast shrouded in radiant light before him, swallowing hard.
Ancestral Qilin, Golden Crow Heavenly Lord, Mystic Dragon King.
Wiping the tears from the corner of his mouth, Jiang Ling silently vowed, I will ensure every bloodline progresses, bringing joy to all the world's scholars. By the time Jiang Ling finished the modifications, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. He lay on the bed, closing his eyes to rest. But just as he closed his eyes, a clamor erupted from the living room.
Jiang Ling, wake up!
Jiang Lei moved like the wind, darting to his bedside and shaking his arm.
Hurry up and hold the fort. Someone wants to fight by Sui Sui. Jiang Lei exclaimed urgently. What? Jiang Ling shot upright. She's still injured. How can she fight anyone?
Jiang Ling sprinted ahead while Jiang Lei called after him, did we stir up the exchange students' nest this year?
The challengers are from another realm, to Tianwu realm. They heard Bai Suisu beat you and now they're demanding a fight. What a sinister motive.
Jiang Ling said coldly. These past days of training had been almost entirely supervised by Bai Suisu. As the martial god had advised, Bai Suisu's meridians had only recently been reconnected and mustn't be strained carelessly. So Jiang Ling had even prepared to fight two opponents at once in future matches. Why did this group have to pick a fight with Bai Suisu? On the training ground, a crowd gathered around, watching the two figures in the center as they engaged in heated discussion.
This Bai Suisui was no ordinary opponent. He'd managed to knock Jiang Ling flat. Knowing how strong he is, did that Matang from the Tianwu realm really dare to come looking for trouble? The Tianwu realm is pretty much like our Blue Star, right?
They still prioritize martial arts, but I even think they're not as good as us. Amidst the clamor, Bai Suisui kept his head down and whispered, Classmate, I can't fight you.
Please understand. Why? Ma Tang grew impatient.
He'd come with a mission to force Bai Suisu to fight.
You're not scared, are you? Are the people of the demon realm that cowardly?
Ma Tang snorted coldly, trying to provoke Bai Suisui.
Fine, you win, classmate Ma Tang. You're stronger than me. Is that good enough?
Her soft voice carried no trace of aggression. After speaking, Bai Suisui turned to leave, nearly making Ma Tang spit out a mouthful of blood. Not only had his punch landed on cotton, but he was left with a profound sense of being looked down upon. It was as if she didn't even deign to fight him, dismissing him like a child.
You dare look down on me. Ma Tang's pride was wounded. Bai Suisui's attitude had infuriated him. I'll show you the gap between the demon realm and our Tianwu realm.
He gritted his teeth, lunging forward to pursue her. Bai Suisui barely dodged, staring at him in alarm.
What are you doing? I said no fighting. I won't come here for nothing.
Today, you'll fight whether you want to or not. A ruthless glint flashed in Ma Tang's eyes as he sneered.
Bai Suisui, I'm afraid I've offended you. Yet at that moment, Ma Tang was overcome by an ominous foreboding.
In his line of sight, Bai Jisu's face also revealed a hint of a smile, a stark contrast to her timid demeanor moments ago.
What did this mean?
Chapter 90, Terrifying Combat Power.
Ma Tang shook his head, forcing himself to focus.
He struck out with a palm strike, the wind slashing sharply toward Bai Jisu's lower back.
Get out of my way. Ma Teng heard a thunderous shout ringing in his ear, followed by a tremendous force surging through his arm, violently deflecting his attack. Unable to withdraw his hand in time, he staggered, nearly falling. Who? Ma Teng roared, lifting his gaze to see a man standing before Bai Suisu. His face was cold and stern, his posture straight and upright. You can call me dad or father, whatever floats your boat. Jiang Ling couldn't be bothered with small talk and launched straight into insults. Ma Teng hadn't expected the other to unleash his full fury right off the bat. Stunned and enraged, he was momentarily speechless. Jiang Ling felt nothing but contempt. He'd seen it from afar. Bai Suisu had been practically meek and submissive, yet this man still wouldn't let it go. Ultimately, she'd become this way to save him. Recalling how she'd just been bullied, Jiang Ling's temper flared. He turned to Bai Suisu and asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "You arrived just in time," Bai Suisui replied with a smile. Her face was still a little pale, likely from the shock of the ambush. Jiang Ling nodded, his contempt for this man rising another notch. "You're still clinging to such a fragile girl? What kind of man are you?" Hearing her refusal yet still attacking, how was that any different from an ordinary man hitting a woman? Exactly. A sparring match should be consensual. Forcing someone into it is no different from assault. Jiang Ling, beat him. Voices from the crowd began to condemn him. Since this training ground was filled with freshmen, everyone pinned their hopes on Jiang Ling, wanting him to teach Ma Teng a proper lesson. "Ha, fine. If Bai Suisu won't fight me, you can step up." Hearing the surrounding voices, Ma Teng's anger boiled over. He adjusted his stance and charged toward Jiang Ling. His speed was blinding as a fist shot toward Jiang Ling's chest. The force was brutal, the aim vicious. It was said that practitioners from the Tianwu realm excelled in close combat, relying heavily on brute strength. Could Jiang Ling handle this? Converting his level, Ma Teng should be at the peak of level 29, on the verge of breaking into level 30. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Be confident. Jiang Ling is the top-ranked fighter and can even go toe-to-toe with divine artifacts. No matter how strong Ma Teng is, could he possibly surpass a divine artifact? Yan, thanks a lot, guys. Now I'm the one being measured as a combat unit. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle as Ma Teng charged at him with savage ferocity. Do all of you from the Tianwu realm fight with such ferocious, snarling intensity? He laughed as his fist collided with Ma Teng's. He was confident. After all, his current cultivation system was a tier above theirs. Defeating someone of comparable level should be a piece of cake. A wave of energy rippled out. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome of their first clash. Though cultivation systems differed across realms, making direct comparisons impossible, victory was the gold standard, and raw power offered the most direct measure. Who was stronger? The outcome would decide. The Tianwu realm practitioners focused primarily on martial arts, possessing formidable martial energy within their bodies. In terms of raw strength, I doubted Jiang Ling would gain much advantage. That's right. When we clash with the Tianwu realm on the front lines, we rarely engage in close combat with them. Look, Ma Teng is flying. What the hell? He's flying. To be precise, Ma Teng wasn't flying, he was forced back, deliberately evading. The instant their fists collided, Ma Teng felt a force capable of shattering metal and splitting stone surge from that seemingly slender fist, crushing down and numbing half his arm. He lunged backward, evading and urgently dissipating the force. Landing steadily, Ma Teng stared at Jiang Ling in utter shock. How can this person be so incredibly strong? Isn't he only level 26? Even when I fought a martial king over level 30, I wasn't this thoroughly outmatched. How come I can't even put up a fight against him? Jiang Ling gave him no chance to catch his breath. A golden dragon-shaped phantom materialized behind him as he channeled divine power within his body, uttering calmly, "Ancestral Dragon sunlight." A brilliant golden sun erupted from behind him, accompanied by scorching heat and blinding light. A powerful energy surge surged toward Ma Teng. Strands of golden light felt tangible. Ma Teng now felt a weight like 10,000 tons crushing his shoulders, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Dragon might. The dragon shadow behind Jiang Ling let out a low growl, spreading boundless pressure. Good heavens, these martial arts must be mythical tier divine techniques. Is this the power of the top freshman? I thought he was just lucky back then, but now it's clear he's the real deal. Ma Teng was completely overwhelmed. Jiang Ling is incredible. But why do I get this feeling that my spiritual energy is different from Jiang Ling's? Ha, you're spot on, buddy. Your bloodlines aren't even the same. The moment Jiang Ling unleashed his skill, everyone was stunned. That aura surpassed every single one of them, and most were already at the legendary tier. That means Jiang Ling's skills are all mythical tier at the very least. 6666, there's cheating going on here, I'm out. If only I had one of those. Ma Teng could barely bear the pressure, one leg already trembling slightly. Shock filled his eyes as he stared at the man floating in the distance, radiating divine might. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Dragon Sword Chi. He brought his index and middle fingers together, sweeping them forward. A transparent, tangible blade of sword energy roared forth. In midair, it transformed into a dragon-shaped sword chi, charging straight toward Jiang Ling. Martial arts. Martial arts from the heavenly martial realm. Truthfully, our martial arts techniques aren't truly martial arts techniques in the strictest sense. This is the real deal, a technique wielded with genuine martial energy. Pretty cool. Here it comes, here it comes. Jiang Ling is about to strike back. Let's see which is stronger, our spiritual power or the martial energy of the Tianwu realm. Jiang Ling smiled, not out of arrogance, but at Ma Tang's naivety. The heavenly martial realm and Blue Star are both Tier 1 worlds. Their energy intensity is incomparable to that of Tier 2 worlds. Ah, ignorance is the original sin. He was, after all, the first to witness the myriad realms with his own eyes. Double Dragon Sword. Jiang Ling's opening stance mirrored Ma Tang's exactly, fingers pressed together as the Ancestral Dragon behind him surged forward. At blinding speed, it transformed into a sword shape and charged toward the dragon-shaped sword energy. Behind him, a pure black mystic dragon swirled and coiled once more. Jiang Ling pointed again. The mystic dragon let out a piercing cry, likewise transforming into a sword. The golden and black sword shadows swept through, shattering the dragon-shaped phantom without losing momentum, charging once more toward Ma Tang. Ma Tang frantically shielded his face with both hands. The two sword shadows were intercepted just a foot from his brow. Enough. Stop there. A cool, clear female voice rang out. Everyone looked up to see Mu Xiaoxue, clad in black martial arts attire, standing not far away. She waved her hand, defusing the attack. Ma Tang, you provoked this. Go to the student affairs office to receive your punishment. Mu Xiaoxue's voice was icy as she shot him a cold glance. Terrifying. That power was terrifying. Before that power, his martial energy felt as flimsy as paper, utterly useless. How could Jiang Ling be this strong? Ma Tang, still reeling from the shock, turned pale. Meeting Mu Xiaoxue's icy stare, his legs went weak. The few who had come with him hurriedly supported him and led him out. Brother Jiang is awesome. Jiang Ling is amazing, he's really made us proud. What's the Tianwu realm trying to pull? Our Blue Star is the strongest. Those around them felt a shared sense of pride, their voices brimming with excitement. In stark contrast to their jubilant mood. On the field, two figures, one clad in black, the other in white, gazed at Jiang Ling with eyes brimming with scrutiny. Chapter 91, The Omen. As the crowd dispersed, Mu Xiaoxue remained behind. Her gaze studied Jiang Ling, her eyes deep in thought. Such a direct gaze made Jiang Ling feel somewhat uncomfortable. He spoke up first. War God Mu, is there something you need? Mu Xiaoxue remained silent, turning her head to look into the distance. She sensed clearly that the energy fluctuations emanating from Jiang Ling did not belong to Blue Star. It was highly likely connected to a higher-level world. If this were an ordinary student, she would have asked outright. But now, with three martial gods behind Jiang Ling, no, four, counting the one who had just broken through. Such secrets were not for her to pry into. Nothing to worry about. Keep training diligently. I hope to see you shine brightly in the grand competition. Mu Xiaoxue spoke indifferently before her figure vanished. Jiang Ling frowned in confusion and turned to look at Bai Suisu. Her gaze fixed on him, a complex blend of inquiry, curiosity, excitement, and agitation. Jiang Ling sighed helplessly. Bai Suisu, what's with the stare? Got a question? Bai Suisu smiled faintly and uttered a cryptic remark. Blue Star might be upgrading. It'll benefit cultivators across the entire world. Out of the blue. How did you know that? Jiang Ling was baffled. Just a guess, Bai Suisu chuckled. Haven't Blue Star and the heavenly martial realm been at odds forever? If we defeat them and seize the world's primordial essence, wouldn't that allow Blue Star to upgrade? It's not that simple, Jiang Ling said with a wry smile, explaining, we've had friction with the Tianwu realm, but our powers are evenly matched. Who knows when that day will ever come? Sooner than you think. Bai Suisui's voice remained calm, yet Jiang Ling detected a hint of lethal intent. He couldn't help but glance at the innocent Bai Suisui and chuckled softly. It's not that simple, he thought. Just because he dealt with Ma Tang today, would the heavenly martial realm really annihilate Blue Star to avenge him? Meeting Jiang Ling's strange gaze, Bai Suisui raised an eyebrow. You don't believe me? I believe you. Jiang Ling mulled the words over several times before speaking. I'm incredibly lucky, Bai Suisui declared triumphantly, pulling out her phone and pointing to a news article. See? That organization that ambushed us last time? They were wiped out last night. Jiang Ling stared at the headline image, his pupils contracting in shock. It showed a vast complex where people were attacking and devouring each other like madmen. As if under some kind of illusion, they were completely mad. What kind of technique is this? Which powerful figure possesses such abilities? Don't ever cross me again, or you'll regret it. Bai Suisui tucked her phone away, feigning menace. Got it. The chosen one. Jiang Ling chuckled, nodding hastily. Alright, start your training. I'll be watching you. Bai Suisui found a spot to sit and observed Jiang Ling. I came too early today, Jiang Ling thought with resignation. As Jiang Ling trained, Bai Suisui sat beside him like a proctor. Every now and then, she'd shout out instructions. Watch your footwork. No slacking off, train properly. The training grounds at Jingda University were equipped with advanced automation technology capable of generating combat projections tailored to individual needs. Jiang Ling had selected a level 35 Martial King, and they were currently locked in a back-and-forth battle. Slacking off again. Bai Sui jogged over and instantly bumped the enemy's level to 50. No way. Jiang Ling gasped. He hadn't even fought a level 40 yet, jumping straight to level 50 would kill him. The curiosity in Bai Sui's eyes was cleverly masked by a playful smile. Go! You can do this, she cheered from the sidelines. Jiang Ling's head ached. Level 30 and level 50 were two entirely different concepts. What had been a breeze now demanded his full, focused attention. The two pushed and shoved, trading blows back and forth. The more Jiang Ling fought, the heavier his heart grew. This phantom showed no signs of fatigue, maintaining peak physical condition with every move executed flawlessly. He couldn't drag this out any longer. He kicked the phantom in the chest, knocking it back several meters as he retreated, then drew the Grand Emperor sword. Though it might seem like overkill, didn't his gear count as part of his strength? Double Dragon Slash. Jiang Ling's blade sliced through the air, unleashing two dragon-like streaks, one golden, one black, that shot toward the phantom like meteors. Their speed was blinding, their surging sword intent carrying boundless lethality as they collided with the phantom's released skill. Boom! Intense energy ripples radiated outward, the battle aura of a Martial King level combatant drawing the attention of many. Wait, that's not a Martial King's aura. Has Jiang Ling lost his mind? Is he just looking for trouble? But from that last strike, it looked like Jiang Ling had the upper hand. No way, you're pulling my leg. Amidst the chattering discussions, the light faded, and only then did everyone get a clear look. The phantom stood expressionless, two lightsabers raging against its chest before its form slowly faded away. Jiang Ling braced himself with his sword, barely staying upright. Holy crap! I won! It was a hard-fought victory, but he had truly won. The phantoms in the academy are all legendary bloodlines. Does that mean even if I reach Martial King, I still couldn't beat the current Jiang Ling? Hello, world. I'm deleting my account and starting over. I'll only return when I get the same setup as Jiang Ling. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Bai Sui's probing gaze faded, replaced by a look of relaxed joy. Resting her chin on her hand, she murmured softly, for this level 1 minor world of Blue Star to advance, someone must break through the world's combat power ceiling and reach the level of a higher tier world. Blue Star's level 20 defeating level 50 already represents top-tier combat power within a tier 2 world. That requirement is met. Next is amassing sufficient world essence to sustain Blue Star's advancement. The Tianwu realm counts as one source, finding a few more should be enough. I wonder if a mid-tier world could bear my arrival. If it could, I truly look forward to that day. Her eyes gleamed with bright light as she gazed aimlessly at the sword in Jiang Ling's hand, her pupils suddenly contracting. The Grand Emperor's sword? Vanished mysteriously 1,000 years ago, so it was here all along. Her brow furrowed again, confusion etched on her face. How could a level 1 world possibly bear the weight of an imperial weapon? Jiang Ling harbors secrets, and so does Blue Star. Shaking her head, she strode toward Jiang Ling, exclaiming cheerfully, Jiang Ling, you're amazing. I'm ready to be blown away. Hearing this, Jiang Ling shuddered violently. What do you mean, I'm all set? During the big competition, I'll be counting on you to carry me. Oh, right, that all set thing. Jiang Ling scratched his nose uncomfortably. Alright then. Beastmaster Realm, Jiangnan Province. The sky split open, and a purple-gold pillar of lightning pierced through the clouds. Upon the mountaintop where Yunshu sat cross-legged, 3 colored lights suddenly erupted, shooting skyward. The rumbling thunderclouds instantly transformed into a divine spectacle, churning with azure, crimson, and scarlet light. 3 dragons let out a low growl simultaneously. Energy forged from dragon might and divine beast power poured down from the heavens, converging within her body. Divine-level energy surged through her meridians, causing the heavens and earth to shift, the sun and moon to dim, and the world to tremble faintly. More and more energy poured into her body, as if some shackle had shattered. The 3 divine beasts let out piercing dragon cries. Finally, 3 dragon shadows transformed into purple, crimson, and golden divine rings, hovering behind her. The heavens and earth changed color, and the entire world was astounded. Another divine-level beast rider. It was Yunshu she had broken through. With 2 divine-tier powerhouses now protecting the sun and moon, who could possibly challenge them? Chapter 92, Critical Warning. I wonder what General Manager Yun intends by inviting us here. Henceforth, with Sun Moon Escort leading the way, General Yun's words shall guide our course. The day after Yunshu's breakthrough, she sent top-secret meeting invitations to all major escort companies, extending invitations to several other god-tier beast tamers in China as well. Many in society speculated this meeting could alter the course of China's history. In present-day China, fewer than 20 divine beasts existed, all controlled by these major escort corporations and a handful of god-tier beast tamers. Yunshu's intent was clear, to gather all of China's top combat forces for a top-secret meeting. This must be an earth-shattering event. The meeting location was situated in the outskirts where Yun Shu had broken through. Originally a prison site, it had been abandoned before Yun Shu purchased it to establish as the company's training base. Honored guests, I have summoned you all here today for a matter of utmost importance to our entire Beastmaster community. The vast plaza was densely packed with figures renowned throughout China. From the elevated platform, Yun Shu addressed the assembly. A matter of great importance? What could it be? Concerning the world? Could it be secrets only known to god-tier powerhouses? But wait, I've never heard anyone mention this before. Gentlemen, please remain calm and hear me out. A faint smile played at the corners of Yun Shu's lips, a smile that was not quite a smile. According to the secrets I've uncovered, the Beastmaster realm ranks only in the lower middle tier among the myriad realms. There are many worlds far more powerful than ours. The crowd fell silent, awaiting her next words. Information on this subject is indeed scarce. Yun Shu continued, currently, our Beastmaster realm is in a window period. This means we can make contact with other realms. Moreover, the realms we encounter will only be weaker than ours. We can absorb their primordial essence to advance our world. I call this the advancement plan. Below the platform, the crowd fell deathly silent. After the silence, intense discussion erupted. This is a blessing. The world's advancement benefits us all, it allows us to progress further. Such actions are nothing short of robbery. Is this fair to the inhabitants of those worlds? Fair or not, screw that. Might makes right. What if a world stronger than ours thinks the same? They said only weaker worlds. The argument grew increasingly heated. This news was explosive enough to shake even these prominent figures to their core. Yun Shu waved her hand, signaling for silence, and continued, we in Huaxia have always valued democracy. Let's decide by vote. I object. Why should the fate of the world be decided by your Huaxia discussions? A blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign youth stood up and shouted loudly. Why? Yun Shu looked at him, her stunning face breaking into a faint smile, a flicker of disdain in her eyes. A god-tier aura swept over the room. Besides China, which other nation possessed god-tier beast tamers? Your opinions are irrelevant. The man's face flushed crimson as he reluctantly sat back down. Over the past decade, all divine-tier beast tamers outside China vanished without a trace. Foreign nations even suspected China's involvement, especially since only China's divine beasts remained unharmed. Yet without proof, China eventually became the sole dominant power, and they lacked the courage to provoke further conflict. Then let's begin the vote, Yun Shu declared as a large screen materialized behind her. The outcome would determine whether to proceed to the next agenda item. Despite the heated arguments, the vote was tallied swiftly. 687 votes in favor, 124 against, and 316 abstentions. The outcome was clear, the advancement plan passed. Applause erupted from below, and praise for Yun Shu rang out incessantly. Such a young divine beast tamer truly sets an example for us all. Rather than seeking personal gain, she strives to benefit all, a model for us all to follow. Judging by this, the future belongs to her. As the applause and murmurs gradually subsided, someone called out, President Yun, how will we implement this plan? Good question, Yun Shu acknowledged with a nod and a smile. Allow me to introduce the pivotal figure of this plan, the Wallbreaker. To break through the world's barriers, a powerhouse capable of shattering limitations must emerge. Only then will the world gradually open up. I call this powerhouse the Barrier Breaker. I will take on the role of the breaker. Any objections? At these words, the atmosphere in the room shifted abruptly. Needless to say, whoever succeeded as this breaker would undoubtedly become the world's strongest. No one wanted to miss this opportunity, yet there was truly no one more suited for the role than Yun Shu. She was exceptionally capable, and this plan had originated from her. Seeing no response, Yun Shu continued on her own, alright, I'll take that as everyone's consent. Her smile held an ambiguous meaning, her tone gradually turning icy. Truthfully, besides me, no one else can take on this role. As her words faded, a perplexing light erupted around the square, enveloping everyone within its glow. Some powerful individuals attempted to attack the light barrier, but their efforts proved futile. Instead, they were shaken to the point of paleness. Panic erupted among the crowd, eyes turning to Yun Shu. Confusion, panic, accusations, anger. Every expression shifted to sheer terror upon glimpsing the yellow phantom looming behind Yun Shu. The tout, yeah. How could it still be alive? That vile beast had ambushed us again. Could it be? Yun Shu remained silent. The formless yellow light behind her emitted a sound maddening enough to drive anyone to despair. Ha! To die for the greater good, you've truly met your end with honor. Its voice dripped with smug satisfaction. As for you lot, last time I let you escape, but not this time. The moment the words fell, the several god-tier powerhouses on the field felt as if they were being stared at by venomous snakes, a chill running down their spines. After all the calculations, we never anticipated that the tout yes still hadn't perished. An elder god-level powerhouse closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He dared not even recall the catastrophe of decades past. Now it was about to unfold once more. After enduring by Suesu's brutal training that morning, Jiang Ling planned to return to his dorm to rest after lunch. The bracelet, dormant for years, suddenly vibrated violently. Jiang Ling, puzzled, tapped it open. A screen full of warnings filled his view as the bracelet buzzed incessantly. Virus? Jiang Ling clicked with a sigh and began checking. Warning, Yun Shu's darkening value at 80. Warning. Yun Shu has broken through to God tier. Warning. Yun Shu has been corrupted by the Taoye and is preparing to absorb all divine beast essences to break through the world's limits. Warning. Player's beloved disciple is about to embark on a path of no return. Player must intervene immediately. Warning, failure to guide disciples reflects a master's negligence. Player's apprentice is severely violating game principles. Failure to intervene will result in mandatory punitive measures against the player. Warning. Severe warning. Player, take this seriously. Chapter 93, Choose Me or Them. A relentless barrage of warning alarms sounded, ringing incessantly like death knells. That gluttonous beast still hasn't died? Jiang Ling hurried toward the dormitory, pondering in his mind. Yun Shu's future was bright, a life of effortless success. She was talented, her company had promising prospects, and her partner was equally capable. Why would she turn dark? How did her darkening value spike so high? Jiang Ling bounded up the stairs, his doubts deepening with each step. What the hell was that Taoye thing? It had already orchestrated an attack on a legendary beast across all of China before, and now it was back from the dead. Once he got inside, he'd deal with that beast properly. Back in his room, Jiang Ling opened the game. Warning pop-ups flooded the screen, nearly freezing his phone. Quest triggered, halt at the brink. Immediately stop Yun Shu's actions. Jiang Ling tapped into the game. Amidst the sprawling mountain range, a spacious plaza was surrounded by several stone pillars. It was the energy emanating from these pillars that formed the light barrier, trapping the people within. Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the figure of the character with the cold, expressionless face. Her expression showed neither sorrow nor joy, appearing almost hollow. Ha! In less than half an hour, I'll refine all the primordial essence. The yellow mist swirling around her grew thicker, her voice sharp and piercing. Yun Shu, when that time comes, you'll attain the supreme realm. Your father's beast was far too weak. Had he possessed a divine beast of your caliber, he might have succeeded back then. Yun Shu offered no reply, slowly lifting her head to meet the void. The yellow mist, observing her expression, understood. Yun Shu, look, he only comes to you for others. He hasn't visited you in so long. Do not show mercy any longer. Detected entity deliberately operating in the dark, attempting to sow discord between master and disciple. Would you like to top up 168 yuan to obtain the hand of the gods and administer punishment? Bye. The seductive voice still echoed in her ears, yet Yun Shu remained calm, quietly awaiting the next move from the other side. Those trapped within the light barrier could not break through the shield no matter what. Watching the churning mist, some had already begun to despair. What should we do? How should I know? No one's coming to save us. We're probably just waiting to die. Who else could save us? Let's just give up. Have you forgotten someone? Jiang Ling. You mean Jiang Ling? He hasn't shown up in ages. He's probably already. Despair etched itself across every face. They had no other choice but to pray for a miracle. Observing the expressions of those within, the yellow mist's laughter grew more savage and thicker, eventually coalescing into the form of a woman. She placed a ghostly hand on Yun Shu's shoulder and chuckled. See? Their expressions. Only when you're strong enough will he be powerless to resist. Yun Shu, this time you must not falter. I'm absolutely confident. A shrill, piercing scream erupted from the figure, shaking the eardrums of those present. They couldn't help but look up. Above the heavens, clouds twisted and contorted. Dark gold runes interwove like a mystical web. A colossal, otherworldly palm enough to blot out the sun pierced through the clouds and descended slowly. The palm's wind carried boundless might, shattering space inch by inch in its path. The swirling yellow mist, once arrogant and human-shaped, let out a shrill scream before being smashed directly into the earth by the colossal palm. Amidst the thunderous roar, the once dense, churning yellow mist was reduced to a faint, barely perceptible wisp. Clatter. The crowd stood frozen, objects slipping from trembling hands, igniting a deathly silence. Gazing at the fading shadow of the colossal palm in the sky, a god-tier powerhouse stared in utter shock. How is this possible? Without relying on beast taming, such overwhelming power. Could it be that one? Who knows, but we're definitely saved. The crowd erupted in wild cheers. Yun Shu lowered her gaze, a mocking smile curling her lips. That person is no ordinary being. Be cautious. Wang Wu slunk back into Yun Shu's body, his voice weak. Jiang Ling watched the scene with satisfaction. That's what you get for talking out of turn. This should teach you a lesson. He wondered why Yun Shu's bond value would drop for no reason while her darkening value rose. Turns out the problem was right here. He'd hidden it well all this time, he hadn't noticed. And he's tough as nails surviving that kind of blow? This glutton truly is something else. Teacher, Yun Shu glanced in his direction, letting out a soft chuckle. After so long apart, is it really appropriate to start with such a grand show of force? Yun Shu, rein in your recklessness. Turn back while there's still time. Jiang Ling observed her peculiar expression and urged. Turn back? Yun Shu shook her head. By absorbing these divine beasts' essence, I can break through to the legendary realm. Why would I turn back? Jiang Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. If one doesn't act for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy them. He didn't know how to respond. How about this, master? Yun Shu raised an eyebrow slightly, offering a suggestion with a faint smile. Don't just try to talk me out of it. We're both god-tier powerhouses now. Why not settle this with a fight? If you win, I'll spare them. If you lose. Her gaze darkened and the rest of her words remained unspoken. Agreed. Jiang Ling nodded. After purchasing a god-tier experience card, Jiang Ling instantly materialized before Yun Shu. Staring at the towering figure before her, Yun Shu froze for a moment. Teacher, you really want to fight me? She gave a self-deprecating smile, gesturing toward the group below. If I win, it's fine. But if I lose, do you think they'll spare me after the exam? Are you trying to get me killed? Jiang Ling froze. He hadn't considered that he'd only intended to stop Yun Shu from making such a grave mistake. So I'll ask you this, you choose me, she pointed at herself, then at the people below. Or choose them? Jiang Ling remained silent, a long pause settling between them. His expression twisted so painfully that Yun Shu couldn't bear to watch, expecting him to strike. Her eyes darkened slightly, a flash of self-mockery flickering within. Jiang Ling clenched his fists, then suddenly relaxed them. Screw your so-called game values. Even if he saved these people, would they release Yun Shu? Yun Shu was his flesh and blood disciple. The rest of this world's inhabitants? Not a penny's worth of connection to him. As long as she didn't regret it later, what did their lives matter to him? Did this game really think he was some world-saving, suffering-relieving hero? He'd made up his mind. Let them punish him if they wanted. Could they really kill him? After a long moment, he murmured, Yun Shu, you won't regret doing this, will you? He lifted his gaze to meet Yun Shu's eyes, which were gradually brightening, and smiled faintly. As long as you don't regret the decision you made today, and feel you did the right thing, that's all that matters. The breathtaking figure before him stiffened, eyes brimming with disbelief. Her eyes reddened slightly. She took 2 quiet steps forward before suddenly throwing herself into his arms, clinging tightly to him. Teacher. Her voice was slightly choked. Jiang Ling couldn't see her face, so he could only gently pat her back. The moment Yun Shu spoke, the game's shrill explosion echoed. Deviating from mission trajectory. Adaptive repair in progress? Introducing a grand package. Free distribution. Free distribution. Players, think carefully. Think carefully. Please, good players. Stop her, will you? Last-minute mission rewards upgraded. Rewards upgraded. Chapter 94, The Abyss. Jiang Ling was thrown off by this abrupt change in attitude. You won't come when I pull, but you retreat when I push? For some inexplicable reason, an ominous foreboding washed over him. He refused to believe the game would be this kind-hearted. That cold mechanical voice, now it was even resorting to pleading, please, good player, to get him to complete the mission. A chill ran down his spine, making him shiver. Grand package contents, this world contains a power capable of pushing Yun Shu beyond her limits. Method of acquisition included. Location marked. Method and acquisition tools have been issued to me. Prevent Yun Shu from continuing to absorb the divine beast's essence. This was acceptable, both preventing Yun Shu's progression and enabling her breakthrough, ensuring safety without risk. Once she reaches that realm, great scholars will defend her teachings. He slowly lowered his arm, which had been loosely wrapped around Yun Shu, gently pushing her away as he gazed at her. Yun Shu's eyes were slightly reddened. Her usual composure seemed like a facade, completely shattered in this moment. She appeared to be filled with inexpressible grievance, softening one's heart. She lifted her gaze slightly, meeting Jiang Ling's eyes. Yet, she offered a faint smile as she spoke words that sent another chill through Jiang Ling. Master, it's a good thing you chose me. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Under Jiang Ling's puzzled gaze, she pointed at several pillars around them, her expression dark and uncertain. These pillars are all enchanted with formations. Within this area, anyone but me would be severely suppressed, their strength reduced to a fraction of what it was. Teacher, you're strong, but I doubt you could beat me under those conditions. She blinked with a smile, as if discussing the most ordinary matter. What if I lose? Jiang Ling swallowed hard, a tinge of dread creeping in. Originally, I planned to cripple you, to truly make you an ordinary person, she said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. But after meeting you, I realized I couldn't do it. Locking you away like before is better. 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang Ling's mind. Come on, I'm a guy, show me some respect, will you? Did we switch our scripts? After speaking, Yun Shu simply watched him silently, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Jiang Ling paused, then pointed at the people below and tentatively suggested, how about letting them go? Seeing her expression darken and grow increasingly gloomy, Jiang Ling quickly explained, not now. I'll help you reach that level, and then you can let them go. Yunshu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Teacher, you have a way? Her tone held a hint of skepticism as she scrutinized him from head to toe. Jiang Ling understood her meaning. If you have a way, why not use it yourself? Can we really trust this? Beneath the abyss lies an evil god from a higher realm. Its primordial essence has been suppressed by the world's consciousness for countless eons, which is why it still remains. Jiang Ling slowly relayed the information provided by the game. Before Yunshu could respond, the yellow mist within her erupted violently. Its voice trembled with excitement. I told you something lurked beneath that abyss. How else could explain why none who descended ever returned? An evil god from the higher realm. Yunshu, if you devour that essence, you'll be far stronger than these puny minnows. Agree to it. Jiang Ling stared at it, somewhat speechless, his voice deepening. Can you shut up? Let Yunshu decide for herself. Though formless, the yellow mist seemed to shudder. That slap felt like hell. It had no desire to experience a second round. She quietly slipped behind Yunshu and called out weakly, how dare you speak to your mother-in-law like that? Before it could finish, Yunshu grabbed it and shoved it back inside. Yunshu felt slightly awkward as she explained, this is my mother. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Why did explaining only make things worse? Though both knew exactly what was on her mind, Jiang Ling decided to play dumb until she was sure. How did your mother become like this? Jiang Ling changed the subject. She's always been like this, Yunshu replied. She's a glutton. Years ago, she tried to reach that realm but failed. Facing imminent collapse, she forcibly separated her soul from her body. Hearing this, Jiang Ling couldn't help but admire the reckless madness of her actions. Its divine spirit possessed a woman, and the Taotai beast itself became a mindless, walking corpse. After possessing her host, she manipulated my father into binding the Taotai. Then, exploiting his trust and closeness, she unleashed that catastrophe. When my father carried her into the abyss, she transferred her essence onto me. Jiang Ling frowned in confusion upon hearing this. This Taotai was too strange. If her own breakthrough was for strength, why did she later constantly urge others to push their limits? Was she sacrificing herself for others? Impossible. Why was she so obsessed? Jiang Ling asked. Because the benefits the world upgrade brought to the entire realm could grant her a second life. Yunshu smiled. Nonsense. I did it for the progress and advancement of our Beastmaster realm, the voice within her hurriedly protested. And you? Are you determined to break through too? Jiang Ling sighed and asked. I want to become stronger, Yunshu began, but trailed off, her gaze shifting to the crowd below. Alright then, Jiang Ling chuckled wryly. The arrow was already on the string, he had no choice but to release it. Fine. The game was already set up anyway. This time, he didn't find fault. Then he'd make the trip. Wait here. I'll retrieve the evil god's origin for you. Jiang Ling said with a smile. You're going to the abyss? Isn't that dangerous? Yunshu asked, her voice tinged with tension but firm. I'm coming with you. Together? Jiang Ling considered it, then nodded. But you can't enter the abyss. After Yunshu agreed, both figures vanished from their spot. Gone? Jiang Ling just left like that? Didn't you see just now? They were hugging and kissing, they're a couple. What about us? We're done for. Inside the light barrier, the crowd had watched Jiang Ling strike with thunderous force, their hopes soaring only to plummet to the depths of despair. Now, wails of grief filled the air. To some, Jiang Ling himself seemed like the mastermind behind it all. Following the guidance, Jiang Ling and Yunshu arrived at the abyss of Forbidden Land at the edge of the continent, its existence shrouded in untold ages. The abyss was as dark as ink, churning with a bone-chilling cold, as if countless wailing souls were trapped within. The surrounding cliff walls were engraved with runes that shimmered and flickered. A massive, mountain-sized, broken wing was embedded in the cliff face. Charred and rotting, scales peeling away, the wound still oozed a sinister glow of black blood. The shattered wing lay spread out, reeking of decay. According to the game's guidance, this malevolent deity once presided over slaughter and destruction, and its evil aura still lingers throughout the abyss. The runes on the cliff walls were automatically generated by the world to contain the spreading malevolence. He possessed items from the package that shielded him from the malevolent energy, but Yunshu did not. Therefore, he forbade her from entering the abyss. Yunshu could sense it too, that chill seeping through her. Even now, having reached god-tier status, it still made her heart flutter. Wait for me. I'll be out soon, Jiang Ling instructed, looking at her. Yunshu remained silent, her eyes filled with worry. Jiang Ling turned and slowly flew toward the abyss. An inexplicable sense of foreboding rose within him. He instinctively glanced back at Yunshu, who remained fixedly focused on him. What am I thinking? Jiang Ling shook his head and continued his descent. Chapter 95, The Origin of the Evil God. As Jiang Ling descended, the biting cold intensified around him, sending an involuntary shiver through his body. A translucent orb appeared in his hand, emitting a faint, warm glow. Was it really this considerate this time? For once, Jiang Ling refrained from cursing the game and activated the orb according to the instructions. In life, the evil god had presided over slaughter, its killing intent fierce and icy. Its primordial essence was unsuitable for direct absorption. The dust-clearing orb in Jiang Ling's hand was the solution to this problem. Not only could it shield Jiang Ling from the corrupting influence of the evil energy, but once fused with him, it could also temporarily store the primordial essence, extinguishing the lingering killing intent within. Though the essence could only be stored for 3 days, it was more than sufficient. Given the back and forth, Jiang Ling suspected he wouldn't even need a full day. Lost in thought, Jiang Ling had already completed the fusion with the dust-clearing pearl. A steady stream of warmth radiated from his abdomen, permeating every bone and muscle. I really have to give you props this time, Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Apprenticeship completion task activated. Upon reaching full values in all 3 attributes, your apprentice Yunshu will graduate. The apprentice will receive a designated opportunity gift pack. The player will receive a graduation gift pack. Faced with his praise and the inexplicably popping quest notification, Jiang Ling couldn't help but reconsider. This damn game wouldn't be setting some kind of trap for him, would it? According to the Abyss's description, there shouldn't be any living creatures down here. With the dust-sweeping pearl in hand, Jiang Ling couldn't fathom where danger could possibly come from. It must have triggered prematurely. Jiang Ling shook his head as his feet touched the ground again. Seems we've reached the bottom. Though dim below, it wasn't pitch black. Within his vision, an immense, exaggeratedly moving body lay bound to the ground by countless chains of rock. 6 wings protruded from its back, one missing. Suddenly, the massive corpse's chest heaved, spewing forth a black mist that surged toward him as if possessed of its own will, instantly coiling around his limbs. Primordial energy, condensed over countless eons, surged like molten lava into his meridians. Within the pure essence, wisps of black mist swirled. Each strand screamed, as if intent on tearing apart his soul, only to be forcibly sucked into the Dangchen Pearl's gravitational pull. In that instant, the runes on the abyss's walls shattered. Crimson lightning split the clouds, bathing the entire chasm in a light that made it resemble a fiery inferno. Above the heavens, an overwhelming pressure descended, as if a terrifying presence had arrived, gazing down upon the abyss. As if the supreme will of this world itself had descended. As the final strand of primordial essence was drawn into his body, golden flames surged around Jiang Ling. The corpse of the evil god turned to ashes, and the wails of countless aggrieved souls echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Such immense commotion caused Yunshu above to clench her fists nervously, her face etched with anxiety. Hearing movement behind her, Yunshu whipped her head around. 2 figures darted forward with blinding speed, ignoring the evil energy barrier as they plunged straight toward the bottom of the abyss. Though the malevolent energy had greatly dissipated by now, the danger remained extreme. Yunshu's expression froze for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief. Those 2 figures. Before Yunshu could react, a yellow mist drifted from her body, its voice urgent, "That's your father and grandmother. Hurry and chase them," she urged, her voice filled with urgency. Yunshu had no time to hesitate. Pushing through the thin layer of evil energy, she tentatively flew toward the abyss. She carefully guarded against the evil energy entering her body, descending slowly. The 2 figures had vanished, and Yunshu unconsciously quickened her pace. Notice, the current primordial essence is incomplete. Players must discover and acquire the remaining primordial essences. Notice, upon obtaining the evil god's origin, all acts of killing are strictly forbidden. Failure to comply risks losing your sanity and becoming a mindless zombie. Accompanying the game prompts came 2 dull thuds. As if heavy objects had slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of sand. Jiang Ling looked over in confusion, his body stiffening upon recognizing one of the figures. 2 unsteady figures emerged from the dust. The one on the left wore tattered military fatigues. His hunched back and silver hair at the temples revealed him to be none other than Yunshu's grandmother, a woman Jiang Ling hadn't seen in ages. The middle-aged man on the right wore mud-stained dress pants. His gold-rimmed glasses, perched on his nose, had a broken arm. His features faintly resembled Yunshu's. Jiang Ling didn't recognize him, but he guessed this must be Yunshu's father. How had these 2 ended up here? Jiang Ling wondered. Their skin was ashen gray, their sunken eye sockets hollowed like black holes. Their movements were stiff and jerky, like puppets on strings. He tentatively sensed their presence, and his brow furrowed with confusion, replaced by shock. These 2 were long since devoid of life, near unconscious walking corpses. Beneath their skin, black mist flowed through their veins identical to the malevolent divine essence he had just absorbed. Grandma? Yunshu's slowly descending figure abruptly halted, suspended mid-air. She stared fixedly at the 2 figures, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "How are you 2 here?" Yunsuetsue turned at the sound, a sinister grin spreading across her lips as she extended her withered hand toward her. Yunshu touched her eyes, tears welling. "Where have you been all these years? I couldn't reach you." With that, she started walking toward Yunsuetsue regardless of the consequences. Jiang Ling darted forward, grabbing her arm. Clearly, Yunshu's judgment had been clouded by the evil energy, driving her to such recklessness. Feeling the icy chill emanating from Yunshu's hand, Jiang Ling grew even more certain. He roared, "Don't go near them. They've been parasitized by the essence of an evil deity. They're no longer. Not what?
Yunshu violently shook off his hand, her eyes red as if they would bleed.
That's my grandmother. My father.
She lunged forward to embrace Yun Suetsue, who suddenly lashed out, no combat skill, just primal clawing and biting.
Deep bloody claw marks tore into Yunshu's pale arm.
Jiang Ling snapped his head back, yanking Yunshu behind him. As Jiang Ling shielded Yunshu, his heart clenched. The primal power of the dust-sweeping bead suddenly surged out of control, every inch of his meridians now seemingly ravenous. He could distinctly sense the last two strands of the evil god's primordial essence concealed within those two walking corpses, pulsing slowly with their movements. Killing them would grant him complete mastery of the evil god's essence. Jiang Ling shuddered violently, his gaze clearing. The malevolent aura of the evil god was terrifying. Fortunately, his true intention wasn't to gain power from the essence, otherwise, he might have lost himself too.
Killing those two walking corpses would now perfectly complete the mission.
Yet, the trembling shoulders of Yunshu in his peripheral vision made his own hands feel too heavy to lift.
Yun Donglu suddenly lunged forward with a snarling roar.
Jiang Ling instinctively pulled Yunshu back several steps. His palm strike swept across the opponent's chest, sending a wisp of black mist flying.
Yun Suetsue's hollow eye sockets shifted toward Jiang Ling, then toward Yun Donglu.
A hoarse sound squeezed from her throat as she stood before Jiang Ling, adopting a protective stance.
Teacher.
Yunshu gripped his arm, her nails nearly digging into his flesh.
Think of something. Grandma is still conscious, right? Jiang Ling watched Yun Shui's instinctive movement, a flicker of doubt rising within him. Could they still be saved?
They can be saved, but there's no way to save them. Both have long since lost consciousness.
Theoretically, they cannot be revived. Players may attempt rescue through in-game opportunities.
Their consciousness has sunk their already walking corpses.
Jiang Ling murmured. Is there truly no way? Sinking isn't the same as disappearing.
Teacher, let's think of a way, okay? Yunshu covered her face, muffling her sobs in her palms. They were my only family. But Yun Suetsue spun around and lunged again, this time targeting Jiang Ling directly.
Jiang Ling yanked Yunshu aside to dodge.
In the blink of an eye, game sounds rang out one after another.
Chapter 96, he said there'd be a trap. Warning, the evil god's primordial essence is too powerful. The host world is damaged and cannot withstand it.
Since the player is not a native character, temporary storage is unaffected. Please be mindful of your actions, otherwise, the world risks collapse. Special gift, complete the apprenticeship quest to upgrade your beast-taming realm specifications once for free, advancing to the grand world.
Warning, the player harbors the evil god's primordial essence within their body.
They must cease all acts of slaughter, or they will become a walking corpse.
Please take note.
Kind reminder, the dust-cleansing pearl within the player can only temporarily store the evil god's essence for 3 days. The essence contained within the pearl represents the world's maximum tolerance limit.
If released, the Beastmaster realm cannot withstand it. After hearing the announcement, Jiang Ling's expression froze for a moment. He knew there was a catch. He'd guarded against everything yet never imagined the game developers would dig such a massive pitfall right in front of him. Yunshu beside him was clearly still dazed. After much deliberation, only one solution remained. He would kill the two individuals to extract their essence. Yunshu would undergo darkening, the world level would increase, and he would then transfer the essence to Yunshu. Using the game rewards, he could revive her father and grandmother. This was the optimal solution and the only one. As for him, he'd die. Nice one, huh? Bearing the humiliation, setting one trap after another for me.
Jiang Ling cursed the game bitterly in his heart. Unwarranted kindness is either treachery or theft. He never believed this damn game would be so benevolent. Now, it seemed not only was he being forced to complete the mission, but the game had even arranged for him to be expelled. Always like this, triggering the exit condition out of nowhere, and I'm the one left holding the bag. Jiang Ling muttered resentfully, then shook his head and glanced back at Yunshu behind him. Her head was slightly bowed, revealing her fair neck, with a hint of moisture still glistening on her lashes. Though this disciple wasn't as obedient as Bai Suesu, Jiang Ling had spent the most time with her. Watching her journey from student to a legendary powerhouse renowned across China, a profound sense of accomplishment welled up within him. Pity this great guide once again, he must burn himself out and sacrifice everything. The affection Yunshu showed him was far more intense and direct than Bai Suesui's. And so it was again no time for a proper farewell before saying goodbye. In truth, even farewells were forbidden. Flames erupted from his palms. Jiang Ling shoved Yunshu aside and struck ruthlessly at the two walking corpses. His expression was grim and stern, his attack ruthless. Two blazing dragon flames, radiating terrifying heat, struck their targets. Both figures abruptly lost their life force, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beneath their ashen gray skin, black mist surged forth like a tide, only to be swallowed by the suction emanating from Jiang Ling's body. Their fall was light, like two withered leaves blown from a branch by the wind. Yun Suetsue's empty eye socket stubbornly fixed on Yunshu. No! Witnessing this, Yunshu raised a hand in vain, trying to stop it, but it was already too late.
The CEO who usually towered above others, the god-tier powerhouse who commanded the winds and clouds, now collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably. All of this was too much for her to bear. Her mind went blank, like someone drowning. The man she loved killed the two people who loved her most. Yunshu's eyes blazed crimson, her heart clenched as if in a vice, making it hard to breathe. Jiang Ling turned, meeting her gaze as she approached slowly. Yunshu came to a halt before him, shoulders trembling, her expression shattered. "What do you mean by this?" Yunshu clenched her fists, the bones creaking. "That was my grandmother and my father. How could you? What about it?" Jiang Ling cut her off, his voice calm, even a faint curve touching his lips. "Leave them to be a menace?" He brushed dust off his clothes, the warmth in his eyes fading bit by bit. "Yunshu, it's time you woke up." Jiang Ling controlled his expression, feigning indifference. Yunshu's pupils suddenly contracted, as if seeing the man before her for the first time. Staring at his cold face, she froze in place. "You've wanted to do this for a long time, haven't you?" Her voice trembled uncontrollably as tears spilled from her eyes. "You don't care about me at all, you only want this power." Jiang Ling didn't deny it. Instead, he stepped forward and gently wiped the tear from her cheek with his finger. "Right, just think about him like that. Hurry up and max out that darkening value." Yunshu's imagination was vivid enough to invent a motive for him. His hand felt icy cold. Yunshu took a few steps back to avoid it. "Yes." Jiang Ling's admission was crisp and decisive. He even summoned Xiaolan and Xiaojin, two divine beasts now floating gracefully behind him. "I knew they were alive, but I couldn't find them. With you, it's different." He paused, deliberately emphasizing his words. "As long as you go to the abyss, they'll definitely come." This riddled lie, however, proved the most potent poison for Yunshu, whose ability to think had largely vanished. Yunshu staggered, her face as pale as paper. She stared fixedly at Jiang Ling, her lips trembling, yet unable to utter a single word. Her lingering affection and trust in him seemed utterly ridiculous in the presence of those two corpses and his icy gaze. "Get out," she finally managed, her voice faint as a sigh. "I hate you." But Jiang Ling stepped closer, his voice low enough for only the two of them to hear as he murmured against her ear, "Remember this hatred. Its source lies within me. You are no match for me now. When we meet again, I won't be sentimental." The moment his words fell, Yunshu's eyes snapped wide open. A mouthful of blood sprayed onto his chest. She stared at his blood-soaked clothes, at his utterly unruffled face, and the last shred of her resolve collapsed. Her vision began to spin. Before consciousness fully slipped away, she managed a bitter smile. So it had all been calculated, all orchestrated. Only she had been foolish enough to believe it. Jiang Ling caught her limp body. When his fingers touched her icy skin, a wave of heaviness gripped his chest. He had to make her hate him. Hate him so much that the mere mention of his name made her grind her teeth in fury. Hate him so much that she would be willing to sacrifice everything to kill him. Only then, when he had completely lost his mind, could she act without hesitation? Jiang Ling closed his eyes, drawing the last shred of primordial essence into his body. Ding! Yunshu's darkening value is maxed. Beloved disciple Yunshu has met the requirements for graduation. Proceed with graduation? Jiang Ling couldn't even be bothered to curse now. What else is there to ask? Grant her graduation, Jiang Ling said. Please compose yourself and learn to accept farewells. Congratulations! Apprentice Yunshu has been released. Rewards are being distributed. Jiang Ling waited, waiting for the game to patch and upgrade the world. But then, a wisp of yellow mist suddenly drifted up from Yunshu's body. Jiang Ling sensed the disturbance, his piercing gaze immediately sweeping toward it. The yellow mist slowly coalesced into a human form and approached him. You dare show your face? Not afraid I'll scatter you? Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow, his tone cold and hard. What are you doing this for? The yellow mist ignored the question, continuing on its own. A flicker of impatience crossed Jiang Ling's face. What nonsense are you spouting? Years ago, Yunshu's father said something to me. The yellow mist took a few more steps, passing through Jiang Ling and approaching the man lying on the ground. No matter how you hurt me, I will never hate you. Because I know your pain is deeper than mine. Your heart trembles. Though I don't know your purpose, I know it must be for Yunshu. Chapter 97, Yunshu's Initiation. The figure tilted its head slightly, seemingly awaiting Jiang Ling's response. No need to deceive me, she said with a hint of amusement in her voice, speaking slowly. Whatever schemes or goals you harbor, I couldn't care less. Because I'm not from this world either. I can sense the aura of your two divine beasts, she said, pretending to inhale deeply. This scent, it definitely doesn't belong to this world. Jiang Ling studied her intently, raising an eyebrow. So you're saying you have a story to tell? He waved his hand, cutting off her drifting words. I don't care who you are or what you want. Just don't touch Yunshu. Everything else is up to you. Of course. I am her mother. Jiang Ling snorted lightly. A mother only cares about her child's well-being. You only care about whether the world can break through. She tried to protest, but Jiang Ling cut her off. I don't mean anything, he continued, but I can tell you this, Yunshu is the only one who can help you achieve your plan. Jiang Ling truly distrusted this matter and pressed on. This world is flawed. Even if someone breaks through its limits, it will only trigger its collapse. That's precisely why I haven't given her the source yet. Hearing this, the figure trembled violently. What? What? She was on the verge of collapse, her hoarse voice filled with utter devastation. She couldn't accept it, all those years of waiting and striving had been for nothing. Don't panic. I have a solution. Jiang Ling's words reignited her hope, her tone even carrying a hint of pleading. You have a way? How? Tell me, I'll do it. I'll agree to any conditions. Jiang Ling had been waiting for those words. He spoke calmly, I can repair and enhance this world, making it capable of withstanding the power that breaks through its limits. But the condition is this, for the rest of your life, you must never harm Yunshu in any way. You must guide her progress with unwavering devotion. Should you violate this, the great Tao will punish you. Jiang Ling's gaze grew deep and intense, his voice icy as he awaited her response. She remained silent for a long while, offering no reply to Jiang Ling. Instead, she simply sat back down beside the man lying on the ground. I don't know why you think this, but I truly never intended to harm them. The world's advancement and their growth aren't mutually exclusive. Never mind. I agree. Hearing this, Jiang Ling nodded in satisfaction. One more condition, whatever you saw today, whatever you learned, not a single word of it may be mentioned to Yunshu. Otherwise, heaven's punishment will be upon you. Jiang Ling added. What exactly are you after? What's the point of all this? That's none of your concern. Just agree to my terms. No problem. I agree. Jiang Ling waved his hand, sealing Yunshu and the two walking corpses within the barrier. Huang Wu's expression turned puzzled, she couldn't fathom what the man was doing. Suddenly, a dark golden flame erupted from Jiang Ling's palm. The primordial essence, laden with murderous and malevolent energy, was being filtered through the dust-cleansing pearl. Layer by layer, the impure energy was stripped away, leaving only the pure core of power. With each filtration, the luminous dust-clearing bead deepened a shade of dark purple, and his expression darkened accordingly. Damn it, Jiang Ling's face paled slightly as he gritted his teeth. You never said filtering this much primordial essence would hurt this much. Seeing the pain etched on the man's face, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. He was her only hope now, and she desperately hoped nothing went wrong. A sudden crackling sound echoed from beyond the abyss, like the world itself was fracturing. Huang Wu looked up to see a 10-kilometer-long gash torn in the sky, with chaotic spacetime currents tumbling down the fissure. Huang Wu's heart sank in horror. Jiang Ling's words were no empty threat. Such a terrifying breach meant that if Yunshu forced her way through, she would likely meet a fate worse than death. Jiang Ling erupted in a blinding radiance that was impossible to look upon directly. Dark golden light surged like a tidal wave across the heavens. Wherever it flowed, the cracked sky seems closed anew, the fissures in the celestial dome slowly mending within the luminous current. The world's tremors gradually subsided. The air filled with the fresh scent of new growth, as if the entire world itself was quietly cheering, celebrating this rebirth. Huang Wu's inner shock was beyond words. He had actually done it, he had single-handedly repaired the world's damage. But why would such an existence go to such lengths for Yunshu? She stared at that figure for a long time. To drive someone to such lengths, it must be either for gain or for love. As the last stream of light merged into the sky, Jiang Ling staggered toward the barrier. Yunshu remained unconscious, her lashes still wet with unblotted tears. Ignoring the yellow mist entirely, he crouched down, his fingertips hovering just above her brow. The purified primordial energy had coalesced into a luminous white orb, as smooth and pure as a jade spirit nurtured by heaven and earth. This is for you. He murmured, his voice so soft it felt like an illusion. The yellow mist was now utterly speechless. The intense malevolence she had sensed earlier within that primordial energy had vanished, leaving only the purest essence of primal power. The moment the orb sank into Yunshu's brow, her furrowed forehead relaxed slightly, and a faint halo began to radiate from her body. The world began to tremble faintly, once more a sign that someone was about to break through, shattering their limits. As Jiang Ling rose to his feet, malevolent energy surged through his body, gradually devouring his sanity. He could feel the seductive whispers echoing incessantly within his mind, urging him toward slaughter and destruction. Jiang Ling looked at Yunshu, sleeping peacefully within the barrier, then glanced at the blurred figure standing motionless beside her. I see clearly now, Jiang Ling said to the shadow, his voice hoarse yet distinct. I've fulfilled my promise to you. Now you must keep yours. He raised his hand to his chest. Dark golden flames suddenly swirled backward, coalescing in his palm into a short blade. Half his consciousness had already been devoured by the malevolent energy, causing excruciating headaches. Must hurry, Jiang Ling shook his head, his gaze clouded. End it myself. The moment the blade pierced his chest, no blood spilled. Instead, Jiang Ling's entire being began to slowly dissipate. He watched his palm transform into crystalline specks of light, drifting away slowly. Within the barrier, Yunshu's brows furrowed slightly, as if sensing something. Before his last shred of consciousness faded, he recalled the first time Yun Shu had chased after him, calling out teacher. Beloved disciple Yun Shu has completed her training. Rewards being distributed. Goodbye. The light particles drifted slowly into the barrier, settling upon the two zombies lying on the ground. Yun Shu's eyes snapped open, and the luminous pearl between her brows flared brightly. She stared blankly into the empty abyss, a sharp pain piercing her heart. She didn't know what had happened, only that something profoundly important had vanished forever. From the shadows, the yellow mist approached her slowly. It gazed at the spot where the light had scattered, then looked at the world restored to its original state. A barely audible sigh escaped its throat. In the sky, Yun Shu began radiating an aura that seemed to shake the heavens and earth. She was breaking through. On the ground, two bodies, long devoid of life, slowly sat up. Chapter 98, Pursuit. Yun Shu emerged from the abyss, her power now utterly transcending the world's limits. She released all the imprisoned powerful beings, then shattered the boundaries and departed. Through endless ages, she traversed the heavens with the Azure Dragon, the Candle Dragon, and the Yinglong. She personally established a new order for beast tamers, erecting divine steels across the realm. Even the flow of celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy transformed according to her will, becoming nectar that nourished the beasts. The barriers of the Beastmaster realm dissolved completely, transforming it into the supreme divine domain of the Beastmaster realm among the myriad realms. Upon first stepping beyond the realm's borders, Yun Shu encountered a tidal wave of ferocious beasts from myriad realms. After this battle, the name of the divine dragon Empress echoed throughout the heavens. Countless realms sent envoys to pay homage, seeking the opportunity to forge a beast-taming contract. Yun Shu carved out a divine domain at the edge of chaos, guiding the beast-taming realm there. Using her own divine soul as a beacon, she etched the laws of the beast-taming realm into the great Tao of the heavens, elevating it to a supreme power among the realms, rivaling the immortal emperor's palace. The Azure Dragon transformed into the eastern heavenly pillar guarding the divine realm, the Candle Dragon anchored the river of time to watch over past and future, while the Yinglong became the peerless war god, spreading the way of beast-taming to even more distant realms. That day, a surge of power rivaling the might of the immortal emperor's palace shook the heavens. Yun Shu reached the pinnacle of her art. Standing atop the divine domain, a mere flick of her fingertips could resonate with all beasts. Even the ancient beast deities dwelling in the depths of chaos bowed their heads in reverence before her. The former Beastmaster realm had long been recognized by all heavens as the divine domain of Beastmasters, a sacred sanctuary in the hearts of every beast and Beastmaster. Its profound spiritual energy and perfected laws drew the envious gaze of even ancient divine realms. Within the depths of the immortal emperor's palace, suspended in the mystic realm, an immortal emperor who governed the order of all worlds slowly opened his eyes. Watching the scene of Yun Shu commanding the worship of all realms, his aged fingertips tapped lightly on the jade tablet. The White Emperor slumbers. Who would have thought that in such a brief span of time, such an existence would emerge? In a mere 1,000 years, she has shattered the shackles. Better to be allies than enemies. Golden armored guards entered at the command, bowing to await instructions. The immortal emperor commanded, proceed to the beast-taming divine realm. Convey our congratulations and the White Emperor's decree, they must not disturb Blue Star. At the summit of the divine realm, Yun Shu gazed upon the ever-shifting territories floating within the sea of stars and murmured softly, "Look, our world has truly grown stronger." A breeze swept through her hair as the dragon's roar of the three beasts echoed through the starry river, as if in response. "The power you once prized most, I have claimed. You said when we meet again, you wouldn't hold a grudge." As she spoke, she casually summoned the river of time to probe its depths. This action sent shockwaves through all the ancient beings. Two supreme beings in succession, both summoning the river of time after breaking through their realms. Why? Cease your wild speculation, such beings are beyond our comprehension. Could it be, like the White Emperor before, that they seek someone? She traced back to that day, the day she awoke. Beyond that point, time seemed severed midstream, irretrievable. And after that, that figure never appeared again. How could this be? Yun Shu's voice trembled slightly. As if no evidence of this person's existence had ever been in the world, as if to truly confirm his words from back then. "Don't look for me. You won't find me." Her aura grew increasingly agitated, causing the space around her to warp faintly, making countless deities tremble. "You must know what happened. Calm down." Yun Shu turned to see a slender woman slowly stepping out from behind her. "You were the only one present. Why is the primordial source within me? You said it was drawn by grandmother and father, but I know that's not the truth." She stared at the figure, her tone cold and firm. The woman remained silent, as if hesitating, holding back something. I can't say." After a long struggle, the woman finally spoke, her voice filled with conflict. I swore an oath to the heavenly Tao. If I speak, I'll be struck by divine retribution." The woman's face flushed with embarrassment. "So you do know?" Yun Shu's eyes regained their sparkle. She glanced upward and chuckled softly. "Just speak. I'm right here. Let's see which world's heavenly path dares touch you." As she spoke, her piercing gaze swept across the Beastmaster's divine realm. The entire world trembled ever so slightly. Moved? They dared not move. That day, the woman tentatively spoke up. When she felt the gaze upon her easily dispelled, she exhaled a long breath. I don't know what he was after. As she spoke, she even used her divine abilities to recreate the scene from that time. The buried truth was peeled away layer by layer, how Jiang Ling had used himself as a filter to obtain the purest essence for her, his own face contorted in agony, pale and twisted. Before losing his mind, he plunged the blade into his own heart without a moment's hesitation. He restored the world, reviving her father and grandmother. He was consumed by darkness to help her obtain the source. He would rather she hated him. I don't know what he was truly fighting for, the woman's voice trembled. Perhaps only by hating him could you live with greater resolve, so you wouldn't crumble after he vanished. Yunshu froze in place, her mind reeling as images exploded in her mind. Jiang Ling's cold gaze in the abyss, the calm he spoke of when he said he'd leave them behind to wreak havoc on the mortal world. The fleeting pain in his eyes when she said she hated him. And why, after awakening, her heart ached inexplicably. All that coldness she assumed was just tenderness wrapped around a blade. Impossible. She shook her head, her voice shattering into fragments. Over 1,000 years, she had relived that midnight rupture countless times, hating his ruthlessness, his greed, his cunning, and skill at disguise. Even after becoming the ancestor of beast tamers, she deliberately avoided revisiting that past. But now, as the truth crashed down upon her, she realized how utterly ridiculous she had been. She had climbed to the pinnacle by stepping on his sacrifice, guarding the world with the power bought by his sacrifice, yet she hadn't even understood his final, agonizing intention. He must have been in agony then, hadn't he? Yunshu suddenly clutched her chest, where a wrenching pain more intense than any realm breakthrough surged. Tears finally broke through, streaming down her exquisite face and blurring her vision. She had believed herself strong enough to protect those she cherished, yet in the end, she had misunderstood the sacrifice of the one closest to her for 1,000 years. The power of the supreme realm surged within her, yet there was nowhere to utter even a belated apology. The sacred figure slowly crouched down, burying her face in her palms as her shoulders shook violently. 1,000 years of pride and fortitude crumbled completely in that instant. Jiang Ling's muffled sobs of apology echoed within her palms, filled with endless self-reproach and despair. I was wrong. I shouldn't have hated you. Yet in that instant, she suddenly lifted her head. Amidst the myriad intricate microcosms at the edge of the multiverse, she sensed a faint, elusive trace of energy. This microcosm was deliberately concealed, layered with powerful enchantments, yet that familiar trace still caught her attention. She raised her hand to dissolve the restrictions, surprised by their intricate complexity and formidable power. Even at her level, it's no easy task. Only the one at the Immortal Emperor's palace could accomplish it. She paid no heed, continuing her search. Suddenly, an unusual light flashed in her eyes. Found it. Chapter 99, Standoff. A small, emerald-green bird slipped through a tiny crack at the world's edge, entering this realm. Silent and unnoticed, it passed without alerting any being. Yet the entire world responded with a violent convulsion. The blue star trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail as if it were about to collapse. After a few breaths, it slowly settled back into stillness. An earthquake? What's happening? It feels like every corner of the world felt that tremor. It felt as though the entire world was trembling. In that moment, countless people across Blue Star were plunged into endless terror. Such global upheaval was heart-stopping for everyone. The armies guarding the world's borders were on high alert, and powerful figures from all corners began investigating the cause of this disturbance. An unspoken understanding spread among them, a vague premonition taking root as if something monumental was about to unfold. What was going on? Jiang Ling had just opened his eyes, his head still feeling a bit dizzy, when he felt the intense tremor. As the world settled into a fragile calm, the restless energy surging within Jiang Ling caught his attention. Why are you two so restless? Jiang Ling wondered. Ever since the tremors began, the primordial dragon and the starry sky dragon within him had been stirring. What's up with you two? Ran into the boss? Getting ready to greet him? He shared a telepathic bond with them, sensing the excitement and anticipation lurking beneath the restlessness. Player has completed the apprenticeship quest. The Grand Apprenticeship Reward Pack is about to be distributed. Starry Sky Dragon and Primordial Dragon reach their complete forms. Blue Star Origin Liberation Progress, 115. The moment the game notification faded, Jiang Ling felt power erupt violently within him. Zulong's form swelled rapidly within the Supreme Emperor's sword. Golden Dragon might burst through his skin, coalescing into a translucent dragon silhouette within the room. The chandelier on the ceiling hummed violently from the shockwave. The Starry Sky Dragon drew in the starlight of the cosmos. Countless silver specks pierced through the glass, merging into its dragon form. The space within the Imperial armor seemed to transform into an endless Milky Way. Holy crap, Jiang Ling murmured, watching the golden blue patterns flicker on his arm. He could feel two immense forces surging within him, yet they were utterly docile. Was this the mature form? This powerful? Could he take on a martial saint now? What's with all the excitement? Jiang Ling chuckled. So this is why you two were so worked up. But seriously, what about my reward? Jiang Ling inquired. Though the rewards for them were essentially his too, it still felt like the guests were overshadowing the host. Player has cultivated 2 supreme beings. Commemorative reward being distributed. Congratulations! Player has obtained commemorative item, quest statue 2. 2 soft beams of white light glowed in midair. Jiang Ling reached out to catch them 2 statues. The left statue depicted a white-haired girl with a beautiful golden pattern on her forehead. 9 fluffy foxtails fanned out behind her as she clutched half a chicken drumstick tightly in her hand, her eyes crinkling into crescent moons. The right statue wore a light gray apron with sleeves rolled up to the elbows, holding a clay pot. Her gentle eyes and brows suggested she'd just finished cooking a bowl of hot soup. Jiang Ling paused, his fingertips brushing the figurines. He recalled a certain fox who loved chicken and that female boss who cooked especially her delicious soup. He chuckled and shook his head, placing the 2 chibi figurines in the most prominent spot on his desk. Fine, souvenirs it is. Better than nothing. Little Blue and Little Gold were still in the midst of their breakthroughs. I'd get some sleep this afternoon, I'd have to endure by Swijui's grueling training again. Jiang Ling pulled the blanket over his stomach and fell into a deep sleep. This aura. In the women's dormitory of Jinghua University, Bai Suisu's expression was stern, her stunning face covered in frost. Breaking the barrier, infiltrating this world. What exactly was she trying to do? Bai Suisu's face darkened like storm clouds. Since attaining enlightenment, no one had ever dared to so blatantly defy her will. Moments ago, she sensed another ascending to the supreme realm, her consciousness returning. The Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Emperor Palace had reported that congratulations had been extended to that individual, and she had been warned not to meddle with Blue Star. Before she could react, the intruder had already infiltrated this world. A fierce killing intent radiated from Yun Shu's entire being. If she dared to harm Blue Star or Jiang Ling, Bai Jisoo would not hesitate to let the heavens witness her path of slaughter once more. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened. Could it really be that coincidental? She casually tore open a spatial rift and stepped through it. You actually dared to come looking for me. A small green bird perched on the windowsill of Jiang Ling's dorm room. Tilting its head, it surveyed the room's furnishings. Staring at the figure on the bed, it seemed momentarily dazed. Suddenly, it shook its feathers and dissolved into a wisp of green smoke. The smoke coalesced in the air into the ethereal form of a woman. Her noble and sacred aura was so overwhelming that one could scarcely look upon her directly. The space around her warped slightly, unable to bear the weight of her presence. Her phantom form was exceedingly faint, yet the faint rumbling of the Tao's laws still strained the space to its limits, teetering on the brink of collapse. Her icy gaze gradually intensified, fixing intently on the figure on the bed, covered only to the waist. The depths of her eyes, as vast and mysterious as the night sky, brightened. The gloom that had shrouded her face seemed to vanish in an instant. Jiang Ling spoke softly, taking a small step forward. The primordial dragon and the starry sky dragon flew out from Jiang Ling's body, circling around Yun Shu. You two did very well, she murmured softly, gently stroking the 2 dragons. If I hadn't sensed your presence, I might never have found you. But you're still far too weak. She shook her head, her delicate hand sweeping through the air as streaks of light flowed into their bodies. The primordial dragon let out a deep, resonant roar as its golden dragon aura surged violently. The starry sky dragon circled, its starlight growing even more dazzling. The 2 dragon forms contentedly retreated back into Jiang Ling's body. Only then did Jin Shu slowly approach the bedside. Gazing at the familiar features, a wave of dizziness washed over her. The youth on the bed seemed utterly exhausted, sleeping deeply with a slight frown on his brow. Those familiar features, that familiar sleeping face, gradually overlapped with the figure from her deepest memories, the one who had feigned indifference in the abyss. Yun Shu's heart clenched violently. Tears finally spilled from her eyes. Her hand reached out, fingertips trembling, seeking to touch his cheek. This wasn't a dream. He had truly returned. Behind her, a cold, icy voice rang out. Dare to touch him, and I will obliterate your Beastmaster's divine realm. The voice cut through the air like a bitter winter wind, carrying a murderous intent cold enough to freeze the soul. Yun Shu's fingers froze midair. Without turning, she could feel the icy sharpness in that gaze. Only one being could evoke such a sensation in her. The White Emperor, the supreme being of the Immortal Emperor's palace, renowned throughout the heavens for his path of slaughter. Yun Shu slowly withdrew her hand. By the time she turned, her face had regained its composure. I won't harm him. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering certainty. I'm only here to see him. Bai Suisui stood nearby, glancing at Jiang Ling, who lay oblivious on the bed. Though I don't know your purpose, she said coldly, let me make this clear. You can't even look. Blue Star isn't the Beastmaster's divine realm, and he certainly isn't someone you can pry into at will. The White Emperor is quite domineering, Yun Shu chuckled softly, meeting the figure's gaze without flinching. Then I must ask, by what authority do you speak to me? Or do you think you can command me? Chapter 100, World Advancement. Bai Suisui stood at the doorway, the chill radiating from her causing the room's temperature to plummet. She observed the unyielding obsession in Yun Shu's spectral eyes, then glanced at Jiang Ling, utterly unaware on the bed. The aura emanating from her grew even more terrifying. Yun Shu offered no rebuttal, only fixing a deep gaze upon Jiang Ling on the bed, as if etching that face into the depths of her soul. Her phantom began to fade into transparency. Before vanishing completely, she murmured softly, a whisper only the two could hear, "Emperor, by what skill, what audacity to infiltrate this minor world using the divine herb beyond grass as a vessel. And I came but as a mere shadow. I meant no disturbance to the master, only to confirm his well-being. There's no need for haste, I shall depart of my own accord. When Blue Star ascends, or when I come to visit, we shall settle today's affairs then." The phantom faded, and the spatial fluctuations within the dormitory gradually subsided. Bai Sui approached the bedside, gazing at Jiang Ling's peaceful sleeping face. Her fingertips gently brushed his brow, smoothing out the wrinkle caused by the disturbance of external energies. She turned to look out the window. In the sunlight, her gaze remained as cold as ever. Had she just called him teacher? Bai Sui's fist clenched instinctively. A terrifying aura surged forth, yet it deliberately bypassed the man sleeping soundly on the bed. Within Jiang Ling's body, the Ancestral Dragon and the Starry Sky Dragon trembled slightly, both utterly bewildered. Wait, what happened to the ancestral Beastmaster? How did she turn into this terrifying woman? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling on the bed smacked his lips, rolled over, and buried his face in the pillow. Oblivious to the cosmic-level standoff that had just unfolded, he slept soundly and peacefully. The early autumn noon was sweltering, yet the room remained refreshingly cool. Bright sunlight streamed in, casting dancing patterns of light and shadow across the desk. Two chibi figurines stood quietly, guarding this little corner of tranquility. Clang! The sudden noise startled Jiang Ling awake. He rubbed his eyes and looked toward the source of the sound. Yun Shu's figurine had toppled onto the desk without warning, leaving only Bai Jishui smiling brightly. Damn it! Jiang Ling rose and picked up Yun Shu's statue. He glanced at the time and stretched lazily. Another fortnight had slipped by like flowing water. The setting sun's rays streamed through the restaurant's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting mottled patterns of light and shadow across the dining table. Bai Sui picked up a strand of Sichuan pepper chicken with her chopsticks, red oil dripping from the tips. She lifted her eyes to Jiang Ling across the table, sipping his soup, a hint of amusement in her gaze. Jiang Ling, the university competition is tomorrow. You got confidence? Jiang Ling had just swallowed a mouthful of warm mushroom soup when he heard her question. He raised an eyebrow and countered, "Do you believe in me?" "Of course I do." Bai Sui nodded without hesitation, her eyes crinkling. "You handled that group of martial arts masters sent to assassinate you. Dealing with a bunch of students should be a piece of cake, right?" She added a piece of spare rib to Jiang Ling's bowl. "Eat more. You'll need the energy to beat people tomorrow." Jiang Ling chuckled and shook his head, taking a bite of the pork rib. "You make it sound like a fistfight. The university competition tests overall strength, not who packs the hardest punch." Even so, he chewed the ribs with a satisfying crunch. "Same difference." Bai Sui waved it off nonchalantly, shoveling in another mouthful of rice. "If we can crack the top 10 and secure a spot in the Tri-Army tournament, this year will be a breeze." She tapped her plate with her chopsticks. "Heard the Tri-Army tournament only has the Demon Realm and Blue Star this year. Something happened in the Tianwu realm." "Yeah, heard about it." Jiang Ling nodded in agreement. The restaurant fell silent except for the soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks. Jiang Ling sipped his soup, his thoughts drifting back to the disturbance 3 days prior. The very foundation of the Tianwu realm vanished into thin air, causing its entire cultivation system to collapse completely. The once formidable martial realm had been reduced to an ordinary mortal realm overnight, and all martial artists who had relied on its cultivation system were stripped of their powers, becoming ordinary mortals. Come to think of it, the Tianwu realm incident was incredibly sudden. Jiang Ling set down his soup bowl. It was as if someone had forcibly ripped out its very foundation without a single warning sign. Bai Sui's hand paused mid-motion as she picked up food, then she laughed nonchalantly. "I told you so. The Tianwu realm dared to provoke me. Trouble was bound to come sooner or later." Her tone was light, yet a fleeting, imperceptible cold gleam flashed in her eyes. If not for considering how other worlds might perceive Blue Star after its future advancement, she would have crushed the entire Tianwu realm flat. Jiang Ling stared at her sly smile, suddenly feeling a chill down his spine. "That sounds like schadenfreude to me." He recalled the Japanese organization obliterated by Bai Sui's words becoming law, then linked it to the bizarre upheaval in the Tianwu realm. He couldn't help but gasp. "Your luck is terrifying. Whoever you mention ends up in trouble. Just a coincidence." Bai Sui arched an eyebrow, suddenly leaning closer to him and lowering her voice. "I'll tell you this, Jiang Ling will become the martial god." She deliberately stretched out the last syllable, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Jiang Ling was both amused and exasperated by her. "Fine, I'll take your good wishes." "Thanks, bye." As they bantered, Bai Sui suddenly changed the subject, asking casually, "By the way, who are those two sculptures on your desk?" Jiang Ling froze. "Sculptures? How did you know about them?" "Jiang Lei told me." Bai Sui idly poked at the greens in her bowl with her chopsticks, her tone nonchalant. Yesterday he was chatting with Muyu, and I overheard him say there are 2 beautiful little sculptures on your desk. He said you smile like an idiot at them every day and can't bear to part with them. Bull. That's slander. Jiang Ling waved his hands in denial, his ears burning slightly. Those are gaming souvenirs. I just keep them out to look at. What do you mean can't put them down? That's pure slander. Bai Sui lifted her eyes to meet his, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Oh? So you don't like them? Jiang Ling was momentarily speechless. Saying he didn't like them? Those 2 figurines held fragments of his hazy memories. Saying he did like them? Looking into Bai Sui's eyes, which seemed to hold a hint of amusement, he couldn't shake the feeling he was walking into a trap. Which one do you like better then? Bai Sui pressed, leaning forward slightly. The cute girl clutching a chicken leg or the cook in the kitchen? She deliberately emphasized the word cook, her teasing tone impossible to hide. Jiang Ling sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead. He could tell now this girl was doing it on purpose. He simply picked up his soup bowl, gulped it down until it was empty, and mumbled, let's eat, let's eat. The food will get cold. Bai Sui watched him, unable to suppress a laugh. Just as she was about to say something else, a faint tremor suddenly rippled through the floor beneath their feet. Ha! Both frowned simultaneously, exchanging a glance. The next second, it felt as if the entire world trembled. The soup bowls on the table began clinking, while outside the window, the sky suddenly brightened. A rainbow-colored auspicious glow poured down like a waterfall from the clouds, bathing the entire city in dreamlike hues. The air thickened with potent spiritual energy, carrying the fresh scent of sprouting plants. Inhaling it felt like a soothing balm for the meridians. What was happening? Jiang Ling leapt to his feet as the primordial dragon and the starry sky dragon within him both let out excited dragon roars. Even he could feel his bloodline pulsing wildly, as if some invisible shackle was shattering. Outside the restaurant, gasps rose in waves. People pointed at the ancient tree outside the window, dead for years, now sprouting tiny, tender green buds on its once bare branches. An elderly man, bedridden for years, was now shakily rising to his feet, his face flushed with a long-lost glow. Cheers erupted from the direction of the martial arts dojo in the distance. Clearly, some practitioners had broken through their bottlenecks amidst this extraordinary celestial phenomenon. At the eastern military district, Jianghua, the azure dragon martial god, gazed out at the sky filled with auspicious clouds. Shock etched itself onto his aged face. Ying Tian hurried over, his face equally agitated. Old Jiang, did you feel it? Both men spoke the same answer in unison. The world has ascended. Chapter 101, the competition begins. How could it happen so suddenly, without any warning? Ying Tian looked perplexed. Perhaps the time was ripe, or maybe someone within the world seized an opportunity. I leaned toward the latter, Jiangguo mused after a moment. And this advancement feels peculiar. I sense Blue Star's breakthrough focused more on stabilizing the world. I feel the entire world's stability has been greatly enhanced. Old Jiang, if we're talking about who could pull this off, the first person who pops into my head is your grandson. Ying Tian couldn't help but recall that still somewhat frail figure. His skill, the ability to elevate bloodline ranks, isn't that laying the groundwork for the world's advancement? Jiang Guo remained non-committal, his gaze deepening. Such matters shouldn't be overly publicized. A hidden dragon should not reveal its power, Jiang Guo murmured. Old Jiang, I told you you're too cautious, Ying Tian said, looking at his stern expression with some confusion. With us protecting him, how could Jiang Ling possibly come to harm? Jiang Guo gave him a long, hard look before speaking. Need me to jog your memory about last time? Last time was truly an accident, Ying Tian conceded, his voice softening as he acknowledged his own fault. A dragon in hiding will eventually soar. Ying Tian seemed to be playing the victim. Jiang Ling lacks so much of the favor and attention we give to top prodigies. Can he really make it? Throughout history, every great ruler emerged this way. Without piling resources on them, they wouldn't rise, and if that's the case, there's no point in nurturing them. Ah, never mind. It's hard to explain to you. The world is advancing anyway, I'm off to break through. My cultivation seems to have advanced too. Jiang Ling exclaimed with evident delight. His cultivation method proved exceptionally solid, and this world advancement propelled him to the peak of level 29. A notification pinged on his phone. Jiang Ling checked it. It was from Jiang Lei. The kid had leaped straight to level 35. Muyu had also reached the peak of level 39. The smile on Jiang Ling's face suddenly froze. So he was the one who'd made the least progress this round? Come to think of it, Blue Star's advancement was only to a level 2 world at most. For someone like him, trained in a level 2 peak world cultivation system, the boost was undeniably limited. What's wrong? Not happy? Bai Suisu asked, sounding somewhat curious. Your world advanced, and you're not happy? Jiang Ling gave a wry smile. I asked around, I made the least progress. Everyone else advanced, but you made the least progress. Doesn't that mean you've regressed? Oh, right, Bai Sui nodded thoughtfully. Then we're done for. I'm not from this world either, so I didn't progress either. We both regressed. Isn't the competition over? The competition? Jiang Ling sighed. Forget it. We'll just have to take it one step at a time. Everyone, take your seats. Zhao Fei waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to sit down. Today marked the first day of the competition. Zhao Fei gathered everyone in Group 1 to explain some important points. Today, the University Grand Competition begins. Let me explain the rules. As he spoke, Zhao Fei glanced at Jiang Ling, who still looked dazed. He waved his hand in front of him. Snap out of it. It's the competition. While strength is paramount, understanding the rules will help you prepare more thoroughly. The Grand College Competition is the highest-level student tournament held across Huaxia. It consists of school-level, regional, and national competitions. The top 10 teams from the national competition qualify for this year's Eastern Theater Tri-Service Grand Competition. Originally, it was a joint military exchange between Blue Star, the Demon Realm, and the Tianwu Realm. However, due to recent upheavals in the Tianwu Realm, only Blue Star and the Demon Realm remain. Our Martial God Academy has direct qualification for the national finals. This is crucial to note. That means 15 teams from our academy are already awaiting the national finals. Additionally, 15 teams from other schools nationwide will be participating, and 30 more teams will be selected through preliminary competitions. In total, 60 teams will compete. Jiang Ling interjected, "Teacher, that's an awful lot of teams. How long will the competition last?" Jiang Ling was right. Zhao Fei nodded and smiled. With so many teams, we'll adopt a points system to save time. The 30 pre-qualified teams can compete freely first. Winners will earn points under the supervision of the judges. So after the opening ceremony, you'll likely face challenges from other teams. The first day's matches are widely regarded as the most thrilling. As he spoke, Zhao Fei's eyes flickered with anticipation. His gaze swept subtly over Jiang Ling and Baisuesu, his meaning clear. A word of caution: Wuxing Academy's recruitment process fell short this year, overlooking many promising talents. Several of them will be formidable opponents for you, though this isn't to say Wuxing Academy students aren't capable. Hearing this, the group fell silent. Thanks for the heads up, Professor. We wouldn't have known otherwise. With that, he rose and headed toward the gymnasium. This year's opening ceremony is being held at our Jinghua campus. Come on, let's not be late. Several people followed behind him, heading toward the gymnasium. Early morning sunlight bathed the earth as Jinghua University's stadium filled to capacity. Arriving so early, the audience wasn't there for the so-called opening ceremony. They were actually there to keep an eye on the students recommended by each university. These students represented each university's tacitly acknowledged most promising talents. Observing them was key to seizing future opportunities and gaining the favor and assistance of these geniuses. My goodness, there are so many people. Jiang Ling couldn't help but exclaim. The last time he'd seen such a crowd was at a concert. As the first group from Jinghua University's Martial Arts Academy, they entered first. The moment they entered, they sparked widespread discussion. Martial God Academy. These are true geniuses. Yeah, these are the true pillars of the nation. I can't wait to see how they fight in the tournament. And there's a genius from the Demon Realm too. I'm even more excited now. Jiang Ling entered the arena and immediately sensed several gazes directed at him from the VIP stands. 3 of the Great Xia's 7 martial gods were present: Ying Tian, Mu Xiaoxue, and Yi Ping. Ying Tian nodded his acknowledgement. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze remained fixed on her documents, not meeting anyone's eyes. As for Yi Ping, his stare was dark and menacing. But it wasn't fixed on him, it was fixed on Yi and behind him. Jiang Ling turned to look at Jian, who met Yi Ping's dangerous gaze and quickly lowered his head, averting his eyes. He found it odd, but chose not to dwell on it for now. The podium also featured the presidents of several top-tier universities and other elite figures, making for an impressive display. The customary opening remarks and speeches concluded swiftly, and the teams granted direct admission began to be announced. The moment the host declared the competition open, a piercing voice rang out. Jiang Ling, I challenge you and your teammates. Chapter 102, A Colossal Conspiracy, the Martial God of Japan. The arena erupted in a roar as the holographic screen magnified the figures of the 4 combatants in the center to 100 meters tall. The commentator's voice remained steady yet trembled with excitement. The match is about to begin. Jiang Ling and Bai Suijue face off against Yi Hua and Fujino. Amidst the murmurs, Jiang Ling instinctively glanced toward the VIP platform. The 3 martial gods sat upright, their figures enveloped in faint golden halos, the ultimate force anchoring the arena and the final safeguard of the competition rules. Mu Xiaoxue, the leader, tapped the table lightly and declared in a solemn voice, "The match ends at the first sign of danger. No fatal blows are permitted." Yi Ping's lips curved into a faint smile as he agreed. War God Mu speaks wisely. We must prioritize friendship above competition. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he sprang to his feet, panic etched across his face. Simultaneously, the other 2 lowered their heads to check their messages, their expressions abruptly changing. Ying Tian rose, his robe fluttering in the wind, addressing the other powerful figures on the podium. Urgent frontline report. Following the Tianwu realm, the Western Otherworld has invaded our Eastern War Zone. Their elite forces have launched a surprise attack on the East Sea Realm Gate. We must rush to reinforce immediately. You must maintain order here. Before his words had fully faded, 3 streaks of light shot skyward, their final instructions delivered with urgency. A brief silence fell over the arena before murmurs surged like a tidal wave. Jiang Ling's brows furrowed slightly, an inexplicable unease stirring within him. Something feels off. This uprising is too convenient. Bai Suisu's eyes darkened as she swept her gaze over Yihua and Fujino across the arena. She murmured to Jiang Ling, "Watch their reactions." Sure enough, Yihua's lips curved into an almost imperceptible smile, while Fujino's expression was equally peculiar. Exchanging a glance, they suddenly attacked simultaneously. Yihua lunged at Jiang Ling like an arrow, his fist cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. It was blocked mere inches from Jiang Ling's chest. Jiang Ling followed up with a swift kick, sending Yihua flying backward. "Trash," Jiang Ling remarked indifferently. "You're practically begging for a beating." Fujino drew a knife, thrusting it straight at Bai Suisu's throat, the blade gleaming coldly. "All show. You're just as pathetic," Bai Suizui countered. Her toes touched the ground, and with agile movements, she dodged the blade's trajectory, then pushed Fujino away with a palm strike. The audience was electrified. Many Jinghua students cheered, "Jiang Ling is so strong. Bai Suisui is so badass." No one noticed several figures in kimonos silently appearing at the edge of the arena. Spotting them, Yian and Fujino exchanged a glance. "It's about time. All the martial gods have arrived at the front lines," Yihua whispered to Fujino. Both men halted their movements, panting as if utterly exhausted. Amidst the puzzled stares of everyone present, Fujino slowly drew a jet-black communication talisman from his robe. Its surface was engraved with a fierce demonic pattern, emanating an oppressive aura of cold malevolence. Rip! The moment the talisman shattered, 2 overwhelming auras tore through the clouds, landing at the center of the arena. Both men wore black kimonos, swords at their waists, their faces grim and sinister. Instead of the righteous aura of Chinese martial deities, a cold, bloodthirsty pressure swirled around them. They were none other than 2 Japanese martial gods. The spectator stands fell instantly silent. The crowd, cheering moments before, froze in place. Many recognized the leader, Japan's Onizuka martial god. And beside him, the Amaterasu martial god. What were they doing here? Onizuka's gaze swept the arena, finally locking onto Jiang Ling. A cruel smile curled his lips. The plan is proceeding smoothly. The Chinese martial god has indeed been lured away. The Amaterasu martial god drew his sword from its sheath and spoke concisely, "Act swiftly. Better safe than sorry. Jiang Ling, your time has come. I'll handle these 2. You take care of the audience and those on the podium." Hearing this, Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply. Now he understood what Yihua and the others meant. It wasn't that he hadn't considered this possibility, he simply hadn't dared to. Yihua was a member of the Yi family, the martial god family of China. If anything happened to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Yihua, you've become a dog for the Japanese." Jiang Ling's voice was as cold as ice. Behind him, the Ancestral Dragon let out an angry dragon's roar, its golden dragon aura quietly spreading. Yihua's facade shattered completely, revealing a savage grin. "Anyone can be an ally if it means eliminating you." "Eliminate him?" Bai Suisu retorted with a cold, frosty stare. "You mean you want to kill him?" Onizuka Bushin sneered, black mist swirling around him. "Jiang Ling's bloodline is unique. Keeping him alive is a constant threat. Today, under the guise of the university tournament, we'll eliminate the root of the problem." He pointed at Jiang Ling. "Jiang Ling, if you serve Japan, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, by the time they react, you'll be reduced to ashes." Amaterasu god of war stepped forward, blinding light slicing through the air with a buzzing hum, "Surrender and submit, or die. Choose." On the arena, the cold, oppressive aura of the god of war pressed down on the 2 like a tangible force. Terrified screams erupted from the stands. Some tried to flee, only to find the arena's edges sealed off by an invisible barrier. Despair began to spread through the venue. The martial god was too powerful. Without his intervention, not a single one of them could escape. Jiang Ling shielded by Sui behind him, his palms trembling slightly. He knew the Japanese martial god's true target was him alone. Their eyes held undisguised greed, coveting the bloodline power within him. "Seems you've been planning this for quite some time." Jiang Ling's voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable resolve. "Too bad you miscalculated one thing." "Oh?" Kitsune raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his expression. "What did we miscalculate?" Jiang Ling's capabilities were terrifying. He knew Jiang Ling had once thwarted an assassination attempt by the ninja organization, demanding the utmost caution. "You miscalculated my power." Golden blue light flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes as the primordial dragon and the starry sky dragon within him roared in unison, their thunderous dragon cries shaking the heavens. Golden dragon might and blue starry sky power surged skyward, coalescing into a transparent dragon silhouette around him. Bai Suisu stood motionless, fists clenched, a chill emanating from her body. Sensing Jiang Ling's surging aura, the Ghost 2 martial god and the Amaterasu martial god exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha! That's hilarious. A mere martial artist dares to spout such arrogance. Both revealed cruel grins. In their eyes, no matter how strong these two students were, they stood no chance against two martial gods. Ghost 2 martial god struck first, black mist coalescing into claws. You ungrateful wretches, meet your end. As the claws tore through the air, Jiang Ling lunged forward, a golden-blue dragon's shadow roaring to meet the attack. At the center of the arena, the dragon's might collided with the chilling pressure of the Eastern martial god. A meticulously planned assassination finally bared its bloodiest fangs. Without surprise, Jiang Ling spat a mouthful of blood and flew backward, crashing into the arena floor and leaving a massive crater. He's formidable, Ghost 2 martial god said, his mocking expression vanishing. End this swiftly. Amaterasu martial god nodded in agreement, but his gaze shifted to another figure on the arena. He observed by Suesu, a cruel smile curling his lips. Kill his girlfriend first. Strike at the heart before the body, that's my style. As he spoke, he gathered the power for his ultimate strike. Chapter 103, Jiang Ling is dead? Amaterasu's long brood attack surged forth, carrying a dense aura of ghostly energy. A terrifying aura radiated from the light, morphing mid-air into the shape of a ghostly claw. The black, sharp claws tore through space with a piercing shriek as they lunged forward. Amaterasu's maniacal laughter echoed through the arena. Every soul present held their breath. Several aged voices rang out in panic. Bai Sui Sui is from the demon realm. Don't you fear retribution from the demon realm? When our Chinese martial god returns, he will not spare you. Amaterasu didn't even blink as he chuckled. How terrifying indeed. Pity no one will ever speak of this. The girl stood rooted to the spot, her white skirt not even a flicker. She didn't even lift her gaze to meet the attack unleashed by the world's mightiest martial god. Instead, she kept her eyes lowered, her fingertips gently tracing her silky long hair. The helplessness in her eyes was almost palpable. To her, this so-called attack from the martial god was no different from the buzzing of a mosquito. She had long since attained supreme, unparalleled existence. The petty tricks of the Eastern warrior god weren't even worthy of her turning her head. But to outsiders, it appeared entirely different. She stood frozen, as if petrified by fear, making no move, seemingly resigned to accept death in silence. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply. His mind flashed back to the scene months ago, when Bai Suesu had stood before him, shielding him from an attack that had obscured the sky. That figure, forcibly tearing through space to descend, had unleashed forbidden arts that consumed its very essence, leaving it drenched in blood. This seemingly playful girl harbored unimaginable power, yet now she stood frozen in place, likely having no choice but to resign herself to her fate. Watch out! Jiang Ling charged forward almost instinctively. After clashing with that martial god, the energy within his body was in utter disarray. Without even summoning the dragon's might, he relied solely on sheer bloodlust to shield Bai Suesu from behind. The instant the black claws pierced his chest, he distinctly felt the air around Bai Suesu grow bitterly cold. It wasn't fear, it was fury, pure and unadulterated. Put! Golden blood spurted from Jiang Ling's mouth, evaporated by the black mist before it could fall. His form dissolved into specks of light dust within the blinding radiance, even his soul's fluctuations seemingly obliterated. The last thing Jiang Ling saw was Bai Suesu's eyes suddenly lifting. Those eyes, always smiling and self-assured, were tinged with clear astonishment for the very first time. Ha! Fool! The Amaterasu martial god withdrew his hand, watching the light dust drift from his palm. His maniacal laughter reverberated through the arena, making it hum. That girl was too scared to even dodge. What a fool. Well, she was just asking for death. The Ghost 2 martial god sheathed his blade, a sneer curling his lips. Chinese fighters, nothing but the courage of fools. His gaze shifted to Bai Suesu, tinged with amusement. Your protector is gone. Now it's your turn. The arena fell into a deathly silence. In the stands, countless spectators covered their mouths, gasps of horror echoing in waves. Jiang Ling's retreating figure was resolute, while Bai Suesu's motionless form appeared frozen in terror to onlookers. The final image of scattered light dust pierced hearts with a tightening ache. Jiang Ling. Just like that? Jiang Lei's voice trembled with disbelief. He was the prodigy who could contract the primordial dragon. He was our top freshman. He was Brother Jiang who could help me awaken my bloodline. Muyu and the others felt a sharp pang in their hearts, frozen in place. Jiang Ling. Gone like that? Fujino stood nearby, shaking his head with feigned pity. Why bother? What's the point of being so stubborn? Yihua sneered coldly, spitting in the direction of Guangchen. Dared to hit me? Serves you right. Overestimating your abilities. Bai Suisui finally lifted her gaze, her eyes sweeping past the Amaterasu warrior god to the spot where Jiang Ling had vanished. The shock on her face gradually faded, yet the air around her began to crystallize into visible ice. Everyone felt as if engulfed by surging waves of fury so intense it felt like freezing cold. After traversing countless realms through immense hardship to find my master, he dies right before my eyes? How dare you? Bai Suesu's voice was soft, yet possessed an uncanny penetrating power that drowned out the two martial gods' maniacal laughter. The arena temperature plummeted, even the sunlight seemed frozen. Those in the front rows of the stands instinctively pulled their clothes tighter around themselves, an inexplicable chill creeping up from their feet to their scalps. The sun god war god paused, then grew even more brazen. What's there to be afraid of, huh? To die for a scaredy cat like you? Such fools deserve to die. He took a step forward, black mist surging once more. Now it's your turn. Prepare to die. Before the words faded, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The black mist surrounding him seemed frozen by an invisible force, and the claws forming in his palms shattered inch by inch. He looked up in terror, meeting Baisuesu's gaze. Those cold, clear eyes now reflected countless stars. Deep within them hung a faintly visible golden palace. Above the palace loomed an aura of power surpassing even that of an immortal emperor, crushing down upon him like the sky itself tilting. Who are you? The voice of the Amaterasu martial god trembled. He finally sensed something terribly wrong. The aura emanating from this girl seemed to tower above the entire blue star. Ghost Tomb martial god also sensed the deadly peril. He drew his blade to strike, only to find the sword froze into an ice sculpture the moment it left its scabbard, encasing his arm in crystalline ice. He watched Baisue walk forward slowly. With each step she took, countless purple, strange patterns spread across the arena floor. Within those patterns flowed supreme laws he couldn't even comprehend. The entire arena began to tremble as the barrier they had erected shattered and crumbled. Slowly, spiderweb-like cracks appeared across the sky, as if the world itself, unable to bear the burden, was on the verge of collapse. Baisuesu didn't look at him, her gaze fixed on the direction Jiang Ling had vanished. Her fingertips lifted gently. I don't know how you should die. Baisuesu's voice remained calm, yet it sent a chill through the very souls of the two Japanese martial gods. Exchanging a glance, they finally understood this being from another realm was no ordinary student, but a supreme existence they weren't even worthy of looking up to. On the battlefield, purple energy began devouring the black mist. The two martial gods, now utterly mindless, tore into each other like rabid dogs. With but a single, effortless gesture, he had disposed of the world's ultimate being. The arena fell into complete, deathly silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden reversal. They couldn't comprehend Baisuesu's power, yet they could feel the overwhelming majesty that crushed all beneath it. And when she looked at the Eastern martial god, they glimpsed beneath the icy surface a rage bordering on annihilation. Unbeknownst to them, at the Eastern war zone's border, a figure was silently taking shape. The golden cicada shedding shell skill is pretty impressive, even the martial god couldn't kill her. Chapter 104, The Madness of Baisuesu. The moment Jiang Ling revived, he distinctly felt that terrifying pressure, familiar yet alien. He looked up at the cracks appearing in the sky and murmured involuntarily, looks like things are heating up on the front lines. Then I'd better hurry and get reinforcements. Jiang Ling summoned the Star Dragon and raced toward the Eastern war zone at the edge of the world. What the hell is going on? Yi Hua's legs buckled, and he slumped to the ground, muttering. Fujino stood frozen in place, utterly speechless at the sight. But he quickly snapped out of it, preparing to flee. Deep within Baisuesu's heart, an emotion frozen for 10,000 years shattered abruptly. Her fingers, hanging limply at her sides, clenched violently, her nails digging deep into her palms. She had witnessed the collapse of countless heavens and endured 10,000 years of upheaval. She had long believed her heart was a still lake, untroubled by waves. Even finding Jiang Ling again had quickly calmed her emotions. Yet now, in the instant Jiang Ling dissolved into stardust, she heard the sound of her own reason snapping. The emotional shock of joy at regaining what was lost and the despair of irretrievable loss were not even on the same scale. You too will die too. A cold voice, crackling with fury, exploded from her lips as Baisuesu's gaze locked onto the two figures. The power within this body, deliberately suppressed by her, now cracked open under the flood of uncontrolled emotion. An aura surpassing that of an immortal emperor surged forth like a tsunami, sending the entire world trembling violently once more. Yi Hua felt an invisible force clamp down on his throat. Terrified, he realized his vitality was melting away like ice before this force, his very soul cracking under the crushing pressure. You can't. He tried to say, my Yi family has two martial gods, but couldn't even form a complete syllable. The Yi family deserves to die. Baisuesu's fingertip flickered lightly. On the other side, Fujino collapsed in terror, scrambling to flee. His vision suddenly blurred, and he frantically knelt on the spot, banging his head against the ground. The spectator stands fell deathly silent. Everyone was stunned into stupor by this power that seemed to overturn heaven and earth. That icy, world-enveloping pressure compelled countless martial artists across Blue Star to kneel in submission. Baisuesu walked slowly toward the spot where Jiang Ling had vanished. The light dust had long since blended into the wind, leaving not a trace of his presence behind. She extended her hand, fingertips hovering in midair, trembling slightly. Once again, her master had sacrificed himself to protect her. He had cast the great divination art in the mystic realm, burning away his own lifespan. He had sat for 1,000 years in the divine tomb's secret realm, sacrificing his heart to grant her a new life, and now, once more, he shielded her from harm. The earlier scene exploded in her mind, igniting like wildfire that consumed all her reason. So what if I die? Bai Suesu murmured softly, madness swirling in her eyes. I'll simply reverse time. The moment the words left her lips, a dazzling light erupted around her. That power utterly exceeded the maximum force Blue Star could bear, a temporal force transcending even the laws of immortal emperors. She intended to forcibly reverse the river of time in this world, pulling Jiang Ling back from oblivion. Wherever the light touched, space shattered like glass, and the world itself warped. Crack! The world groaned under the unbearable strain. Spiderweb-like fissures cracked across the sky. The very essence of Blue Star trembled violently under the assault of temporal power. Chaotic spiritual energy surged like a tsunami across the globe. Every powerful being felt the apocalyptic pressure. She's gone mad. What is she doing? Survivors lay prostrate on the ground, staring at the figure in the sky reversing time, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. This was no longer mere suppression of them, even the world itself seemed like a plaything before her. But Bai Suesui couldn't care less. To her, the survival of this low-tier world held no significance. All she wanted was Jiang Ling back. If need be, she would simply bring him back to the Immortal Emperor's palace. The power of time surged ever stronger. Within its radiance, the fading silhouette of Jiang Ling gradually materialized, only to shatter the instant it touched reality. Why was Bai Suesu's voice trembling with tears? The supreme being of all heavens and worlds choked back sobs, tears falling to the ground. Come back to me. Her movements grew increasingly frantic and desperate, and the world itself began to totter, teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as the world was about to shatter completely, a gentle green light surged from the horizon. Like a tide, it smoothed the spatial fissures and stabilized the turbulent spiritual energy. From the center of the green light, Yunshu's ethereal form emerged, moving slowly as the laws of life swirled around her. Bai Suesui recognized her, the supreme being of the Beastmaster divine realm. Enough! Yunshu's voice was calm yet unquestionable. Green light coiled around Bai Suesui's temporal power, slowly calming it. With your strength, reversing time wouldn't be difficult if he truly died. Bai Suesu snapped her head up, her crimson eyes blazing with fury. What do you know? You're destroying his world. Yunshu regarded her, a hint of mockery in her gaze. Your mind is clouded now. With your cultivation surpassing that of an immortal emperor, you cannot even revive someone from a minor world. It only proves he never truly died. The words struck like thunder, halting Bai Suesu's breath. Indeed, she could reverse the flow of time across all heavens and resurrect fallen immortal emperors. How could she fail to trace the soul of someone from a minor world? Unless that demise was a sham. Reason flooded back like a tide. Bai Suesui gazed at the world teetering on the brink of collapse, then looked into Yunshu's clear eyes. The light radiating from her body gradually dimmed. Only then did she realize she had nearly destroyed the world where Jiang Ling resided. Yunshu raised her hand lightly. Green light spread once more, and the cracks in the sky healed at a visible pace. The tremors beneath their feet gradually subsided. Her gaze fell upon Bai Suesu's reddened eyes as she murmured softly, I am not the true form either, but the rules are set and cannot be wrong. He must not be dead, only concealed. Before her words faded, an overwhelming aura erupted simultaneously from both figures, the supreme pressure of an unparalleled existence. Though merely emanating from their illusory forms, it subjected martial artists across the globe to immense pressure. Across the Kunlun Mountains, snow avalanches swept for miles, while countless sacred beasts trembled in fear, retreating into concealment, not daring to show themselves. An intangible divine consciousness spread like a spider's web, instantly enveloping the entire world. Wherever the divine sense swept, no secret remained hidden. Moments later, both divine senses simultaneously locked onto the Eastern Military District. Upon the back of the cosmic dragon, Jiang Ling clutched his chest, coughing violently. Blood stained his robes crimson, his face contorted in agony. Death wasn't imminent, but the agony was unbearable. He had just regained his strength after the exhaustion of shedding his golden cicada shell when a sudden chill ran through him. He sensed two familiar yet powerful gazes fixed upon him. Found him. A flicker of tenderness passed through Yunshu's eyes. The icy chill surrounding Bai Suesui had completely dissipated, yet a cold curve lifted at the corners of her mouth. He's gotten addicted to playing dead. Wait till he comes back, just you wait and see how I deal with this dead pretending bastard. Though her tone carried anger, the fingers hanging at her side quietly relaxed. The unmasked relief in her eyes, like something lost and found, was unmistakable. Yunshu exhaled deeply, a faint smile touching her lips. In the sky, two figures gradually faded from view. Chapter 105, Someone Seeking Him? At the entrance to the Eastern Military District, Jiang Ling leaned against the cold city wall, gasping for breath. Though the golden cicada shedding its shell had saved his life, it had taken a heavy toll. Now, with every step he took, it felt like his internal organs were churning violently. Jiang Ling's heart raced with urgency. He had to enter the military zone immediately and contact the martial god stationed there. The fact that the Eastern martial god had dared to act during the university tournament meant higher powers were undoubtedly involved. Jiang Ling dared not be careless, biding his time to seek help from someone he recognized. Using the privileges granted for reviving the martial saint earlier, he quietly slipped into the military zone. Footsteps from soldiers changing shifts echoed at the end of the emergency passageway. Jiang Ling quickly ducked into the shadows around the corner. Two soldiers in camouflage uniforms walked side by side, their expressions agitated, clearly having just experienced something thrilling. "Did you feel that pressure just now?" the shorter soldier whispered, his voice still trembling with fear. "It felt like it could crush your bones." They subdued 5 martial gods outright. "Those 2 women are terrifying." The taller soldier nodded, his Adam's apple bobbing. "Felt it? We felt it big time. 5 martial gods, half of our great Xia's elite fighting force, and they couldn't put up a fight. Just got word they're here looking for Jiang Ling. That grandson of Jiang martial god, foster son of Wang Peng martial god, and personal disciple of Ying Tian." "Looking for Jiang Ling?" The shorter soldier froze. How many martial gods backed Jiang Ling? Who dared provoke him? And how did he cross those 2? He propped his chin on his hand, pondering. Across the entire realm, only those 2 could possibly take him down. Rumor has it they wiped out 2 Eastern Japan martial gods with a wave of their hand. 5 martial gods were utterly powerless against them. Who knows? The taller soldier sighed. But honestly, those 2 were stunning. One in snow-white robes, with a 9-tailed aura, standing like an ice sculpture. The other in a green dress, with a faint dragon silhouette behind her. Her presence was terrifying. Just a glance from afar made my legs go weak. Jiang Ling, hiding in the shadows, felt his heart clench violently. White robes and 9 tails? Green skirt and dragon shadow? These descriptions exploded like thunderclaps in his mind. Why did they sound so familiar? A terrifying suspicion began to take root in his mind. Forcing his heartbeat to steady, Jiang Ling waited until the soldier had moved far enough away before quietly following. At the end of the passage lay the soldiers' rest area. Several recently relieved guards were gathered in a huddle, their chatter drifting intermittently toward him. That white-clad 9-tailed vixen had such an icy glare. When she asked about Jiang Ling earlier, I felt frost forming on my spine. The one in the green dress was slightly better, but the dragon shadow behind her was terrifying blue, green, and red all at once. Pretty flashy. They specifically asked for Jiang Ling by name and even pulled up his past records from the military district. I wonder what they're up to. But the 5 martial gods didn't seem overly concerned. Their purpose probably isn't what we think it is. What reaction could they possibly have? If they dared to react, they'd tear the entire Blue Star apart. Jiang Ling's footsteps froze at the doorway. He leaned against the cold wall, his heart sinking. No doubt about it, it's by Suesu and Yun Shu. But how did they find this place? And judging by the soldier's account, they'd just casually taken down the Eastern warrior god. That was terrifying. What unsettled him even more was the question, what were they here for? He recalled the scene before his death, by Suesu's eyes shattering in that instant, her lonely retreating figure, Yun Shu's hysterical madness upon witnessing her loved one's death. All those hurtful words he'd deliberately spoken, those heartless deeds he'd committed to boost his villainy points. Especially Yun Shu in her eyes, he was her father's murderer. She must despise him beyond measure now, right? No, he had to confirm this. Jiang Ling gritted his teeth and continued eavesdropping. Moments later, a bespectacled communications officer pushed open the door, tablet in hand. Just received the latest report. The descriptions of those 2 have been distributed. The white-robed one is called the White Emperor, possessing 9 tails and faint golden patterns on his forehead. Strength unknown. The one in the green dress is known as the ancestor of beast masters. She is always accompanied by 3 beasts, the Azure Dragon, the Candle Dragon, and the Yinglong. Her beast mastering abilities far exceed known limits. The military region's martial god command has ordered that no one is to obstruct them in finding Jiang Ling. 9 tails? Golden mark on the forehead? 3 beasts as companions? Jiang Ling sucked in a sharp breath in the storage room, his heart instantly turning to ice. Everything matched. Why were they looking for him? Do they hate him so much they want to kill him again with their own hands? Or had they uncovered the secret of his fake death and come to demand answers? The more Jiang Ling thought about it, the more panic gripped him, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He had only just been resurrected, possessing less than a tenth of his former strength. There was no way he could stand against them. Fine, even at his peak he couldn't defeat them. And his original purpose in leaving was to help them move on completely, to grow stronger. How had everything gone so wrong? If they found him now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Most crucially, he couldn't gauge their true feelings toward him. Run! The thought barely formed before Jiang Ling sprang into action. He quietly pushed open the back door. This was the military zone's logistics passage leading to the outdoor training grounds. If he could blend into the crowd on the training grounds and find a chance to slip into the underground bunker, he might evade them for now. Crouching low, he navigated the passageway piled high with supplies, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The sunlight at the passageway's end grew closer, and he could even hear the sounds of drills echoing from the training field. Just as he was about to burst out of the passageway, the familiar purple patterns and the sacred aura of the divine beast suddenly struck him from behind, freezing his blood to the point of near solidification. What are you running for? A cool voice, tinged with barely perceptible gritted teeth, rang in his ear. The voice itself was exquisitely beautiful, like pristine snow falling from the heavens. Yet it sent a chill down Jiang Ling's spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. He stiffened and turned to see Bai Suizhuai standing in the center of the passageway, her white robe untouched by dust. The faint golden pattern between her brows flickered in and out of view. 9 tails silently unfurled behind her, radiating divine might that shook the very fabric of the Tao. Beside her, Yunshu stood quietly, her pale green gown sweeping the floor. Behind her, the shadowy forms of the Azure Dragon, the Candle Dragon, and the Yinglong flickered in and out of view, warping space and causing the laws of the universe to wail. Her eyes were fixed firmly upon him. The overwhelming auras of two supreme beings pressed down upon him simultaneously. Jiang Ling felt as if two mountains were crushing him, making even the slightest movement excruciatingly difficult. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, his mind blank. All the escape lines he'd rehearsed vanished. Bai Suizhuai approached slowly, her icy gaze nearly freezing him in place. Jiang Ling, do you find playing dead amusing? Yunshu raised her hand lightly, a green light coiling around Jiang Ling's wrist to halt his final struggle. Her tone was calm yet carried an undeniable force. You won't escape. Jiang Ling stared at the two faces before him, both familiar and yet strangely distant. One bore a suppressed fury, the other concealed complex emotions. He made a decision that defied ancestral tradition. Chapter 106, Reunion. Who are you? The air in the passageway seemed to freeze. Jiang Ling stared at the two women radiating overwhelming presence. His mind raced, and finally, he forced a bewildered smile. Two beautiful ladies? You must have mistaken me for someone else. My name is Jiang Ling, that's correct, but we've never met before, have we? As he spoke, he inched backward, his back pressed tightly against the passageway wall. His eyes darted nervously, preparing to make a desperate dash for escape. Inside, Jiang Ling was frantic. Oh no, they really are here to confront me. Pretend I don't know you. Yes, pretending I don't know you is the safest bet. Bai Suizhuai raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in her eyes, yet she deliberately kept her expression stern. Never met? She took half a step forward, a purple glow circling her fingertips. Wasn't that you blocking attacks for me on the arena just now? Jiang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Bai Suizhuai really was Bai Suizhuai's undercover agent? Good heavens, what blindness! To have been infiltrated for so long. I was just repaying a debt of gratitude, Jiang Ling protested stubbornly, his hand unconsciously scratching the back of his head. A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude, it's only right, only right. Yunshu stood nearby, watching him sweat nervously on his forehead while trying to maintain a calm facade. She couldn't help but curve her lips slightly and whispered softly, is that so? But why do I feel like your face looks familiar? That's because I'm too handsome. Jiang Ling blurted out, then immediately realized his mistake and hastily added, no, I mean, everyone has yellow skin and black eyes, we all look alike. His pathetic attempt to cover up his obvious lie finally made Bai Suizhuai burst out laughing. She lifted a hand to smooth the silver strands at her temple, her tone laced with lazy teasing. Master, your acting skills aren't what they used to be. You've regressed a bit. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat, but he forced himself to remain defiant. What do you mean acting? I don't understand. I've always been straightforward. Before he figured out these two's true intentions, he'd deny everything to the bitter end and seize the chance to make a run for it. Before he could finish, Bai Suizhuai suddenly raised her hand, casually tearing open a spatial rift. She chuckled lightly, then I'll find a witness. With a swish, a tall, slender figure was yanked through by an invisible force, none other than Zhang Lei, now strikingly handsome after his bloodline evolution. Held by the back of his neck, he flailed wildly. Having witnessed the ferocity of these two on the battlefield, he recognized the situation before him and wailed with a mournful face, Jiang Ling. Save me. This beauty is so fierce, she'll kill me. Jiang Ling, he's got his own problems to deal with, how could he possibly save anyone else? Bai Suizhuai ignored Zhang Lei's struggles. With a flick of her finger, a silver necklace hovered in midair. The chain was slender, emitting a soft glow. Bai Suizhuai's gaze swept over Zhang Lei, her tone abruptly turning cold. This necklace, who did you give it to? Zhang Lei shuddered in fright, instinctively glancing at Jiang Ling. He stammered, I gave it to Jiang Ling. I remember he gave it to his girlfriend back then. Jiang Ling's face flushed bright red, spreading from his ears all the way down to his neck. He remembered this. Right after meeting Zhang Lei had offered this as a gift, and he'd immediately given it to Bai Suizhuai. He never expected this bomb to finally explode now. What nonsense are you talking about? Jiang Ling frantically tried to cover Zhang Lei's mouth. It's just, look closely. Bai Suizhuai twirled the necklace between her fingers, the silver chain spinning once. She looked at him with a faint, mocking smile. Similar? The original owner said it was, and you're still denying it? Jiang Ling's tongue suddenly tied itself in knots. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, unable to speak, cold sweat already soaking through his back. She remembers all this? Besides, shouldn't she have found the necklace unlucky and thrown it away long ago? Just as he was at a loss, Yunshu suddenly whispered softly toward his chest, little gold, little blue, come out and show yourselves. No sooner had the words left her lips than two streaks of light shot out from Jiang Ling's body. Zulong transformed into a half-meter-long golden dragon, affectionately rubbing against Yunshu's palm and emitting a playful dragon's roar. The starry sky dragon coiled around her shoulder, nudging her head with its own, looking incredibly intimate. Yunshu stroked one with each hand, smiling softly. The ancestral dragon blew a golden bubble, its tail tip curling around Yunshu's finger as it swayed back and forth. The starry sky dragon nudged her hand with its snout, emitting a sticky, purring sound from its throat. Jiang Ling stared wide-eyed. "You two dogs. Did you even know you had this talent? Usually acting all high and mighty, but when they see Yunshu, they're like they've found their own mother?" Yunshu smiled as she ruffled both dragons' heads, then lifted her gaze to the stunned Jiang Ling. Her voice was gentle yet carried an unwavering certainty. "They wouldn't mistake anyone, would they? Do you two know each other?" Zulong and Starry Sky Dragon nodded frantically, leaving Jiang Ling with a face full of black lines. Faced with the human witness, the physical evidence, and the dragon testimony, Jiang Ling finally gave up resisting entirely. Deflated, he released his grip on Jiang Lei's mouth, kicked a pebble at his feet, and muttered under his breath, "Fine, fine, I know them. What's wrong with pretending? You two have such powerful auras, what am I supposed to do if you come beat me up?" Under Jiang Lei's helpless gaze, Bai Jisua spoke first. She tucked away the necklace, her voice dripping with venom. "Jiang Ling, what the hell is going on in your head? Even Jiang Lei saw through you, and you're still playing dumb?" Jiang Lei waved his hands frantically from the side. "It's just that the spark between you two is way too obvious. How could I not see it?" Yunshu returned the two dragons to Jiang Ling's body, gazing at him with unhidden amusement in her eyes. "Why would we beat you up?" Jiang Ling looked up, his expression saying, "Stop pretending. Didn't I deliberately say those things to provoke you before? And this time?" His voice trailed off. "Don't you hate me? But I truly meant well. I had my reasons." Bai Jisoo was amused by his twisted logic. "Hate you? If we hated you, would we have crossed countless realms to save you? Would we have taken down the Eastern martial god for you?" Yunshu shook her head, a hint of resignation in her voice. What on earth is going through your mind? Do you think Blue Star advanced suddenly for no reason?" Jiang Ling froze in place, staring at the reproach in Bai Sui Sui's eyes and the gentle smile on Yunshu's face. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It seemed like from the very beginning, he'd been imagining the whole scenario himself? Could it be that neither of them meant what I thought? Did they mean it? That meaning doesn't seem to work either. Outside the passageway, the cadence of soldiers' drills echoed. Sunlight streamed through the ventilation shaft, casting dappled patterns across the floor. Jiang Ling touched his flushed ears, looking at the two powerful yet gentle women before him. Suddenly, his earlier performance felt both foolish and unnecessary. "Oh right, master. Could you explain why both of us are your disciples?" Jiang Ling, lost in his own thoughts, was jolted back to reality by Yunshu's words, breaking out in a cold sweat. "Indeed, master. I'd like to ask too, didn't you say you'd only take one disciple?" Bai Jishui's eyes gleamed dangerously as she smiled. Chapter 107, That's Just How It Is. A faint chill lingered in the breeze, yet it couldn't dispel the palpable tension that had suddenly thickened in the air. Two pairs of eyes fixed on Jiang Ling simultaneously, sending a chill down his spine. Bai Jisu's eyes held a probing intensity, while Yunshu blinked innocently, her faint smile unchanged. Seemingly innocent, yet danger lurked beneath. Jiang Ling coughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head as his gaze darted around. It's just a name, you know? Fate, it's all fate. I can't exactly say, you two were both characters I recruited in my mobile game, can I?" Bai Jishui clearly wasn't buying it. She jabbed his arm. "Fate? I was your first disciple. Why did she show up too?" She deliberately emphasized the word first, as if staking her claim. Yunshu gently stroked the starry sky dragon and the primordial dragon, her voice soft. "I don't care which one I am. I'm just a student of my teacher." As she spoke, she shot Bai Jishui a gentle yet sharp glance. Bai Jishui clenched her teeth and quietly balled her fists. This woman is the real fox spirit, what's she pretending for? Jiang Ling, caught in the middle, felt sweat break out on his back again. Just as he was about to mediate, Bai Jishui suddenly remembered something. She pulled the silver necklace from her pocket and waved it. "Oh, right, the necklace my master gave me. Does she have one?" Yunshu's gaze fell on the necklace, a fleeting, barely perceptible pang of hurt flickering in her eyes as she murmured softly, "My teacher never gave me any gifts." She turned to Jiang Ling, her tone tinged with hurt. "Does the teacher like Jisoo more?" Bai Jisoo was dumbfounded by this turn of events. "Wait, I'm the fox here." No. Jiang Ling hastily waved his hands. "It's just that I haven't met the right one yet." Before he could finish, Yunshu glanced at Jiang Ling's chest, where a faint dragon silhouette flickered. "But Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai are so affectionate toward me. They fawn over me whenever they see me." She deliberately raised her voice, implying they preferred her too. "Pets usually follow their owners." "Who says that?" Bai Jisoo retorted instantly. "If the ancestor of beast-taming can't handle two juvenile dragons, that would be strange. I wouldn't resort to such methods." "Who's to say?" Their back-and-forth banter gradually sidetracked from questioning Jiang Ling, turning into a contest over who held his greater favor. Jiang Ling stood between them, observing Bai Zhishuai's defiant posture with hands on hips and glaring eyes, then shifting his gaze to Yunshu's seemingly aggrieved yet relentlessly persistent gentle offensive. Suddenly, he felt his position as their master was truly lacking in authority. How about we get back to the main topic? Jiang Ling tried to interject, only to be met with simultaneous glares from both. Master, wait a moment. Teacher, hold your tongue for now. Jiang Ling wisely kept quiet, silently sighing to himself, what a strange sense of competitiveness. Bai Zhishui suddenly remembered something, her fox-like eyes brightening as she crossed her arms and stared at Yunshu. I should remind certain people, she said, that what's coming is the true form, not a shadow. This blue star place can't possibly hold up, right? You'll have to return to your Beastmaster's divine realm soon enough. She lifted her chin smugly. I'm right here beside my master, body and soul. Even though this form is being rejected by the world, I'll be back soon and I'll accompany him to the intercollegiate tournament. Can you do that? These words struck Yunshu's weak spot. Her presence was merely a phantom. Even with her ability to protect Blue Star, constrained by its worldly rules, she truly couldn't linger alone. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Ling, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. She knew Bai Zhishui spoke the truth. Yunshu sighed softly, gathering a strand of green light at her fingertips. It settled on Jiang Ling's wrist, slowly coalescing into a dragon-shaped pattern. Master, this is a fragment of the divine beast realm's essence. It will help stabilize your cultivation. Sounds fancy, but it's just a surveillance device, Bai Zhishui remarked from the side. Rest assured, Master, I'll remove it for you shortly. She turned her gaze back to Bai Zhishui, her eyes holding a hint of the next time we meet, it'll be different, I'll be watching the university tournament. Let's see how someone of your age feels about competing against a bunch of students. I'll be sure to record it. Bai Zhishui snorted, her face flushing. She didn't respond but quietly shifted closer to Jiang Ling, staking her claim. Yunshu's ethereal form began to fade into transparency. She gazed deeply at Jiang Ling, her tone earnest, Teacher, wait for me. I'll come find you for real very soon. As her words faded, her form dissolved into scattered green sparks, slowly vanishing. Only a resolute telepathic message lingered, I'll accelerate the advancement on Blue Star as quickly as possible. The passage finally fell silent, leaving only Jiang Ling and Bai Zhishui gazing at each other. Jiang Ling studied Bai Zhishui's still tense profile and asked cautiously, Bai Zhishui? Are you really my disciple? Not angry anymore? Bai Zhishui turned and glared at him. Who's angry? After a pause, she added awkwardly, don't take what she said earlier to heart. That nonsense about masters preferring their pets over their disciples, it's all twisted logic. I'm your top disciple. Jiang Ling couldn't help but laugh at the faint blush creeping into her ears. Right, nonsense. Speaking of which, last time at the Immortal Emperor's palace, you said you hated me. Of course I hate you. I'm about to hate you to death. Bai Zhishui immediately became emotional and shouted. I hate your self-righteousness, I hate your foolishness, and most of all, I hate that stupid idea of risking your life in secret. Bai Zhishui's voice trailed off as she spoke. Jiang Ling felt like he was seeing that little fox breaking down on the day of her graduation. Just as he opened his mouth to comfort her, Bai Zhishui lifted her chin and continued. But forget the hate. It's pointless telling you anyway. Bai Zhishui waved her hand dismissively, her tone laced with gritted teeth. Once I find you, you won't be able to run away for the rest of your life. Jiang Ling watched Bai Zhishui ramble on, unable to suppress a chuckle. Then may I ask, Your Imperial Majesty, do you still intend to participate in the intercollegiate competition with me? Rest assured, Master. With me here, we'll definitely take first place. She reached out to hook her arm through Jiang Ling's. Come on, let's head back to prepare. And while we're at it, I'll bond with those two undercover dragons. Jiang Ling let himself be tugged along, watching her proud yet earnest back as he shook his head helplessly. Through their shared consciousness, he distinctly felt Xiaolan and Xiao Jin inside him shudder violently. Sunlight streamed through the passageway entrance, stretching their shadows long and thin. He touched the green blow Yunshu had left on his wrist, then glanced at Bai Zhishui's hand tightly clasped around his own, feeling a bit dazed. Ever since the game began, he had fantasized about the day of his descent. Now it felt like a dream. Beyond the world, Yunshu's ethereal form, now dissolved into green light, had returned to the Beastmaster's divine realm. Her gaze swept across the myriad realms, a hint of puzzlement flickering in her profoundly deep eyes. Blue Star, not simple. Her fingertip traced the light point representing Blue Star, a resolute gleam flashing in her eyes. I will find enough primordial essence. I will advance Blue Star swiftly. When that time comes, no one will ever separate me from my teacher again. Chapter 108, Blue Star is no ordinary place. After dismissing Yunshu, Bai Zhishui immediately returned to Jinghua with Jiang Ling. With the incident that had occurred, the university competition was postponed, giving Jiang Ling some breathing room. His life returned to its former tranquility, yet it now held a subtle warmth. After returning to Jinghua, Jiang Ling and Bai Zhishui never mentioned the tournament, the mystic realm, or Yunshu again. Their days unfolded like those of ordinary students if one ignored Bai Jishui's habit of constantly sparring with her grandfather and the wary glances her teachers cast her way. As the morning sun crept across the windowsill, Bai Jishui had already shooed away Jiang Ling, kicked open Jiang Ling's dorm door, and slammed a steaming breakfast onto the table. "Master, wake up. Come see the beauty." She often wore a simple white hoodie, her hair casually pulled into a ponytail. She had shed some of the majesty befitting a celestial emperor, gaining instead the vibrant liveliness of a girl next door. When Jiang Ling sat up groggily, he'd always find her seated at the table, laying out breakfast for him with gentle hands. During the day, they'd head to the empty training grounds for sparring sessions. Following Bai Jishui's insistence, the area was always cleared before they arrived. Jiang Ling was speechless. What the hell am I supposed to do, spar with her? Bai Jishui never used power beyond Blue Star's rules, only basic spells to spar with him. Then she'd dramatically get knocked back by his attacks. Thanks a lot. Feels like I'm being looked down on. Jiang Ling knew she was holding back, yet he was powerless to change it. Frankly, as long as Bai Jishui didn't let him win, he couldn't even lose properly. Come evening, they often dined at that restaurant. Bai Jishui ordered an extra plate of roasted chicken, claiming she was dieting and needed some high-protein food. Jiang Ling didn't call her out on it. Watching her devour it more enthusiastically than anyone else, sauce smeared around her mouth, he handed her a tissue and teased her deliberately. "Bai Jishui, or should I say your Imperial Majesty, Bai? If outsiders saw you eating like this, your dignity would be ruined." Bai Jishui shot him a glare, then obediently took the tissue and wiped her mouth. "See," she said nonchalantly. "Besides you, master, anyone who dared look would have turned to dust long ago." Jiang Ling chuckled. "I get it. What is that saying? I can't handle the consequences, right? Ha!" Over the next few days, the commotion at the arena gradually subsided. No one dared approach Jiang Ling to ask what had happened. The faint yet palpable aura of authority emanating from Bai Jishui was enough to deter any curious onlooker. Yun Shu had only lingered for a moment before leaving. "You've been standing here this long, are you okay?" Though Jiang Ling's days were comfortable, a vague unease gnawed at his heart. Bai Jishui couldn't reveal her identity, that much was certain. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths to sneak over from the demon realm. But why could she remain on Blue Star for so long? This unease manifested on the 5th morning. The moment Jiang Ling opened his eyes, he saw Bai Jishui standing by the window, her face pale. A faint silver glow emanated from her white hoodie, a sign her body was resisting some force. "What's wrong?" Jiang Ling scrambled to his feet, his heart tightening. Bai Jishui turned, forcing a smile. "Nothing. Blue Star's rules have detected me." She raised her hand to her chest, where the silver glow grew increasingly intense. "I thought my strength would be enough to force my way through. It seems I underestimated this world." Before she could finish, a blinding white light erupted around her. It wasn't her power, but the repulsive force emanating from Blue Star's very essence. The intangible power of the rules surged like a tidal wave, tearing at her body. Bai Jishui let out a muffled groan. She raised her hand to block, but her own energy exploded around her, instantly crushed by the force of the rules. "Zisu!" Jiang Ling lunged forward to grab her, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. He watched helplessly as Bai Jisu's body became transparent within the white light, silver specks scattering from her fingertips like shattered stars. Though the dissolution of this body held no consequence for her, the pain from its shattering was very real. "Don't touch me!" Bai Jishui gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand steady. "The repulsive force of the world's rules, if you touch me, you'll get hurt." She stared at her own hands, gradually turning transparent, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. This planet was no ordinary world, its fundamental forces far surpassed those of most realms. It felt more like the dormant source of a great world awakening, even more potent than the unevolved Shin realm. Jiang Ling's heart sank. "Then what are you going to do?" Bai Jisua watched his anxious expression and suddenly smiled. "What's the big deal? It's not like I can't come back." Her voice grew fainter as her form dissolved into countless silver specks. "I must return to the Immortal Emperor's palace to forge a new body. Then I'll find another identity to come back." The silver specks coalesced in the air into her phantom form. The very appearance of this spectral image seemed to stir some terrifying presence, causing the entire world to destabilize. The once overwhelming force of the rules vanished instantly upon the apparition's arrival. She surveyed the world around her, then turned to Jiang Ling. Her tone carried her usual haughty pride, yet concealed a subtle tenderness. "Before I return, you're not to give that monster writing woman any special treatment. And you absolutely must not put yourself in danger again. Do you understand?" Jiang Ling nodded, his throat tightening so he couldn't speak. He could only watch as the silver specks gradually ascended into the sky. He knew the flow of time differed between Blue Star and other worlds. Who knew when they'd next return? Perhaps only when Blue Star advanced would they truly meet again. Bai Jishui's spectral form cast one final glance at him, her eyes flashing with resolve. "Wait for me." With that, the silver speck vanished completely into the morning light, leaving only a faint purple glow that burrowed into his wrist. The purple fox-shaped pattern intertwined with the dragon mark as if suppressing the latter. Even the mark it left behind mirrored its master, competitive, proud, and utterly stubborn. Jiang Ling smiled wryly, composed himself, and headed toward the dormitory. Silence returned to the dormitory grounds, broken only by the rustling of wind through the paulownia leaves. Jiang Ling traced the patterns on his wrist, his thoughts drifting far away. Though living off others might be tempting, Jiang Ling had no intention of doing so. With two disciples who were such extraordinary beings, he, as their teacher, had to step up his game. He would strive to stand shoulder to shoulder with them soon, restoring his teacherly pride. The sun climbed higher, casting light upon the empty windowsill. As Jiang Ling turned to head back to the dorm, he noticed the half-eaten breakfast Bai Jisoo had bought for him still sitting on the table. Though he knew Bai Jisoo would return, a hollow ache filled his heart. These pleasant days had come to a temporary end, but parting was not the final chapter. Just as Bai Jisoo had said, she would return. And what he needed to do was grow stronger. How to get stronger? Only by cheating. Jiang Ling sat down before the chair, ready to launch the game. Glancing at the statue of Yin Shu, toppled once more before him, he seemed to recall something, shaking his head and smiling wryly. Chapter 109, Valkyrie. Jiang Ling rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at his phone screen. He casually pulled off a 10 pull and actually obtained a disciple with mythic potential. But that wasn't the main point. The real point was that the recruitment had brought someone into his own world and he had seen this disciple before. The figure on the screen wore sleek black attire, long hair flowing freely, exuding an icy aura, none other than their Valkyrie principal, Mu Xiaoxue. One of the original 7 martial gods of Great Xia, the youngest martial god in history. Her information had actually appeared on Jiang Ling's phone screen. Though he'd met powerhouses like Bai Jisoo and Yin Shu, the thought of becoming the teacher of this world's strongest being still made him feel a bit uneasy. The phone began displaying Mu Xiaoxue's information. It was indeed her. Name, Mu Xiaoxue. World, Blue Star Level 2 World. Talent, mythical. Traits, competitive, hypocritical. Opportunity, destruction leads to rebirth. Blue Star has ascended to a level 2 world, increasing its openness and connecting with more otherworldly realms. Some of these worlds harbor sinister intentions toward Blue Star. Having recently ascended, Blue Star's cultivators have not yet significantly strengthened, leaving it at a disadvantage compared to other level 2 worlds. As commander, Mu Xiaoxue is confronting an opposing realm. Her adversary is a top-tier powerhouse from the level 2 world, Tiansong realm. Outmatched, she currently holds a disadvantage and faces the risk of defeat. Jiang Ling's fingertip froze on the screen. Mu Xiaoxue? At risk of perishing? That name was legendary. He simply couldn't reconcile it with this notion. One of the Great Xia's guardian deities, an idol to countless martial artists on Blue Star, how could she possibly face the risk of falling? Give me details. Jiang Ling felt a surge of urgency. After all, the fate of a martial god could profoundly impact the entire Great Xia's situation. Blue Star had just completed its first ascension when it was immediately targeted by the neighboring level 2 world, the Skycrag realm. The enemy's elite warriors led a massive army to invade. Though Blue Star's martial artists benefited from the world's ascension boost, the time was too short. They were no match for the invaders. Mu Xiaoxue was the commander leading the resistance against the Sky-cloaked realm. Several brief informational overlays flashed across the screen before the game view abruptly shifted. Blue Star, Eastern Warzone, border with the Sky-cloaked realm. Amidst the ruins, Mu Xiaoxue knelt on one knee, her black battle armor stained with blood, her face pale as she leaned on her shattered longsword. The Celestial Realm's supreme warrior, the Celestial Emperor, hovered mid-air. His golden aura pressed down like a mountain, crushing Mu Xiaoxue and making her sway precariously. Behind her, the corpses of Blue Star soldiers piled up like mountains. The interdimensional passage had been torn open by the Tiansong Realm army, creating a kilometer-wide breach through which their forces poured endlessly. Mu Xiaoxue, surrender or not? The Song Emperor's voice carried arrogance. Your world has only just ascended. That you could fight me to this point, I admire you. Mu Xiaoxue slowly raised her head, revealing a face stained with blood yet still cold and fierce. Her uniform bore multiple slashes from sword energy, her left arm twisted unnaturally, the bones clearly shattered. Yet her eyes held no trace of fear, only an icy resolve. The soil of Blue Star shall not be trampled by outsiders. A warrior may be slain, but never disgraced. She sprang to her feet, a blinding crimson light erupting around her. It was the sign of burning bloodlines. Jiang Ling's heart tightened, but the game hadn't triggered any prompts yet. He was powerless to intervene. Surveying the peaceful surroundings around him, he felt a pang of emotion. Here they were, so calm and secure in the rear, while life and death struggles raged at the front. Sandi's expression darkened. You intend to self-destruct and destroy the passage? You're mad. I will never let you enter Blue Star. Mu Xiaoxue's voice trembled with extreme agony, yet remained unmistakably clear. The Sky-Song realm dares to covet Blue Star? Not a chance. She closed her eyes resolutely, yet a look of relief washed over her face. Blowing up the interdimensional link would buy Blue Star's people more time to absorb the world's ascension energy. Next time they met, they wouldn't be so utterly defenseless. Mu Xiaoxue's lips curved into a faint smile. She had pushed herself to her absolute limit. She lived up to her title as the martial god of Great Xia. A crimson light shot skyward as the passageway collapsed inch by inch amid thunderous roars. The Tiansong realm's army was severed at both ends of the fissure, some even swept directly into the chaotic spacetime currents and shattered. The Tsang Emperor's furious roar shattered the clouds. Retreat! At the critical moment, several golden beams shot toward Mu Xiaoxue. Yet she neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the beams to pierce her chest. A calm voice echoed, "Het, what a defiant female general. I like that." With a casual chuckle, the voice abruptly halted Mu Xiaoxue's self-destruction. Amidst terrifying energy fluctuations, a slightly gaunt-looking man stepped forward slowly. His power surpassed even the Azure Emperor's by several degrees. This man was too powerful. It seemed no one on the entire Blue Star could stand against him at present. Mu Xiaoxue's expression changed, her gaze instinctively darting toward the passageway behind her. Thankfully, it had already completely shattered. Only then did she collapse backward, her strength drained. Before her consciousness faded, a faint smile finally touched the corners of her lips. At least, she had bought Blue Star some time. The footage abruptly ended there. Jiang Ling rubbed his stinging eyes. Mu Xiaoxue's profile on the screen had been updated. Current location, Tiansong Realm prison status, severely weakened, bloodline nearly depleted, spiritual energy exhausted, life-threatening condition. Just as Jiang Ling was about to resume the game, Jiang Lei burst in from outside, his face flushed with panic. Brother Jiang! Brother Jiang! Where's Bai Sui Su? Hurry and save her! His voice was frantic, his face flushed. This morning, as if coordinated, several worlds launched simultaneous attacks on our Blue Star. Jiang Lei's expression was a mix of anger and apprehension. I don't know the details, but all of Blue Star's martial gods returned defeated. Word is one of them even perished. It was martial god Mu Xiaoxue, Jiang Ling interjected. Seems so. We haven't received confirmation yet. Jiang Ling glanced at Jiang Lei with slight surprise before continuing. What about your Bai Sui Sui? Get her to help us. She's gone. Jiang Ling's words made Jiang Lei freeze in shock. What? Gone? His voice brimmed with disbelief, then turned to despair. Then we're done for. Even the martial god can't hold them off. What are we supposed to do? Go gather some intel first. Maybe there's still a chance. Hearing Jiang Lei's account, Jiang Ling couldn't help but feel anxious too, eager to send him off. Perhaps the turning point lay with Mu Xiaoxue. Deep within the dungeons of the Sky Blue Realm, chains pierced through her shoulder blades, pinning Mu Xiaoxue to the stone wall. Icy runes crawled along the chains, devouring what little spiritual energy she had left. Each breath strained her ruptured meridians, leaving her face deathly pale. Her black battle robes were soaked through with blood. The once majestic and aloof martial goddess now looked utterly wretched. Heavy footsteps echoed outside the cell door. The man who had delivered the final blow visited almost daily, his voice laced with temptation. Mu Xiaoxue, stop resisting. Surrender to this emperor. Become my imperial consort, and I shall grant you a lifetime of splendor. Mu Xiaoxue kept her eyes closed, forcing the remnants of her spiritual energy to circulate. Her shattered meridians strained to function once more, the agony keeping her lucid. As the youngest martial god of Great Xia, she would never bow to such a vile creature, even in death. Just as she was about to shatter her heart meridian with her spiritual energy, a crisp voice suddenly echoed in her mind without warning. The voice carried a hint of calmness, yet it clearly drowned out the clamor of the men outside the cell. Stop. Chapter 110, The Third Disciple. Mu Xiaoxue stiffened, her eyes snapping open. The prison cell was empty. The runes on her chain still flickered, yet the voice felt so real it seemed to be right beside her ear. Who? She demanded coldly, scanning the surroundings warily. She spread her limited senses as far as they would go, yet detected no presence. No need to search. I'm not here. The voice sounded again, tinged with a faint hint of emotion. I know your situation. Blue Star's advancement, the pressure from the other world. You led your forces in resistance but suffered heavy losses. Your bloodline burned out, your meridians severed. Mu Xiaoxue's expression darkened. The other party knew her situation inside out. Friend or foe? She forced down the storm raging within her heart and asked coldly, what do you want? Help you. The voice was crisp and decisive, to restore your power, to help you repel the Sky Blue Realm, to help you protect Blue Star. Why should I? Mu Xiaoxue looked utterly bewildered, her tone dripping with distrust. In another realm, encountering someone who offers to protect Blue Star? She didn't believe it for a second. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Mu Xiaoxue said calmly. Indeed there isn't. The voice sounded again, unwavering in its certainty. I will help you, but only if you take me as your master. Become my disciple? Mu Xiaoxue snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke. As one of the 7 martial gods of Great Xia, the youngest in history, when had she ever needed to take as her master someone who dared not even show their face? Do you even know who I am? I stated it from the beginning, Mu Xiaoxue, martial god of Great Xia. Mu Xiaoshua's reaction was entirely within Jiang Ling's expectations. His previous two disciples had both been in their early stages, so accepting them as apprentices had been reasonable. But Mu Xiaoshua had already reached the pinnacle of cultivation on Blue Star. Who could possibly make her willingly take someone as her master? Fortunately, he hadn't revealed he was a student of Jinghua. Jiang Ling continued calmly, but now, you're a prisoner. You could be humiliated by those outside at any moment, even suicide might not be granted. I, however, can keep you alive. And make you stronger than ever before. He paused, then added, become my disciple, and I shall grant you the opportunity to reshape your bloodline and impart techniques that will crush the Tiansong realm. Refuse, and today marks the end of your life here. The fate of Blue Star will no longer concern you. Mu Xiaoshua fell silent. Outside the cell, footsteps grew louder, their greedy aura nearly piercing through the bars. She refused to accept it. She refused to die here like this. She refused to give up so easily. If you deceive me. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor, her final struggle. If I deceive you, may heaven's justice punish me. Jiang Ling's voice held an odd persuasiveness. My name is Jiang Ling Jiang. From this day forward, I shall be your teacher. Are you willing to become my disciple? Mu Xiaoshua clenched her teeth. Images flashed through her mind, the lands of Blue Star and Great Xia, comrades in arms fighting side by side, and the revolting face of the Tsong Emperor. She snapped her head up, her eyes flashing with resolve. I accept you as my master. Binding successful. Exclusive gift package for beloved disciple Mu Zheakshu. Injuries healed. Issuing, Great Restoration Pill X1, Pulse Restoring Marrow Cleansing Elixir X1. The words barely left her lips when two warm currents materialized within her body. The Great Restoration Pill transformed into a torrent of life force, surging through her veins to every corner of her body. Working in tandem with the marrow cleansing elixir, the severed meridians began healing at a visible pace within the warm currents, the searing pain vanishing instantly. Even the suppressed spiritual energy began to revive, though the primordial bloodline within her remained profoundly weakened. Stunned, Mu Xiaoshua felt the surging power within her. In mere moments, 70% of her depleted spiritual energy had recovered, even more condensed than before her injury. She tentatively flexed her fingers, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. Don't rush. This is only the beginning, Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of amusement. Bloodline reshaping in progress, awakening the mythical ancestral phoenix bloodline. Suppressing awakening phenomena. A searing, sacred power surged into her brow, 100 times more potent than the vitality she had felt moments before. Mu Xiaoshua felt her blood boil as the power tore apart and reshaped her once extinguished bloodline. Golden flames surged from her body, coalescing within the prison into the ethereal form of a phoenix spreading its wings. With a soft cry, the runes on the chain shattered inch by inch. Ancestral Phoenix, Mu Xiaoshua murmured to herself, clearly sensing the supreme majesty contained within her bloodline. It was a nobility surpassing any bloodline she had ever encountered, as if it belonged to an ancient legacy beyond myth. As the bloodline awoke, her aura surged wildly. Not only did she regain her martial god strength, but she even showed faint signs of a breakthrough, now threefold stronger than her peak. The surging aura was confined within an extremely small radius around her, drawing no one's attention. The chains melted into molten iron within the flames. She rose slowly, her black battle attire fluttering without wind, a faint golden flame swirling around her. Her aloof features now held an added aura of sacredness and majesty. The man outside the cell door sensed the disturbance and exclaimed in shock, "What's happening?" Technique inheritance. Level 3 World Technique Scorching Heaven Art being distributed. Jiang Ling's voice echoed at the perfect moment. This cultivation technique far surpasses the limits of Blue Star and Tiansong realm arts. By refining yourself according to its teachings, one day, crushing this world will be as easy as turning your hand. An arcane cultivation technique instantly imprinted itself upon Mu Xiaoshua's mind. From foundational breathing exercises to profound combat techniques, it progressed layer by layer, each page containing the mysteries of laws from higher realms. She scanned through it, shock flashing in her eyes. Cultivating by this method, she wouldn't just rival the Tiansong realm, she'd even stand a chance against higher tier worlds. Thank you, Master. Mu Xiaoshua spoke with genuine sincerity. Faced with such an opportunity, she harbored not a shred of doubt. Don't thank me just yet. Jiang Ling's voice turned serious. I'll knock that man unconscious shortly. You must seize the opportunity to escape. Mu Xiaoshua nodded, unleashing the full power of her ancestral phoenix bloodline. A golden phoenix phantom soared skyward, crashing through the cell door with a thunderous boom. The man's face froze in shock. How could your power? Mu Xiaoshua's gaze turned icy. With a flick of her wrist, the phoenix flames coalesced into sharp claws. A mere prison cell dares to confine me? Facing the flames, the man dared not take it lightly, forced to retreat step by step. As he watched the sacred phoenix aura enveloping her, confusion flashed in his eyes. How did your aura change so drastically? That's impossible. Mu Xiaoshua wasted no words. Seizing his moment of panic, she leapt out of the prison cell. As the man prepared to pursue, a brick-like shadow materialized behind him, striking him squarely in the head and knocking him unconscious. Yun Shu witnessed this scene, her heart racing with shock and deepening confusion. As she pondered, Jiang Ling's voice sounded again. Head southeast. 1,000 miles away lies a hidden place. Jiang Ling's voice guided her in her mind. I can set up an array there to block the perception of the Tiansong realm. You can make adjustments there. Mu Xiaoxue raced forward, her ancestral phoenix bloodline propelling her at lightning speed. Half an hour later, she arrived at a mountain valley. The moment Mu Xiaoxue stepped inside, the entire valley glowed with a faint light, instantly concealing her aura without a trace. The formation will grant you complete concealment. Jiang Ling's voice echoed. The burning heaven art resonates with your ancestral phoenix bloodline, but to unleash its full power, you must disperse your cultivation and rebuild it from scratch. Do you possess the resolve? Chapter 111, Traitor. Beyond the luminous barrier of the valley's formation, the wind howled like ghostly wails, whipping up pebbles that struck the invisible barrier with dull thuds. Within the formation, a profound stillness reigned. A figure radiating heroic spirit sat cross-legged, standing out slightly in the valley. Upon hearing that mastering the technique required dismantling her cultivation and starting anew, Mu Xiaoxue hesitated not a moment. What a tough cookie. Watching the figure with closed eyes and furrowed brow, Jiang Ling couldn't help but marvel. I'll use this time to tidy up her living quarters, Jiang Ling muttered to himself. He had just purchased a house construction package, and now his interface resembled a building game. Building materials and furniture were all available. Jiang Ling's fingers danced across the screen, and before long, a wooden cottage nestled against the mountainside stood complete. The log-framed roof was covered with thick thatch, and in front of the door, several plants unique to Blue Star were planted, their colorful flowers swaying gently in the breeze. He built it meticulously, paying close attention to the details. It was just a bit taxing on the fingers. My fingers are killing me. She probably won't be done for a while yet. I'll log off first. Jiang Ling stretched his fingers and exited the game. Time to check what's happening now. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment before heading home. There must be news about Mu Xiaoxue at home. Mu Xiaoxue finished dispersing her energy and found a wooden hut built around her. She now sat cross-legged on a cushion in the hut's center, her spiritual energy completely dissipated. Her ancestral phoenix bloodline had also fallen temporarily dormant. She now felt almost indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal, even finding it slightly unsteady to stand up. Exhaustion and weakness from the energy dissipation washed over her. A rare flicker of bewilderment flickered in the eyes of this aloof martial goddess, renowned for her relentless strength. Teacher, she called softly, yet no response from Jiang Ling echoed in her mind. Instead, a small note appeared before her eyes. The formation is absolutely secure. Supplies are arranged. The handwriting was forceful, seemingly reflecting its owner's character. Mu Xiaoxue slowly rose to her feet, taking in the wooden cabin at her leisure. Though devoid of extravagant decorations, every detail radiated thoughtful care. Thick animal hide rugs covered the floor, soft beneath foot and blocking the chill from the earth. A wooden bed stood by the window, covered with snow-white bedding that still carried the scent of sun-dried warmth. A copper brazier sat on the low bedside cabinet, its charcoal fire burning brightly, filling the entire room with a cozy warmth. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes flickered. Only now did she realize that after dispelling her spiritual energy, the valley's chill was indeed quite biting. A row of small porcelain bottles stood beside the stove, each labeled with writing matching the note. Concentrated Spirit Elixir, 1 drop daily, Foundational Elixir. Gentleman's Decoction, taken morning and evening to nourish the middle and replenish Qi. Spirit Essence Pill, for cultivation. Considering your weak constitution, the potency is insufficient. Next time I'll bring you the enhanced version. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze softened as she read this, a faint smile curling her lips. She turned to the wooden table on the other side, where a set of Blue Star-style cookware was laid out: an iron pot, porcelain bowls, bamboo chopsticks, all complete. A bamboo basket held fresh vegetables and several pieces of fresh meat, even a small bag of Old Capital soybean paste. Mu Xiaoxue chuckled softly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Though she was from the capital, she truly didn't care for the taste of this stuff. What to do with this? Mu Xiaoxue picked up the bean juice bag. The slightly cool sensation on her fingertips brought an inexplicable warmth to her heart. Even if he disliked it, it showed that these items had been thoughtfully considered. Having been a martial god for years, she had long grown accustomed to standing alone. Not only was such meticulous care rare, but even the goodwill shown by those around her usually came with clear ulterior motives. Yet this teacher she'd never met before had anticipated her every need with remarkable clarity. She was now a useless person. What could he possibly want from her? Over the next few days, she gradually noticed more thoughtful details. Her wooden bed's mattress was stuffed with calming herbs, ensuring she slept exceptionally soundly each night. On the bookshelf in the corner, alongside several ancient texts from Blue Star, sat a few humorous comics. Though she was long past the age for such reading, she sometimes found herself engrossed in them. Having lost her cultivation, Mu Xiaoxue began experimenting with cooking. Using the ingredients and seasonings Ling Jiang had prepared, she managed to create dishes that carried a hint of her hometown flavors. Sitting by the warm stove while eating, listening to the wind whistling beyond the protective barrier outside the window, she would occasionally drift into a daze. It felt as though she wasn't near a foreign realm at all, but had returned to Blue Star itself, embracing a life of seclusion, quiet yet fulfilling. The ice in her heart was melting away, replaced by a soft warmth that flowed through her like a springtime stream. She thought to herself that once she had fully rebuilt her cultivation, she would have to properly thank her teacher. Thank him not only for granting her the power to seek vengeance, but also for bestowing this long-lost warmth of being cherished and cared for. News of Mu Jiaxue's demise sent shockwaves through Blue Star. The news struck like a thunderclap, sending shockwaves through the highest echelons of the Great Xia Empire. The prodigy who had ascended to martial godhood at such a young age, the empire's sole female martial god, had fallen on the battlefield. Within days of the news reaching the capital, more vicious rumors began to spread in the shadows. Have you heard? Mu Jiaxue didn't die in battle, she defected. No wonder the Tiansong realm could breach our defenses so easily, she was colluding with the enemy. The arbitration court has already received evidence, allegedly accusations from several other martial gods. The rumors spread like maggots clinging to flesh, soon gaining concrete proof. A surrender document bearing the forged seal of the Tiansong realm circulated online, detailing Mu Jiaxue's prior negotiations, plans, and agreements with the Tiansong realm. The enemy promised to grant Mu Jiaxue a royal title and noble rank, which she accepted one by one. The letter also leaked extensive details of the Yi family's martial god defenses, even bearing her own handwritten signature. Soon after, the Grand Xia Supreme Arbitration Court announced it would hear Mu Jiaxue's defection case, directing its full force against the utterly unprepared Mu family. The Mu family was a traditional aristocratic clan in the capital, a lineage of military service where half its members served in the armed forces. Yet with the fall of the martial god, the family tree toppled and its monkeys scattered. The once bustling household now stood deserted. Mu Jiaxue's father, Hangfang, the family patriarch, knelt in the ancestral hall, tears streaming down his aged face as he gazed upon his daughter's spirit tablet. The arbitration court's summons arrived at that very moment. Less than 7 days had passed since Mu Jiaxue's demise. Those bastards. How could Jiaxue possibly be that kind of person? He slammed his fist onto the altar table, blood seeping from his knuckles. She was the youngest martial god of Great Xia, with a future as bright as the sun. How could she possibly defect? Outside the ancestral hall, the clatter of footsteps grew louder as Yi Ping, a martial god from the Yi family, stormed in with the arbitration court's enforcement squad. Behind him, an enforcement officer sneered coldly, slamming a draft ruling onto the table. Mu Changfeng, the evidence of Mu Jiaxue's defection is irrefutable. According to regulations, the entire Mu family must be exiled and their assets confiscated. Considering the Mu family's past merits, we shall not pursue further accountability. Instead, you shall be exiled separately, direct descendants to the far north war zone, collateral branches to the world's borders for frontier defense. All assets are confiscated. Do you object? Yi Ping, the martial god of the Yi family, echoed with regret, "Ah, how foolish of Jiaxue." Mu Changfeng trembled with rage, "You're making baseless accusations. Jiaxue would never betray us." Chapter 112, Halting the Verdict. Shut up. Yi Ping cut him off sharply, his martial god aura erupting violently. With irrefutable evidence, you still dare to be stubborn. I had intended to spare you some face, but your stubbornness has pushed you too far. The arbitration court is now issuing its verdict. The matter is settled. He spoke the truth. Behind the final verdict in the Mu family's trial stood 3 martial gods of immense stature. Besides the 2 from the Yi family, there was another figure capable of silencing the entire Great Xia, Lin Zhantian, a peak 99th tier martial god. Lin Zhantian was universally acknowledged as the Great Xia's strongest warrior, having gone undefeated for a century since his rise to fame. After Blue Star's ascension, he reaped the greatest benefits among all martial gods, his cultivation directly shattering the peak 99th tier barrier. He now stood but a single step away from the legendary realm of breaking boundaries, his power virtually unmatched under heaven. This venerable elder had always remained detached from worldly affairs, spending most of his time in seclusion. No one knew why he had suddenly intervened, much less why he would join forces with the Yi family. With Lin Zhantian backing them, not only ordinary families but even other martial gods dared not meddle lightly. Of the 8 martial gods in Great Xia, excluding Mu Jiaxue, 3 openly supported splitting the Mu family. The remaining 4, whether out of fear of Lin Zhantian's power or unwillingness to antagonize the Yi family, chose silence. Even Ning Tian, who had long maintained ties with Mu Jiaxue, could only sigh in private. Even the Jiang family refused to tempt fate. Going against 3 martial gods for the Mu family, especially confronting Lin Zhantian, wasn't worth it. Jiang Ling was deeply troubled. As someone privy to the truth, his lack of power left him feeling utterly helpless. Mu Yu's studies were severely disrupted, leaving Jiang Ling overwhelmed and constantly hovering around him. "Brother Jiang, Mu Yu wants to leave too." These past few days, Jiang Ling had been wearing a gloomy expression whenever he saw Jiang Ling. "Brother Jiang, you have a solution, right? Your family." Jiang Lei had never mentioned Jiang Ling's family before, but now he had no choice but to bring it up. The Mu family faced dire straits. Their influence had been maliciously suppressed these past days, and the family's young members faced exclusion everywhere. Mu Chongfeng's pleas fell on deaf ears. His letters of appeal vanished without a trace. Former allies now scrambled to distance themselves from the Mu family. A sense of despair hung over the entire Mu family, as if the only fate awaiting them was dismemberment and exile. Jiang Lei shared their anxiety, but his family had sternly warned him not to get involved. Without his family's backing, his voice carried little weight, leaving him powerless to do anything but fret. Jiang Ling's brow furrowed deeply as inner conflict raged. "I'll do my best," he declared solemnly after a long pause. "All right, thank you, Brother Jiang. Truly, thank you." Jiang Lei's eyes welled up with tears. He was truly at his wit's end. Though his heart burned with urgency, he had nowhere to turn, no path forward. Jiang Ling's response nearly made his tears spill over. Jiang Ling quickly stopped him, dismissed him, and headed home. He wrestled internally. Mu Xiaoxue would return sooner or later, and intervening now offered little return on the effort. He wasn't certain he could persuade his grandfather and maternal grandfather. On the day of the ruling, the Supreme Arbitration Court's assembly hall was solemn and dignified. 12 tall pillars supported the vaulted ceiling. In courtroom 1, Lin Zhantian, Yi Ping, and Yi Tian sat atop him, their expressions haughty. Below, in the defendant's seat, Mu Chongfeng wore a faded, worn military uniform. His back was straight as an arrow, yet the weariness in his eyes was impossible to hide. "Silence." Lin Zhantian spoke calmly. His aged yet commanding voice echoed through the chamber. "Regarding the case of Mu Xiaoxue's defection and the proposed disposition of the Mu family, the evidence is conclusive. We now proceed to the final ruling. To prevent collusion within the family and eliminate future threats, the Mu family shall be disbanded, its descendants exiled, and its assets confiscated. Are there any objections?" Yi Ping immediately echoed, "No objections. Matters concerning the Great Xia Empire demand that we err on the side of caution. Better to execute the innocent than let the guilty go free." Yi Tian nodded in agreement. "We concur with the ruling." A deathly silence fell over the hall. Everyone knew the matter was now settled. Mu Chongfeng closed his eyes, a single tear of old age sliding down his cheek. Just as Lin Zhantian was about to declare the verdict effective, the doors to the council chamber burst open. "I object." 4 figures emerged against the light. Leading them was Jiang Gui, the Azure Dragon martial god, his hair and beard streaked with silver yet radiating vigorous vitality. Behind him followed 3 elders whose auras were equally formidable: Jiang Ling's maternal grandfather, the 96th tier Titan martial god Li Feng, the Shenlong martial god Ying Tian, and Jiang Ling's godfather, the Golden Crow martial god Wang Peng, who had rushed back from the front lines. The simultaneous appearance of 4 martial gods instantly sent the hall into an uproar. The Azure Dragon martial god, and the Titan, the Black Dragon, plus the newly ascended Golden Crow, all 3. Why had they come? Were they here to take sides with the Mu family? 4 against 3, this was going to be quite the spectacle. Lin Zhantian's brow furrowed sharply, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. "Jianghua, what do you think you're doing? How dare you intrude upon the Arbitration Council's proceedings?" Jianghua approached the seat of honor and sat down with measured composure. "Senior Lin, the Mu family case is riddled with inconsistencies, and the chain of evidence is full of holes. As martial gods of Great Xia, how can we stand idly by?" Li Feng spoke slowly. "That so-called letter exists in only one copy, and there are no witnesses. Can such a thing truly be considered evidence?" Ying Tian, the most fiery-tempered, slammed his fist on the table. "Mu Xiaoxue was a martial god. A martial god who protected Great Xia, fighting in over 300 battles. Her body isn't even cold yet, and you're already rushing to pin charges on her and divide her estate. Can your conscience handle that?" Wang Peng produced a document, his voice ringing out with conviction. "I possess confessions from soldiers who defected back. Where is the evidence of treason? Members of the Yi family, dare you compare your so-called evidence with my battle reports?" Yi Ping's expression darkened, though he forced himself to remain composed. "This is sheer sophistry. Bribing soldiers, such testimonies are the most suspect. Moreover, this case has already been adjudicated. It cannot be altered." "Ruled?" Jiang Gui sneered. "Has the Great Xia Arbitration Court sunk so low as to decide cases based on a single person's word? With 8 martial gods now reduced to 7, according to protocol, the decision should be made by vote." Lin Zhantian's face darkened so much it seemed water could drip from it. He hadn't anticipated Jianghua aligning with the other 3 martial gods, much less that they would dare challenge him openly. But rules were rules. The Supreme Council of Martial Gods was the highest authority in Great Xia. As long as the committee members were present, a vote would constitute the final ruling. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't openly defy the rules. "Fine. Let them vote." A flash of ruthlessness flickered in Lin Zhantian's eyes. "I'll see who dares to protect the family of this traitor." The vote commenced. Ying Tian presided over the proceedings, his voice clear. "Those in favor of upholding this ruling, raise your hands." Lin Zhantian, Yi Ping, and Yi Tian raised their hands simultaneously. 3 votes in favor. The tension in the hall thickened once more.
Mu Chongfeng's face flushed with agitation, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest. Those opposed, raise your hands.
Chapter 113, An Unexplained Feeling.
Jiang Guo, Ying Tian, Wang Peng, and Li Feng raised their hands in unison.
4 votes against.
Fewer votes in favor than against the ruling is invalid.
A deathly silence fell over the hall, followed by an outburst of incredulous gasps.
Yi Ping abruptly stood up, pointing at Jiang Guo and the others. Well done.
You actually colluded to shield a traitor. Covering up? Ying Tian sneered. We voted according to the rules. We merely suspended this ruling temporarily for further investigation.
Where's the cover-up?
As for you lot, using forged evidence to frame the guardian martial god, nice move.
Lin Zhantian fixed his gaze on Jiang Guo and his 3 allies, his aura thickening to the point of palpable tension. Many in the hall felt their legs tremble.
Do you understand the consequences of your actions?
Jiang Guo met his gaze without flinching. Lin Zhantian, the Mu family must not be touched, and Zhao Shue's innocence must be cleared. She died for great Xia. We who survived must at least let the hero rest in peace. He paused, his tone growing heavier.
The great Xia belongs to no one.
Lin Zhantian observed the resolute expressions on the 4 faces, then glanced down at Yi Ping, whose face was twisted with fury. A cloud of doubt suddenly rose within him.
What makes you so confident?
His tone was sharp, his expression probing. Just a short while ago, these 4 had remained completely uninvolved. Today, they were acting completely out of character. He instinctively suspected they might have found some new powerful backer. But he possessed the confidence that on Blue Star, no one could stand as his opponent. Except for those 2 shadowy figures from that day.
He slowly withdrew his imposing aura and snorted coldly, fine. Very well. I'll remember today's events.
With that, he rose and swept his sleeves, departing without so much as a glance at Yi Ping and the other.
Yi Ping and Yi Tian, their faces as dark as ink, also rose and departed.
The situation had abruptly reversed, and Mu Chongfeng still hadn't grasped what had transpired. Staggering toward Jiang Guo, he knelt with a thud, tears streaming down his aged face. Great martial god Jiang, your kindness is beyond words.
The Mu family will forever remember the 4 of you.
Jiang Guo hurriedly helped him up, sighing, rise. We did not aid you, but Zhao Shui and all heroes who fight for our nation. Ying Tian spoke with rare gentleness. The Mu family is safe for now, but the Yi family won't let this rest. Lin Zhantian's attitude is also suspicious. You must remain vigilant.
Li Feng patted Mu Chongfeng's shoulder.
With us here, no one can lay a finger on the Mu family.
As for Zhao Shue's matter, we'll have to wait a little longer.
In the dormitory at Tsinghua University, Jiang Ling set down her phone. Seeing the news about the Mu family's crisis being resolved on the screen, a faint smile curved her lips. Almost simultaneously, a call came in. On the other end was Jiang Guo's stern voice. Xiao Ling, this is no laughing matter.
We've already burned our bridges with Lin Zhantian over this. If Mu Xiaoxue doesn't return.
He didn't finish, but Jiang Ling understood exactly what he meant.
He had promised his grandfather that Mu Xiaoxue wasn't dead and would return in overwhelming force.
Though his words were hard to believe, the sight of those 2 powerful illusions that day had convinced Jiang Guo to heed his grandson's advice and take the gamble.
Grandfather, I understand, Jiang Ling nodded. Rest assured, the martial god Mu will return.
There was a long silence on the other end before the call abruptly ended.
Jiang Guo's words from that day echoed in his mind.
When the world advances, the first to break through its limits will inevitably be the strongest Lin Zhantian.
Mu Xiaoxue must not only return, but she must do so before Lin Zhantian reaches that realm. Otherwise, we will face utter destruction.
There was truth to those words. Defying Lin Zhantian so openly meant that once he surpassed the martial god realm, he would surely return to settle the score.
Time is tight, and the task is heavy.
Jiang Ling sighed, his voice heavy with emotion.
With that, he instinctively opened the game. The night at Tsinghua University was still. Moonlight seeped through the window cracks, scattering a fine silver glow across the bed.
Jiang Ling stretched lazily, his fingertips gliding across the phone screen as he opened Mu Xiaoxue's page. Though the arbitration court matter had just settled, he felt little relief. He wanted to check on the progress of that martial god who had rebuilt himself in the Tiansong realm. Real-time footage streamed from the valley. Mu Xiaoxue sat cross-legged on the open ground in front of the wooden hut. Moonlight fell upon the shoulder line of her black robe, outlining her sharp silhouette. A faint golden flame swirled around her, clearly indicating she was in the midst of cultivation. Her breath was steady as the ancestral phoenix bloodline circulated slowly within her, her focus unwavering. Her aloof profile softened under the moonlight, shedding the sharpness of the battlefield for a serene beauty. Jiang Ling stared at the figure on the screen, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the display. Bai Suesu came from the Grand World's mystic realm, while Yun Shu hailed from the Beastmaster realm. Interacting with them, he always sensed a subtle gap in their worldly statuses. No matter how vivid and lifelike they seemed, there was always a sense of dimensional separation, as if conversing with paper cutouts.
But Mu Xiaoxue was different. She was a martial god born and raised on Blue Star, breathing the same air beneath the same sky, facing the same dangers. This shared worldly connection eased the barrier in his heart considerably. Moonlight fell upon her slightly lowered eyelashes, casting an inexplicable haze over him. Teacher? Mu Xiaoxue's voice snapped Jiang Ling out of his reverie. On the screen, Mu Xiaoxue had finished her training, standing with her back straight. A half-read comic lay before her, and her eyes lit up. Jiang Ling's eyes flickered as he asked, "What's wrong? Hit a bottleneck in your cultivation?" "No." Mu Xiaoxue shook her head, biting her lower lip lightly. This subtle gesture caught Jiang Ling off guard. In his memory, Mu Xiaoxue was always composed and self-possessed, rarely showing such emotion. "I want to ask about my family back on Blue Star. How are they doing?" Her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Despite her efforts to conceal it, Jiang Ling detected the worry lurking beneath her detached tone. She could fight fiercely on the battlefield and remain unyielding even in prison, yet deep down, she still carried these concerns. "We just received word that your family did indeed encounter some trouble recently." He didn't directly mention the Yi family's targeting or the fabricated evidence. Being targeted by the martial god put the Mu family in grave danger, which would inevitably distract her. "Some were exploiting the rumors of your demise to target the Mu family, seeking to seize your resources. They even fabricated incriminating evidence, attempting to transfer your family members to remote battle zones." On the screen, Mu Xiaoxue clenched her fists so tightly her knuckles turned white, the air around her thick with palpable tension. She was clearly furious. After a few seconds of silence, her voice carried suppressed fury. "Who? How dare they?" Having fought on Blue Star for years, she understood the harsh reality of people abandoning a fallen ally. Yet, she couldn't contain her fury. "Never mind who it is." Jiang Ling quickly cut her off, fearing her worry might disrupt her cultivation. These details weren't important. What mattered was that someone had intervened to protect the Mu family. He deliberately kept his words vague. It seems several martial god elders couldn't stand by and watch. They cast dissenting votes in the arbitration council, overturning the ruling to declare the Mu family traitors. "Your family is safe now, and the Mu family's foundation remains intact. Don't worry." Chapter 114, Crisis. He didn't mention that those martial gods were his grandfather and maternal grandfather, nor did he reveal he'd secretly pushed things alone. Watching Mu Xiaoxue's tense shoulders slowly relax on the screen, her breath gradually steadying, he felt a secret satisfaction. This feeling gave him a deeper sense of peace than if he had simply told her the truth. Mu Xiaoxue stared at the comic book, her fingertips lightly skimming the pages, clearly distracted. Her voice grew much softer, tinged with an almost imperceptible catch. "Thank you to those uncles, and thank you, teacher." She knew there was no such thing as a completely selfless act of kindness. For several martial gods to step forward simultaneously, there had to be a driving force behind it. And the most likely catalyst was the mysterious teacher sitting before her. Jiang Ling watched her rare display of vulnerability, his heart skipping a beat for no apparent reason. Under the moonlight, the contours of her profile were clean and sharp. Her long lashes cast a faint shadow beneath her eyes when she lowered her gaze. Stripped of her warrior deity aura, she resembled an ordinary girl who finally showed moments of vulnerability. This authentic, down-to-earth appearance made him feel a sense of closeness. They belonged to the same world. Her worries, her gratitude, her vulnerability, these were emotions he understood. "Why thank me? You're my disciple." Jiang Ling's tone was deliberately casual, masking the flutter in his heart. Protecting those close to him was simply his duty. Besides, you're a hero. Someone will always come to your aid. Mu Xiaoxue lifted her gaze toward the void, as if seeing someone on the other side. Her eyes were clear and earnest. "Teacher, you're also from Blue Star, right?" Jiang Ling paused before replying. Yes. I knew it." A faint smile touched Mu Xiaoxue's lips, the first time Jiang Ling had ever seen her smile. Her icy cold features suddenly came alive, like snow melting in the sun. "Your tone, your words, they all carry the essence of Blue Star. It makes me feel at ease." Jiang Ling's heart stirred slightly, strengthening his resolve to conceal his identity. He stared at the screen, at the girl who had just faced life and death yet still stood tall and straight. A bitter smile escaped him. The pride of a martial god would never permit her to appear before others in her current state. When she sought a master, it was likely out of desperation, a strategy to bide her time and build strength. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so straightforward. With her pride, could she truly accept that the master she had chosen was actually a student younger than her and far inferior in cultivation? Could she bear for her student to witness this vulnerable state? Jiang Ling doubted it. The pride of a martial god ran deep in her bones. She could concede defeat to a stronger opponent, but she might not be able to face this reversal of status with equanimity. "Focus on your cultivation." Jiang Ling changed the subject, his tone calm. "You're rebuilding your power from scratch and progressing swiftly. Once you return to the rank of martial god, the strongholds of the Tiansong realm will be no match for you. Then, you can return to Blue Star yourself, personally thank those who aided the Mu family, and personally seek justice." He deliberately emphasized return to Blue Star to personally seek justice, wanting her to understand that while he could offer strength and opportunity, the ultimate glory and dignity would be hers to reclaim. This was both a sign of respect and a preservation of her pride. Mu Xiaoxue nodded firmly, her eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. Her aloof demeanor returned, yet now held a hint of warmth. I will, master. The scene fell silent as Mu Xiaoxue resumed her cross-legged meditation, golden flames dancing slowly around her. Jiang Ling didn't log out immediately. He just stared at the figure on the screen, momentarily lost in thought. After a long moment, he snapped back to reality, rubbing his ear uncomfortably. Damn it, Jiang Ling, you can't be serious, he muttered to himself with a mix of laughter and exasperation. That pounding sensation in his chest left him feeling a bit dazed. The moonlight outside the window grew brighter, spilling onto the phone screen. Jiang Ling shut down the game and stretched out on his bed. Stop overthinking it, Jiang Ling. Just accept the return properly. He rolled over and wiped his face. At that moment, the familiar mechanical voice sounded. Invested in healing elixir for beloved disciple, received return, 10 eternal elixirs. Jiang Ling's eyes widened at the announcement. 10 eternal pills? Like they were candy? The 10,000 eternity pills were divine elixirs capable of directly elevating one's cultivation realm by an entire tier without limit. And he'd been given 10 of them outright? How many martial gods, or even beings above martial god, must be by his side? Invest in beloved disciple Mu Xiaoxue's ancestral phoenix bloodline, receive return ancestral phoenix bloodline essence. Can be absorbed by the player for advancement. Invested in beloved disciple Mu Xiaoxue's tier 3 world cultivation technique, received return tier 4 world cultivation technique to be distributed upon player's next realm breakthrough. Wow, am I about to break through? Jiang Ling sat up, staring down at his hands. Just as he was about to absorb the energy, his bracelet began to vibrate violently, flashing red warning alerts. Mu Xiaoxue sat cross-legged before the wooden hut, having completed her final cycle of the Burning Heaven technique. Yet, she still felt no increase in her spiritual power. She opened her eyes and sighed softly. The cultivation resources her teacher had sent were exhausted. She was now completely out of supplies. The formation could shield her from external perception, but it couldn't conjure cultivation resources out of thin air. While dissipating cultivation and restarting was extremely fast, it required vast amounts of spiritual energy to sustain. Moreover, practicing the Burning Heaven technique was impossible without the aid of spiritual herbs. For 3 consecutive days, she had relied solely on absorbing the sparse natural spiritual energy to cultivate, her progress slowing to a near standstill. Teacher Mu Xiaoxue stared into the void, her fingertips rubbing absent-mindedly. She knew that if she asked, this mysterious teacher would immediately provide ample resources. Yet, the words formed on her tongue were swallowed back. As the martial god of Great Xia, she held a position of supreme prestige, an unrivaled guardian of her domain. She had long been accustomed to standing alone. She had already received more than enough care from her teacher these past days. Even her cultivation technique and bloodline had been bestowed by him. To now ask for cultivation resources as well felt too much to ask. Just a little longer. Mu Xiaoxue stood up, her gaze sweeping over the dense jungle in the valley. The Tiansong realm should also have spiritual herbs, perhaps she could find substitutes. She meticulously inspected the formation, confirming its smooth operation before cautiously slipping out along its edge. She dared not venture far, searching only within the mountain forests within 10 li of the valley. Moving swiftly to avoid alerting anyone from the Tiansong realm. The spiritual energy in the mountains was denser than in the valley. Soon, by a mountain stream, Mu Xiaoxue discovered several plants brimming with potent spiritual energy. Perfect. These medicinal herbs should be foundation establishment herbs that provide spiritual energy, just what I need. She crouched down with delight, about to carefully dig them up, when suddenly, the sky above churned with turbulent clouds. Several powerful auras approached in an instant. Mu Xiaoxue instantly tensed, snapping her head up. 3 splendidly attired Tiansong realm experts stood proudly in the air, their waist-mounted insignia gleaming coldly. The leader's gaze fixed on her with blinding intensity. Seize her. After all this waiting, we've finally found her. Chapter 115, Humiliation. Mu Xiaoxue's heart sank. She never expected to encounter the top-tier powerhouses of the Tiansong realm here, the wind and thunder duo under the Tsang Emperor. She recognized these two. Though not as formidable as the Tsang Emperor or that man, they were among the second highest ranked in the Tiansong realm, equivalent to martial saints above level 80 on Blue Star. Having dispersed her cultivation to rebuild from scratch, her progress was rapid, yet she had only just reached level 50. Logically, victory was impossible. Surrender peacefully, and perhaps you'll fare better. The Thunder Fiend grinned savagely as he advanced, his massive hammer crackling with thunderous energy. Otherwise, don't blame us brothers for being ruthless. Mu Xiaoxue drew a deep breath, channeling her ancestral phoenix bloodline to its absolute limit. She tried to flee, but the twin fiends had sealed off her escape routes clearly. They were well prepared. A desperate last stand. Mu Xiaoxue's eyes flashed with resolve as the ancestral phoenix bloodline erupted violently, golden flames blazing fiercely around her. Yingfeng sneered, with less than a tenth of your power remaining, you dare resist? You're courting death. His form flickered, transforming into a blur as he lunged forward at astonishing speed. Mu Xiaoxue neither dodged nor retreated, instead channeling the burning heaven technique with blinding speed within her body. The harder she pushed, the more alarmed she became. Her level 50 body, empowered by the ancestral phoenix bloodline, reacted with reflexes that rivaled an 80-level powerhouse. She sidestepped Yingfeng's claws and countered with a palm strike blazing with golden flames, landing precisely beneath his ribs. Put! The strike effortlessly shattered Yingfeng's protective aura, and the golden flames instantly exploded within his body. The man let out a piercing scream, staggering backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible! You! Lei Sha froze in shock. He could sense this woman's cultivation was several realms below theirs. How could she possibly injure Yingfeng, a half-step martial emperor? Mu Xiaoxue herself was stunned. She could clearly sense that the ancestral phoenix bloodline amplified her attacks far beyond what her original lineage could achieve, while the core principles of the heaven scorching art allowed her spiritual energy to circulate with efficiency far surpassing others at her level. What kind of god-defying technique was this, master? Kill! After a moment of shock, a fierce glint flashed in Mu Xiaoxue's eyes. If she could fight, she would never retreat. She closed in on Lei Sha, her palm strikes erupting into a sky filled with fiery shadows. Though the Thunder Fiend's massive hammer struck with brutal force, she evaded each blow at uncanny angles. With each clash, golden flames spread across Lei Sha's body, searing his flesh. Within 10 exchanges, Lei Sha was forced into retreat, his body already bearing several burn wounds. This technique, this bloodline. Thunder Fiend was both shocked and enraged. He finally understood that this seemingly low-level Blue Star woman possessed combat prowess far surpassing his own. Mu Xiaoxue gave him no respite, abruptly unleashing the phoenix dance of the nine heavens. Golden flames coalesced behind her into a colossal phantom phoenix. As she thrust out her hand, the phoenix plunged downward, engulfing both Lei Sha and the ambushing Yingfeng. Their screams abruptly ceased. When the golden flames dispersed, only 2 charred corpses remained where they had stood. Mu Xiaoxue exhaled in relief, her trembling hands betraying the storm raging within her heart. Slaying a level 50 powerhouse was equivalent to defeating a peak martial saint at level 89, something utterly impossible on Blue Star. The ancestral phoenix bloodline and the burning heaven art bestowed by her master were truly this powerful. As she calmed her emotions and concealed her aura, preparing to return to Blackwind Valley, a terrifying pressure capable of shattering the heavens descended without warning. Snap! The earth beneath her feet instantly cracked apart, and the surrounding plants withered at a visible pace. Mu Xiaoxue felt as though an invisible giant hand had clenched her heart, making even breathing an agonizing struggle. The blood and chi that had just settled surged violently once more, a metallic sweetness rising in her throat. Such overwhelming pressure. Mu Xiaoxue's face drained of color as she forced herself to look up. Being overwhelmed by someone's aura, it had been ages since she'd felt this sensation. Hovering silently mid-air was a man clad in blue robes. His hair stirred without wind, yet his eyes blazed with piercing intensity. Merely standing there, the peak-level pressure radiating from him rippled the very fabric of space. The fiery aura that had filled the air moments before was instantly crushed and shattered by this overwhelming pressure. It was the Azure Emperor. Mu Xiaoxue's pupils contracted sharply, every hair on her body standing on end. This pressure was 100 times more overwhelming than the fierce wind, more terrifying than any martial god's aura she had ever sensed on Blue Star. Under this pressure, she felt like a fragile boat in a raging storm, ready to capsize at any moment. Impressive bloodline. Impressive cultivation technique. The Azure Emperor's voice was cold, tinged with amusement and a strong hint of provocation. His gaze swept over the charred corpses on the ground, his brow furrowing slightly. What a pity. Though Yingfeng and Lei Sha were useless, they were still people of my Tiansong realm. Those who kill my people must pay the price. Mu Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, attempting to summon her ancestral phoenix bloodline to resist. Yet beneath the Song Emperor's palpable pressure, the golden flames within her body were instantly suppressed the moment they ignited. Even the cultivation techniques of the burning heaven art felt sluggish and obstructed. She could feel the unbridgeable chasm between herself and the celestial emperor. Surrender peacefully. Hand over your bloodline essence and cultivation techniques, and I may spare you some suffering. The Azure Emperor slowly raised his hand, his palm gathering a dense blue mist. Within the mist, surging waves churned faintly, emanating a heart-stopping aura of destruction. A terrifying shadow engulfed Mu Xiaoxue like a tidal wave. Gazing at the blue mist in the Emperor's palm, a force powerful enough to crush her effortlessly, and feeling the spiritual energy within her body suppressed to near stagnation, a profound despair welled up within her. She did not fear death. From the moment she chose to burn her bloodline and seal the passage, she had known no fear. But she refused to accept this fate. She refused to die here in the Tiansong realm. She refused to die without repaying her master's kindness. She refused to die without witnessing the future of Blue Star. She had prepared to detonate her ancestral phoenix bloodline. Even in death, she would make the celestial emperor pay a price. But clearly, the Azure Emperor acted faster. Rolling blue mist surged toward her like an invisible giant hand, binding her in place. The blood-red sunset cast its glow upon Mu Xiaoxue's pallid face. Suspended midair by the Tsang Emperor's blue mist, her limbs were bound as if by invisible chains, leaving her utterly immobilized. The golden light of the ancestral phoenix bloodline flickered desperately, yet it was like a candle in the wind, threatening to extinguish at any moment. "Release me!" Mu Xiaoxue snarled through gritted teeth, her voice trembling with humiliation and rage. Her battle with the twin fiends had drained her spiritual power, leaving her utterly helpless against the celestial emperor, the pinnacle of Tiansong realm's might. Her black battle attire bore several slashes from the fight, revealing skin covered in fine scars. The fractured beauty stirred a hint of greed in the Tsang Emperor's eyes. Song Di approached slowly, his bony fingers tracing her cheek with a flippant gesture. His voice dripped with sickening slickness. "No wonder the Heavenly Emperor couldn't forget you. You truly are a wild stallion. What a pity. Once you're in this emperor's hands, even the fiercest must be tamed. I shall taste your flavor first, then present you to the celestial emperor." He watched the stubborn defiance and hatred in Mu Xiaoxue's eyes, a cruel smile curling his lips. "The more you resist, the more I enjoy it." Before the words faded, he flicked his finger. A black pill instantly turned to smoke, seeping into Mu Xiaoxue's nostrils and mouth. Chapter 116, Curiosity sparked by the mask. The potion took effect with alarming speed. Within moments, a wave of burning heat surged from her dantian to the top of her head. Her consciousness began to blur, her limbs grew limp and weak, and the clarity in her eyes gave way to confusion. "You shameless bastard! What is this?" Mu Xiaoxue realized with horror that she could barely even clench her teeth. "Something to make you do as I say." The Tsang Emperor burst into maniacal laughter, his face contorted with excitement. "Rest assured, once I've had my fill, I won't shortchange you." His hand reached out to tear at Mu Xiaoxue's collar, his eyes gleaming with greed. Mu Xiaoxue closed her eyes in despair as tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She was the youngest martial god of Great Xia, the headmistress of its highest academy, yet now she faced such humiliation. Intense shame and despair crushed her will in an instant. Her entire body went limp, cold as ice, as if she had fallen into boundless darkness. This was the scene Jiang Ling witnessed upon logging into the game. Damn it all to hell. What kind of start is this? Jiang Ling's face flushed crimson as he cursed furiously. Your beloved disciple Mu Xiaoxue is about to be humiliated. Intervene? Quick! Jiang Ling leapt to his feet, nearly slamming his fist on the table. I'll top up any amount. The moment Sangdi's hand was about to touch Mu Xiaoxue. Your filthy hands have touched someone they shouldn't. A voice as crisp and icy as frost erupted suddenly, carrying overwhelming fury and unmatched pressure, crashing down from the heavens like a thunderclap. Boom! A golden blue dragon silhouette burst forth from the void, its majesty like a prison, instantly shattering the Tsang Emperor's black mist. The Azure Emperor had no time to defend. With a piercing scream, he was violently hurled backward by the dragon's impact. Only after crashing through several giant trees did he barely steady himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Who? Songdi's face darkened like ink as he looked up. A figure clad in black robes slowly stepped out of the void, a silver mask covering its face, revealing only a pair of cold, piercing eyes. A faint dragon aura swirled around him. Though standing casually, he exuded an aura of authority even more overwhelming than the Azure Emperor's, causing the very air to freeze. It was Jiang Ling. Mu Xiaoxue opened her eyes amidst the haze of the drug's effects. Through blurred vision, the masked figure stood like a god descended, blocking the space between her and the Azure Emperor. Despite her dazed consciousness, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her, and tears slid down her cheeks once more. Unlike last time, this time it was genuine relief at surviving the ordeal. Who are you? Emperor Tsang sensed Jiang Ling's aura and felt a hint of apprehension. This man could injure him, his strength was no simple matter. Jiang Ling didn't even lift an eyelid. With a casual wave of his hand, the golden and silver dragon shadows roared forth once more, shredding the Tsang Emperor's defenses as if they were mere playthings. Instantly, the dragon shadows transformed into a swarm of light points, striking the Azure Emperor with pinpoint accuracy. Each impact echoed with the crisp crack of shattering bones. In just 3 moves, the Azure Emperor was slammed to the ground like a broken sack. Riddled with pain, he struggled to his feet, preparing to flee. His eyes held nothing but terror and disbelief. Who are you? Can't you really grant me the power to kill him? Jiang Ling asked, his voice icy. The game can only grant world peak realm power, insufficient to slay opponents. Hearing this, Jiang Ling ignored the fleeing Sangdi and turned toward Mu Xiaoxue, who floated mid-air. He waved his hand, dispelling the black mist that bound her, then cradled her in his arms with utmost care. Her body burned hot against his chest, her consciousness hazy. Unconsciously, she murmured, "Let me go." Her cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes misty and watery, radiating a heart-stopping fragility. Jiang Ling's Adam's apple bobbed as he quickly averted his gaze. He retrieved a clean robe from his storage ring and draped it over her, covering the exposed skin. Beloved disciple faces detoxification crisis. The following options are now available. Option 1. A teacher's selfless devotion, sacrifice oneself as medicine to cure the disciple. Price, 1,680 yuan. Option 2. Masterful healing, golden needle detox. Price, 2,560 yuan. He was so exasperated he laughed. Option 2, he said, speechless. Jiang Ling carried her down to the grassy ground below, drew out his golden needles, and steadily inserted their tips into her acupoints. Golden filiform needles, infused with faint spiritual energy, circulated throughout her body. As the final golden needle was placed, the feverish heat within Mu Xiaoxue's body visibly receded. Her crimson cheeks gradually regained their pallor, and her rapid breathing steadied. The drug's effects were successfully dispelled. In her hazy state, Mu Xiaoxue sensed a pair of cool hands performing the acupuncture. The movements were gentle and focused, devoid of any hint of impropriety. She forced her eyes open, seeing only the blurred outline of a silver mask and the clear, earnest eyes beneath it. A wave of shame washed over her. As her consciousness sharpened, she realized the humiliation she had nearly endured. Yet this masked man before her had not only saved her, but also granted her the utmost respect and protection in her most vulnerable moment. He had not taken advantage of her vulnerability, nor had he made any improper advances. His actions were purely those of a rescuer. Teacher. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, hoarse from just waking up, trembling with an indescribable quiver. Jiang Ling withdrew the needle, helped her sit up, and handed her a bottle of water, still a Blue Star brand. It's okay now. Have a drink. His voice remained crisp and clear, clearly intended to soothe her. Mu Xiaoxue took the water, her fingertips accidentally brushing his. Both of them flinched simultaneously. She jerked her hand back as if electrocuted, her cheeks flushing instantly. She lowered her head, unable to meet the gaze behind the mask, her thoughts drifting far away. Why was he wearing a mask? The thought took root in her mind like a seed. Saving her without reason, asking for nothing in return, this was not something a stranger could do. And if he wasn't worried about being recognized, why go to such lengths to conceal his face? Had she seen him before? Mu Xiaoxue stole a glance, studying the silver mask. The mask's contours fit snugly, concealing any distinct features, yet those eyes gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had some vague recollection. Was it at school? Or in the barracks? Her heartbeat quickened inexplicably. If they had met before, who could he be? A senior officer from the military? Or someone she never would have expected? Jiang Ling watched her fluttering eyelashes and the confusion in her eyes, easily guessing her thoughts, yet offered no explanation. He knew Mu Xiaoxue would inevitably speculate about his identity. Having met before, revealing himself to her now carried significant risk. Mu Xiaoxue would eventually graduate and return to Blue Star. If his identity were exposed, it would cause immense trouble. Fortunately, the game thoughtfully provided a mask. He stood up and gazed into the distance. This place isn't safe. Let's find somewhere else. Mu Xiaoxue nodded and rose with his support. Though the drug's effects had worn off, her body remained weak. Instinctively, she clutched Jiang Ling's sleeve. Her fingertips brushed the warm arm beneath his trench coat, sending a flutter through her heart. A strange sense of calm settled within her. Watching his retreating figure, her curiosity churned within her. Whoever he was, whatever reason he wore that mask, once she returned to Blue Star, she would uncover the truth. Jiang Ling felt a faint tug on his sleeve. Observing the blush on the young woman's ears and the curiosity in her eyes, a faint, resigned smile curved beneath his mask. Some secrets really shouldn't be shared with you. Chapter 117, Dinner Together. Now that you've been seen in that place, hiding away in a remote area isn't really a good option, Jiang Ling explained as he led Mu Xiaoxue toward a town, glancing back over his shoulder. Mu Xiaoxue nodded. She could feel that the formation her teacher had just set up within her body completely masked her aura. The street entrance was bustling with voices. Mu Xiaoxue stared at the scene, momentarily dazed. The formation not only concealed her ancestral phoenix bloodline and aura but also completely shielded her cultivation fluctuations, making her appear utterly ordinary. What are you spacing out for? Jiang Ling's voice came from beside her. Though masked, the eyes peeking out were strikingly handsome. It wasn't hard to imagine that beneath the mask lay the face of an elegant gentleman. The man had produced a plastic bag as if by magic, filled entirely with ingredients from Blue Star. Jiang Ling waved the bag in his hand and smiled. Let's go. I've even bought a house already in the neighborhood up ahead. The environment's quite nice. Mu Xiaoxue snapped back to reality and quickened her pace to keep up with him. Watching Jiang Ling stroll through the crowd with his shopping bags, she couldn't shake the feeling that it all seemed unreal. Just hours ago, she'd been facing life-threatening humiliation. Now, she was walking alongside this teacher through the bustling, everyday streets of the city. The apartment Jiang Ling had purchased with in-game currency was on the third floor of an older residential complex, a simple, clean two-bedroom unit. The living room window faced an old tree, its leaves rustling softly in the evening breeze. Jiang Ling led her to the master bedroom. You can stay in this room. The sheets and duvet covers are all new. Let me know if you need anything. Mu Xiaoxue gazed at the cozy lamp and the neatly folded quilt in the room, a faint warmth spreading through her heart. This cozy little nest eased the tension in her nerves, allowing her to relax slightly. She glanced silently at the other room and hesitated. Teacher, is that your room? Will you be coming here often? Mu Xiaoxue watched him, her voice carrying a hint of hope she barely recognized herself. I suppose so. I'll make dinner. You rest for a bit. Jiang Ling carried the shopping bags into the kitchen, and soon the clatter of utensils mingled with the hum of the range hood filled the air. Jiang Ling couldn't help but recall a line from a poem, a mother's thread in her hands, a wandering son's clothes. Seeing Mu Xiaoxue living far from home, when the game prompted him to choose traditional Blue Star ingredients, he instinctively bought them. I'm not exactly a whiz in the kitchen either, Jiang Ling muttered, glancing at the ingredients before him. He shook his head with a wry smile. This is good enough. Mu Xiaoxue curiously approached the kitchen doorway, leaning against the frame to watch him. Jiang Ling was clearly inexperienced, looking awkward in his apron. He dropped eggshells into the bowl while cracking eggs and nearly sliced his finger while chopping tomatoes, muttering to himself, Grandma said to fry the eggs first, then add the tomatoes. Use less oil or it'll be greasy. Use less salt or it'll be too salty. He was making the simplest home-style dishes: tomato and egg noodles, plain boiled chicken, stir-fried seasonal vegetables. No complex seasonings, just a simple, homely aroma. Though the presentation wasn't much to look at, Jiang Ling took a bite and found the taste surprisingly decent. Watching his busy silhouette, Mu Xiaoxue felt a sudden sting in her nose. She grew up in military camps, eating communal meals, and later, as a martial god, she often subsisted on nutrient solutions. Only in her earliest childhood, when her mother was still alive, had she ever experienced this kind of warmth. All right, dinner's ready. Jiang Ling carried the dishes to the table, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead. He scratched his head sheepishly. I'm not much of a cook. Just simple home cooking I learned from my grandmother. Hope it's edible. But this tomato and egg noodle dish, I'm quite satisfied with it. You could call it my specialty. Under Jiang Ling's expectant gaze, Mu Xiaoxue picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the tomato and egg noodles. The eggs were tender and fluffy, the tomatoes sweet and tangy, their juices coating the noodles in a comforting warmth that was hard to describe. She ate slowly, bite by bite, and found herself unexpectedly moved to tears. It was the most delicious meal she'd ever had, not because the flavors were extraordinary, but because of the earnestness in the cook's eyes. Is it good? Jiang Ling watched her eat with a touch of nervousness. This was his first time cooking for a girl, and especially for the famously aloof martial god senior. He feared it might not suit her taste. But watching her eat bite after bite without pause, he couldn't help but smile. If you like it, take your time. There's more. Mu Xiaoxue nodded vigorously, her voice slightly choked. It's delicious. Jiang Ling felt flustered. How could eating a meal make someone cry? Could it be that he truly possessed genius-level culinary skills, creating dishes so irresistible they left people utterly hooked? What was that saying again? The taste of love or the taste of home? Jiang Ling served himself a bowl and sat across from her at the table. Under the dim, warm light, the two ate in quiet. Dinner ended quickly. As Jiang Ling cleared the table, Mu Xiaoxue offered to help with the dishes. The sound of running water filled the space as they stood in the modest kitchen. Jiang Ling watched as they cleaned the plates and trays, then asked with a hint of pride, Has it been a long time since you've had such delicious food? My cooking isn't too bad, is it? Yes, it was delicious, Mu Xiaoxue nodded, a faint smile on her face. It's been a long time since I've had a meal prepared with such care, ever since my mother passed. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Sorry about that, Jiang Ling said, shifting his gaze awkwardly. But we're quite alike. My grandmother used to cook for me a lot when I was little too. She passed away later. She was just an ordinary person, gone too soon. My mother was an ordinary person too, Mu Xiaoxue interjected. Maybe the dishes I learned from my grandmother have a familiar taste to you, Jiang Ling said, patting his chest. It's okay. If you ever want to eat them, I'll make them for you. Mu Xiaoxue had just finished washing the dishes and turned off the faucet. The kitchen suddenly fell silent. I understand. Thank you, teacher. After a long silence, Mu Xiaoxue gazed into Jiang Ling's eyes. Teacher won't even tell me who you are now. Will I be able to find you when I return to Blue Star? She averted her gaze, half joking. Well, when the time is right, I'll tell you. Jiang Ling instinctively touched his face as he answered. Mu Xiaoxue didn't dwell on the question. She sat on the living room sofa, gazing out the window. With the life or death crisis gone and the teacher-student formality dropped, they were now just two ordinary young people sharing their thoughts. Am I really that useless? Mu Xiaoxue hugged a pillow, gazing at the city lights outside the window as she asked softly. In the eyes of Blue Star's people, I'm the martial god who protects them, supreme and unmatched. Yet in the end, I couldn't protect them. Jiang Ling pondered for a moment. You are yourself first, and the martial god second. Protecting the lights of 1,000 homes isn't your responsibility alone. He spoke earnestly. Besides, with me here, you'll grow stronger. Stronger still, until you never think of yourself this way again. Mu Xiaoxue turned to look at him. The youth's profile appeared exceptionally sharp in the lamplight, and the confidence in his eyes was contagious. She suddenly smiled. Alright, I understand. You're amazing, teacher. She paused, then whispered softly, meeting you is my fortune. I can never repay you. Chapter 118, After Dinner Chat. Don't be so formal, Jiang Ling waved her off, joking, if you really want to repay me, just take care of me in my old age, ha. Besides, it's not just luck. The relationship between effort and luck is subtle. Effort is gathering firewood, while luck is someone handing you the kindling. The main thing is that you're very dedicated. My role wasn't that significant. Mu Xiaoxue chuckled softly and dropped the subject. Mu Xiaoxue looked at him, curiosity in her eyes. Teacher, do you follow the Jinghua University competition? Jiang Ling was drinking water when he heard this and nearly choked. His gaze shifted nervously. Ah, I've heard a little about him. He's a genuine prodigy. Have you considered taking him on as a student? I'm not into the nurturing type. Jiang Ling forced out, his cultivation base is too low. We'll see about that later. Mu Xiaoxue nodded thoughtfully. True. Plus, Jiang Ling has two incredibly powerful figures by his side. Taking him on as a disciple would likely be quite troublesome. Mentioning Blue Star's students seemed to open a floodgate for Mu Xiaoxue. I oversee the university competition. If I'm absent, it might get postponed. Who do you favor, master? Mu Xiaoxue inquired, eager to hear the perspective of someone who was undoubtedly Blue Star's strongest. Jiang Ling hesitated, cleared his throat, and feigned nonchalance. Well, that Jiang Ling? I think he's promising. He secretly observed Mu Xiaoxue's reaction. Seeing she hadn't grown suspicious, he couldn't help but boast, you know what? That Jiang Ling is actually pretty impressive. He fights above his level, took a direct hit from a martial god head-on, and among peers his age, he's unmatched. He's sharp-witted too, and looks dashingly handsome. Mu Xiaoxue watched him grow increasingly smug as he spoke, unable to suppress a faint smile at the corners of her lips. When he spoke of Jiang Ling, his eyes sparkled with a touch of pride. She suddenly felt that this kind of teacher was genuine and quite endearing. You seem to know him quite well? Mu Xiaoxue teased him deliberately. Could it be you're actually his senior? Jiang Ling's face flushed instantly. His emotions felt like a roller coaster, his heart pounding wildly. He hastily waved his hands. No way. I just heard about it. He shifted his gaze nervously, unable to meet Mu Xiaoxue's eyes. Watching his flustered state, Mu Xiaoxue felt an odd sensation welling up inside her. From the skilled acupuncture he'd used to save her, to his familiarity with Blue Star, to his unusual reaction when mentioning the Jiang Ling and the mask he'd worn all along, it all felt like he was deliberately hiding something. Those eyes of his. Could it be? I've actually seen him before? Mu Xiaoxue startled herself with the thought, yet once it surfaced, she couldn't suppress it. She carefully recalled all the martial saints and above on Blue Star, even going so far as to think about the martial emperor, yet found no clues. Master, she murmured softly, her gaze fixed intently on him. Have we met before? Jiang Ling's movements froze abruptly, his shoulders tensing slightly. The living room fell instantly silent, broken only by the chirping of cicadas outside the window and the rustling of leaves. After a long moment, Jiang Ling turned around, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Why do you ask? It's just a feeling, Mu Xiaoxue replied softly. If you weren't worried I'd recognize you, why bother hiding? Jiang Ling walked over to the refrigerator, emerged holding 2 slices of chilled watermelon, and offered one to Mu Xiaoxue, changing the subject. Fresh from the fridge. Perfect for cooling down. There's something I've never understood. Why did the Yi family go to such lengths to frame the Mu family? Do you Mu people have a grudge against them too? Mu Xiaoxue frowned. I've never been their enemy. Sigh. Perhaps your very existence is a threat. Jiang Ling sighed. You're Blue Star's youngest martial god, with immense prestige. You're not affiliated with any family, maintaining neutrality. To them, impartiality might as well mean hostility. They likely saw you as a thorn in their side long ago, just never found the chance to act. Your misfortune is a godsend for them. He picked up a slice of watermelon and continued, this is merely my conjecture. Splitting up the Mu family and exiling your kin not only allows them to seize your clan's resources but also intimidates neutral factions. Look, even a martial god like Mu Xiaoxue can have her family torn apart. Who would dare oppose our house now? Mu Xiaoxue's fingertips tightened slightly, watermelon juice dripping through her knuckles. She had always believed her family's strength paled in comparison to others, so even after becoming a martial god, she had conducted herself cautiously. Yet, she still managed to offend a petty villain. It's fine. Those who follow the righteous path gain many supporters, those who stray lose them. The Mu family is still standing, isn't it? Noticing Mu Xiaoxue's emotional shift, Jiang Ling offered comfort. What about Lin Zhantian? She pressed, her voice icy. He's the strongest martial god in Great Xia, always detached from worldly affairs. Why would he suddenly intervene to aid the Yi family? By seniority, he's even my father's senior. How could he? At the mention of Lin Zhantian, Jiang Ling's gaze darkened. That's precisely the most alarming part and the reason I brought this up with you. He set down the watermelon, his tone grave. Lin Zhantian secluded himself for a century. After Blue Star's ascension, he received the greatest backflow of energy, propelling his cultivation to the peak of level 99. He's nearly unmatched under heaven. No one knows why he grew close to the Yi family after emerging, but that's the reality. He poses a significant threat. You must act swiftly, otherwise he'll break through the limit before you do. Jiang Ling stopped there, the implication clear. Mu Xiaoxue froze, then her eyes hardened. Master, I will. I suspect the Yi family possesses something Lin Zhantian cannot refuse. Jiang Ling's gaze sharpened. For instance, they might hold the key to breaking through his cultivation barrier. In exchange, they demand Lin Zhantian aligns with them. The other martial gods represent the greatest obstacle to their control over Great Xia. That explains the subsequent events. Mu Xiaoxue's heart sank. The martial god realm beings, long regarded as the guardians of Great Xia, had hidden such selfish motives behind their facade. To break through their bottlenecks, they would stoop to colluding with one another and raising blades against their own comrades. She hesitated for a moment before asking softly, why did the Jiang family intervene to protect the Mu family? The Jiang family has no blood ties to us. There was no need to offend Lin Zhantian and the three martial gods of the Yi family just for the Mu family. This question had lingered in her mind for a long time. The simultaneous intervention of all four martial gods from the arbitration council could not have been mere coincidence, especially since the Jiang family, as the instigator, bore the greatest risk. She had heard rumors that the Jiang and Yi families were sworn enemies, but surely not to the extent of risking their entire clan's safety for a neutral party like the Mu family. Jiang Ling's expression shifted uncomfortably as he picked up his water glass and took a sip. Martial god Jiang said afterward that Mu Xiaoxue is a hero of Great Xia. We couldn't let a hero bleed and weep. He remained vague. Besides, the Jiang and Yi families have never gotten along. They wanted to divide the Mu family, but the Jiang family naturally couldn't let them have their way. Chapter 119, Grand Competition Change. The 12-hour trial card was about to expire. That night, lying in bed staring at the ceiling, Jiang Ling murmured to himself. Minutes later, his consciousness returned to Blue Star in a flash of white light, and he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, as announced, the arrangements for the University Grand Competition were to be revealed. Jiang Ling rose, stretched his limbs, and headed toward the competition grounds. The moment he reached the stadium, Jiang Lei's voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Ling! We've been set up! Jiang Lei's voice carried with remarkable clarity, piercing through the crowd of students from various schools gathered outside the stadium reception area. Spotting Jiang Ling, many eyes turned toward him, some curious, some scrutinizing. Jiang Ling brushed through the crowd at a brisk pace. Jiang Lei grabbed his arm, yanking him to the edge of the field. He pulled a crumpled announcement from his hand. We're really screwed this time. Jiang Lei's face darkened with worry as he pointed to the black text on the notice. Look for yourself, they've almost completely changed the competition rules. How could they change it? This schedule was personally designed by the martial god himself. Jiang Ling took the notice, its edges still carrying the faint scent of ink clearly freshly printed. The once clear Ring Points tournament had been cancelled, replaced by the jarring words Secret Realm Points tournament. The rules were crystal clear. All participating students must remain in the secret realm for 7 full days. Each student starts with an identity token worth 10 points. Seizing another student's identity token earns 10 points. The student with the highest total score wins the championship. Reason for rule change: to comprehensively evaluate students' combat capabilities and adaptability, the following modifications have been implemented. Jiang Ling read to this point, letting out a mocking laugh as his fingertips tightened, causing the paper to creak under the strain. This so-called justification was laughable. Never before had the grand tournament rules been altered mid-competition, let alone announced abruptly after the event had begun. The supplementary clause beneath the announcement concealed a deadly trap: reasonable competition is permitted within the secret realm, and temporary team formation is allowed. Temporary teams? That's just giving others permission to gang up on us. Jiang Ling sneered. It seemed Lin Zhantian and the Yi family had already begun their retaliation against his clan. The Yi family truly disgraces their reputation as a martial god lineage. Brother Jiang, I'm sorry. His voice trailed off, his face clouded with self-reproach. Jiang Ling waved dismissively. It's not your fault. Even if you hadn't said anything, my grandfather and the others would have intervened. Don't dwell on it. Yesterday's vote saw the Yi family rally most clans to forcibly alter the tournament rules. They claimed the stage matches had too many restrictions, failing to showcase true skill, so they changed the regulations. Jiang Lei continued. Any clear-eyed observer can see the Yi family is just looking for excuses to squeeze out your Jiang family and us Jingda students. Jiang Ling's gaze swept over a group of students nearby who were sneering in their direction. The leader locked eyes with him and let out a cold snort. That's Chu Feng, Jiang Lei muttered, seething with frustration. The Chu and Mu families are sworn enemies. The moment news of Mu Xiaoxue's incident spread, they eagerly jumped at the chance, clearly convinced the Mu family had lost its backbone. But the Jiang family blocked them, naturally leaving them seething with resentment. It wasn't just the Chu family. Jiang Ling's voice turned icy. Anyone with ties to the Yi family will likely form cross-school alliances. They're itching to use the secret realm to wipe us out. In the tournament, no matter how many opponents there were, they had to enter the arena one by one, one-on-one, with victory or defeat determined solely by skill. But the secret realm was different. Once they stepped inside, the 20 contestants from Jingda would become the target of everyone's attacks. With Lin Zhantian's backing, Jiang Ling and his team would face opponents from virtually every faction. Add to that the opportunistic students without backing, and what awaits them in the secret realm is nothing short of a brutal hunt. What should we do? Should we apply to withdraw? Jiang Lei paced anxiously. I heard there are divine beasts in the secret realm too. We're under attack from all sides. Are we really up for this? Withdraw? Jiang Ling shook his head, his gaze unwavering. The more they want to stop us from winning, the more we must win. Besides. He paused, thinking of Mu Xiaoxue, and added, ever since Mu Wuxian became president of Jingda, the university has dominated the annual rankings. With her recent incident, we can't surrender without a fight and become a laughingstock. Feeling the increasingly intense, predatory stares around him, Jiang Ling's expression turned cold. It seemed the forces surrounding and besieging Jingda were truly numerous. He could protect himself, but what about the other students at Jingda? Damn it, they really think I'm made of clay. Jiang Ling clenched his fists, his aura suddenly sharpening. Absorb the primordial phoenix source. He said coldly. He hadn't absorbed it last night because it was too late, so today was the perfect opportunity to intimidate them. A warm current erupted from his dantian, instantly coursing through every limb and bone. Jiang Ling could distinctly feel his meridians widening under the surge of spiritual energy, loosening the stagnation that had held his cultivation firmly at the peak of level 29. The spiritual energy within his body spun wildly, coalescing into a faintly liquid form. He instinctively activated the primordial god technique. The aura emanating from his body abruptly transformed. The imposing presence radiating from a level 29 cultivator caused the very heavens and earth to shift. Your aura. Jiang Lei staggered back half a step, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Is this a martial master? Your aura feels even more terrifying than a martial emperor's. Bloodline power, scorching like molten lava, surged forth from every bone and muscle in Jiang Ling's body. Jiang Ling felt his entire body ignite as the world transformed. In the next instant, the heavens and earth seemed to dissolve into an endless sea of flames stretching to the sky. Gone was the oppressive darkness, replaced by a blinding, fiery radiance that engulfed the heavens. Countless streams of crimson gold flames surged through the sky, the air thick with a sacred, scorching aura. What the hell is going on? Oh no, another powerful attacker? Last time I barely escaped, and now they're chasing me down. Wait, look. It seems like Jiang Ling triggered this commotion. What? Impossible. Those powerful fluctuations, he's just a martial artist. 6666 there's Osmanthus here, I'm outta here. Mommy, I wanna go home. The surging phenomenon captured everyone's attention. Even the teachers present felt their breath catch, inwardly marveling at Jiang Ling's godlike prowess. Suddenly, a blaze of crimson and gold erupted, shooting skyward like a volcanic explosion. Behind Jiang Ling, a phantom of a divine phoenix bathed in flames coalesced. As its wings first unfurled, it stirred a tempest of divine flames. Its tail feathers trailed streaks of light, while a clear, resonant phoenix cry like jade clashing pierced the heavens, echoing in everyone's hearts. The phantom soared skyward. Where its crimson gold wings swept, streams of flame parted to form a path, gradually revealing a burning portal at its end. The doorframe was forged from dancing flames, swirling with countless runes. The instant the phoenix's phantom passed through, the gate suddenly expanded 1,000-fold, the sea of flames retreating in unison to either side. The ancestral phoenix is also a supreme divine beast. Beyond that gate must be the ancestral phoenix. Jiang Ling murmured to himself, his gaze fixed intently on the ever-brightening portal. Emerge, he urged inwardly. I need you to intimidate them. Chapter 120, Advancement. Before his words faded, a phoenix cry resounded across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The sound was no ordinary cry, containing the life force and majesty of creation itself. It caused golden ripples to spread across the entire sky, and everyone's blood seemed to pause, unable to flow freely. The light gate cracked open, releasing a piercing streak of crimson gold light that sliced through the chaos. Immediately after, a pair of massive, scale-covered claws extended, their tips swirling with dazzling divine flames. Wings vast enough to obscure the sky and sun slowly unfolded. These wings, vast enough to cover the heavens and block out the sun, bore feathers woven in gold and crimson, as if forged from the purest flames, sacred and powerful. The complete form materialized, standing as tall and majestic as a divine mountain. Its head bore dazzling golden patterns, and its eyes burned with fiery intensity. Wherever its gaze swept, all bloodline illusions bowed in unison, as if paying homage to their very origin. Information about the shadow automatically surfaced in his mind. Ancestral Phoenix, the primordial supreme divine phoenix of Blue Star. Master of the fire of rebirth and the source of life. This phantom was none other than the true form of the ancestral phoenix, existing since the dawn of creation itself, the origin and ultimate destiny of all phoenix bloodlines in the world. Holy crap, that's so badass. Forget about how cool it is if he actually summons this to fight you, won't you just explode? I'd just surrender and run away, wouldn't that be fine? How could he be this powerful? What kind of technique is this? Amidst the surrounding gasps, the ancestral phoenix bowed its head slightly. Its crimson gold wings fluttered gently, unleashing a torrent of golden red flames that cascaded down like an inverted celestial river. Upon touching his body, they transformed into a gentle, warm current, slowly nourishing Jiang Ling's form. The flaming sea sky boiled with this force, golden red radiance surging to the heavens. Enveloped by this supreme divine power, Jiang Ling shattered some internal barrier, as if ascending to a new realm. His aura transformed, a powerful presence surging skyward. Several illusory divine beasts materialized behind him, roaring toward the heavens. Level 30 Martial King. He chose this moment to break through to Martial King, using his own strength to intimidate those with ulterior motives. His eyes now blazed with fiery golden flames, radiating unparalleled divine might. Jiang Ling turned his head slightly, surveying the surroundings as his voice echoed, "Mark my words. In the secret realm, those with the guts can come find me. But those without a warrant don't touch the Jingda people. Otherwise, I will find you within the secret realm." A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. As his words fell, the ancestral phoenix's phantom above him let out a long, resonant cry before slowly dissipating. Those present exchanged uneasy glances, the arena falling into profound silence. Some, feeling uneasy, averted their gaze, looking elsewhere, not daring to speak. Jiang Ling fixed his gaze on Jian Lei and declared solemnly, "Within the secret realm, I will not allow anyone to harm those from Jingda University. If they choose to hunt us down, they must be prepared to face the consequences of being hunted down themselves." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable force. Under the sunlight, Jiang Ling's shadow stretched long and far. The faint aura of a martial king's might spread out around him. Far away, Zhu Fengyan's cold smile froze instantly, and he instinctively reigned in his presence. Jiang Lei stared at his retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. "Holy crap, bro, you're so badass." On the way from the gymnasium to the training room, Jiang Lei chattered excitedly the entire time. "So cool. I want to pull off something like that someday. Too bad I don't have the skills. That's how a real man should live. Jiang, you've earned my respect." Amidst his words, the two parted ways in the training hall lobby, each seeking a spot to begin their cultivation. At Jingda's training grounds, spiritual energy was so thick it seemed almost tangible. Jiang Ling sat cross-legged in a training room, circulating the ancestral god technique to solidify his foundation. Spiritual energy surged through his meridians along specific pathways, nourishing his entire body. Just then, a game notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Entering secret realm imminent, emergency mission triggered, cross-realm rescue. Mission objective, bring Mu Jiaxue back to Blue Star from the fractured space. Mission condition, break through the dual world barriers." Jiang Ling snapped his eyes open, his expression slightly off. Was it that strange? Mu Jiaxue had already reached the pinnacle of Tier 3 world power after mastering that cultivation technique, yet she still couldn't return to Blue Star? No. I need an explanation. Has the player encountered individuals from other high-tier worlds or worlds beyond Blue Star's contact sphere within this world? Absolutely impossible. Entry from outside this world is only achievable through internal barrier breaches or proactive contact initiated by the world itself. Jiang Ling pondered this for a long moment before asking, then how did Jinshu and Bai Jishui get in? The player could try having Mu Jiaxue cultivate to the supreme realm of all heaven smile. "See, you're getting impatient again." Jiang Ling chuckled slightly and pressed on, "So tell me, how do I complete this task?" The world's primordial source is Blue Star's spiritual energy core and the very point where its rules crystallize. This barrier serves as the sole interface for spatial passages. Its inherent primordial power neutralizes the spatial turbulence of cross-dimensional channels. Forcibly breaching the barrier from other regions would cause massive leakage of Blue Star's spiritual energy. The game will provide explosive devices. Players need only place them within the origin land of Blue Star. Jiang Ling couldn't believe his ears. He pointed at himself. "Me? Plant a bomb in the source land? Yes. Are you out of your mind? Not only is this idea insane, but I don't even have access to that place." Jiang Ling gritted his teeth. "The champion of this university tournament gains access." Fine. Fine. You know more than I do." Jiang Ling had no choice but to nod. According to the game's logic, only by bringing Mu Jiaxue back in that place could the world be spared major destruction. The tree wants to stand still, but the wind won't stop. Jiang Ling stretched lazily and resumed his cultivation. He needed to step up his game, even with his cheat code. Just then, a knock sounded at the spirit-gathering chamber door. Jiang Lei's anxious voice carried through the door. "Jiang Ling, did you see the competition roster? Those bastards, they've got no shame. What's got you so worked up?" Jiang Ling asked, amused. With your current strength, I'd say you're unbeatable, Jiang Ling teased, then added indignantly, tell me something I don't know.
Tell me something I don't know, Jiang Ling teased with a smile. Jiang Ling shot him a speechless look before continuing, but now we've got enemies falling from the sky.
What do you mean?
Jiang Ling's eyelid twitched sharply. Just moments ago, Beijing Tsinghua University appeared to Jinghua announced that an entire class had failed to meet strength requirements and would be demoted for retraining.
So they also need. Jiang Ling was utterly stunned, slowly uttering the answer.
Yeah, I was stunned when I saw the roster.
They've got no shame left.
That team's lowest ranked member is a level 48 Martial Emperor, and they've got Martial Emperors above level 52. Few break through level 50 before their sophomore year. Clearly, they're not only high level but also exceptionally gifted.
No one protested? Jiang Ling asked in a deep voice.
Of course there was.
Jiang Ling's voice trembled with indignation, his face flushed with resentment. But the organizing committee declared it compliant with regulations and refused to intervene. Jiang Ling's expression hardened.
So if you break 50 by sophomore year, you're unqualified and have to retake the year?
Do they really think everyone here is an idiot?
Coupled with the organizing committee's response, it's almost certain that this group is targeting him.
Chapter 121, Fragments of Origin.
Jiang Ling sat cross-legged in his cultivation chamber, slowly drawing his energy inward. The golden radiance swirling around him receded like a tide, its final thread of spiritual energy precisely drawn into his dantian.
Huff. He exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented fullness of power within him.
A faint smile inevitably curved his lips. The flow of spiritual energy was smooth and refined, free from the previous sluggishness.
Looking good.
A steady voice came from the doorway, tinged with mild seriousness. Jiang Ling turned to meet the gaze and immediately rose to bow, Master.
Ying Tian's gaze softened as he stepped slowly into the cultivation chamber.
As Jiang Ling's mentor, Ying Tian rarely made appearances, yet he kept a close eye on his disciples' cultivation progress.
Broken through?
Ying Tian appraised him from head to toe, his tone tinged with satisfaction. A hint of scrutiny flashed in his eyes.
Let me see what you've got.
Jiang Ling dared not delay. He focused his mind, gathered his energy, and assumed a defensive stance.
Ying Tian intended to personally test his strength, both a trial and a lesson.
This was the greatest advantage of having a martial god as a mentor. The opportunity to discuss martial arts with a martial god and receive their guidance was a once-in-a-lifetime chance.
Ying Tian's form shifted subtly, appearing before Jiang Ling in an instant. His right palm struck out with a force that was gentle yet utterly unyielding. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted slightly.
He dared not meet the strike head-on, shifting his stance to evade what appeared to be a feather-light palm.
But Ying Tian's speed was too swift.
The palm wind followed like a shadow, relentlessly locking onto the vital point beneath his ribs.
Stop trying to evade. Meet my strike with your strongest technique.
A stern voice rang in his ear. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Ling ceased evading. Spiritual energy surged wildly within him as the power of the Ancestral Dragon and the Starry Sky Dragon silently merged.
A golden blue glow coalesced around his right fist.
He employed no flashy techniques, relying solely on the raw power of his breakthrough as he slammed his fist directly into Ying Tian's palm.
Boom!
Fist and palm collided, a dull thud reverberating through the training chamber.
Jiang Ling felt a colossal force surge through him, instantly numbing his arm.
He stumbled backward several steps before regaining his footing.
Ying Tian, however, remained rooted to the spot, steady as a rock, his expression utterly unruffled.
Powerful, but the execution lacks refinement, Ying Tian remarked as he withdrew his hand, nodding in appraisal.
Your spiritual energy flows much more smoothly than before, and your bloodline power is immense.
Overall, your strength is roughly at the Martial King realm. However, your manipulation of spiritual energy remains somewhat clumsy. If you can refine that, your combat prowess could rise further.
Jiang Ling felt a slight sense of relief.
The Martial King realm, while not the pinnacle in the powerhouse-filled Great Xia, was still considered elite among the participants of the University Grand Tournament.
But don't get too excited just yet.
Ying Tian's tone turned serious as he shifted gears.
This year's university tournament isn't like previous years.
The rule changes involve quite a bit of power play behind the scenes. From what I understand, Peking University has secretly arranged for several special contestants to participate.
The demoted ones? Jiang Ling frowned. Exactly. You've heard about it too?
Ying Tian nodded, walking to the window and gazing out at the distant training grounds. After Peking University made their move, many other schools began submitting applications under various pretexts. While I managed to block some, many others might still face you. Even if those schools are telling the truth, those students temporarily demoted due to injury or other reasons, they still possess their foundational strength. Their combat experience far surpasses that of you current students. Among them are peak martial kings, and even those with 1 foot already in the martial emperor realm.
Jiang Ling's heart sank.
Though he had reached the martial king realm, facing those demoted martial artists who once stood at higher levels would likely not end well for him. No wonder the teacher had come specifically to warn him. Therefore, your current strength is still insufficient.
Ying Tian turned, his gaze settling on Jiang Ling with both expectation and gravity. To stand out in this grand competition and earn the qualification to enter the world's primordial land, you must continue to strive. At the very least, you must solidify and refine your current realm before the secret realm opens. Jiang Ling nodded firmly. This disciple understands. There's no need for such elaborate measures just to target you. It's simply because the rewards for this grand competition have been revised, drawing countless participants like moths to a flame. Ying Tian nodded with satisfaction, then shifted his tone, a barely perceptible thrill in his voice. The rewards for this competition are far more significant than you can imagine. Are you referring to the world's primordial source? Jiang Ling asked curiously. Do you know what entering it signifies? Wen Tian lowered his voice, as if sharing a secret. Beyond obtaining innate treasures and bloodlines, those with sufficient fortune may acquire fragments of Blue Star's primordial essence. Fragments of Blue Star's primordial source? Jiang Ling had never heard that term before. It's the primordial essence scattered after Blue Star's advancement, containing the purest world origin power. Ying Tian's expression grew intensely solemn. Possessing origin fragments allows one to forge a deeper connection with Blue Star. The more fragments you hold, the stronger your bond with the world becomes. When Blue Star ascends again, the world's nourishment you receive will be greater. It might even shatter the shackles of your current realm. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Establishing a connection with Blue Star and receiving its worldly nourishment? This was an opportunity of cosmic proportions. He finally understood why the Yi family placed such importance on this grand competition, and why Lin Zhantian would stop at nothing to intervene. He must have tasted the sweet rewards of the world's advancement and nurturing, which is why he dared to act so brazenly. That's also why I insisted you must strive for the championship. Wen Tian observed Jiang Ling's stunned expression and continued, high-level martial artists cannot enter the primordial land, only you students can vie for it. If it falls into the Yi family's hands, the consequences. Jiang Ling spoke in confusion. Why would Lin Zhantian collaborate with the Yi family? Betting on me would give him a much better chance of winning. Ying Tian sighed, shaking his head in exasperation. Precisely because your talent is too extraordinary. If you obtain the fragment, would you hand it over to him? Jiang Ling fell silent, scratching his head. So it's because of him that the Lin family sided with the Yi family? I understand, master. Jiang Ling's voice carried unprecedented resolve. I will win the championship and enter the world's origin. Ying Tian watched the burning determination in his eyes and smiled with satisfaction. Good. I've already adjusted your subsequent cultivation plan for you. The training room and resources have all been arranged. What happens next is entirely up to you. With that, Ying Tian patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. His figure flickered and vanished at the training room entrance, leaving only his words of encouragement echoing in the air. Remember, you must win the championship. You don't just carry yourself on your shoulders. Jiang Ling stood rooted to the spot, clenching his fists. Chapter 122, The Challenge. No sooner had Ying Tian left than Zhang Lei walked in with a smirk. Bro Jian, wanna check out the arena? Heard a bunch of folks got their matches cancelled and never got to face their ideal opponents. Now they're sparring among themselves. Wanna catch the action? Jiang Ling gave a helpless smile, meeting Zhang Lei's eager gaze. Screw cultivation. Let's go. The arena, located in the heart of the school grounds, was a massive circular structure capable of accommodating hundreds for both training and combat. As soon as they reached the entrance of the martial arts hall, Jiang Ling heard the echoes of shouts and the sharp clang of weapons colliding from within, the air thick with the palpable heat of intense combat. The moment he stepped through the doorway, he sensed a hostile gaze fixed upon him. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow slightly and followed the gaze. Not far away, several students wearing uniforms from other academies stood together, led by a tall, defiant-looking young man. Jiang Ling recognized them students from Beijing University. Well, isn't this Jiang Ling, the prodigy of Jinghua University? The towering youth approached, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. What are you doing wandering around here alone? Where are your Valkyrie bodyguards? Jiang Ling's eyes turned cold, but he remained silent. He could sense the formidable auras emanating from each of them, especially the leader. His aura was steady and profound, clearly reaching the martial sovereign realm. Evidently, these were the students specifically assigned to target him. Why aren't you talking? Another lanky student sneered. Weren't those two powerful phantoms looking for you just the other day? TSK, their aura was so intimidating, we didn't dare get close. I thought some big shot had come specially to look after you. Turns out, after just a few days, they're gone? Seems like they just got bored and ditched him. Immediate agreement from nearby drew a wave of laughter. Jiang Ling's expression darkened completely. They were referring to the earlier visit by the ethereal figures of Bai Jisoo and Yun Shu. Their departure had been witnessed by these very people, who now used it as ammunition to mock him. What are you trying to imply? Jiang Ling's voice was icy, tinged with suppressed anger. The tall youth at the front appraised Jiang Ling from head to toe, a sneer curling his lips. Nothing much. Just wanted to remind you, don't think having a few martial gods backing you makes you special. Now they're gone, and you've offended Lord Lin Zhantian. Looks like you're in for a rough ride in this competition. He paused, then stepped forward, his tone threatening. If you know what's good for you, withdraw from the competition now. Save yourself the embarrassment of dying in the secret realm and dragging your Jinghua University through the mud. Withdraw from the competition? Jiang Ling scoffed. With you lot? You talk a big game. The tall youth's expression darkened, a flash of cruelty crossing his eyes. Think you're so great? You're just a pretty boy riding on others' coattails. I bet you're being kept by some big shot. Once they get bored, they'll dump you and then you'll be nothing. Kept man. Ha! The surrounding jeers and laughter pierced his eardrums like needles. Such personal insults were the last straw. Say that again? Jiang Ling's voice was low and terrifying, the air around him seeming to freeze solid. The tall youth flinched at Jiang Ling's imposing presence, but quickly regained his composure, relying on his numerical advantage. He stiffened his neck and declared, I said you're a freeloader. Living off others. Asking for a beating. Before he could finish, Jiang Ling had already moved. His form shot forward like a cheetah, his right fist carrying a fierce gust of wind as it aimed straight for the tall youth's face. He didn't draw upon the power of the Ancestral Dragon or the bloodline of the Starry Sky Dragon, nor did he resort to trump cards like the Supreme Emperor's sword. He relied solely on the raw strength gained from his recent breakthrough. The tall young man clearly hadn't expected Jiang Ling to act so swiftly. His expression changed as he hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Boom! As fist met arm, the youth felt a tremendous force surge through him. His arms throbbed with pain, forcing him to stumble back 2 steps involuntarily. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes clearly, he hadn't anticipated Jiang Ling's strength to be this formidable. Interesting. The tall youth steadied himself, his expression stiffening. The contempt vanished from his face, replaced by a hint of gravity. But that's all you've got. He growled low, his spiritual energy erupting as a black bear phantom roared skyward behind him, revealing the full might of a martial sovereign. His feet shifted in a complex pattern as his fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, countered toward Jiang Ling. His fist techniques were solidly grounded, each strike fierce and powerful, clearly honed through years of relentless training. Armed with Ying Tian's answer, Jiang Ling faced the youth without fear, charging straight into the oncoming fists. In an instant, they clashed, their fists intertwining as the sound of impact echoed relentlessly throughout the martial arts hall. Surrounding students halted their movements, gathering curiously to watch this unexpected duel. Jiang Ling's footwork was agile and fluid, evading the opponent's attacks at the last possible moment while simultaneously landing a punch on the youth. The youth, however, relied on his solid foundation and rich experience to swiftly adjust, continuously closing in on Jiang Ling's space. Who would have thought this Jiang Ling actually had some skill, managing to hold his own against Zhang Quan for this long? Zhang Quan was a top contender at Peking, rumored to have reached level 55 only temporarily demoted due to academic requirements. How shameless. That's practically a martial sovereign. Jiang Ling holding his own against him is already impressive. The murmurs of the surrounding crowd reached his ears, but Jiang Ling remained unmoved, his mind completely immersed in the battle. He could sense that Zhang Quan's strength was indeed formidable. Had he not broken through to the martial king realm and fused with some of his bloodline power, he would have been defeated long ago. Zhang Quan was even more shocked. From the descriptions he'd heard, he'd assumed Jiang Ling was merely a pretty face relying on connections. He never imagined his strength would be this formidable. He had already unleashed 10% of his power, yet he still couldn't subdue his opponent. In fact, he was slightly at a disadvantage. Kid, I'll admit you're impressive, Zhang Quang said while attacking. But you've crossed the wrong people. Today, I'll show you just how vast the gap between realms truly is. He suddenly intensified his assault, spiritual energy surging from his fist, mountain-shattering fist. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed as his own spiritual energy surged to its peak. Dragon Phoenix 9 Fists. He still didn't use the Grand Emperor's sword or the Imperial armor, instead unleashing the martial art he'd gained after absorbing the ancestral Phoenix bloodline, the 9 Dragon Phoenix Fists. Each strike of the 9 Dragon Phoenix Fists grew fiercer than the last. Both martial arts techniques were incredibly powerful. Indeed, I'd estimate neither falls below the Saint grade level. Jiang Ling seems to be slightly at a disadvantage. Could it be that his martial arts are weaker? The moment both unleashed their techniques, it sparked intense discussion among the crowd. At their first clash, Jiang Ling stumbled back a few steps before charging forward again. To the onlookers, Jiang Ling had clearly lost the upper hand. Jiang Ling is impressive to have fought a martial sovereign this long. Indeed, he even forced him to unleash a Saint-tier martial skill truly remarkable. He should concede defeat soon. With the grand competition approaching, sustaining injuries would be a loss not worth the gain. In their hearts, everyone seemed to have already pronounced Jiang Ling's defeat. Chapter 123, Discussion. Jiang Ling, it's over. The youth halted his steps, a fierce fist wind hurtling straight toward Jiang Ling. A small portion of the crowd even covered their eyes. Boom! To everyone's surprise, the young man's fist collided with Jiang Ling's without yielding. Both men staggered back 2 steps. What? That can't be. How did Jiang Ling's strength suddenly increase so much? Yeah, this definitely feels off. Could Zhang Kuang have made a mistake? I think that's possible too. The crowd buzzed with whispers, leaving Zhang Kuang feeling humiliated. He roared furiously, "Kid, you won't get so lucky with this next punch." With that, he unleashed another heavy punch. Bam! The moment their fists collided again, Zhang Kuang's expression froze, his mind churning with shock. The force surging through his arm was even more powerful than before. His body swayed unsteadily, and he staggered backwards several steps. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. How could you? He was utterly stunned. If the first blow had been luck, then the second one, the sheer force of it, made it crystal clear. The youth before him was stronger than he was. What? Jiang Ling was gaining the upper hand. Is this right? Didn't Jiang Ling just break through to Martial King? Look at Zhang Kuang's expression. Jiang Ling pressed his advantage relentlessly, soaring forward with a faint smirk. This is only the fifth punch. With that, another flurry of punches descended, their wind even fiercer and more powerful, seemingly poised to strike Zhang Kuang's chest. Stop! A commanding voice cut through the air. A middle-aged teacher dressed in referee attire hurried over, glaring at the two with displeasure. Take your sparring to the designated arena. Don't cause a scene here. Zhang Kuang shot Jiang Ling a defiant glare before pulling his fist back. Jiang Ling shot a meaningful glance at the seemingly impartial teacher, snorted lightly, and pointed at Zhang Kuang. Don't let me catch you in the secret realm. He too slowly retracted his offensive stance, though his gaze remained icy as he fixed it on Zhang Kuang. Though their clash had been brief, he'd already gauged his opponent's capabilities. Zhang Kuang's strength was indeed formidable, reaching the mid-stage of Martial King, slightly surpassing his own. Purely in terms of raw power, had it not been for the divine technique he'd gained by breaking through to Martial King, he likely wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand. Zhang Kuang turned and walked away with his companions. The others watched his retreating figure, then glanced at Jiang Ling before dispersing in all directions. Jiang Ling flexed his wrist lightly. Though the brief skirmish had ended without a clear victor, he had indeed struggled. Jiang Ling! You were so awesome just now. Jiang Lei panted as he ran over, his face aglow with excitement. Zhang Kuang is a seated contender mid-stage Martial King. And you managed to hold your own against him. We've got this in the bag now. Jiang Ling turned to see a crowd of students gathered, whispering among themselves. The glances stolen their way were filled with awe and admiration. Though the match had been interrupted by the teacher, news of Jiang Ling holding Zhang Kuang to a draw had clearly spread. Who knew Jiang Ling actually had some real skills? I thought he couldn't hold a candle to a martial sovereign before. More than just a few tricks up his sleeve? To draw with Zhang Kuang, who's at mid-stage martial sovereign? What can any of us freshmen in this class possibly do against that kind of power? Looks like Tsinghua University has a real shot at winning the championship this year. The murmurs reached his ears. He glanced at the excited Jiang Lei and waved his hand with a laugh. He's just average looking, nothing special. Yeah, right. But you really pulled it off this time. Jiang Lei slapped Jiang Ling on the shoulder and turned toward the training grounds. I'm bummed out. I'm done watching. Let's go train. At the entrance to the training grounds, the two stopped. I'm going to train some more. I'll push myself to improve before the competition. Jiang Lei clenched his fist, his eyes determined. Go for it, but remember your health comes first. Jiang Ling reminded him. You too. Jiang Lei waved and sprinted into the training room. Watching Jiang Lei's retreating figure, Jiang Ling smiled and turned toward the dormitory. After the earlier sparring match and Ying Tian's reminder, the sense of urgency in his heart grew even stronger. So he decided to activate his cheat mode once more. Back in the dorm, Jiang Ling took a shower, changed into clean clothes, lay on his bed, and pulled out his phone. He logged into the game with practiced ease, and Mu Xiaoshua's real-time feed instantly filled the screen. Unlike her previous meditative state, Mu Xiaoshua now stood amidst a bustling marketplace street. Dressed in simple white robes, she moved through the throng of people. She wasn't deliberately channeling her spiritual energy, merely observing the street vendors, women strolling with children, and elderly vendors hawking candied hawthorn on sticks with a thoughtful look in her eyes. Teacher, you're here? She sat down on the stone steps outside a tea house, watching the passers-by on the street as she spoke. What are you looking at? Jiang Ling asked curiously. The common folk, Mu Xiaoshua replied, her gaze drifting distant. I spent some time in a city on the border realm. Seeing the shattered streets and displaced people after the war, I finally understood no matter the world, it's always them who suffer most in the end. Her voice carried a barely perceptible weight. When I was defending Blue Star, I always thought that holding the front lines was victory. But seeing these ordinary people struggling just to survive, I realized the true meaning of our warriors' battles. It's not just about protecting the land, it's about safeguarding the peaceful lives of these people. Jiang Ling watched her serene profile on the screen, a faint stir stirring within him. He couldn't help recalling Mu Chongfeng's tear-streaked face outside the arbitration hall. Slowly, he replied, you're right. War has never been a game for the strong, it's a calamity for the weak. He paused, his fingertips tapping the screen. My grandfather once said, true strength isn't measured by how many battles you win, but by how many people you spare from fighting. We train, we fight ultimately, our purpose should be to protect this mundane life, not to create more slaughter. Just as you see in the city streets, the common folk never crave heroic legends. All they desire is a peaceful life, warm meals, and the companionship of family. Jiang Ling's words were soft, yet to Mu Xiaoshui at that moment, they carried a power that pierced her heart. That's why we guard the frontiers and fight foreign enemies, not only for Blue Star's dignity, but so these ordinary people can keep living their lives, spared the agony of shattered homes and lost loved ones. Mu Xiaoshui spoke slowly. After finishing, Mu Xiaoshui fell silent for a long time, so long that Jiang Ling thought her network had frozen. After a long while, she slowly lifted her head, gazing into the void as if she could see through the screen into Jiang Ling's eyes. Her expression was filled with awe and admiration. Protecting the ordinary life, she murmured softly, her voice tinged with emotion. Teacher, you said it so well. She had fought for a century, witnessed countless battles between life and death, yet never had she grasped the true meaning of combat so profoundly. Jiang Ling's words were like a key, unlocking a corner of her heart that had always existed yet remained untouched. Yes, hadn't she fought through blood and fire precisely to ensure these ordinary people could live in peace? She had always believed the responsibility of a martial god was to defend the nation, overlooking that the essence of defending the nation was protecting its people. Mu Xiaoshui's message carried a sense of release. Thank you, teacher. This time spent cultivating in the city streets, combined with your words, seems to have given me a glimmer of enlightenment. This is your own realization, Jiang Ling replied. A true warrior must possess not only the blade to slay foes, but also the benevolent heart to protect the people. Manhwa listened to the familiar voice, a faint smile slowly curving her lips. The fading sunlight bathed her, softening the coolness in her eyes and brows. When I return, she murmured softly, Master, let us journey together to the frontier. Let us witness the peaceful lives of the people there. All right. Jiang Ling hesitated for a long time but did not refuse. Chapter 124, Cameo. Mu Xiaoshui walked slowly home. Her expression suddenly grew slightly awkward when she saw the security door of the opposite residence. She hesitated before speaking. Teacher, you have to save me this time. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly replied, What's wrong? Are you in danger? No, it's something else. Mu Xiaoshui's voice carried obvious panic. There's this kind woman on my street, Auntie Wang. She's been very nice, often bringing me food since I moved here. A few days ago, she suddenly told me she wanted to introduce her nephew to me and even arranged a meeting. Jiang Ling froze, then relaxed. So that's what this was about. Honestly, I'm not good at handling these situations, and I had no idea how to refuse. In a panic, I just blurted out that I have a boyfriend. Mu Xiaoshui's voice was thick with embarrassment. But Auntie Wang was thrilled. She insisted I bring my boyfriend over for dinner in the next couple of days, saying she wanted to see what kind of guy he was. Jiang Ling stared at the screen, picturing Mu Xiaoshui's flustered state, and couldn't help but smile. This warrior goddess, so decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, was actually troubled by such social obligations. So you want me to help you? Jiang Ling guessed her intention. Yes. Mu Xiaoshui nodded, her voice pleading. Master, could you pretend to be my boyfriend for a little while? Just for a meal, to placate Aunt Wang. I really don't know what to do. If she finds out I've deceived her, she'll be heartbroken. Seeing the pleading look on her face, Jiang Ling felt a bit helpless. After a moment's thought, he replied, I suppose I could. But it's me. Clear your worries and be yourself. The game now features a face molding simulation. With player authorization, the game will remodel your appearance based on your template, designing your new look. Quality guaranteed. He hesitated, then asked, What about the appearance? You're not using my face, are you? No. He nodded, opened the game's virtual avatar settings interface, watched his face appear on the screen, and tapped confirm with his fingertip. Generating. Complete. Character will automatically switch upon player's arrival in the world. Alright, when should I go? Jiang Ling asked. Manhwa, on the other end of the screen, smiled happily upon hearing Jiang Ling's agreement. Teacher, you can come over now. I just went out to buy some gifts. We'll head to Aunt Wang's place soon. As she finished speaking, she stared at the man who suddenly materialized before her, her eyes widening slightly. His appearance bore no resemblance to Jiang Ling. Those eyes were bright and deep, as if containing the vastness of stars and oceans. His nose was high and straight, his lips sharply defined. Together, they formed a clean-cut, steady handsomeness. Teacher, you startled me appearing so suddenly, Mu Xiaoshui muttered, hastily averting her gaze. Do you like it? Jiang Jing asked instinctively. The words were barely out of his mouth when he cursed himself inwardly. That wasn't what he meant, but it was exactly what he meant. Very, very handsome. Mu Xiaoshui's cheeks flushed slightly as she hurriedly replied, Aunt Wang definitely won't find any flaws. She stared at the familiar eyes of the virtual avatar, momentarily lost in thought. So when should we go? Jiang Ling asked. Let's go now. Mu Xiaoshui's message carried a hint of nervousness. Her family made braised pork belly and insisted I bring my boyfriend to try it. Teacher, don't give me away, okay? I'm not great with people, I'm counting on you. Don't worry, mission accomplished guaranteed. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. Alright, I trust you, teacher. Mu Xiaoxue exhaled in relief, her face lighting up with gratitude. Mu Xiaoxue led Jiang Ling out the door to the neighboring house. Jiang Ling stood at the doorway, dressed simply in a white shirt and black trousers. His posture was straight and tall, his gaze deep and intense. Muzhaksha looked at the person before her, her heart inexplicably skipping a beat. Even though she knew he was truly standing before her, it still felt somewhat unreal. It seemed her teacher was a reclusive master she had never met before. Mu Xiaoxue stared at him, murmuring to herself. Especially those eyes glowing exceptionally bright in the sunset made it impossible to associate him with a peerless powerhouse. Instead, he resembled a spirited young man. How about it? No problem, right? Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of amusement. And no problem. Mu Xiaoxue quickly averted her gaze, her tone casual. Wait a moment. Aunt Wang must be cooking in the kitchen. She took a deep breath, walked over to Jiang Ling, hesitated for a moment, then gently slipped her arm through his. The touch of his skin was slightly cool yet undeniably real, calming her nerves a little. Jiang Ling could feel the faint tremor in her fingertips. A barely perceptible smile touched his lips as he matched her pace, and they stood side by side at the doorway. A sound came from inside the door, followed by a click as it opened a crack. The rich aroma of braised pork, mingled with the fragrance of scallions and soy sauce, wafted out. Xiaoxue, you're here. Aunt Wang recognized her the moment she saw her and hurried to open the door. Spotting Jiang Ling beside Mu Xiaoxue, her eyes instantly crinkled into crescent moons. So this is your boyfriend? Oh my, what a handsome young man. Come in, come in. Auntie Wang warmly ushered them inside. The table was already laden with home-cooked delights, braised pork belly, sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried greens, and a bowl of tomato and egg soup, simple yet irresistible dishes. Sit down, sit down. Don't be shy. Auntie Wang guided Mu Xiaoxue to a seat and fetched a stool for Jiang Ling. What's your name, young man? Where do you work? How did you meet our Xiaoxue? The barrage of questions instantly made Mu Xiaoxue tense up, her hands unconsciously clutching the hem of her shirt. Jiang Ling sensed her unease and quietly took her hand, signaling with his eyes for her to relax. He then smiled and answered Auntie Wang's questions. Hello, Auntie. My name is Ling Jiang. I'm currently involved in animal husbandry. I met Xiaoxue through a mutual friend. His tone was natural, his gaze sincere, showing no hint of deception. Auntie Wang grew increasingly pleased, continuously serving them food while chattering away. Our Xiaoxue, she's beautiful and sensible, but she's just too quiet. She hardly talks to anyone. I watched this girl grow up. You'd better treat her well, or else I'll. Mu Xiaoxue kept her head down, eating quietly. Hearing Aunt Wang's words, she lowered her gaze and said nothing. Calling her raised from childhood after only 3 months of knowing her? She couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Listening to Jiang Ling and Auntie Wang chat so naturally, her heart gradually settled. She stole a glance at Ling Jiang beside her. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon his face, outlining soft contours. Especially those eyes in the twilight, they seemed exceptionally deep and gentle, stirring a strange sensation within her heart. So this was his true self. Jiang Ling sensed her gaze and turned to smile at her, his eyes twinkling with playful teasing. Mu Xiaoxue's heart skipped another beat. She quickly lowered her head, pretending to focus on her meal, though her ears quietly flushed red. Aunt Wang watched their interaction and smiled contentedly, thinking these two young people were truly a perfect match. Oh my, what a lovely couple. I'm so happy for them, Aunt Wang exclaimed cheerfully. While you're young, hurry up and have a baby. Chapter 125, Poaching Talent. Auntie Wang, your cooking is truly wonderful. The aroma of the meal filled the small courtyard. Aunt Wang enthusiastically served Jiang Ling and Mu Xiaoxue, chatting away with familiar, everyday conversation. Haha, really? Eat up if you like it, I'll cook for you again next time. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the window, bathing the dishes on the stone table in a warm golden hue, radiating warmth and harmony. Knock. The door was knocked. Auntie Wang smiled and stood up. Must be a Tang. That kid, just like his dad's soldiers, are always punctual. She opened the courtyard gate, and a young man in camouflage entered. Tall and slightly tanned, his features were unremarkable, yet he carried the distinctive ruggedness of a soldier. This was Aunt Wang's nephew, Wang Tung. He must have just finished training, as a faint scent of sweat lingered on him. Auntie, I'm here, Wang Tang greeted with a smile, his gaze casually sweeping over the stone table. Her eyes lit up instantly upon seeing Mu Xiaoxue sitting there. Today, Mu Xiaoxue wore a simple dress, her long hair loosely gathered at the nape of her neck. A few stray strands framed her cheeks. In the evening sunlight, her skin appeared fair, her brows and eyes gentle and soft. Gone was the usual sharpness, only a serene beauty remained. Wang Tang's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by something, causing him to pause in his steps. Hey Tang, come sit down. Aunt Wang warmly pulled him toward the table. Let me introduce you, this is Xiaoxue, our next-door neighbor. She's such a sweetheart. And this is Xiaoxue's boyfriend, Xiao Ling. Wang Tang's gaze swept over Jiang Ling, carrying scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. He reached past Jiang Ling, extending his hand directly toward Mu Xiaoxue with a warm smile. Hello, Xiaoxue. I'm Wang Teng. Currently serving in the military.
Jiang Ling noticed Wang Tang's hand had practically brushed against his shoulder as he reached over, a deliberate act of ignoring him, even tinged with provocation.
Interesting. Mu Xiaoxue couldn't possibly miss it.
She offered a light smile, gave a slight nod, and replied politely, hello. She made no move to shake his hand. She could sense the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Wang Tang, roughly equivalent to a level 60 practitioner. To ordinary people, this was already considered decent strength, but it was still far below his own peak. Wang Tang, however, seemed to ignore Jiang Ling entirely. He slowly lowered his hand, pulled out a chair beside Mu Xiaoxue, and casually picked up his chopsticks. Auntie's braised pork is the best. Xiaoxue, you should eat more. He picked up the largest piece of braised pork and placed it directly into Mu Xiaoxue's bowl, completely ignoring Jiang Ling beside them.
Mu Xiaoxue's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Aiton's a hero in the army. Aunt Wang, oblivious to the tension, praised him enthusiastically.
He earned a second-class merit award on his last mission. Even the military district leaders praised him.
Now he's a squad leader with a bright future ahead.
Auntie, you shouldn't praise me like that, Wang Tang replied with feigned modesty, his eyes darting toward Mu Xiaoxue. Being a soldier, protecting our country is just our duty. Unlike some people who enjoy the good life behind the scenes, sheltered from wind and rain, with their delicate skin. They have no idea how hard we soldiers work.
The remark was clearly meant for Jiang Ling's ears.
Jiang Ling found it slightly amusing and shook his head faintly. He didn't respond, instead using chopsticks to place a serving of her favorite greens onto Mu Xiaoxue's plate. Zhao Zhao, he murmured softly, eat more vegetables.
Don't just have meat.
His movements were naturally intimate, his tone carrying a familiar tenderness.
Zhao Zhao. Mu Xiaoxue's heart fluttered.
She lifted her gaze to meet his deep, piercing eyes. Instantly understanding his meaning, her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head and began eating the greens in small bites. Jiang Ling casually picked up the meat Wang Tang had served and pretended his chopstick slipped, dropping it onto the floor.
Auntie, I'm so clumsy. Sorry about that. Jiang Ling looked genuinely apologetic.
Oh, you silly boy, it's nothing.
As long as it didn't get on your clothes, I'll clean it up later. Aunt Wang chuckled cheerfully. This scene ignited a surge of anger within Wang Tang.
He set down his chopsticks and turned to Mu Xiaoxue, his tone warm and friendly. Xiaoxue, where do you work? What do you like to do in your free time? I have a 2-weekly visiting family, so I can show you around the neighborhood. I know it like the back of my hand.
Before Mu Xiaoxue could respond, Jiang Ling cut in.
Zhao Zhao works as a consultant at a cultural company. She usually stays home reading, practicing calligraphy, and designing stuff.
She's not really into crowded places. Jiang Ling smoothly took over the conversation, weaving together Mu Xiaoxue's supposed profession and other details, conveniently explaining why she stayed home all the time.
Meanwhile, his arm draped over the back of the chair behind Mu Xiaoxue formed a semi-enveloping posture, exuding a strong sense of territorial claim. Plus, we're preparing for a project lately and are pretty busy, so we probably won't have time to go out and play.
Wang Tang's expression darkened completely, his gaze toward Jiang Ling now laced with hostility. I'm talking to Xiaoxue. What business is it of yours to butt in? I'm her boyfriend. Of course I know about her affairs.
Jiang Ling met his gaze, his tone calm yet carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Besides, when Zhao Zhao and I are having a conversation, it doesn't seem like there's room for outsiders to butt in, right?
You. Wang Tang was rendered speechless.
He hadn't expected this seemingly bookish young man to dare challenge him.
Tang. Enough.
We're eating here, stop arguing. Auntie Wang hurriedly stepped in to smooth things over. You're all young people, no need to get so worked up.
Wang Tang took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, yet still unwilling to let it go.
He looked at Mu Xiaoxue and said softly, Xiaoxue, I think we're a good match. I have a stable job in the military district and I'm strong enough. I can even apply for a military district family compound for you in the future. That's much better than being with someone who's lazy and slips through the cracks.
If you're with me, no one will dare to bully you.
His words were blunt, practically poaching her in public.
Mu Xiaoxue's expression darkened.
She detested this kind of presumptuous flirting. Out of respect for Aunt Wang, she didn't know how to respond. She turned to Jiang Ling for help, her eyes pleading save me as she tugged discreetly at his sleeve beneath the table. Jiang Ling caught the signal, a faint smile curving his lips as he reached out to gently clasp Mu Xiaoxue's hand beneath the table. Her hand felt slightly cool, with a thin layer of sweat on her palm. Clearly, she was deeply annoyed.
Wang Tang, right?
Jiang Ling lifted his gaze to meet his tone laced with subtle derision. First, it's Zhao Shue's freedom to choose who she's with. No outsider has the right to meddle. Second, I don't need to prove my ability to protect her to you. Finally, he tightened his grip on Mu Xiaoxue's hand, interlocking their fingers, and waved them lightly on the table.
We're perfectly fine.
No need to worry. After speaking, he lowered his head and smiled at Mu Xiaoxue, his gaze so tender it could melt ice, right, Zhao Zhao?
Mu Xiaoxue's heart raced at his sudden intimacy, her cheeks flushing crimson, yet she nodded in agreement. You. Wang Tang couldn't hold back any longer. He slammed his fist on the table so hard that the bowls and chopsticks jumped. He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Ling. You think some pretty boy can steal my woman? Today I'll show you what real power looks like. His spiritual energy erupted violently, its force sweeping through the small courtyard, causing the food on the stone table to tremble. Aunt Wang turned pale with fright and grabbed his arm urgently. Tai. What are you doing? Stop it. Don't stop me, Auntie. This pretty boy needs a lesson. Wang Tong shook off Auntie Wang's hand, his eyes burning with fury as he fixed them on Jiang Ling, daring to show off in front of me? I'll beat you to a pulp today, or I'll change my surname. Jiang Ling rose slowly, shielding Mu Xiaoxue behind him as his gaze turned icy. He hadn't intended to start trouble, but since they'd come riding roughshod over him, there was no need for further courtesy. Using a martial god card to deal with a fighter equivalent to a level 60 warrior was indeed not worth it. But it was necessary. Want to fight? Jiang Ling flexed his wrists, his tone calm. The courtyard's spacious. Don't scare Auntie Wang here. Fine. Got the guts? Come outside. Wang Tang roared, turning to storm out of the courtyard. His aura surged, clearly intent on teaching someone a lesson. Auntie Wang stamped her feet in panic, tugging at Mu Xiaoxue. Xiaoxue, you must talk some sense into Ling. Tang trained in combat techniques in the military. Ling's just an intellectual, how could he possibly beat him? Mu Xiaoxue replayed the moment in her mind, Jiang Ling shielding her behind him, and felt a complex mix of emotions. She knew she could handle the situation herself, yet seeing Jiang Ling's resolute figure shielding her without hesitation brought an inexplicable warmth to her heart. She gently patted Aunt Wang's hand. Auntie, don't worry. Ling, he knows a thing or two about martial arts too. Aunt Wang's house was on the first floor. As they spoke, Jiang Ling had already followed Wang Tang out the courtyard gate. Chapter 126, Jealousy. The evening breeze in the alley carried a chill, yet it couldn't dispel the tense atmosphere. Wang Tang stood in the alley's center, turning to glare fiercely at Jiang Ling, who had followed out. His aura radiated unchecked, drawing curious peeks from nearby neighbors. Kid, get down on your knees and apologize now. Swear you'll stay away from Xiaoxue from now on, and I might let you off with less punishment. Wang Tang cracked his neck with a sharp pop, clearly dismissing Jiang Ling as a threat. In his eyes, a pretty boy like Jiang Ling could only learn some flashy, useless moves. How could he possibly be a match for a soldier like Wang Tang, who had seen real combat? Jiang Ling said nothing, merely shielding Mu Xiaoxue and Aunt Wang, who had followed him out, behind him. He whispered to them, stay back. Don't get caught in the crossfire. His actions flowed naturally, like an instinctive reflex. Mu Xiaoxue watched his broad, protective silhouette, a flicker of emotion stirring within her. Her current strength had long since recovered to the 80th level martial saint realm. Not only could she easily defend herself against a 60th level opponent like Wang Tang, but even a 90th level martial god wouldn't faze her. But Jiang Ling clearly didn't know this. He still treated her like an ordinary girl who needed protection after her cultivation had dissipated. This cautious, protective manner stirred an unusual warmth in her heart. Xiaoling, why don't we just call it quits? Aunt Wang persisted, genuinely worried Jiang Ling might get hurt. Don't worry, Auntie. Jiang Ling turned and gave her a reassuring smile. I know my limits. With that, he turned to face Wang Tang, his tone calm. Let's get this over with. No need to waste time. You're asking for it. Wang Tang roared, his rage boiling over as he lunged forward. His fist cut through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed squarely at Jiang Ling's face. He clearly intended to knock her down with a single blow. This was his most frequently used combat technique in the military, simple, direct, and devastatingly powerful. Neighbors nearby gasped in alarm, convinced Jiang Ling was about to be crushed. Mu Xiaoxue, however, narrowed her eyes slightly. She could see that Jiang Ling's stance, though seemingly casual, concealed a hidden strategy. His center of gravity was steady and grounded, clearly signaling he was getting serious. Just as Wang Tang's fist was about to connect, Jiang Ling moved. His body shifted sideways effortlessly, like a leaf drifting in the wind, evading the punch. Simultaneously, his right hand shot out like lightning, snapping precisely around Wang Tang's wrist. Ha! Wang Tang froze, stunned that his seemingly unstoppable punch had been so easily evaded. He tried to pull his hand back, only to find his wrist held fast as if in an iron clamp, not budging an inch. Is that all you've got? Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of mockery as he gently twisted the wrist. Ah! Wang Tang let out a pained cry as a tremendous force surged through his arm, instantly numbing it and forcing him to double over involuntarily. Jiang Ling seized the moment, delivering a swift kick to the back of his knee. Thud! Wang Tang lost his balance, crashing awkwardly to his knees. His knee slammed hard against the stone pavement, the pain making him grimace in agony. The entire alley fell silent. Everyone stood stunned. No one had expected the seemingly frail Jiang Ling to subdue Wang Tang so effortlessly. Wang Tang was both shocked and furious, struggling to get back up. Jiang Ling gave him no chance. Stepping forward, he towered over Wang Tang, his gaze icy cold. Want to keep fighting? Wang Tang felt an inexplicable panic rise within him as he met the icy glare in Jiang Ling's eyes. He sensed that Jiang Ling hadn't even used his full strength earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up merely kneeling like this. Gritting his teeth, he dared not press his luck further, merely glaring viciously at Jiang Ling. You're ruthless. Get lost. Jiang Ling spat out the single word, releasing his wrist. Wang Tang clutched his numb arm, scrambling up from the ground in disarray. He shot a furious glare at Jiang Ling and Mu Xiaoxue before slinking away. Neighbors watching his retreat couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good lad. Nice moves. That really gave me a scare just now. Never expected Ling to be so formidable. Wang Tang made such a fool of himself, a soldier who can't even beat a student. The murmurs were all praise for Jiang Ling. Everyone had witnessed it. Not only was Jiang Ling skilled, but he de-shielded Mu Xiaoxue and Ant Wang throughout the entire incident, keeping them safely behind him. Such a responsible demeanor was bound to win people over. Several young girls living nearby had their eyes sparkling. Hesitantly, they approached him. One girl with a ponytail, her face flushed, asked, "Hey, handsome. You're Ling, right? Could you give us your contact info? We'd love to ask you to teach us some self-defense moves sometime." Jiang Ling froze, taken aback by the sudden request for his contact information. He didn't have a real phone number in this world. After a moment's thought, he smiled and made one up on the spot. "I'm pretty busy usually. My number is 138 x times 5678. He rattled off a random string of digits, not even bothering to remember the exact numbers himself. "Thanks, handsome." The girl happily jotted down the number, not forgetting to give him a flirtatious wink. The other girls also smiled and greeted Jiang Ling before reluctantly leaving. Standing nearby, Mu Xiaoxue watched the scene unfold, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Especially when that girl fluttered her eyelashes, her brows furrowed slightly and her lips tightened involuntarily. Flirtatious vixen, who are you trying to seduce? The thought startled her even as it formed. This feeling was unfamiliar, a sour sting that felt like something was lodged in her chest. Was she jealous? The moment the thought surfaced, Mu Xiaoxue's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She quickly lowered her gaze, unable to meet Jiang Ling's eyes. How could she even entertain such thoughts? Jiang Ling was merely helping her out of an awkward situation, and they were only master and disciple. After sending off the girls, Jiang Ling turned to see Mu Xiaoxue with her head bowed, her ears flushed a deep crimson. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did I scare you earlier?" His cultivation level is barely on par with a martial sovereign of Blue Star, nothing to worry about. "And no," Mu Xiaoxue murmured, her voice barely above a whisper as she buried her face deeper. Let's go back." Jiang Ling watched her unusual behavior, somewhat baffled, but nodded nonetheless. "All right. I'll tell Auntie. Let's head back first." And Wan looked apologetic. "I'm so sorry. My nephew is such a scatterbrain. He ruined your meal." Sigh. "It's fine, Auntie," Jiang Ling said gently. "We're not bothered. It was just a good way to walk off the meal. Your food was delicious." Mu Xiaoxue remained silent beside him. Aunt Wang had witnessed the girl asking for Jiang Ling's contact earlier. Seeing Mu Xiaoxue's lowered gaze, she understood perfectly. With a smile, she teased, "Is Xiaoxue jealous? Xiao Ling is so outstanding, it's only natural someone would like him." "Auntie." Mu Xiaoxue's face flushed even redder. She stamped her foot, grabbed Jiang Ling's arm, and pulled him toward her house. "We're leaving now." Watching their hasty retreat, Aunt Wang shook her head with a smile. Young people these days. On the way home, neither spoke, the atmosphere a slightly awkward silence. Jiang Ling sensed something off about Mu Xiaoxue's mood but couldn't pinpoint why. He decided not to dwell on it. Walking behind him, Mu Xiaoxue caught the faint scent of soap on his skin, and her pent-up frustration began to dissipate. She stole a glance at Jiang Ling's profile. The glow from the streetlight fell across his face, making his eyes shine exceptionally bright in the night. These eyes, she would remember them. Chapter 127, Preparing for the Grand Competition. Mu Xiaoxue suddenly stopped in her tracks. Jiang Ling turned to look at her. Moonlight spilled down, her dress swaying gently in the breeze, a faint golden glow enveloping her. "Teacher, I think I've broken through." Mu Xiaoxue's voice carried a hint of laughter as she brushed a strand of hair from her ear. "You broke through just like that? Genius?" Jiang Ling asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. His gaze fixed on her, and he could sense her strength had indeed surged significantly. Mushaksha blushed slightly at his words and laughed. "Perhaps our discussion gave me some insight. It went fairly smoothly. I've rebuilt my cultivation to level 89. I'm just one step away from the martial god realm, and I've also reached a new level with the burning heaven technique." She paused, her hands unconsciously clenching as a hint of worry crept into her voice. "But the higher I cultivate, the more I feel the suppression of the world's barriers." Jiang Ling's heart sank. "What do you mean?" "The barriers of the Tiansong realm from within, I feel I can barely shake them." Mu Xiaoxue gazed at the night sky outside the window, as if she could pierce the void and see Blue Star. "But Blue Star's barrier is different. Breaking it from within might not be difficult, but now that I'm on the outside, tearing open Blue Star's barrier from here is as hard as climbing to the heavens. That barrier feels alive, imbued with the world will of Blue Star. Shattering it would be like shattering the entire world itself. Her voice carried a hint of weariness. I've even begun to doubt whether it's truly possible to open a passage from the outside. If I fail, I might be swept away by spatial turbulence and never return. After a century of battle, the youngest Valkyrie of Great Xia could not conceal her confusion about the path home. Jiang Ling watched her desolate expression, his heart tightening. The game had hinted at this before he knew he could assist her in breaking through the barrier at the world's primordial source. But the game hadn't detailed the specifics. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely sure himself, but he couldn't let Mu Xiaoxue lose hope. Don't worry. We'll make it. Jiang Ling's tone was unusually firm as he offered her a reassuring smile. Don't you trust me? Just follow my lead. No surprises. He deliberately ignored his own uncertainty, conveying only confidence. Mu Xiaoxue lifted her head, her voice uncertain. Really? Breaking the barrier from the outside is so difficult. Trust me. Jiang Ling paused his typing and added, have you forgotten? When have I ever deceived you? Saving you, passing on techniques, even pretending to be your partner, didn't I accomplish all that? Mu Xiaoxue fell silent for a moment. As she listened to Jiang Ling's words, the confusion in her heart gradually gave way to warmth. Yes. From rescuing her from prison, to imparting supreme divine techniques, to now pretending to be her boyfriend, Jiang Ling had never let her down. She nodded softly, her gaze regaining its resolve. All right. I believe you. That's more like it. Jiang Ling exhaled in relief, opened the game store, scanned the items, and immediately purchased 5 super god talismans. I sent you something for self-defense. This is a martial god talisman, sealing an attack beyond the martial god realm. If you're in danger, crush it, it'll protect you for a while. Beyond the martial god realm? Mu Xiaoxue's voice carried a hint of surprise, mixed with emotion and embarrassment. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Keep it for yourself. I've got ways to manage. Just focus on your cultivation. Jiang Ling replied with a smile. When you return, you can repay me, then no big deal. Mu Xiaoxue chuckled at his teasing, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Once I reach that realm, I definitely will. Jiang Ling's consciousness returned to Blue Star. He shut down the game but didn't rest immediately. He walked to the window, gazing at the night sky above Jinghua University, his brow slightly furrowed. Hearing Mu Xiaoxue's words, he had his own suspicions. Breaking through the external barrier was far more difficult than imagined. The game only mentioned assisting at the source land, but offered no specific method. He had to find a solution quickly. Regardless, he had to secure first place in the grand competition. Detected host deploying 5 super god divine talismans to investment target. Reward statistics being processed. The game's notification suddenly sounded, congratulations, host. You have obtained Super God Defense Talisman X3, Super God Control Talisman X3, Super God Attack Talisman X3. A stack of talismans, shimmering with spiritual light, materialized on the table. Each talisman contained colossal power, transcending even the realm of martial gods. Jiang Ling picked up the talismans. The warm sensation on his fingertips calmed his nerves slightly. With these new trump cards, he felt more confident about winning the grand competition. Over the next few days, Jiang Ling became exceptionally diligent. He rose early each morning to head to the cultivation chamber, returning only after the facility closed at night. Even Jiang Lei thought he was working himself into a frenzy. He not only honed his early martial king realm cultivation but also repeatedly drilled his body techniques and martial arts. He even began studying the weakness charts of demonic beasts, preparing meticulously for the secret realm expedition. All of this was observed by Ying Tian. Ying Tian sat in his office, the surveillance feed from the training room displayed before him. The footage showed Jiang Ling drenched in sweat. Ying Tian raised an eyebrow, a look of puzzlement crossing his face. The kid had been diligent these past few days, but nowhere near this level. Was he possessed by some demon, working himself to death? It seemed as if he'd been driven to the edge of desperation, or perhaps consumed by an unshakable obsession. What on earth was this kid rushing for? Ying Tian muttered to himself, his fingers tapping the desk. The grand competition was important, but it wasn't worth pushing himself to this extreme. Had he discovered another secret about the primordial fragments? Or was there something else? He pulled up Jiang Ling's recent activity log. Beyond cultivation and studying materials, there were no unusual contacts. Yet something still felt off. This near-obsessive diligence didn't seem driven solely by the competition. It felt more like a race against time. Interesting. A faint smile curved Wen Tian's lips as his gaze deepened. Seems this kid's hiding more secrets than I thought. Just wait, let's see if you can surprise me. He cut the video and continued working. But he mentally noted this point of suspicion. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling in the cultivation room remained completely unaware. Wiping sweat from his brow, he watched the rising sun through the window and clenched his fists. For Mu Xiaoxua's safe return, to keep his promise, and for that unknown yet imperative boundary-breaking mission he had to become stronger. Stronger still. A week later, Tsinghua University's plaza buzzed with activity. The entrance to the secret realm for the intercollegiate tournament was set up here. A massive gate of light, formed by runes, hovered in the center of the plaza, radiating intense spatial fluctuations. Competitors from various martial arts universities, dressed in diverse attire, gathered on the plaza, the atmosphere tense yet exhilarated. Jiang Ling stood at the front of the Tsinghua University contingent, his black attire accentuating his tall, straight posture. He had just reunited with Jiang Lei and the others when a commanding voice boomed from the center of the plaza. Seemingly having learned their lesson last time, 5 martial gods had arrived this time. Among them was Jiang Ling's grandfather, the Azure Dragon martial god, Jiang Gua. Contestants, the white-haired martial god at the head of the group announced in a resonant voice, an additional rule has been added to the Secret Realm competition. Chapter 128, the grand competition begins. Numerous demon beasts inhabit the Secret Realm. Demon cores obtained by slaying these beasts may be tallied in your scoring bracelets, 1 point for each level 20 demon core, 3 points for level 30, and so on up to 10 points for a level 60 demon core. A murmur instantly rippled across the square. Demon cores count toward points? That's great news. No need to fight tooth and nail over identity tokens anymore. They must have added this rule to prevent people from fighting too fiercely and causing casualties, right? This is an opportunity for us, but it'll make things tough for those trying to snatch identity cards through mob attacks. Jiang Ling's mind stirred, forming a suspicion. This was most likely grandfather and the others' arrangement. Increasing demon core points would divert everyone's attention, reduce the mob targeting him, and give him breathing room to accumulate points. He glanced toward the podium. Grandfather Jiang Guo and the others seemed to sense his gaze, nodding slightly with encouragement in their eyes. As the rules concluded, the secret realm's light gate began to flicker. Runes swirled faster, signaling its imminent opening. Contestants from various academies streamed toward the portal. Jiang Ling led the Jingda team to join the procession. As they passed the Qingbei team, Zhang Quan and his men strode by with haughty, hostile stares. Jiang Ling, Zhang Quan sneered, "Don't think adding rules will let you slip by. Last time I was careless. When we meet in the secret realm, just wait and see how I deal with you." A burly boy beside him sneered, "Brother Zhang Quan, why waste breath on him? That pretty boy who leans on women? He probably can't even handle a level 40 demon beast in the secret realm." This was another top contender from Qingbei Academy, a level 55 martial sovereign who'd never taken Jiang Ling seriously. Jiang Ling's eyes turned cold. He said nothing, only clenching his fists slightly. A faint ripple of spiritual energy spread like ripples on water. Zhang Quang and the burly man's expression shifted slightly as they instinctively took half a step back. They could sense that Jiang Ling's aura was stronger than when they last met at the martial arts hall. His temper was still as explosive as ever. He was ready to fight. We'll see about that. As tensions reached a breaking point, Jiang Ling unclenched his fist. Ignoring them completely, he led the Jingda team straight toward the light gate. Zhang Quan watched his retreating figure, his eyes darkening with malice as he clenched his fists. The radiance of the secret realm's light gate grew ever brighter, enveloping every approaching contestant. Jiang Ling cast one final glance at the podium, took a deep breath, and stepped through the portal. A powerful wave of dizziness washed over him as his body felt pulled by the space, the surrounding scenery blurring instantly. When he regained his footing, he found himself standing in a dense, primeval forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky, the air thick with the damp scent of vegetation and a faint, lingering stench of blood. The points bracelet on his wrist grew faintly warm, displaying his current score, 0. Random drop? Jiang Ling scanned his surroundings and quickly sensed something was off. The surrounding trees were covered in claw marks, the ground bore the footprints of large creatures, and the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. A howl. A beastly roar echoed from ahead, causing leaves to rustle and fall. 3 black wolves, each as large as a calf, burst from the thickets. Their coats gleamed, fangs bared, eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. Jiang Ling recognized them instantly, black wind wolves, level 40 demon beasts. Swift and adept at group attacks. His eyebrows arched slightly, yet he remained unflustered. He drew the Grand Emperor's sword, channeling spiritual energy into it until the blade glowed with a cold light. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A handy weapon will do just fine. This is perfect. He let out a low growl and charged toward the black wind wolves. The lead wolf lunged to bite, but Jiang Ling sidestepped, his blade slicing cleanly through its abdomen. Green blood spurted forth. 2 more wolves attacked from either flank. With light steps, he darted like a ghost, evading their claws while landing precise strikes on their vital points. Within 10 minutes, all 3 black wind wolves lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. Jiang Ling caught his breath, crouching to examine the carcasses. The moment his fingertips brushed the black wind wolf's fur, he sensed a faint yet familiar vibration. This fluctuation bore a striking resemblance to the power of bloodline. Jiang Ling's hands moved faster. He sliced open the skull of one black wind wolf and extracted the demon core within. The demon core was grayish-black, yet faint golden patterns swirled within it. Jiang Ling held the demon core in his palm, circulating his spiritual energy to probe its essence. Within the demon core lay a faint trace of divine beast bloodline essence, as if it were the descendant of some ancient divine beast. Divine beast bloodline? Jiang Ling's eyes lit up. Though this bloodline was faint and useless to others, it might prove remarkably effective for him. He crossed his legs and sat down, channeling his cultivation technique to absorb the bloodline power within the demon core. Threads of warm energy flowed into his body. Though faint, they brought about an extremely subtle enhancement. Astounding! The demon beasts within this secret realm were actually descendants of divine beasts, though the lineage was far too ancient. Jiang Ling's heart surged with wild joy. The demon beasts within this secret realm possessed faint divine beast bloodlines, a natural cultivation resource for him. He didn't rush to hunt other competitors for their metals. Instead, he resolved to hunt the demon beasts first. Absorb the bloodlines, strengthen himself, and finally wipe out that group of ill-intentioned individuals. Over the next day, Jiang Ling traversed the forest, targeting only level 30-40 demon beasts. Though he was only level 32, dealing with these beasts in packs wasn't too difficult. His storage pouch slowly filled with demon cores. His points, however, remained at 0. He hadn't exchanged the demon cores for points, instead, he absorbed them all. He hadn't encountered any other contestants either. Outside the secret realm, the spectator zone displayed real-time rankings on a large screen. As time passed, the rankings gradually diverged. Zhang Quan, having slain demon beasts and seized the identity cards of 2 lower-year contestants, held 7th place with 150 points. The burly male contestant followed closely behind with 130 points. Other members of the Jingda team also held scores ranging from several dozen to over 100 points. Only Jiang Ling's name remained stubbornly at the bottom of the leaderboard, stuck at 0 points for an extended period. What's going on with Jiang Ling? A whole day in, and his ID card score is still 0? Could he have been eliminated by a strong team? After all, plenty of people had their eyes on him. Doubtful. He's probably already dead in some corner. Demon beasts show no mercy. I thought he was impressive earlier, but looks like he's just average. Without a powerful backer, he's nothing. Whispers grew louder, skepticism and mockery replacing earlier approval. Ying Tian sat on the chairman's platform, staring at Jiang Ling's name on the screen, feeling uneasy. What's wrong with that brat? Even if he's not snatching tokens, he should at least kill more demon beasts. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered. With Jiang Ling's abilities, he shouldn't have such meager points, and it's impossible for him to remain inactive this long. What exactly was he doing in the secret realm? Meanwhile, Jiang Ling had just slain a level 40 ironclad bear and was now seated beside its corpse, absorbing its demon core. He was completely unaware of the outside discussions and paid no attention to the temporary rankings. He could feel the bloodline power within him steadily accumulating, nearing a critical threshold. As the old saying goes, early weight gain is no weight gain at all, but late weight gain tips the scales. He focused solely on growing stronger, leaving the point gathering to others. As night fell, the beasts within the secret realm grew more active. Jiang Ling found a secluded cave to rest, glancing at the still 0 points on his wristband with a faint smile. The real show was just beginning. Chapter 129, The Chaos Body. The secret realm's night was as dark as ink, with only sparse moonlight filtering through the gaps of towering ancient trees. Jiang Ling leaned against the trunk of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, slowly drawing his energy back. The golden bloodline power swirling around his body receded like a tide, and he completely absorbed the last trace of the demon beast's bloodline essence. He looked down at his palm, a faint smile curving his lips. He had broken through. His bloodline in the outside world, such a method of advancement would be considered a liability. But within this secret realm, it was nothing short of divine favor. That day, he had slain 1,000 demon beasts, absorbing their bloodline power. Just moments ago, as the bloodline of the final 40-level peak wild wolf was absorbed, the bottleneck of spiritual energy within him burst like a broken dam. Surging power erupted, instantly shattering the shackles of the 40th level. Simultaneously, the game's notification chime sounded. Congratulations on breaking through level 40. The level 4 world cultivation technique, Chaos Sutra, has been granted. Detected, player possesses solid foundations and extraordinary bloodline. Initial comprehension of the Chaos Sutra has reached the 2nd layer. Jiang Ling clenched his fists, a flash of wild joy darting through his eyes. The Chaos Sutra. The game had promised a level 4 world cultivation technique upon reaching the next level. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect it to be the Chaos Sutra. The legendary cultivation technique for the Chaos Physique said to grant the strongest physique in all realms, and he had already grasped its fundamentals. He immediately focused inward. Within his dantian, the spiritual energy was no longer a single golden blue hue of faint, murky gray current had emerged. This current appeared faint, yet it held the profound essence of devouring, transforming, and unifying. This was the power of chaos. He attempted to circulate it, and the grayish chaos power instantly surged through his entire body. Wherever it flowed, the spiritual energy became more condensed and formidable, even stirring the bloodline power of the primordial dragon and the starry sky dragon to greater vitality. He could distinctly feel his physique undergoing a transformation. His senses sharpened to extraordinary levels, while his strength and speed both surged dramatically. His strength had increased by at least 30%. Jiang Ling's eyes flashed with light as he felt the surging power within him, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. With the Chaos Sutra and his newly awakened Chaos physique, he now possessed far greater confidence. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from all directions, accompanied by the buzzing hum of intense spiritual energy fluctuations. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed sharply as he instantly went on high alert. These footsteps were coming for him. Jiang Ling. So you are here. Zhang Quan's voice carried undisguised murderous intent from ahead. Behind him followed 6 martial artists with formidable auras, each radiating the overwhelming pressure of martial sovereigns above level 50. Counting Zhang Quang himself, there were 7 martial lords in total. Shijing University, Shindu University. Jiang Ling swiftly scanned their formation, his heart sinking. Just as he'd expected, this was clearly a joint ambush orchestrated by multiple academies, targeting him alone. It seemed every martial sovereign present at this grand competition had converged upon him. What unsettled him even more was that, through the heightened perception gained from cultivating the Chaos Sutra, he sensed an extremely subtle yet immensely powerful aura lurking in the shadows. Like a coiled venomous snake, it locked onto his vital points. That must be a martial sovereign above level 60. Lurking in the shadows. Holy, they've got no shame left. Jiang Ling was so furious he could barely contain his laughter. Don't tell him that martial sovereign got in through adult admissions. Even a senior level student couldn't possibly break through to martial sovereign. Clearly, they'd pulled out all the stops. Kid, you spent your entire first day cowering away. Now we've finally found you. See where you can run now. The martial sovereign from Shijing Academy sneered, his long blade glowing with a fiery red light. Hand over your ID card obediently, then kneel and kowtow 3 times. Maybe we'll let you die painlessly. Jiang Ling said nothing, only slowly drawing the Grand Emperor's sword as his icy gaze swept over the crowd. Since you refuse to honor martial ethics, don't blame Jiang Ling for cheating. His blade was no less formidable. After his breakthrough, he was brimming with confidence. Yet facing 7 martial lords and 1 lurking martial sovereign, he knew this would be a fight to the death. Just as tensions reached a boiling point and battle seemed imminent, a series of urgent commands suddenly echoed from the external Secret Realm broadcast center. The large screen, which had only displayed the points rankings, suddenly illuminated with a light projection. The scene of Jiang Ling being surrounded and attacked appeared before the audience's eyes. What was happening? Hadn't they said specific combat footage wouldn't be broadcast? It seemed the Arbitration Council and several martial gods had jointly pressured for the live feed to be activated, claiming it was to ensure fair competition and prevent malicious ambushes. Great! I'll see if they dare go all out in front of the entire Blue Star audience. They couldn't care less. If they agreed, it's probably because they've got everything covered, just waiting to rub Jiang Ling in the dirt. The spectator area erupted instantly. This was the outcome of a multi-party standoff. Those protecting Jiang Ling hoped the broadcast would restrain the attacker's actions. Conversely, the Yi family and their allies saw this as a golden opportunity to show the entire Blue Star the humiliating defeat of Jiang Ling, shattering any illusions the outside world might have about him. Within the Secret Realm, Zhang Quang and his group clearly received news of the broadcast activation. Their expression shifted slightly, a flicker of apprehension crossing their eyes before being swiftly replaced by greed and murderous intent. Zhang Quang sneered savagely, so what if there's a broadcast? If we accidentally injure someone in the Secret Realm, who can say anything? Attack! Cripple him first. At the critical moment, several figures burst out from the dense forest behind them, positioning themselves not far from Jiang Ling's side. Brother Jiang! We're here to help. Jiang Lei shouted breathlessly, heavy sword in hand, his body still bearing battle scars. Jiang Ling lifted his gaze, recognized Jiang Lei, and smiled knowingly. 1,000 words were conveyed without a single one spoken. Muyu, clad in moon-white battle attire, held a long sword gleaming with icy light. Her gaze fixed coldly on Zhang Quang and his men, bullying the outnumbered. What kind of skill is that? Yian's expression shifted uncomfortably as he addressed Zhang Quang and the others in a stiff tone. This is my personal decision. It has nothing to do with the Yi family. Jiang Ling was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Yian to change his ways like this. What a man! Beyond that, over a dozen students from the Jingda Martial Arts Academy arrived one after another. Though their numbers weren't large, each pair of eyes burned with battle intent. Thanks. Jiang Ling watched the sudden reinforcements, especially the familiar faces of his classmates, and felt a warm surge in his heart. This feeling of fighting side by side strengthened his resolve. Jiang Ling, watch out for those martial lords. We'll hold off the others for you. Jiang Lei said solemnly. They all understood that the 7 martial lords were targeting Jiang Ling, while their own opponents were elsewhere. Jiang Ling nodded. These demoted warriors couldn't possibly be limited to just these 7 martial lords, there must be others. Sure enough, upon seeing the reinforcements, Zhang Quang and his group didn't split their forces. They kept their eyes fixed on Jiang Ling. Numerous figures surged out from the shadows, roughly dozens of them, all possessing strength above the 40th level martial emperor realm. In pairs or trios, they charged toward Jiang Ling and his group. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, gripped his long sword tightly, and advanced toward Jiang Quang and his group. A fierce battle erupted instantly within the secret realm's dense forest. On the external broadcast screens, the chaotic melee between the two factions played out with crystal clear clarity. Billions of viewers held their breath, waiting for the final outcome. Chapter 130, Desperate Situation. Kill. Jiang Quang struck first, channeling his bloodline power. His blade, trailing searing waves of flame, slashed straight toward Jiang Ling's face. The other 6 martial lords attacked simultaneously. 7 powerful spiritual energy assaults descended like a raging storm, completely sealing off all escape routes around Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed as the chaos power within him surged to its peak. Though the first 2 tiers of the Chaos Sutra were insufficient to forge a chaos body, they had granted him mastery over certain subtle applications of chaos power. As his bloodline and cultivation techniques surged to their fullest, a hazy gray chaos energy swirled around his body, forming a thin protective barrier. His feet shifted like shifting sand, his form as elusive as willow catkins in the wind, weaving nimbly through the gaps in the relentless barrage. Clang! 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 The Grand Emperor's sword clashed repeatedly with his opponent's weapon. Each collision sent a numbing shock through his arms, yet the chaos power always deftly absorbed most of the impact. Simultaneously, each strike left a new notch in the enemy's weapon. There's something wrong with his sword. The Jiang family must have spared no expense, a martial sovereign remarked coldly. Indeed, even my divine artifact can't gain the upper hand. Another echoed, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. Well then, gentlemen, let's settle this, whoever kills Jiang Ling first gets the sword. Jiang Quang shouted with a savage grin. No objections. Several responded, swiftly charging toward Jiang Ling. A whole pack of you. Jiang Ling cursed. You're still after my sword? Spotting an opening, he swung the Grand Emperor's sword in a streak of gray light, striking precisely at Jiang Quang's wrist. Oomph. Trivial tricks. Jiang Quang was ready, twisting his wrist to parry with his blade while simultaneously kicking toward Jiang Ling's midsection. Jiang Ling used the force to leap backward, evading the vicious kick, only to be seized upon by another martial sovereign who delivered a heavy punch to his left shoulder. Put. Jiang Ling grunted, searing pain shooting through his left shoulder as his chaos shield dimmed noticeably. Yet his gaze remained unwavering. Using the momentum of his retreat, he swept his blade backward, forcing the pursuing opponent back and barely stabilizing his position. No wonder the Yi family fears him. He's got some real skill to make us all gang up on him. A martial sovereign from Chengdu University sneered coldly, his whip lashing out like a venomous snake once more. Jiang Ling faced mounting pressure as the 7 martial lords coordinated flawlessly, launching relentless assaults. Their raw power was one thing, but their combat experience proved equally formidable. Before he could fully defend, multiple wounds quickly appeared on his body. What truly gripped his heart was the aura of that martial sovereign lurking in the shadows, perpetually locked onto him. It hung over his head like a sharp blade, demanding he remain utterly vigilant, always reserving strength for defense. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei, wielding his heavy sword, was locked in fierce combat with 2 level 45 martial emperors. His swordplay was bold and sweeping, powerful and forceful. Though his cultivation level was slightly inferior, his fearless tenacity allowed him to exchange blows evenly with his opponents. The clang of heavy blades echoed with a deep, resonant force, each clash sending tremors through the ground. Muyu, meanwhile, faced off against 3 level 42 martial empresses. Her swordplay was light and agile, like fireflies dancing beneath the moonlight. She evaded her opponent's attacks at the last possible moment. As the sword light flickered, several shallow wounds appeared on the female martial emperor's bodies. Though not severe, they fueled her rage, making her attacks even more fierce. Yian, facing the combined assault of 2 level 40 martial emperors, remained remarkably composed. His footwork was eerily unpredictable, seemingly slow, yet effortlessly evading their combined encirclement. The phantom of a thunder dragon coiled around him, his footsteps as unpredictable as a thunderclap. His occasional counterattacks appeared light and effortless, yet carried the thunderous might of 1,000 pounds. Other students from the Jingda Martial God Academy fought their own battles. Though peril loomed at every turn, not a single one retreated. Viewers watching the live broadcast were left speechless. Holy crap! Jiang Ling and his team were clearly an entire realm lower on average, yet they'd managed to hold out this long? Jiang Ling is actually fighting back against 7 martial lords. This is insane. Muyu's swordplay is breathtaking. Jiang Lei is ferocious. And that Yian is formidable too. Are all these students from Jingda Martial God Academy this strong? Facing martial emperors above level 40, they haven't collapsed immediately. On the VIP platform, Yi's face darkened. Staring at the murky energy swirling around Jiang Ling's body on the screen, his brows furrowed. What exactly was this power? How could it allow him to endure the assault of 7 martial lords for so long? Ying Tian's eyes flashed with sharp light, tinged with pride and concern. Good lad, you haven't disappointed. But your opponent is simply too formidable. As time passed, the battlefield's dynamics slowly shifted. The gap in cultivation between martial sovereigns and martial emperors proved insurmountable, especially when Jiang Ling faced 7 martial sovereigns. Zhang Kuang and his allies grew increasingly adept, their coordination sharpening with each exchange. Jiang Ling's wounds multiplied, his chaos power drained rapidly, and his breathing grew increasingly labored. Though the hidden martial sovereign level expert hadn't directly intervened, he unleashed disruptive attacks at critical moments, forcing Jiang Ling to endure a direct strike from a martial sovereign to block this ambush. The situation for the others was no better. Jiang Ling fought valiantly, but his strength waned after prolonged combat. His opponent seized an opening, slashing his thigh with a sword and instantly slowing his movements. Muyu's spiritual energy was severely depleted, her movements no longer as agile as before. Forced back by her opponent, she sustained a fresh wound on her arm. Yi Yan's opponent was lower ranked than the other two. Though he remained composed, facing the relentless pressure from 2 martial emperors, beads of sweat now glistened on his forehead. The other students were all at a disadvantage, some already badly injured, relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. It seemed the end was near. In the spectator area, the Yi family members watched the screens, cold smiles curling their lips. That Jiang Ling and the others had lasted this long was already a miracle. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. Supporters of Jiang Ling wore grave expressions, many shaking their heads in resignation. The opponents are too powerful. With 7 martial lords attacking simultaneously and a martial sovereign lurking in the shadows, even a god couldn't save them. Within the secret realm, Jiang Ling was struck again by the combined attack of 2 martial lords. His body flew backward like a... He struggled to rise, his entire body throbbing with pain, his spiritual energy flowing sluggishly. Zhang Kuang watched the battered Jiang Ling and burst into maniacal laughter. Jiang Ling, aren't you supposed to be so formidable? Now you look like a beaten dog. Your so-called talent is nothing special after all. One of the martial lords advanced with a savage grin, spiritual energy gathering in his palm. Surrender now, at least you'll get to keep your body intact. On the external broadcast screens, all viewers held their breath. Watching Jiang Ling and his peers from Jingda Martial Arts Academy gradually overwhelmed, perhaps even facing total annihilation, many wore expressions of regret. The power gap is too vast, this isn't fair at all. Why didn't Jinghua send our upperclassmen? Jiang Ling and his team have done remarkably well. Any other squad would have crumbled long ago. Sigh, looks like the Martial God Academy is really going down in the secret realm this year. Amidst the murmurs, a sense of gloom began to spread. Zhang Kuang raised his long sword, poised to deliver the final blow to Jiang Ling. Many Jinghua students had already covered their eyes. Chapter 131, Mythic Tier Martial Skill. The air in the spectator area seemed to freeze, a profound silence settling over the crowd. On the giant screen, Zhang Kuang's blade was less than an inch from Jiang Ling's throat. The icy glint of the blade sent a chill down the spine. Spectators on the stands held their breath, many unconsciously clenching their fists until their knuckles turned white. Ying Tian sat on the VIP platform, his fingers tapping the armrest absent-mindedly. The martial god of the mystic dragon had always remained unflappable in peril. Yet now, a flicker of unease flickered in his eyes. To Ying Tian, the 7 surges of martial sovereign-level spiritual energy felt like dark clouds gathering overhead, while Jiang Ling's aura had grown so faint it was nearly impossible to detect. It's over. Suppressed chuckles rose from the VIP section where the Yi family sat. Yi Ping's fingers trembled slightly as he held his teacup, not from nervousness, but from excitement. Oh my, if Zhang Kuang lands that strike, the Jiang family's soul heir will be finished. You! Wang Peng leapt to his feet, pointing at him, but ultimately said nothing. At that critical moment, Jiang Ling on the screen suddenly moved. His once dull eyes suddenly blazed with dazzling golden light, like 2 stars igniting in the night sky. His head, which had been bowed, slowly lifted, and a cold smile curved his lips. Damn it, I've been pretending like this, and the hidden martial sovereign still hasn't shown up? He really knows how to hide. As spiritual energy erupted violently within him, the dormant power of his bloodline erupted like a volcano dormant for 10,000 years. Golden and azure streams of light surged across his body, forming visible vortexes of spiritual energy. Ancestral Dragon Sunlight. Jiang Ling's voice echoed through the screen, causing Yi Ping's expression to darken. In contrast, Ying Tian and the others' expressions brightened instantly, their eyes filled with scorn as they looked at them. The space behind Jiang Ling suddenly warped as the shadowy form of a 3-legged golden crow flapped its wings, ready to take flight. Immediately after, a resplendent sun materialized out of thin air. Golden light spread outward like a tidal wave, instantly forming a vast domain with a diameter of 100 meters. Zhang Kuang's long sword, wielded with absolute certainty, struck the golden light barrier. It felt like plunging into viscous amber. The blade trembled violently but could not advance a single inch. What? The savage grin froze on Zhang Kuang's face. He could feel the spiritual energy attack he'd painstakingly gathered rapidly dissolving within the golden light, as if ice and snow met the scorching sun. On the viewing platform, Jianghua, who had been resting with eyes closed, slowly opened them. Turning to the stunning Tian beside him, his tone was calm yet tinged with unmistakable pride. See? These brats have already played all their trump cards. Yet Jiang Ling hasn't even used a single genuine martial technique yet. The words exploded like thunder across the spectator area. Only then did everyone belatedly realize, from being surrounded to his defense just now, Jiang Ling had truly relied solely on basic footwork and sheer spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught without deploying a single proper martial technique. Just imagine how terrifying he'd be if he really got going. Dragon Might! Jiang Ling's second shout followed immediately. With his low command, a colossal ancestral dragon's phantom rose behind him, its scales distinct, its whiskers trailing, golden vertical pupils coldly surveying the battlefield. The intangible dragon's might crushed down like tangible force. The 7 martial lords and the martial emperor battling others felt their blood freeze instantly, their spiritual energy flow abruptly stifled, even breathing becoming excruciatingly difficult. Thud! One martial sovereign's legs buckled first, forcing him to kneel uncontrollably. Terror etched his face. Bloodline suppression? Impossible. My bloodline trembles. What kind of bloodline is this? Though the other 6 martial lords forced themselves to remain standing, their faces were as pale as paper, their power brutally suppressed. They could distinctly sense an insurmountable bloodline chasm between themselves and Jiang Ling, like a gazelle facing a tiger, inherently at an absolute disadvantage. Not bad, still holding on. Then let's try this. Ancestor of all beasts. Jiang Ling gave them no chance to catch their breath as the third martial technique followed immediately. As his words fell, a golden-hued, sacred Qilin apparition stepped forth from behind the ancestral dragon's form. It radiated a gentle yet unyielding divine light that intertwined with the ancestral dragon's aura, instantly enveloping the entire arena with a profound sense of submission that emanated from the depths of their souls. The 7 martial lords were simultaneously thrown into turmoil. The murderous intent in their eyes dissipated like smoke scattered by a fierce wind, replaced by indescribable terror and reverence. What is this thing? How many bloodlines does he possess? Zhang Kuang bit down hard on his tongue, using the pain to stay lucid. How could he possibly wield nothing but mythical martial arts? The spectators in the viewing area erupted into complete frenzy, cries of astonishment rising in waves. All mythical tier martial arts. Absolutely mythical tier. Ancestral dragon bloodline. Far beyond that, how many bloodlines does he possess? And there are illusions of the golden crow and the Qilin. What kind of talent is this? Wang Peng on the VIP platform sucked in a sharp breath, his gaze toward Ying Tian filled with utter shock. Little Ling, is he this powerful now? Ying Tian gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on the screen. It's related to his bloodline, though I never imagined his martial skills would be this formidable too. His words were calm, yet the slight tremor in his voice betrayed his inner excitement. The current Jiang Ling was undeniably a peerless prodigy and his student. Jiang Ling launched his final assault. His right hand gripped the Grand Emperor's sword tightly as the bloodline of the mystic Dragon King erupted within him, intertwining with that of the ancestral dragon. Golden and silver dragon shadows coiled and swirled around the blade, the twin dragon sword. With a flick of his wrist, 2 dragon shadows shot from the blade, materializing into a golden and a black long sword. Radiance danced across their surfaces as they emitted a dragon-like roar. The twin blades crossed in midair, forming a cross. With a shrill scream that tore through space, they struck viciously toward the 7 martial lords. Defend! Defend now! Zhang Kuang roared, summoning his secret treasure, the divine shield. A vivid, fiery dragon coiled across the crimson shield, his most formidable defensive measure. The other 6 martial lords simultaneously unleashed their ultimate defenses: ice walls, earthen shields, whirlwinds, and thunder nets, weaving them into an impenetrable protective web. 10,000 dragon slash. Jiang Ling's gaze turned icy. His left hand clenched as the most primordial bloodline of the ancestral dragon within him boiled to a fever pitch. Behind him, the ancestral dragon's phantom roared, its maw snapping open as endless golden dragon shadows surged forth like a raging river. With a swift slash, 10,000 dragon shadows instantly coalesced into a golden sword intent that spanned the heavens and earth. Carrying a world-shattering might, it followed the twin dragon swords, crashing into the defensive net. Boom! The violent shockwaves caused the very screen to tremble. Is this really this year's freshman? Forget this group of show-offs. All mythic tier martial arts? 666. What else could this be but cheating? Exactly. We mere mortals would brag forever about an epic tier skill, yet he uses mythic tier techniques like basic attacks. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out first. Spider web-like cracks appeared on their defenses. The flame dragon let out a piercing wail and instantly disintegrated. Next, the ice wall melted, the earth shield shattered, and the whirlwind dispersed. The defensive web, painstakingly woven by 7 martial lords, shattered layer by layer like paper under the dual impact of Jiang Ling's mythical martial arts. Put! 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 Blood spurted simultaneously from their mouths as their bodies flew backward like kites whose strings had snapped, crashing heavily into tree trunks. The crisp crack of shattered bones rang out clearly. Deep, bone-exposing wounds covered the 7 martial sovereigns. Golden spiritual energy raged within the lacerations, relentlessly tearing at their bodies. Clearly, they had no strength left to resist. The golden light dissipated. Jiang Ling, leaning on the Grand Emperor's sword, stood panting in place. Sweat dripped from his chin as a faint smile tugged at his lips. Is that it? That's all they've got? Chapter 132, 4 Martial Sovereigns. 7 martial lords, gravely wounded and collapsed. The scene plunged the entire spectator area into a momentary deathly silence. The vast viewing hall, housing tens of thousands, fell completely quiet, broken only by the rustling of leaves and the wind transmitted through the broadcast screens. Seconds later, deafening cheers erupted like a tidal wave. He won. Jiang Ling won. Holy crap. He took on 7 martial lords single-handedly. Talk about an impressive feat. So what if he cheated? Our Jingda is the best. Thunderous applause erupted from the student spectator section. Students not participating in the match embraced each other in excitement, some even moved to tears. Meanwhile, the VIP box where the Yi family's 2 martial gods sat fell deathly silent. Yi Ping's teacup smashed onto the floor with a sharp crack, shards scattering far and wide. Unconscious of the mess, he stared fixedly at the screen, his face twisted in utter dismay. Yi Ping, what are you panicking about? Beside him, the gaunt-faced Yi Tian maintained a relatively composed expression, though his gaze was ruthlessly sharp. The real show is yet to come. What does your son think he's doing? Father taught me to maintain composure. I lost my temper. Yian, I'll deal with him properly. Within the secret realm, Jiang Ling paid no heed to the gravely wounded martial lords sprawled on the ground, nor did he strike them down. Leaning on his sword, he turned slowly, his gaze as sharp as a falcon's, locked firmly on a specific direction. That hidden Wu Zone aura from earlier was icy cold, like a coiled venomous snake poised to strike at any moment. Haven't you had enough of hiding? Like a rat. Jiang Ling's voice wasn't loud, yet it echoed clearly across the entire battlefield. The others quickly gathered around. Zhang Lei and Mu Yu supported each other, while Yi Hua staggered over. Every pair of eyes fixed warily on the depths of the dense forest. Though utterly exhausted themselves, seeing the look on Jiang Ling's face, they dared not relax even slightly. The air deep within the dense forest began to warp, and 4 figures slowly materialized like ghostly apparitions. Leading them was a gaunt youth clad in a faded gray robe, his eyes as sharp and predatory as an eagle's. To his left stood a burly, broad-shouldered man, while to his right was a woman of striking beauty, clad in crimson robes, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corners of her lips. The last figure was shrouded entirely in a black cloak, its features obscured. Only a heart-stopping aura of death emanated from it. The 4 stood shoulder to shoulder, each bearing distinct patterns on their foreheads that glowed faintly. Without a single unnecessary movement, they radiated an oppressive weight as heavy as mountains. Spiritual energy rippled outward like tangible waves, stirring fallen leaves on the ground without a breeze and staining the moonlight overhead a dusky gray. Bloodline divine patterns, sacred form. 4 martial sovereigns? The cheers from the spectator area abruptly ceased, replaced by incredulous gasps and furious roars. Shameful. Utterly shameful. Since when did the Grand Tournament permit martial sovereigns to participate in ambushes? Has the Yi family lost their minds? Mobilizing 4 martial sovereigns just to kill a student? The atmosphere on the podium instantly turned icy. Ying Tian slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. A phantom of a black dragon flickered behind him as his overwhelming martial god aura thickened the air around him. Yi Ping. What does your Yi family think it's doing? Withdraw them immediately. Or don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing him lose his composure like this, the crowd in the audience grew even more tense. Yi Ping, the Yi family's martial god, rose slowly, his face bearing not a trace of remorse but a maniacal grin. He smoothed his wrinkled collar, his voice echoing with madness. What are we doing? Cleaning house, of course. Those 2 he brought last time were nothing but trouble. What if next time they aren't so easy to get rid of? Pointing at Jiang Ling on the screen, his voice grew louder, like a raving madman. Only by eliminating him can Blue Star find peace. Even if it means deploying 4 martial sovereigns, or paying any price, it's worth it. Today, he dies. No one can stop me. Dare you? Jiang Guo's spiritual energy erupted violently. A phantom azure dragon coiled upward, enveloping the entire podium in terrifying pressure. Yi Ping, if you so much as touch a hair on his head, my Jiang family will make your Yi family pay 100-fold price. Come on then. Who's afraid of whom? Yi Ping showed no sign of backing down, his own martial god aura erupting around him. If you've got the guts, break into the secret realm and kill them now. I'll see which comes first, your grandson dying or your portal opening. The spectators in the viewing area erupted in fury, their shouts of rage surging like a tidal wave toward the Yi family's VIP section. Madman. The Yi family has lost their minds. Is there no one to stop them? Who would? Below a martial god, all are mere ants. Laws and decrees are nothing but empty words. Yet regardless of the fury outside, the 4 martial sovereigns within the secret realm had already moved. They walked slowly toward Jiang Ling, each step feeling like they were trampling on everyone's hearts. The oppressive aura of martial sovereigns weighed like tangible boulders, crushing Jiang Ling and the others beneath it, making every breath excruciatingly difficult. It's over. Some spectators closed their eyes in despair. With these 4 martial sovereigns, Jiang Ling truly had no hope this time. Indeed, the martial sovereign realm represented a qualitative leap. Before reaching it, practitioners merely borrowed the power of their bloodlines. Upon ascending to martial sovereign, they could truly merge with their bloodline essence, even unlocking a sacred form that vastly enhanced their combat prowess. Some prodigies could even transform into divine beasts. How could anyone possibly fight against that? What a waste, such extraordinary talent, destined to perish like this. On the dais, Jiang Gui and Ying Tian had already begun forming seals together. Complex runes swirled before them as powerful spatial energy began to coalesce. The two prepared to forcibly open the secret realm passage. Ying Tian spoke at breakneck speed. The portal will take at least 3 minutes to stabilize. Wang Peng, hold off those two from the Yi family for us. Wang Peng's forehead veins bulged as he accelerated toward the Yi family duo. Damn it! How dare you do this to my son? I'll kill you both. Once the secret realm is opened, it must not be interrupted. I'll see who dares break the rules with me here. A cold snort echoed, instantly crushing Wang Peng's martial god aura and shattering the spatial passage just opened by Ying Tian and Jiang Gui. You! Jiang Gui, who had remained composed until now, his face dark as ink, fixed his gaze on the figure in the air. I, Lin Zhantian, am the final line of defense for Great Xia. He descended slowly from the sky, his overwhelming aura blanketing the entire arena. Continue observing. No further interference in the grand competition. Wang Peng's clenched fists creaked with tension. He took a step forward, ready to strike, but Jiang Gui gently pulled him back. Xiao Peng, wait a moment. Hearing this, Wang Peng exploded. Uncle Jiang. How can we wait? Xiao Ling doesn't possess the sacred form. He stands no chance against a martial sovereign. Let alone 4 of them. I know, don't worry. But... Jiang Gui slowly pulled out 2 scrolls. With those 2 here, what's the harm in waiting a little longer? Wang Peng stared in astonishment. Uncle Jiang, you mean? Exactly. So Xiao Peng, hold your fire. Unless absolutely necessary, those 2 don't wish to intervene in Blue Star's affairs. Chapter 133, what is that thing? Wang Peng snorted coldly, shot a frosty glance at the Yi family duo and Lin Zhantian, then returned to his seat. The scenes from the secret realm were still being broadcast. The 4 martial sovereigns did not launch their attack immediately. Positioned at the 4 cardinal directions, they simultaneously formed hand seals while chanting incantations. As their incantations echoed, crimson, white, azure, and black light surged from their bodies, weaving together in the air to form a colossal 4 symbols formation. The space at the formation's center began violently warping, emitting cracking sounds as if straining under unbearable pressure. What were they doing? Ying Tian's brow furrowed deeply, a powerful sense of unease rising within him. The spatial fissure at the array's center widened relentlessly. An aura far more terrifying than the combined might of the 4 martial sovereigns, like a primordial colossus awakening from slumber, slowly seeped out from the crack. This aura was cold, terrifying, and filled with a madness that threatened to destroy everything, causing everyone who sensed it to tremble from the depths of their souls. Roar! A deafening roar shook the heavens and earth, as if it could shatter eardrums. A massive claw, covered in pitch-black scales that glinted with a metallic coldness along their edges, emerged from the fissure. Immediately after, a colossal form emerged from the fissure. Resembling a giant wolf, it measured over 10 meters in length, yet bore a lion-like mane. A curved, solitary horn protruded from its forehead, dripping with dark red fluid. Its eyes burned with blood-red flames, as molten as lava. Most terrifying was its jaws. When opened, they resembled the gaping maw of an abyss, revealing a dense forest of fangs. Viscous saliva dripped incessantly from its mouth, corroding the ground beneath and releasing sizzling white smoke. This was the sky-devouring Ho. A demon beast of at least Beast Emperor tier. How could anyone fight this? Moreover, this demon beast specifically counters dragon bloodlines. Jiang Ling. The sky-devouring beast. The ancient, legendary fiend that feeds on dragons. The moment it appeared, the spiritual energy throughout the entire secret realm erupted violently, forming visible vortexes that were swallowed whole by its massive jaws. Though the ancestral dragon blood within Jiang Ling remained uninhibited, the dragon's aura visibly weakened its suppressing effect on the others. The spectator area fell completely silent. All eyes fixed on the screen, staring speechless at the beast that resembled an apocalyptic demon god. Many spectators who had been filled with righteous indignation moments ago now turned ashen-faced. Several timid female viewers even covered their eyes, unable to bear watching the screen any longer. The expressions of Jiang Gui and his companions on the VIP platform darkened once more. Boundless fury left them speechless. Ying Tian's voice was dry, laced with disbelief and despair. Tuntan Tianhua, they actually dared to summon such a thing? Jiang Gui's clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. Staring fixedly at the beast licking its claws on the screen, his voice rasped, a peak martial saint suppressing the dragon clan? You're asking for my grandson's death. Yi Ping watched the swallowing heaven beast silhouette on the screen, his eyes burning with maniacal delight. He then feigned outrage. How dare they summon such a beast? This is outrageous. Once they emerge, they will face severe punishment. The swallowing heaven beast's roar echoed through the dense forest. Its primordial, savage aura spread outward like a tangible tidal wave, radiating from its center. Jiang Ling, who had been struggling to stay upright moments before, now felt as if an invisible giant hand had slammed him to the ground. His knees slammed heavily against the stone slab, producing a dull thud. His usually smiling face was now deathly pale, veins bulging on his forehead as he endured unimaginable pressure. What's happening? Jiang Ling's teeth chattered uncontrollably. The bloodline within him, reputed to surpass even mythical levels, now felt like a frozen river utterly stagnant, incapable of even the slightest flow. He could feel it clearly, the vast gap in cultivation levels, like some overpowering force that suppressed all living beings. No matter how noble your bloodline, before it, you were no more than an ant. The other students fared even worse. They were pinned to the ground by the sheer weight of the pressure, their cheeks pressed against the cold earth, lacking even the strength to lift their heads. Even Mu Yu wore a look of utter terror. Her sword was now planted in the ground, its blade trembling violently and emitting a mournful hum, as if it might snap at any moment. Across the entire battlefield, only Jiang Ling remained standing. His knees bent slightly, his feet sinking half an inch into the earth. His face was equally pale, yet his eyes burned with an astonishing intensity. The ancestral dragon blood within him raged wildly, colliding fiercely with the malevolent aura of the heaven-devouring beast. Each collision sent his blood surging, a metallic taste rising in his throat. The swallowing heaven beast lowered its head, its blood-red pupils sweeping over the figures on the ground before finally settling on Jiang Ling. A bloodthirsty gleam flashed in its eyes, as if it had locked onto its prey. Yet it did not attack immediately. Instead, it crouched like a black mountain, its suffocating pressure pinning Jiang Ling in place. Clearly, it intended to watch him slowly bleed out. It was biding its time and testing him. Watching from the sidelines, Ing Tian instantly grasped the swallowing heaven beast's intent, his expression darkening further. This beast had truly become a demon. Jiang Ling grasped this too, his heart sinking. He glanced at his immobilized comrades on the ground, then at the four martial sovereigns closing in step by step. His grip tightened on the Grand Emperor's sword in his hand. This sword possessed terrifying power, yet its wielding was exceedingly unstable. Since Bai Zhishui had placed restrictions on it, he had been using it as an ordinary artifact. But at this moment, it seemed he must unleash its true power. Kid, stop struggling. The gaunt man at the front licked his parched lips, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Getting four martial sovereigns to attack you simultaneously, plus a swallowing heaven beast? You've got plenty to be proud of. Die! The crimson-clad woman shrieked, launching the first strike. As her spiritual energy erupted, a fiery red fox apparition materialized behind her. Nine tails swayed behind it, radiating an aura capable of scorching the heavens and obliterating the earth. This was her bloodline's sacred form, the very essence of a martial sovereign's transformation. Roar! The burly man with a bear-like build erupted as well, a black bear phantom materializing behind him. His muscles bulged like coiled springs, his aura raging, each step making the ground tremble. The gaunt man and the black-robed figure simultaneously activated their sacred forms. Behind the old man loomed a colossal scorpion apparition, its venomous stinger flickering with an eerie blue glow. Behind the cloaked figure swirled a chaotic mist, its form indistinct yet radiating a deathly aura that sent shivers down the spine. With all four martial sovereigns activating their sacred stances simultaneously, their combat power surged exponentially. For formidable auras intertwined, forming a pressure infinitely more terrifying than the combined might of the seven martial sovereigns before, bearing down on Jiang Ling. Spectators in the viewing area held their breath in terror, many instinctively closing their eyes. Jiang Guo's hands clenched so tightly that faint cracks appeared on the scroll. He stood ready to summon those two beings at any moment. Chapter 134, Battling the Four Masters. At the critical moment, Jiang Ling moved. Instead of dodging, he gripped the Supreme Emperor's sword and slashed his own palm with its edge. Blood gushed forth instantly, dripping onto the blade of the Grand Emperor's sword. With vital blood as the catalyst, the Great Emperor's seal is broken. Jiang Ling's voice carried an ancient, majestic cadence. As his words fell, the blood droplets on the blade were instantly absorbed. The once dull blade of the Grand Emperor's sword suddenly erupted with dazzling golden light, unleashing an aura far more domineering and majestic than that of the swallowing heaven beast. Hum! The sword's resonance echoed across heaven and earth, like the command of an emperor from the nine heavens. A golden pillar of light shot skyward from the blade, tearing through the dark clouds above. Bathed in the golden radiance, intricate dragon patterns and imperial seals emerged upon the sword's surface. An overwhelming, world-dominating pressure radiated outward, centered on Jiang Ling. What is this aura? The four charging martial sovereigns paled visibly. They felt as if confronting a true emperor, their spiritual energy trembling uncontrollably within them. Yi Ping on the podium suddenly widened his eyes, his face etched with disbelief. What kind of weapon is this? It absolutely surpasses a divine artifact. Ing Tian was equally stunned. He sensed the supreme majesty contained within that aura, far surpassing ordinary divine weapons, an imperial weapon. He never imagined Jiang Ling possessed such a treasure. Seeing this, Jiang Guo slowly relaxed his grip. Within the secret realm, Jiang Ling held the Taiwan sword, now blazing with dazzling golden light, his gaze cold as ice as he stared at the four martial sovereigns. Damn it! This secret realm could only withstand so much power, he couldn't unleash the Taiwan sword's full might. A line from a movie he'd seen flashed through his mind, a resolute glint appearing in his eyes. If need be, I'll sink Central Plains. Though he lacked the sacred stance, the overwhelming pressure of the imperial weapon had already amplified his aura, making him no weaker than the 4 martial sovereigns who had activated their sacred stances. So what if they have divine weapons? We have 4 martial sovereigns. The gap in cultivation is irreparable. The gaunt man gritted his teeth and roared, forcing down his fear as he charged forward first. The scorpion's phantom venom-tipped stinger condensed a deep blue poison, its pungent, bloody stench shooting toward Jiang Ling. The crimson-robed woman, the burly black bear man, and the dark-cloaked figure followed closely behind. 4 distinct elemental attacks descended like a raging storm, sealing off Jiang Ling from all sides. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed. The Grand Emperor's sword in his hand transformed into a golden streak of light, striking precisely at the venomous needle. With a hiss, the poisonous needle instantly dissolved within the golden light. He used the momentum to leap backward, evading the burly man's massive fist while simultaneously slashing at the fox-shaped phantom of the red-clad woman. Clang! 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 The crisp clang of metal clashing rained down as Jiang Ling danced through the encirclement of the 4 martial sovereigns. Each swing of the Grand Emperor's sword carried an air of supreme authority, compelling the 4 martial sovereigns to remain utterly vigilant. They dared not even engage Jiang Ling head-on, for their weapons seemed as fragile as paper against the Ta Huang sword. What the hell is this thing? Stop trying to fight it head-on. Use ranged attacks. The 4 martial masters worked in perfect harmony, constantly shifting formations to trap Jiang Ling firmly in the center. Long-range attacks forced him into passive defense, unable to mount an effective counterattack. This can't go on, Jiang Ling thought to himself. Though the Grand Emperor's sword was formidable, he was now being held in check by 4 opponents. Without the boost of sacred stance, his spiritual energy was draining rapidly. If they kept dragging this out, he'd exhaust his spiritual energy before the swallowing heaven beast even had to act. He'd have to use it. Jiang Ling's eyes hardened as his left hand swiftly formed seals. He growled, "Imperial armor, manifest." As the words left his lips, a burst of blue light erupted from his chest, from which countless golden armor plates suddenly flew out. Like a swarm of bees responding to a call, they instantly assembled upon his body. From helmet to combat boots, a seamless golden armor covered his entire body, intricately carved with lifelike dragon patterns. Imperial armor. Divine weaponry from the beast-taming realm. The moment the armor was complete, an aura even more formidable than before erupted from Jiang Ling. His strength, speed, defense, and spiritual energy regeneration rate. All attributes surged tenfold under the Emperor's armor's enhancement. What? A tenfold increase in attributes? The 4 martial sovereigns were utterly stunned. They could distinctly sense Jiang Ling's aura skyrocketing once more, a world apart from the Jiang Ling they had just faced. The spectator area erupted once more with deafening shouts. What kind of artifact is that? So cool. Look at those guys' expressions, a tenfold surge in stats. That must be a divine weapon too, right? Just how many hidden cards does Jiang Ling have up his sleeve? Jiang Guo's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed slightly. A relieved smile spread across his face. Good lad, he actually has so many treasures on him. Jiang Ling, clad in the imperial armor, gripped the Grand Emperor's sword, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Double dragon sword. He launched the attack first, the Supreme Emperor's sword blazing with golden and black light as it slashed straight at the gaunt man at speed several times faster than before. No! The gaunt man's face paled in alarm as he hastily summoned the scorpion's phantom to defend. Clang! A thunderous clang echoed as the scorpion's phantom form shattered under the golden light. He grunted, staggering backward as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Ling pressed his advantage relentlessly. His form flickered like a ghostly apparition, appearing behind the crimson-clad woman. The Supreme Emperor's sword slashed out in a backhand strike. The red-clad woman spun around in haste to defend, only to be sent flying by the golden light, blood staining her lips as well. Jiang Ling then exchanged several blows with the burly black-clad man and the hooded figure. Empowered by the Emperor's armor's speed and strength, coupled with the Taiwan sword's overwhelming might, he not only held his own but gradually gained the upper hand. The 4 martial sovereigns were both shocked and enraged. They never imagined Jiang Ling possessed such a hidden trump card. But with matters having reached this point, they had no retreat. They could only grit their teeth and continue the assault. Golden light flashed throughout the secret realm. Energy shockwaves from clashing attacks toppled surrounding trees, leaving the battlefield in utter chaos. A martial emperor who had just broken through to the 40th level was now locked in a fierce, evenly matched battle against 4 martial sovereigns. Spectators in the viewing area stared in stunned silence. This completely shattered their expectations for the University Grand Competition. Was this the caliber of newcomers? In past tournaments, those in their 30s were considered peerless geniuses. While the world advancement had influenced their growth, their power was still terrifying. No one could have imagined that a student competition would escalate into such an earth-shattering battle. Jiang Lei, Mu Yu, and the others remained pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Yet their eyes brimmed with awe and excitement as they watched the figure clad in golden armor, wielding a golden sword, fighting valiantly amidst the encirclement of 4 martial sovereigns. The swallowing heaven beast crouched low, its blood-red pupils fixed intently on the battlefield. Though seemingly surprised by Jiang Ling's sudden display of power, it showed no intention of intervening. Instead, its aura of savage menace only grew more intense. It let out a low, guttural growl, the light in its eyes intensifying. Chapter 135, Dragon Transformation. Golden light and 4-colored spiritual radiance collided wildly within the dense forest, raising a sky-filling cloud of dust. Jiang Ling, clad in imperial armor and wielding the Grand Emperor's sword, stood unyielding amidst the assault of 4 martial sovereigns, like a rock in a raging sea. These men were truly troublesome. Was there no way out? Jiang Ling increased the force in his hands, sending the gaunt man flying. Though the imperial armor amplified his attributes tenfold, it also consumed spiritual energy at an exponential rate. Each swing of the Grand Emperor's sword felt like it was draining the spiritual energy from his body, leaving his arms numb and exhausted. This was precisely why Bai Zhishui had set up the restrictions back then. The higher the grade of a weapon, the greater the toll it exacted on its wielder. But that wasn't the crux of the matter. What truly made his heart race was the swallowing heaven beast lurking nearby, its eyes fixed on him like a predator's. The malevolent aura radiating from that beast clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, relentlessly eroding his resolve. At this rate, he would be drained to death sooner or later. Jiang Ling's eyes flickered as he rapidly searched his mind for a solution. He had to end this quickly. His gaze shifted, and his block against the burly bear man's massive fist was half a beat too slow. With a thunderous thud, the massive fist slammed squarely into his chest. The imperial armor erupted in a blinding golden light. Jiang Ling used the force of the impact to launch himself backward, spitting a mouthful of blood. He was done for. A flicker of triumph crossed the red-robed woman's eyes as she shrieked and closed in. The nine-tailed fox's phantom coalesced once more, its fiery aura threatening to incinerate the heavens as it lunged toward Jiang Ling. The god man, the burly bear-like man, and the cloaked figure followed closely behind, each wearing a triumphant smile. They could sense Jiang Ling's vitality rapidly fading. Clearly, he was on his last legs. Spectators in the viewing area held their breath in suspense. Wang Peng slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "Xiao Ling!" The 4 martial sovereigns positioned themselves strategically, the woman alone in one sector, the remaining 3 in another. Their faces lit up with triumphant grins as they simultaneously leapt forward, closing in on Jiang Ling. As he flew backward, Jiang Ling suddenly flashed a cold smile. Finally together. So close. See how you dodge this. With a flick of his left hand, 2 talismans radiating intense martial god pressure shot forth like streaks of light, each targeting one of the 4 martial sovereigns. Martial god talismans? The 4 martial sovereigns' expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with disbelieving terror. They never imagined Jiang Ling could possess such a long-lost artifact. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions erupted almost simultaneously as the 4 martial god talismans detonated the moment they struck the 4 martial sovereigns. 2 pillars of light, imbued with the might of the martial god, shot skyward, completely engulfing the 4 martial sovereigns. Piercing screams echoed within the beams, only to abruptly cease. As the light dissipated, only 4 charred corpses remained where they had stood, not even a trace of life left behind. 4 martial sovereigns instantly annihilated by Jiang Ling with just 2 talismans. The spectator area erupted in chaos. He killed them. He killed 4 martial sovereigns. What on earth was that? Its power was staggering. Holy crap! The martial god talisman. That's the long-lost martial god talisman. Jiang Ling is incredible. Zhang Guozhang on the VIP platform exhaled a long breath, a relieved smile spreading across his face. Ying Tian stared in astonishment. Just how many more treasures does this kid possess? Over at the Yi family's side, a deathly silence fell. The maniacal grin on Yi Ping's face froze, replaced by utter horror. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. This can't be. How could he possibly have the martial god talisman?" If Jiang Ling could mass-produce this artifact that quantifies a martial god's attack power, even with 2 martial gods in their Yi family, they wouldn't stand a chance. Jiang Ling leaned heavily on the Grand Emperor's sword, gasping for breath. The blow he had just endured was perilous. His defense had nearly depleted his last ounce of spiritual energy, and the luster of the imperial armor on his chest had dimmed considerably. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes held only sullen resolve. "The real enemy hasn't even moved yet," he murmured. Roar! The sky-devouring beast finally moved. It rose slowly, its 10-meter-long body resembling a black mountain. Its blood-red pupils locked onto Jiang Ling with deadly focus. As it rose, a malevolent aura several times more potent than before erupted, causing the air within the entire secret realm to seem to freeze solid. Jiang Ling and the others, still lying on the ground, groaned and passed out instantly. It's over. Despair washed over the spectators in the viewing area. The swallowing heaven beast was about to strike. Yi Ping's lips curled into a smirk. "Spend force," he thought. "Jiang Ling, let's see what you've got left to dodge this time." Jiang Ling gripped the Grand Emperor's sword tightly, summoning his last shred of spiritual energy. He could sense that the swallowing heaven beast's power far surpassed that of the previous 4 martial sovereigns, possibly approaching the martial god realm itself. Roar! The swallowing heaven beast let out a low growl, its form flickering like a ghostly apparition as it materialized before Jiang Ling. Its massive claws, carrying a gale that tore through space, slammed toward him. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply as he strained every ounce of strength to hold the Grand Emperor's sword horizontally before him. Clang! A deafening crash echoed. An unimaginable force surged through him, nearly wrenching the Grand Emperor's sword from his grasp. Jiang Ling flew backward like a crack. The ancient tree snapped in two. Jiang Ling struggled to crawl out from the pile of debris, spitting out a mouthful of blood as his hands trembled. So powerful. Jiang Ling's heart was filled with shock. This was the first time he had ever faced such a terrifying opponent. The swallowing heaven beast's strength, speed, and defense far exceeded his expectations, and it wasn't even affected by his bloodline suppression. The swallowing heaven beast gave Jiang Ling no chance to catch his breath, lunging at him once more. Its massive jaws opened, unleashing a powerful suction that threatened to pull Jiang Ling's entire body in. 10,000 Dragon Slash. Jiang Ling roared with fury, channeling every ounce of strength into the Taiwan sword, unleashing countless golden sword chi. The sword chi, carrying the majesty of a ruler commanding the heavens, struck toward the swallowing heaven beast's gaping maw. Whoosh! The golden sword energy was swallowed whole by the swallowing heaven beast, inflicting no damage whatsoever. My cultivation is still too low, Jiang Ling thought, a wave of helplessness washing over him. He had already played all his trump cards, yet he couldn't even breach the swallowing heaven beast's defenses. He could only rely on the might of the Grand Emperor's sword to engage in close combat with the beast. But the swallowing heaven beast, possessing sentience, recognized the sword's extraordinary nature and consistently avoided direct collisions with its strikes. The battle was turning into a one-sided slaughter. Jiang Ling was beaten into submission, his imperial armor showing signs of disintegration as blood gushed from his mouth. His consciousness began to blur, the physical pain numbing his senses. The swallowing heaven beast opened its massive jaws once more, its bloodthirsty aura assaulting his senses. A primal urge to survive compelled him to raise the Grand Emperor's sword before him, simultaneously summoning the last shred of strength coursing through his veins. Sizzle! The swallowing heaven beast's fangs struck the Grand Emperor's sword, sparks flying everywhere. The fangs shattered as Jiang Ling swung with all his might, the blade's edge slicing open a wound at the corner of the swallowing heaven beast's eye. A drop of pitch-black blood seeped from the wound, dripping onto the Taiwan sword. Hum! The Supreme Emperor's sword suddenly erupted with an intense golden light, absorbing the drop of blood. Immediately afterward, a pure and overpowering bloodline force surged through the Supreme Emperor's sword into Jiang Ling's body. Ah! Jiang Ling let out a pained yet exhilarated roar. This swallowing heaven Qilin was actually a direct descendant of an ancient divine beast. Though its bloodline power was savage, under the transformation of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, it had become the purest energy, surging into every limb and bone of his body. A wholly new power erupted from the depths of his bloodline. Due to the absorption of too many disparate bloodlines, the martial skill that had remained dormant despite breaking through level 40 was now comprehended. Divine martial skill, Dragon Transformation. Jiang Ling's body underwent astonishing transformations. Golden dragon scales emerged beneath his skin, jagged dragon horns sprouted from his head, a pair of massive dragon wings unfurled from his back, and dazzling scales covered his arms. An aura several times more powerful than when he had previously activated the imperial armor erupted from his body. This was his divine form, Dragon Transformation. What? Divine form. What level is he even at? This was utterly defying the heavens. Unheard of. His combat power must have increased at least several-fold. Spectators in the viewing area were once again rendered speechless by the shock. Staring at the half-human, half-dragon figure on the screen, their hearts were filled with nothing but boundless awe. This swallowing heaven Qilin bloodline was no ordinary affair. Jiang Ling had truly turned misfortune into fortune. With the sacred stance activated, all of Jiang Ling's attributes skyrocketed tenfold once more. Combined with the imperial armor's amplification, his power had reached terrifying heights. The swallowing heaven beast sensed the aura erupting from Jiang Ling and, for the first time, a look of apprehension flashed in its eyes. It sensed that this human before it had undergone a transformation after absorbing its bloodline power, becoming even more terrifying. Jiang Ling flapped his massive dragon wings, hovering in midair. His golden pupils fixed intently on the swallowing heaven beast, a cold curve lifting at the corners of his mouth. Now, it was his turn. Chapter 136, The New Martial God. Golden energy swirled in the air, coalescing into sparks of flame. Jiang Ling hovered mid-air, the turbulent currents from his flapping dragon wings sending pebbles tumbling across the ground. The dual amplifications of the divine dragon transformation and the imperial armor made his aura overwhelmingly powerful. The Supreme Emperor's sword in his hand radiated an unprecedented brilliant glow. The swallowing heaven beast crouched on the ground, a low growl rumbling from its throat. Its blood-red pupils brimmed with alertness and a hint of barely perceptible panic. It sensed that this human, who moments ago had been utterly dominated by it, was now steadily draining its bloodline power. It was a ferocious beast, and this man was no saint either. Roar! The swallowing heaven beast launched its attack first. Its 10-meter-long body leapt like a black lightning bolt, charging at Jiang Ling with a murderous aura that threatened to devour everything in its path. Its massive jaws snapped open, revealing rows of sharp fangs. But it was painfully obvious its speed wasn't as swift as before. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed, and he chose not to evade. He flapped his dragon wings, charging straight toward the swallowing heaven beast while channeling the spiritual energy it had bestowed into the Supreme Emperor's sword. 10,000 Dragon Slash. The sword's resonance carried the majestic roar of a dragon, erupting in a blinding golden light. Countless golden dragon shadows surged forth from the blade like a raging river, crashing toward the swallowing heaven beast with world-shattering might. A world apart from the previous 10,000 Dragon Slash. Boom! Man and beast collided violently in midair. Golden dragon shadows and black, malevolent aura violently intertwined and annihilated each other. The resulting shockwave of energy made the entire secret realm tremble, scattering the clouds in the sky. Spectators in the viewing area clenched their fists tightly, eyes glued to the screens, holding their breath in tense anticipation. Zhang Guo and Ning Tian on the VIP platform, along with the two Yi family members and Lin Zhantian, all stood up, their eyes glued to the screen, afraid to miss a single detail. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as a fissure appeared in the pitch-black scales covering the swallowing heaven beast. It let out a pained roar as its strength steadily waned, while the golden sword she seemed endless. This was all its power. With a wailing roar, the swallowing heaven beast was sent flying backward, kicking up thick dust. Die, beast! Jiang Ling gave it no chance to catch its breath. With a flap of his dragon wings, he charged forward once more. The Grand Emperor's sword, radiant with golden light like a blazing sun, relentlessly struck at the swallowing heaven beast's vital points. The swallowing heaven beast fought back frantically, unleashing its massive claws, fangs, and tail whip. It exhausted every offensive tactic, yet against Jiang Ling's bizarre techniques, these assaults grew increasingly feeble. Scales shattered across its body, wounds multiplied, and black blood stained the ground crimson. Roar! The swallowing heaven beast let out a desperate roar, unleashing its final surge of malevolent energy, determined to take Jiang Ling down with it. Jiang Ling's eyes sharpened, recognizing this as the swallowing heaven beast's final struggle. He drew a deep breath, clenched his fists, and unleashed a terrifying suction force that radiated from his entire body. Golden light blazed around him, making him resemble a miniature sun. Bring it on! Jiang Ling growled, driving the Grand Emperor's sword deep into the sky-devouring beast's forehead. Thud! Golden light shot skyward as the swallowing heaven beast's gathered malevolent energy abruptly dissipated. Golden cracks spread from its brow across its entire body. Its body convulsed violently several times. The blood-red pupils gradually lost their luster. The massive frame collapsed to the ground like a puppet whose strings had snapped. The battle ended. Jiang Ling hovered mid-air, gasping for breath. His dragon form slowly faded, and the Emperor's armor dimmed to a faint glow before gradually disintegrating. The Grand Emperor's sword clattered to the ground. Unable to hold himself up any longer, he plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, face up. The spectator area erupted in thunderous cheers. He actually won? Jiang Ling is incredible. A martial emperor battling a martial saint? That's cheating. Zhang Guo and Ning Tian both wore relieved smiles, while Wang Peng was so overcome with emotion that tears streamed down his aged face, which he discreetly wiped away. Over on the Yi family side, a deathly silence fell. Yi Ping slumped in his chair, his face ashen. Humph, useless. I knew it. Lin Zhantian snorted coldly, shooting Yi Ping a glance that flashed with icy disdain. It's over. Everything's over. If Jiang Ling gets out. Yi Ping's face darkened, his voice trembling. Relax, Jiang Ling won't get out. Beside him, Yi Tian sneered coldly, his fists clenched tightly. Brother Jiang, you're just too cool. Everyone thought this heart-pounding battle had finally concluded. Within the secret realm, students began bandaging their wounds when suddenly, a sound of spatial distortion echoed. A figure emerged like a ghost from the spatial rift, slowly settling beside Jiang Ling. It was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. His features were unremarkable, yet he exuded a heart-stopping aura of authority. Behind him, a radiant ring of light rotated slowly, within which faint, roaring illusions flickered. Celestial phenomena swirled around him. The martial god's creation. Zhang Lei, who had been knocked back, exclaimed in utter shock and terror. The ring behind the man, along with the swirling phenomena within it, was the very emblem of the martial god, the mark of a martial god. This man is at the martial god realm. The martial god? The cheers from the spectator area abruptly fell silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. On the VIP platform, Zhang Gui and Ning Tian's expressions darkened. Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Even counting Mu Zhaoxue, the Great Xia Empire only had 8 registered martial gods. Who was this man? Yi Tian sat firmly in his chair, a sinister grin suddenly spreading across his face. Haha, we still have a backup plan. Jiang Ling. Can you dodge this move? Lin Zhantian instantly grasped the situation, feigning anger. Yi Tian. This is your Yi family's doing. This person is a fake martial god you conjured using forbidden techniques. Such a monumental matter, and you didn't even consult us. Yi Ping offered no denial, his tone falsely apologetic. Old Lin, please forgive us. This martial god was born through immense resources expended by our Yi family. Though slightly weaker than a legitimate martial god, he is indeed one. Beast. His eyes bulged with fury as the power of the martial god erupted violently within him. The martial god's divine energy coalesced behind him, preparing to forcefully break through the secret realm. Release my son. Within the secret realm, the pseudo-war god slowly bent down, reaching out to grab the unconscious Jiang Ling from the ground. However, his attention was diverted by Jiang Lei's attack. An interesting little rat, he murmured, gathering spiritual energy in his hand, ready to strike Jiang Lei. Just then, a blood-soaked hand suddenly seized his ankle. Jiang Ling. Jiang Lei cried out anxiously, his eyes filled with worry. Oh ho, still got some fight left? The man seemed somewhat surprised, folding his arms with interest as he looked at Jiang Ling. With great effort, Jiang Ling lifted his head. His face was as pale as paper, blood still wet at the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes remained astonishingly bright. He stared at the martial god before him, mustering his last ounce of strength to pick up the Grand Emperor's sword from the ground. Leaning on the sword, he slowly rose to his feet. His body shook violently, threatening to collapse at any moment, yet he still positioned himself in front of the unconscious Jiang Lei, Mu Yu, and the others. As if he intended to use his shattered body to carve out a small, fragile safe zone for them. War god? What the hell are you? Jiang Ling's voice was hoarse and faint, yet it carried a stubborn defiance. The man stared at the youth before him clearly at the end of his rope, yet still refusing to fall. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes before being replaced by cold, murderous intent. He raised his foot, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of a martial god, and kicked viciously toward Jiang Ling. Ying Tian and Wang Peng moved faster. The spatial rift had already torn open a passage, and their figures were about to surge into the secret realm. But it seemed all was too late. The man's foot was mere inches from Jiang Ling's chest. Jiang Ling could even feel the terrifying pressure, powerful enough to crush him. Was this the might of a martial god? If that strike landed solidly, he would die without a doubt. Chapter 137, On the Brink of Death. The pseudo-war god slowly withdrew his foot from Jiang Ling's chest, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Killing you like this would be too boring. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ling was instantly sent flying backward. Like a puppet whose strings had snapped, he crashed to the ground with a dull thud. Jiang Ling's imperial armor had long since shattered, and the Grand Emperor's sword had slipped from his grasp, now glinting faintly in the grass several meters away. Cough, cough. This hurts like hell. How does a martial god fight? Jiang Ling lay sprawled on the ground, coughing violently. Each breath tore at his wounds, bringing excruciating pain. He tried to push himself up, but his arms went limp the moment he exerted force. Darkness swirled before his eyes, his consciousness flickering like a candle in the wind. His spiritual energy had completely dissipated. Even the Chaos Sutra refused to circulate, and his bloodline lay dormant as still as stagnant water. The man walked slowly toward him, towering over him with a cold glint in his eyes, a look of indifference, like a cat toying with a mouse. A Jiang family scion, and this is all you've got? He lifted his foot and pressed it lightly against Jiang Ling's back. A crisp crack echoed the sound of more ribs snapping. Ah! Jiang Ling let out a stifled cry of pain as sweat mixed with blood soaked into the mud beneath him. Jiang Lei came to, clenching his teeth so hard his gums bled. His blood raged within him, yet he couldn't even twitch a finger. The other students were utterly helpless. Their classmate was enduring inhuman torment right before their eyes, yet they could do nothing. Isn't that scum Wang Taohai? How did he become a martial god? Jiang Gua stared at the man for a long moment before speaking coldly. Wang Taohai? Ying's face darkened. Shouldn't he have been killed long ago? How could this be? Both men turned to Yi Tian, their eyes filled with shock and fury. You dare harbor such a vile criminal? Ha! Cherishing talent is merely a time-honored virtue of the Yi family. The man seemed to revel in this atmosphere of despair, pressing down harder with his foot. Jiang Ling's spine groaned under the unbearable pressure. I hear you're quite the fighter? Defeated 4 martial sovereigns? Killed a peak martial saint? He chuckled lightly, his voice dripping with scorn. Oh, how impressive. But before a true martial god, your skills are no better than those of an ant. Jiang Ling's consciousness grew increasingly hazy as he felt his life force rapidly draining away. Outside, chaos had long since erupted. Jiang Gua's eyes burned crimson as the roar of a blue dragon's phantom raged around him. Spatial energy coalesced before him into a warped portal of light, just one final step away from opening the secret realm passage. Hang on, Jiang Ling. Grandfather is coming. Trying to break the rules again? Did you ask me? Lin Zhantian materialized beside the portal like a specter, a rustic blade suddenly in his hand. Its edge radiated a bone-chilling cold. Jiang Gua, I truly cannot tolerate your actions any longer. Get out of the way. Jiang Ling's maternal grandfather, Li Feng, roared as he lunged at Lin Zhantian. This peerless powerhouse, also at the martial god realm, now appeared like a raging demon. His spear blazed with a piercing aura, the divine energy of the martial god surging behind him. The divine phoenix's cry echoed as he poured every ounce of strength into the attack. "Old man, if my grandson comes to any harm, I'll fight you to the death today." Lin Jiang calmly swung his sword to block. A sharp clang echoed as the spear's aura collided with the sword's energy, sending a powerful shockwave that violently shook the surrounding spectator stands. "Li Feng, don't be impulsive. You're not strong enough yet. You can't save him." Meanwhile, Ying Tian was also entangled by Yi Tian. Yi Tian, a peak 96th tier martial god, proved his equal. The illusory form of the white Xia behind him, born from the martial god's creation, matched Ying Tian's upgraded aura of the mystic dragon king in intensity. "Ying Tian, don't waste your effort. The only sure outcome is Jiang Ling's death today." Wang Peng had already locked horns with Yi Ping, their battle deadlocked. On the entire podium, the several martial gods who had intended to force open the passage were all firmly pinned down. Everyone watched helplessly as the pseudo-martial god on the secret realm screen raised his hand, a ball of pitch-black spiritual energy gathering in his palm. As if he'd had his fill of play, the killing move in his hand was powerful enough to utterly crush Jiang Ling. "No!" Wang Peng let out a heart-wrenching roar, bloodshot veins bursting from the corners of his eyes. Gazing at Jiang Ling's battered form on the screen, his heart was filled with nothing but endless despair. Just as the fatal strike was about to land, Jiang Gua suddenly pulled two ancient scrolls from his robe. The scrolls emitted faint spatial fluctuations, adorned with intricate runes clearly not of blue star origin. "Honored masters. Jiang Ling is in peril. I, Jiang Gua, implore you to intervene and save my grandson's life." Jiang Gua's voice trembled with blood-curdling supplication, yet his gaze remained resolute. Without hesitation, he clenched both scrolls fiercely, crushing them to dust. Snap! Snap! The moment the scrolls shattered, two dazzling beams of light shot skyward. One was as cold and pure as snow, the other as warm and gentle as water. The beams pierced through spatial barriers, ignoring the obstruction of Lin Jiantian and the others. Like two shooting stars, they tore through space and shot toward the secret realm. Almost simultaneously, within the secret realm, the lethal strike had already reached Jiang Ling's head. The pitch-black spiritual energy carried an aura of devouring everything, pressing down so heavily that the surrounding air groaned in protest. "Xiao Ling! Jiang Ling!" Desperate cries erupted from both the observation area and the secret realm. At the critical moment, two blinding beams of light suddenly erupted from Jiang Ling's body. A crisp, white light surged from his wrist, coalescing into a translucent barrier that enveloped his entire body. A warm green light also rose from his wrist, forming a resilient shield layer outside the light barrier. Boom! The pseudo-god of martial arts killing blow slammed into the double-layered defense, erupting in a deafening roar. The pitch-black spiritual energy slowly dissipated, while the white and green lights remained utterly unmoved. The man's smile froze on his face. He could feel the power of his fatal strike being rapidly neutralized. What the hell? Everyone in the spectator area was stunned. They watched the attack being blocked within the secret realm, their eyes filled with disbelief and awe. Who saved Jiang Ling? Who came? Jiang Ling is saved. On the VIP platform, Lin Jiantian, Yi Tian, Yi Ping, and others sensed those two auras. Their expressions changed drastically, their eyes filled with terror. They never imagined Jiang Gua still held such a trump card up his sleeve. Within the secret realm, the protective light gradually stabilized. The attack finally exhausted its power and dissipated into the air. Jiang Ling remained sprawled on the ground, unconscious yet with faint rises and falls in his chest. He had survived. The man stared intently at the faint light membrane enveloping Jiang Ling, his eyes filled with apprehension and rage. He could sense a power far beyond his own contained within that light membrane. Though it was merely residual energy, it was not something he could easily break through. At this thought, his gaze toward the light grew even more wary. Everyone exhaled in relief. Jiang Guo watched the two beams of light on the screen, then withdrew his hand and stood to the side. A relieved smile spread across his face as he wiped the sweat from his brow. Ying Tian, Li Feng, and the others also forced their opponents back, turning their gaze to the screen. Their eyes brimmed with excitement and lingering fear. Lin Jiantian, Yi Ping, and the others wore expressions so dark they could have dripped water. How did those two return? The situation has spiraled completely beyond our control. Within the secret realm, the white and green light surrounding Jiang Ling gradually receded, then slowly retreated into his body. The resilient protective layer remained intact, still enveloping him with a faint glow that kept the man at bay. The man stared at the glow, several times ready to strike, yet halting at the last moment each time. He sensed it somewhere in the void, as if two pairs of eyes were coldly watching him, stirring a deep primal fear within his very soul. Chapter 138, Fleeting Arrival and Departure. Two dazzling beams of light tore through the sky of the secret realm, like two divine swords cleaving the heavens, slicing a massive gash through the thick, dark clouds. The ethereal forms of Bai Jishui and Yun Shu slowly coalesced within the light. Though mere apparitions, they radiated an aura of authority powerful enough to make the entire blue star tremble. Bai Jishui stood clad in snow-white robes, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her peerlessly beautiful face bore not a single flicker of emotion. Her cold, clear eyes swept across the secret realm, leaving behind subtle ripples in the very fabric of space wherever they passed. Yunshu wore a green gown, her usually gentle face now frozen in frost. A faint green glow surrounded her, each speck containing the life force of a beast master enough to make even a martial god realm expert's heart tremble. Hum. The instant they descended, the entire secret realm and even the blue star it connected to shuddered violently. This time, they arrived bearing overwhelming fury, no longer concealing their auras. The world trembled before them. Skyscrapers groaned under the crushing pressure, distant mountain ranges echoed with avalanches, and oceans churned with towering waves. Everyone was pinned to their seats by this overwhelming pressure, breathing becoming excruciatingly difficult. Many weaker individuals fainted instantly. What kind of power was this? Ing Tian's face drained of color as he forced his spiritual energy to resist the crushing pressure, his mind filled with utter shock. He sensed that the power of these two beings far exceeded what Blue Star could bear, even surpassing his wildest imagination. It felt as though they could crush this newly ascended Blue Star at any moment. Jiang Guo's face was equally horrified. Though he knew Bai Jishui and Yun Shu were powerful, he never imagined they could be this formidable. Last time they came, they had been very restrained. This time, however, they were unleashing their full might. Within the secret realm, Bai Jishui's gaze fell upon Jiang Ling's shattered body. A flash of anger flickered in her cold, clear eyes. She could sense the chaotic energy within Jiang Ling and the vitality teetering on the brink of collapse. It was obvious he had been beaten into this state. Yun Shu instantly appeared beside Jiang Ling, her slender fingers gently wiping the blood from his face. When her fingertips touched his fractured ribs, they paused abruptly. Not a single part of his body was unscathed. The green light surrounding her suddenly surged with fury. Who harmed him? Her voice was soft, yet it carried an undeniable intent to kill. As her words fell, the remnants of the swallowing heaven beast within the secret realm instantly turned to ash, leaving not a trace behind. The man was locked in place by that murderous intent, his body shaking violently. His eyes were filled with utter terror, and he lacked even the strength to move a finger. You're asking for death. Yun Shu flickered, appearing instantly before the pseudo-martial god. A dense green light coalesced in her palm, clearly intending to eradicate him completely. Yun Shu, wait. Bai Jishui's voice rang out at the perfect moment, cold and authoritative. You must be careful with your actions. This world is too fragile. Yun Shu's movement halted. She turned to face Bai Jishui, her eyes brimming with reluctance. But he. I know. Bai Jishui shook her head gently, her gaze sweeping over the grandstand beyond the secret realm. The figures of Lin Zhantian, Yi Tian, Yi Ping, and others were clearly visible. But some debts should not be settled by us. Her voice was soft, yet it reached every ear with clarity. Lin Zhantian and the others paled visibly as Bai Jishui's gaze settled upon them. The overwhelming pressure within that gaze struck fear deep into their souls, as if they might be utterly crushed in the next instant. Blue Star had yet to fully open its doors, he still needed to grow within this world. Bai Jishui's gaze returned to the unconscious Jiang Ling, a complex emotion flickering in her cold, clear eyes. These people, this hatred, they would fuel his growth. Yun Shu fell silent for a moment, gazing at Jiang Ling's pallid face as the violent green light surging around him gradually subsided. You're right. We can't take him away and protect him forever. Some paths must be walked by him alone. All right. She nodded lightly, but this man must die. No sooner had the words left her lips than the dense green light shot from her hand, instantly engulfing the man's body. Before he could even utter a scream, his body began to dissolve at a visible pace, ultimately transforming into a pool of green liquid that seeped into the earth. Yun Shu returned to Jiang Ling's side, gathering a soft green light at her fingertips that sank into his body. Jiang Ling's complexion visibly regained some color, and his breathing steadied considerably. Thankfully, we arrived in time. Otherwise, his foundational energy would have been damaged. Bai Jishui flicked a finger, sending a white light onto Jiang Ling's Grand Emperor sword. Layers upon layers of seals were imbued upon it. The Taiwang sword emitted a crisp ringing sound before transforming into a streak of light and sinking into Jiang Ling's body. We should go now. Bai Jishui glanced at Jiang Ling, then pointed toward the cracking sky above the secret realm as he addressed Yun Shu. The world rules of Blue Star were violently rejecting their presence. If they didn't leave soon, they might truly cause damage to this world. Yun Shu cast one last glance at Jiang Ling, then shot a cold look at Lin Zhantian and the others outside the secret realm before nodding. Two figures came and went in a flash, vanishing instantly. With their departure, the terrifying pressure enveloping the entire Blue Star dissipated. The tremors of the earth gradually subsided, as if the earth-shattering phenomenon that had just occurred had never happened. The spectator area fell deathly silent. Everyone remained immersed in the shockwaves unleashed by those two beings, unable to snap out of it for a long while. On the podium, Lin Zhantian, Yi Tian, and Yi Ping slumped in their chairs, their bodies drenched in cold sweat. The gaze Bai Jishui and Yun Shu had directed at them earlier felt like two towering mountains, crushing them until they could barely breathe. Only now did they dare to inhale deeply. Terrifying. Yi Ping slumped in his chair, gasping for air, his face etched with lingering terror. I thought they were going to kill us. Yi Tian, still shaken, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Tian fell silent for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Something's off. What's wrong? Yi Ping asked urgently. If they truly wanted to protect Jiang Ling, they could have easily disposed of us just now. Lin Tian frowned, analyzing. With their strength, killing us would have been as easy as turning their hands. Yet they didn't. Yi Ping paused, then a flicker of realization crossed his eyes. You mean their relationship with Jiang Ling isn't as deep as we imagined? Quite possible. Lin Tian nodded, his expression gradually regaining its composure. Perhaps they nearly owe the Jiang family a favor. Intervening to save Jiang Ling this time was already their limit. Otherwise, with their capabilities, we wouldn't have survived. Yi Tian also caught on, a relieved smile spreading across his face. That makes sense. If they truly valued Jiang Ling, they wouldn't tolerate enemies like us staying alive. It seems Jiang Ling's relationship with them was likely just a passing acquaintance or perhaps even a purely transactional one. Realizing this, the fear in the three of them instantly dissipated, replaced by a sense of luck and inexplicable excitement. So there's still a chance for us? A cold gleam flashed in Yi Ping's eyes. Jiang Ling may not be dead, but he's severely injured. His foundation must be damaged. He won't recover anytime soon. Once he wakes up, we'll have plenty of opportunities to finish him off. Lin Tian said nothing, merely nodding slightly. In the distance, Jiang Gui, Ying Tian, and the others were also engaged in hushed discussion. So soon? Jiang Gui gazed at the tranquil sky, his voice tinged with contemplation. It seems they truly cannot linger long on Blue Star. Ying Tian nodded, a hint of confusion crossing his face. With their combined strength, eliminating Lin Tian and his men would be effortless. Why would they simply leave? We shouldn't speculate too much about their intentions. Jiang Ling's survival is already the greatest fortune. Jiang Gui gazed at the sky and sighed. Chapter 139, The World's Primordial Source. Within the secret realm, the energy fluctuations gradually dissipated, and the scent of blood slowly faded. Jiang Ling sat cross-legged beside a massive tree root, a faint golden energy swirling around him. The power left behind by Jishui and Yun Shu flowed like warm, nourishing spring water, slowly repairing his shattered meridians. His fractured ribs emitted faint creaking sounds as they mended, and with time, his vital energy grew stronger. Huff! Exhaling a cloud of stale breath, his eyes snapped open, a fleeting golden light flashing within. Though his spiritual energy hadn't fully returned to its peak, it was worlds apart from his previous near-death state. More importantly, this life-or-death ordeal had deepened his comprehension of the Chaos Sutra, advancing him to the fourth layer. A blessing in disguise, perhaps. Jiang Ling murmured to himself as he rose to his feet, flexing his limbs until they cracked and popped in a series of crisp sounds. His gaze swept over the unconscious figures around him. Jiang Ling retrieved several healing pills from his storage pouch, carefully feeding them to the others before casting a simple defensive array around them. Wait for me, he murmured, turning his gaze toward the depths of the secret realm. After enduring such a treacherous ambush, he had even less reason to hand over the championship of this grand competition. The world's origin land he must go. Jiang Ling's figure, now in sacred form, darted through the dense forest like a ghostly apparition, moving several times faster than before. When encountering competitors from other schools who had ambushed him, he didn't even need to strike first. The faint aura of pressure emanating from his sacred form alone was enough to send them into a panic. It's Jiang Ling. Run! Students who had witnessed Jiang Ling's terrifying power fled in terror the moment they caught sight of him, turning tail and running. Others, refusing to believe their eyes, attempted to band together to seize his points and complete their mission. They were easily crushed by Jiang Ling, who confiscated their point tokens. Jiang Ling's points, which had been 0 on the first day, now skyrocketed like a rocket. After sweeping through the area, Jiang Ling returned to the spot where he had slain the swallowing heaven beast. The colossal beast's corpse still lay there, emanating a faint aura of malevolence. Jiang Ling stepped forward, pressing his palm against the swallowing heaven beast's forehead while swinging the Grand Emperor's sword with his other hand to extract its demon core. A demon core the size of a fist, entirely pitch black and pulsing with intense energy fluctuations, was slowly extracted from the swallowing heaven beast's skull. It felt icy cold to the touch, containing wildly turbulent energy intertwined with a trace of pure, sacred bloodline power. Acquired level 89 Demon Core 1, redeemable for points. The point bracelet emitted a faint warmth as a notification echoed in his mind. It seemed to have exceeded its capacity, causing the bracelet to stutter. Jiang Ling stowed the demon core away and murmured, the points from this single demon core will likely far exceed the total points of most competitors. In the time that followed, Jiang Ling swept through the entire secret realm like autumn winds clearing fallen leaves. His name spread like a nightmare among all the contestants. More and more chose to voluntarily surrender their point tokens to avoid conflict with him. Jiang Ling's points, 15,800. Jiang Lei's points, 700. Mu Yu's points, 500. As the countdown to the grand competition ended, the numbers on the leaderboard sent a collective gasp of shock through the crowd. Jiang Ling's points were several times higher than the combined total of the other two top 3 contenders, securing the top spot with an overwhelming lead. Congratulations to Jiang Ling, the Grand Competition Champion. You have earned the qualification to enter the world's primordial realm. Teleportation initiating. As a cold notification tone sounded, Jiang Ling's body was enveloped in a soft white light. No one warned me it would be so sudden. The white light flickered, and Jiang Ling vanished from the secret realm. Opening his eyes once more, he found himself in a peculiar space. Here, there was no sky, no earth, only boundless streams of golden energy flowing like surging rivers. The energy was pure and gentle, imbued with a rich vitality. Merely being immersed in it invigorated his spirit. Is this the primordial source of the world? Jiang Ling murmured to himself, his heart filled with awe. Am I supposed to dig a hole here? He could sense that the energy concentration here was over 100 times greater than the outside world, and every thread of energy contained the primordial laws of the universe. What a waste of such power! He attempted to absorb this energy, instantly feeling a massive flood of information surge into his mind. Fragments of knowledge, laws, and memories spanning the entire history of Blue Star's existence flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Just as his mind threatened to explode, Jiang Ling abruptly halted the absorption. The sheer volume of information was too vast. With his current mental capacity, forcing it in would only cause his head to explode. As he looked around, a clear, young female voice rang out beside him. Hey, kid, why are you staring around like that? Jiang Ling followed the voice and saw a little girl in a golden dress tilting her head to look at him from within the nearby energy stream. She appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, with fair skin and large eyes like 2 crystal-clear sapphires. 2 buns sat atop her head. But Jiang Ling dared not underestimate her in the slightest. He could sense that this little girl was one with the golden energy currents around her, as if she were part of this world itself, radiating a vast and ancient aura. Are you? Jiang Ling asked cautiously. The little girl blinked her big eyes, placed her hands on her hips, and tilted her small face upward. I'm the master of this place. You can call me Lan Lan. A thought struck Jiang Ling. Could this little girl be the embodiment of Blue Star's consciousness? But Blue Star had only recently ascended to a level 2 world. How could it already possess an incarnation of world consciousness? Wasn't that something only seen in level 4 worlds? His gaze sharpened. Blue Star and the Lan Lan before him were no ordinary entities. He composed himself and bowed his fist. I'm Jiang Ling, champion of the recent university tournament. I arrived here through teleportation. You? Lan Lan tilted her head as if appraising something, then nodded with sudden understanding. Oh, the Zilong bloodline. Truly a talent. But why do you carry such a thick aura of another world? She flew to Jiang Ling's side, circling him once as she examined him curiously. You don't seem to possess the ability to cross worlds. So where does this otherworldly aura come from? Jiang Ling's heart instantly tightened. Facing this little girl who seemed to be the embodiment of Blue Star's consciousness, he couldn't say much and could only offer an awkward smile. He had no idea what Blue Star's consciousness thought about otherworldly beings or how tolerant it was. After scrutinizing him for a while, the girl seemed to find nothing unusual and lost interest. She flew over to a nearby energy stream and slid back and forth like it was a slide, her clear laughter echoing through the space. Hey, kid, what are you standing there for? Lan Lan poked her head out from the energy stream and addressed Jiang Ling. Since you're here, you must want something, right? Just say it. As long as it exists on this Blue Star, I can give it to you. Jiang Ling hesitated. What he wanted simply didn't exist on Blue Star. Chapter 140, Conditions. Golden energy streams flowed gently around him, like warm breezes caressing his skin. Jiang Ling watched Lan Lan playing in the energy stream nearby, his fingers curling unconsciously as his cheeks flushed slightly. How could he tell a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 that he wanted to smash her home? The little girl seemed to sense his awkwardness and jumped out of the energy stream. She landed gently before him, hands tucked behind her back, tilting her small face up to study him. Hey, she said, you wouldn't happen to want something you're too embarrassed to ask for, would you? Her eyes twinkled as she suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Ling and whispered, do you want lots and lots of delicious food? Or do you want to become super handsome? Jiang Ling grew even more flustered. He cleared his throat awkwardly, scratched his head, and stammered, well, blue, what I want might be a bit unusual. Special? Lan Lan blinked her big eyes, her curiosity piqued. How special? Do you want to inherit the martial god's legacy? Or perhaps some other top-tier bloodline? Neither. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, as if gathering immense resolve, and mustered his courage to say, I want to break through the world barrier right here. The moment the words left his mouth, Lan Lan's previously playful expression vanished instantly. She took 2 steps back, hands on her hips, her little face serious. Her voice was childish yet unquestionably firm. No. Absolutely not. Startled by her sudden reaction, Jiang Ling hurriedly explained, Lady Lan Lan, please don't be angry. I don't intend to destroy Blue Star. I just want to. Whatever you want to do, it's not allowed. The little girl cut him off, her tiny brow furrowed tightly. The world barrier was Blue Star's protective shield. How could anyone casually punch holes in it? What if a hole let those evil things from outside in? Would you take responsibility for that? Her voice grew increasingly heated, her tiny frame trembling slightly with rage. Others have tried to tamper with the world barrier before I crushed them all. Do you want to be crushed too? Jiang Ling looked at the puffed-up little girl, feeling a bit helpless. He hadn't expected such a fierce reaction. Clearly, proposing to shatter the barrier outright wasn't going to work. He hastily waved his hands. Lady Lan Lan, please don't be angry. That's not what I meant. I just think the world barrier is too closed off sometimes. That can't be good, right? How isn't it beneficial? Lan Lan glared at him. Closed off means safe. Look at that wretched planet next door. Its world barrier was too weak, so it got pounded to pieces by the evil things outside. Now it's practically dying. Jiang Ling was even more surprised that Lan Lan knew about other planets. He thought for a moment and changed his approach. Look, isn't Blue Star currently undergoing an upgrade? After the upgrade, it'll definitely need more resources and energy. We can't just keep the doors shut forever, can we? Lan Lan froze, seemingly pondering his words. She tilted her head, pondering for a long while before saying, but opening the door doesn't require making holes. When I grow a little bigger, the door will open naturally. But when will that be? Jiang Ling pressed. Time waits for no one. By then, it'll be too late. Too late for what? Lan Lan eyed him warily. Are you hiding something from me? Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He shook his head hastily. No. I just think it's always better to plan ahead. Lan Lan studied him suspiciously for a long moment, seemingly finding no inconsistencies before finally relaxing. But she remained firm. No matter what, we can't break through the barrier now. This is a matter of principle. With that, she turned her back on Jiang Ling, clearly unwilling to engage further. Jiang Ling watched Lan Lan's puffed-up back, feeling both amused and exasperated. Perhaps because it was newly born, this embodiment of Blue Star's consciousness was quite stubborn and proud. He thought for a moment and decided to change tactics. Instead of mentioning the hole again, he said, since we can't make a hole, may I discuss something else with you? She didn't turn around, only muttered sullenly, what is it? Just so you know, I won't agree to anything too unreasonable. Nothing unreasonable, Jiang Ling hastened to assure her. I just wanted to ask if I ever want to come back here in the future, is there a way? Once he figured out how to break through the barrier with the game, he'd come back next time, punch a hole, and make a quick getaway. Only then did Lan Lan turn around, sizing him up from head to toe. What? You didn't succeed this time, and you want to come back again? Not at all. Jiang Ling waved his hands hastily. I just think this place is really nice and want to come see it more often. Lan Lan's eyes twinkled as if she'd thought of something, a sly smile curling her lips. Coming back isn't impossible, but there are conditions. What conditions? Jiang Ling's heart leapt with hope. If you truly wish to breach the world barrier, it's not impossible. But you can't just dig holes like you said. You must go out first, plan carefully, and find a safe method. Then come back to me, and we'll discuss the specifics of how to open it. Jiang Ling's heart soared. Though this little girl was stubborn, she had finally relented. He nodded eagerly, all right. I promise. I'll definitely find a safe way. Don't get too excited just yet. Lan Lan looked at him, her little face turning serious again. There's one more crucial condition. Go ahead. If you truly open the world barrier, in exchange, you must bring me a powerhouse who surpasses Blue Star's limits. Lan Lan stated, I know you're itching to see the outside world, but opening the gate carries risks. We must have someone powerful enough to protect Blue Star. Otherwise, I won't agree. Jiang Ling froze. This was practically no condition at all. When Mu Xiaoxue returned, she would be the ultimate powerhouse transcending all limits. No problem. Jiang Ling agreed without hesitation. When the time comes, I will definitely find you the strongest warrior to protect Blue Star. Lan Lan studied him, seemingly gauging his sincerity. After a long moment, she finally nodded. All right. Given your sincerity, I'll trust you this once. She extended her small palm, a golden orb of energy gathering in its center. This is my token. Take it. Whenever you wish to return here, simply infuse it with your spiritual energy to enter. But remember, you may only return once more. So I advise you to think carefully about what you intend to do. Jiang Ling quickly reached out and caught the golden energy. The energy dissolved upon contact, transforming into a small golden token that hovered in his palm, emitting a soft glow. In its center, an ancient blue character stood bold and dignified. All right, I've said all I need to say. You may go now. She waved her hand, turned, and leapt back into the energy stream. Until next time. Jiang Ling watched the figure vanish into the energy stream, clasping his fists in salute. Thank you. I will find a way. With that, his consciousness returned, and he found himself back in the trial grounds of Jingda University. Clutching the golden token in his hand, Jiang Ling's heart swelled with excitement. Break through the world barrier, retrieve Mu Xiaoxue. Will the Yi family have enough lives to spare? As his figure gradually vanished into the depths of space, Lan Lan emerged from the energy stream. Gazing in the direction he departed, a complex expression flickered across her small face. What a peculiar person, she murmured to herself. Anyone attempting to open the world barrier under any pretext deserves a slap from me, but the 2 marks on him are too terrifying. Never mind. I'll just have to see how things play out when the time comes. Chapter 141, Ying Tian's Doubts. The bustle of Jinghua University gradually subsided, lacking the lively atmosphere of the grand competition. Osmanthus trees dotted the campus grounds. Autumn sunlight filtered through sparse branches, casting dappled patterns on the ground while filling the air with the blossom's faint, sweet fragrance. Jiang Ling walked leisurely through the crowd, backpack slung over his shoulder, soothing music playing through his headphones. Dressed simply, a lazy smile played on his face as he appeared utterly at ease. Look, it's Jiang Ling. It really is him. The champion of the university competition. Why does he look so free? Whispers of curiosity and confusion murmured around him. Ever since the grand tournament ended and Jiang Ling emerged from the world's origin, he seemed like a completely different person. Gone was the young man who once drenched himself in sweat on the training grounds, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. In his place was a student who arrived punctually for class, left promptly when it ended, and spent nearly all his free time in the dorm playing with his phone. Most puzzling of all, according to Jiang Lei's rumors, every time he passed by Jiang Ling's dorm room, faint game sound effects could be heard coming from inside. Jiang Lei claimed that when he peeked inside, he saw Jiang Ling smiling tenderly at his phone screen, seemingly chatting with someone. It was baffling he was the champion, after all. Why was he holed up in his dorm playing games day after day? Yeah, he worked so hard preparing for the big competition before like a man possessed. Had he slacked off after winning the championship? Or was he just letting loose? The murmurs weren't loud, but they reached Jiang Ling's ears clearly. The smile on his lips remained unchanged, but his pace quickened slightly. He knew his current state was somewhat unusual. But he didn't care what others thought. To him, cheating was just another form of training. Returning to the dorm, Jiang Ling locked the door the one Jiang Lei had just replaced behind him. He immediately pulled his phone from his pocket and logged into the game with practiced ease. The screen lit up, revealing Mu Xiaoxua's figure on the display. The woman sat cross-legged in meditation, a faint golden flame swirling around her, her aura significantly stronger than before. How was your cultivation today? Jiang Ling asked softly. Moments later, Mu Xiaoxua opened her eyes. Spotting Jiang Ling's voice, a faint smile touched her lips. Master, I've made progress again. I feel I'm not far from breaking through the world's constraints. That's good. Don't overexert yourself, make sure to rest. Jiang Ling replied, his fingertips gliding lightly across the screen as he watched Mu Xiaoxua's figure, his heart filled with anticipation. Just then, a knock sounded at the dorm door. Come in. Jiang Ling put away his phone and answered casually. The door swung open, and Ying Tian stepped inside. He still wore a dark-colored outfit, his face bearing a gentle smile, yet his gaze held a hint of inquiry as it settled on Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling, busy? Ying Tian casually sat down in the chair opposite Jiang Ling, his gaze drifting over the phone on the desk. I heard from your classmates that you've been staying in the dorm every day lately. Is something going on? Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat, but he kept his expression neutral as he smiled. Nothing much. Just feeling a bit tired and wanted to rest for a few days. Rest? Ying Tian raised an eyebrow. But I hear you're glued to your phone all day chatting with someone, I suppose? Jiang Ling's cheeks flushed slightly as he scratched his head sheepishly. Just chatting with a friend. Ying Tian smiled and didn't press further. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, I've always been curious, you worked so hard preparing for the college grand tournament, practically training non-stop without sleep. What was it all for? Jiang Ling paused, then replied, to win the championship, of course. The prize is quite generous, isn't it? Plus, there's the opportunity to enter the world's primordial land. Oh? Just for that? Ying Tian looked at him, his gaze sharp. Others might not know, but I certainly do. The young master of the Jiang family, what good things hasn't he seen? Is it really worth pushing yourself to that extreme for such rewards? Even if it's true, how come you're so calm after getting such an opportunity? Jiang Ling's expression shifted uncomfortably. Could his teacher have seen through him? But he couldn't say it, at least not now. He could only grit his teeth and say, Master, you jest. The world's origin land is a splendid place, who wouldn't want to see it? Besides, that championship holds a different meaning for me. Special meaning? Ying Tian watched him with keen interest. What kind of meaning? Jiang Ling opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to respond. He couldn't very well say it was to gain access to the world's origin land, to find a way to break through the world's barrier and bring Mu Xiaoxua back, could he? Seeing Jiang Ling at a loss for words, Ying Tian smiled and waved his hand. Alright, I'm not forcing you to say anything. Everyone has their secrets. If you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry. He rose, walked to the doorway, then paused, turning back to Jiang Ling with a meaningful look. It's just, your transformation is too drastic. You were so driven before, but after winning the championship, you've become like a different person, spending your days on trivial pursuits. I can't help but wonder that championship, or rather, that qualification to enter the world's origin, must hold some hidden significance for you. I'll keep that question in mind for now. Just a reminder, you have your own pace, and I won't interfere. But don't neglect your cultivation, I'll be checking up on you. Ing Tian chuckled, pushed open the door, and walked out. The dormitory fell silent once more. Jiang Ling watched Ing Tian's retreating figure, exhaling softly. A tinge of helplessness lingered in his heart. The martial god truly wasn't someone to be trifled with. His observations were meticulous, and he was also his personal instructor. He picked up his phone, about to resume chatting with Mu Xiaoxue, when the bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated, popping up a notification. Notice, detected that beloved disciple Mu Xiaoxue has surpassed the realm's upper limit. May now attempt to breach the spatial barrier and construct a spatial passage at any time. Warning, establishing a stable spatial passage requires cooperation from the Blue Star side to open the world barrier. Player, prepare immediately. Jiang Ling's heart leapt violently, his eyes flashing with wild excitement and urgency. It's happening. Mu Xiaoxue could finally return, and the threat posed by Lin Zhantian and his group could be resolved. But after the initial elation, worry crept in. The crucial problem was that he still didn't know how to open Blue Star's world barrier. He was completely at a loss. Jiang Ling gripped his phone tightly, his gaze hardening with resolve. No matter how difficult it was, he had to find a way to breach the world barrier. For Mu Xiaoxue to return, he had to succeed. Not just for himself, but for Mu Xiaoxue, and for everyone who had sacrificed for that cause. Sitting in his dorm chair, Jiang Ling frowned deeply, his fingers tapping the desk unconsciously. The notification on his wristband continued to flash, reminding him that Mu Xiaoxue's side was ready and waiting for Blue Star's cooperation. What should he do? Jiang Ling muttered to himself, anxiety gnawing at his heart. He ran through every possible solution in his mind, whether consulting his grandfather Jiang Gui or seeking help from Ing Tian, but neither seemed like the best choice. The secrets of the disciple recruitment game were too vast. If exposed, who knew what kind of turmoil it would cause? Just as he was at a loss, his phone screen lit up. The disciple recruitment game icon flashed red, popping up a new notification. Chapter 142, Apprenticeship Completion Mission. Congratulations! You have triggered the apprenticeship completion quest. Mission requirements: Apprentice Mu Xiaoxue's affection and bond values are maxed. Assist your investment target Mu Xiaoxue in achieving perfection in all three values to successfully graduate. Rewards: 1. Host will receive 1 super return gift pack. 2. The host will receive 1 world barrier opening secret technique. 3. Investment target Mu Xiaoxue will receive a supreme cultivation grand gift pack containing all resources and cultivation methods from the current world's limit to the supreme realm. Jiang Ling stared at the prompt on the screen, his eyes widening instantly, a sigh of resignation rising in his heart. What was bound to happen had finally arrived. A graduation mission? It essentially meant he had to play the villain. What a messed up game, what a messed up mission. Darkness value? Might as well just call it his hate quotient. He read the prompt 3 times over, his mind churning with thought. Help Mu Xiaoxue achieve perfection in all 3 values, and you'll gain the method to break through the world's barriers. Plus resources and methods to help Mu Xiaoxue cultivate all the way to the highest realm. This reward was simply impossible to refuse. But it meant boosting his darkening value? Jiang Ling's frown deepened. The master-disciple bond value and affection value were manageable. Having spent so much time with Mu Xiaoxue, their bond was deep, and her affection for him remained consistently high. But this darkening value? Jiang Ling couldn't even begin to imagine. What kind of person was Mu Xiaoxue? She was the pinnacle martial god of the Blue Star world, an upright, resilient hero who cared deeply for all living beings. To corrupt someone like her? How could that be possible? And besides, how could he bear to do it? After spending time together, they had grown accustomed to each other's presence. Jiang Ling leaned back in his chair, his hands tangled in his hair, his face etched with conflict and resignation. He could imagine the pain, anger, and disappointment Mu Xiaoxue would feel if he actually went through with boosting his darkening value. These emotions by Jisoo and Yun Shu had likely felt them before, and so had he. This pent-up emotion threatened to erupt. But he recalled the bracelet's warning, remembered the Mu family's plight and their current predicament, and saw the longing in her eyes to return to Blue Star. To bring her back, to provide her with the best cultivation resources and methods, to make the Mu family, the Jiang family, and the Li family. Was it worth it for him to become the villain? Jiang Ling's heart raged in conflict. On one hand, the reluctance to sever ties with them once more, on the other, the urgency and resolve of her return. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his voice heavy with remorse. "To bring you back, I'll have to inconvenience you a little." He took a deep breath, activated the game's virtual projection feature, and selected the adjusted avatar he had prepared earlier. Though deeply reluctant, he knew this was the only option available. He truly couldn't predict what Mu Xiaoxue would do now that she knew his identity after her dark transformation. A flash of light later, Jiang Ling materialized before Mu Xiaoxue's door in the Tiansong realm. Just then, Mu Xiaoxue finished her cultivation session. Seeing Jiang Ling suddenly appear, a delighted smile spread across her face. "Teacher? You're here." Seeing her smile, Jiang Ling felt even more guilty. He quickly averted his gaze and nodded. "Yeah, I came to make dinner for you." He turned and entered the kitchen inside the house, busying himself with preparations. Today, he planned to make the braised pork belly and tomato scrambled eggs that Mu Xiaoxue had mentioned liking before. He took out fresh pork belly, washed it thoroughly, cut it into evenly sized cubes, and blanched them in cold water to remove impurities. He then added an appropriate amount of oil to the wok, followed by sugar, and slowly caramelized it over low heat. He tossed in the pork cubes and stir-fried them quickly, ensuring each piece was evenly coated with the caramelized glaze. His cooking skills had improved considerably over the years. Jiang Ling chuckled softly, his hands moving faster. He added soy sauce, cooking wine, ginger slices, star anise, and other seasonings. After stir-frying until well combined, he poured in enough hot water to cover the meat. Bringing it to a boil over high heat, he then reduced it to a simmer. The rich aroma of braised pork soon filled the kitchen suite without cloying, making one's mouth water. If Mu Xiaoxue didn't return soon, he'd practically become a master chef. Jiang Ling chuckled to himself. He took out several fresh tomatoes and eggs, washed the tomatoes, and cut them into small pieces. Soon, a plate of glossy, aromatic braised pork and another of sweet and sour scrambled eggs with tomatoes were ready. Jiang Ling carried the dishes to the stone table outside and served 2 bowls of rice. "Dinner's ready," he said, his voice a little low. Mu Xiaoxue had already caught the aroma and walked over with a smile, sitting down and picking up her chopsticks to place a piece of braised pork into her mouth. The savory aroma of meat and sauce spread across her palate, rich yet not greasy, melting in her mouth. It was so delicious her eyes lit up. "Wow, teacher, your braised pork gets better and better," Mu Xiaoxue exclaimed sincerely, picking up another piece and popping it into her mouth. Jiang Ling smiled but said nothing, quietly shoveling rice into his bowl. As Mu Xiaoxue savored her meal, her gaze swept across the person across from her. Suddenly, something felt off. Today, Jiang Ling seemed too quiet. Usually when he cooked, he'd chat with her, ask about her cultivation progress that day, or share amusing stories from his side. During meals, he'd often serve her food and share light-hearted banter. But today, from the moment he entered until now, he had barely spoken beyond a few necessary words. He kept his head down, eating silently, his gaze drifting as if preoccupied with something. "Teacher, what's wrong?" Mu Xiaoxue set down her chopsticks, her gaze filled with concern. "Is something bothering you? You're so quiet today." Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He quickly lifted his head and forced a smile. "Nothing's wrong." "Nothing?" Mu Xiaoxue eyed him suspiciously. "Have you hit a bottleneck in your cultivation? Though I probably can't help much." "Really, it's nothing." Jiang Ling avoided her gaze, shoveling another mouthful of rice. "Eat quickly, the food will get cold." Watching Jiang Ling's evasive gaze, Mu Xiaoxue's heart filled with doubt. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off with him today, as if he were hiding something from her. She didn't press further, silently picking up her chopsticks instead, though a flicker of unease stirred within her. What could be wrong with the teacher? Had he gotten into trouble? The aroma of the food on the stone table remained tantalizing, yet the atmosphere had grown subtly tense. Jiang Ling kept his head bowed, his heart heavy with guilt and helplessness. Perhaps because they were from the same world, this feeling was even stronger than with Bai Zhishui and Yun Shu. As Mu Xiaoxue ate, she surreptitiously observed Jiang Ling, her confusion deepening by the moment. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the two of them, stretching their shadows long as if also widening the distance between them. Chapter 143, Wouldn't it be better to stay here? The dusk spread like melted ink, slowly staining the sky of Tiansong realm. On the neatly set table, the glistening braised pork shimmered in the fading sunlight, while the sweet and sour aroma of tomato scrambled eggs wafted through the air, irresistibly tempting. What should have been a warm dinner hour felt inexplicably heavy. Mu Xiaoxue's fingers tightened slightly around her chopsticks, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She drew a deep breath, struggling to steady her racing heartbeat, her voice trembling despite her efforts. "Teacher, I've broken through." She thought it was good news and had planned to share it the moment she saw her teacher. But seeing Jiang Ling's current state, somehow, it felt like it would take courage to say it. Jiang Ling paused mid-motion of picking up food with his chopsticks. His eyelids lowered, long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, his expression unreadable. I can see that." His tone was too flat, like a stagnant pool of water without a ripple, instantly cooling most of the excitement in Mu Xiaoxue's heart. Yet, recalling that long-cherished hope, she couldn't help but lean forward, her eyes shining with astonishing intensity. "I'm now at level 99. I've surpassed this world's limits. I can feel it whenever I choose. I can shatter the barriers of the sky-blue realm and construct a spatial passage." Her words tumbled out faster and faster, her excitement impossible to contain, as if she feared this chance might slip away. "As long as the barriers on Blue Star are opened at the same time, then according to what you said, Master, I can go back, right?" The last 3 words were uttered with cautious probing. She fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Ling, holding her breath as if afraid to hear a negative answer from his lips. A hint of pleading flickered in her eyes, a soul-deep yearning for home that made even the food on the stone table seem insignificant. Yet Jiang Ling did not respond immediately. He slowly set down his chopsticks, picked up the nearly untouched glass of water before him, and took a sip of the cool liquid. The icy liquid slid down his throat, yet it couldn't suppress the bitter taste churning within him. He could clearly see the light in Mu Xiaoxue's eyes. It was hope crystallized from countless days and nights of torment, countless struggles through arduous training, fragile as a precious treasure, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. Yet he could not return that expectation. The reward for completing his mission was within reach, the method to unlock the world's barriers, the resources to propel Mu Xiaoxue to the pinnacle of success. These were the very things that could grant her true safety and true freedom. Yet the price demanded that he shatter the light in her eyes with his own hands. Time ticked away second by second. The steam on the stone table gradually dissipated, and the dishes lost their freshly cooked vibrancy. Mu Xiaoxue's smile stiffened, the light in her eyes flickering like a flame in the wind, growing dim. She unconsciously loosened her tightly clenched chopsticks, her fingertips lightly tracing the tabletop as if to encourage herself. "Teacher," she called softly, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. Jiang Ling finally lifted his head, deliberately avoiding her gaze as he looked out at the dust gathering in the sky. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke with a strained voice, calmness bordering on coldness. "Mu Xiaoxue, isn't this place fine?" Mu Xiaoxue froze abruptly, blinking as if she hadn't heard correctly. She even wondered if her own excitement had caused her to hallucinate. "You are now the supreme power in this world," Jiang Ling continued, each word like a heavy hammer striking Mu Xiaoxue's heart. "You've even driven back the celestial emperor. Who in the Tiansong realm could possibly stand against you? From now on, you have honor and power. What could you possibly want that you don't already have? Why go back?" He finally turned his head, his gaze settling on her face. Those eyes, always brimming with gentle warmth, now held only an unfamiliar calm. Mu Xiaoxue's pupils contracted sharply, her heart clenched as if by an icy fist. She opened her mouth, wanting to speak, but found her throat blocked, unable to utter a sound. All the hopes she'd nurtured through countless days and nights, the longing for home, the yearning for her homeland and loved ones in this moment, they shattered into sharp fragments, piercing her chest with pain. She could clearly see Jiang Ling's tightly pressed lips, the slight tremor in his lashes as he forced himself to remain calm, and that fleeting glimpse of guilt deep in his eyes? No, she must have imagined it. Mu Xiaoxue blinked hard, forcing back the heat welling in her eyes. She tugged at the corners of her mouth, attempting a smile that looked worse than crying. "Teacher, are you joking with me?" Jiang Ling didn't answer, only watching her silently. Silence itself was the cruelest answer. The evening breeze swept through the window, brushing across the dining table and bringing a chill. Mu Xiaoxue slowly lowered her head, her long hair falling to hide her expression. The braised pork on the stone table still gave off an enticing aroma, but she felt no desire for the food whatsoever. After an eternity so long that Jiang Ling nearly lost control and asked outright, she finally lifted her head again. Her voice was soft as she smiled. "It's okay, master." Her eyes were filled with profound loneliness, yet she forced a smile of understanding. "I know opening the world barrier must be incredibly difficult. You need time to prepare. It's okay. I can wait. We can work together, no matter how long it takes." Her fingers dug quietly into her palm, leaving several faint crescent marks. Jiang Ling saw every single one of her movements. Hearing those words, his fingertips clenched sharply, knuckles turning white. It was those words. It was this very understanding, this tender consideration for him, that made his own plan feel utterly despicable. He even felt an urge to lay all his cards on the table and work through this with her. But Jiang Ling knew he couldn't stop. He couldn't afford to gamble, nor could he afford to wait. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the lump in his throat, his gaze hardening into unwavering resolve. It was the resolve to sever all hesitation, to bear every burden and press forward regardless. Staring at Mu Xiaoxue's forced smile, he repeated to himself over and over, "For yourself, for everyone, for her. Let's eat first. The food will get cold." Jiang Ling picked up his chopsticks again, placing a piece of braised pork into her bowl with such natural ease it seemed as though their earlier conversation had never happened. Mu Xiaoxue stared at the meat in her bowl, her appetite completely gone. She picked up her chopsticks and mechanically pushed around the rice in her bowl, tasting nothing but wax. She desperately needed an answer, even if it was just comfort, even if it was just an illusion. After a few bites, she stopped feeding herself. Instead, she lifted her head, her gaze fixed unflinchingly on Jiang Ling. Dusk had fully settled in. With no lights on in the room, the two sat in darkness, silent. Chapter 144, Control Symbol. Mu Xiaoxue's chopsticks fiddled restlessly in her bowl. The glossy glaze of braised pork spread across the rice, leaving a shimmering, oily sheen. Jiang Ling's question, "Isn't it fine here?" felt like poison, unsettling her to the core. She grew restless, even finding it hard to breathe. "Teacher, what exactly do you mean by that?" Mu Xiaoxue slowly lifted her head, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears, yet her gaze was piercingly sharp with disbelief as it locked onto Jiang Ling. "Are you saying I can't go back?" Her voice was faint, her gaze taut. It seemed as though a single affirmation from Jiang Ling would shatter her inner world. Even her blood began to stir restlessly within her, golden currents rippling beneath her skin, betraying the violent turbulence of her emotions. Jiang Ling's heart clenched violently, nearly forcing the word no out of his mouth. His eyes widened in shock as he suddenly recalled the unmoving darkening value on the game interface. All words choked in his throat. Forcing himself to look away, Jiang Ling shifted his gaze to the bottle of wax plum blossoms in the corner, meticulously tended by Mu Xiaoxue. His voice remained cold, calm, bordering on ruthless. Actually, I've been deceiving you from the very beginning. Mu Xiaoxue's pupils dilated sharply, as if struck by an invisible hammer. Her body jerked backward, slamming into the wooden chair behind her with a dull thud. Whether it was to comfort you or give you hope, Jiang Ling's voice held not a single flicker of emotion. Each word was like a blade, precisely carving into Mu Xiaoxue's most vulnerable places. I never intended for you to return. The barriers of Blue Star's world aren't so easily breached. The price, whether paid by you, me, or Blue Star itself, is one none of us could bear. He paused, then turned his head, deliberately making his gaze appear utterly devoid of warmth. Staying in the sky blue realm, becoming your supreme powerhouse, that is the best choice. Those words before? They were just empty reassurances, spoken to prevent you from breaking down. Just words. Mu Xiaoxue murmured those 4 words, her lips suddenly curling into a faint smile more painful than crying. Her fingers clenched the wooden chair's armrest so tightly her knuckles turned white, even tinged with purple. So all those days and nights of longing, all that gritted teeth perseverance, all that carefully guarded hope, it had all been nothing more than his offhand words of comfort. A deathly silence fell over the room, broken only by the crackling of the oil lamp, its sound hammering at everyone's nerves. Mu Xiaoxue kept her head bowed, her long hair obscuring her expression. Only her slightly trembling shoulders were visible. Jiang Ling couldn't even bring himself to look at her, staring fixedly at the tabletop instead. His fingernails dug deep into his palms, clinging to the pain to maintain his last shred of sanity. He couldn't fathom why his state of mind was so profoundly affected, perhaps because they shared the same roots in this world. After a long while, Mu Xiaoxue slowly lifted her head. Her face now bore no trace of emotion, only a numb calm. She stood up, picked up the bowl and chopsticks from the table, and spoke in a tone as flat as if nothing had happened. I'm done eating. Teacher, I'll wash the dishes you made. Her movements were light and careful as she emptied the leftovers into the trash and wiped the grease from the table, as if the words that had just shattered her worldview had never been spoken. As she turned toward the kitchen, her steps faltered for a moment, as if all her strength had been drained. The kitchen echoed with the monotonous, muffled sound of running water. Jiang Ling sat rooted to the spot, staring at the empty stone table. Guilt and turmoil spread through him like vines, growing wildly and threatening to overwhelm him. He knew exactly what he was doing. Tearing apart her hopes in the cruelest way possible, all for that damn corruption value. But he had no choice. To ensure she returned home safely, to honor the sacrifices of his grandfather and maternal grandfather, and for the teammates who had been injured protecting her, he had to do this. Ding! Corruption value, 30,100. The number on the game panel finally flickered, accompanied by a cold notification sound that only weighed Jiang Ling's heart down further. Not enough. Far from enough. Deep into the night, only 2 faint breaths echoed within the wooden cabin. Mu Xiaoxue and Jiang Ling lay on their respective beds in the room, neither of them sleeping. Jiang Ling stared at the ceiling beams, his mind replaying Mu Xiaoxue's expression from earlier over and over. He knew this alone was insufficient, the darkness meter was still far from full. He must do something more ruthless. Rising silently, Jiang Ling retrieved a talisman glowing with an eerie blue light from his storage pouch, the very martial god control talisman previously rewarded by the system. The cool touch of the talisman on his fingertips felt like a branding iron, so scorching he almost dared not hold it. He paused briefly before Mu Xiaoxue's door, took a deep breath, and gently pushed it open. Almost the instant the door hinge turned, Mu Xiaoxue's eyes fluttered open on the bed. She made no sound, lying still with steady breaths, seemingly deep in slumber. But Jiang Ling could sense the spiritual energy surging around her, clearly having detected his arrival long ago. He knew she was awake. This outcome was precisely what he wanted. This unspoken standoff made the air feel thick and heavy. Jiang Ling approached the bedside, gazing at Mu Xiaoxue's serene sleeping face. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, bathing her face in a silvery glow. Her long lashes fluttered gently, like butterfly wings. His heart clenched violently, nearly making him abandon the plan. But remembering his ultimate goal, he gritted his teeth and raised the control symbol in his hand. Mu Xiaoxue's eyelashes fluttered more intensely. She sensed the faint spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from the talisman, her mind filled with confusion. Why would her master sneak into her room late at night and use a control talisman? What was he trying to do? An absurd thought, one that made her cheeks burn, surfaced uncontrollably. Could master be trying to? The thought barely formed before it was shattered by a deafening crash. Boom! The roof of their apartment building was suddenly ripped off by a terrifying force, sending rocks flying everywhere. Dozens of overwhelming auras descended like dark clouds, their weight crushing down. The leading aura was cold and familiar. It was the Azure Emperor. Their attacks came without restraint, carrying a dangerously intense aura as they charged straight toward her. She raised her hand to block, but the flow of her spiritual energy faltered slightly. She had already surpassed her limits, and the control exerted by the martial god talisman over her was limited. Yet it still delivered a significant blow. At the last moment, she effortlessly deflected these world-shattering assaults. Compared to the physical damage, the storm raging within her heart was far more intense. How had the Azure Emperor and his forces found this place? And how could it be such a coincidence? They arrived precisely when she was under the control of the martial god talisman. Could it be? A suspicion that threatened to shatter every last defense within her heart quietly surfaced. Chapter 145, The Arrival of the Tiansong Realm. Boom! Several more attacks from the Azure Emperor slammed into Mu Xiaoxue. Golden ancestral phoenix flames erupted suddenly, intercepting the assaults. The martial god control talisman clinging to her body shattered like paper, its blue glow melting away inch by inch within the flames. Mu Xiaoxue grunted softly, stumbling back half a step. Her shoulder's fabric scorched into a charred hole, a tiny bead of blood seeping from the wound, an extremely minor injury. How is this possible? The elder behind the Azure Emperor cried out in shock. Wasn't that the highest grade control talisman? How could she shatter it so easily? Ignoring the pain in her shoulder, Mu Xiaoxue's eyes, usually gentle, now blazed over with icy resolve. She slowly raised her head, golden spiritual energy surging around her, enveloping the Tsang Emperor and his entourage. The overwhelming pressure, transcending the world's limits, crashed like tangible waves, squeezing the Tsang Emperor and his followers' hearts tight. The very ground beneath their feet trembled violently. Is this all the top-tier combat power of the Tiansong realm can muster? Mu Xiaoxue's voice was icy as golden flames surged around her. Mu Xiaoxue recognized the arrivals, her gaze turning icy. Song Di, the three elders who had fled that day. And over a dozen revered elders with formidable auras, they were practically the entire my Tiansong realm could muster. Song Di's pupils contracted sharply as he stared fixedly at the surging golden spiritual energy enveloping Mu Xiaoxue. You've broken through? He could sense that the Mu Xiaoxue before him was stronger than when they last met by more than one level. It was a power that transcended the rules of this world, instilling a fear deep within his soul. Mu Xiaoxue offered no reply, only the flames around her grew more intense. Last time you fled. Answer my question, and today I'll let you die quickly. What? Emperor Tsong's eyes widened in terror, momentarily frozen in shock. I said, how did you find this place? Mu Xiaoxue's gaze swept over the ruins behind her. Traces of her life with Jiang Ling still lingered there, now split clean in two by the earlier attack. A barely perceptible tremor ran through her voice, less anger than sheer terror. This hidden dwelling besides her, only. Song Di felt a chill in his heart under her gaze and blurted out instinctively, someone nearby used the highest level talisman of Blue Star spirit power. That fluctuation couldn't be hidden within the Tiansong realm. We followed the aura here. He paused, adding, it's definitely Blue Star talisman energy. No mistake. Blue Star talisman. Mu Xiaoxue repeated the words, her fingers tightening suddenly until her knuckles turned white. She whipped her head around, her gaze piercing through the Emperor Tsong and his entourage to land behind a nearby ruined wall. Jiang Ling stood there. His clothes were dusted with grime, and traces of mud clung to the corners of his mouth from being tossed by the blast wave moments ago, yet he remained standing calmly. Moonlight fell across his face, half in shadow, half in light, obscuring his expression. Only his eyes remained still, like a bottomless lake, utterly without ripple. No surprise, no anger, not even a trace of the emotion one might expect. It was as if he had known they would come all along. As if the talisman that had summoned the pursuers had nothing to do with him. Teacher Mu Xiaoxue's voice trembled, the last syllables nearly lost to the wind. How she wished Jiang Ling would protest, would stand before her like last time and denounce the Tsong Emperor's slanderous accusations. But he stood only silently, like a mute stone statue. Seeking death. Emperor Tsong, seeing her distraction, flashed a ruthless glint in his eyes and commanded with a wave of his hand, attack. Her distraction now was her moment of weakness. Over a dozen powerful attacks instantly descended like a storm, black mist and crimson light intertwining, forcing the golden flames surrounding Mu Xiaoxue to warp slightly. Mu Xiaoxue snapped back to her senses, the last trace of hesitation in her eyes replaced by bone-chilling resolve. She no longer looked at Jiang Ling. Flames traced a golden arc before her. Since you've come, you'll all stay here. The ancestral phoenix flame surged violently, transforming into a colossal golden phoenix apparition. Its flapping wings unleashed scorching waves capable of incinerating the heavens and obliterating the earth. The attacks of the Azure Emperor and the others collided with the phoenix's phantom, like ice cubes thrown into a sea of fire, instantly melting away. Impossible. Emperor Tsong was utterly horrified. He had never witnessed such overwhelming power. Mu Xiaoxue gave them no time to recover. The golden phoenix dove downward, its talons tearing through the air as it lunged directly at the elder on the far left. The elder let out a blood-curdling scream as his protective black aura shattered like paper. His entire body was engulfed in flames, leaving not a trace behind. Kill. The remaining elders, with nothing left to lose, gritted their teeth and launched another wave of attacks. Golden flames danced in Mu Xiaoxue's palms, illuminating half her face as bright as daylight, casting shifting shadows. One strike. Mu Xiaoxue delivered only one strike. Sangdi and his men lay in a pool of blood nearby, broken weapons and shattered armor strewn about. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and scorched flesh. She did not press her advantage, merely maintaining the posture of her raised hand, her fingertips pointing diagonally toward the ground. Her gaze locked directly onto Jiang Ling. Hearing Sangdi's words, he didn't even lift his head. He simply extended his hand, gently brushing away the pebbles on the table with unhurried ease. Teacher. Mu Xiaoxue's voice was soft yet piercing, cutting through the battlefield's blood-soaked air to land clearly in Jiang Ling's ears. Was what he said true? Jiang Ling finally looked at her, their gazes meeting. His eyes remained serene, like a deep pool of water, revealing no emotion. No panic, no defense, just a quiet gaze, as if observing something utterly unrelated to himself. It was this very calmness that sent Mu Xiaoxue's heart sinking. She recalled the moment she'd been trapped by the control talisman, remembered the attack that had descended from the heavens, and the words spoken by the Azure Emperor about the martial god-level talisman. All the clues, like scattered beads, were strung together by an invisible thread, pointing toward an answer that sent a chill through her entire body. But she refused to believe it. The teacher who shielded her from the Azure Emperor's attack, the master who cooked her braised pork, the mentor who promised to take her home, how could he? Strike! Sangdi suddenly roared, seizing the moment Mu Xiaoxue was distracted to hurl his spear at her. Simultaneously, he signaled to the surviving elders behind him, invoke the Heavenly Emperor. Black talismans flared simultaneously in the elders' hands, their twisted runes weaving into an eerie formation in the air. An aura several times more formidable than the Azure Emperor's slowly seeped from the formation, carrying a suffocating pressure. The Heavenly Emperor? Mu Xiaoxue's eyes narrowed sharply as she tore her gaze away from Jiang Ling. Her aura sharpened to a razor's edge as she sidestepped the incoming spear. Was this the man from the battlefield? Perfect. Time to settle the score. Within the formation, a figure clad in a black dragon-patterned robe slowly materialized. His features were rugged, yet his gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, none other than the Heavenly Emperor, the true mightiest being of the Tiansong realm. That day, with a single strike, he had halted Mu Xiaoxue's self-destruction and captured her. The moment he appeared, he sensed the thick stench of blood in the air. His voice was calm as he spoke. Surrender now, and you shall not die. Chapter 146, Conspiracy. Your Majesty. She's incredibly powerful now. Emperor Tsan urgently shouted. Kill her quickly. The Heavenly Emperor ignored the Azure Emperor, his gaze fixed intently on the golden flames enveloping Mu Xiaoxue. A flicker of greed crossed his eyes. The primordial phoenix, such a supreme treasure, truly resides within you. He licked his lips as his spiritual power surged violently. Surrender your bloodline. Since your face is somewhat pleasing, this sovereign grants you the position of an imperial consort. You fool. Mu Xiaoxue sneered coldly. The remaining spiritual energy within her surged wildly, causing the ancestral phoenix flames to erupt once more, coalescing into a colossal golden phantom phoenix. Her heart was filled with frustration, her mood utterly foul. And this man had to come out and spout threats. Mu Xiaoxue could clearly sense that this man was utterly weak compared to her. Today is the day you all meet your end. The golden phoenix dove downward, carrying scorching heat capable of incinerating the heavens and earth, striking directly at the Celestial Emperor. Sensing this aura, the Celestial Emperor dared not take it lightly. He formed seals with both hands, and countless black specters appeared around him, colliding with the golden phoenix. Boom! Two terrifying forces exploded in midair, sending shockwaves that hurled surrounding debris and shattered walls flying. Even space itself warped from the impact. Mu Xiaoxue held a steady advantage. Her attacks grew faster and faster, each strike carrying a ruthless intent to kill, as if she were pouring all the rage and pain in her heart onto them. Put! The ultimate force pierced the Heavenly Emperor's heart, instantly engulfed by golden flames. The Heavenly Emperor stared in disbelief at his body turning to ash, murmuring, "Impossible. How could this be? You, a defeated foe, how could you?" With the Heavenly Emperor's fall, the remaining elders and the Azure Emperor lost all will to fight, fleeing in disarray. Yet they could not escape death, easily slain by Mu Xiaoxue. The entire battlefield fell utterly silent, save for the crackling flames that illuminated Mu Xiaoxue's blood-stained figure. Leaning on her sword, she gasped for breath, her chest heaving violently. Moonlight washed over her face, revealing streaks of sweat mingled with blood. The madness and killing intent in her eyes faded, leaving only bewilderment. After a long while, she dragged her weary body step by step back toward the ruins. Jiang Ling was still sitting there. A corner of the house had collapsed, and he sat on the broken half of a chair. Before him sat an unbroken glass, half filled with water reflecting the crescent moon above. He seemed oblivious to her arrival, maintaining his previous posture, still as a stone statue. Mu Xiaoxue sat down across from him, separated by the broken table. Though only 3 feet separated them, it felt like an unbridgeable chasm. Jiang Ling watched her silently when suddenly the gaming wristband on his wrist lit up. A faint alert sounded in his ear. Friendly reminder. Detected Lin Zhantian breaking Blue Star's limits. Current power level, peak level 99. Friendly reminder. Lin Zhantian is currently joining forces with the Yi family and heading towards the Jiang family. Friendly reminder, please act promptly, player. Jiang Ling's fingers twitched slightly, a fleeting flicker of anxiety flashing in his eyes. Lin Zhantian's breakthrough at this moment was something he had never anticipated. Moreover, his immediate pursuit of the Jiang family upon breaking through revealed clear intentions. First, to settle scores with the Jiang family. Second, he might suspect Jiang Ling had brought out a precious treasure from the world's origin land. Plundering it was entirely possible. He lifted his head to look at Mu Xiaoxue across from him. His mouth opened, wanting to say something, yet he found himself at a loss for words. Current dark side level of beloved disciple, 60,100. The number on the panel slowly climbed towards 60. But the further he progressed, the harder it became. He was still far from reaching the maximum. Jiang Ling knew he should utter harsher words, commit more outrageous acts. Yet, gazing into Mu Xiaoxue's bloodshot eyes, all his thoughts froze in his mind. Mu Xiaoxue didn't look at him, only staring down at her own pale, slender hands. After a long silence, she finally spoke softly, her voice hoarse, "Why won't you explain?" Jiang Ling remained silent. "If you did it." Mu Xiaoxue lifted her head, her gaze fixed squarely on him. Her eyes held no anger, only a stubborn persistence. "You can tell me why." She paused, her Adam's apple rolling. "I believe you have your reasons." Those words pierced him like needles. Seeing the unshaken trust in Mu Xiaoxue's eyes felt like a brutal blow to his heart, leaving him suffocating with anguish. He wanted to say "I'm sorry," wanted to say it was all a lie, wanted to say "I'll bring you home soon." But he couldn't. Beloved disciple Mu Xiaoxue's corruption value, 65,100. The number on the panel flickered again, as if urging him on. Jiang Ling turned his face away, gazing at the distant flames, his voice as cold as ice, "Nothing to explain." The sky shifted color. Mu Xiaoxue's emotions now influenced the surrounding environment. Like an overturned inkstone, thick, dark clouds churned above her head. Each strand of cloud was twisted with distorted magical energy, emitting a piercing hum. The lingering might from her recent slaying of the Celestial Emperor had yet to dissipate, golden ancestral phoenix flames dancing around her. Suddenly, everyone felt an inexplicable, bone-chilling cold, as if emanating from the very fabric of this world. Crack! The earth beneath their feet began to crack, fine fissures spreading like a spider's web, glowing with an eerie blue electric light. The spiritual energy in the air grew turbulent and restless, churning like boiling water stirred by an invisible hand. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze sharpened abruptly as she fixed her eyes on a point in the void. She could distinctly sense something awakening, gazing at her with a cold, emotionless stare, as if observing an alien entity. World consciousness. Mu Xiaoxue clenched her fists, her expression grave. Slaying the top-tier combat power of the Sky Blue realm had clearly crossed this world's threshold. It was now rejecting her as an outsider. The dark clouds in the sky abruptly contracted, coalescing into a massive vortex. At its center, a blurred, shadowy form slowly materialized. It possessed no distinct form, only a pure, suffocating pressure like a colossal boulder crushing the hearts of everyone within the world. Jiang Ling, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up. He brushed the dust from his clothes, his movements calm and composed, a stark contrast to the looming crisis. Walking over to Mu Xiaoxue, his gaze passed right through her, fixed instead on the shadowy form of the world consciousness in the sky. A cold smile curved his lips. It seemed the plan had succeeded. Mu Xiaoxue whipped her head around to face him, her eyes brimming with confusion. What plan? Jiang Ling's gaze settled on her face, eerily calm. That look chilled her to the bone more than the oppressive aura of the world consciousness in the sky. Do you think the Celestial Emperor and his followers found this place by chance? Mu Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat as a wave of dread washed over her. It was me. Jiang Ling's voice was soft, yet like an ice-hardened dagger, it pierced her heart with precision. It was me who sent the signal using the martial god talisman of Blue Star to lure them here. What did you say? Mu Xiaoxue's voice trembled. She couldn't believe her ears. I said, I brought them here. Jiang Ling repeated, his tone devoid of remorse as his cold, ruthless words continued. I know they couldn't kill you alone. But I needed them dead, needed you to kill them yourself. Only then could I fully enrage the world consciousness of the Tiansong realm. He lifted his head, gazing at the shadowy figure in the sky with fanatical fervor. Only then will this merciless world consciousness of the great Tao truly strike against you. The Heavenly Emperor cannot kill you, nor can the Song Emperor. But it can. Mu Xiaoxue staggered back half a step, colliding with the crumbling wall behind her. The dull ache in her spine brought her slightly back to her senses. She stared at Jiang Ling, the light in her eyes slowly extinguishing. Why? Why? Jiang Ling smiled a cruel, unfamiliar smile. Because I am of the Yi family. Might as well go all the way and smear the Yi family with this filth. The Yi family. Mu Xiaoxue murmured. The name struck her like lightning, instantly connecting all the loose ends. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. The arbitration court incident was the Mu family framed? Is my family really in trouble? I still think it's more fun if you guess the answer yourself. Jiang Ling stepped before her, leaning down to look into her eyes. The icy glare threatened to freeze her solid. Framing the Mu family was my doing. Rescuing you was also my arrangement. He paused, then delivered an even crueler blow. I knew the Celestial Emperor couldn't kill you. So I had to awaken the world consciousness. Only it could utterly annihilate you. That was my goal from the very beginning. Chapter 147, Mission Accomplished. This explanation was full of holes. How could anyone from the Yi family possess such power to infiltrate the Tiansong realm and execute such an absurd mission? How could they possess the power to strip her of her cultivation, forcing her to rebuild from scratch and break through her limits? And summoning the world consciousness? That was no trivial feat to control. Yet right now, Mu Xiaoxue was nearly suffocating under the oppressive weight of the world consciousness pressing down from the sky. The thunderous roar in her ears, Jiang Ling's cold, ruthless tone, and those devastating words pounded relentlessly like heavy hammers against her already fragile sanity. She instinctively chose to believe. Because if all of this were a lie, then the pain she endured and the beliefs she clung to would become nothing but a joke. So that's how it was. Mu Xiaoxue murmured softly, slowly releasing her clenched hands. The golden flames instantly extinguished. Her eyes grew hollow, like a dried-up well, no longer reflecting any light. I should have died long ago. My home is likely gone too. The world consciousness in the sky seemed to sense her despair. The vortex's rotation suddenly accelerated, and a thick bolt of lightning like a silver dragon carrying the aura of utter destruction crashed down with a thunderous roar. Ding! Corruption value, 100,100. Initiation mission complete. A slightly excited mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Ling's mind. The gaming wristband on his wrist emitted a faint glow. As he watched the thunderbolt strike Mu Xiaoxue, a flicker of pain crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. This was a necessary step, the final hurdle to send her home. As the thunderbolt struck, Mu Xiaoxue made no attempt to dodge. She simply gazed at Jiang Ling, a flicker of madness in her eyes. A smile curved her lips, a mockery of her own naivety, or perhaps a welcome to some new beginning. The silver lightning roared like a colossal dragon as it crashed down, completely engulfing Mu Xiaoxue's figure. The blinding white light illuminated the entire world, even the churning dark clouds in the sky were rendered transparent. Jiang Ling stood not far away, watching the blinding light, his clenched fists so tight his nails nearly dug into his flesh. He could sense Mu Xiaoxue's aura fluctuating violently within the thunder, sometimes faint as a flickering candle in the wind, other times erupting with astonishing power, as if undergoing a life or death metamorphosis. Notice, Mu Xiaoxue's darkening value has reached maximum. Her latent potential is fully unleashed. Her current power is sufficient to confront the world consciousness of the Tiansong realm. Notice, Mu Xiaoxue can forcibly breach the Tiansong realm's spatial barrier. Host, please prepare reception arrangements on Blue Star immediately. The game's prompt brought Jiang Ling relief, yet also sparked fresh anxiety. He looked up at the still raging sea of lightning inside. He had to leave. He cast one final glance at the faintly visible figure at the center of the Thunder Sea. His lips parted, but no words came out. A flash of white light erupted, and his figure vanished amidst the ruins of the Tiansong realm. Within the thunderstorm, Mu Xiaoxue slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned to pure gold, devoid of any emotion, only a cold, indifferent void remained. The thunderbolt had not killed her. In other words, with her current power, nothing in the entire Tiansong realm could harm her. Her power had surged instantly, reaching a realm she had never before attained. World consciousness? Kill me? Mu Xiaoxue's voice was as icy as a 1,000-year-old glacier. She slowly raised her hand, golden flames coalescing once more in her palm, more violent, more tyrannical than before. So that's all you've got, master? Seems you're in for disappointment. She unleashed a thunderous punch toward the vortex in the sky. The golden fist-shaped aura tore through the sea of lightning, colliding directly with the phantom of the world consciousness. The vortex trembled violently, emitting a painful hum as cracks appeared beneath the force of that single punch. Hum! The world consciousness seemed enraged, unleashing countless bolts of lightning like a silver curtain of rain, pelting down upon Mu Xiaoxue in an overwhelming deluge. The entire Tiansong realm trembled, as if it might shatter in this clash. Mu Xiaoxue remained utterly unfazed. Her form flickered, transforming into a golden streak of light as she darted through the sea of thunder. Each strike carried the power to shatter the heavens and earth. She no longer defended, no longer hesitated. Her eyes held only one thought. Break through this, escape this place of despair, return to Blue Star, and exact revenge. Break! With her clear shout, golden flames coalesced into a colossal longsword, slashing viciously at the vortex in the sky. Crack! The phantom of the world's consciousness shattered like glass. The dark clouds and thunder in the sky instantly dissipated, revealing a clear night sky. Above Mu Xiaoxue's head, space began to violently warp. A massive rift slowly opened, revealing the familiar, azure blue starry sky beyond. Blue Star, teacher, I'm back. Mu Xiaoxue gazed at the starry expanse, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes before being swiftly replaced by icy detachment. She let out a laugh, leaped into the air, and plunged through the spatial fissure. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, the world's primordial source, Jiang Ling stepped out of the teleportation array. The moment his feet touched the ground, his gaming wristband alerted him. Apprenticeship quest completed. Rewards dispersed. The spell array capable of opening the world barrier has been stored in your backpack. Without hesitation, Jiang Ling immediately followed Lanlan's instructions and entered the source realm. Following the records in the secret texts, he swiftly began arranging the formation. Countless golden runes flew from his hands, weaving into a massive formation at the center of the primordial land. You found a way? You'd better fulfill my conditions, or I'll kill you. A crisp voice rang out. MHM, you can trust me to deliver. Jiang Ling addressed the empty origin realm. A golden light coalesced before him, the embodiment of Blue Star's consciousness, the little girl Lanlan. Frowning, she watched Jiang Ling's formation with confusion. Hey, what are you doing? What kind of formation is this? A summoning formation. Jiang Ling replied while adjusting the formation's runes. Soon, a powerhouse transcending the world's limits will descend to Blue Star from here. Isn't that your condition? A powerhouse beyond the world's limits? Lanlan's eyes widened as she studied Jiang Ling curiously. You went to all this trouble just to bring her here? But you gain nothing from being here yourself. Isn't that a waste of opportunity? I'll explain later. Jiang Ling pulled a spatial ring from his backpack and handed it to Lanlan. Inside were resources and cultivation techniques prepared for her. You know Blue Star's current resources aren't enough to sustain her cultivation. These might help her. He paused, his expression turning serious. Remember, when she arrives, give her this, but don't tell her it's from me. Consider it one more favor for me, okay? Lanlan took the spatial ring, weighed it in her hand, then glanced at Jiang Ling's solemn expression. Though filled with questions, she nodded. All right. Since you're being so loyal, I'll help you this once. Thank you. Jiang Ling exhaled in relief. He performed one final check on the formation, confirming everything was in order. At that moment, a deafening, earth-shattering roar erupted from the area. It sounded as if some terrifying entity was launching a frenzied assault, attempting to breach Blue Star's protective barrier. Lanlan paled, clutching the ring tightly. Hey, your friend is terrifying. Don't tell me. Jiang Ling glanced toward the distance, preparing to leave. He reassured her, don't worry. You know who this person is. I'll be going now. She should be arriving soon. With that, he turned and departed from the world's origin. Not long after his departure, the origin's formation erupted with blinding light. A crack 1,000 feet long slowly appeared. From beyond the fissure, a terrifying aura that seemed to suppress the heavens and earth rapidly approached. Chapter 148, Troublemaker Lin Zhantian. The moment Jiang Ling's consciousness returned to reality, a commotion erupted below the dormitory building. Soon, someone knocked on the door. Jiang Ling opened it to find 3 men in black suits standing there, their lapels adorned with the distinctive insignia of the Yi family. Young Master Jiang, please come with us. The lead man's tone was flat, yet his eyes held a hint of smugness. Old Master Lin Zhantian and the family elders are waiting to see you at the Jiang residence. Jiang Ling's fingertips curled slightly. Lin Zhantian's sudden visit to the Jiang residence, specifically requesting to see him, couldn't possibly be just a casual reunion. He touched the gaming wristband on his wrist, pinning his hopes on Mu Xiaoxue returning quickly. She should already be en route to Blue Star, but for now, he had to attend this treacherous banquet. What if I don't go? Jiang Ling's voice was calm, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of mockery. Young Master Jiang was a shrewd man. The man stepped aside, his cold gaze fixed on him. Your parents and grandfather await at the ancestral home. Old Master Lin insists that a family should be complete. The threat was blatantly obvious. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, suppressing the anger rising within him. Lead the way. The black sedan glided smoothly along the road leading to the Jiang family's ancestral home. The windows blocked out the outside noise, leaving the cabin air thick and heavy. Jiang Ling leaned back in his seat, eyes closed in deep thought. Since Lin Zhantian had transcended the world's limits, his actions had grown increasingly reckless. This visit likely served 2 purposes, demanding the fragment of origin and perhaps using the opportunity to intimidate the Jiang family. Or even to seize complete control over him. Given the talent he displayed in the grand competition, Lin Zhantian would never allow him to grow unchecked. The scenery outside the window gradually shifted from bustling cityscapes to tranquil villa districts. At the Jiang residence entrance, not only the family guards stood watch, but also several unfamiliar martial artists, their eyes darting warily over every person entering or exiting. Stepping into the living room, a heavy aura of martial might mingled with oppressive silence washed over them. Grandfather Jiang Guo sat in the seat of honor, his expression grave. Father Jiang Rohai stood beside him, fists clenched. Mother Li Wan's face was grim. Upon seeing Jiang Ling enter, her lips twitched, but she ultimately only turned her face away. Seated directly across from Jiang Guo was none other than Lin Zhantian. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, he idly rubbed his teacup with one hand, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His gaze, however, was as sharp as a falcon's. When it landed on Jiang Ling, it carried an unmistakable scrutiny. Little Ling is back? Sit down quickly. Grandfather has been waiting for you for a long time. The affectionate use of grandfather only deepened the grim expressions among the Jiang family members. Jiang Ling remained motionless, standing in place as his gaze met Lin Zhantian's calmly. War God Lin sought me out. What is it? No need to rush into business. Lin Zhantian set down his teacup with a soft clink. I hear you won the championship at the university competition and even entered the world's primordial realm? Indeed. You've captured the spirit of your grandfather in his prime. His tone shifted as he casually inquired, while you were there, did Blue Star Consciousness offer you any perks? Like origin fragments? Jiang Ling's heart sank abruptly. So that was what this was about. He shook his head. Bad luck. Didn't get anything. Oh? Lin Zhantian arched an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. That's truly unfortunate. His smile remained unchanged, but his tone turned abruptly cold. But never mind. You're young, plenty of opportunities for trials ahead. I hear you possess extraordinary talent. Since I've just broken through recently, why don't we spar? Consider it me offering guidance to a junior. Lin Zhantian. Don't push your luck. Wang Peng slammed his fist on the table, his spiritual energy surging. Xiao Ling just emerged from the secret realm and hasn't recovered yet. If you want to spar, I'll be your opponent. What nonsense is young Master Wang spouting? Lin Zhantian rose slowly, an invisible pressure radiating from him, weighing down upon the Jiang family members like a mountain. I merely wish to exchange insights with Xiao Ling. Does the Jiang family lack even this basic magnanimity? Besides, you're a newly ascended martial god, you're not qualified to face me. That oppressive force felt like a solid boulder. Jiang Rohai and Li Wan, slightly weaker in strength, instantly paled and involuntarily took half a step back. Wang Peng struggled to maintain his composure, but beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Lin Zhantian's power after shattering the world's limits was truly terrifying. Uncle Wang, it's fine. Jiang Ling stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Wang Peng to face the pressure head-on. Since Lord Lin wishes to offer guidance, this junior naturally seeks to learn. He knew this sparring session, or rather, this lesson was unavoidable. Lin Zhantian intended to use this to force him to admit he had obtained the origin fragment. If he refused, Lin might even cripple him. But he had no way out. Lin Zhantian's pressure surged toward Jiang Ling like a tidal wave, carrying the terrifying might of a peak 99th level cultivator, crushing his bones and meridians. Jiang Ling felt his internal organs tremble violently, a metallic taste rising in his throat. Yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to utter a single sound. Xiao Ling. Li Wan's voice trembled with tears. Lin Zhantian watched Jiang Ling's body tremble slightly under the pressure, a cruel smile curling his lips. Now tell me. Is the origin fragment on you or not? Jiang Ling lifted his head. Sweat dripped from his jaw, splattering onto the polished floor and spreading into a small wet patch. His gaze remained unwavering as he spoke, enunciating each word deliberately. No. Good. Very good. Lin Zhantian laughed bitterly in rage. The oppressive aura surged violently, nearly crushing Jiang Ling's body. Let's see how long you can keep up this defiance. Jiang Ling's bones creaked, veins pulsing violently beneath his skin as if ready to burst. At that moment, Jiang Ling felt like a fragile boat tossed in a raging storm, teetering on the brink of capsizing. His consciousness began to blur, darkness swirling before his eyes. This was his absolute limit. Just as he was about to collapse, a gentle yet irresistible force surged from the side. Like warm water, it instantly dissolved Lin Zhantian's oppressive aura. Jiang Ling gasped sharply, stumbling back half a step before being caught in time. He lifted his head, looking toward the source of the force, his eyes filled with confusion. Everyone in the living room froze, including Lin Zhantian. Who possessed such formidable strength that they could silently neutralize his imposing aura? That gentle force spread through the living room like melting snow in early spring. It not only dissolved Lin Zhantian's imposing aura but also wove a faint golden protective shield around Jiang Ling, soothing the surging energy within him. The Jiang family members froze for a moment, then their faces erupted with disbelief and wild joy. Jiang Guo supported Jiang Ling, their eyes meeting briefly before he whispered, "Is it Zhao Shui?" Though pale, Jiang Ling smiled and nodded. Lin Zhantian's expression darkened to the extreme. He could distinctly sense that the master of that power far surpassed him in strength, and their aura was concealed with remarkable skill. Had they not initiated the attack, he would have detected not a single trace. This feeling of being toyed with like a puppet filled him with seething rage, yet he dared not make a rash move. The few martial artists who had accompanied the Yi family were pale with fear, instinctively retreating while keeping their hands on the weapons at their waists, their eyes fixed warily on the doorway. The air seemed to freeze, broken only by the ticking of the wall clock. Each tick felt like a hammer blow to everyone's heart. A golden streak of light drifted slowly through the doorway, coalescing into a slender figure at the center of the living room. Chapter 149, Slaying Lin Zhantian. The newcomer wore a white gown, a departure from her usual black combat attire. A radiant glow trembled faintly around her form, while behind her, the phantom of a phoenix appeared vividly lifelike, as if poised to spread its wings and soar at any moment. Her jet-black hair was loosely gathered at the nape of her neck, with a few stray strands framing her cheeks, outlining her soft features. Her skin glowed almost translucent under the light, her features painted with an otherworldly beauty, yet radiating a battle-hardened coldness and authority. Most striking were her eyes, pupils of pure gold, as if flames burned within them. Wherever they fell, it felt as though the very spot would be scorched. She stood there, her frame slender yet commanding, as if the very heavens and earth struggled to contain her presence. This. Yi Ping pointed at the newcomer, his lips trembling so violently he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long while. Yi Tian's face instantly drained of color, as if he'd seen a ghost. He stumbled backward, colliding with the pillar behind him. Lin Tian's pupils contracted sharply. The composure on his face shattered completely, replaced by profound terror. Mu Zhaoshui? How are you still alive? The name exploded like a thunderclap in the living room. The Jiang family members were first stunned, then erupted in even greater delight. It's Mu Zhaoshui. The martial god Mu has returned. Those who survive great calamity are destined for good fortune. Wonderful. We're saved. Mu Zhaoshui paid no heed to the reactions around her. Her gaze swept across the living room, finally settling on Lin Zhantian. A cold curve lifted at the corner of her lips as her tone carried a hint of amusement. What? Surprised? Her voice was soft, yet it carried overwhelming pressure, causing Lin Zhantian and the Yi family members to involuntarily feel a pang of dread. Weren't you slain by a heavenly Tsan realm expert? Lin Zhantian swallowed hard, forcing down his fear. The Tian-San realm has so many powerful beings, including a heavenly emperor who transcends limits. How could you possibly? You and he both broke through Blue Star's worldly limits. Why couldn't I? Why couldn't I return? Mu Zhaoshui walked slowly toward Lin Zhantian. With each step, a golden phantom phoenix appeared on the floor beneath her feet, its cry echoing faintly. As for you, Lin Zhantian, and the two from the Yi family taking advantage of my absence to betray the Mu family and humiliate my disciples. You truly excel at kicking someone when they're down. Her gaze settled on Jiang Ling, seeing his pallid face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. A flicker of fury shot through her golden pupils. Just because the Jiang family intervened to aid my Mu family, you bully us like this? Well done indeed. Mu Zhaoshui, don't get too cocky. Lin Zhantian roared, his voice harsh but betraying inner weakness. This is Blue Star, not the Tiansong realm. I too have surpassed my limits. Do you think your return grants you free reign? Do whatever I please? Mu Zhaoshui laughed a cold, resolute laugh. To deal with you lot? That phrase doesn't even apply. Before the words faded, her figure flickered, appearing instantly before Lin Zhantian. A palm strike slammed toward his chest. Golden flames blazed in her palm, carrying an aura capable of scorching the heavens and obliterating the earth. Lin Zhantian's expression changed drastically. He dared not take it lightly, frantically channeling his spiritual energy. Power beyond his limits erupted without restraint, forming a black protective shield. Boom! The collision of palm and shield produced a deafening roar. The violent collision of golden flames and black spiritual energy sent shockwaves rippling through the room, shattering every window in the living room. Splinters of wood and shards of glass flew everywhere. Everyone hurriedly channeled their spiritual energy to shield themselves. Yi Ping and Yi Tian were even knocked flying by the blast, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Zhantian felt an irresistible force surge through him, shattering his black shield in an instant. His entire body flew backward like a slamming into the wall with a dull thud. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Impossible. Lin Zhantian stared in disbelief at his chest, where golden flames had scorched a gaping hole through his clothes, his skin throbbing with searing pain. We're both pushing beyond our limits. How can you be this strong? Mu Zhaoshui offered no reply. She advanced step by step toward Lin Zhantian, golden flames dancing around her as the air temperature soared. So what if you've transcended the world's limits? In my eyes, you're still utterly powerless. She struck again, her speed lightning fast. Lin Zhantian had no time to react before she seized his wrist. Golden flames surged from her fingertips into Lin Zhantian's body, violently tearing apart his meridians and spiritual energy foundations. Ah! Lin Zhantian let out a piercing scream. He could feel the power he had painstakingly cultivated rapidly draining away, his spiritual energy foundations being destroyed bit by bit. Mu Zhaoshui. You can't cripple me. I am Blue Star's hope. Lin Zhantian pleaded desperately, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Mu Zhaoshui's gaze was icy, devoid of any pity. When you struck against the Mu family, did you not consider this day? Did you not consider Blue Star? As her words fell, Lin Zhantian's screams abruptly ceased. He slumped limply to the ground, his eyes vacant as his spiritual energy dissipated completely, leaving him utterly crippled. Having dealt with Lin Zhantian, Mu Zhaoshui turned her gaze toward Yi Ping and Yi Tian. The murderous intent in her golden pupils sent shivers down their spines. No one had expected Mu Zhaoshui to be this ruthless. Without a moment's hesitation, she had crippled Lin Zhantian, the peerless top-tier powerhouse who had dominated the world just moments before. God of martial arts, spare us. Yi Ping begged for mercy. Lin Zhantian forced us to do it. It's not our fault. Yi Tian trembled in fear, his body shaking violently. Yes, Joshua. We were coerced. Please, as fellow Blue Star warriors, spare us this once. The crowd shot them contemptuous glances. Cowards. Everyone assumed Mu Joshua would deal with them the same way she dealt with Lin Zhantian. Wang Peng had even prepared his speech, ready to list the Yi family's crimes. However, Mu Joshua merely gave them a cold glance before withdrawing her gaze and turning toward the Jiang family members. Yi Ping and Yi Tian froze in place, their faces etched with utter disbelief. They survived? The Jiang family members were equally astonished, baffled as to why Mu Joshua had spared them. Only Mu Joshua herself knew she had no patience for these two clowns right now. She had more important matters to attend to, and there was someone she must see immediately. Golden flames slowly retracted from Mu Joshua's palms as her aura settled. She clearly had no intention of continuing the attack. Stepping over the collapsed Lin Zhantian, she walked straight toward the Jiang family members. Her gaze softened slightly as it met theirs. Jiang Ling was still reeling from both shock and relief at Mu Joshua's overwhelming power. Only when she reached his presence did he snap back to reality, instinctively taking half a step back. The woman before him possessed power beyond imagination, her aura instinctively imposing a sense of pressure. Yet within those golden eyes, a terrifying emotion seemed to lurk. Are you okay? Mu Joshua reached out, gently supporting his arm. Her fingertips were slightly cool, carrying a familiar touch that made Jiang Ling's heart skip a beat for no apparent reason. I'm fine, thank you, Principal. Jiang Ling shook his head, averting her gaze. Mu Joshua's gaze lingered on him for a moment. Seeing the blood at the corner of his mouth and his pale complexion, a flicker of guilt passed through her golden pupils. I'm sorry. For me, for our Mu family, I've caused you hardship. Her voice was soft, yet carried genuine remorse. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, wanting to say something, yet unsure where to begin. Staring at Mu Joshua, he suddenly realized she didn't seem to recognize him. This realization stirred a vague sense of loss within him, yet he also felt a wave of relief wash over him. Zhang Guo and Ying Tian exchanged glances, both seeing relief in each other's eyes. Just as Jiang Ling had said, Mu Joshua would return and surpass the world's limits. She turned to Jiang Guo, her tone regaining some seriousness. Elder Jiang, Elder Ring, thank you for looking after the Mu family during my absence. I will settle every single account with Lin Zhantian and the Yi family in due time. She paused, her gaze drifting out the window with a hint of urgency. But now, I must first find someone. Find someone? Everyone froze in surprise. Chapter 150, Dead? Mu Joshua's fingertips tightened unconsciously, her heart beating a little faster in her chest. She was thinking of Ling Zhang. The teacher who had walked beside her through the most difficult years in the Tiansong realm, the one who had helped her reborn, the one who schemed relentlessly. Even knowing he might have been deceiving her all along, even as the pain from his words still lingered within her, she still wanted to see him. She wanted to ask why, to tell him she was back, to see him one last time. The world consciousness of Tiansong realm couldn't hold her back. The arduous journey home couldn't stop her. What sustained her through the bloody fight back was not only her duty to the Mu family, but also this very thought. Who are you seeking, Joshua? Asked Jiang Guo. If you need assistance, the Jiang family will not hesitate to help. His name was Ling Jiang. Mu Joshua turned her head, her gaze landing on Yi Ping and Yi Tian. Her golden pupils abruptly turned cold. I hear he is of the Yi family. Yi Ping, who had been secretly relieved to have escaped with his life, snapped his head up at the mention of the Yi family. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes before being replaced by wild elation. Indeed. I knew there was a reason this woman spared them. This Ling Jiang must be one of the Yi family, and he owes her an immense debt of gratitude. Yes. There is such a person. Yi Ping blurted out urgently, fearing that any delay might invite Mu Joshua's wrath. Ling Jiang is indeed one of us Yi family members. He's the pseudo-war god we cultivated using our secret techniques. The two exchanged glances, simultaneously settling on a figure. Yi Tian quickly chimed in, forcing a look of grief onto his face. What a pity. Such a promising prospect, but he died not long ago. Dead? Mu Joshua's voice shot up sharply. The air around her instantly froze as golden spiritual energies surged uncontrollably across her skin. How did he die? Seeing her violent reaction, Yi Ping grew even more certain he was right. He quickly added fuel to the fire. He was beaten to death by the Jiang family. During the recent university competition, the Jiang family brought in 2 experts from who knows where. They went straight for the kill. He secretly observed Mu Joshua's expression. Seeing her fingertips turn white, he felt a surge of satisfaction inside and continued. The scene was beyond horrific. Ling Jiang was beaten so badly that his spiritual energy collapsed and his foundations were completely destroyed. In the end, they didn't even leave his body intact. What did you say? Mu Joshua's aura erupted violently in that instant. Golden flames erupted skyward like a volcano, instantly dyeing the clouds above a brilliant gold. A howling gale swept through the entire villa district, cracking the ground into spiderweb like fissures. Her body trembled not from fear, but from extreme fury and utter disbelief. Her fists clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white, nails digging deep into her palms. She didn't even notice the beads of blood seeping out. Dead? Her teacher was dead? The man who cooked for her in the sky blue realm, listened to her talk, and even pretended to be her boyfriend dead? And killed by the Jiang family? How could this be? She recalled the last time she saw him, standing behind the broken wall, his gaze eerily calm as he said, "Stay here and become your supreme master." Mu Xiaoshue's gaze swept over Yi Ping and Yi Tian's ashen faces, her tone icy. "Are you certain it was him? He was at least at the martial god realm." "Yes. He was at the martial god realm. If you don't believe me, go ask those murderers from the Jiang family." Yi Ping responded loudly, head bowed. Mu Xiaoshue turned to look at Zhang Guo and the others, only to see genuine distress etched on their faces. Jiang Ling was still leaning against Wang Pang, regulating his breath. Lin Zhangtian's overwhelming pressure had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Hearing this, Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Mu Xiaoshue's expression turned icy, a flicker of bewilderment crossing her eyes. Teacher is dead? And killed by the Jiang family? How could that be? How much she had hated his ruthlessness back then. Now, golden flames surged wildly around Mu Xiaoshue, warping the very space around her. She whipped her head toward Yi Ping, her golden pupils blazing with murderous intent. "If you dare lie, I will kill you." Terrified by the murderous intent in her eyes, Yi Ping scrambled backward in panic, yet added fuel to the fire. "It's true. The outsiders hired by the Jiang family were ruthless. We couldn't stop them. Ling Jiang, he was calling your name as he died." These words ignited Mu Xiaoshue's fury completely. She snapped her head up toward the sky, and golden spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, engulfing the entire scene. The ancient Jiang family residence shook violently. "Impossible." Mu Xiaoshue murmured, her voice trembling slightly. She refused to believe Ling Jiang was dead, much less that he had met such a gruesome end. Yet Yi Ping's utterly convinced expression, along with the stunned looks on the Jiang family members' faces, told her this was reality. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her golden pupils held only icy, deathly stillness. "I refuse to believe it." Her voice was eerily calm, yet it sent a bone-chilling chill through everyone present. Golden whirlpools swirled above the Jiang family's ancestral home, streaking across the sky like shooting stars. Mu Xiaoshue stood in the center of the courtyard. Though the golden flames surrounding her had subsided, they still radiated a heart-stopping aura. Her gaze fixed on Yi Ping, her golden pupils blazing with fury, as if they could burn right through him. "Where's the body?" Her voice was hoarse, each word laced with finality. "I demand to see the body. Without seeing his corpse, I refuse to believe it." Yi Ping felt his scalp tingle under her gaze, instinctively taking a half step back as his eyes darted nervously. "He's dead, no body left. The Jiang family's hired men were ruthless, not even bone fragments remained." "Where?" Mu Xiaoshue demanded sharply, golden spiritual energy gathering once more in her palm. "Even if he's reduced to ashes, I'll recognize him. I'll find him myself." Before her words faded, she spun on her heel, her form transforming into a golden streak of light that shot skyward. In a blur, the crowd watched as only a fading afterimage remained in the courtyard's center. Where is she going?" Ying Tian asked hesitantly. Jiang Guo sighed, his gaze complex. "Looks like she's heading to the secret realm of the university tournament. She intends to find him herself." Ying Tian's gaze, however, swept past the others and landed on Jiang Ling. The youth stood with head bowed, flexing his limbs while hissing through clenched teeth from the pain. When Mu Xiaoshue mentioned the name Ling Jiang earlier, he had clearly seen Jiang Ling's body stiffen. Though it lasted only an instant, it hadn't escaped his notice. Ling Jiang. Jiang Ling. These two names echoed repeatedly in Ying Tian's mind, like two keys attempting to unlock some long-buried mystery. Ying Tian suddenly recalled Jiang Ling's unusual behavior during the university competition. He had rarely seen him strive so relentlessly for victory, yet he gained little from the championship. At least, that was how it appeared now. And when he had urged them to intervene and protect the Mu family, he had declared with absolute certainty that Principal Mu would return. All the clues, like scattered beads, were strung together by an invisible thread. Ying Tian's eyes grew increasingly sharp as a bold hypothesis took shape in his mind. "Jiang Ling, come with me." Ying Tian stepped forward, patting Jiang Ling's shoulder. His tone was calm yet commanding. "I'll take you back to the school to handle the follow-up matters." Jiang Ling froze, lifting his gaze to meet Ying Tian's. His gaze was as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well, revealing no trace of emotion. "Grandfather, everyone, I must go now." Jiang Ling could only nod in following Tian out of the Jiang family's ancestral home. The moment they stepped outside the gate, Ying Tian raised his hand and tore open a spatial fissure. "Let's go." He stepped into the fissure first. Jiang Ling hesitated briefly before following. When they steadied themselves again, they found themselves in the faculty office of Jinghua University. The familiar surroundings and the familiar view outside the window eased the tension in Jiang Ling's nerves slightly. Ying Tian sat behind his desk, poured himself a cup of tea, and poured one for Jiang Ling as well, pushing it toward him. Try it. This is this year's new tea. Jiang Ling lifted the cup. The warm sensation spreading through his fingertips slowly eased the unease in his heart. But Jiang Ling knew full well that Ying Tian hadn't brought him here alone just for tea. Jiang Ling, Ying Tian set down his cup, his gaze fixed on him with scrutiny. Do you know someone named Ling Jian? Chapter 151, just visited this morning. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat, his fingers tightening slightly around the teacup. He lifted his head, forcing a blank expression onto his face. Ling Jian? I don't know him. What's the matter, teacher? You don't know him? Ying Tian arched an eyebrow, a faint, ambiguous smile curling his lips. But somehow, I get the feeling you're quite familiar with that name. You must be joking, teacher. Jiang Ling averted his gaze from Ying Tian's eyes and looked out the window. I've never heard that name before. Only heard Mu Wuxian mention it once. Is that so? Ying Tian replied calmly. Yet when Mu Xiaoxue mentioned it earlier, you seemed quite tense. Besides, if you reverse Ling Jiang, doesn't it spell Jiang Ling? Jiang Ling looked at Ying Tian and smiled. Teacher, that's just a coincidence at most. What do you mean by asking? I mean nothing by it. Ying Tian lifted his teacup, gently blowing away the foam. I was merely wondering who exactly is this Ling Jiang that Mu Xiaoxue spoke of? His voice was soft, yet it struck Jiang Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. Jiang Ling offered a faint smile in return, drinking his tea without speaking. Did you give your all in the university competition to enter the world's origin land? To find a way to break through the world's barrier? Ying Tian pressed on, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. When you said Zhao Shui would return, was it because you already knew she could come back? Or even that you were secretly helping her? How could that be, master? I'm not that powerful. Jiang Ling hastily waved his hands in denial. The more urgently he denied it, the more evident the certainty in Ying Tian's eyes became. Ying Tian sighed softly, setting down his teacup. You're definitely hiding something from me, kid. I know you have your reasons for doing this, but... He paused, his tone turning grave. If you have any leads, share them with Zhao Shui. You saw just how much she cares about that Ling Jiang. If those two really killed him, our situation will be very difficult. Jiang Ling's expression remained unchanged, and he said nothing. Fine, I won't press you. You stubborn kid, 3 slaps won't get a word out of you. Ying Tian watched his pensive expression, waved his hand dismissively, and teased with a smile. You'd better think it through yourself. Some things only cause more harm the longer they're put off. Jiang Ling nodded and silently walked out of the office. Sunlight streamed through the corridor windows, bathing him in its warmth. Ying Tian's words landed like a stone in his heart, leaving him restless. Meanwhile, above Jinghua University, a golden fissure slowly opened. Mu Xiaoxue's figure emerged from the fissure, landing at the entrance to the secret realm of the university tournament. She raised her hand, channeling golden spiritual energy into the sealed entrance. The once closed portal glowed brightly once more. Ling Jiang, wait for me. Mu Xiaoxue took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering as she stepped into the secret realm. The scene within the secret realm was exactly as she remembered, a dense primeval forest where towering ancient trees blocked out the sky. Without hesitation, Mu Xiaoxue headed straight for the crime scene Yi Ping had described. Her divine sense spread like a tidal wave, meticulously scanning every inch of the surrounding land, enveloping the entire secret realm. She remembered Ling Jiang's aura. With her abilities, if he had truly died here, she would surely find clues. Yet, after searching the forest for an entire afternoon, she found nothing. There were traces of a struggle and lingering spiritual energy, but not a single shred of Ling Jiang's aura. Yi Ping's claim that his body was completely destroyed seemed more like a fabricated lie. Yet it couldn't be ruled out that an overwhelmingly powerful being had completely erased all traces. How could this be? Mu Xiaoxue stood beneath a massive ancient tree, her brows furrowed in deep confusion. Yet a faint glimmer of hope stirred within her. If he hadn't died here, it meant Ling Jian was still alive. It was all just lies spun by the Yi family. Just then, a spatial fluctuation rippled out. The scene before her eyes began to warp, trees and rocks rippling outward like water waves. Mu Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat. She immediately channeled her spiritual energy in readiness, only to find her body being pulled by a gentle force. Boo, she snapped, golden flames flaring around her. Don't be nervous, it's me, a clear, childlike voice rang in her ear, tinged with mischief. I'm Lan Lan Well, the consciousness incarnate of Blue Star. Mu Xiaoxue's vision blurred. When she steadied herself again, she found herself in a peculiar space. Here, there was no sky, no earth, only boundless streams of golden energy flowing slowly, radiating a rich primordial essence. A little girl dressed in a child's clothes tilted her head, studying Mu Xiaoxue with eyes brimming with curiosity. Blue Star's consciousness? Mu Xiaoxue froze. She hadn't expected Blue Star's consciousness to pull her here directly. You need something? It's not me seeking you out, Lan Lan replied. Someone asked me to deliver something to you. Lalan said, pulling a spatial ring from behind her back and extending it toward Mu Xiaoxue. Here. This was left for you by someone. He said it contains cultivation resources and techniques you need. For me? Mu Xiaoxue took the ring, her mind filled with confusion. She probed the ring with her divine sense and was instantly stunned by its contents. Not only did it contain vast quantities of rare treasures, but also a cultivation technique pointing directly to the highest realm, exactly what she needed most right now. Who would leave her something so precious? Who was this person? An inexplicable emotion welled up within her. Mu Xiaoxue stared at the ring in her hand, her eyes suddenly stinging. Tears as big as beans rolled down her cheeks without warning. These resources, this cultivation method, they were so much like what Ling Jiang would have given her. Could it be? A terrifying thought rose in her mind, only to be violently suppressed. No, Yiping said Ling Jiang was dead. Was that true? Why else would he not give it to her personally, choosing instead to use someone else's hands? Why are you crying? Lan Lan was startled by her reaction and hurriedly asked, don't you like these things? But he said you definitely need them. Mu Xiaoxue shook her head, her voice choked with emotion. No, I like them very much. It's just, the person who gave them to you, he might be dead. Dead? Lan Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could that be? So suddenly? He was here just this morning. What did you say? Mu Xiaoxue snapped her head up, tears still streaking her cheeks, yet her eyes blazed with intensity. You said he came this morning? Yes. Lan Lan nodded, her expression innocent. After the grand competition, he came here and said he wanted to open the world barrier. I made an agreement with him. This morning he came again, set up the formation to open the world barrier here, gave me this ring to pass on to you, and then left. Lan Lan paused before adding, I never expected him to leave so suddenly. It's such a pity. He was quite handsome and exceptionally talented. I really thought highly of him. Mu Xiaoxue stood frozen in place, her mind a blank. After the grand competition ended, those who could come here. Jiang Ling. I see. Chapter 152, Fragments of the Blue Star's Origin. She knew that name sounded familiar. Jiang Ling was Ling Jiang. Not only was he still alive, but he'd been preparing for her return all along. Overwhelming joy washed over Mu Xiaoxue like a tidal wave. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Laughing and laughing, tears streamed down her face. This time, they were tears of joy. She knew it, she knew he wouldn't die so easily. The man who had repeatedly orchestrated grand schemes in the Tiansan realm, how could he be so easily defeated? But why wouldn't he come himself? Why had he said those things to her? And why had he claimed to be a member of the Yi family? These questions still clouded her mind with doubt. Thank you, Lan Lan. Mu Xiaoxue wiped her glasses and flashed Lan Lan a dazzling smile. With that, she turned and walked toward the spatial exit, her steps light and quick, as if she might take flight. She had more important matters to attend to now to get to the bottom of these things. Was Jiang Ling really Ling Jiang? And why on earth would he do such a thing? Golden energy flowed slowly behind her. Lan Lan watched her departing figure, scratched her head, and frowned in confusion. Humans are truly baffling, one moment crying, the next laughing. How peculiar. On the tree-lined paths of Jinghua University, autumn leaves swirled down in the breeze. Mu Xiaoxue stepped on the scattered gold as she approached Ying Tian's office door. Her knuckles knocked, tinged with urgency. Fresh from the world's origin, Lan Lan's words still echoed in her ears. Come in. Ying Tian's voice came through the door. Mu Xiaoxue pushed the door open. Ying Tian was refilling his teacup. Uncle Ling, she said, closing the door behind her. Her golden eyes now held a sharp gleam. I'd like to ask about Jiang Ling. Ying Tian paused, his hand still holding the teapot. When he looked up, his face was already softened by his usual gentle smile. Jiang Ling? What about that kid? That's not what I'm asking. Mu Xiaoxue walked to the desk and tapped it lightly. I'm asking about his relationship with Ling Jiang. Ling Jiang? Ying Tian raised an eyebrow, as if hearing an unfamiliar name. Isn't that the so-called pseudo-martial god Yiping mentioned? Yiping said he was killed by someone from the Jiang family. How does this connect to Jiang Ling? Uncle Ling, stop pretending. Mu Xiaoxue's voice grew solemn. The Blue Star Consciousness said the person who reserved resources for me was named Jiang Ling. After the competition, he entered the world's primordial ground. This morning, he even went to set up the boundary-breaking formation. Yiping said Ling Jiang died during the grand competition, but Ling Jiang. She paused, her throat tightening. Ling Jiang is Jiang Ling, right? Ying Tian's hand holding the teacup remained steady. He replied with unruffled composure, Mu Xiao, why must you do this? I only want to know the truth. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze was unwavering. Has he been deceiving me all along? Ying Tian avoided her gaze and looked out the window. Shouldn't young people handle their own affairs? This old man's bones can't handle getting involved anymore. Uncle Ling. Don't pressure me. Ying Tian raised his hand to cut her off, a hint of pleading in his voice. If you have any questions, ask me yourself when the time comes. Just spare this old man. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and adopted a resigned posture, ready to endure whatever came his way. Mu Xiaoxue saw his expression and knew pressing further would yield nothing. She took a deep breath and turned toward the door. I understand. Inside the office, Ying Tian slowly opened his eyes only after hearing the door close. He stared at the ceiling, a bitter smile on his face. This matter? He absolutely wouldn't get involved. Jiang Ling's dorm room. Congratulations, host, on completing your initiation mission. You have earned the Super Reward Bundle. Reward 1, complete compendium of level 4 world martial arts includes all martial arts from level 4 and below worlds. All trainable skills are classified as martial arts. Host may learn freely. Reward 2, acquire Blue Star origin fragments, significantly enhancing your bond with Blue Star. The moment the game interface's notification sound faded, Jiang Ling felt a tidal wave of information surge into his mind. From the foundational basic fist manual to the mythical tier Starry Heaven technique, martial arts from countless worlds unfolded within his consciousness like a library, their systems clear, their principles distinct. He could practice any of them whenever he wished. This is incredible. Jiang Ling clenched his fists in excitement. During his recent battles against martial lords and martial sovereigns, he had acutely felt his own martial arts deficiency, relying solely on his bloodline and imperial weapon to hold his ground. With this comprehensive martial arts compendium, Mom won't have to worry about me getting beaten anymore. Before he could fully process his joy, a more colossal force surged from beneath his feet into his body. Outside the dorm window, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds swirled into a vortex, yet no thunder rumbled. Instead, golden sparks rained down from the clouds like countless stars. Across the entire capital, indeed the whole Blue Star, a gentle yet powerful energy pulsed through the air. The earth trembled faintly. Mountains rose higher, oceans expanded, and Blue Star's volume grew at a visible pace. Having devoured the Tiansong realm, Blue Star began its transformation. Others might not know, but Jiang Ling understood perfectly well. Mu Xiaoxue's elimination of Tiansong realm's top combat power had directly crippled their strength. With the two realms now connected, Blue Star would naturally seize this opportunity. After this, the Sky Blue realm would likely be downgraded to a minor world. Within Jiang Ling's body, the Blue Star's primordial fragments returned by the game resonated profoundly with his ancestral dragon bloodline. He felt an unprecedented closeness to this planet. Spiritual energy surged wildly into his body, crashing against the barriers. Crack! The barrier shattered at the sound. Jiang Ling's aura skyrocketed like a rocket, surging through levels 41 and 42. Ultimately stabilizing at the 50th level martial sovereign realm. The ancestral dragon bloodline roared within him, golden dragon scales faintly visible beneath his skin. Yet, upon reaching a certain threshold, it halted, as if awaiting something. Holy crap, this is insane, a whole realm leap in one go. If advancing on Blue Star is like this, won't I just coast to victory? Jiang Ling opened his eyes, scanned his body, and chuckled. Looks like I'll need to find more powerful bloodline energies to devour. He murmured, a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. The celestial phenomena outside the window gradually subsided. Blue Star grew more vast, its spiritual energy thicker and more potent. Jiang Ling felt the colossal power surging within him, utterly satisfied. Then he fell asleep. Morning sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Martial God Academy's teaching building, casting bright patches across the floor. Monday mornings' cultural classes were always the liveliest time at the Martial God Academy, where top masters were invited to share their cultivation insights. Today, the students were especially excited. Did you hear? Principal Mu himself is giving the lecture today. No way. He's the strongest in Great Xia. The headmaster is now the strongest on Blue Star. How does he have time to teach us? Amidst the buzz of conversation, Jiang Ling sat by the window, his fingertips tapping the desk absent-mindedly. After breaking through to Martial Sovereign level 50 last night, he'd slept exceptionally soundly, and now he still felt a lingering sense of satisfaction. He caught only fragments of the students' chatter. Just then, the classroom door swung open. Mu Xiaoxue entered, her sleek black outfit accentuating her tall, straight posture. Her long hair was pulled up high, revealing a smooth forehead and a gracefully curved neck. Her aura was icy, a coldness and authority tempered by blood and fire, carrying a hint of sacredness that brooked no profanity. The classroom fell instantly silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. All eyes focused on her, filled with awe and curiosity. Jiang Ling was also mesmerized. Was Mu Xiaoxue teaching today? Chapter 153, Question in Class. He struggled to reconcile this sacred, icy Valkyrie before him with the woman from the Tiansong realm who would soften into a gentle smile over a bowl of braised pork. That Mu Xiaoxue was as warm and gentle as jade, like the spring sun. The Mu Xiaoxue before him, however, was as cold as ice, like the bright moon of winter. Only when Mu Xiaoxue's gaze swept across the classroom and met his mid-air did Jiang Ling snap back to reality. He quickly lowered his head, his heart pounding wildly, his cheeks burning. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. He had never imagined he would one day feel guilty in front of Mu Xiaoxue. Mu Xiaoxue walked to the lectern, placed a black folder on the desk, and without further preamble, began, "Today we will discuss the Tao heart." Her voice was cool and penetrating, carrying clearly to every ear. As martial artists, cultivation matters, but the Tao heart matters more. What is the Tao heart? It is the fearlessness when facing formidable foes, the steadfastness when upholding convictions, and above all. She paused, her gaze returning to Jiang Ling. It is acting with integrity, honesty, and the courage to take responsibility. Jiang Ling's hand tightened around the pen, its tip leaving a crooked trail across the notebook. A true warrior must bear responsibility. Mu Xiaoxue continued, her tone calm yet powerful. He takes responsibility for his actions, confronts his mistakes with openness, rather than hiding or evading. Only then can one forge a truly invincible Tao heart. Jiang Ling lowered his head even further. Why did Mu Xiaoxue's words feel so pointed? Each word felt like a small hammer, gently tapping at his heart, making him restless. In contrast, Mu Xiaoxue's voice grew colder. If a person, especially a martial artist, committed a wrongful act yet dared not admit it, even attempting to cover it up with lies, then cracks would appear in their Tao heart. These cracks would grow like poisonous weeds, tormenting them eternally without release, ultimately turning them into slaves to their own inner demons. The classroom fell deathly silent as every pair of ears hung on her words. But Jiang Ling felt every word Mu Xiaoxue spoke was directed at him. He couldn't resist glancing up again, only to meet Mu Xiaoxue's golden pupils directly. She was staring at him, her gaze deep and piercing, as if trying to see right through him. Jiang Ling lowered his head again, his heart racing faster, cold sweat forming on his palms. Mu Xiaoxue withdrew her gaze, a barely perceptible curve touching her lips. Talking about principles won't help. The key lies in practice. Now, let's play a little game. I'll ask questions randomly. When called on, answer honestly, no lying. The students exchanged nervous glances, both tense and expectant. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze swept slowly across the classroom before she randomly called out, "First question, Li Ming." A bespectacled boy abruptly stood up, his palms sweating with nervousness. "Hello, Principal Mu. When you see your friends surpass you, do you feel jealous? My classmate and I are inseparable. As long as they're strong enough, I'm genuinely happy for them. Honestly?" Mu Xiaoxue's gaze remained calm as she looked at him, replying softly. I might feel a little bit. Very good. You must dare to confront such negative emotions and transform them into motivation to move forward, okay? Mu Xiaoxue nodded slightly. Take a seat. Next, Zhang Qian. The questioning continued, mostly covering trivial matters, with students offering a wide variety of answers. Mu Xiaoxue occasionally offered brief comments, and the classroom atmosphere gradually grew livelier. Jiang Ling, however, grew increasingly tense, convinced she would be called on next. His premonition was soon confirmed. Next question. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze pierced through the crowd, landing precisely on Jiang Ling. She uttered 4 words with crystal clear enunciation. Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's body froze instantly, as if struck by a petrification spell. The entire class's gaze fell on him in unison, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. He drew a deep breath, slowly lifting his head to meet Mu Xiaoxue's eyes that held a hint of amusement waiting for her question. His heart pounded wildly in his chest. He had a premonition that the question to come would be anything but simple. Truly worthy of the grand competition champion, Mu Xiaoxue murmured with a hint of amusement, nodding as she stepped down from the podium and approached Jiang Ling. Tell us, Mu Xiaoxue drawled, her tone carrying a hint of implication. Can you make scrambled eggs with tomatoes? Ha! Who the hell knows how to make scrambled eggs? What kind of ridiculous question is this? As Mu Xiaoxue posed the question, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the lecture hall. Mu Xiaoxue smiled faintly and murmured, Jiang, relax. It's just a little question. But deep down, Jiang Ling felt a chill. He forced himself to stay calm as he met Mu Xiaoxue's eyes smiling, yet piercingly inquisitive. I know a little, Jiang Ling replied. Very well, please take your seat. Mu Xiaoxue nodded, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as she returned to the lectern. Honestly, anyone with eyes can see that the answers to these questions are practically obvious, she remarked, her gaze drifting subtly toward Jiang Ling. So what truly matters is your attitude when answering, Mu Xiaoxue remarked with a smile. From what I see, everyone seems fairly honest. Bro Jiang, I think Mu Wuxian is genuinely gorgeous, Jiang Lei whispered to Jiang Ling with a grin as they walked back to the dorm after class. Jiang Ling raised an eyebrow at him, teasing, is that so? Then I'll have to tell Mu you don't just think she's beautiful, you think her relative is beautiful too. Hey, wait a minute. We're just having a private chat between us guys, why are you spilling everything? Besides, I never said she's prettier than Mu Yu. Jiang Lei's survival instinct kicked in and he made a move to cover Jiang Ling's mouth. But to be fair, it's true. Her aura, holy crap, she's an ice queen beauty. Enough. I'm here to tell you something serious. Jiang Lei slung an arm around his shoulder, his expression turning grave. My father and the others say that because Blue Star keeps advancing, its openness is increasing. Recently, we're about to connect with several other worlds. These matters are far beyond what you or I can handle, right? Jiang Ling was confused and asked. Seriously, Jiang, I gotta call you out on this. With your family's connections, you're not even paying attention to this? Jiang Ling shook his head and continued. Before the grand competition, it wouldn't have affected us. But now, with the world's borders expanding, the higher-ups have decided that all martial artists above level 40 must be incorporated into the military. Those still students will be assigned to military academies for training. Jiang Lei clenched his fist as he spoke. Brother Jiang, we're enlisting together, aren't you excited? Chapter 154, Divine Realm Military. How soon will this happen? Jiang Ling shook his head and asked with a smile. Such matters hadn't been finalized yet, and even if he asked, his family wouldn't tell him. Jiang Lei, however, was constantly sniffing around for the slightest hint of news. Military intelligence reached him faster than it did his own family. It should be soon. Implementation is expected after the next world's handover with Blue Star. Jiang Lei checked his phone and replied. He glanced at Jiang Ling thoughtfully and chuckled. Honestly, I think the higher-ups are overcomplicating things. Those two who came to rescue you last time were so powerful, why not just invite them to Blue Star to oversee things? Then, whenever we face something we can't handle, we can just tag along with them. Are you having a brain battle? Jiang Ling chuckled. Just moments ago you were acting like you were the only one who could handle it, and now you're thinking about tagging along? Different matters require different approaches, Jiang Lei chuckled cheerfully, his gaze suddenly halting. Bro Jiang, when did you break through to level 50? I'm done with you. You sleep all day and play on your phone, yet you level up faster than me? I'm outta here. Jiang Lei took off running toward the distance, leaving Jiang Ling momentarily stunned by his inexplicable outburst. But when he spotted Mu Yu's figure in the distance, he chuckled. Just go find someone. Why bother making excuses? No sooner had Jiang Lei left than Jiang Rohai's call came through. Jiang Ling answered, and his father's voice on the other end was clearly seething with anger. Xiao Ling, I need to tell you something. Don't get upset, Jiang Rohai's voice carried suppressed anger. Jiang Ling couldn't help but ask with a chuckle, Dad, what's got you so worked up? Some people just can't stand seeing anyone succeed except you. Jiang Rohai fumed. Have you heard about Blue Star connecting with many other worlds recently? Jiang Rohai asked. I know that, Jiang Ling nodded. World borders don't just bring war. They also reveal hidden treasures scattered around the borders of two worlds. Most of these hidden realms are fragile and need you younger generation to explore them. This year, Great Xia plans to establish a small military unit dedicated to treasure hunting in these secret realms. They'll be called the Divine Realm Army. Though it's called an army, it'll mostly be composed of students like you. A meeting just started to discuss who among the younger generation should lead this force. You ranked first in the new student competition. Your strength and talent are universally acknowledged as the finest among the young generation. This is clear to everyone. Uncle Wang nominated you as commander, and many support him. But this time, for some reason, Mu Wuxian didn't attend. That damn meddler. Those two from the Yi family, waving their chicken feathers like imperial decrees, insisted that the matter of our Jiang family's assassination attempt on Ling Jiang remains unresolved. Since Mu Wuxian hasn't taken a stance, they claim our people shouldn't hold important positions anymore. He's dead set against you becoming commander, no matter who else gets the position. Others, having heard the rumors to varying degrees, grew hesitant too. In the end, a compromise was reached. Mu Yu, that girl from the Mu family, was appointed commander. Jiang Rohai rambled on at length. Jiang Ling understood, it still boiled down to those two from the Yi family stirring trouble. Dad, what's the big deal? Relax. Isn't the Mu family one of us? Jiang Ling offered reassurance. That may be so, Jiang Ling conceded, but we still don't know how martial god Mu felt about us killing that fake martial god back then. What if? Jiang Rohai didn't finish his sentence, but Jiang Ling understood his meaning. Alright, I'm glad you can see it that way. Jiang Rohai changed the subject and continued. By the way, your grandfather recently found a few suitable young ladies for you in the capital. When will you have time to come home and meet them? We can discuss it together. Or if you want to bring one home, we won't object as long as you like her. Jiang Ling hesitated. Stop dithering. It's settled. Come back this weekend. We'll host a banquet, invite some well-connected people, and help you find someone suitable. Beep. Before Jiang Ling could respond, Jiang Rohai had already hung up. Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly and headed toward the dormitory. No sooner had he arrived than another unfamiliar number called. The number was odd, not the usual format. Jiang Ling instinctively assumed it was a virtual scam call generated by a computer. Before the caller could speak, Jiang Ling launched into a practiced sales pitch. Hello, I apologize for disturbing you. I saw this number in a dream last night. Because you were so kind and considerate in my dream, I remember the number clearly. Don't worry too much about the dream itself, it was mostly about us living happily together. I hesitated all day about whether to contact this number, but I just couldn't let it go. So I thought I'd give you a call. Would you like to be friends? There was a long silence on the other end, so long that Jiang Ling thought the call had been hung up. Hello? Are you still there? Yes, I'm listening. The crisp female voice on the line felt strangely familiar to Jiang Ling. Just as he was about to ask who it was, the voice continued. Mu Xiaoxue. Holy. Jiang Ling cursed himself silently countless times, then quickly forced a smile. Oh, it's Principal Mu. My deepest apologies. Your call was so unexpected I thought it was a scam. There was no immediate reply. Instead, the voice asked, was I truly considerate in your dream? Is it truly that hard for you to let go? Ha! Jiang Ling's mind went blank. He was now extremely suspicious. Had Mu Xiaoxue found out something? So he forced a nervous chuckle and pressed on, Principal, you're taking this too seriously. I was just joking about thinking it was a scam call. A joke? A light chuckle came from the other end, followed by that cool voice again, this time tinged with seriousness. I called to inform you of something. Please proceed. I've just learned about the selection of the Divine Realm Army Commander. The Yi family used improper means to push you aside. This concerns the grand strategy of Blue Star. The commander of the Divine Realm Army should be a true powerhouse, not a compromise. I also asked our family's Muyu, and she is willing to cede this position to you. But wasn't this already decided at the meeting? Jiang Ling asked in confusion. There was no reply, only a faint chuckle. Alright, Jiang Ling understood perfectly well. For Mu Xiaoxue now, all the rules of Blue Star were nothing but decorations. Thank you for trusting me, Jiang Ling inquired, but may I ask why? Mu Xiaoxue didn't answer the question, instead bringing up another matter. Don't call me principal anymore. At my current level of power, being principal just isn't worth it. I now serve as Grand Marshal of the Great Xiao Overseas War Zone, commanding all external defense affairs. You will now fall under my jurisdiction. Next time we meet, address me as commander, not principal. Chapter 155, The Announcement. The gymnasium of Jinghua University roared with a sea of voices. The lingering excitement from the intercollegiate competition had yet to fade when over 3,000 elite students from major universities gathered here once more. Amidst the sea of people, each face bore an unmistakable mix of excitement and tension. I wonder what they're gathering everyone for this time. I just bought my ticket and was planning to head back this afternoon. Same here. Staying in the capital for these few days is going to drain my wallet. On the podium, Mu Xiaoxue sat poised in a sleek black outfit at the center. To her left were Ring Tian and other university representatives. To her right, three elders with solemn, deep-seated auras. Buzz. The organizer's voice echoed throughout the venue, quiet. 2 urgent announcements will now be made. The clamor instantly died down as every gaze focused on the podium. Jiang Ling stood in the front row of the crowd, flanked by Zhang Lei, Mu Yu, and Yi Hua. Ever since Yi Hua defied his father during the university competition, he had been ostracized from the core circle of the Yi family. Yet his relationship with the others had grown much closer. The 4 exchanged glances, each seeing understanding in the other's eyes. Ever since Blue Star devoured the primordial essence of the sky-cloaked realm, the power dynamics between the inner and outer worlds had begun to shift dramatically. This assembly was clearly no ordinary gathering. First item on the agenda. The chairperson cleared his throat, his tone solemn. Following Blue Star's ascension, the spatial barriers separating us from the outside world have become active. At the world's border in the Eastern War Zone, a brand new secret realm has emerged. Scans indicate this realm originates from fragments detached from a higher-tier world. It may contain high-grade treasures and cultivation systems, holding immense significance for our Blue Star. A higher-level world? The crowd erupted in a cacophony of gasps and exclamations. Zhang Lei couldn't help but nudge Jiang Ling's arm, lowering his voice, Bro Ling, a fragment from a higher realm. The treasures inside could drive even martial saints and martial gods mad, right? Jiang Ling nodded. Indeed, any treasure worthy of its name from a world far surpassing Blue Star's level would be a devastating blow to our world. Blue Star currently resided in a Tier 3 world. But unlike the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 3, the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 represented an entire disparity in the underlying order and rules. In other words, Level 3 versus Level 2 might be a quantitative difference, but Level 3 versus Level 4 is a qualitative leap. This explains why the Imperial armor returned from the Beast Realm caused far less commotion than the Taiwang sword did when it first appeared. The second announcement, delivered by the same official with a note of gravity, stated that the New World Celestial Beast Realm had completed spatial docking with Blue Star. The inhabitants of this world are predominantly beast-like in form, renowned for their formidable physical prowess and bloodline power. At dawn today, they launched surprise attacks across multiple locations in the Eastern and Western war zones. Frontline combat has commenced. What? War has begun? Celestial Beast Realm? The name alone suggests there are no pushovers. Beast forms? That means they're probably much larger than us, right? The murmurs grew louder, and a palpable tension spread throughout the gymnasium. It said their physical strength can withstand attacks from martial sovereigns truly extraordinary. Mu Xiaoxue suddenly rose from the podium. Without using a microphone, her voice cut through every corner with clarity. In other words, on the front lines, anyone below the martial sovereign realm isn't even cannon fodder. But you have a new mission. Great Xia has decided to form the Divine Realm Army. Composed of the top students below level 60 from major universities, the first batch will consist of 1,000 individuals. Their mission is to explore new secret realms while confronting the young geniuses of the celestial beast realm. Her gaze swept across the entire hall, finally settling on Jiang Ling. Her tone paused momentarily. The position of student commander of the Divine Realm Army will be held by Jiang Ling of Jinghua University. Whoosh! The entire hall erupted in an instant. Some were stunned, others envious, but not a single face showed doubt. Everyone had witnessed Jiang Ling's feats at the university tournament, slaying 7 martial lords, 4 martial sovereigns, and the swallowing heaven beast. Jiang Ling froze for a moment. He hadn't expected Mu Xiaoxue to personally appoint him. Brother Ling, you've just skyrocketed to the top. Zhang Lei excitedly punched him on the shoulder. Becoming a grand commander before graduation, overseeing 1,000 elite students, what a spectacle. On the podium, Ying Tian rose slowly and pointed to several elders beside Mu Xiaoxue, adding, considering comrade Jiang Ling's youth, 3 martial saints will be specially appointed to assist him. Daily military affairs will be deliberated by these 3, with final decisions supplemented by Jiang Ling's input. The Divine Realm Army is divided into 10 regiments, each comprising 10 platoons of 10 members. Commander Jiang Ling concurrently serves as the leader of the 1st platoon of the 1st regiment. The roster was soon projected onto the light screen, revealing the members of the 1st group of the 1st regiment, Jiang Ling, Zhang Lei, Mu Yu, Yihua, alongside students from other universities, all among the most outstanding performers in the inter-university grand competition. Exploring the secret realm was perilous, yet it offered boundless opportunities. This was essentially a reward for their performance in the university competition. Jiang Ling and the others were gathered together by Zhang Lei. Mu Yu pointed at the words Celestial Beast Realm on the light screen, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Their young geniuses will also enter the secret realm? Doesn't that mean we're not just seeking opportunities in there, but also have to be ready to fight beastmen at any moment? Highly likely. Jiang Ling nodded, his finger tracing the secret realm map. A high-level world, the Celestial Beast Realm launching a surprise attack, such perfect timing. Could this be fate hinting that the secret realm holds something crucial to swaying the war between the 2 realms? Yihua folded his arms and suddenly spoke up. Did you see the newly released intel on the Celestial Beast Realm? They say their royal bloodline grants the power to transform into colossal beasts capable of shattering mountains with a single punch. And this bloodline is passed down through generations. Passed down through generations? That advantage accumulated over millennia must be terrifying? Screw their bloodline if they show up, we fight them. Zhang Lei pumped his fist, a faint golden glow erupting from his body. Our bloodline isn't weak either. What's there to fear? Jiang Ling glanced at the fiercely determined Zhang Lei beside him. He patted both their shoulders. Get ready. Aren't we setting out first thing tomorrow morning? Remember, once we enter the secret realm, be cautious in everything you do. In a void, Mu Xiaoxue watched their departing figures, silent. The white-haired martial saint beside her murmured, Martial God Mu, the channels for communicating with other worlds are nearly complete. Given the intelligence we have, isn't it too risky to let Jiang Ling command the Divine Realm Army? Information from other worlds that have interacted with the Celestial Beast Realm indicates several formidable figures among its younger generation. True. The further we progress, the more open Blue Star becomes. We gain advanced knowledge of the outside world. As for the Celestial Beast Realm? How can one grow without taking risks? Mu Xiaoxue's voice carried a barely perceptible tenderness. He needs to be tempered, and these challenges are the finest whetstones. Besides, if even he can't handle it, I don't know who in all of Great Xia could. The elder's brow furrowed slightly, yet he continued, yes. Chapter 156, Family Banquet. Departure was scheduled for the next morning, so the night before, Jiang Ling and the others returned to their respective homes. As he pushed open the living room door, the laughter and chatter of the elders drifted out. No sooner had he changed his shoes than he saw grandfather Jianghua rise from the sofa, his face beaming with a hearty smile. Little Ling, you're back. This man, who commanded absolute authority outside and stood at the pinnacle of the Great Xia as the Azure Dragon martial god, now beamed like a kind-hearted elder. Jiang Ling smiled and nodded, his gaze sweeping past his grandfather before abruptly halting. On the sofa, Mu Xiaoxue sat quietly, holding a teacup. Unlike her appearance at school, her moon-white gown made her skin appear as pure as snow. Her demeanor was a stark contrast to the icy reserve she displayed at school, now radiating a gentle, jade-like softness. Beside her sat an elderly man with snow-white hair and beard, his demeanor steady and dignified, none other than Mu Changfeng, the head of the Mu family. Across from them, grandfather Li Feng sat engaged in lively conversation. Jiang Ling felt momentarily flustered, not expecting to run into Mu Xiaoxue at home. What are you standing there for? Come over and greet Uncle Mu and Principal Mu. Jianghua smiled and beckoned him over to the sofa. Finally got you back, kid. We were just talking about you. Mu Xiaoxue set down her teacup, her gaze settling on Jiang Ling with a faint smile. Jiang Ling, we didn't have time to discuss it thoroughly this morning at school. Regarding the Divine Realm Army, don't let us down in the future. Absolutely. Jiang Ling replied promptly, his cheeks flushing slightly. It's my honor to serve as commander. Thank you for your trust, Principal Mu. Principal Mu? Just call me sis. Li Feng patted his back teasingly. We're family here, no need for formalities. Mu Changfeng laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping between Jiang Ling and Mu Xiaoshui. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Li, I must say this young man, Jiang Ling, is quite the catch. Standing beside our Xiaoshui, they make a rather splendid pair. Jiang Ling's face flushed crimson. But, he's still a student. What are you saying? Uncle Mu, the martial god Mu is so outstanding he deserves the very best. I'm only 20. You're joking. Jiang Ling hastily waved his hands, his eyes darting nervously. Her fingers tightened slightly around the teacup, a faint blush spreading across her ears, yet she remained silent. Such a stark contrast. What kind of question is that? We cultivators live long lives. Zhao Shui is 29 this year, sounds much older than you. But what if it were 229 and 220? That would be a perfect match. Exactly. Zhang Guo chimed in, his smile widening. That kid's been in college this long without even a hint of a girlfriend. This old man's hair's turning white from worry. Li Feng chimed in, exactly. We old folks just want to see our grandkids sooner. Jiang Ling, if you have someone in mind, tell Grandpa I'll go feel them out. All eyes turned to Jiang Ling, the air thickening with tension. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, about to find an excuse to change the subject, when Mu Xiaoshui suddenly spoke up. You're all joking. Her voice was soft, tinged with an almost imperceptible smile. Young people today aren't like those in your generation. No one's in a rush. Besides, the more you rush, the harder it is to find the right match. You have to be patient and find someone who truly clicks with you. Her gaze lifted to meet Jiang Ling's. Her golden eyes shimmered like scattered stars, dazzlingly bright. Right, Jiang Ling? Right. Right. Jiang Ling nodded eagerly, as if clutching at a lifeline. Sister Mu Wu is absolutely right. Matters of the heart can't be rushed. Jiang Ling and the others exchanged knowing smiles. Jiang Guo waved his hand. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Dinner's served. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Glistening braised pork belly, steamed perch with a tempting milky sheen, and all of Jiang Ling's favorite dishes clearly prepared especially for him. Mu Xiaoshui picked up a piece of braised pork, placed it in her mouth, and chewed it slowly. Her eyes flickered with an unreadable expression, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Jiang Ling caught the glance out of the corner of his eye, and his heart skipped a beat. Though his culinary skills came from the game, his cooking still followed his family's recipes to some extent. Just then, Jiang Guo raised his wine cup and addressed Mu Changfeng and Mu Xiaoshui. Thanks to Xiaoshui's strong recommendation, Xiaoling was able to become the commander of the Divine Realm Army. This toast is from him to you both. Jiang Ling exhaled a long breath and raised his own cup. Old Jiang, you're too kind. Mu Changfeng raised his cup in return. Xiaoling is naturally talented. We merely helped him along. Mu Xiaoshui nodded in agreement. After 3 rounds of toasts, Li Feng suddenly turned to Jiang Ling. Xiaoling, you should also toast Xiaoshui, right? She's your direct superior and holds you in such high regard. Jiang Ling promptly stood, filled his own cup, and approached Mu Xiaoshui, raising his cup with both hands. War God Mu, thank you for your trust. I will not let you down. Just as he tilted his head to drink, his wrist was gently held steady. Mu Xiaoshui lifted her gaze, her eyes resting on the cup in his hand. All right, she murmured softly. I appreciate the sentiment. Before Jiang Ling could react, she took the cup from him. Her fingertips brushed his wrist casually, leaving a faintly cool sensation. As she tilted her head back to drink, her neck arched in a graceful curve. A strand of hair from her temple fell, partially obscuring one eye. Though the action was cool and detached, it carried an indescribable aura. A droplet of wine trickled from her lip, and she wiped it away with a gesture that was both effortless and faintly languid. Everyone at the table was transfixed, breathless. Jiang Guo's chopsticks clattered onto the table. Li Feng's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long moment. Mu Xiaoshui set down her wineglass, her expression unchanged. I recommended you because I believe in your abilities. The Divine Realm Army is not just an honor, it's a responsibility. Don't let me down. She rose, picking up her coat from the back of the chair. The front lines still need me to hold the fort and deter the powerful beasts of the celestial beast realm. I must be going. As she reached the doorway, she paused abruptly and turned back to Jiang Ling, her gaze earnest. Jiang Ling, opportunities within the secret realm are secondary. Ensuring the safety of yourself and your team is the paramount priority. With that, her figure vanished beyond the door, leaving only the table shrouded in silence and the lingering faint scent of wine in the air. Jiang Ling stood rooted to the spot, his fingers still tingling with the faint coolness of her touch. His heart pounded violently, as if it might leap from his throat. He lowered his gaze to the wineglass Mu Xiaoshui had used, its rim still seeming to hold her warmth. His cheeks burned, and he remained lost in thought for a long while. That girl? Jiang Guo finally snapped out of his daze, rubbing his chin with an unmistakable twinkle in his eyes. Interesting. Very interesting. Li Feng chuckled too, patting Jiang Ling's shoulder. Kid, make the most of this. Your grandfather's got faith in you. Jiang Ling's face flushed deeper. He gripped the wine glass tightly, yet couldn't suppress the inexplicable flutter in his heart. He gazed toward the doorway, lost in thought. Chapter 157, The Cloud Heaven Palace. This secret realm, known as the Cloud Heaven Palace, was said to be the dwelling place of the descendants of ancient divine beasts from that higher world. Jiang Ling and his group set out early the next morning, reaching the new secret realm within half a day. To assess the terrain, they first dispatched the first group to conduct reconnaissance before commencing the search. The first group walked through the valley, where mist shrouded the distant landscape. The pale blue mist seemed alive, flowing between jagged peaks. When it brushed their cheeks, it carried a refreshingly cool sensation. When they reached out to touch it, their fingertips passed right through the mist. In that instant, countless tiny golden runes flashed within the fog, as if the entire secret realm were woven from ancient laws. This place feels off. Jiang Ling clicked his tongue, the Qilin bloodline humming softly within him. The feeling this place evoked was hard to pin down, neither entirely comfortable nor entirely uncomfortable, just strangely unsettling. Did you notice? The spiritual energy concentration here rivals our school's cultivation chamber, yet we haven't seen a single mosquito since we arrived. A flicker of gravity crossed Muyu's eyes as she pulled out a booklet official Blue Star documentation. Ancient texts described the Cloud Heaven Palace as a playground for primordial deities, where the descendants of divine beasts were kept. Though their bloodlines were diluted, each possessed unique supernatural abilities. We've already ventured 3 li deep. It's about time. Before she could finish, the mist ahead churned violently. A purple lightning bolt as thick as a bowl darted out like a living snake, striking fiercely toward Muyu. Jiang Ling reacted with lightning speed, enveloping the group in a sacred white light that instantly blocked the purple lightning bolt. A thunderous crash reverberated, making their eardrums tremble. As the mist parted, their pupils contracted in shock. A colossal turtle, nearly 100 zhang in diameter, loomed within the mist. Its carapace was riddled with lightning-shaped cracks, each crack pulsing with purple electrical energy. A ferocious dragon head reared up from its neck, now emitting a deep, growling roar. Its golden pupils were bloodshot, and a large chunk of shell was missing from its forelimbs, exposing flesh seeping with purple blood. This is the dragon tortoise I've read about in books. Yihua gasped in shock, his face flushing with excitement. His thunder dragon bloodline surged instantly, causing a faint thunderous glow to emanate from his entire body. Legendary hybrids of dragon and mystic turtle, capable of summoning the 9 heavenly thunderbolts upon maturity. This one must have lived at least 1,000 years. Jiang Ling's brow furrowed slightly. He could tell this dragon tortoise was on its last legs. A violent aura not its own lingered at the wound, clearly inflicted by another creature. But a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The occasional purple lightning bolts it unleashed still carried a pressure that made even martial sovereigns' hearts tremble. Should we act? Jiang Ling flexed his joints, knuckles cracking. Judging by its state, it wouldn't last much longer. We might as well end its suffering. Agreed. Jiang Ling pressed his shoulder, his gaze fixed on the dragon tortoise. Though these divine beast descendants hold great value, we shouldn't kill indiscriminately. The reason we must deal with this one is primarily for Yihua. The others nodded in understanding. Jiang Ling's ancestral dragon bloodline, having gained another bloodline power, could help them upgrade their own bloodline, something Jiang Ling had already experienced firsthand. Yihua had even defied his father's will during the grand competition to aid Jiang Ling. For that alone, Jiang Ling felt compelled to help him. Thank you, Jiang Ling, Yihua nodded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the thunder dragon turtle seemed to sense their intent to kill. It whipped its head around, its dragon mouth snapping open as a purple pillar of lightning shot straight toward them. Watch out. This time, Muyu reacted fastest. The vermilion bird's true fire instantly transformed into a wall of flames, shielding everyone in front of her. Crack! The lightning pillar collided with the wall of fire, sending a cloud of white mist skyward. The scorching shockwave made everyone's robes flutter wildly. I'll handle it. Yihua leapt into the air, unleashing his full thunder dragon bloodline. A colossal phantom of a thunder dragon materialized behind him. Lightning diversion. The mist in the sky stirred, countless tiny lightning serpents coalescing into an electric net that forcibly diverted the lightning pillar spewed by the dragon turtle. Jiang Ling seized the moment to circle around to the dragon tortoise's flank. His Qilin step echoed with a dull thud as his fist, shrouded in golden light, slammed toward its wounded foreleg. Take this Qilin arm punch. Boom! The fist collided with the turtle shell, producing a dull thud. Jiang Ling felt a numbing sensation in his palm, but the dragon turtle only let out a pained grunt as its tail lashed out like a steel whip. Flaming moon blade. Muyu's true flame coalesced into a crescent-shaped blade, striking precisely at the dragon turtle's tail vertebrae. Sparks flew as the dragon tortoise's movements faltered for an instant, yet it was utterly enraged. Lightning patterns across its carapace ignited, filling the air with a destructive aura. No! It's unleashing its ultimate attack. Jiang Ling cried out in alarm and scrambled backward. Jiang Ling's eyes sharpened as the Chaos Sutra surged through him, gathering golden, blue, and gray currents in his palms. Get back! Jiang Lei understood. The Qilin's phantom behind him abruptly expanded, blasting out golden light before speeding away. The light coalesced into a colossal cage, temporarily trapping the dragon tortoise within. Muyu's vermilion bird true fire coiled around the cage like vines, sealing it off from the outside world while infusing it with terrifying heat. Yihua channeled the full might of the thunder dragon's power, using an electric net to weaken the dragon turtle's lightning. The dragon turtle tried to struggle, but upon touching the cage, it let out a roar and retracted its claws. The other 6 team members unleashed their respective abilities. Zhao Hu from North City Academy attacked the dragon turtle with ranged strikes. Though ineffective in dealing damage, they successfully diverted its attention. Lin Shi from Southern Academy summoned a serpentine phantom that coiled around the dragon turtle's limbs. Through their combined efforts, the dragon turtle's brewing attack ultimately failed to materialize. Its massive body thrashed even more violently. As the cage neared collapse, Jiang Lei shouted, "Brother Jiang, hurry! We can't hold it." Jiang Ling nodded, his gaze sharpening. Dragon Phoenix 9 Fists. Jiang Ling roared, as illusory forms of a dragon and phoenix materialized behind him. At that moment, the dragon tortoise broke free from its cage and roared to the heavens. Jiang Ling met it head-on, driving a heavy punch into the dragon tortoise's body. A flicker of human-like contempt flickered in the dragon tortoise's eyes, as if mocking the human youth's insignificant attack. Yet gradually, its expression shifted to one of terror. Starting with the second punch, cracks began to appear on the dragon turtle's shell. Boom! 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 After the final 3 punches landed, the colossal dragon turtle's massive body crashed to the ground. Though those nearby had steeled themselves mentally, their preparation clearly fell short. After a long silence, cheers erupted from the group. Muyu looked at Jiang Lei, sighing helplessly. How did the gap between us grow so vast? Yihua, panting heavily, stepped forward and placed his fingertips on the dragon turtle's neck. His expression suddenly lit up with wild joy. Brother Ling. It has the bloodline power of the ancient thunder dragon within it. Though faint, Jiang Ling, see if it's enough. Jiang Ling also breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to investigate. Though faint, it was sufficient. Just as Jiang Ling was about to begin, footsteps echoed behind them. Through the mist, several figures clad in beast-hide armor emerged slowly. The youth leading them wore a cold smile, his eyes fixed greedily on the dragon tortoise lying on the ground. Seems we've arrived just in time. The youth's voice carried a metallic, grating quality that seemed to chill the very air. Chapter 158, Geniuses of the Sky Blue Realm. There were 5 of them in total, each clad in animal hide armor tanned to an unnaturally smooth sheen. Dark red totems covered their bare arms, and with each step they took, the ground trembled slightly beneath them. The leader was a tall, slender man with 3 faint golden lines across his forehead. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, and the smile playing at the corners of his mouth held undisguised contempt. Beast Realm? Jiang Lei instantly assumed a defensive stance, the shadowy form of a Qilin flickering behind him. You've been following us? Shinhai snorted derisively, his gaze sweeping over the battered thunder dragon tortoise before settling on Jiang Ling and the others, as if appraising a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Follow? In a low-level secret realm like this? Weaklings like you aren't even worth the effort. He pointed at the black blood oozing from the dragon tortoise's wound. We wounded this beast. After chasing it for ages, it finally fled here. Naturally, it belongs to us. Bull. Zhao Hu roared, his golden tiger bloodline making him fiercely protective and quick to anger. We worked our asses off to subdue it, why should you get it? Shinhai burst into exaggerated laughter as if hearing the funniest joke. Subdue? By you? A bunch of useless losers who can't even transform? You barely scrape by using a sliver of the great beast god's power, and you dare claim to have subdued a divine beast's descendant? He stepped forward, the golden pattern on his forehead suddenly glowing. A faint white light emanated from his body, gradually transforming him into the ethereal form of a white tiger. I, Shinhai, am the 97th ranked expert of the Pioneer Army in the Celestial Beast Realm. Who among you dares to challenge me? 97th of the Vanguard Corps? Jiang Lei whispered to Jiang Ling. The records say the Celestial Beast Realm's Vanguard Corps is equivalent to our Divine Realm Army. Those ranked in the top 100 are at least equivalent to our Blue Star's half-step martial sovereign realm, and they all possess ancient divine beast bloodlines. Shinhai clearly overheard her words, his face twisting with even greater contempt. Seems you know a thing or two. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance. He flexed his wrists, knuckles cracking sharply. Send someone out to fight me. Win, and the dragon tortoise is yours. Lose, and I won't bully you, just hand over the dragon tortoise and get lost. His arrogance was so blatant it nearly made Jiang Lei charge forward in anger. Muyu quickly pulled him back, her eyes signaling him to calm down. Shinhai, seeing no response, grew even more smug. What? Scared now? Makes sense. Blue Star people's constitutions are only fit for greenhouse living. Before he could finish, he noticed Jiang Lei and the others staring at him with strange expressions as if they were watching a fool about to meet his downfall. Jiang Lei, Muyu, and Yihua silently took a few steps back, leaving Jiang Ling standing alone at the front. Shanhai froze, then erupted in anger. What's this? Are you mocking me? Jiang Lei wore a look of pity as he pointed toward Jiang Ling's figure ahead. Not at all. We respect you deeply. We sent this guy to fight you, he's a total lightweight. Shanhai shot Jiang Ling a cold stare, snorted, and strode toward him. Fine. Look down on me? I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Jiang Ling said nothing, only slowly raising his head. Golden dragon patterns silently emerged within his pupils, and a colossal aura erupted like a dormant volcano. This pressure wasn't aimed at the body, but struck deep into the soul. It carried the innate regal aura of the dragon clan, as if commanding all living beings to submit. Roar! A thunderous dragon's cry seemed to split the heavens. The four behind Shanhai instantly screamed in agony as their beastly traits erupted uncontrollably. Some sprouted wolf ears, others developed serpentine pupils. Yet all trembled uncontrollably under this dragon's might, unable even to stand steady. Shanhai fared slightly better, yet his face was deathly pale. The golden white tiger mark upon his forehead flickered violently, as if it might vanish at any moment. He could distinctly feel that oppressive force, like an invisible giant hand, gripping his soul tightly, causing the white tiger bloodline within him to wail in agony. What kind of power is this? Shanhai stared at Jiang Ling in disbelief, the contempt in his eyes replaced by sheer terror. Who are you? What the hell is this thing? Jiang Ling offered no reply. He merely raised an eyebrow at Shanhai, intensifying the dragon's might once more. His bloodline surged to its peak, and behind him, the illusory form of the Ancestral Dragon reappeared, towering and majestic. Shanhai's knees buckled, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. The white tiger markings on his body shattered inch by inch under the dragon's might. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a glare on Jiang Ling, yet not a single threatening word escaped his lips. His face darkened as his fists clenched. He had lost. Lost completely. I concede. Shanhai's voice trembled, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. Jiang Ling retracted his dragon aura, yet his heart held not a shred of joy. He could clearly sense that the dragon's might had exerted far less suppression on Shanhai than it would have on a blue star martial artist of the same rank. And such a person ranked only 97th on the pioneer list of the celestial beast realm. Let's go! Shanhai struggled to his feet, avoiding another glance at Jiang Ling as he led his men away in disarray. Before leaving, he spat out a parting threat. Don't get cocky. My clan's true prodigy is on the way. When he arrives, you'll see what real power looks like. Jiang Lei stepped forward, sticking out his tongue at their retreating backs. Come back and fight us now if you've got the guts. Cowards! Muyu and Yihua exhaled in relief, exchanging playful banter. Only Jiang Ling remained rooted to the spot, his brow furrowed. The white tiger bloodline within Shanhai, though faint, carried a pure, sacred aura far beyond that of ordinary divine beast descendants. Truly worthy of a divine beast bloodline passed down through generations, the accumulation was indeed terrifying. To cultivate such a prodigy, the foundations of the celestial beast realm were likely far deeper than they had imagined. Brother Jiang, what's wrong? Jiang Lei noticed his unease and approached, asking, You won the fight, so why aren't you happy? Jiang Ling shook his head, his gaze drifting deeper into the Yun Tian palace. The mist there grew thicker, as if concealing countless unknown dangers. Jiang Ling glanced at Yihua and shook his head. What we're facing might be far stronger than we imagined. He approached the thunder dragon tortoise, gathering a thread of primordial dragon power at his fingertip and probing into its body. The turtle was utterly weakened, its massive body completely limp, its life force seemingly vanished entirely. The pure golden bloodline power seemed to sense guidance, slowly drifting out from within the dragon tortoise. Wrapped in blue-purple thunder, faint dragon roars echoed within. Yihua hurried forward and, with Jiang Ling's assistance, settled into a cross-legged position. Purple lightning danced between them, casting shifting light across Jiang Ling's profile. Jiang Lei gazed at Muyu's profile and swallowed hard. Little moon, now even Yihua's bloodline quality is catching up to yours. Are you worried? Have you found your vermilion bird bloodline yet? With my connection to Brother Jiang, I can arrange a VIP awakening spot for you. I'm getting somewhere, but it might not happen so quickly. Muyu shook her head, a hint of anticipation flickering in her eyes. A faint smile touched her lips as she looked at Jiang Lei. Why would I be anxious? What's the matter? If you're not satisfied, why don't we spar? Let's see who's truly the stronger one. Chapter 159, Mutation. The exit of the Cloud Heaven Palace was concealed within a hazy glow of rosy light. A pale golden light screen, like a flowing water curtain, separated the secret realm from the outside world. Subtle patterns of law swirled upon its surface, still carrying the lingering might of an ancient formation. Jiang Ling stood before the light barrier, watching Jiang Lei and the others pass through one by one. As their figures emerged into the sunlight outside, a faint smile finally touched his lips. Brother Jiang, hurry up. We're exhausted this time, let's go grab a proper meal. Jiang Lei's voice carried through the barrier, brimming with youthful excitement. He was still clutching half a clean pheasant in his hand. That was the game they had accidentally hunted in the secret realm. Its flesh was tender and delicate, containing a trace of divine beast bloodline. Jiang Ling waved his hand, signaling them to step outside first. His fingertip traced across the probe's screen. Within the pale blue glow, 70% of the Cloud Heaven Palace's terrain, spiritual energy nodes, and divine beast distributions had been fully mapped. With the exception of a few isolated areas, most of the secret realm had been thoroughly mapped. Once they exited, they could arrange for large-scale exploration. Yihua's Thunder Dragon bloodline had also ascended after absorbing the primordial essence of the Thunder Dragon turtle. Jiang Lei was now more impatient than anyone, pestering Muyu daily about bloodline evolution. The moment their figures vanished behind the light screen. "Commander Jiang Ling, you've worked hard." The white-haired martial saint on the left approached with measured steps, a smile on his face. The 1st Regiment's reconnaissance results exceeded expectations. If the secret realm could be successfully developed, it would elevate the overall strength of the Huaxia military by an entire tier. Jiang Ling nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping past the martial saint to the open space beyond the light screen. There stood 6 towering beastmen, the shortest still towering over 2 meters tall. Their muscular, coiled arms were covered in bronze-colored scales. The leader, a tiger-headed beastman, fixed him with piercing purple eyes. The fangs at the corners of his mouth appeared exceptionally sharp, giving him an inhuman, beast-like quality. These were the elite enforcers sent by the celestial beast realm, each boasting late martial saint-level prowess. These beasts were more docile than expected. The red-faced martial saint on the right snorted coldly, gripping the hilt of the long sword at his waist. "Barbarians," he growled. "If they dare make a move, they'll get a taste of what Blue Star warriors are made of." Jiang Ling remained silent. The tiger-headed beastman radiated formidable power. Though the martial saint claimed to be late stage, Jiang Ling sensed his strength was scarcely weaker than the swallowing heaven beast within the secret realm. Suddenly, the light screen within the rosy glow trembled faintly. Runes flickered, and the light became chaotic. A faint yet palpable suction pulled from the depths of the secret realm, carrying an ancient aura that sent shivers down the spine. "What's happening?" The green-robed martial saint beside him furrowed his brow slightly, gathering a thread of spiritual energy at his fingertip to probe the light screen. The restrictions were fluctuating. Before he could finish speaking, the suction force surged violently. Like a colossal beast dormant for eons suddenly opening its abyssal maw, Jiang Ling felt an irresistible tug at his back, his body hurtling backward beyond his control. Instinctively, he summoned the Grand Emperor sword. The imperial weapon's sharp edge sliced through the void, tracing a golden arc as he attempted to pin it to the surrounding rock wall. Yet the stone itself was effortlessly sucked back into the secret realm by that suction force. "Jiang Ling! Commander!" The alarm shouts of Jiang Lei and the others, along with the 3 martial saints, echoed from the other side of the light screen. Jiang Lei even tried to rush back into the secret realm, but the white-haired martial saint held him down firmly. Simultaneously, the 3 martial saints struck out together. 3 powerful streams of spiritual energy surged through the light screen like colossal dragons, attempting to pull Jiang Ling back. Yet upon touching that suction force, the spiritual energies vanished instantly, like mud cows sinking into the sea. The pulling force felt like a pair of giant hands, dragging Jiang Ling deeper and deeper, unshakable by anyone. Impossible. The red-faced martial saint's face twisted in shock. He channeled his bloodline energy once more, drawing his blade to strike at the barrier. The blade emitted a dragon-like hum as it struck. What on earth was this? Jiang Ling's figure rapidly shrank as he retreated, vanishing from everyone's sight before long. In Jiang Ling's vision, the exit grew smaller and smaller until it was nothing but a tiny speck of light. The mist deep within the secret realm thickened relentlessly, eventually swallowing his vision entirely. All that remained in his ears was the howling wind and the thunderous roar of the suction force, growing ever more intense. Outside the secret realm, chaos erupted. "Let me go. I have to save Brother Jiang." Jiang Lei struggled, his Qilin bloodline erupting in a golden glow around him, yet he couldn't break free from the white-haired martial saint's grip. "What are you thinking?" the white-haired martial saint roared, his expression as stern as iron. "That force is beyond even our ability to stop. He's at least at the martial god realm. Jiang Ling possesses formidable strength and numerous hidden cards. He might stand a chance. If you go in, you'll only complicate things for Commander Jiang." But Jiang Lei's voice carried urgency. "We can't just stand by and watch Brother Jiang. What we can do now is return immediately and report to Martial God Mu." The green-robed martial saint said solemnly. "Hurry, for only she might have a solution." Jiang Lei slowly regained his composure and nodded. "You're right. We should hurry to find the headmaster." Over in the celestial beast realm, the tiger-headed beastman let out a low chuckle. In his rough, raspy voice, he said to his companion, "Looks like that kid messed with the big shots in the secret realm. He's probably become fodder for the divine beasts. Geniuses from Blue Star? Not so great after all. Ha! Without this brat, the divine realm army is nothing but a rabble. When our prodigy arrives, we'll show them what we're made of. In my opinion, if he's gone so easily, he wasn't much of a threat anyway." The taunts pierced Jiang Lei and the others like needles. Yi Hua clenched his fists, the Thunder Dragon bloodline nearly erupting once more. He and Jiang Ling were held back by Mu Yu. The latter shook his head, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. We believe in Jiang Ling. He'll be fine. We must hurry and report to the martial god Mu do something for him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling floated within an endless void of chaos. No light, no sound, not even a sense of direction, only a hazy gray mist drifted slowly around him. The flowing mist touched his skin with a cool, soothing sensation, like being immersed in an ancient ocean. He attempted to summon his spiritual energy, only to discover the Chaos Sutra within him was already spinning of its own accord, greedily absorbing the surrounding mist. Each breath felt like his soul was being cleansed. Where was this place? Jiang Ling murmured to himself, his voice echoing through the void, yet receiving no reply. He sensed the aura of this space was unimaginably ancient, predating even the world consciousness of the Tiansong realm, carrying a primordial essence. How wondrous! Truly befitting a secret realm detached from a high-level world. Jiang Ling scanned his own body. Here, the bottleneck of his early-stage chaos body cultivation seemed to have loosened slightly. He greedily absorbed the surrounding energy currents, while a pure force within him steadily enhanced his physique. Chapter 160, Elder Yun, All Realms of the Heavens. Time seemed to lose all meaning within the chaos. Jiang Ling drifted within the hazy gray mist, unaware of how much time had passed. After the initial panic, he gradually calmed down. The surrounding chaotic mist, though eerie, gave him an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Though his chaos body was still in its rudimentary stage, it seemed to be guided, feeling exceptionally comfortable. When he attempted to circulate the Chaos Sutra, the gray mist surged toward his limbs and bones like guided streams, vying to reach him. Golden patterns of the chaos body glowed beneath his skin, and his cultivation speed accelerated at a rate tenfold faster than in the outside world. With each wisp of mist merging into his body, his understanding of the chaos laws deepened, and the spiritual energy within his dantian grew purer and more condensed. Jiang Ling's heart stirred. Could this be the chaos chi described in the Chaos Sutra? The primordial energy said to have given birth to all things in the heavens and earth? He instinctively reached for his spatial ring, intending to try collecting some of the chaos chi. This was precious stuff, why not take it? If he ever made it out, he'd be rolling in it. The moment his fingertip touched the ring, an aged voice suddenly rang out from within the chaos, tinged with urgency. Hey, you little brat, don't mess around. This chaos chi is scarce to begin with. I'm being generous enough to lend it to you for cultivation. And you're trying to gobble it all up. Jiang Ling's eyes snapped open. He scanned his surroundings warily. Who's there? Show yourself. The gray mist churned, and a blurry, ethereal image of an old man slowly coalesced. He wore a coarse, faded robe, his hair and beard entirely white yet neatly combed. His face was etched with deep, canyon-like wrinkles, yet his eyes shone like two bright bulbs as he beamed at Jiang Ling. Don't be nervous. I'm not a bad guy. The old man waved his hand, his shadowy form swaying slightly in the chaos. I am the consciousness of the Cloud Heaven Palace. You may call me Old Yun. The consciousness of the Cloud Heaven Palace? Jiang Ling froze. You're the one who pulled me here. You could say that. Old Yun stroked his beard, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. I sense the aura of a chaos being on you. Not entirely certain, so I invited you in for a chat to test you with chaos chi. Well. Truly a rudimentary chaos body cultivated through cultivation. Rare indeed, rare indeed. Jiang Ling frowned. What exactly do you want from me? This old man is so unpolite. Is this how you invite someone in for a chat? Don't be so impatient. The old man's phantom circled before him. Do you know why I sought you out specifically? Jiang Ling pondered. Didn't you just say it? Because I'm a chaos body? That's one reason, but not the only one. Elder Yun shook his head, his tone suddenly turning serious. Among all who have entered the Yun Heavenly Palace, only your innate talent is barely worthy of notice. The rest? In a higher realm, they'd all be the lowest of the low, not even fit to be cannon fodder. What? Jiang Ling doubted his own ears and reflexively retorted, did you just say that? Jiang Lei's Qilin bloodline, Mu Yu's vermilion bird true fire, and Shanhai from the celestial beast realm, their talents are already enough to make anyone proud. How could they possibly be mediocre? Especially Shanhai ranking a mere 97th in the celestial beast realm. How terrifying must the geniuses above him be? Old Yun snorted derisively, as if hearing the most laughable joke. Qilin? Vermilion bird? A mere trace of diluted bloodline power, yet they dare claim kinship with ancient divine beasts. As for those so-called geniuses of the celestial beast realm, their bloodline purity doesn't even reach 1/10,000th of ancient divine beasts. They can only strut around in lowly realms like yours. Step into a higher realm, and they're no different from savages. Jiang Ling's heart sank violently, a chill creeping up from his feet. He realized that the higher realms mentioned by Elder Yun might far exceed his imagination. He hadn't been to higher realms before, but he'd never experienced such a stark comparison. You're from Blue Star, right? Elder Yun's gaze grew profound. Let me tell you a brutal truth. With Blue Star's current strength, once it fully connects with the myriad realms, it will only be invaded. You are too weak as ants. How dare you say that? Jiang Ling couldn't help but retort. Our blue star has martial gods, martial saints, and... what else? Elder Yun cut him off, his tone tinged with pity. Those pathetic martial gods of yours? Or those so-called divine artifacts? Little one, don't be so naive. His phantom form gradually sharpened as he seemed lost in recollection. The myriad realms are divided into 5 tiers. Your blue star barely qualifies as a tier 2 to tier 3 world, and it falls under the jurisdiction of a tier 4 world. Thousands of worlds like blue star exist within that level 4 realm. And hundreds of such level 4 realms exist across the broader cosmos. Jiang Ling's breathing quickened. The cosmic framework described by Elder Yun dwarfed everything he knew about blue star. My original world was once one of these level 4 worlds. Master Yun's voice grew solemn. The Cloud Heaven Palace is our world's core treasure, possessing a power that defies the heavens. Because of its existence, we waged war against other level 4 worlds. Alas, we were too weak, utterly no match for them. To survive, we had no choice but to detach the Yun Tian Palace from our world, allowing it to carry my consciousness as it drifted through the myriad realms. His gaze fell upon Jiang Ling, complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Your martial god, upon reaching a level 4 world, could barely scrape by to feed himself. He wouldn't even have access to proper cultivation resources. Yet the Cloud Heaven Palace is a treasure coveted by countless 4th-tier worlds. Now that Blue Star has laid claim to it, it won't be long before the attention of level 4 worlds is drawn to it. When that happens, all that awaits you will be destruction. You are far too weak. You stand no chance. Those final words struck Jiang Ling's heart like a heavy hammer. His mind went blank for an instant as he leaned against the formless chaotic wall, feeling the world spin violently around him. Among the thousands of level 4 worlds, martial gods like Blue Stars could only scrape by. He had always believed that after Blue Star's advancement, it had finally secured its place. Yet in the true multiverse, they remained pitifully insignificant. Was Mu Xiaoxue, even after her breakthrough, still insignificant among the myriad realms? These doubts washed over him like a tidal wave. He wanted to argue, to find a shred of hope, yet found himself unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Though harsh, Elder Yun's words carried undeniable truth. If what Elder Yun said was true, that the Cloud Heaven Palace had drawn the attention of a 4th-tier world power, wouldn't they be at the mercy of others? Did they truly have no chance of victory? Was their fate from the moment Blue Star began its ascension already sealed for invasion and annihilation? Old Yun offered no reply, only fixing him with a deep gaze. Paths are forged by one's own steps. To possess such innate talent within such a low-level world, I believe your future holds boundless potential. Then I shall share a secret with you, or rather, a turning point. But you must seize it yourself. Chapter 161, Mechanical Ascension. Chaotic mist swirled slowly around Jiang Ling, carrying an age-old stillness. Master Yun's words struck like a boulder dropped into a deep pool, stirring up a tempest within Jiang Ling that refused to subside. A 4th-tier world, thousands of blue star-level beings, and martial gods barely scraping by. This information was too brutal, leaving him nearly breathless. The Yun Heavenly Palace felt like a ticking time bomb, perpetually drawing in higher-tier worlds, ready to explode at any moment. Was there truly no solution at all? A barely perceptible tremor colored Jiang Ling's voice. He refused to accept it, refused to let Blue Star become lambs led to slaughter. What turning point are you referring to? I will fight for it. Old Yun gazed at the undimmed flame in his eyes and suddenly smiled, a glint of cunning flashing in his cloudy eyes. That's why I said, a way out. It's not entirely impossible. Jiang Ling snapped his head up, his eyes blazing with hope. What solution? Why do you think the top realms of all worlds are scrambling to seize the Cloud Heaven Palace? Old Yun stroked his long white beard, deliberately playing coy. Simply because it holds the title of a core treasure of a level 4 world? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow, carefully recalling everything he'd seen and heard since entering the Cloud Heaven Palace. Could there be another secret? You're just spouting nonsense, kid. Old Yun snapped his fingers. The surrounding chaotic mist abruptly coalesced into a water mirror, revealing the entire Cloud Heaven Palace within its reflection. A towering mountain peak rose skyward, its height impossible to fathom. Dotted across its surface were countless small stone caves. Numerous young beasts, descendants of divine creatures, played within them. The most extraordinary ability of the Cloud Heaven Palace was mass replication. Mass replication? Exactly. Master Yun's voice carried a hint of pride. Whenever someone obtained a certain opportunity, be it a weapon or even a bloodline talent, Yun Tian Palace could infinitely replicate that opportunity and distribute it to others. Of course, the level couldn't be too high. The sword you just used, for instance, was too powerful. It exceeded the palace's replication limits. The water mirror shifted, revealing a long blade gleaming with a cold light. Elder Yun pointed at the blade and explained, take this, for example. According to your Blue Star's grading system, it's a high-grade divine artifact battle blade. If just one person obtains it, the Cloud Heaven Palace can replicate thousands upon thousands of identical blades, with no difference in quality whatsoever. Jiang Ling's breathing grew increasingly rapid as a bold thought took root in his mind. You mean? His voice carried a hint of excitement. If we could obtain a powerful external force like battle armor or weapons, the Cloud Heaven Palace could replicate them for everyone who enters? Exactly. Elder Yin nodded, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Youngster, your reasoning is spot on. Countless thoughts raced through Jiang Ling's mind. Blue Star's technological level, martial artists' cultivation bottlenecks, the formidable physical bodies of the celestial beast realm. A single word gradually crystallized. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly uttered 4 characters. Mechanical ascension. Ha! Elder Yun suddenly burst into laughter, his phantom figure trembling with mirth. Mechanical ascension. You youngster truly haven't disappointed me. He composed himself and said solemnly, in level 4 worlds, there are indeed native inhabitants of average talent who, through god-defying technology or weapon-forging prowess, have crafted formidable battle armor and weapons. They forcibly elevated their strength to terrifying levels. Their true forms might only be equivalent to martial saint realm, but clad in specially crafted battle armor, they could even destroy your world. Jiang Ling's eyes grew brighter, his heart pounding violently in his chest. If we could find such a level 4 world, acquire their battle armor and weapon technology, then replicate it through the Cloud Heaven Palace. Exactly. Elder Yin cut him off, his tone now brimming with excitement. Then every soldier on Blue Star could wear battle armor that multiplies their combat power infinitely. Even invaders from a level 4 world would have to think twice. Elder Yun's words ignited a blazing flame of hope within Jiang Ling, sweeping away all previous despair. He could already envision Blue Star warriors clad in uniform battle armor, fighting fiercely against formidable enemies from across the cosmos. If such technology could truly be obtained, the Cloud Heaven Palace would indeed be an unparalleled treasure. But Vol'jin suddenly shifted his tone, stroking his beard and shaking his head. Easier said than done, he sighed. Jiang Ling's heart instantly leapt to his throat. He knew it couldn't be that simple. What do you mean, Elder Yun? He pressed. What's there to explain? With Blue Star's current strength, even your most elite martial gods lack the ability to enter a level 4 world. Elder Yin glanced at him, his tone tinged with resignation. The spatial barriers of a level 4 world are 100 times stronger than Blue Star's. Without absolute power, breaking through is impossible. Even if you somehow manage to slip inside, at your current level, forget about acquiring battle armor or technology. Survival itself would be a question. Jiang Ling's excitement faded slightly, his brow furrowing once more. Master Yun was right, this was indeed a colossal challenge. Even Mu Xiaoxue, Blue Star's strongest practitioner, had only just broken through the world's limits. Who knew how far she was from the realm old Jun spoke of? Seeing Jiang Ling's dejected expression, Elder Yun patted his shoulder and chuckled, but hey, where there's a will, there's a way. I've got faith in you. Maybe you'll create a miracle? Create a miracle? Right. Create a miracle by cheating. Jiang Ling snapped his head up, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. He almost forgot he still had his ultimate trump card. Master, save me. This mysterious game that connected him to countless realms not only introduced him to Bai Jisui, Yun Shu, and Mu Xiaoxue, but also allowed him to glimpse countless different worlds. But during his first gacha pull, he had countless worlds to choose from. Given that, finding a level 4 world and acquiring battle armor technology a task as difficult as climbing to the heavens for others was not impossible for him. Master Yun, thank you. Jiang Ling's voice brimmed with gratitude, his eyes reigniting with fighting spirit. I think I know what to do now. Master Yun observed his confident demeanor without further inquiry, nodding approvingly. Good lad, you haven't disappointed me. Remember this, across all realms, might reigns supreme. To protect your world, you must surpass everyone else. Chaotic mists began churning violently. The scenery before Jiang Ling's eyes shifted, and the exit of the secret realm appeared in the distance. He cast a lingering glance at Elder Yun's ethereal form, committing his words to memory. The crisis facing Blue Star may finally have a solution. Where human effort falls short, only cheating can prevail. Jiang Ling smiled. Chapter 162, I need a lot of money. The surrounding haze receded like a tide, and the blinding sunlight made Jiang Ling instinctively squint. When he opened them again, he found himself standing at the exit of the Cloud Heaven Palace, the pale golden light screen slowly closing behind him. Brother Jiang! A delighted shout reached his ears. Jiang Ling turned to see Jiang Lei, Mu Yu, Yi Hua, and others running toward him, their faces aglow with excitement. Jiang Lei threw him a huge bear hug, his face radiating pure excitement. The 3 martial saints also hurried forward, their faces radiating obvious relief. You're safe, that's what matters. That's what matters. The white-haired martial saint patted his shoulder, his voice tinged with lingering fear. You vanished for nearly 3 whole days. We were all nearly driven mad with worry. Wu Shenmu said that if you hadn't emerged within 3 days, we were prepared to force our way into the secret realm. Just as Jiang Ling opened his mouth to speak, a piercing aura locked onto him. His heart sank as he turned to look, instantly frozen in place. Not far away, Mu Xiaoxue stood with her hands behind her back. She still wore the dark-colored martial arts outfit, yet it did nothing to conceal the icy aura radiating from her. Her golden pupils, usually as still as an ancient well, were now filled with icy coldness. Her tightly pursed lips radiated an aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. Her right hand rose slightly, fingertips gathering intense golden spiritual energy, clearly preparing to forcefully breach the secret realm. The surrounding air seemed frozen solid, causing even Jiang Ling and the others to instinctively hold their breath. They had never witnessed Mu Xiaoxue as so uncharacteristically unhinged. This world-renowned master, whose emotions were usually hidden behind an impassive facade, now radiated an aura capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. It felt as though if Jiang Ling had emerged even a second later, she would have leveled the entire Yun Tian palace to the ground. War God Mu. The red-faced war saint cautiously spoke up, Jiang Ling has returned. Please do not worry. Mu Xiaoxue seemed oblivious to his words, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Ling as she approached him step by step. Her pace was unhurried, yet it carried an invisible weight that made everyone hold their breath. Jiang Ling stood rooted to the spot, watching Mu Xiaoxue draw nearer. A strange warmth suddenly welled up within him. He could sense that beneath her fierce aura lay a profound concern. Just 3 steps away from Jiang Ling, Mu Xiaoxue's figure flickered, instantly appearing before him. Before Jiang Ling could react, she seized his arm. You. Mu Xiaoxue's voice was slightly hoarse. Without further words, she extended her other hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that began scanning Jiang Ling's body. Her fingertips carried a faint chill as they slid from his forehead to his shoulders, then down his arms to his waist, meticulously probing every potential injury site. Golden spiritual energy flowed from her fingertips into Jiang Ling's body, gently sweeping through his limbs and bones to confirm he had no hidden injuries. Throughout the process, Mu Xiaoxue's brows remained tightly furrowed, her golden pupils filled with tension. Those around them were utterly stunned. Who could have imagined that the lofty, cold-hearted god of martial arts, Mu Wu, would lose his composure like this while examining a junior? Jiang Lei rubbed his eyes, doubting his own vision. The 3 martial saints exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes before shifting their gaze nervously around the room. Jiang Ling felt his cheeks grow warm. Being so close to Mu Xiaoxue made his heart race involuntarily. He could even catch the faint, delicate fragrance from her hair. I'm fine, Jiang Ling murmured softly, attempting to withdraw his arm. Mu Xiaoxue didn't let go until she was completely certain he wasn't injured. Only then did she slowly release her grip and exhale a long breath. The breath carried a distinct tremor, as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. She took a half step back, her usual icy demeanor restored. What happened inside? Mu Xiaoxue's voice was calm again, devoid of any emotion, as if the person who had lost control moments ago wasn't her. Jiang Ling fell silent for a moment, the words of Elder Yun and the mechanical ascension plan flashing through his mind. He couldn't share any of this with anyone yet, not even Mu Xiaoxue. After all, he wasn't entirely certain, and it involved the game. This was his greatest secret. Nothing, Jiang Ling shook his head, his gaze fixed firmly on Mu Xiaoxue. I just stumbled upon an opportunity inside. Mu Xiaoxue gave him a deep look, clearly skeptical, but she didn't press further. She understood his nature. If he didn't want to talk about something, no amount of pressing would change that. Just then, Jiang Ling suddenly spoke, his tone tinged with gravity. Commander Mu, I need money, a lot of money. Money? Mu Xiaoxue froze, clearly not expecting this sudden request. Instead of asking what he needed it for, she inquired, how much do you need? Jiang Ling took a deep breath and uttered a figure that stunned everyone. I don't know. All I know is it's likely to be an astronomical sum. But I swear I won't misuse it. I truly have a crucial purpose for this money. Would 100 billion be enough? 100 billion? Jiang Lei gasped, his eyes wide as saucers. Brother Ling, what do you need that much money for? Buying some rare trinket? Not just Jiang Lei, even the 3 martial saints sucked in their breath. 100 billion Muoshin truly had a grand vision. That's nearly equivalent to half a year's military budget for a sizable army. What on earth did Jiang Ling intend to do with such a vast sum? Mu Xiaoxue's brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of confusion crossed her golden eyes before she couldn't help but ask, what do you intend to do with all this money? Jiang Ling offered no explanation, merely meeting her gaze with unwavering seriousness. I have a use for it and it's extremely urgent. This money may determine the future of Blue Star. He wasn't lying. The gacha costs in the disciple recruitment game were a bottomless pit. The first 110 pulls only required 10 awakening stones, each costing 6 yuan, seemingly affordable. But starting from the 100th pull, each 10 pull required 600 awakening stones. After that, the cost of awakening stones increased tenfold for every additional 100 pulls. To draw a disciple from a level 4 world 1 with advanced technology at that, who knew how many pulls it would take? Jiang Ling estimated it would be an astronomical figure. Mu Xiaoxue met Jiang Ling's earnest gaze and fell silent for a moment. She knew Jiang Ling wasn't one to speak lightly. If he said this concerned Blue Star's future, he must have his reasons. All right. Mu Xiaoxue nodded, her tone unwavering. 100 billion. I'll give it to you. But you must promise me whatever you intend to do with this money, you must never risk your own safety. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Ling as he nodded solemnly. Thank you, Commander. Mu Xiaoxue said nothing more. Turning to the 3 martial saints, she ordered, we'll return first. Have Jiang Ling send the report as soon as possible. As for the follow-up matters concerning the Divine Realm Army, I'll approve them all upon our return. Chapter 163, The Slush Fund is empty. Jiang Ling sat on his bed, staring at the balance on his phone, and sighed. Moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting fragmented silver spots across the floor that mirrored the anxiety in his eyes. He shook his head and walked straight to his desk. He reopened the game, where Mu Xiaoxue's icon had turned gray. Before hers, 2 other gray cards lay idle. A pale blue light screen unfolded at his command, revealing the familiar stone pedestal. A gilded glow radiated from it, radiating a god-tier aura. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and clicked open the gacha interface. Pulling cards brings momentary thrills, but obsession drains resources and harms the people. The 10 pull button pulsed with a tempting red glow, while the price tag beside it made his heart flutter slightly. 10 awakening stones per draw. Single awakening stone, 6 yuan. 100 pulls for 100 yuan. What a ripoff, damn game. But with my good looks, I refuse to believe I won't get anything. He muttered under his breath as his finger swiped across the screen, dumping the last 800,000 credits from his card into the game. The numbers in his account instantly vanished, replaced by the cold, in-game figures. The light beam for his first 10 pull lit up, sending Jiang Ling's heart racing. Golden particles swirled within the light screen, eventually coalescing into 10 names, none of which met his expectations. All were ordinary martial artists from low-tier realms, the highest-tiered merely excellent. Again! Gritting his teeth, he clicked to draw again. The pillar of light on the stone pedestal flared and faded repeatedly, as if the crackling sound of the awakening stone burning could be heard. One name after another flashed across the screen: Old Wang, skilled in alchemy, Oldly, master of formation's little son, possessing immense strength. Even a mechanic from the technological world appeared, though that world was a tier 2 realm, even lower than Wall Blue Star. Time ticked by second. The large bottle of drink Jiang Ling had bought for his desk was long since empty, yet he remained oblivious. His fingers tingled from repeated tapping, yet his eyes grew brighter, gleaming with an almost obsessive intensity. He had to admit it, he was hooked. On his 100th or so consecutive pull, a distinct golden light finally flickered across the screen. Name: Lin Shan. World: Xian Realm Major World. Talent: Legendary. Traits: Endurance and Unparalleled Insight. Destiny: Human race prodigy, prince of a small kingdom, determined to become the world's strongest. Taking Bai Zhishui as his role model, he possesses a unique physique that, upon full awakening, ranks among the top 10 supreme physiques of the Xian world. Jiang Ling's breath caught. The mystic realm. His target was still Bai Zhishui. The myriad realms are vast yet finite. If even the Xian realm was drawn, why was that so-called advanced mechanical world still so far out of reach? Damn this game, stop messing with me. He slammed his fist onto the table leg, the solid wood surface emitting a dull thud. The results of the last dozen or so 10 pulls remained disappointing. By the time his account's awakening stones were completely depleted, not a single name related to the technological world had appeared on the light screen. Outside the window, the sky had grown pitch black. The clock hand had already struck 12. Only then did Jiang Ling slump into his chair, staring at the empty gacha interface, feeling utterly drained. 800,000, an astronomical sum for ordinary people, yet he hadn't even drawn a decent apprentice. He rubbed his sore eyes, recalling Oljen's words and the looming threat of the level 4 world. A deeper wave of anxiety washed over him like a tidal surge. Who knew when the level 4 world would discover the Yun Heavenly Palace? By then, it would be too late. Meanwhile, the lights at the Grand Xia Supreme Military Command Center had been burning all night. Around the circular conference table, over 20 generals in military uniforms argued fiercely. Amidst the swirling smoke, every face was flushed crimson. Mu Xiaoxue sat at the head of the table. Her dark-colored combat uniform made her complexion appear even paler, yet she sat with her back straight and her fingers tapping the tabletop rhythmically. Though silent, her presence alone exerted immense pressure. General Wang, it's not that we're unwilling to allocate the funds. General Li of the Northwest Military District slammed his fist on the table. The insignia on his cap glinted coldly under the lights. 100 billion. That's enough to arm 3 entire armies. Just because Jiang Ling said so? He can't even explain what it's for. General Li is absolutely right. The Navy Commander-in-Chief chimed in, his brow furrowed. That kid may be the champion of the university competition, but he's still just a student. What if he squanders the funds recklessly? How would we explain that to the nation? But he claims it concerns Blue Star's future. Wang Peng held his tongue. These were veterans who'd fought alongside him through thick and thin, seasoned generals considering matters from the nation's perspective. Just then, a young Air Force commander interjected. Everyone witnessed Jiang Ling's performance at the competition. And he was invited into the Cloud Heaven Palace for 3 days. There must be some opportunity there. He wouldn't just be talking nonsense. The arguments rose and fell in waves, the conference room bubbling like boiling water. Some questioned Jiang Ling's motives, others worried about funding security, while some advocated for an initial partial disbursement as a test. Yet Mu Xiaoxue, seated at the head of the table, remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the rising sun beyond the window, her golden pupils reflecting dancing flames. No one could fathom her thoughts. The heated debate raged on for nearly an hour until everyone's voices grew hoarse and the room finally quieted. Even Wang Pang, who had been the most vocal, finally calmed down after a few heated exchanges. All eyes turned to Mu Xiaoxue, awaiting the final decision of the strongest warrior in Great Xia. Mu Xiaoxue finally withdrew her gaze, her fingertips ceasing their tapping. She rose slowly, the hem of her dark robe rippling slightly in the air currents. The atmosphere around her seemed to freeze instantly. Even among those present, the very pinnacle of Great Xia's combat elite, a collective tightening gripped their hearts. Mu Xiaoxue was now too powerful. So powerful it was beyond their comprehension. I called this meeting to ensure you prepare your funds in advance and secure this money swiftly. Her voice was not loud, yet it carried an unquestionable authority that resonated clearly throughout every corner of the conference room. This was not a discussion about whether to give. General Li opened his mouth to protest, but Mu Xiaoxue silenced him with a single, dismissive glance. Jiang Ling wants 10 billion? Give him 10 billion. I guarantee it. She picked up her coat from the back of the chair, turned toward the door, and said, within 3 days, it must be transferred to his account. Anyone who delays will face military disciplinary action. Dismissed. By the time the final words fell, her figure had vanished beyond the door, leaving behind a room full of stunned generals. The generals stared at the closed door, their mouths opening and closing before they could speak. Finally, they sighed and picked up the documents on the table. It seemed the 100 billion was truly going to be dispersed. Chapter 164, The Strangeness of the Celestial Beast Realm. The morning mist had yet to lift over the eastern theater when a deafening beastly roar ripped through the dawn's tranquility. A scout soldier leapt onto the watchtower. Golden light flashed in his eyes as his vision pierced the thick fog. What he saw beyond made him gasp in shock. Beyond the mist-shrouded wasteland, hordes of beastmen surged like a tidal wave. Leading them was a lion warrior nearly 10 feet tall, its mane ablaze with crimson flames. Each stomp of its massive paw sent violent tremors rippling through the earth. How is this possible, he muttered, clutching the communicator pressed to his chest. Promotion status. Emergency. Eastern Front. Massive numbers of Marshal Saint-level enemies. Extremely large numbers. Extremely large numbers. I'll repeat this one last time. At the command center, every military officer wore a grave expression. 3 days ago, the vanguard of the celestial beast realm had been mere tigers and wolves, with their strongest barely matching the martial sovereign realm. But these newly arrived beastmen? Each radiates an aura comparable to martial saints. Captain Zhou. The western defense line is about to collapse. A soldier's hoarse cry crackled over the communicator, punctuated by the jarring sound of flesh tearing. Their skin is hard as stone, bullets won't even dent them. Commander Zhou snapped back to reality, roaring, have the Vermilion Bird Battalion use firebombs. Focus your attacks on their eyes and joints. He leapt from his tent, a blood-red aura unfurling behind him. No, they're too powerful. Follow me. The battlefield instantly turned crimson. Blue Star soldiers' artillery and spirit energy attacks collided with the beastman's claws, erupting in blinding flashes. The true flame streams of lower-tier Blue Star warriors traced elegant arcs through the air, yet could only barely scorch the skin of the Lionkin warriors. Even the lightning he summoned, striking the orcs, was deflected by the scales covering their bodies, leaving only faint scorch marks. How did they suddenly become so much stronger? A martial sovereign gasped as he dodged a bearkin swipe, the true fire of the flaming dragon pulsing fiercely in his palm. I can't believe it, I've run into an old acquaintance. This power is on an entirely different level from just a few days ago. Another martial sovereign cleaved through an oncoming wolf warrior, only to have his arm scorched by the black mist the dying beast expelled. Who the hell knows? This is cheating. They must be cheating. Amidst the chaos, an urgent intelligence report from Blue Star's newly established Multiverse Information Department reached the highest echelons through encrypted channels. Behind the celestial beast realm, energy fluctuations unnatural to this world have surfaced, suspected to be the aura of a level 4 world's laws. Their current activities are highly likely orchestrated by a higher tier world. Worse still, the entire celestial beast realm might already be under their control. This news detonated like a bomb, sending shockwaves through Blue Star's high command. In the Supreme Command Headquarters conference room, the red dots representing the celestial beast realm's forces on the map were rapidly devouring the blue defensive lines. Mu Xiaoxue stood before the map, her golden pupils fixed intently on the blurred energy cloud behind the celestial beast realm's lines, her fingertips turning white from the force of her grip. Both sides possessed powerhouses who transcended the limits. Through tacit agreement, neither chose to intervene. Once one transcended the world's limits, both sides could easily sense each other's presence. Has intelligence confirmed it? Her voice carried an imperceptible tremor. Confirmed, God of Martial Arts Mu. The intelligence chief handed over an analysis report, his expression as stern as iron. Those energy fluctuations highly match the remnants of the level 4 world laws from the Cloud Heaven Palace. We suspect a level 4 world is secretly manipulating the celestial beast realm. Their target is the Cloud Heaven Palace. A deathly silence fell over the conference room. The intervention of a level 4 world signified a fundamental shift in the nature of this war. It was no longer a clash between two tier 3 realms, but had become a chessboard for higher realms vying for treasures. Just then, a communications soldier stumbled in, clutching a document glowing red, God of Martial Arts. The Beast Realm has issued a challenge. They demand a decisive battle at the entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace in 3 days. The victor shall claim ownership of the Cloud Heaven Palace. Final battle? General Li slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. They clearly have no fear. Mu Xiaoxue took the challenge letter, her fingertips tracing the twisted characters written in beast blood. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes. It seems they intend to use the celestial beast realm as a pretext to seize the Cloud Heaven Palace with righteous justification. She slammed the challenge onto the table. If we continue like this, we stand no chance of victory. On the day of the decisive battle, if no one has a strategy to win, we will relinquish the Cloud Heaven Palace. The news swiftly spread across Blue Star. Panic spread like a plague. People couldn't comprehend why an adversary that had been evenly matched just days ago had suddenly grown so powerful. The internet was flooded with pessimistic comments, with many even advocating abandoning the Cloud Heaven Palace to ensure their own survival. Meanwhile, Jiang Ling sat at his desk, staring at the long string of ones in his virtual account, 100,000,000,000. A full 100 billion. Mu Xiaoxue's efficiency far exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, a startling headline pushed to his phone read: Celestial Beast Realm surprises Eastern Front with massive strength surge, external intervention suspected. Level 4 World Shadow emerges, Cloud Heaven Palace may trigger interstellar war. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and tossed his phone aside. He knew time was running out. But he hadn't expected this day to come so soon. So fast that before he could even find a disciple, the enemy was already at the gates, leaving him no choice but to fight. A treasure like the Cloud Heaven Palace absolutely could not be relinquished. The luminous screen on the stone pedestal in the game lit up once more. This time, the price for a 10 pull had risen to 600 awakening stones. But the 100 billion in his account was more than enough to sustain countless draws. May this attempt yield results. He murmured softly, his fingertip hovering over the 10 pull button, hesitating to press it. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light across the screen, starkly contrasting with the cold, digital numbers displayed. Jiang Ling's gaze swept over the news about the level 4 world, his thoughts racing. He recalled Elder Yun's words, remembered Mu Xiaoxue's resolute stance at the meeting, and thought of the warriors who fought fiercely on the battlefield despite knowing defeat was inevitable. He clenched his fist tightly, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. For Blue Star. His fingertips touched the screen, and the golden beam of light flared once more. This time, he was certain he would draw the name that would change their destiny. The stone pedestal on the screen spun wildly, its light swirling as if incubating a miracle powerful enough to overturn the entire war. Jiang Ling stared intently at the screen, his fingers tapping relentlessly, his breathing becoming uneven. This time, he couldn't lose. After what felt like the 100th 10-pull attempt, a blinding red light finally erupted on the screen before Jiang Ling. Chapter 165, Clara. The light screen suddenly trembled violently. Unlike the usual golden or blue light, this time a blinding red glow illuminated the entire room as bright as day. Name, Clara. World, Sky Realm Major World. Potential, mythical. Traits, simple-minded, pure-hearted. Opportunity, possesses the highest combat martial arts of the Void Realm. Crisis, mental energy compromised, unable to control battle armor. Attempting forced operation carries risk of brain death. Jiang Ling lunged forward, his heart pounding wildly in his chest. The Void Realm. Mythical potential. He nearly held his breath as he tapped open the accompanying background description. Pale golden text flowed slowly across the light screen, outlining a world entirely different from Blue Star, yet perfectly matching Jiang Ling's requirements. The inhabitants of Sky Realm possess frail physiques and modest combat prowess, yet exhibit heightened psychic abilities. Over 30 million years ago, the first battle armor emerged in the Sky Realm, fundamentally reshaping its civilization's trajectory. Battle armor tradition split into two schools. Aerial battle armor harnesses psychic energy as its core. The pilot's psychic strength directly amplifies the armor's might, making it the dominant force in the Sky Realm today. Divine Blood battle armor, however, relies on bloodline constitution as its foundation. The bloodlines of the strong can unleash the armor's ultimate combat potential. Legend tells of a beast god revered one who swept across the Sky Realm with divine blood battle armor, creating the myth of this style. However, due to the generally frail constitutions of Sky Realm inhabitants, this school gradually declined and is now nearly extinct. Clara, an orphan of the Atlantic Federation, lost her biological parents to mysterious forces. The necklace around her neck is actually the inheritance key of the beast god revered one from 5 million years ago, containing the highest secrets of the divine blood battle armor. Witnessing her parents' deaths as a child left her psyche severely scarred, rendering her psychic energy highly unstable. Yet she insisted on taking the Federation battle armor assessment, determined to enter the highest academy to pursue her studies and track down her enemies. Forcing herself to pilot the battle armor risks complete mental collapse, ultimately leading to brain death. The text on the light screen gradually faded, leaving only Clara's figure. Empty Realm, Federal Supreme Battle Armor Academy's routine assessment site. A girl with twin ponytails stood before a silver-white battle armor, clad in simple, faded clothes. Her palm-sized face bore an uncharacteristic stubbornness for her age, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles turned white. This is her. Jiang Ling clenched his fist tightly, no longer hesitating. The virtual projection activated instantly, pulling his consciousness into a swirling mass of light and shadow. As the light distorted, he opened his eyes once more, finding himself in a vast alloy plaza. This was the Atlantic Federation's battle armor assessment ground. Hundreds of silver-white airspace battlesuits stood like dormant beasts, neatly arranged along both sides of the plaza, their metallic shells reflecting a cold gleam. The air thickened with the scent of metal and energy as the examiner's mechanical voice boomed over the loudspeaker. Candidate Clara, ID 734, prepare to enter the Falcon 3 combat suit. 10-second countdown. Jiang Ling's gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, locking precisely onto the slightly petite figure standing beside the battle armor's foot. The girl took a deep breath, about to connect her psychic energy to the battlesuit's cockpit, when something unseen seemed to tug at her, halting her movement. If you want to die, you can board the suit right now. A clear male voice abruptly rang in her ear. Not loud, yet carrying an oddly piercing quality that drowned out the square's clamor. Clara whipped her head around, locking eyes with a figure in the spectator stance from afar. Her gaze met a pair of calm, unruffled eyes. The figure was simply dressed, strands of black hair fluttering in the wind. Though the face was unfamiliar, it inexplicably brought her a sense of reassurance. Who are you? She instinctively took a half step back, shielding the necklace around her throat as her twin ponytails swayed gently behind her. For some reason, despite the distance between them, she instinctively felt her whisper could reach the other person. Jiang Ling didn't answer. He merely raised a finger toward the Falcon 3 battlesuit. The Falcon 3 requires at least 120 points of stable psychic power to pilot. Your mental fluctuations barely exceed 10 points. Forcing a connection would let the pressure pierce your brain. You'd collapse. The best outcome would be brain death. He paused, his gaze settling on her hand clenched around the necklace. You haven't avenged your parents yet, and you're already thinking of dying? Clara's pupils suddenly contracted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. How do you know? It doesn't matter. Jiang Ling cut her off, his tone flat yet carrying an undeniable authority. You're not the protagonist of some story. You won't get lucky with a last-minute awakening. If you go up now, you'll just become an unclaimed corpse in the Federation hospital morgue. Your enemies will be sipping champagne somewhere, celebrating the permanent disappearance of this nuisance. The proctor on the plaza noticed the disturbance, followed Clara's gaze to Jiang Ling in the crowd, and approached with a frown. Sir, please refrain from disrupting the candidate's assessment. Jiang Ling ignored him, his gaze fixed on Clara, carrying a barely perceptible hint of urgency. Sunlight fell across his profile, sharply defining his jawline. Though meant as a warning, the encouragement in his eyes was unmistakable. Clara bit her lower lip, her gaze shifting back and forth between the battle armor and Jiang Ling. The necklace around her throat still burned, as if confirming the words of this unfamiliar man. She recalled the dying words of her family's old servant, you must survive. You must uncover the truth. The mechanical countdown continued, 3, 2, 1. Under everyone's gaze, Clara suddenly released her hand from the control panel, turning to face Jiang Ling. Her twin ponytails swung onto her shoulders with the motion. You're right. Her voice was quiet, yet it instantly silenced the surrounding murmurs. The proctor pushed his glasses up, doubting his own ears. Candidate Clara, are you certain you wish to abandon the assessment? Without turning back, the girl walked straight toward the man in the spectator seats. Approaching him, she blinked her clear eyes at Jiang Ling, her long lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Brother, your voice is so nice. I'll listen to you. She paused, then nodded earnestly. And you're right, I can't just throw my life away. Revenge takes time, doesn't it? Jiang Ling froze for a moment, completely unprepared for her reaction. He prepared a whole speech from psychic energy to the legacy of the divine blood battle armor and even planned how to subtly guide her into becoming his disciple. Yet this girl turned out to be as blank as a sheet of paper, absorbing everything with just a few words. Yes. Jiang Ling suppressed his surprise, softening his tone. Only by staying alive do you have a chance. Then can you help me? Clara took a half step forward, tilting her small face up to look at him. Her eyes shone brightly, as if tempered with starlight. I know I'm clumsy and my spiritual power is weak, but I really want to avenge myself. Her voice trailed off at the end, shoulders slumping slightly, a pitiful sight. Chapter 166, Divine Blood Battle Armor. Whispers began to ripple through the surrounding candidates. What's with this girl? She trusts just anyone? Who is that guy? How dare he cause trouble here? Look at the proctor's face, it's practically turning black. Jiang Ling met their stares and suddenly smiled. He crouched down, meeting Clara's gaze eye to eye. Sunlight traced his silhouette onto the girl's face, warm and soft. I can help you, but I have one condition. What condition? Clara lifted her head instantly, her disappointment vanishing. I'll do anything to get revenge. Become my disciple. Jiang Ling's voice rang clear in her ears. I'll teach you another path how to master the battle armor, even help you track down your enemy. But you must follow my lead, step by step. He's just bragging. Jiang Ling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He doesn't know anything, might as well just pay to win later. He'd expected to need more persuasion, but to his surprise, Clara nodded almost without hesitation, her little head bobbing wildly. Yes. I'll take you as my master. Before the words had fully left her mouth, she suddenly took half a step back. Facing Jiang Ling, she knelt properly on one knee, hands folded neatly across her chest. The movement was precise, as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Disciple Clara pays respects to her master. Whoosh! The surrounding area erupted in chaos. A student who was supposed to take the assessment not only abandoned it midway but also followed someone else so easily? Where does that leave the Federal Academy's reputation? The teacher who had just come to persuade Jiang Ling to leave turned beet red, his recorder clattering to the floor. Nonsense! The Federal examination grounds are no place for such chaos. Jiang Ling paid no heed to the commotion around him, his gaze fixed on the girl kneeling before him, a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes. He reached out and gently helped her up. Rise. From this day forward, you are my student. Simultaneously, the game's voice announced. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully recruiting Clara Mythic Talent. You have obtained the Apprentice Recruitment Gift Pack. Package contents: a Grade Divine Blood Battle Armor, Bloodline Transfer Array 1. Bloodline Transfer Array allows the host to replicate a portion of their bloodline power to a designated target. After transfer, the target's bloodline strength becomes 30% of the host's original power. Jiang Ling's heart leapt with joy. The A-grade Divine Blood Battle Armor was neither too high nor too low, perfect for Clara's current level. As for the Bloodline Transfer Array, if he could share 30% of his Ancestral Dragon bloodline with her, it would make the Divine Blood Battle Armor rival an SS-grade Airspace Battle Armor in power. Come with me. Jiang Ling took Clara's hand. Her fingertips were ice cold and still trembling slightly. Soon, she calmed down, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she skipped along behind Jiang Ling. The pair navigated past the furious proctor and the gawking examinees, leaving behind a trail of chaotic murmurs. Clara instinctively took the lead, guiding the way to her home in the civilian district on the edge of the Federation. It was a loft under 20 square meters. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, sunlight streamed through the small attic window, casting mottled patches on the floor. A faint soap scent lingered in the air. Teacher, please sit. Clara awkwardly pulled over the only wooden stool for Jiang Ling, then found an overturned bucket to sit on beside the table, nervously twisting the hem of her shirt. I have nothing to offer you but yesterday's leftover rye bread. Jiang Ling waved it off, his gaze settling on the old desk in the corner. Spread across it were several hand-drawn battle armor blueprints. The lines were naive yet radiated a spark of genius, clearly the girl's private practice. It was clear that even knowing her mental strength was weak, she had persistently strived toward that goal, even taking the risk of applying for the Federation Academy's entrance exam. No need to rush. He retrieved a scroll of ancient array diagrams from his spatial ring, unfurling it on the floor. Let me help you with something first. The moment the diagram unfolded, golden runes seemed to come alive, swirling across the floor to form a complex hexagram array. The Ancestral Dragon bloodline stirred within Jiang Ling. Golden dragon scales flickered on his wrists, resonating mysteriously with the runes on the diagram. Clara's eyes widened in astonishment as she watched the dancing golden light on the floor, her gaze filled with wonder. What a beautiful pattern. Bloodline Transfer Array. Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of instability from channeling spiritual energy. I will transfer a portion of my bloodline to you. Only then can you master the Divine Blood Battle Armor. He gestured for Clara to step into the array's center. Don't be afraid. It won't hurt. Clara hesitated briefly before obediently stepping into the center of the hexagram. As Jiang Ling's fingertip touched her forehead, she instinctively closed her eyes tightly, her long lashes trembling slightly. Focus. Jiang Ling growled softly as spiritual energy surged from his body into the array diagram. Golden runes flared to life, enveloping both of them. The overwhelming pressure of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline spread like a tidal wave. The wooden beams of the pavilion groaned under the strain, while sparrows outside the window scattered in fright. Clara felt a warm power surge through her brow and flow throughout her entire body. The bronze necklace around her neck suddenly erupted with dazzling crimson light. It intertwined with the golden bloodline within her, forming a pillar of red and gold light that shot straight up toward the ceiling. Roar! A dragon's roar, not loud but radiating boundless majesty, echoed through the attic. Faint dragon scale patterns emerged beneath Clara's skin. Her once frail aura surged at a visible pace, and the fluctuations of her spiritual energy stabilized within 20 points. Jiang Ling slowly withdrew his hand, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his face paled slightly. He felt utterly drained. He slowly opened his eyes within the array formation. Before him, the young girl's body trembled slightly. Tiny dragon shadows flickered within her pupils, her eyes faintly reddened. Teacher, please don't die. Please don't die. Her whisper was soft and fragile. I'm fine, don't cry. Have you grown stronger? Jiang Ling nodded, projecting the A-grade divine blood battle armor from his spatial ring. Your bloodline power is now sufficient to wield it. I'll teach you how to pilot it shortly. Teacher, what is this? Why is it so different from ordinary battle armor? The defining feature of divine blood battle armor is that it synergizes with the pilot's body to exponentially amplify combat power. That's why they're so compact. The giant battle armor given to Clara is only 4 or 5 meters tall. In contrast, standard aerial battlesuits typically stand 20 to 30 meters tall. The difference in appearance between the two is quite obvious. The setting sun streamed through the small window into the attic, casting long shadows of the two figures. Clara gazed cautiously at the shadowy figure, feeling for the first time that the path to vengeance seemed less distant than ever before. Jiang Ling gazed at the darkening sky outside the window, silently calculating in his mind. He needed to act quickly and discuss matters with his family in Mu Xiaoshui as soon as possible. The game should return the divine blood battle armor technology, and the replication function of the Cloud Heaven Palace would come in handy. Chapter 167, The Plan. Inside the Eastern Theater Command Center, the red arrow on the holographic map had advanced to within 100 miles of the entrance to the Cloud Heaven Palace. The air in the operations room felt leaden, thick, and oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Over a dozen commanders stood clustered around the map, their sighs and murmurs of discussion mingling. God of martial arts, we can't keep fighting. General Zhang of the Southwest Military District removed his cap, his eyes fixed on Mu Xiaoshui, filled with resignation. The Celestial Beast Realm's offensive these past days has been too bizarre. Their soldiers seem to have had their cultivation levels forcibly elevated. Peak Martial Saint level fighters are everywhere, at least 1,000 of them. How could our defenses possibly withstand such power? Old Zhang is right. Admiral Chen Feng gulped down a mouthful of cold water in agreement. The Cloud Heaven Palace may be splendid, but it remains an external possession. Sacrificing the entire eastern defense line, indeed, the entire Blue Star, for a single secret realm is simply not worth it. The murmurs surged like a tidal wave, nearly everyone echoing the call to abandon the position. Even the most hardened frontline commanders now hung their heads in silence. Yesterday, not just one, but multiple martial gods had appeared in the Celestial Beast realm. A single punch shattered 3 martial emperors. That power clearly fell short of a true martial god's strength. Any discerning observer could see that a 4th-tier world must be backing them. These martial gods were undoubtedly artificially cultivated. Fortunately, their numbers were limited. Intimidated by the martial god of Blue Star, they refrained from further action. Mu Xiaoshui stood at the very front of the map, her anxious expression tinged with a faint flush beneath her dark-colored battle attire. Her fingertip traced the projection of the Cloud Heaven Palace, her gaze filled with conflict. These individuals lacked sufficient power. To put it plainly, she alone on Blue Star could sense a colossal force pulsing deep within the secret realm. This was absolutely not the energy fluctuation one would expect from an ordinary 4th-tier world breaking free from its confines. Wait a little longer. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unquestionable authority. Her golden pupils reflected the flickering red dots on the map, as if awaiting something. Wait? General Li, overcome with emotion, abruptly stood and retorted, War God Mu. We can't afford to wait any longer. The Celestial Beast Realm just sent an agreement. He slammed a crimson document onto the projected screen. They demand each faction send 10,000 troops to the entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace for a decisive battle. The victor claims ownership of the secret realm. This is a blatant attempt to lure our elite forces into a trap where they'll be annihilated. Mu Xiaoshui glanced at the agreement, her formidable aura causing the projection to tremble slightly. She closed her eyes, recalling the look in Jiang Ling's eyes before he left. He said he needed money, that it concerned the future of Blue Star, hoping he could bring about a miracle. I oppose this decisive battle, General Jiang spoke again, his tone tinged with pleading. Our Martial Saint Realm forces number barely 100 combined, while the Celestial Beast Realm's forces are at least 10 times that. This isn't a decisive battle, it's a slaughter. Give up, Martial God Mu. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we needn't fear the lack of firewood. Yes, we surrender. We can fight again. The voices urging surrender grew louder, like countless needles piercing Mu Xiaoshui's heart. She knew their reasoning was sound. Logic told her to preserve their strength. Yet the glimmer of life deep within the Cloud Heaven Palace persisted, whispering that it might be Blue Star's last hope. Just as she was about to agree to surrender, someone suddenly burst through the command room door, face flushed crimson, reporting, Divine Realm Military Commander Jiang Ling requests an audience. He claims to have a solution. Jiang Ling? That student? What solution could he possibly have? Nonsense. Is this any time for jokes? Doubtful murmurs rippled through the room. Just as General Li was about to reprimand the communications officer, Mu Xiaoshui raised her hand to silence him. Let him in. For the first time, a barely perceptible flicker of emotion rippled through her voice. Jiang Ling entered the command room, his combat boots still caked with mud from the Cloud Heaven Palace. He pushed past the gathered generals and walked straight to the map. His gaze swept over the red arrows marking the celestial beast realm. His tone was calm yet powerful. I refuse to abandon it. What do you know, you greenhorn? General Jiang fumed, his beard bristling. This is the command center, not your school. There's no room for your nonsense. Jiang Ling ignored him, turning instead to Mu Xiaoxue. Commander, give me 10,000 men. I can lead them into the Cloud Heaven Palace. In the decisive battle 3 days hence, I guarantee Blue Star will not lose. 10,000? General Li snorted as if hearing the most absurd joke. Do you even know the composition of the 10,000 troops the Celestial Beast Realm is sending? A conservative estimate puts half of them at Martial Saint level, with 10 half-step Martial God level commanders reinforcing their ranks. I know. Jiang Ling nodded, tracing his finger across the map to circle the core area of the Cloud Heaven Palace. But they can grow stronger, and so can we. Give me 10,000 men, and I'll make them powerful enough to stand against the Celestial Beast Realm. Absurd! Admiral Chen Feng's voice was heavy. The opportunities within the Cloud Heaven Palace are random. How could you possibly mass-produce combat power by bringing people in? I have a way. Jiang Ling's tone was unwavering, but it requires absolute trust and authority. These 10,000 soldiers must follow my commands without question. No interference is permitted. This is top secret. The command room fell deathly silent, all eyes fixed on Mu Xiaoxue. She studied the unwavering resolve in Jiang Ling's eyes, her gaze probing. He harbors secrets, perhaps even an opportunity. I agree. The 3 words fell, and the command room erupted in chaos. God of martial arts Mu. Have you lost your mind? That's the lives of 10,000 people. We can't let him act recklessly. Mu Xiaoxue raised her hand, silencing the clamor. She stepped before Jiang Ling, her golden eyes meeting his. 10,000 men, take any you need from the Eastern Theater Command. Whatever resources you need, the armory is yours to plunder. She paused, her voice low and measured. But Jiang Ling, I want you to remember these 10,000 lives. No risks. Victory is non-negotiable. Jiang Ling straightened his back and rendered a crisp military salute, mission accomplished. He turned and left the command room, the murmurs of discussion behind him still loud. Inside the command room, Mu Xiaoxue watched his retreating figure. As Jiang Ling's figure appeared at the entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace, the 3 martial saints were organizing personnel to evacuate the palace. Commander Jiang Ling? The white-haired martial saint's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing him. Why have you returned? The command center. It's dangerous here now. You should leave first. We're also organizing the Divine Realm Army's evacuation. I need to enter the Cloud Heaven Palace. Jiang Ling stated his purpose directly. My plan requires the power of the Cloud Heaven Palace. The green-robed martial saint frowned. It's far too dangerous to enter now. Spies from the Celestial Beast Realm have been lurking nearby. Trust me. Jiang Ling's gaze fixed on the depths of the light screen. I'll be out soon. The 3 martial saints exchanged glances before finally parting to make way. Be careful. We'll guard you from outside. The instant he passed through the light barrier, Jiang Ling felt the familiar tugging force. This time, he offered no resistance, allowing the chaotic mist to envelop him. When his vision cleared, Elder Yun's apparition sat upon a floating green stone slab, smiling at him. You're here, young man? Chapter 168, Duplication. Youngster, you've arrived sooner than I anticipated. Old Jin spoke with a warm smile, his eyes sweeping over him. So, it seems you found a solution? Jiang Ling nodded and pulled up the reward interface from the game bracelet. S-Grade Divine Blood Battle Armor X1, Divine Blood Battle Armor Driver Manual Complete Edition X1. A battle armor from the Void Realm? And Divine Blood Grade? Old Yun raised an eyebrow, tapping the interface. S-Class Divine Blood Battle Armor paired with your Ancestral Dragon bloodline could indeed unleash God-tier combat power in each of you. He paused, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. You want the Cloud Heaven Palace to replicate these battle armors? Yes. Jiang Ling spoke plainly. I need to equip 10,000 men with this armor. Elder Yun fell silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Excellent. What a resourceful young man. He waved his hand, summoning a water mirror. Within it, countless swirling strands of chaos chi came into view. The reason this place can nurture so many divine beast descendants is precisely because of the chaos chi. Replication consumes chaos chi. Though the amount is small. I'm willing to pay any price. Jiang Ling's tone was unwavering. Old Yun stared at him, his smile abruptly fading as his expression turned grave. The cost is that the chaos chi within the Yun Tian Palace will diminish. In other words, this resource is finite. You must prepare yourselves for one day. Jiang Ling's heart sank abruptly, but quickly steadied. The time we gain will be sufficient. Good. Elder Yun laughed heartily once more. I admire that spirit in you. Follow me, I'll show you. Chaotic mist parted to form a path as Jiang Ling followed Elder Yun's ethereal form to the base of a colossal mountain peak. At the mountain's center, a fist-sized chaos core rotated slowly. With each turn, countless runes of law overflowed. Place the battle armor and manual upon the core. Old Master Yun pointed to the recess beneath the core. Jiang Ling complied. The moment the core component of the S-grade Divine Blood battle armor and the drive manual touched the Chaos core, the entire palace erupted in blinding light. The core spun faster and faster, while countless golden data streams spread along the crystal pillars, forming a massive replication array on the floor of every cave within the mountain peak. Remember, only 10,000 replicas are permitted. Elder Yun's voice sounded faint amidst the light. One person per cave, otherwise, imbalance will occur. At best, the outcome will fall short of expectations. At worst, death may follow. Jiang Ling nodded, watching as the first silver-white battle armor slowly coalesced within the array. The armor flowed seamlessly, its lines like a dragon poised to strike. The dragon scale patterns on the shoulder plates were vividly lifelike, emanating a faint aura of authority. Go, Master Yun waved his hand. Your man is ready. The formation can now be activated. Jiang Ling bowed deeply, then turned and left the giant mountain. When he emerged from the Cloud Heaven Palace once more, the horizon was already tinged with the first light of dawn. The three martial saints breathed sighs of relief upon seeing him emerge unharmed. All prepared? Inquired the white-haired martial saint. Jiang Ling nodded and dialed a number, notify the selected individuals to assemble immediately at the entrance of the Yun Tian Palace. 3 days later, at the entrance to the Cloud Heaven Palace, 10,000 warriors from the celestial beast realm stood arrayed in formation, waiting. The dark mass of beast warriors resembled moving hills, each radiating the aura of peak martial saint power. Their surging vitality nearly dyed the sky crimson. At the forefront, the Lion Kin leader rode atop a colossal lion, none other than the young master of the Lion Clan. His golden mane fluttered in the wind, his face adorned with a smug, disdainful grin. Where are the Blue Star people? Have they chickened out? Ha! I knew they wouldn't dare show up. Just wait till they show up, I'll tear their bones to shreds. The young lion lord raised his hand, silencing his followers' boisterous laughter. Gazing toward the distant horizon, a flicker of smug satisfaction crossed his eyes. Ever since gaining the favor of those fourth-tier world lords, the celestial beast realm's strength had surged dramatically. These soldiers, forged through the secret arts of the fourth-tier world, were more than sufficient to handle the Blue Star humans. 10 more minutes. The young master of the Lion Clan spoke with arrogance. If they didn't show up within 10 minutes, he would consider them to have abandoned the Cloud Heaven Palace. Blue Star spies observed the scene from afar, transmitting real-time footage back to headquarters. Where is Jiang Ling? Wasn't this supposed to be handled by him? Did he desert at the last moment? Or did the plan fail? I told you he was too young to be trusted. The heated debate in command suddenly halted as a deafening mechanical roar erupted from the distant Skybeast realm army. The earth began to tremble faintly. At the horizon's edge, a silvery white torrent appeared. What is that? Armor suits? Impossible. When did Blue Star humans become armored warriors? The celestial beast realm soldiers murmured among themselves, their faces shifting from disdain to astonishment. The young lion prince's expression darkened as he gripped the long sword at his waist. The silver-white torrent drew ever closer, finally revealing its full form. 10,000 identical battlesuits stood tall, each 6 to 7 meters high, forged entirely from silver-white alloy. Vivid dragon patterns were carved onto their shoulder plates, while faint blue light emanated from the energy cores on their chests. They marched in perfect unison, the grinding of mechanical joints sounding like war drums, shaking the very core of everyone present. General Zhang stood on the Blue Star observation platform, eyes wide, scarcely believing the spectacle before him. An admiral sucked in a sharp breath, murmuring, War God Realm. Each suit radiated the aura of the War God Realm. Chaos erupted within the celestial beast realm's ranks. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 10,000 martial god realm mechs? How could Blue Star possess such power? Young master, should we continue fighting? The Lion Clan young master's face darkened to the extreme. He stared fixedly at the silver-white battlesuits, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word for a long while. He could sense the aura emanating from those battlesuits had surpassed even the beast god tier power unleashed by that fourth-tier world lord. In the command room, Mu Xiaoxue watched the surging silver tide. A flicker of surprise crossed her golden eyes before being replaced by a faint smile. She turned to observe the black armor at the forefront. An inexplicable certainty settled within her. This was Jiang Ling. A faint smile curved her lips. You did it. Mu Xiaoxue's voice was soft, yet carried a barely perceptible tenderness. Jiang Ling turned his head. Despite its massive size, the mech moved with surprising agility. His eyes flashed with confidence. Soldiers, now it's time to show them what we're made of. Across the battlefield, 10,000 silver-white battlesuits halted in unison. The lead suit slowly raised its right arm, its palm gathering a dazzling blue light. With a synchronized mechanical voice, 10,000 blue beams streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling toward the celestial beast realm's formation. Chapter 169, The Immortal Emperor's Palace. Before the celestial beast realm soldiers could recover from their shock, the beam struck them, eliciting piercing screams of agony. The young lion prince, stunned and enraged, roared. How dare you? Do you truly believe you can challenge the power of the upper realm? He roared, leaping forward to attack the lead battlesuit, only to be easily repelled by a blue light, crashing heavily to the ground. Watching the one-sided battle unfold before them, the Blue Star commanders in the command center all wore expressions of excitement. The army commander wiped away tears, his voice choked with emotion. We won. I never thought we'd win. General Chen Feng exhaled a long breath, his gaze toward Jiang Ling brimming with admiration. That kid, we never believed in him. Who'd have thought he possessed such extraordinary talent? To forcibly elevate 10,000 men to martial god combat strength, he must have encountered some extraordinary fortune. Mu Xiaoxue gazed at the dazzling blue light on the battlefield, then glanced at the generals beside her, suppressing a faint smile. When Jiang Ling had taken these 10,000 men, he had made it crystal clear, absolute secrecy was required. Therefore, her voice softened as she turned to the commanders, the implication clear. Understood. We won't interfere. Rest assured, we wouldn't dream of biting the hand that feeds us. Those 10,000 men are entirely under Jiang Ling's command. We won't interfere. One by one, they pledged their allegiance, continuing to watch the battlefield unfold with cheerful eyes. In the celestial beast realm, the setting sun hung like blood, sinking heavily upon the peak of Beast God Mountain. The young lion man lord scrambled into the council chamber, his body encrusted with congealed black blood, his mane scorched beyond recognition. Within the chamber, flickering candlelight illuminated 6 figures clad in black robes. Their aura felt like a frozen pond lying in wait, the very air around them carrying a bone-chilling cold. The mightiest warriors of the celestial beast realm stood bowed at their sides. Useless. The elder in black seated at the head slammed his fist on the table, instantly reducing the sandalwood surface to dust. He raised his withered finger, and a jet of black energy whizzed past the Lion Clan young master's ear, blasting a bowl-sized hole in the mountain stone wall. 10,000 men. Our elite forces, enhanced by our clan's secret arts, actually lost to those greenhorns from Blue Star who just advanced to a Tier 3 world? The young Lion Kin master collapsed to his knees with a thud, trembling violently. Spare us, Lord. It's not that we're useless, the Blue Star people are too bizarre. They all wear silver-white battle armor. Even though their power isn't that strong, with that armor, they can directly clash with our Beast God Realm warriors. Battle armor? The dark-clad woman in the secondary position raised an eyebrow, a strand of crimson blood energy coiling around her fingertip. What kind of armor possessed such power? Entirely silver-white, with dragon patterns etched on the shoulder plates and a blue glow emanating from the chest. The young lion man lord desperately recalled, cold sweat soaking through his fur-clad back. Their attacks were relentless, utterly unblockable. Our bodies felt like paper in the face of those beams. Dragon patterns? Light beams? The foremost elder abruptly rose, a flicker of ferocity flashing beneath his hooded eyes. Those bastards from the Void Realm. Oldly, are you certain? The dark-clad man on the left frowned. Didn't the Void Realm state they wouldn't intervene in minor realm conflicts during their critical push to break through to the 5th-tier world? Bull. The elder roared, his black robes fluttering without wind. Besides their battle armor, who else could wield such cross-tier combat power? Back then, it was precisely with that shoddy armor and their frail bodies that they ascended to the 4th-tier world. The candles in the council chamber suddenly flared, casting shifting shadows across the faces of those present. Another burly figure in black robes spoke in a deep voice, even if it is the Void Realm, we have no recourse. Their chief battle armor master is said to have touched the threshold of the 5th-tier world's supreme emperor. If we truly break ties, the cost would outweigh the gain. No way? The elder sneered coldly, a ruthless smile curling his lips. Just because we can't, doesn't mean others can't. He slowly approached the altar at the chamber's center, his fingertip tracing the rune-engraved stone slab. My great-uncle once had the fortune to meet a subordinate of a divine king from the Immortal Emperor's palace during his time at the Fallen God Abyss. If we could persuade that individual to intervene. The Immortal Emperor's palace? The remaining few gasped in unison. Even the kneeling young Lion Kin chieftain snapped his head up, eyes brimming with disbelief. That name was a taboo across all realms. Representing absolute authority and supreme combat power. Emerging tens of thousands of years ago, this colossal entity ruled over 3,000 great worlds and countless smaller realms. Its majesty shone like the blazing sun suspended in the heavens, rendering any power before it as insignificant as ants. Oldly, is this really possible? The woman's voice trembled. What is the Celestial Emperor's palace? Would it intervene for such a trivial matter as ours? A minor matter? The old man turned, his black robe sweeping over the ground's gravel. The Cloud Heaven Palace concerns whether we can break through the bottleneck of the 4th-level world. Is this a minor matter? A flicker of fervor passed through his eyes. Moreover, these past years, the Void Realm has leveraged its battle armor technology to meddle in other worlds' conflicts, cloaking it in the guise of upholding fairness. The immortal kings of the Immortal Emperor Palace detest such overstepping entities most. As long as we report this matter. He left the implication unspoken, yet every soul in the hall understood his meaning. To the immortal kings of the Immortal Emperor Palace, the Void Realm's actions were nothing short of a provocation against authority. Very well. The burly figure in black robes clenched his fist, knuckles cracking loudly. We'll follow Elder Li's plan. I'll see how the Void Realm dares to put on airs before the Immortal Emperor's palace. The elder approached the young Lionkin prince, looking down at him with disdain. What other distinguishing features did you mention regarding those battle suits? The young Lion Clan leader hurriedly replied, their movements in the battle armor are perfectly synchronized, as if carved from the same mold. And the power of their beams is remarkably consistent. It doesn't seem like it's due to individual talent differences. Mass-produced S-grade battle armor? A flicker of greed crossed the elder's eyes before being replaced by ruthlessness. The Void Realm is really pulling out all the stops this time. But no matter, once the Immortal Emperor's palace arrives, we might just get a slice of that battle armor technology pie. Outside the council chamber, the setting sun sank completely below the horizon, casting the shadow of Beast God Mountain like a ghostly specter. The laughter of the black-clad figures echoed from within the hall, tinged with contempt for the Sky Realm. At the Eastern War Zone's decoration plaza, the 5-starred red flag billowed in the gusting wind. Jiang Ling stood in his brand new Major General's uniform, the golden stars on his epaulets gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Mu Xiaoxue stood before him as the ranks of Divine Realm soldiers on the plaza stood at attention in solemn silence. Major General Jiang Ling, her voice boomed through the microphone, clear and powerful, echoing across the entire plaza. In recognition of your outstanding contributions during the decisive battle at the Cloud Heaven Palace, you are hereby awarded the rank of Major General. You were foremost in the victory at Cloud Heaven Palace. Blue Star will never forget your valor, and the people will never forget your sacrifice. Salute! At the general's command, Jiang Ling raised his hand, saluting in unison with 10,000 soldiers across the square. The sound of military boots striking the ground was perfectly synchronized, like thunder rolling across the earth. Jiang Lei stood in the front row, blinking hard to hold back the tears threatening to spill. His brother Ling, so young, yet already a general. Chapter 170, Divine Messenger. After the commendation ceremony, Jiang Ling politely declined all banquet invitations and made his way alone to the entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace. The 3 martial saints bowed in greeting upon seeing him. The white-haired martial saint smiled and said, Major General Jiang, you are now the youngest general on Blue Star. Your future is boundless. Jiang Ling smiled but offered no reply, simply stating, I wish to enter and explore the Cloud Heaven Palace once more. The 3 martial saints made no attempt to stop him, stepping aside in unison. As he passed through the light barrier, chaotic mist instantly enveloped him. The ethereal image of Elder Yun sat beneath that familiar ancient tree, shrouded in swirling chaotic energy. Noticing his arrival, he spoke slowly, Congratulations, young general. Old Jun, please don't mock me. Jiang Ling sat down opposite him. This victory was entirely thanks to the Cloud Heaven Palace's replication function. You won, yes, Old Jun remarked, fingering a golden leaf as his tone grew somber. But do you truly believe this guarantees your safety? Jiang Ling's smile faded. You mean? The forces behind the celestial beast realm are more complex than you imagine. Old Yun sighed. Primordial energy coalesced into a speck of light in his palm. A world capable of deploying 4th-tier secret arts to catalyze soldiers is no ordinary 3rd-tier realm. Having suffered a setback this time, they won't let it rest. His gaze turned grave as he looked at Jiang Ling. More importantly, your use of Sky Realm battle armor technology has already caught the attention of certain powerful figures. Across all realms, nothing is more taboo than cross-world interference, especially in a sensitive area like the Cloud Heaven Palace. Jiang Ling fell silent. He recalled Clara's pure eyes and the hidden secrets of the Divine Blood battle armor. A flicker of unease stirred within Jiang Ling. He cautiously inquired, Are you suggesting someone might trace the connection back to the Sky Realm and cause trouble? It's not just enemies from the Sky Realm. Elder Yun shook his head. There are also those arrogant top-tier powers. They won't tolerate a world that skips 2 tiers to reach level 4, flaunting 4th-tier technology right under their noses. He patted Jiang Ling's shoulder. Focus on strengthening Blue Star's capabilities. The replication function of the Cloud Heaven Palace is your greatest asset. Every additional set of enhanced battle armor you can replicate gives you another layer of confidence. Jiang Ling's gaze drifted off into the distance as he sighed. Yes, time waits for no one. This vast world won't let this rest, it will only intensify. By then, uprooting Blue Star entirely might not be beyond the realm of possibility. All he could do was move faster, ever faster. As he departed the Cloud Heaven Palace, the setting sun slanted low in the west. Gazing at the evening glow on the horizon, Jiang Ling felt the weight of his commander's star on his shoulders more heavily than ever before. He didn't go home. Instead, he headed straight back to his dorm, pulled out his phone, and opened the disciple recruitment game. He needed more trump cards, stronger allies. The moment the light screen illuminated, a shrill alarm suddenly blared. On the screen, a figure so dazzling it was almost unbearable to look at now hovered above the once bustling Atlantic Federation of the Void Realm. Like the blazing sun at noon, it radiated dazzling golden light. Its mere presence warped the sky of the Void Realm, shattering the clouds as if crushed by an invisible giant hand, transforming them into a sea of golden radiance. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply. A soul-piercing pressure emanating from its depths nearly crushed his breath. This power surpassed any being he had ever encountered, including Mu Xiaoshui and even the world consciousness of the Tian Song realm. Yet there was something inexplicably familiar about the aura emanating from this figure. The Void Realm. A voice as deep and resonant as a great bell reverberated across the heavens and earth. Each syllable thundered like a crack of lightning, causing the very ground of the Void Realm to tremble violently. A crystal-clear image suddenly appeared on the light screen: Blue Star soldiers clad in divine blood battle armor crushing the celestial beast realm at the entrance to the Cloud Heaven Palace. To cultivate foreign combat power without authorization, to meddle in the conflicts of minor realms, to treat the laws of the heavens as nothing. The figure slowly raised a hand, its golden fingertip pointing toward the core region of the Void Realm. Considering your realm is currently at a critical juncture in its push toward level 5, this offense shall be recorded for now. Should there be a next time? Before the words had fully faded, the entire Void Realm suddenly tilted violently, as if that figure intended to overturn it. Countless buildings shook violently, the glow of energy towers flickered erratically, and even the most fortified Federal Assembly Hall groaned under the unbearable strain. Your realm shall be sunk, demoted to level 2. We obey the divine decree. The chief battle armor engineer of the Sky Realm, clad in the highest grade Sky Realm battle armor, the Azure Sky Armor, slowly stepped forward. Yet now he knelt midair like an ant, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Behind him, every powerful being of the Sky Realm, regardless of strength, seniority, or age, prostrated themselves on the ground, lacking even the courage to lift their heads. The golden light dissipated, and the figure vanished as if it had never been there. The skies of the Sky Realm slowly returned to calm, yet an indelible fear lingered. The game's perspective shifted to Clara's attic. The girl's face flushed crimson with anger as she paced the room, fists clenched, her twin ponytails swinging back and forth. That's outrageous. It has nothing to do with us. Why blame us? Bullying people just because you're stronger? Shameless. Jiang Ling's heart still pounded wildly. Stealing himself, he asked. Clara, who exactly was that person? Clara stamped her foot, her voice brimming with indignation. Who else could it be? A divine messenger under a god king from the Celestial Emperor's palace. That bunch of self-important jerks. She walked to the window, gazing at the trembling Void Realm stretching into the distance. Her voice softened. Grandfather said the Immortal Emperor's palace is the supreme authority across all realms. Their words are law and no one can defy them. Jiang Ling watched silently as the Void Realm gradually calmed on the light screen, his heart churning with turbulent waves. The Immortal Emperor's palace. Wasn't this the place he'd stolen that thing from back then? And the one in charge there, wasn't that his eldest disciple? Such a place actually existed and was this powerful? Merely the phantom image of a divine messenger could make a world on the verge of ascending to level 5 tremble in submission. But precisely that fact underscored the staggering level of power involved this time. He suddenly understood Elder Yun's concerns. Blue Star's victory this time might not be the end, but rather the beginning of an even greater crisis. The warning issued to the Void Realm meant Blue Star would face greater constraints in deploying battle armor henceforth. And behind the Celestial Beast Realm, there were clearly forces capable of connecting to the Immortal Emperor's palace. That faction's sheer strength made this situation even more precarious. On the screen, Clara was still muttering curses under her breath at the divine messenger's arrogance. Her small figure cast a long shadow in the setting sun. Jiang Ling watched her, finding it somewhat amusing. Clara, why are you so angry? This has nothing to do with you, right? It's infuriating. Infuriating. How dare they bully our world with such arrogance? Once I grow stronger, they'll pay dearly. Ha! You're nowhere near that yet. You've got to work harder. Chapter 171, Insectide. Oh, right, Clara. Why did that divine messenger say they wouldn't pursue the matter of your world advancing to level 5 for now? Jiang Ling inquired curiously. The more he understood about world advancement, the better. The wooden windows of the attic creaked in the evening breeze as Clara stood on tiptoe watering the potted plants on the windowsill. Hearing Jiang Ling's question, her hand holding the watering can paused. Her twin ponytails swung onto her shoulders as she turned her head, a complex flicker passing through her clear eyes. Level 5 worlds. I don't know much about them either. But they're the dream and the nightmare of every level 4 world. Jiang Ling sat on the only wooden stool, his fingertips tapping his knee absent-mindedly. The image of the divine messenger's departure lingered in his mind. The overwhelming pressure emanating from that figure, as vast as the sun itself, seemed to still hang heavy in the air. Grandfather said, a level 4 world ascending to level 5 is like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. Clara set down the kettle, walked to the center of the room, and pointed to the chalk diagram on the floor. Each time we devour the primordial essence of a world of equal rank, our Void Realm ascends one tier. We are now at tier 4, level 9, just one step from the final breakthrough. A weight beyond her years settled on her small face, and standing in our way is the Insect Realm. The Insect Realm? Jiang Ling recalled Clara's earlier mention of their enemy, also level 4, tier 9? Yes. Clara nodded, her voice hushed. They, like us, seek to devour each other's primal essence to ascend to level 5. What's more troublesome is... She circled 2 points on the schematic with chalk. Our sky realm falls under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Emperor's palace, but the insect realm belongs to the Beastmaster divine domain. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He'd already witnessed the might of the Immortal Emperor's palace. As for the Beastmaster divine realm, though he'd never actually been there, the name alone suggested it was likely Yunshu's faction, right? So this was all an internal power struggle within his own faction? Unfortunately, his teacher is too weak, his words carry no weight. So, your conflict with the insect realm is actually a power struggle between two major factions? That's correct. Clara's fingertip traced the dot representing the Void Realm. This is a critical juncture. We cannot afford to lose the support of the Immortal Emperor's palace. Otherwise, forget advancing to level 5. Even maintaining our current standing would be uncertain. She sighed, shaking her head with feigned wisdom. This is precisely why the chief dared not even protest when the divine messenger came to pass judgment. But this matter carries immense weight, so the divine envoys merely issued warnings. They dare not act recklessly. Jiang Ling fell silent. The Void Realm's predicament was far more complex than he had imagined. On the surface, it appeared as a competition between two level 4 worlds, but behind the scenes, it was a tug-of-war between top-tier powers. And the Sky Realm was clearly at a disadvantage. To a small world like Blue Star, the myriad realms of the cosmos appeared to operate independently, without interference. Yet he never imagined it could be so intricately intertwined. Is the insect realm that formidable? Jiang Ling inquired, recalling the apprehension the celestial beast realm had shown when mentioning the Void Realm. Stronger than them? How powerful is the insect realm? Powerful? Clara's voice suddenly rose, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. A barely perceptible tremor ran through her tone. The insect race's reproductive capacity is terrifying. A single female insect can lay tens of thousands of eggs in a single day. And those insects have no fear of death, they just charge forward. She walked to the bedside, pulling a yellowed photograph from beneath the pillow. It showed a couple in battle armor, smiling tenderly. My parents were battle armor masters. They died in the insect tide. Jiang Ling stared at the photo, then glanced at Clara's reddened eyes, his heart tightening. I'm sorry. It's okay, teacher. The insect realm often opens one-way portals to send troops for surprise attacks. Clara carefully tucked the photo back under the pillow, her voice tinged with resignation. Big cities have energy shields and battle armor soldiers patrolling, but in civilian districts like ours. She didn't finish, but Jiang Ling understood. Just as no one cares about the lives of ants, under the iron hoof of the insect realm, the civilian districts of the sky realm are often the most vulnerable. But we have battle armor troops now. Clara quickly wiped away her tears, lifting her small face once more. Her eyes flashed with stubborn determination. Just like you taught me, teacher. If I become strong enough, I can protect myself and everyone else. Jiang Ling watched her feigned strength, a bitter taste in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, a piercing scream suddenly shattered the twilight's tranquility. Ah! The insectoid race. It's the insectoid race. Clara's face instantly turned ashen, paler than paper. She lunged toward the window, yanked aside a corner of the curtain, and her pupils contracted sharply. It's the insectoid clan. They're back. Jiang Ling also approached the window, following her gaze. In the distant sky, a dense swarm of insects pressed forward like a dark cloud, obscuring the sun and sky. The insects varied in form and were enormous, ranging from several meters to tens of meters in size. Some sported scythe-like forelimbs, others trailed long venomous stingers, and their wings vibrated with a teeth-grinding buzz. On the ground, civilians in the residential district ran in panic, cries and screams rising and falling in waves. The loudspeaker crackled with the exam proctor's frantic shout, "Emergency announcement! A class insect swarm approaching. All battle armor pilots present, assemble immediately in the eastern sector. Repeat, a class insect swarm." The voice cut off abruptly, the loudspeaker itself apparently destroyed by the swarm. Clara's voice trembled as her small hands clutched the hem of her shirt. Grandpa had said that an A-class swarm contained at least hundreds of millions of insects, led by the insect emperor. Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon the insects frantically swarming the civilians, his eyes gradually turning icy. He turned to Clara and saw the girl had already donned that S-class divine blood battle armor. The silver-white armor glowed coldly in the setting sun, the dragon patterns on the shoulder plates vividly lifelike. "Teacher, I'm going." Clara turned, bowing solemnly to Jiang Ling. Her sweet face bore an unyielding resolve. Jiang Ling watched her, recalling her earlier words and the gentle couple in the photograph. He nodded slowly, "Go. Do your best. Don't disappoint me." As tradition dictated, it would soon be his turn to act. Clara should be fine. Clara nodded firmly, then turned and dashed out of the attic. Her silver-white battle armor traced a graceful arc through the air, like a brave seagull, charging straight into the dark, swarming tide of insects. Jiang Ling stood at the window, watching her figure vanish into the swarm. Slowly, he clenched his fist. Clara needed to grow, and this slum needed a hero to save it. But this battle would be anything but easy. Amidst the distant swarm, a golden beam shot skyward Clara's attack. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and shouted at the game. "Hey, am I just supposed to stand here and watch? Chapter 172, S-Class Battle Armor Master. The game's prompt sounded. Notice, insect swarm levels, E-Class 10,000 insects, Insect King, D-Class 100,000 insects, Insect King, C-Class 1 million insects, Insect King, B-Class 10 million insects, Insect Emperor, A-Class 100 million insects, Insect Emperor, S-Class 1 billion insects, Supreme Ruler of the Insect Realm. Battle Armor Master tiers range from E to S, corresponding to combat power, E tier, D tier, C tier, B tier, A tier Bug King, S tier Bug Emperor. The highest ranked Battle Armor Master in the Void Realm currently stands at peak S tier. No armor exists capable of opposing the Bug Clan's supreme commander. A cold notification tone echoed in Jiang Ling's mind, each syllable striking his heart like a heavy hammer. An A-grade insect tied billions of insects, commanded by the Insect Emperor. Though Clara wore S-grade Divine Blood battle armor, her actual combat strength barely reached the threshold of a grade. She might stand a chance against the Bug Emperor, but facing the Bug Emperor. Jiang Ling's gaze remained fixed on the light screen. On the screen, Clara's silver-white armor darted through the swarm like a fish diving into the sea. The power of the S-grade Divine Blood battle armor was truly extraordinary. With every punch she threw, she slaughtered a swath of low-level insects. Golden dragon breath, like the scythe of death, reaped the lives of the densely packed swarm. Impressive. Inside the mech, Clara's voice carried a hint of excitement, clearly delighted with her new armor's capabilities. She maneuvered the armor to evade a giant beetle's charge, then countered with a backfist strike to its compound eyes. Green fluid splattered across the armor's arm. Yet the swarm was overwhelmingly vast. For every one she killed, 10 or 100 more rushed in to take its place. Clara's movements gradually slowed, and the armor's surface sheen dimmed significantly, clearly drained by the immense exertion. This won't do. This can't go on. Clara's voice grew grave. She must find the Insect Emperor. Only by killing it would the swarm retreat. Gritting her teeth, she commanded the armor to soar skyward, searching the swarm for the Insect Emperor's silhouette. Just then, several exceptionally massive insects burst forth from the swarm. They bore enormous wings, and corrosive mucus dripped from their mouthparts. These were the insect generals, the backbone of the A-class swarm. So many insect generals. This is bad. Clara frantically maneuvered her armor to evade, but a bug general's tail spike still grazed her left arm. With a sizzling sound, the sturdy S-class armor was slashed open, revealing bone beneath. Green slime splattered onto the wound, releasing acrid white smoke. Ugh! Clara cried out, stumbling backward as she controlled her battle armor. Jiang Ling's heart instantly leapt into his throat. Detected, Apprentice Clara has been targeted by the Insect Emperor. Life-threatening danger imminent. Triggering mission, rescue beloved disciple S-Class Battle Armor Master Power Experience card now available for purchase. Perfect timing. Jiang Ling growled, immediately spending premium currency. His originally black Divine Blood battle armor activated instantly. As his figure appeared in the skies of the Void Realm, he now wore a more imposing and majestic golden battle armor. This SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor surpassed Clara's S-grade armor by half a tier. Its entire body was composed of golden dragon scales, with 2 pairs of massive dragon wings extending from its back. Each flap of those wings stirred howling gales, while the faint silhouette of a golden dragon coiled behind him. What is that? Is it a new battle armor master? Such an overwhelming aura. Look! It's a golden dragon. What kind of armor is that? So small, yet it looks so powerful? Terrifying aura, I'd say at least B-class. The civilians below gasped in awe at the sudden appearance of the golden battle armor. Even the frenzied insectoids seemed stunned by this overwhelming aura, their movements slowing noticeably. Clara also spotted the golden figure, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Teacher? Jiang Ling offered no reply, merely nodding slightly in her direction before turning his gaze toward the densest part of the insect swarm. He could distinctly sense a powerful aura lurking near the very core of the swarm, the Bug Emperor. With the battle armor upon him, he felt he could reduce the insects before him to dust with a single flick of his wrist. Roar! Jiang Ling commanded the SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor, its engines roaring behind him like the deafening dragon's roar. Golden Dragon might spread like a tidal wave, instantly shattering the minds of the lower-tier insects. They immediately began tearing at each other in a frenzy. Now! Jiang Ling roared, flapping his dragon wings like golden lightning as he charged straight into the heart of the insect swarm. The insects along the way were utterly defenseless, shattered into fragments by his casual swipe. Deep within the swarm, a colossal insect the size of a small mountain sensed the threat and emitted a piercing hiss. Its body was covered in black carapace, and 3 compound eyes protruded from its head. It was the Insect Emperor, the leader of this A-class swarm. You're asking for death. The Bug Emperor's voice rang like scraping metal, a piercing shriek that made teeth ache. It violently expelled a jet of dark green venom, which coalesced mid-air into a vast net, sweeping toward Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling's eyes narrowed sharply. He maneuvered his battle armor to sidestep the attack while simultaneously summoning a golden dragon blade in his right hand. Fathead Bug, die. The golden dragon blade, radiating an apocalyptic aura, slashed viciously toward the Bug Emperor. Sensing the terrifying force within the attack, the Bug Emperor hastily retracted into its shell for defense. Yet a crisp crack echoed as the hard shell shattered like paper, sliced cleanly by the dragon blade. Squeak! The Bug Emperor let out a shrill, agonized scream as its massive body split open from the center, green bodily fluids gushing out. With the Bug Emperor's demise, the entire swarm instantly descended into chaos. Without their leader, the insects scattered like headless flies, fleeing in all directions. Jiang Ling made no pursuit, merely hovering in the air as he watched the panicked insects gradually vanish into the horizon. It was over. I thought I was done for, but I was saved. No need to die? That was the Bug Emperor. Could that figure be an S-rank revered one? The civilians below froze for a moment before erupting into deafening cheers. Clara piloted her battle armor to Jiang Ling's side. Gazing at the imposing golden armor covering him, her eyes brimmed with admiration. Master, you're so amazing. And the armor is so cool. Jiang Ling smiled and gently patted her shoulder. Alright, the crisis is over. You should rest too. Using the battle armor must have been exhausting. Clara nodded but didn't leave immediately. She gazed at the civilian district below, gradually returning to order, then looked back at Jiang Ling's golden battle armor, her eyes drifting off. What if, back then, when her parents encountered the insect swarm, there had been a powerful armor master like her teacher? Would they still be alive? She recalled her parents' final moments. Her father had ruffled her hair, saying, "Clara, be good. Mom and Dad will be back soon." Her mother had placed the necklace around her neck, whispering softly, "This is our family heirloom. You must take good care of it." But they never returned. Later, she learned that the Insect Emperor had appeared during that swarm. Her parents, merely Class A battle armor masters, were no match for it. They had been forcibly dispatched to hold the line, treated like cannon fodder, and were swiftly annihilated by the Queen. But the subsequent investigation revealed that the orders they had received were forged. Without the protection of her parents, who were battle armor masters, her home was soon destroyed by fleeing refugees and the chaotic swarm. She became a homeless orphan. "What's wrong, Clara?" Jiang Ling noticed her unease and asked with concern. Clara snapped back to reality, quickly shaking her head and flashing a bright smile. "Nothing, teacher. I just feel so grateful to have you here." Jiang Ling watched her forced smile and sighed softly. He knew that beneath this seemingly innocent girl's surface lay many hidden burdens. He reached out and gently stroked her head. "Don't worry. With me here, you won't have to endure any more hardships." Clara nodded vigorously, her eyes stinging despite herself. Turning to face the city gradually settling into the sunset, she murmured softly, "Mom and Dad, can you see me? I have a truly amazing teacher now. I will grow stronger. I will find the murderer who took your lives and avenge you." Chapter 173, The Traitor. After Jiang Ling slew the Insect Emperor, he departed swiftly, leaving only Clara scrambling across the battlefield. The Federation's emergency lights still flickered, casting a faint crimson glow through shattered windows onto streets littered with insect corpses, creating mottled shadows. Clara removed her combat helmet. Sweat-soaked strands of hair clung to her pale forehead, plastered against her pale face. Watching the reinforcements finally arrive, she used her beam sprayer to clear the insect corpses. Green fluid sizzled under the intense heat, filling the air with a pungent, acrid smell. "Miss Clara, this way, please." A Federation officer in black uniform hurried over, his crisp attire adorned with a silver insignia, the emblem of the Federation Battle Armor Academy. His demeanor was almost excessively respectful, yet his eyes kept darting around her. Clara paused, pointing toward refugees erecting makeshift tents. "I still need to help. The soldiers here can handle that." The officer stepped aside, gesturing for her to follow. His tone brooked no argument. "The academy instructors would like you to come with them. There are some details from the earlier battle they need to verify with you." Clara hesitated, then followed him toward the armored vehicle parked at the street corner. Outside the window, the once familiar residential district lay in utter ruin. Amidst the rubble, survivors could be glimpsed clutching the bodies of their loved ones, weeping bitterly. She clenched her fists and pressed her lips tightly together. Inside the conference room of the Federation Battle Armor Academy, over 30 white-haired elders stood gathered around a massive holographic screen. The display showed Clara's silver-white battle armor weaving through the swarm of insects. Each blast of golden dragonfire cleared a fan-shaped area. This armor was clearly not designed for aerial combat. The eldest elder pushed his gold-rimmed spectacles up his nose, tracing a curved gesture across the screen to zoom in on the shoulder plates. "Observe this disproportionate power relative to its frame," he declared. "To my mind, this unmistakably possesses the combat prowess of divine blood armor." Divine blood armor? The elder beside him sucked in a sharp breath. But wasn't the lineage of divine blood armor severed 500 years ago? Back then, the beast god revered one's elite forces were annihilated, and even the forging blueprints were burned to ashes. The holographic screen abruptly shifted, freezing on the instant Jiang Ling's golden battle armor materialized. That less than 3-meter tall armor hovered mid-air, its dragon wings flapping behind it. With a single strike, it cleaved through the Insect Emperor's carapace. Smaller than half the size of an A-class battle armor, yet it unleashed SS-tier combat power. The elderly man behind the gold-rimmed glasses narrowed his eyes like a hawk's. This was undoubtedly divine blood armor. And not just any top-tier divine blood armor equivalent to the SS-class airspace battle armor. The analysis room fell deathly silent, only the hum of the holographic screen echoing through the space. After a long pause, an elderly voice trembled. If divine blood battle armor has reappeared, then our resistance against the insect realm. Don't get too excited just yet. The man in gold-rimmed glasses cut him off, pulling up another video clip. Before the man in the screen's golden battle armor appeared, a fleeting glimpse of black battle armor was clearly captured. On the other side, the divine envoy of the Immortal Emperor's palace displayed footage from the Blue Star battlefield. He overlaid the shoulder armor from both videos, and a red comparison box instantly popped up on the screen, showing a similarity rating of 98%. This was the core formation and external design of the black battle armor worn by the leader on the Blue Star battlefield were identical to those of the golden battle armor that had just appeared. The voice of the elderly man with gold-rimmed glasses turned cold. It seems someone disregarded the warnings and passed the divine blood battle armor technology to Blue Star. Traitor! A hot-tempered elder slammed his fist on the table. At this critical moment of the Void Realm's advancement, someone dared to collude with outsiders and leak core technology. More crucially, this will cause us to lose the support of the Immortal Emperor's palace. Investigate. Find out who the pilot of that golden battle armor is. And Clara. How did she acquire the divine blood battle armor? Could it be connected to that traitor? Whispers boiled like scalding water, anger and panic intertwined. The bespectacled elder raised a hand for silence, his fingertip tapping lightly on the screen to pull up Clara's file. Orphan. Parents perished in the insectide. Mental energy impaired. Interrupted during assessment by an unknown individual. A calculating gleam flashed in his eyes. This child had a clean background, a pure heart, and... He zoomed in on a close-up of Clara's neck. A bronze necklace glowed with an ancient luster under the holographic light. Upon receiving her, we investigated everything about her. What she wears around her neck is the inheritance key of the beast god Venerable. The analysis room fell instantly silent. Everyone understood his meaning. You mean... The divine blood battle armor requires bloodline activation. This child can wield S-class divine blood, proving her lineage is no ordinary one. A sinister smile curled the lips of the elderly man in gold-rimmed glasses. If that traitor aided her, their relationship must be deep. We should. He leaned closer to the microphone and ordered the officer outside. Take Clara to the VIP lounge. Assign her the best nutritionist and psychological counselor. Inform her that the academy has decided to admit her on an exceptional basis, all fees waived. And that traitor? No rush. The old man in gold-rimmed glasses stared at Clara's bewildered face on the screen. We may not have the divine blood armor technology yet, but we've secured the heir to the key. Once this child matures, finding that traitor will be effortless. Then, the technology of the divine blood armor will naturally fall into our hands. In the lounge, Clara sat hugging her knees on the plush sofa. Outside the window lay the training grounds of the Federation Academy. Cadets in uniform drills moved like a flowing river in their silver battle armor. A woman in a white lab coat brought warm milk, her smile as gentle as spring sunshine. Miss Clara, try this. It has calming floral nectar, which aids in restoring psychic energy. Clara took the milk and murmured a quiet thank you. She could sense that since the end of the insectide, everyone's attitude toward her had changed. Where once people mocked her as a fatherless, motherless brat, now everyone greeted her with smiles. Is the academy really going to admit me? She cradled the warm milk cup, still unable to believe it. Of course. The woman in the white coat sat beside her, gently stroking her hair. The elders say you're a genius born once in a century. Given time, you'll surely become the finest battle armor master, just like your parents, protecting our homeland. At the mention of her parents, Clara's eyes welled up. She nodded fiercely, downing the milk in one gulp. I will work hard. I will grow stronger. I will avenge them. The woman in the white coat watched the sparkle in her eyes, her smile growing softer, yet a fleeting, almost imperceptible chill flashed in her gaze. She pulled a small device from her pocket and pressed a button discreetly, out of Clara's sight. From the ventilation vent in the lounge, a wisp of colorless, odorless gas quietly began to spread. Clara yawned, feeling her eyelids grow heavier and her consciousness gradually blur. Before she lost consciousness, the white-coated woman's gentle voice echoed in her ears. Everything I've told you is the truth. You must bury it deep within your subconscious. Your teacher, the pilot of that divine blood battle armor. Chapter 174, SS-Class Divine Blood Battle Armor. In a secluded conference room on Blue Star, a massive electronic screen hung on the wall. Mu Xiaoxue displayed the latest multiverse data acquired through the information system, a vast map slowly rotating. Pale blue dots represented level 2 worlds, golden ones level 3, while at the edge of the star map, several dark red dots radiated a heart-stopping aura of power. Those were the markers for level 4 worlds. Jiang Ling had barely settled into his seat when he sensed the heavy tension permeating the air. Grandfather Jiang was tobacco pipe stem tapped sharply against the tabletop. Grandfather Li Feng gazed at the star map and sighed, while foster father Wang Peng's fingers repeatedly rubbed his clothes. Even the usually composed teacher, Ying Tian, had his brow furrowed into a knot. Zhao Xue, tell us everything you've discovered. Jiang Ling tapped the ash from his pipe, the embers flickering in the bowl. Mu Xiaoxue stood up, her fingertip tapping the map. A golden beam extended from the third-tier world region, connecting to a dark red star. According to information from the Multiverse Information System, the power behind the celestial beast realm is the level 4 world of beast spirits, under the jurisdiction of the Immortal Emperor's palace. She projected a holographic report, its screen densely packed with data streams. Cultivators across the multiverse are ranked from Tier 1 to Tier 9, corresponding to our martial disciple to martial god realms. After comparison, the martial god realm on Blue Star is roughly equivalent to Tier 4. I currently stand at the peak of Tier 5, just one step away from Tier 6. Turning to the next page, the Beast Spirit Realm's details were starkly revealed. The Beast Spirit Realm possesses peak combat power at Tier 6 and mature technology to cultivate Tier 5 powerhouses. Their latest technology provided to the Celestial Beast Realm can forcibly elevate low-tier practitioners to early Tier 5 within a short timeframe, effectively surpassing the Martial God Realm. The Celestial Beast Realm underestimated us this time, rushing into battle before fully reaching the 5th tier. But next time. Mu Xiaoxue's voice abruptly halted, the implication clear. The air in the conference hall seemed to freeze. Wang Peng slammed his fist onto the table, 5th tier? Then, aside from us, wouldn't our soldiers be like 3-year-olds in front of them? Even us wouldn't fare much better. Ying Tian's voice carried bitterness. The martial god realm battle armor Jiang Ling had mass-produced earlier was designed for the 4th tier across all realms. Against the 5th tier, they stand no chance. Li Feng rubbed his temples, his voice weary. So even if we hold Jin Tian Palace, the celestial beast realm need only wait patiently. Next time, they'll simply send a 5th tier army to effortlessly seize Jin Tian Palace and crush Blue Star along with it? Mu Xiaoxue offered no reply, but her silence spoke volumes. Her gaze fixed on the faint blue speck representing Blue Star on the celestial map, a flicker of struggle passed through her golden pupils. The Beast Spirit Realm's objective is clear the Cloud Heaven Palace. With our current strength, a direct confrontation would be like hitting a stone with an egg. So you're suggesting? Jiang Guo's pipe stem paused. Negotiate peace. Mu Xiaoxue's voice was soft, yet it struck each heart like a heavy hammer. Surrendering the Cloud Heaven Palace to them would buy Blue Star some breathing room. Impossible. Wang Peng sprang to his feet, his jade pendant at his waist whitened by his grip. The Cloud Heaven Palace is vital to Blue Star's advancement. Jiang Ling's plan also hinges on the Cloud Heaven Palace. Surrendering it means we'll forever be meat on someone else's chopping block. But if we don't, we'll be crushed now. Li Feng shook his head in protest. Xiao Peng, keep the mountain green, and you'll never run out of firewood. The heated argument erupted once more. These martial gods, who had once been as close as brothers for Jiang Ling's sake, now clashed fiercely. Jiang Ling sat in the corner, his fingers tapping his knee absent-mindedly as his gaze fixed on the Beast Spirit Realm marker on the star chart. Player completed the Save Beloved Disciple quest. Reward, SS-grade Divine Blood Battle Armor and Complete Operating Manual. As the mechanical voice echoed in his mind, Jiang Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Timing is everything. He abruptly lifted his head, interrupting the heated debate. War God Mu, can our information system determine the corresponding tier for an SS-tier Battle Armor Master in the Void Realm? Everyone froze, turning to him in confusion. Though puzzled, Mu Xiaoxue began operating the star chart for the query. Void Realm S-rank Battle Armor Masters correspond to peak 5th tier to 6th tier. SS rank. Her voice trailed off, surprise flickering in her eyes. Displaying 7th tier. 7th tier? Jiang was sat bolt upright. Wasn't that higher than the peak combat power of the Beast Spirit Realm? That's excellent. Jiang Ling nodded, a faint smile curving his lips. Though a battle armor master's strength depends not only on armor tier but also weapons, skills, and bloodline enhancements, our soldiers clad in SS tier Divine Blood battle armor even without extensive training can easily match 5th tier opponents thanks to their bloodline strength, if not quite reach 7th tier. The council chamber fell deathly silent. Every pair of eyes fixed on Jiang Ling, filled with disbelief and shock. Son, you mean? Wang Peng's voice trembled. You can still enhance the soldier's strength? Yes. Jiang Ling rose and walked to the star chart, his fingertip resting on the blue dot representing Earth. But I need 10,000 men. Absolute secrecy, absolute obedience just like last time. His gaze swept over every person present, his eyes as resolute as bedrock. Give me this force, and I guarantee not only will we defend the Cloud Heaven Palace, but we'll make the Beast Spirit Realm understand that Blue Star is no soft target they can toy with at will. Jiang Guo watched the gleam in his grandson's eyes and suddenly burst into laughter, twirling his tobacco pipe in his palm. You're something else, lad. Truly a scion of the Jiang family. Grandfather trusts you. I believe in you too. Li Feng pounded the table as he stood, laughing. What's 10,000 men? And we can pick them straight from the army. You're clearly a scion of our Li family. Ying Tian and Mu Xiaoxue exchanged glances, both seeing long-lost excitement in each other's eyes. Wang Peng grabbed a notebook, scribbled a line, and shoved it into Jiang Ling's hand. "This is my order. Take it. My troops are at your command." The bold, sweeping characters read. "My son, Jiang Ling's word is my command." Ying Tian leaned back in his chair with a smile. "See? That's what they mean by a great teacher produces outstanding disciples, huh?" Mu Xiaoxue watched the scene unfold, a faint smile tugging at her taut lips. She walked over to Jiang Ling, her golden pupils reflecting the glow of the star chart. "Whatever resources you need, just ask. The armory, cultivation chambers, even strategic reserves, all at your disposal." Jiang Ling clenched the various dispatch orders in his hand, his heart stirred. He wasn't fighting alone. Behind him stood family, mentors, and he couldn't quite decide how to address Mu Xiaoxue, so he simply shook his head firmly. "I guarantee the mission will be accomplished." Chapter 175, Blue Star's Secrets. Night fell, its darkness slowly enveloping the Jinghua University campus. Outside campus, sizzling grilled meat at the barbecue stalls released an enticing aroma, mingling with the crisp refreshment of ice-cold beer, a youthful celebration. This was the so-called exclusive spot Jiang Lei had found. "Bro Ling, congratulations." Jiang Lei raised his beer glass, foam trickling down the side and dripping onto his brand-new training uniform. "Major General rank. This is something to bring honor to your family." "For your family, maybe. For mine, it's nothing special," Yi Hua murmured, taking a sip. Jiang Ling clinked glasses with him, the icy liquid sliding down his throat with a faint tingling burn. Everyone raised their glasses in turn, their eyes brimming with genuine congratulations. Curious glances flitted from the surrounding diners. Some recognized Jiang Ling and whispered among themselves, "Is that Major General Jiang Ling who defeated the Celestial Beast Realm? He looks so young." Jiang Ling paid no heed to the surrounding stares, simply laughing and joking with his companions. The tension and pressure of recent days seemed to dissolve into the evening breeze along with the beer foam. He listened to Jiang Lei brag about how he'd sent a beastman warrior flying with a single punch on the battlefield, to Muyu's nagging about Jiang Lei's nonsense, and to Yi Hua's analysis of the compatibility between the Thunder Dragon bloodline and battle armor. A smile never left the corners of his mouth. It wasn't until midnight that the celebratory feast finally drew to a close. Jiang Lei prepared to head back to the large compound next to the school to spend time with his father. So Jiang Ling walked alone back to the dormitory, traversing the quiet campus paths. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. The alcohol began to take effect, making his steps feel unsteady. Back in his dorm, he collapsed onto his bed without even removing his shoes, his consciousness quickly fading. Just as he was about to drift into sleep, a gentle yet irresistible force suddenly enveloped him. It felt like being gently pulled by an invisible hand, and his entire body lost its weight. "Ha!" Jiang Ling sobered up considerably and snapped his eyes open. Before him was no longer the familiar dorm ceiling, but an endless golden ocean. Countless tiny points of light floated within it, radiating a warm and majestic aura. It was the Blue Star's primordial realm he had once entered. "Jiang Ling!" A clear, childlike voice rang in his ears. Lan Lan, dressed in a sundress, bounced out from among the light points, her face beaming with a radiant smile, one that seemed even warmer and more familiar than when they last met. "Lan Lan?" Jiang Ling was taken aback. "How did you bring me here?" "Of course I have something good to tell you." Lan Lan circled around him, sniffing with her little nose. "Did you drink? But it's okay, the primordial energy here can help sober you up." She spoke, then waved her hand. A warm golden current surged into Jiang Ling's body, instantly dispelling the lingering effects of alcohol and fatigue. Jiang Ling stretched his limbs, feeling refreshed and energetic. He looked at Lan Lan and asked curiously, "What good news?" "First, let me praise you," Lan Lan declared, hands on her hips and her little face tilted up. "You did an amazing job this time. Not only did you bring back Mu Xiaoxue, that powerhouse who transcends limits, but you also created so many martial god realm warriors to help Blue Star repel the Celestial Beast Realm's attack. Blue Star's continuous advancement wouldn't have been possible without your contributions." Jiang Ling smiled, about to say it wasn't his achievement alone, but Lan Lan cut him off. So Lan Lan's expression suddenly turned serious, her golden eyes sparkling with a mysterious light. "I've decided to share a colossal secret with you. But first, you must swear an oath to remain eternally loyal to Blue Star, to protect it forever, and to never allow anyone to harm it." Seeing her earnest expression, Jiang Ling felt a pang of solemnity and nodded gravely, "I promise." Born and raised on Blue Star, this world held his family, friends, and deepest attachments. Protecting it was his unshakable duty. "Very well." Lan Lan smiled with satisfaction. She floated closer to Jiang Ling, her voice lowered as if afraid of being overheard. "Do you think Blue Star is just an ordinary little world?" Jiang Ling paused, unable to speak. "You must be wondering," Lan Lan continued, "why Blue Star's cultivation methods rely on the bloodlines of those mighty divine beasts. Why can we awaken such diverse bloodline powers?" Jiang Ling had pondered this question, especially after witnessing the battle armor systems of the Void Realm. He found Blue Star's cultivation system particularly peculiar. Truth be told, Blue Star is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. Lamlin's eyes held a world weariness that belied her youthful appearance. It was created by a super being, exactly what kind, I don't know. From the day I gained consciousness, I knew Blue Star contained vast amounts of sealed information and power, but it had never had the chance to fully unleash them. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat, his breathing growing slightly ragged. Just like during Blue Star's last advancement, I discovered that deep within the primordial land lies an immense reservoir of primordial power. Lan pointed at the golden specks surrounding them. Like the chaotic energy you saw in the Cloud Heaven Palace here, I have it in endless abundance. I can draw upon it without limit. What? Jiang Ling gasped in disbelief, his face etched with utter astonishment. Elder Yun once said that chaos chi is the primordial essence that nurtures all things in the heavens and earth, an invaluable substance. The reason the Cloud Heaven Palace could replicate opportunities was entirely due to the trace of chaos chi left behind when the secret realm was born. Yet Lan claimed the primordial land of Blue Star held inexhaustible chaos chi? This utterly shattered his understanding. And that was only part of it. Lan said it casually, as if discussing something trivial. As Blue Star continues to ascend, I'll unlock even more secrets and power. By then, you'll see just how formidable Blue Star truly is. Jiang Ling stood frozen in place, his mind a blank. Why could Blue Star ascend repeatedly in such a short time? Why could it nurture so many powerful bloodlines? Behind it all lay such terrifying foundations. Alright, now you know the secret. Lan waved her small hand, and 100,000 strands of pure chaos chi coalesced into a gray orb, hovering before Jiang Ling. Simultaneously, an ancient-looking ring landed in his hand. This contains 100,000 strands of chaos chi. And this storage ring, its space is roughly a quarter the size of Blue Star. Perfect for holding chaos chi. Jiang Ling instinctively took the orb and ring, storing the chaos chi within. The overwhelming aura made his blood boil. You should head back now. I have nothing more to say. Lan waved at him, her figure gradually dissolving into golden specks of light. Remember your promise, protect Blue Star well. Next time I find something good, I'll think of you. Jiang Ling wanted to say more, but the scene before him began to blur. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on his dorm bed. The hangover brought no dull ache to his head. He looked down at the ancient-looking ring in his hand, where a faint golden glow still lingered. Last night's events didn't feel like a dream. Jiang Ling took a deep breath, his heart filled with shock and excitement. He had no idea what this super being Lan Xing truly was. With this chaos chi, Blue Star's future held boundless possibilities. Chapter 176, Chaos Chi. The first rays of dawn pierced through the clouds, bathing the entrance of the Cloud Heaven Palace in light. Jiang Ling glanced down at the ancient ring in his hand. With a thought, a strand of pure chaos chi flowed out from the ring, swirling in his palm. The gray chaotic energy radiated a warm and colossal aura, causing the Ancestral Dragon bloodline within him to hum with delight. Passing through the pale golden light barrier once more, Jiang Ling walked with practiced ease toward the area where Elder Yun resided. The chaotic mist was denser than before, the air thick with faint traces of law. Young one, you arrive at just the right moment, Old Master Yun's voice carried from ahead. He sat beneath the ancient tree as before, a golden leaf held in his hand. I was just about to come find you. Jiang Ling approached with a smile. Elder Yun, I also have something to discuss with you. Oh? Elder Yun raised an eyebrow, watching him with interest. What is it? Surely not another request for me to replicate something? Jiang Ling didn't answer. Instead, he summoned the SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor. The golden armor hovered mid-air, its dragon wings slowly flapping, radiating a powerful aura. It was even more majestic and imposing than the previous S-grade armor. Master Yun's eyes lit up. Setting aside the golden leaf in his hand, he rose and circled the SS-grade armor, murmuring in admiration. Well done, lad. Impressive. How long has it been since you acquired this SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor? Seems your gains in the Void Realm were substantial. A satisfied smile spread across his face. With this suit of armor, their odds of success against the forces behind the celestial beast realm had significantly improved. Jiang Ling smiled, about to speak, when he noticed Elder Yun's expression suddenly stiffen and his brow gradually furrow. Elder Yun, what's wrong? Jiang Ling asked, puzzled. Are you unhappy? Old Yun sighed and shook his head. I am pleased, but... His gaze fixed on the SS-grade armor as his tone grew heavy. To be honest with you, replicating this SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor won't be easy. What do you mean? Jiang Ling's heart tightened. Previously, replicating S-grade Divine Blood battle armor consumed 1 strand of chaos chi per 1,000 units. Master Yun explained. But this SS-grade armor is different. It's fundamentally distinct from S-grade armor, and the chaos chi consumed increases exponentially. Now, replicating 10 SS-grade suits consumes 1 strand of chaos chi. Jiang Ling froze, utterly stunned by the magnitude of the difference. Elder Yun continued, I only have 5,000 strands of chaos chi left. Even if I used every last one to replicate SS-grade armor, I could only produce 50,000 suits. And once these are gone, the Chaos Chi reserves of the Cloud Heaven Palace will be completely depleted. Whether we can ever activate the replication function again is anyone's guess.
His tone was filled with resignation.
Jiang Ling, however, waved it off nonchalantly, asking with calm confidence, Elder Yun, are you saying that with sufficient Chaos Chi, anything can be replicated? Including entities even higher tier than SS-grade battle armor?
Elder Yun paused, then nodded.
Theoretically, yes. Why? Then when you said the Taiyuan sword couldn't be replicated before, was that also due to insufficient Chaos Chi? Jiang Ling pressed relentlessly. If there were enough Chaos Chi, could one replicate a weapon of the Grand Emperor's sword's caliber?
Master Yun stroked his long white beard and smiled wryly. You're quite ambitious, young man. The Supreme Emperor's sword is an imperial weapon. It originates from the mystic realm and belongs to the very pinnacle of level 5 great worlds. To replicate it would consume an astronomical amount of Chaos Chi, something I dare not even contemplate.
And even if such vast quantities existed, the replicated Supreme Emperor's sword could never match the original's might. At best, it would be a quasi-imperial weapon. A quasi-imperial weapon is more than enough.
Jiang Ling exclaimed excitedly. What Blue Star lacks most right now is top-tier combat power. If we could mass-produce quasi-imperial weapons, we'd stand a fighting chance even against 6th-tier powerhouses from the beast spirit realm. Old Yun watched Jiang Ling's excited expression and asked with some confusion, why are you so worked up, kid?
Do you have a way to get a large amount of Chaos Chi? He clearly didn't believe Jiang Ling could produce enough Chaos Chi to replicate an imperial weapon that was pure fantasy.
Jiang Ling remained silent, merely offering a faint smile. With a flick of his wrist, he released 50,000 strands of Chaos Chi from the ancient ring on his finger. The gray Chaos Chi surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly dispersing the surrounding chaos mist. In midair, it coalesced into a massive gray orb of light, radiating a colossal and pure aura.
This. Elder Yun's eyes widened instantly, his face etched with utter disbelief. In all his years, he had never witnessed even a fifth of the chaos energy before him. 55,000 strands of chaotic energy?
Old Yun's voice trembled as he circled the golden orb again and again, as if in a dream.
Where did you get so much chaotic energy? Even at the dawn of the Cloud Heaven Palace, there wasn't this much. Not even in the most chaotic energy-rich regions across the myriad realms could such a vast amount appear all at once.
Jiang Ling smiled mysteriously.
You needn't concern yourself with that. Isn't it better to maintain a little mystery? He looked at Elder Yun and asked, Elder Yun, with all this Chaos Chi, is it enough for you to replicate sufficient SS-grade battle armor in the short term? The quasi-emperor grade weapons can wait.
Old Yun snapped back to reality,
nodding urgently, his beard trembling with excitement. Enough. More than enough.
With this chaos energy, replicating SS-grade battle armor is no problem. I could even spare enough to replicate another batch of S-grade battle armor.
His gaze fixed on Jiang Ling, brimming with admiration and curiosity.
I knew I hadn't misjudged you.
You're no ordinary lad.
Jiang Ling smiled and handed the 50,000 strands of Chaos Chi to Elder Yun.
There you go, Elder Yun. Use these for now. If you need more, just let me know.
Jiang Ling said, I'll go out now to select personnel and have them come in to receive the replicated battle armor and weapons.
Excellent. Elder Yun nodded repeatedly, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum.
Go with confidence, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Jiang Ling bowed respectfully to Elder Yun before turning and leaving the Yun Tian Palace. His mood was exceptionally light.
With sufficient Chaos Chi, the Yun Tian Palace would also reap numerous benefits.
War God Mu, latest intelligence indicates massive troop buildup at the border zone between the celestial beast realm and our territory.
The reporter's tone carried urgency as recorded footage projected onto the screen.
A dark, surging tide of troops moved like a tidal wave, the air thick with the scent of blood and the stench of battle. Several powerful figures from the celestial beast realm stood atop a high platform, gazing toward Blue Star.
Flames of vengeance flickered in their eyes. A greater storm was quietly brewing. The decisive battle between Blue Star and the celestial beast realm is now unavoidable. Chapter 177, The Mission. Northwest Sky Realm. Clara's fingertips traced the map, her expression grave.
In the assessment room of the Federation Battle Armor Academy, a pale blue holographic projection cycled through the 3D map of the abandoned mining district. That was the location of her upcoming new mission. Clara, this is a routine reconnaissance mission. An examiner in black uniform stood beside the sand table, pointing a finger at the red dot at the center of the mining area. This abandoned uranium mine had once been a vital energy source for the Federation before being forsaken after the insect swarm outbreak. Recent scans detected anomalous energy fluctuations within, suggesting a potential new mineral vein.
You are to verify this.
Clara lifted her head, her golden pupils reflecting the dense cluster of insect nests marked on the sand table, but the nest density here has already reached Class B alert standards. Textbooks noted that the unstable geological structure of abandoned mining areas, combined with uranium radiation, made them prime breeding grounds for mutated insectoids.
The officer pushed back his cap rim, his tone carrying an unusual encouragement. Precisely because of this, we need a genius battle armor pilot like you. The Academy trusts your abilities, and this is also an important trial for you. He paused, then added, for safety, a squad of Class A battle armor technicians will accompany you. Clara pressed her lips together, choosing not to press further. Ever since the insect swarm battle, the Academy's attitude toward her had grown increasingly nuanced. On one hand, they provided the most generous resources, sending nutritionists and tactical analysts in an unending stream. On the other hand, they constantly probed, seemingly by chance, about the origins of her battle armor and the identity of the golden armor that had intervened during the insect tide. Each time she recalled that figure, something within her seemed to shift subtly. I understand. She shut down the virtual Santable and stood up. When do we depart? Tomorrow at dawn. The officer's gaze lingered briefly on the bronze necklace around her neck. As he turned to leave, a barely perceptible curve touched the corner of his mouth. The moment the training room door closed, a voice reached Clara's ears. A familiar, clear voice rang out, the mission is suspicious. Don't trust them easily. Jiang Ling had just logged into the game when he saw the examiner leave with a mischievous grin. At least, that's how it appeared to him. After reviewing the mission details, his suspicions only deepened. Clara's heart skipped a beat as she hurried to the corner. Teacher, how did you know? I've seen the Federation's mining zone distribution map. That uranium deposit was overrun by a bug Emperor-level mutant 50 years ago. It's far beyond what a Class B alert could possibly cover. Actually, it was the game's warning system. I was just pretending. Jiang Ling's voice came through the wristband, tinged with gravity. Assigning you this mission means they're either testing your limits or aiming for something else entirely. Like forcing me to intervene again. Clara's fingertips grew slightly cold. What should I do? Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. In the Void Realm, Federation orders are ironclad. The consequences of disobedience are unimaginable. Go, but be prepared. Jiang Ling spoke, purchasing a bracelet and passing it to Clara. The bracelet looked ordinary. Meeting Clara's puzzled gaze, Jiang Ling explained, new communication bracelet. His voice grew steady, I'll help you. Remember, whatever happens, ensure your own safety first, then call me on the bracelet. At dawn the next day, the transport ship's engines roared as it journeyed from the Academy to the mining district. Clara stood beside the hatch in her S-grade divine blood battle armor, watching the Academy buildings shrink below. Her fingertips unconsciously stroked the metal. The 5A-class battle armor pilots traveling with her appeared young, yet their eyes held an uncharacteristic coldness for their age. They barely exchanged words. Captain Clara, a battle armor pilot with a buzz cut, suddenly spoke through the armor's amplifier. I hear you were chosen by that mysterious powerhouse? How does your teacher compare to those S-class battle armor pilots? Clara froze, about to retort, when Jiang Ling's voice cut her off. Don't respond. They're testing you. She immediately shut her mouth and merely nodded. A flicker of displeasure crossed the short-haired battle armor pilot's eyes, but he pressed no further. The transport ship touched down at the edge of the mining zone, the ground trembling faintly beneath it. The entrance to the abandoned uranium mine gaped like a giant beast's maw, its pitch-black depths echoing with the faint rustling of crawling insects. Clara activated her battle armor's detection function. A pale blue scanning beam swept into the mine shaft, instantly filling the screen with a dense cluster of red dots. Something was wrong. She frowned. The detected swarm was several times larger than intelligence reports indicated. The crewman with the buzz cut snorted. Newbie mistake. Must be a malfunction in your detector, huh? He strode into the tunnel first, the shoulder armor of his Class A battlesuit sparking against the rock walls. Clara hesitated, but followed him in. The mine shaft reeked of pungent chemicals and the distinctive, fishy stench of the insectoid race. The rock walls were riddled with wormholes the size of bowls, their surfaces coated in slime that reflected an eerie green glow. Jiang Ling felt a chill just watching the screen. Watch your step, he warned, his voice echoing in Clara's mind. Clara instinctively leapt aside. The spot where she just stood suddenly cracked open, and several insect claws with backward hooks shot out, snapping at empty air. See? I told you something was wrong. Clara shouted into the communication channel, only to find no response. She turned to look behind her. The 5A-class battle armor pilots had vanished without a trace. Only the deep, winding mine shaft stretched into the darkness like a swallowed-up trail. They ran? Clara's heart sank. Or, forget them. Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of coldness as he activated the battle armor's emergency communication system, hoping to reach the outside world. Just as Clara was about to operate it, a deafening screech erupted from deep within the mine. Countless half-meter-long beetles poured out of wormholes. Their shells gleamed with a metallic sheen, and corrosive mucus dripped from their mandibles, the mutated radiation beetles unique to uranium mines. In the depths, several enormous black shadows moved slowly. The Bug Kings. Clara's pupils contracted sharply. The S-class battle armor's energy surged to maximum output, unleashing a golden dragon's breath that erupted into a sea of flames within the mine tunnel. A swath of radiation beetles were incinerated, yet more surged from the depths, trampling their fallen comrades as they advanced. Their exoskeletons resisted energy attacks. Clara retreated while firing, only to see her beams leave faint scorch marks on the backs of the newly arriving beetles. "Teacher, what should we do?" "Take the left fork." Jiang Ling's voice was unusually calm as he directed her based on the game's prompts. "The rock passages there are winding. Emit specific sound waves to disrupt their perception." Clara turned left as instructed, her golden battle armor maneuvering nimbly through the narrow mine passage. The radiation beetle shrieks pursued relentlessly behind her, their shells scraping the rock walls like sandpaper grinding metal, a piercing sound that sent shivers down her spine. Just as she was about to burst out of the fork, an unusually massive beetle suddenly let from a wormhole overhead, its foul-smelling mandibles lunging straight for her faceplate. Clara jerked sideways, but the beetle's forelegs still swept her arm. The left arm of her S-class battle armor instantly caved in, and a shrill alarm pierced the cockpit. Worse still, the communication channel crackled with the voice of the crewman in the crew-cut battlesuit, dripping with undisguised malice. "Miss Clara, don't blame us. The Academy's orders are to see how long you can last in a sea-level swarm." "Oh wait, it's B-level now." Clara snapped her head up. Through her visor's night vision, she saw a shadow at the end of the mining tunnel. A giant beetle, as large as a train, was slowly crawling toward them, its compound eyes gleaming greedily in the darkness. It was the Bug Emperor. Chapter 178, Striking Again, The Purpose of the Void Realm. The colossal beetle's mandibles opened and closed, dripping green slime onto the uranium ore crystals, which sizzled as they corroded. Clara retreated slowly, unconsciously backing until her back pressed against the cold rock wall. The golden luster of the S-class battle armor gradually dimmed under the Overlord's oppressive aura. Even the divine blood battle armor flickered like a candle in the wind. "You'd better take this seriously, Miss Clara." The buzzing voice of the combat armor technician came through the communication channel, laced with feigned concern. "The Bug Emperor's acid can dissolve any metal. I wonder if your divine blood armor can withstand it." Clara said nothing, only biting her lower lip hard. The cockpit alarms grew increasingly frantic. The excruciating pain in her left arm surged through the neural link, blurring her vision. "Am I really that bad, teacher?" She silently repeated the words, something deep within her soul howling in response. "Don't be afraid." Jiang Ling's voice echoed in her mind, carrying a soothing strength. "Remember what I taught you? Bloodline resonance. Focus your mind. Imagine a dragon soaring through the skies. Feel it." Clara took a deep breath, forcing herself to ignore the searing pain in her left arm. Closing her eyes, she envisioned Jiang Ling's golden battle armor cutting through the swarm of insects, imagining the scorching heat of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline surging through her veins. The dragon scale patterns on her S-grade battle armor suddenly glowed, resonating with the bronze necklace around her neck. A faint golden halo radiated outward from her center. The voice of the bald-headed battle armor technician was filled with astonishment. Wherever the golden halo touched, the crazed radiation beetles charging toward her suddenly seemed blocked by an invisible wall, their movements slowing. The corrosive mucus from their mouthparts lost its potency, dripping onto the ground and leaving only faint water stains. Even the massive insect king's movements visibly lagged, a flicker of confusion crossing its compound eyes. "That's dragon might." Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of approval. "You managed to channel dragon might through your battle armor? Impressive. The Ancestral Dragon bloodline can suppress the ferocity of lesser creatures. Though it drains you considerably, it should hold until we find a solution." Clara opened her eyes, gazing at the bizarre scene before her, yet a surge of excitement welled up within her. Manipulating the battle armor, she raised the energy cannon with her lone remaining right arm, aiming it at the Insect Emperor's compound eyes. "Why did you do this? Didn't the Academy just want to see my limits? Why did the Insect Emperor appear?" The bald-headed battle armor operator remained unseen, his laughter echoing through the mine shaft with unmasked mockery. "Exactly. The Academy just wanted to see your limits. Nothing more. So, go for it, Clara." As he spoke, his figure materialized, giving a subtle signal to his comrades behind him. 5 I-class battlesuits simultaneously raised their weapons, firing energy beams toward the Bug Emperor. They clearly intended to provoke the Bug Emperor, igniting a full-scale battle between it and Clara. "Watch out." Jiang Ling's warning barely left his lips when Clara felt the rock wall behind her suddenly tremble. She abruptly commanded her battle armor to leap upward. The spot where she just stood was instantly smashed into a massive crater by the Insect Emperor's swaying body. But just as she stabilized her position midair, the Bug Emperor let out a deafening hiss. A massive green energy sphere coalesced within its mandibles, clearly preparing its ultimate attack. The Insect Emperor's power was simply beyond comparison with an S-class battlesuit. Clara seemed truly cornered. Just as Jiang Ling prepared to use another combat experience card, a blinding red light erupted from the pendant hanging around Clara's neck. An ancient, ethereal figure materialized from the necklace. It was an elderly figure clad in battle armor, spear in hand, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. It was the lingering soul projection of the beast god revered one, the mighty being who had forged the final glory of the divine blood battle armor. The beast god revered? The bald-headed battle armor master gasped in shock, his face etched with utter disbelief. The beast god revered one's phantom ignored them, merely raising a hand to make a gesture toward the insect emperor. An invisible force instantly struck the insect emperor. The green energy sphere it had gathered suddenly exploded, shattering its own carapace into fragments. The colossal beetle let out a piercing scream as its massive body collapsed limply to the ground. The radiation beetle swarm, deprived of its leader, instantly descended into chaos. Under the suppression of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline, they began tearing at each other. How is this possible? A Class A battle armor master muttered, dropping his weapon to the ground. Clara seized the moment, piloting her battle armor deep into the mine shaft. Her right arm's energy cannon fired relentlessly as she fled toward the mine's exit. She had no idea how long the beast god's projection could last, so she ran desperately forward, the gunfire and curses behind her gradually swallowed by the echoes of the mine shaft. Just as her strength was nearly depleted, a familiar voice suddenly crackled over the communication channel. "Miss Clara? Come in. This is the Federation military. We received your emergency signal. We're here." Clara snapped her head up, spotting the familiar lights of hovercrafts emerging at the tunnel's end. Several officers stood beside the vehicle, flanked by a squad of Federation soldiers whose battle armor bore the insignia of the regular Federation forces. "Over here!" Clara shouted excitedly, maneuvering her damaged battlesuit toward them. When the crew of the Buzzcut Armor Division reached the mine exit, they witnessed Clara being shielded by the Federation soldiers. The officer regarded them coldly. "Academy personnel? Abandoning your posts and attempting to harm colleagues, you're under arrest." The Class A Armor Division members exchanged glances, hesitating to speak, their eyes flashing with disbelief. The moment the crew-cut soldier locked eyes with the officer, a warning flashed in the man's gaze, silencing him instantly. Under the soldiers' gun barrels, they finally lowered their weapons. Only as the hovercar departed the mining zone did Clara exhale, slumping into her seat. The pain in her left arm surged again. Staring out at the night scenery rushing past the window, she suddenly recalled Jiang Ling's words. The Federation's higher-ups had ulterior motives. "Miss Clara," the officer handed her a bottle of nutrient solution, his tone tinged with apology. "We're sorry we arrived too late. The Academy wasn't aware of these circumstances. Those people acted on their own initiative. Are you all right?" Clara accepted the bottle without a word. Her gaze fell upon the bronze necklace in her palm. Though the pendant had reverted to its ordinary appearance, it seemed to still carry the lingering majesty of the beast god reverend. The hovercar sped through the moonlight, carrying her toward an unknown future. From this day forward, she could no longer afford to be as naive as before. Clutching the nutrient solution tightly, Clara pondered silently. The Federation's waters ran deeper than she had imagined, and the situation she faced was far more complex than she had ever anticipated. Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of curiosity, yet remained gentle. "Glad you're safe. Get some rest, tomorrow will bring many tasks. With the beast god Reverend's emergence, it's time for us to seek his legacy." Clara clutched the necklace and nodded firmly. Chapter 179, Conspiracy. The Void Realm Federation Council Chamber. 12 elders clad in dark golden robes sat around a circular conference table. Floating before each was a document where the word failure stood out starkly. The Grand Elder seated at the head slowly opened his eyes. Though his whites were clouded, his pupils remained sharp as an eagle's. A powerful mental sweep passed over every face present. "Any conclusions regarding the analysis of that mysterious powerhouse?" The third elder, responsible for intelligence, pushed his glasses up his nose. A distant projection instantly flickered to life, revealing a blurred image. It depicted Jiang Ling's golden battle armor slaying the insect emperor amidst a swarm of insects. Though the image quality was crude, one could still sense the dragon's majesty that commanded the world. Energy signature match, 98%. Including that black battle armor, we can confirm it originates from the same source as the black battle armor that appeared on the Blue Star battlefield. A barely perceptible tremor colored the third elder's voice. Calculations indicate its combat power reaches at least peak S tier, potentially even touching the threshold of the legendary SS tier. A collective gasp echoed through the council chamber. Wasn't the mission that provoked him a failure? How could such data be drawn from a single battle? Wasn't this too hasty? The seventh elder, seated at the far end, clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. Moreover, an SS-tier battle armor pilot must command SSS-tier armor to truly be considered such. The Sky Realm hasn't seen an SS-tier battle armor pilot in nearly a millennium. Why would such a figure intervene in the conflicts of the lower realms? Regardless of his motives, the first elder tapped the table, his voice steady as a bell. He violated the Celestial Emperor Palace's prohibitions, that is a fact. His fingertips traced a golden rune across the tabletop. The warnings issued on the day the Divine Messenger descended were not without merit. The Void Realm was at a critical juncture in its advancement to a level 5 world. It could not afford to provoke the Immortal Emperor's palace over a single outsider. The second elder stroked his graying beard, a calculating gleam flashing in his eyes. The first elder meant. That girl, Clara, has been making remarkable progress lately. The elder's gaze settled on another photograph projected onto the screen. It showed Clara's profile clad in S-grade battle armor, the bronze necklace around her neck particularly striking. The clue to the beast god revered one's legacy had been confirmed. It lay within Beast God Valley. That necklace around the child's neck was likely the key. He paused, his tone calm. Send her to investigate the Beast God Valley. Say it's a directive from the Federation. Additionally, notify the Battle Armor Academy to dispatch an escort team to accompany her. The legacy of the Beast God revered one. It doesn't matter. The lineage of the divine blood battle armor has been severed anyway. What's the harm in sending her? So what are you planning this time? The third elder's eyes lit up. That mysterious powerhouse intervened twice to save her. They must share a profound connection. A faint smile touched the senior elder's lips. The Beast God Valley is an ancient battlefield ruin with weak spatial barriers and numerous insect nests, perfect for drawing him out again. If he dares show himself, we'll probe his true strength. Later, we'll do our best to capture him. The seventh elder hesitated. What if we can't capture him? Given his strength, it's likely. We must capture him regardless. The first elder slammed his fist on the table. This is our finest opportunity to demonstrate our loyalty to the Immortal Emperor's palace. By offering this individual up, we can not only atone for our previous oversight but also secure the full backing of the Immortal Emperor's palace to elevate our void realm to a level 5 world. The 12 elders exchanged glances, their hesitation gradually replaced by greed. Elevating to a level 5 world, this was the dream of countless generations in the void realm. Any price paid for it would be worth it. Regarding the escort team's selection, let the squad from the mine tunnel incident handle it. A flicker of deep meaning passed through the senior elder's eyes. They'd learned their lesson and would be more cautious. Their investigation need only be perfunctory. Tell them to provoke that mysterious powerhouse at any cost, even if it means sacrificing Clara. Those final words pierced each ear like poisoned ice spikes. The council chamber fell deathly silent, only the hum of energy crystals humming in the air. The transport vehicle's engine emitted a monotonous roar across the wasteland. Outside the windows, leaden gray clouds hung low on the horizon, threatening to pour down at any moment. Clara sat in the back seat, head bowed in deep thought. Her fingertips traced the bronze necklace around her neck, the pendant growing faintly warm with the vehicle's jolts. It had been 3 hours since their small exploration team had set out. She dared not let her guard down. The so-called escort team was still the same group from that day. The young man with the crew cut at the head of the group hadn't uttered a single word the entire time. How much longer until Beast God Valley? Clara broke the silence, her voice laced with deliberately suppressed wariness. The terrifying scene in the mineshaft just days ago was still vivid in her mind. She simply couldn't trust these companions. The combat armor specialist in the driver's seat chuckled slowly. No need to rush. You'll find out when we get there. His gaze swept over Clara's necklace in the rearview mirror, a flicker of greed passing through his eyes. The elders had said that pendant was the key to unlocking the beast god revered one's legacy, an item of immense value. Besides, once that mysterious powerhouse appeared, whether Clara lived or died wouldn't matter. Once he got his hands on that pendant, wouldn't he strike it rich? At this thought, the man with the crew cut even began swinging his leg. The transport vehicle suddenly hit an obstacle, jolting violently and sending Clara crashing into the ceiling. No sooner had she regained her balance than a shrill alarm pierced the cabin, warning. Massive energy reaction detected. 10 kilometers away. Clara instantly activated her battle armor's detection screen. On the pale blue display, a dense cluster of red dots approached at alarming speed, forming a fan-shaped encirclement. The density of the dots and the intensity of the energy fluctuations far exceeded the standards of a Class B insect swarm she could handle. Grade A swarm, she murmured, her fingers tightening into fists. The archives and maps for this area clearly marked it as a safe zone. The buzz-cut battle suit pilot remained unusually calm, even leisurely opening the vehicle's refrigerator to retrieve an energy drink. Archives and maps? That stuff is long outdated. He tilted his head back and gulped it down, the metallic crunch of the crushed can echoing harshly inside the cabin. Besides, dealing with a few bugs should be a piece of cake for Miss Clara, right? Clara's heart suddenly clenched. Something was terribly wrong. The timing of this insect swarm was too coincidental, and the attitude of the battle armor pilots before her seemed less like an escort and more like spectators watching a show. Did you know about this swarm all along? Her voice trembled, and the atmosphere in the cockpit instantly turned icy. The crewman with the buzzcut finally dropped his mocking expression. Behind his visor, his gaze was as cold as ice. So what if we did? The Academy's orders were to have you clear the swarm along the way and see if that mysterious powerhouse would come to your aid. The last words stung like poisoned needles, piercing deep into Clara's heart. So this had been a setup all along. They didn't care about her fate at all. What mattered was forcing the teacher to reveal himself. Beyond the hovercraft's windshield, the first wave of insects had already arrived. Countless radiation beetles surged like a black tide, their bodies striking the vehicle with sharp, crackling impacts. Several giant mantises swung their scythe like forelimbs, effortlessly slicing open a gash in the hovercraft's side. Get out! The crew-cut battle armor pilot kicked open the door, and 5 A-class battlesuits leaped out like arrows released from a bow. Instead of charging the swarm, they retreated to high ground 100 meters away, forming a semicircular encirclement. They were completely cutting off Clara's retreat. Chapter 180, 10 Insect Emperors. Gritting her teeth, Clara piloted her S-class battle armor out of the transport vehicle. The moment she touched down, she activated her thrusters. Golden afterimages darted through the swarm as the energy cannon on her right arm continuously fired beams. Yet the swarm was overwhelmingly vast. No sooner had she cleared a patch of space than fresh insects flooded in, their green slime splattering against her armor with a pungent, corrosive hiss. "Teacher!" She suddenly remembered something, shouting into her wristband with desperation in her voice. The cockpit alarms grew increasingly frantic as her battle armor's damage count surpassed 50%. At the heart of the swarm, a queen insect covered in dark purple carapace crawled slowly forward, its compound eyes glinting with a cold, eerie light beneath the dark clouds. The buzzing laughter of the bald-headed battle-armored warrior echoed from the high ground. "Give up! No matter how powerful your divine blood battle armor is, it can't withstand the attrition of an A-class insect swarm. And with the insect queen present, if that one doesn't show up, you're just waiting to die." Clara ignored him, her gaze fixed intently on the queen. Just as the bug emperor coalesced a black energy sphere, she suddenly sensed a familiar presence beside her. Her teacher had arrived. "Fall back behind me. Protect yourself." Jiang Ling's voice was as cool as ice, yet carried a reassuring strength. Without hesitation, Clara obeyed and immediately retreated. The golden battle armor reappeared, radiating divine majesty. The left arm of the armor erupted with dazzling golden light. Joints that had seemed rigid shifted with fluid agility, while golden dragon scale patterns spread along the arm. A power vastly surpassing Clara's surged throughout the arena, so intense that those present could even hear the dragon's roar echoing. Roar! Golden dragon's breath erupted from the armor's palm, no longer a fan-shaped beam, but a sharp, dragon-shaped energy column. With a piercing shriek that tore through the air, it struck the insect emperor's left wing joint with pinpoint accuracy. Put! The dark purple carapace was pierced like paper, green bodily fluid gushing forth. The insect emperor let out a piercing shriek as its concentrated energy sphere instantly disintegrated. The bald-headed battle armor pilot on the high ground paled. "That power! That battle armor! It's him!" He frantically drew the scanner from his waist. A blinding red light instantly filled the screen as energy readings skyrocketed. "Record it! Record all the battle armor's characteristics and strength." The swarm descended into chaos as the queen was wounded. Jiang Ling seized the moment, piloting his battle armor to break through the encirclement with Clara in tow. His reason for fleeing was that he had underestimated the determination of those Federation people. There wasn't just one queen here. Golden dragon breath carved a barrier behind them, temporarily halting the swarm's pursuit. Without looking back, he raced toward Beast God Valley with Clara, the thruster's tail flames trailing long streaks of light across the wasteland. On the high ground, A-class battle armor pilots huddled around the detection console, their faces radiating excitement. The crew-cut armored warrior studied the clear readings on the screen, a grim smile curling his lips. "Excellent. Absolutely perfect. The data has been uploaded. This is precisely what the elders demanded." Just as he was about to speak into the intercom, several massive shadows loomed overhead. "Ah!" The desert wind whipped up dust, drowning out the swarm's screech and the armor's roar. Clara crouched low, her S-class battle armor thrusters blazing at full power. A golden afterimage skimmed the desert surface, gliding alongside Jiang Ling. Grapple whipped against the armor, creating a rapid, staccato crackling sound. "My battle armor signature has likely been uploaded," Jiang Ling's voice echoed in her consciousness, tinged with gravity. "They can pinpoint us through your armor's energy fluctuations. Within 10 minutes at most, stronger pursuers will arrive." Clara's heart sank. "Why must they force you out?" she asked while dodging the hidden obstacles on the ground, wind whistling through the gaps in her visor, carrying the unique chill of the wasteland. "Probably because I helped that world I shouldn't have." Jiang Ling paused, as if choosing his words carefully. "The Immortal Emperor's palace forbids its subordinate worlds from interfering in other minor realms' conflicts. Not only did I aid Blue Star, but I also used the divine blood battle armor technology from the Void Realm. They want to capture me and hand me over to the Immortal Emperor's palace. This would prove the Void Realm's reverence for the edict, earning the palace's full support to help the Void Realm ascend to a level 5 world." Clara clenched the control stick tightly. So that's it. They didn't care about her life or death, didn't care about the beast god's legacy, and didn't even care about the threat of the insect swarm. All they cared about was a token of allegiance to curry favor with the Immortal Emperor Palace. And Jiang Ling was the chosen sacrifice. "I'm the traitor, you. Then I'm the little traitor. Master, stop talking and watch the road." Clara cut Jiang Ling off, playfully making a gesture. "There's a canyon ahead." Jiang Ling shook his head and reminded her, once inside, shut down the thrusters and use the terrain to mask the energy signature. Clara turned toward the canyon entrance on the left as instructed. It was a natural fissure formed by massive rocks, narrow enough at its tightest point to allow only a single battlesuit to pass. The towering rock walls on either side blocked most of the sky, casting a gloomy and oppressive atmosphere. Upon entering the gorge, she immediately shut off the thrusters. The golden sheen of her battle armor dimmed, blending seamlessly with the surrounding rock. The sound of trickling water echoed from the canyon's depths, and the air carried the damp scent of earth, a stark contrast to the arid wasteland outside. "We're temporarily safe," Jiang Ling's voice relaxed slightly. "The geomagnetic anomalies in the canyon can interfere with our detection." Hearing this, Clara halted and leaned against the rock wall. Inside the cockpit, sweat trickled down her temple. She wiped it away casually and glanced at the map. "Almost there," Clara murmured, yet her heart held no trace of joy. The Federation would never let this go. What awaited her in Beast God Valley might be an even deeper trap. Just then, a piercing shriek of the insectoid race echoed from the canyon entrance. Clara's body instantly tensed. Peering through a crack in the rock wall, she saw several massive insectoids charging toward her. The valley's limited size forced them to enter in single file. Leading them was none other than the insect queen wounded by Jiang Ling. "Why are there so many insect queens?" Clara's voice trembled with panic. "They're doing," Jiang Ling's voice was unusually calm. "You must have some kind of device attached to you that emits a specific frequency signal. The queen bees are drawn to it." He paused. "Continue to Beast God Valley. Leave this to me." His voice was soft, yet the massive battle armor stood tall before her, completely blocking her view. She couldn't see the insect lords, as if truly blocked by this single figure. "But master. Go. Do as I say." Clara gritted her teeth and turned, sprinting frantically into the depths of the canyon. The footsteps of the S-class battle armor echoed through the empty canyon. Behind her came the roar of energy cannons and the dragon's roar emitted by Jiang Ling's battle armor. Each sound lashed at her heart like a whip. "Teacher, wait for me." Chapter 181, The Avatar Dissolves. Outside Beast God Valley, a black tide of insects hung like congealed ink, pressing the wilderness sky low. 10 insect lords formed a circular array, completely encircling Jiang Ling's golden battle armor. Each possessed a body as massive as a small mountain, their dark purple carapaces covered in patterns that flowed like molten lava. As their mouthparts opened and closed, green corrosive mucus dripped onto the sandy ground with sizzling sounds, etching deep hits from which white smoke billowed. A fierce battle erupted instantly between the two sides. Earth-shattering, this was the highest-level open conflict between the insect realm and the sky realm. Cracks appeared in Jiang Ling's S-grade divine blood battle armor. The dragon scale plate on his left arm was cleaved off by a bug emperor's scythe-like foreleg, exposing the mechanical joint beneath, oozing golden blood. Gripping the dragon blade extending from his armor resembling the Grand Emperor's sword, radiant with divine light, its edge still glistened with the insect emperor's green bodily fluid. Jiang Ling was now blinded by rage, forgetting this was merely an avatar, another world for him. All of this was virtual. With every breath, he felt the ancestral dragon blood burning wildly within him. Roar! The insect emperor on the far left launched the first attack. It snapped its massive jaws open, unleashing a black energy beam that shot toward Jiang Ling's faceplate like a venomous snake. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply. Golden afterimages left blurred traces where he stood. The energy beam grazed his shoulder armor, exploding into a crater several kilometers wide on the rock behind him. "Don't let them surround me!" Jiang Ling growled inwardly, channeling the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline into his battle armor. The blade instantly erupted in dazzling golden light. He spun and swung, unleashing a crescent-shaped golden blade aura that struck precisely at the joint of the insect emperor's foreleg. The force and angle were perfect. With a wet crack, the hard carapace split open, green bodily fluid spurting out. The insect emperor let out a shrill screech as its massive body staggered backward. However, the other 9 insect lords seized this opening and launched their attacks simultaneously. 3 insect lords spewed green slime, weaving it into a vast net in midair, attempting to trap Jiang Ling. The remaining 6 swung their scythe like forelimbs, striking at his vital points from all directions. The dense barrage of attacks nearly sealed off any room for evasion. Jiang Ling's heart pounded violently as he felt the power within his battle armor draining at an alarming rate. Though the divine blood battle armor was formidable, the depletion of bloodline energy far outpaced that of spiritual power. The alarm inside the cockpit shrieked with a piercing intensity that sent chills down his spine. He took a deep breath and abruptly abandoned evasion. Instead, he channeled all his bloodline power into the chest of the battle armor. That was the resonance core where the ancestral dragon bloodline and the armor's energy converged. Boom! Golden light erupted from Jiang Ling's chest like the sun, and a colossal dragon's might radiated outward from him. The charging insect lords were instantly stunned, their movements slowed. The green viscous webs shattered inch by inch under the dragon's might. Seizing this fleeting moment, Jiang Ling swept his dragon blade, severing the forelimbs of 3 insect lords in one fluid motion. Too powerful. Did you get that on camera? Hidden behind a sand dune several kilometers from the battlefield, the Federation observation team crouched within an energy shield, their instruments running wild. The lead observer stared intently at the holographic screen, which clearly recorded every energy signature of Jiang Ling's attacks, the frequency of his bloodline fluctuations, and even the exact damage sustained by his battle armor. Good heavens! He actually withstood the combined assault of 9 bug emperors. The assistant beside him couldn't help but gasp, his voice trembling. This must be S-tier peak strength, right? No, this is already subtly surpassing S-tier. The lead observer remained silent, only zooming the camera in to focus on the cracks in Jiang Ling's battle armor. Golden blood seeped from the cracks, dripping onto the sandy ground and instantly swallowed by the dust. Yet Jiang Ling's movements showed no pause. His dragon blade slashed, claiming the insect emperor's life. The battle had raged for nearly half a day. Yet Jiang Ling's gaze remained razor-sharp. Though the golden glow on his dragon blade had dimmed, it still radiated a chilling intent to kill. As the 9th insect emperor fell beneath his blade, the last one descended into a frenzied rage. Disregarding its own safety, it charged violently toward Jiang Ling, its massive body slamming into his battle armor. With no way to evade, Jiang Ling was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into the sand. The chest plate of his battle armor caved in. Inside the cockpit, Jiang Ling coughed up a mouthful of golden blood as his consciousness began to blur. He couldn't fall. He struggled to his feet, swinging the dragon blade with all his might. The last insect emperor charged once more, its mandibles coalescing a black energy sphere several times larger than before. A resolute glint flashed in Jiang Ling's eyes. He channeled his last ounce of bloodline power and all the armor's energy into the dragon blade. The golden light on the blade surged instantly, even outshining the sun in the sky. Slash! A furious roar erupted from his throat as golden blade energy shot forth like a rainbow piercing the sun. It instantly shattered the black energy sphere before slashing viciously at the insect king's head. With a crisp snap, the insect emperor's head was cleaved in two. Green bodily fluids and brain matter mixed together, spraying across the sandy ground. All 10 bug emperors lay fallen. Jiang Ling leaned on his dragon blade, kneeling on one knee. The golden armor's glow faded completely, leaving only the energy core on his chest flickering faintly. His consciousness grew increasingly hazy. This avatar within the game was teetering on the brink of collapse. Clara must obtain the inheritance. That was his final thought. The next instant, the golden armor suddenly began to dim. Countless cracks spread across the energy core. The golden orb on his chest exploded with a boom, scattering into a sky full of golden sparks that dissipated into the air of the wasteland. The armor's eyes dimmed along with it. The observation team in the distance froze in shock. Is he dead? The target signal vanished instantly from the screen, leaving only 10 insect emperor corpses and the broken suit of armor kneeling with a sword in hand. Several members rushed forward to investigate. The suit was completely empty inside, with no corpse remaining. He vanished? The assistant's voice trembled with disbelief. Is he dead, or? The lead observer frantically scanned the entire battlefield with the instruments, but no matter how they probed, they could find no trace of Jiang Ling's presence. Frowning deeply, he spoke into the communicator. Target's avatar disintegrated. No corpse found. Status unknown. Combat footage recorded. Request immediate upload. In the council chamber, the 12 elders watched the holographic screen showing Jiang Ling fighting 10 insect lords alone, plunged into an unprecedented silence. The final scene that struck from the golden battle armor sent a chill through every viewer. Such combat prowess had not been witnessed in the Void Realm for 500 years. A faint trace of regret tinged the voice of the Grand Elder as he gazed at the shattered battle armor on the screen. What a pity! If only he could serve my Void Realm, why would I worry about advancing to a 5th-tier world? But he did violate the Celestial Emperor Palace's edict. The 3rd Elder murmured, and now his fate is unknown. We leave it at that for now. The 1st Elder interrupted him, his gaze deepening as he focused intently on Clara in Beast God Valley. With the shifting situation, she was now the pivotal factor. As for Jiang Ling, as long as he was still alive, he would inevitably reappear one day. Across the wasteland, winds whipped up dust and sand, blanketing the ground covered in insect corpses and shattered battle armor. The half-kneeling, sword-wielding armor stood like a solitary monument, silently bearing witness to the brutal battle that had just ended. Chapter 182, Storm Clouds Gathering. Jiang Ling's consciousness returned to Blue Star the instant his avatar disintegrated. Before he could process it, the system's cold notification echoed in his mind: virtual avatar decomposed. To maintain world stability, the following penalty is imposed: reconjuring an avatar requires a 3-day wait. During this period, all forms of communication with target Clara are prohibited. 1 against 10. How badass is that? Deep within Beast God Valley, an ancient aura permeated the air. Golden runes shimmered faintly on the trunks of towering ancient trees. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the ground. In the deepest recesses, countless tiny light particles floated in the air, swirling around Clara like fireflies. Her bronze necklace hovered mid-air, its pendant unfurling completely into a pale golden light screen. Within the light, the shadowy form of an elder clad in dark crimson battle armor slowly coalesced. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, emanating a bloodline pressure similar to Jiang Ling's, yet tinged with the weathered wisdom of a veteran of countless battles. At last, one with such formidable bloodline power has arrived. The beast god Reverend's voice boomed like a great bell, echoing through the valley. Child, you carry both the divine dragon bloodline and the key to the inheritance of my divine blood battle armor lineage. You are destined to shoulder the heavy responsibility of protecting the sky realm. Clara nervously clutched her hem, gazing at the apparition before her and whispering, "Are you the beast god revered one? My teacher said your legacy could help me grow stronger. Is that true? Your teacher?" The beast god revered one's apparition paused in surprise. After a moment of careful observation, he smiled. Your bloodline was transferred after birth? Whoever passed such a bloodline to you must be a remarkable figure indeed. Indeed. My legacy will not only empower you but elevate you to the rank of revered master in SS tier battle armor master. With a wave of his hand, the light screen instantly displayed a dense array of runes and battle armor schematics. This is the ultimate modification blueprint for divine blood battle armor, along with my lifetime of combat technique insights. Your bloodline perfectly complements divine blood battle armor. By modifying the armor according to this blueprint and combining it with the beast god transformation combat technique I'll teach you, you'll soon break through to SS rank. Golden runes seemed to come alive, flying out from the light screen and burrowing into Clara's mind. She felt an immense torrent of information surge in, echoing within her mind with countless insights on battle armor modifications, bloodline utilization, and combat technique execution. Simultaneously, a warm energy surged through her brow into her body, healing the latent injuries from her previous battle and refining her ancestral dragon bloodline to a purer state. As Clara marveled at the transformations within her, she distinctly felt her bond with the divine blood battle armor grow stronger, as if the armor had become an extension of her own body. This is my primordial power, meant to help you grasp the legacy faster. The beast god Reverend's apparition gradually faded. My time is short. Remember, the true essence of the divine blood battle armor lies not in its strength, but in its pilot. A mighty armor requires a mighty pilot to wield it. The apparition vanished completely, and the bronze necklace fell back onto Clara's neck, though the runes on the pendant now shone with a more brilliant radiance. Clara clutched the necklace, trembling with excitement. She finally had the power to become stronger. She couldn't wait to turn and sprint toward the valley's exit. Under her control, the S-Class Divine Blood Battle Armor moved with extraordinary agility, its speed nearly doubling. As she ran, she cried out in her mind. Master! I've obtained the inheritance. I can grow stronger now. Where are you? Yet, the only response was a deafening silence. Her heart sank. He's always been so strong. He'll be fine. When she burst out of the Beast God Valley and saw the scene on the wasteland, the smile on her face froze instantly. It felt as though an invisible hand had clenched her heart in a brutal grip. 10 insect emperor corpses lay scattered like small mountains, their green bodily fluids congealing into dark brown scabs on the sandy ground. The air thickened with the pungent stench of blood and a corrosive odor. At the center of the battlefield, the golden battle armor she knew so well knelt on one knee, dragon blade in hand. The armor was covered in cracks, its golden glow long extinguished, appearing broken and lonely. Master! Clara's voice trembled as she stepped toward the armor, each stride feeling like walking on razor's edge. The armor was empty inside, not even a trace of life remaining. She could hold back no longer, and tears fell like pearls from a broken string. Teacher! Where are you? Come out! She threw herself onto the armor, clutching the cold metal shell with both hands. You said you'd watch me grow stronger. You said you'd help me seek revenge. How could you break your promise? Her sobs echoed across the desolate wasteland, drawing the attention of the Federation enforcement squad in the distance. A squad of soldiers clad in dark gold battle armor approached swiftly, led by none other than the enforcement elder from earlier. He watched the sobbing Clara, a fleeting shadow of profound emotion crossing his eyes before he adopted a look of heartfelt sorrow. Miss Clara, please compose yourself. The elder stepped forward, his voice strained with restrained sorrow. We arrived too late. That escort team coveted the beast god's legacy within you. They deliberately placed a device on you to lure the insect emperor. To protect you, Mr. Jiang Ling sacrificed his life here. Clara jerked her head up, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. Was it them? Did they kill my teacher? Yes. The law enforcement elder nodded and signaled to the soldiers behind him. 2 soldiers carried a body covered in a white sheet toward them. The sheet was lifted to reveal the crew-cut battle-armored soldier from the escort team. We have executed them all to avenge Mr. Jiang Ling. Clara stared at the body, tears streaming down her face even more fiercely. The Federation's explanation clearly had flaws, but her overwhelming grief had robbed her of rational thought. The law enforcement elder's words provided a channel for her sorrow to spill out. Miss, you are now the sole heir to the beast god's legacy and the future hope of the sky realm. The law enforcement elder's tone softened. Mr. Jiang Ling sacrificed his life to protect you, hoping you would grow strong enough to defend the sky realm. You cannot remain lost in sorrow. You must return to the academy promptly and focus on your cultivation. Only when you become an SS-grade battle armor master and conquer the insect realm can you truly honor Mr. Jiang Ling's memory. Clara fell silent. Gazing at the shattered battle armor, she recalled the beast god Reverend's words and slowly wiped away her tears. The enforcement elder was right. She couldn't let her teacher's sacrifice be in vain. She had to grow stronger, avenge her teacher, and protect everything he had sought to safeguard. All right. I'll go back with you. She stood up, her eyes gleaming with a resolve beyond her years. A satisfied smile flickered in the law enforcement elder's eyes as he signaled to the soldiers behind him. 2 soldiers stepped forward, carefully lifting the shattered armor with massive battle suits. These were the remains of an SS-grade divine blood battle armor. Each such suit was a treasure beyond measure. At the front lines of the Blue Star Cloud Heaven Palace, tension had reached its peak. The 10,000 Beast Realm's 100,000-strong army assembled on the plains, their black battle banners fluttering menacingly in the wind. At the very front stood thousands of 4th-tier beastmen, their bodies covered in thick scales, battle axes gleaming with a bloodthirsty cold light. The martial god-level powerhouses, once as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns on Blue Star, now numbered as thick as the hairs on a cow. Behind them, nearly 1,000 5th-tier powerhouses hovered mid-air, their presence as heavy as mountains. Each breath sent violent ripples through the surrounding space. Reporting to Martial God Mu. The Celestial Beast Realm Army has begun its advance and is expected to reach the front lines in half an hour. Chapter 183, He's Not Dead Yet? Eastern War Zone of Blue Star. The Celestial Beast Realm launched another full-scale assault. Before the morning mist had fully dissipated, the war cries of the Celestial Beast Realm Army tore through the dawn. Black battle banners fluttered menacingly in the wind, their savage beast claw totems glowing with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Nearly 1,000 5th-tier powerhouses hovered mid-air, their presence as heavy as mountains, crushing the Blue Star soldiers below until they could scarcely breathe. At the forefront, a commander wielded a colossal axe whose blade radiated a chilling, terrifying aura. He roared at Blue Star's defensive formation. "You worthless scum of Blue Star! Last time you won by sheer luck. This time, our lord has eliminated your reinforcements. We shall crush your defenses and seize the Cloud Heaven Palace." Mu Xiaoxue stood at the center of the defensive formation, golden spiritual energy coalescing around her into a luminous shield. She watched the relentless black tide closing in from afar, her fingers tightening around the hilt of her long sword. With Blue Star's current forces alone, they couldn't possibly withstand the Heavenly Beast Realm's assault. "Communications officer, have you made contact with Jiang Ling yet?" Mu Xiaoxue's voice carried a barely perceptible edge of urgency. Reporting to War God Mu. General Jiang's communication has finally been established. Jiang Ling's steady voice, tinged with metallic resonance, echoed through the communicator. "War God Mu, we're here." Before the words had fully faded, a deafening mechanical roar erupted from the distant sky. A silvery white light pierced the morning mist like the rising sun as 10,000 S-class battlesuits charged forward. The beasts of the Celestial Beast Realm witnessed this and sneered coldly. "It seems Blue Star truly has no help left, still relying on that scrap metal from last time. That's for sure." With the Lord intervening, the world backing Blue Star wouldn't dare to act recklessly. "Kill." Before their words had even faded, an even more powerful and intense golden light erupted from the distance. A colossal aura surged forth, fleeting yet overwhelming, causing the very space to hum with pressure. 10,000 SS-grade divine blood battle armors streaked across the horizon like golden meteors. The foremost suit stood out strikingly, forged entirely from golden dragon scales, its wingspan stretching 10 meters, its energy core glowing like a miniature sun. It was none other than Jiang Ling's exclusive battle armor. "It's General Jiang. We're saved. What kind of battle armor is this? So cool. When can I get one?" The Blue Star soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. Jiang Ling maneuvered the battle armor to hover above the defensive formation. The Grand Emperor's sword materialized in his hand. Golden sword energy sliced through the air as he roared at the Heavenly Beast Realm's army. "You scum of the Celestial Beast Realm. Last time didn't hurt you enough? This time we'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Charge!" 10,000 SS-grade battlesuits charged simultaneously. Golden energy beams rained down upon the Celestial Beast Realm's forces like a torrential downpour. 4th-tier beastmen couldn't withstand the onslaught, collapsing in droves instantly. 5th-tier warriors barely dodged the onslaught, yet were overwhelmed by the battle armor's pressure, forced into continuous retreat. Jiang Ling charged ahead, sweeping his dragon blade to cleave the Lion Tribe commander's massive axe in two. With a swift backhand strike, he severed the warrior's head. "Impossible." The 5th-tier Tiger Clan warrior of the Celestial Beast Realm's eyes bulged in fury. He opened his mouth to spew a jet of black flame, only for it to be effortlessly blocked by Jiang Ling's dragon wing. Golden dragon breath erupted from Jiang Ling's palms, instantly engulfing the tiger warrior. With a piercing scream, the tiger warrior was reduced to ashes. The battle became a one-sided affair. Though the Heavenly Beast Realm's army was vast in number, they proved utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the SS-grade battle armor. The golden torrent surged like an unstoppable tide, driving the black horde of beasts back step by step. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of beastmen and shattered weapons, blood staining the entire plain crimson. Retreat! Retreat now! The remaining celestial beast realm commanders, seeing the dire situation, roared orders to retreat. But the moment they turned, golden energy beams pierced through their chests. Half an hour later, the battle ended. The celestial beast realm's 100,000-strong army was nearly annihilated, with only scattered stragglers fleeing in disarray back through the world portal. Blue Star's soldiers cheered and embraced each other. Mu Xiaoxue gazed at Jiang Ling's golden battle armor, and a faint smile finally touched her tense lips. He actually won? That's a miracle. I need to hurry up too. Within the Beast Spirit Realm's council chamber, several high-ranking officials stared intently at the holographic battle footage. The scenes of Jiang Ling's golden armor slaying a 5th-tier powerhouse and 10,000 SS-grade battlesuits sweeping through the enemy ranks turned their faces ashen. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. The Beast Spirit Realm's Grand Elder slammed his fist onto the table, roaring, "We've given the Celestial Beast Realm so many resources, yet they still can't defeat a bunch of greenhorns from Blue Star. Elder, the issue isn't the Celestial Beast Realm's incompetence." A trembling voice came from beside him, pointing at the SS-grade battle armor on the screen. "Observe the energy signatures of these battlesuits. They've advanced another tier since last time. Blue Star's battle suit technology has upgraded yet again." The Elder's pupils abruptly contracted. Upgraded? After the Divine Messenger's warning last time, didn't the Sky Realm explicitly state that only they possessed the Divine Blood battle armor technology? They vowed no further leaks. How could Blue Star? It must be the Sky Realm leaking it secretly. The man gritted his teeth. The Divine Messenger warned them last time, yet not only did they fail to handle it properly, they allowed Blue Star's technology to advance further. This is slapping the Celestial Emperor's palace in the face. The Grand Elder drew a deep breath, his gaze turning sinister. Contact the Grandmaster immediately. Have him relay this to the Divine Palace's envoy. He must report this to the Divine Palace. I will make the Void Realm understand the consequences of offending the Divine Palace. Within the Fallen Star Hall, a subordinate division of the Immortal Emperor's palace. The Divine Envoy knelt on the cold white jade floor, not daring to lift his head. Upon the high dais at the hall's head, an elder clad in a dark purple robe sat with eyes closed, resting his spirit. The aura surrounding him was as profound as a black hole. His mere presence caused the air within the entire hall to freeze solid. He was the Falling Star Revered One, a 9th-tier powerhouse and one of the 9 subordinates of the Divine King overseeing affairs in the lower realms. You mean the Void Realm not only leaked the Divine Blood battle armor technology, but also allowed Blue Star to use this technology to defeat the Beast Spirit Realm-backed Celestial Beast Realm? The Falling Star Revered One's voice was flat, yet carried a suffocating weight of authority. Yes, Revered One. The Divine Messenger's voice trembled. Blue Star now possesses the capability to mass-produce peak 5th-tier combat power. If left unchecked, this could jeopardize the world order established by the Immortal Emperor's palace. The Void Realm is about to ascend to a level 5 world. By our rules, it should not interfere in matters of a level 3 world. This is a blatant disregard for our regulations. Enough. Venerable Meteorite snapped his eyes open, a flash of fierce resolve darting through his violet pupils. The Void Realm remains incorrigible, treating the Immortal Emperor Palace's prohibitions as nothing. Transmit my command, withdraw all support from the Immortal Emperor Palace to the Void Realm resources, technology, even the protection of the 10,000 realms rules. Should this happen again, strike the Void Realm down to a level 2 world. Yes. The Divine Messenger, relieved as if granted a pardon, wiped the sweat from his brow and hurriedly withdrew. The news reached the Sky Realm, plunging the Federation Council chamber into deathly silence. The 12 elders stared at the holographic screen displaying the Celestial Emperor's palace's decree, their faces drained of color. Withdraw all support? Elder 7 abruptly stood, his voice thick with disbelief. We still need the Immortal Emperor Palace's resources to advance to a level 5 world. Without their support, how can we resist the Insect Realm? That traitor who leaked the technology, he's still alive. The Grand Elder's knuckles whitened as fury filled his eyes. Not only is he alive, but he's upgraded Blue Star's technology. He's destroyed the Void Realm's path to advancement. The air in the council chamber felt like frozen ice, the Elder's faces etched with despair. If only we could pinpoint Blue Star's exact location, I'd tear it apart to quench this burning hatred. They had believed Jiang Ling perished in the insect tide of the wasteland, yet here he was, alive. Who knows what chaos he'll unleash in the future? The Sky Realm will be destroyed by him sooner or later. At that moment, Jiang Ling stood within the Cloud Heaven Palace, observing the continuous emergence of SS-grade battle armor. The spectral image of Elder Yin sighed beside him. You youngster, you've truly pushed the capabilities of the Cloud Heaven Palace to their absolute limit. 100,000 SS-grade battlesuits are more than enough to elevate Blue Star's combat strength to the peak of Tier 4. Even against the Beast Spirit Realm backing the Celestial Beast Realm, as long as you have a Stage 6 powerhouse commanding your forces, you'd actually stand a fighting chance. Jiang Ling smiled but said nothing. He knew this was only the beginning. The Spirit Beast Realm wouldn't let this rest, and the warning from the Immortal Emperor's palace signaled an even greater crisis approaching. He must rapidly strengthen Blue Star's capabilities to stand firm amidst the impending storm. But how could a Stage 6 powerhouse possibly emerge? Chapter 184, The Void Realm Calamity. Sky Realm, Atlantic Federation border. A black tide of insects surged like a flood, overwhelming the Federation's defensive formations. Giant mantis scythe-like forelimbs effortlessly shattered defenses, while beetles gnawed on soldiers' corpses. The Insect Emperor's black energy spheres exploded across the city, reducing skyscrapers to rubble. The air thickened with the acrid stench of burning flesh and blood. The wails of civilians, the battle cries of soldiers, and the screeching of insects intertwined, painting a picture of hell on Earth. Reinforcements. We need reinforcements. Desperate cries echoed through the communicators. How did so many bug emperors appear suddenly? Our battle armor can't withstand them. Clara maneuvered her S-class divine blood battle armor through the swarm. 2 years had passed, and her armor had been fully modified according to the beast god's legacy. It now radiated a golden red glow, its wings behind her back more massive than before, and the power of her dragon's breath had increased several-fold. Just as she severed a bug emperor's head, she saw a massive insect breach the distant defensive array. This was a newly emerged insect commander, its body covered in dark black armor, its aura as heavy as a mountain. It had reached the 8th tier. An 8th tier commander. Clara's pupils suddenly contracted. According to the cosmic rules established by top powers like the Immortal Emperor's Palace, 8th tier beings were forbidden from interfering in 4th tier world conflicts. Yet now, this insect emperor overlord not only appeared in the sky realm but was also ruthlessly slaughtering civilians. This must be the work of the forces behind the insect realm, the Beastmaster Divine Domain. Ever since the Void Realm lost the support of the Immortal Emperor's Palace, the Beastmaster Divine Realm had intensified its aid to the insect realm, attempting to help it devour the Void Realm and seize the qualification for advancement to a level 5 world. Miss Clara. The Federation Council orders you to immediately withdraw to headquarters. The Elder's voice crackled through the communicator. An 8th tier commander is beyond your capabilities. Clara offered no reply, only tightening her grip on the dragon blade in her hand. Gazing down at the civilians being hunted by the swarm, at the soldiers who had died defending their homes, the image of Jiang Ling suddenly flashed through her mind. 2 years ago, the golden battle armor that shielded her from 10 insect lords on the wasteland, the teacher who vowed to make her stronger after she received the inheritance, he vanished without a word. To this day, he remains nowhere to be found. Master, where are you? She whispered silently, her heart filled with complex emotions. The elders of the Federation had told her that Jiang Ling was a traitor, one who had meddled in the affairs of the lower realms without authorization. By stealing the divine blood battle armor technology from the Void Realm, he had caused the Void Realm to lose the support of the Immortal Emperor's Palace, ultimately inviting the Insect Realm's relentless assault. She knew there must be hidden truths behind these words, yet they took root and sprouted like seeds within her heart. Gradually, her affection for Jiang Ling was replaced by doubt and resentment. Boom! The black energy sphere unleashed by the 8th rank Insect Emperor commander exploded beside her. The shockwave hurled Clara backward, leaving a deep gash in the right wing of her battle armor. Regaining her balance, she watched the Insect Emperor commander continue slaughtering civilians, a wave of helplessness washing over her. She had become an S-rank battle armor master, yet she still couldn't protect her homeland. Just then, her bracelet vibrated faintly. A familiar aura flowed through it, making her heart skip a beat. Clara! A clear male voice echoed in her consciousness, tinged with a long-forgotten warmth. Clara snapped her head up. In the distant sky, a golden light flashed as Jiang Ling's virtual avatar slowly materialized. He looked exactly as he had 2 years ago, dressed simply, his black hair blowing in the wind, his gaze as serene as ever. Teacher! Clara's voice trembled, her hands controlling the battle armor shaking slightly. So many questions surged within her: why he had left without a word, whether he had truly stolen the technology, if he knew of the dire state the Void Realm now faced. Yet the words froze on her lips, dissolving into a silent stare. She looked at Jiang Ling, her eyes filled with complexity, hope, resentment, and a barely perceptible hint of hurt. Jiang Ling saw the coldness in her eyes, and his heart sank. He could sense a profound shift in Clara's attitude toward him. On the game interface, their bond value was maxed out, but while her affection remained at 60, her darkening value had quietly climbed to 50. He took a deep breath and steeled himself to explain, "I'm sorry I didn't contact you these past 2 years. It's because my homeworld, Blue Star, was also under attack from other worlds. I'm actually an interstellar traveler who accidentally acquired the divine blood battle armor technology from the Void Realm. Seeing my Blue Star compatriots suffering, I had no reason not to help him." He tried to sound sincere, though he knew the excuse was full of holes. Clara's gaze remained unyielding as she stared at him coldly, clearly waiting for him to continue. Just then, Clara's communicator suddenly rang. The urgent chime shattered the silence between them. She answered the call, and a hoarse voice came through. "Miss Clara. Emergency. The insectoid realm has launched a full-scale assault. Another overlord has emerged from the insectoid realm. An 8th-tier commander has breached 3 defense lines and is advancing toward Federation headquarters. Our S-class battle armor units are no match for it. You must return immediately to provide support." Clara's expression instantly turned grave. She glanced at Jiang Ling, her expression complex and unreadable. In the end, she didn't press for more details. Instead, she addressed the communicator, "I'll be there immediately." After disconnecting, she looked at Jiang Ling, her tone calm. "Teacher, because of your homeland, my homeland now faces peril too." She paused, her voice trembling slightly. The Insect Realm Commander is an 8th-tier powerhouse. By the rules, he shouldn't interfere in 4th-tier world conflicts. But because the Sky Realm meddled in Blue Star's affairs, they offended the Immortal Emperor's palace. Now, both the Immortal Emperor's palace and the Beastmaster Divine Realm are turning a blind eye to the Insect Emperor Commander's actions. She activated the thrusters of her battle armor, golden contrails stretching long behind her. Before departing, she glanced back at Jiang Ling, her eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. "Master, what should I do now?" As the words faded, her figure vanished into the horizon, leaving Jiang Ling standing alone. Gazing down at the city engulfed by the swarm, his heart brimmed with guilt and worry. He knew Clara's accusation wasn't without merit. Because of his intervention, the Sky Realm had fallen into crisis. It was he who had placed his trusting disciple in this impossible dilemma. He had to find a way to help the Sky Realm fight the Insect Realm as soon as possible. Yet he had no idea what he could possibly do in a battle of this magnitude. In the distant sky, the black energy sphere commanded by the Insect Emperor erupted once more, reducing a towering structure to ashes. Jiang Ling took a deep breath and activated his battle armor. Golden light gathered around him, the outline of the SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor gradually taking shape. Now was not the time for self-reproach. He had to go help Clara. Chapter 185, Seeking Justice. Jiang Ling gazed at the scene before him, a wave of self-reproach welling up within him. This was indeed the undeserved calamity he had brought upon the Sky Realm. The energy barrier of the Sky Realm Federation headquarters flickered like a candle in the wind, its pale blue light wall crisscrossed with spiderweb-like cracks. Each strike from the Insect Emperor's energy sent violent tremors through it, as if it might shatter completely at any moment. Clara's SS-grade Divine Blood battle armor lay in tatters. Most of its gold and red armor plates had peeled away, exposing the mechanical joints beneath. Her left arm had lost all functionality, forcing her to rely solely on the dragon blade in her right arm to stay upright. Blood trickled continuously from the corner of her mouth. Earlier, to protect the civilian district, she had forcibly absorbed a direct hit from the Insect Emperor Commander. The energy core of her battle armor had instantly dropped below 10, and even the flow of her bloodline power had become sluggish. "Miss Clara! Retreat immediately!" The commander's hoarse shout crackled through the communicator. "We can't hold out much longer." Clara didn't turn back, her gaze fixed intently on the Insect Emperor Commander looming nearby, its bulk resembling a small mountain. Its humanoid form was encased in dark black carapace, splattered with flesh and shattered armor fragments. The oppressive aura of an 8th-tier powerhouse hung tangible over the battlefield, each breath freezing the surrounding air. Earlier, 3 S-rank battle armor masters had charged together. Before they could even reach its flank, a black energy wave instantly obliterated them, reducing even their battle armor to ash. "Teacher," Clara murmured, her voice laced with despair. Jiang Ling's SS-grade battle armor fared no better. The dragon wings on his back bore a bone-deep gash from the Insect Emperor Commander's scythe-like forelimbs. Golden blood dripped from the wing bones, pocketing the ground with each drop. He was barely holding off the Insect Emperor Commander's assaults. With every collision, his battle armor visibly trembled violently, clearly pushed to its absolute limit. Jiang Ling's voice rang out, weary yet resolute, "Channel all your bloodline power. Use the final technique of Beast God transformation. I'll distract it for you." Clara obeyed without hesitation. The power of the Ancestral Dragon bloodline and the Beast God inheritance surged wildly within her. The shattered armor suddenly erupted with dazzling golden red light. The twin wings on her back instantly spread to their fullest extent. The patterns on the dragon blades seemed to come alive, writhing as they coalesced into an energy blade far surpassing any before. "Beast God Sky Splitter!" She roared as she swung the blade energy, the golden red energy blade streaking like a rainbow piercing the sun, slashing toward the Insect Emperor Commander's head. Jiang Ling seized this opening, channeling every ounce of power. Golden afterimages swirled around the Insect Emperor Commander's back as the dragon blade struck viciously at the cracks in its carapace. Clang! The golden red blade energy collided with the Insect Emperor Commander's carapace, erupting in a deafening clang. Green bodily fluid splattered as the Insect Emperor Commander let out a piercing shriek. Jiang Ling's dragon blade pierced its carapace, only to be clamped down by the commander's powerful grip. No matter how hard he strained, he couldn't drive it in any deeper. Roar! The Insect Emperor Commander was utterly enraged. Its massive body whipped around, its tail lashing out like a steel whip, smashing viciously against Jiang Ling's battle armor. A crisp crack echoed as Jiang Ling's chest plate caved in. He flew backward like a crashing heavily into the perimeter wall of the Federation headquarters. Golden blood seeped from beneath his faceplate. "Master!" Clara's eyes widened in horror. Just as she lunged forward, several black portals suddenly appeared in the distant sky. That was the sign of cross-world portals opening. "No!" It's someone from a level 5 world. The voice of the Federation's Grand Elder crackled over the communication channel, trembling with despair. They've actually intervened. Are we truly no longer protected by the rules? 3 figures clad in black battle armor emerged from the light pillar. Each suit radiated an aura far surpassing the 8th tier, crafted entirely from dark metallic alloys. Fierce skull totems were carved into their shoulder plates. The lead armor commander gave a slight nod to the Insect Emperor's commander. His voice boomed through the amplifier, dripping with unmasked arrogance. The level 5 armor world, Golden Source Realm, is assisting the Insect Realm in devouring the Void Realm. If you know what's good for you, hand over the world's primordial essence immediately. We might spare your lives. The soldiers of the Sky Realm were plunged into utter panic. With the 8th tier Insect Emperor commander already beyond opposition, the addition of 3 5th tier world powerhouses left this battle utterly hopeless. The Federation elders argued fiercely in the council chamber. Finally, the Grand Elder trembled as he picked up the communicator. Transmit my order, cease resistance. Allow them to enter the Source Realm. We cannot surrender. Jiang Ling's voice suddenly echoed across all communication channels. He struggled to his feet from the rubble. Though his battered SS-grade battle armor swayed precariously, his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. The Void Realm is your home. Are you just going to hand it over like this? What choice do we have? It's all thanks to you, traitor. The Grand Elder's voice carried despair. We simply cannot defeat them. Resistance will only cost more lives. Just because you can't win doesn't mean there's no other way. Jiang Ling took a deep breath. Golden blood dripped down his chin, yet it did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. In my homeland, when people face injustice and higher authorities refuse to address it, there remains one path left. Appeal directly to the Emperor. Everyone froze, including Clara, who was locked in combat with the Insect Emperor's commander. Petition the Emperor? The Grand Elder frowned deeply. Petition whom? The divine envoys of the Immortal Emperor's palace and the fallen Star Reverend are all on their side. Appeal to the true higher-ups of the Immortal Emperor's palace. Jiang Ling's voice thundered across the battlefield like a clap of lightning. Accuse them of allowing the 5th-tier world to meddle freely in the conflicts of lower realms, disregarding the rules of the heavens. Accuse them of abusing their authority, casting aside the lives of beings in the lower realms. The Insect Emperor commander and the 3 5th-tier world battle armor masters snorted with contempt. The black-armored commander sneered, how naive. Would the Celestial Emperor's palace's high command ever heed the pleas of mere ants like you? Jiang Ling ignored their taunts, his gaze fixed firmly on Clara. Clara, will you trust me? As long as we can deliver our petition to the true higher-ups, we still have hope. Clara looked at Jiang Ling's battered battle armor, then down at the panicked civilians below. She recalled her parents' dying words and the moment Jiang Ling had shielded her from 10 insect lords. She drew a deep breath and gripped the dragon blade in her hand. Golden red light flared once more across her armor. Master, I believe in you. Seeing their continued resistance, the Insect Emperor commander roared in fury, gathering another black energy sphere. The 3 level 5 battle armor masters simultaneously raised their weapons, preparing their final assault. Jiang Ling drew a deep breath, sensing the imprints by Jisoo and Yun Shu had left within him. These were the marks they had left behind, saying that if he ever faced an unsolvable crisis, activating them would connect him to them. He clenched his fists, his gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. This time, we won't just petition the throne, we'll make those who abuse their power pay the price. Chapter 186, The Two Supreme Beings. A black energy sphere compressed to its limit within the Insect Emperor commander's mouth, radiating terrifying fluctuations capable of devouring everything. It slowly moved toward Jiang Ling and Clara. Simultaneously, the 3 level 5 battle armor masters opened fire. 3 white energy beams shot forth like venomous snakes, sealing off all escape routes. Ha! Complaining to the Emperor? You're courting death. Who do you think you're going to complain to? A celestial king? Or perhaps a celestial emperor? The leader of the black battle armor warriors roared with maniacal laughter. Once you're dead, we'll personally extract the world's primordial essence from the void realm and present it to our superiors. Clara gripped her dragon blade, preparing to unleash her final beast god transformation. Even if it meant mutual destruction, she would protect the civilians behind her. Jiang Ling stared intently at the faintly glowing markings, his fingertips trembling slightly. He didn't know if these 2 marks could truly connect him to them, nor whether those 2 supreme beings would understand the truth and come to his aid. At that moment, a golden pillar of light suddenly descended from the heavens, striking the center of the battlefield. The figure of the divine messenger slowly materialized. He still wore the white robes symbolizing the Celestial Emperor's palace, his face bearing his usual arrogance. His gaze swept across the entire field, finally settling on Jiang Ling. You insolent ants! At a time like this, you still think of petitioning the Emperor? Divine messenger. The 3 5th-tier world battle armor masters immediately knelt on one knee, their voices reverent. We were preparing to assist the insect realm in devouring the void realm and seizing its world essence. The divine envoy's brow furrowed slightly before he shook his head. Very well. The void realm brought this upon itself. Then he turned to Jiang Ling, his gaze icy. The order to sanction the Void Realm was personally issued by the Falling Star Reverend, subordinate to the Immortal King. Tell me, where else could you possibly appeal? To the Immortal King? Or perhaps the Immortal Emperor? His words struck like a heavy hammer, crushing the hearts of the Void Realm's people. The Falling Star Reverend was a ninth-tier powerhouse and a subordinate of the Divine King. In their eyes, his command equated to the supreme will of the Immortal Emperor's palace. There was simply no room for argument. The Insect Emperor commander let out a triumphant hiss as the black energy sphere closed in once more, now less than 100 meters from Jiang Ling and Clara. The Federal Grand Elder's face turned deathly pale. Trembling, he gasped, "It's over. Everything is over." "Ha! I suggest you cease resistance." The sole humanoid insectoid commander sneered. "Surrender the world's origin willingly, and perhaps you'll be granted a whole corpse." At that moment, the void violently trembled. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the divine messenger and the meteorite sage, swept in like a tidal wave. The clouds in the sky instantly tore apart, and golden light poured down from the rift, illuminating the entire battlefield. The divine messenger's smile froze instantly. The three fifth-tier world battle armor masters turned deathly pale, struggling to rise but pinned to the ground by the overwhelming pressure, unable even to lift their heads. What is this aura?" The divine messenger's voice trembled with disbelief. Could it be the Immortal King? Before the words had fully left his lips, more light surged forth from the void. Within the golden orb, a woman clad in a white imperial robe slowly materialized, surrounded by countless runes of cosmic laws. Her mere presence caused the laws of the entire void realm to resonate in harmony. It was the supreme being of the Immortal Emperor's palace. Simultaneously, on the other side of the void, a sea of green light appeared. From within the sea of light, a woman clad in a long gown, surrounded by three colossal dragons, emerged slowly. Behind her followed countless powerful beastly auras, none other than the supreme being of the beast-taming divine realm. Behind these two figures, countless powerful auras surged forth in succession. Immortal kings and immortal emperors of the Immortal Emperor's palace, beast gods and beast ancestors of the beast god realm. Each aura far surpassed that of the fallen star revered one, causing the entire void to tremble violently. "Immortal King! Immortal Emperor! Your Majesty!" The divine messenger collapsed to his knees with a thud, his body shaking like a sieve, unable to even lift his head. He never imagined he would disturb so many supreme beings. The insect realm commander's black energy sphere instantly dissipated. Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground, trembling violently. Before these supreme beings, the might of an 8th-tier powerhouse seemed as insignificant as an ant. The three battle armor masters from the 5th-tier world also knelt directly on the ground, clearly terrified by this terrifying aura. How did the beast god arrive? And that one? The orders we received. The Sky Realm's people were utterly stunned. The Federation's Grand Elder stood with his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long moment. Clara's eyes widened as she stared at the godlike figures in the void, her dragon blade nearly slipping from her grasp. Soldiers forgot to fight, forgot their fear, and just stared blankly at the sky as if in a dream. Only Jiang Ling remained composed. His gaze fixed on by Jisoo and Yunshu in the void, a wave of relief washing over him. His gamble had paid off. This supreme being, his own disciple, had indeed not stood idly by. Bai Jishui's gaze swept across the entire scene, her eyes flickering with the light of divine laws. Within the river of time and across all realms, she saw everything. Her expression turned cold as her gaze finally settled upon the divine messenger. Her voice was flat yet carried an unquestionable authority. "Where is the falling star venerable? Have him come forth to meet me?" In the void, a purple orb slowly coalesced, revealing the disheveled apparition of the falling star reverend. Gazing at Bai Jishui and Yunshu, along with the multitude of powerful figures behind them, his face drained of color. "I pay my respects to the White Emperor. I pay my respects to the Divine Dragon Empress. Do you know your crimes?" Bai Jishui's voice turned icy. "Allowing a 5th-tier world to meddle in the conflicts of a lower-tier world, abusing your authority to sanction the Void Realm, disregarding the rules of the heavens. Do you intend to destroy the very foundations of the Immortal Emperor's palace?" The falling star reverend's body trembled violently as he hastily kowtowed. This servant acknowledges his error. This servant was misled by those from the beast spirit realm and thus issued erroneous commands. Misled? A chill crept into Yunshu's voice. The celestial beast realm is also being instigated by a level 4 world. Why did you not intervene? Yunshu now turned a cold gaze toward the battle armor masters, whose bodies shook like sieves at his mere words. The Beastmaster Divine Realm had long warned the insect realm against allowing 8th-tier commanders to interfere in 4th-tier world conflicts. Yet not only did you fail to intervene, you even condoned 5th-tier world meddling. Is this also being misled? The Divine Messenger and Meteorite Venerable turned ashen. With two supreme beings speaking directly, this was utterly hopeless. The Void Realm's people watched the spectacle unfolding in the void. The despair in their hearts had long since been replaced by shock and wild elation. They never imagined their appeal to the Divine Court would succeed and that it would rouse so many supreme beings. Clara stared at Jiang Ling, her eyes brimming with confusion and astonishment. Others might not know, but he certainly did. These beings had all been summoned by the teacher. How had the master managed to contact these supreme beings? If he possessed such power, why did he covet the Void Realm's technology so intensely? How many more hidden cards did this perpetually enigmatic teacher hold that she knew nothing about? Jiang Ling sensed Clara's gaze and turned to smile at her. Noticing his smile, the two dazzling presences in the sky, as brilliant as blazing suns, simultaneously turned their gaze toward Clara. Jiang Ling felt an inexplicable chill run down the back of his neck. Chapter 187, The Supreme One's Favor. Golden specks of light drifted slowly above the battlefield. The figures of Bai Jishui and Yun Shu descended before Clara. Though the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two supreme beings had largely subsided, the air around them still carried a faint, stagnant quality. As Bai Jishui's robes brushed the ground, the battle scars on the earth visibly began to vanish. The colossal dragon coiled around Yun Shu gently exhaled, its breath transforming into fine particles of light that settled upon Clara's battle armor, instantly mending its damage. Clara instinctively gripped her weapon, her fingertips trembling slightly. She could sense that the aura emanating from these two surpassed that of an 8th-tier insect emperor commander by more than a millionfold. It was even more terrifying than that of a divine messenger, or even the countless immortal kings and immortal emperors filling the heavens. The Grand Elder of the Federation behind her had already gone weak in the knees. Were it not for the support of his battle armor, he would have collapsed to his knees long ago. "Young lady, do not fear." Yun Shu spoke first, her voice as clear as a forest spring, tinged with gentle laughter. She raised a hand to brush dust from Clara's battle armor, yet her gaze inadvertently swept over Jiang Ling nearby, a subtle flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. "Your battle armor modifications are quite interesting. Combining the bloodline of the primordial dragon with the legacy of the beast god, it's a rare and excellent foundation." Bai Jishui remained silent, merely extending a fingertip to gently tap the bronze necklace around Clara's neck. The pendant instantly grew warm, faint runes appearing as it resonated faintly with the law-bound aura surrounding Bai Jishui. Her gaze shifted to Jiang Ling, then quickly returned to Clara, her tone flat yet tinged with an almost imperceptible probe. "You seem to carry the bloodline of the primordial dragon as well. What is your relationship with him?" Clara followed Bai Jisu's gaze to Jiang Ling, a complex wave of emotions surging within her. There was dependence on Jiang Ling, lingering resentment from the past, and the current tension of facing a supreme being. She drew a deep breath, straightened her spine, and answered, "He is my teacher. He taught me to control my bloodline and helped me obtain the beast god's inheritance." "Teacher?" Bai Zizhuai and Yun Shu echoed the word simultaneously, their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. A subtle tension suddenly filled the air. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat, his gaze darting nervously. Bai Jishui recalled the scene when Jiang Ling had refused to take the Dragon Emperor's son as a disciple, a moment when she had believed she was his only apprentice. Yun Shu's gaze drifted distant, a flicker of memory in her eyes. She recalled how Jiang Ling had stood firmly behind her at the Beastmaster Academy, dominant and dashing. Back then, she had been certain she held a special place in his heart. Yet now, this young girl from the Void Realm stood before them, also bearing the title of disciple, and had even received Jiang Ling's ancestral dragon bloodline. Both their expressions grew deeply meaningful. Bai Jishui's fingertips lightly brushed the imperial robe as she glanced at Jiang Ling. Yun Shu smiled and stroked the dragon head beside her, choosing not to press further. Both tacitly avoided mentioning their master-disciple relationship with Jiang Ling. Certain matters need not be laid bare before outsiders, especially in such a setting. Not far away, the Federation members watched in stunned silence. The first elder discreetly tugged at the third elder beside him, lowering his voice. "These two supreme beings seem particularly attentive to Miss Clara? Concerned?" The third elder's voice trembled with excitement. "Look! That noble one personally repaired Clara's battle armor, while the other examined her necklace. This proves Miss Clara's background is far more profound than we imagined." Soldiers began whispering among themselves, their gaze shifting from admiration to awe as they looked at Clara. Who could have imagined that this once unremarkable girl would earn the favor of two supreme beings of the heavens? At that moment, Bai Jishui finally withdrew his gaze, turning toward the direction of the Void Realm and the Insect Realm. His tone regained the majestic authority of a supreme being. The intervention of a level 5 world in a level 4 conflict constitutes dereliction of duty by both the Beastmaster Divine Realm and the Immortal Emperor's Palace. Effective immediately, any entity exceeding the limitations of a level 4 world such as those of Tier 9 or higher is strictly forbidden from interfering in the conflict between the Sky Realm and the Insect Realm. This includes the battle armor masters of the level 5 world and the commanders of the Insect Realm. She paused, golden runes of law coalescing in her palm. They transformed into two beams of light, each streaking toward the headquarters of the Sky Realm Federation and the direction of the Insect Realm. These two prohibitions will monitor all violating forces. Any transgression, regardless of allegiance, shall be judged by the laws of the multiverse. Yun Shu added, the ascension contest between the Sky Realm and the Insect Realm must be decided by sheer strength. Whoever first reaches the pinnacle of a level 4 world crushes their opponent within the constraints of level 4 world rules and devours their opponent's primordial essence. That one shall earn the right to challenge the level 5 world. External interference ends here. Before the words had fully faded, the numerous immortal kings, immortal emperors, beast gods, and beast ancestors in the void bowed their heads in unison. The insect emperor commander lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to stir. The 3 5th-tier world battle armor masters had long been bound by restraints, unable to move. It's settled. Let's go. Bai Zizhuai nodded to Yun Shu, and their figures gradually faded into transparency. Before departing, Bai Zizhuai cast one last glance at Jiang Ling, his eyes holding a hint of teasing only the two of them could understand. Then, turning to Yun Shu, he murmured. Seems your last disciple isn't all that impressive. Otherwise, why would the master still take on apprentices? At least I'm better than you. Otherwise, the master wouldn't have taken me on as a disciple. Yun Shu's expression stiffened as she replied. She then smiled at Clara, leaving behind a trail of pale green light particles that merged into her battle armor. That was the power of the Beastmaster's divine realm, greatly benefiting her divine blood battle armor. As the supreme beings departed, the golden fissure in the sky slowly closed, and the oppressive aura of the battlefield gradually dissipated. The sky realm's people erupted in thunderous cheers. Several elders of the Federation, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down their aged faces, clasped Clara's hand and declared, "Miss Clara, Sky Realm owes you. From this day forward, you are Sky Realm's hope." Clara gazed at the pale green light particle in her hand, then glanced at Jiang Ling nearby, her confusion deepening. Who exactly was her teacher? Why did even the supreme beings of the multiverse show such special interest in him? Everyone thought those two were concerned about him, but in truth, their questions all revolved around Jiang Ling. Jiang Ling stepped forward, observing the light particle in her hand. He smiled and said, "This is a valuable item. It should help you master the beast god revered one's legacy more swiftly." Soldiers from the Void Realm began clearing the battlefield, while the Federation elders gathered around Clara, discussing subsequent cultivation plans and defensive deployments. The remnant forces of the Insect Realm, intimidated by the restraining barrier, retreated in disarray to their own world under the command of their leader. The two level 4 realms returned to their original delicate equilibrium. Only this time, it was clear to all discerning observers, with Clara this S-class battle armor master of boundless potential now in the Sky Realm. And she alone had earned the Supreme Being's favor. The Insect Realm, having lost the support of a level 5 world, saw the scales of victory begin to tilt silently. Chapter 188, Courting. In the banquet hall of the Sky Realm Federation headquarters, the glow of crystal chandeliers spilled across golden tablecloths, making the feast spread before them look especially tempting. The air was filled with the aroma of champagne and roasted meats, creating a festive atmosphere of celebration. Clara, dressed in an evening gown, sat in the chair beside the head seat, appearing somewhat awkward and out of place. Unaccustomed to such lively gatherings, her fingers nervously rubbed the fabric of her dress. Jiang Ling had also left after Bai Zizhuai and the others departed, reminding her before going to drink sparingly and stay safe. "Miss Clara, this toast is for you." Lin Hao, the Grand Elder's grandson, approached with a glass in hand. Dressed in a crisp white suit with meticulously combed hair, his gaze kept drifting to Clara's gown. "Repelling the insect realm on the level 5 world this time was all thanks to you gaining the favor of the Supreme Being. You are truly a hero of our Sky Realm." Clara hesitated, recalling Jiang Ling's warning, and shook her head. "Sorry, I'm not much of a drinker." "Oh, just a sip." The third elder beside her quickly stepped in to smooth things over, lifting another glass and offering it to her. "This is the Federation's most precious Stardew wine. It's low in alcohol and nourishes spiritual energy beneficial for your cultivation." The surrounding elders chimed in unison, their eyes brimming with deliberate warmth. Clara met their expectant gazes. As the hope of the Void Realm, she couldn't refuse again. Reluctantly, she took the cup and sipped lightly. The liquid carried a faint sweetness upon entry, with no noticeable alcohol bite. Yet shortly after drinking, Clara felt her cheeks flush, her head grow dizzy, and her vision begin to blur. She braced herself against the table to stand, only to find her limbs heavy as lead. Even speaking became difficult. I feel a bit unwell. Miss Clara, are you alright?" Lin Hao immediately stepped forward, feigning concern as he supported her arm, his fingers taking the opportunity to lightly brush against her wrist. "Shall I escort you to the lounge? Perhaps the effects of the starlight wine are beginning to take hold." Clara instinctively tried to push him away, but her body was utterly limp. As she saw the fleeting greed in Lin Hao's eyes, a terrifying suspicion suddenly struck her. "There's something wrong with this wine. They did this on purpose. Let go of me." Her voice was faint as a mosquito's buzz as consciousness began to fade. She could feel Lin Hao supporting her as he guided her toward the side entrance of the banquet hall. "Teacher Jiang Ling." Clara instinctively recalled that figure, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the gaming wristband Jiang Ling had given her. Jiang Ling was at home preparing to enhance his father's bloodline level. 3 days prior, Jiang Rohai had also discovered bloodline power of the same origin as his own. The gaming wristband suddenly burst into a blinding red light. The moment Jiang Ling saw the alert message, his expression changed abruptly. Ignoring his father's puzzled look, he dashed toward the bedroom. "Sorry, Dad, I have to go." Zhang Ruhai watched his retreating figure and muttered, "What the hell excuse is that? Is this really my own flesh and blood?" A golden light flashed in the bedroom. When Jiang Ling opened his eyes again, he found himself in the corridor of the Sky Realm Federation headquarters. He activated his combat power experience card. With the boost to his strength, he distinctly sensed Clara's presence in a nearby lounge. Another unfamiliar male aura approached with malicious intent. Bang! Jiang Ling kicked open the lounge door. The scene before him made his pupils contract sharply. Clara lay limp on the sofa, her cheeks flushed, eyes unfocused, the neckline of her dress torn open. Lin Hao was pinned on top of her, his hand already at her waist, a lecherous grin on his face. "How the hell did you get back?" Lin Hao whipped his head around. The moment he saw Jiang Ling, his expression changed drastically. "Didn't you leave? How are you here?" Jiang Ling remained silent as golden light instantly coalesced around him, forming the embryonic shape of an SS-grade divine blood battle armor. Dragon light erupted like a tidal wave, instantly forcing Lin Hao to his knees. Blood spurted from his mouth as his smug expression twisted into terror. "No, don't kill me. I'm the Grand Elder's grandson." Jiang Ling couldn't be bothered with his pleas, kicking him flying with a single blow. Lin Hao slammed into the wall and passed out instantly. He hurried to the sofa and carefully lifted Clara, his movements gentle. Clara murmured softly in his arms. In her hazy state, she sensed a familiar presence and rubbed against him uneasily. "Teacher, is that you?" "It's me. Don't be afraid." Jiang Ling's voice was exceptionally soft as he gathered a thread of pure Ancestral Dragon bloodline power at his fingertip and gently touched her forehead. Golden light flowed from her brow into her body, counteracting the drug's effects. This drug was peculiar, it couldn't be completely dispelled. He carried Clara to the window, opening it to let fresh air flow in. Moonlight bathed Clara's face, casting a hazy glow. Jiang Ling retrieved a bottle of clean water, carefully prying open her lips to feed her sip by sip. "Teacher." Clara's consciousness cleared slightly. She opened her drowsy eyes and gazed at Jiang Ling's face mere inches away, her heartbeat quickening involuntarily. She could feel the warmth of his fingertips brushing her lips. She could even catch the faint scent of his body, which inexplicably brought her a sense of comfort. Just then, the door to the restroom burst open. The Grand Elder of the Federation, accompanied by the Third Elder, Seventh Elder, and others, rushed in. Their pupils contracted at the sight before them, but they immediately shifted to expressions of panic and concern, hurrying to Clara's side. "Miss Clara, are you all right? Is there anywhere you feel unwell?" The elder's voice trembled deliberately. His gaze swept over the marks on the sofa, then shifted to Clara cradled in Jiang Ling's arms. He immediately barked at the people behind him. "What are you standing there for? Drag this disgraceful son out. He's a disgrace to our family." Two guards immediately stepped forward, hoisting the unconscious Lin Hao and dragging him out. The Grand Elder turned to Clara, his face heavy with self-reproach as he sighed repeatedly. "It's all my fault for failing to discipline him properly. I let this ungrateful son develop such a stubborn nature. How dare he commit such an outrageous act against you? This is entirely his personal misconduct and has absolutely nothing to do with the Federation or our Council of Elders." The Third Elder quickly chimed in, his face plastered with a smile. "Indeed, Miss Clara, please be magnanimous and do not take offense at this ungrateful son's actions. The First Elder holds you in the highest regard and has specially prepared the finest cultivation resources for you, just waiting to present them after the banquet." Elder 7 stepped before Jiang Ling, his tone ingratiating. "Mr. Jiang, as you witnessed, this was all a misunderstanding. We genuinely hold Miss Clara in the highest regard. We hope you'll persuade her to stay within the Federation and focus on her cultivation. Rest assured, we will never let her suffer the slightest injustice again." They spoke in rapid succession, each sentence distancing themselves from the incident while simultaneously attempting to win him over. Jiang Ling sensed something sinister in these old men's intentions, watching them coldly. There must be a conspiracy. Chapter 189, Backing. Jiang Ling sniffed the air lingering with a faint scent of alcohol in the lounge. The elder's deliberately cultivated atmosphere of concern felt oppressively stifling. Before Clara's complexion could improve, the others laid their cards on the table. The Grand Elder glanced at Clara, whose face was growing paler in Jiang Ling's arms, then shot a fierce glare toward Raymond, who lay unconscious on the floor outside the door. He then adopted a solemn expression, reaching out to pat Clara's shoulder only to be sidestepped by Jiang Ling without a flicker of emotion. "Miss Clara, this is quite a situation." The elder sheepishly withdrew his hand, his tone deliberately gentle. "Raymond's been spoiled since childhood, with a stubborn temper. He must have been drunk today to act so foolishly. Please forgive him, don't take it to heart." The Third Elder hurried forward, a scroll with gold-embossed characters appearing in his hand as if by magic. He presented it before Clara. The words "marriage contract" stood out prominently on the scroll. "Truth be told, Raymond has long harbored feelings for you. He's always gushed about your virtues and his fascination with you in front of us. Though this misunderstanding has occurred, might it not be fate? With your consent, the Federation Elders will immediately arrange the betrothal." You'll become part of the First Elder's household training resources, battle armor workshops, whatever you desire will be yours. The Seventh Elder chimed in, his gaze drifting to the bronze necklace around Clara's neck, his tone laced with allure. You're a promising SS-grade battle armor craftsman. Raymond is the Grand Elder's grandson, perhaps the only one in the entire Federation truly your equal. By uniting his partner's one wielding combat might, the other commanding authority, you'll safeguard the Sky Realm more effectively. Clara visibly struggled, her fingers tightening around her skirt hem until her nails dug into her palms. She looked at the elders before her, their faces plastered with insincere smiles, and recalled Raymond's lecherous gaze as he pinned her down. Her stomach churned violently. Yet their words formed a net, trapping her at the crossroads between the greater good of the Sky Realm and her personal future. Refusal would mean disrespecting the Council and disregarding the Sky Realm's unity. Accepting meant marrying a man who had sinister intentions toward her. Clara's voice was faint, tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor, her eyes filled with utter helplessness. She didn't know how to refuse. Her eyes instinctively sought out Jiang Ling, as if searching for support. Jiang Ling shook his head helplessly. His apprentice was far too innocent, even soft-hearted. She couldn't bring herself to say no. Jiang Ling's arms tightened around her suddenly, a faint cold light emanating from his body. His dragon's aura pierced like countless needles, causing the elders to instinctively step back half a pace. His gaze fixed on the marriage contract held by the chief elder, his eyes as cold as ice. You know full well what Raymond did to Clara, yet you dare bring up this marriage contract? How about I beat you up, and then we can be brothers? Mr. Jiang, this is an internal matter of the Sky Realm. The Grand Elder attempted to defend himself, but Jiang Ling cut him off sharply. Internal affairs? Jiang Ling's voice echoed through the lounge. His strength was no weaker than theirs, and the suppressed fury in his tone sent a chill down their spines. You drugged her, let your grandson take advantage of her, and now you want to bind her with a marriage contract? Is this what you call admiration and a union of families? He lowered his gaze to Clara, his tone softening instantly. Clara, marriage is a lifelong commitment. You must never compromise because of anyone's coercion. Raymond is a vile man, unworthy of being a husband. Following him will only bring you misery. Speak your mind freely. Your teacher stands behind you, supporting you. No one can force you to do anything. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She gazed at Jiang Ling's profile, mere inches away. Moonlight streamed through the window, outlining his taut jawline. He was the very source of chaos in the Void Realm. Because of him, the Void Realm had lost the support of the Immortal Emperor's palace. Yet now, he stood before her like a guardian, shielding her and refusing those demands that had left her so conflicted. Conflicting emotions churned within her. She felt gratitude for Jiang Ling's protection, yet she couldn't forget the Elder's words that the Void Realm had descended into chaos because of him. She wanted to follow Jiang Ling away from these conspiracies, yet she couldn't bring herself to abandon the common people of the Void Realm. She opened her mouth to speak, but in the end, she only lowered her eyelashes in silence and gave a slight nod. This served as tacit acceptance of Jiang Ling's refusal. The Elder watched Clara's reaction, his expression darkening instantly. He opened his mouth to speak, but met Jiang Ling's icy stare. The words on the tip of his tongue vanished back into his throat. A divine blood battle armor of the same tier could easily beat him senseless. He dared not cross Jiang Ling. Clara had once again earned the favor of the Supreme Being. They simply couldn't afford to provoke her. The Third Elder discreetly tugged at the First Elder's sleeve, signaling him to stop. Reluctantly, the First Elder withdrew the marriage proposal. Since Miss Clara refuses, let's consider this matter never discussed. The Third Elder's smile froze. But Mr. Jiang, you are an outsider. Miss Clara is the hope of our Sky Realm. We hope you won't interfere too much with her decisions in the future. As long as you cease pursuing her, I shall naturally refrain from interference. Don't try to morally blackmail my student with that line. My apprentice is highly responsible. She's the one fighting on the front lines to protect civilians, not you lot. She knows exactly what she must do, no need to spell it out. Mad grew angrier by the second. Say that to my face again, and I'll punch you. Try me if you don't believe me. Jiang Ling turned, holding Clara close as golden bloodline energy swirled around him, shimmering in the moonlight. But if any of you dare use underhanded tactics against her again, even if it's an internal matter of the Void Realm, I will intervene. What can you possibly do about it? With that, he turned away from the Elder's displeased expressions and carried Clara step by step out of the lounge. The corridor lights cast their silhouettes. Clara nestled against Jiang Ling's chest, clearly hearing his steady heartbeat. Her inner conflict grew more intense. She didn't know whether she should stand with the teacher who protected her or trust the Elders who claimed to act for the sake of the Void Realm. Her mind was in turmoil, and her consciousness began to blur. Jiang Ling tightened his embrace around her, quickening his pace. Inside the lounge, the Grand Elder watched their retreating figures before violently flinging the betrothal contract to the floor. A flash of viciousness flickered in his eyes. Refuse the wine offered, and you'll drink the punishment wine. Does Jiang Ling truly believe his strength alone grants him license to act lawlessly? The Third Elder picked up the scroll, his voice hushed. Elder, this is no time for anger. Miss Clara's dependence on Jiang Ling grows deeper by the day. If this continues, she will be completely won over by him sooner or later. I know. The Grand Elder drew a deep breath, his gaze growing profound. Chapter 190, Hypnosis. Jiang Ling's golden figure vanished as the council chamber doors slammed shut. The heavy metal doors blocked out all external sounds. The Grand Elder sat at the head of the table, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the desk, creating a steady, monotonous sound. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt suffocating. That brat Jiang Ling is growing more and more disrespectful toward us. The seventh elder broke the silence first, his tone laced with resentment and anger. If not for him, we would have secured the full backing of the Immortal Emperor's palace long ago. Why must we still play games with the insect realm and kowtow to that master-disciple pair? But dwelling on that now is useless. Elder 3 pushed his glasses up his nose, his gaze sweeping over every elder present. The key lies with Clara. Though she still harbors resentment toward Jiang Ling, he has saved her time and again. If this continues, she will inevitably align herself completely with him. If that happens, all our groundwork will be wasted. The first elder paused his tapping fingers, a flash of ruthlessness darting through his eyes. Therefore, we cannot wait any longer. Jiang Ling must be eliminated swiftly. Eliminate Jiang Ling? Another slightly younger elder gasped. But his strength has reached the peak of S rank, and he wields the formidable divine blood battle armor. How could we possibly defeat him? We can't defeat him, but someone can. A sinister smile curled the senior elder's lips as his fingers traced the name Clara on the tabletop. She is currently our Void Realm Soul SS-grade battle armor master prospect. As long as she continues to progress and takes action, no matter how powerful Jiang Ling is, he won't kill his own disciple. Besides, once she truly advances, Clara will completely crush Jiang Ling, who is only S-grade. But Miss Clara trusts Jiang Ling so deeply. Trust? The Grand Elder sneered coldly, pulling a palm-sized black device from a drawer. A faint red glow flickered from its surface. We began subconscious hypnosis on her 3 years ago. The drugs administered during those psychological counseling sessions not only lowered her guard but also made her more receptive to hypnotic suggestions. The screen immediately displayed Clara's extensive hypnosis records. Within the diagram representing her subconscious, several pale black areas were slowly expanding. The previous hypnosis was merely preparation. Now, it's time for these suggestions to take effect. The third elder's eyes lit up. You mean? Starting tomorrow, due to the severe psychological trauma Clara suffered in this major battle, we must increase the frequency of psychological counseling to prevent damage to her mental faculties. All top-tier psychological counselors will take turns visiting Clara. The Grand Elder's voice was hushed, tinged with an eerie chill. When she's conscious, tell her she's now the Federation's core combat asset and needs stronger opponents to enhance her abilities. Jiang Ling is the only one who can match her. Make her initiate sparring sessions with him. He paused, his fingers gliding across the console to retrieve a pre-recorded hypnosis audio clip. On the subconscious level, I'll have the hypnotist repeatedly tell her during the counseling process that Jiang Ling is a disaster for the Void Realm. The battle armor technology he took will attract more attacks from higher realms, eventually leading to the Void Realm's destruction. Tell her that only by defeating Jiang Ling, neutralizing his combat power, and handing him over to Federation control can the Sky Realm regain stability. But what if Miss Clara resists? The seventh elder asked anxiously. Resistance is futile. The Grand Elder's tone carried unwavering certainty. 3 years of drug conditioning, coupled with repeated hypnotic suggestions, would ensure that even if she sensed something amiss while conscious, her subconscious would gradually accept these messages. Once she grew accustomed to sparring with Jiang Ling, the subconscious command to defeat him would erupt at the critical moment. By then, we won't need to lift a finger, she'll neutralize Jiang Ling herself. Once Jiang Ling loses his combat ability, he'll be at our mercy. Hearing this, the elders exchanged glances. The worry in their eyes gradually gave way to greed. If they could eliminate Jiang Ling and win over Clara, the power of the Void Realm would remain in their hands, and their hopes of ascending to the 5th level world would not be shattered. This plan is feasible. Jiang Ling tended to Clara through the night, only departing once she had fallen into a deep slumber. The next morning, just as Clara finished practicing a set of Beast God transformation in the Beast God Valley training ground, the third elder arrived with a group of attendants, carrying a load of cultivation resources. Miss Clara, your progress is truly remarkable. The third elder's face was plastered with a fawning smile as he handed over a USB drive containing battle armor techniques. However, you've now reached the caliber of an SS-grade battle armor master. Ordinary training can no longer enhance your strength. After consulting with the elders, we believe you require a stronger opponent for sparring practice. Clara accepted the item, her voice tinged with confusion. A stronger opponent? Is there anyone like that in the Void Realm? Of course there are. The third elder replied with feigned nonchalance, isn't Mr. Zhang's strength comparable to yours? You could arrange regular sparring sessions with him. It would both enhance your skills and strengthen your master-disciple bond. How perfect. Clara's brow furrowed slightly. It was a sound approach. But the actions of that buzzcut man still lingered in her mind. He had been provoking the master into action all along, and now it seemed the elders intended the same. But what good would that do? She hesitated inwardly, but the teacher is so busy, and busy people can still make time. The third elder interrupted her, first scanning the surroundings before speaking softly, his tone laced with persuasion. Consider this, the Void Realm will rely on you for its future protection. Only by growing stronger can you stand against the Insect Realm and safeguard everyone. As your teacher, Mr. Jiang surely hopes you'll grow stronger quickly. Clara fell silent. She did want to become stronger, and she did feel she needed real combat to solidify her SS rank combat prowess. The third elder's words seemed reasonable. That night, Clara lay on the bed in the counseling room, her mind gradually calming. The counselor's gentle voice relaxed her deeply. This was the person who had consistently provided her psychological counseling. An extremely faint voice entered her mind. In her drowsy state, she heard someone whispering by her ear. Jiang Ling has thrown the Disaster Star Realm into chaos. Defeat him to protect the Sky Realm. No, teacher, not him. Clara frowned tightly in her dream, instinctively resisting, yet the voice clung to her like a bone-gnawing maggot, echoing relentlessly in her mind. In the days that followed, Clara felt somewhat unsettled. The elders visited with unusual frequency, and psychological counseling sessions were equally frequent. The Federation's explanation was that piloting the battle armor required mental energy, and her mental stability must be ensured. I can't quite place where it comes from, but there always seems to be a sound ringing out. Whenever she was awake, she sensed something was off, yet she could never pinpoint what it was. That evening, Clara stood at the edge of the Beast God Valley cliff, gazing at the distant sunset. She whispered softly into her bracelet, "Master, when might you be free? Would you care to spar? I wish to solidify my S-rank combat prowess and prepare for future breakthroughs." Chapter 191, Sparring Partner. In a hidden conference room somewhere on Blue Star, a pale golden energy barrier shielded the interior from the outside clamor. At the center of the room, a battlefield model of the celestial beast realm and Blue Star floated above a map. Red dots marked the remnants of the beast spirit realm's forces, while blue dots indicated Blue Star's defensive strongholds. Mu Xiaoxue stood before the map, her fingertip tracing the eastern defense sector as her voice rang clear and steady. According to the latest intelligence, the fourth-tier world of beast spirits, which back the celestial beast realm, has been severely punished by the enforcement squad of the Immortal Emperor's palace. The severity of the punishment is unprecedented. In the short term, they will be unable to interfere with Blue Star's affairs. Over the next 3 months, we can temporarily shift our focus to strengthening internal defenses. The dozen or so figures seated within the hall nodded in unison. They were the core members of the Blue Star Security Task Force. Aside from Jiang Ling, the lowest ranked among them was at the peak of the martial saint realm. Alongside several martial gods familiar to Jiang Ling, there were also top-tier martial saints whose power, influenced by the world's advancement, showed subtle signs of approaching the martial god realm. These individuals formed the bedrock of Blue Star's defense against threats from the multiverse. War god Mu was right. Ying Tian stroked his graying beard, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ling. However, Jiang Ling, though aided by your SS-grade battle armor and possessing formidable combat prowess, your cultivation base remains far too low. Your foundational cultivation is the root of everything. Now that the situation has eased slightly, you must seize this time to advance your cultivation. Wang Peng chimed in, handing over a storage ring brimming with cultivation resources. Son, this contains all sorts of treasures. They're incredibly effective for breaking through cultivation barriers. The cultivation chamber in the battle zone has been granted you the highest access privileges. You may use it any time. Jiang Ling accepted the storage ring, a wave of warmth surging through him. These people genuinely cared for Blue Star and sincerely wished for his growth. He stood up and gave everyone a slight nod. Thank you all for your concern. I will strive to break through as soon as possible. As the meeting concluded, Jiang Ling descended the staircase. The golden glow of the setting sun bathed him, stretching his shadow long behind him. He touched the gaming wristband on his wrist. He rarely used it, yet he always kept it on him. He feared missing any game notifications. Just as he reached the doorway, the wristband suddenly vibrated. Clara's avatar popped up on the screen, accompanied by a message. Master, I'd like to spar with you regularly. The elders say only real combat can quickly solidify S-rank combat strength and prepare for future breakthroughs. Would once a week be feasible? Jiang Ling's lips curved upward involuntarily. He could picture Clara saying this. Probably gripping her weapon, head slightly bowed, eyes sparkling with anticipation and that stubborn determination unique to youth. She was more driven than he'd imagined. His fingers tapped lightly as he replied. Sure. Just send me a message with your wristband every Friday afternoon. After sending the message, he lifted his gaze to the sky. The flow of time differed between the Sky Realm and Blue Star, sometimes faster, sometimes slower. He couldn't predict how much time would pass on his side after each sparring session with Clara, nor how much she would improve. A once-weekly frequency should allow Clara to maintain her progress without disrupting his cultivation on Blue Star. 3 days later, Jiang Ling entered the Void Realm. Clara chose Beast God Valley as the location. Since becoming an S-rank battle armor master, she had constructed a training ground within the Beast God Valley and frequently trained there. The faint aura of the Beast God still permeated the air. Clara awaited him, already clad in her gold and red SS-grade battle armor. As Jiang Ling's golden battle armor materialized, a flicker of excitement crossed her eyes. She commanded her armor to step forward. "Master." "Ready?" Jiang Ling's voice boomed through the armor's amplifier, tinged with amusement. Clara nodded firmly, her golden weapon, the dragon blade, tracing an arc through the air. "Yes. I've mastered the Beast God's sky-splitting strike." "Then let's begin." Though Clara was now S-class, Jiang Ling held back his full strength. After all, his combat skills were directly assigned by the game at peak S rank, creating a noticeable gap between him and Clara. He adjusted his battle armor's energy output to 70%. "You go first." Clara drew a deep breath as her battle armor's thrusters erupted with a burst of crimson gold energy. Her figure shot forward like an arrow released from its string, instantly closing the distance to Jiang Ling. Her dragon blade, accompanied by a sharp, air-tearing shriek, slashed straight for his left shoulder. This was a tricky angle she'd learned from the Beast God's legacy, specifically designed to break through the armor's joint defenses. Jiang Ling's eyes flickered. Though not long, Clara's control over the battle armor had indeed improved significantly. Her timing and angles were far more precise than before. Yet her weaknesses remained glaringly obvious. It was likely a sign that the fusion between her bloodline and the battle armor was still imperfect. Jiang Ling didn't dodge. He merely raised the right arm of his battle armor slightly, and the dragon blade parried Clara's attack with precision. A crisp clang echoed as Clara felt a gentle yet unstoppable force surge through her. The dragon blade instantly veered off course, sending her staggering backward. "Focus your power," Jiang Ling's voice echoed in her ear. "Your force is too rushed, leaving you open." Clara bit her lip, adjusted her stance, and launched another attack. This time, she channeled the first tier of the Beast God transformation, the supreme inheritance of the Beast God Revered One. The twin wings on her battle armor instantly unfolded, while a pale crimson energy blade coalesced upon the dragon blade, nearly doubling its attack range. Jiang Ling still countered with only 70% of his strength. He stood like a solid mountain, effortlessly parrying every fierce strike Clara delivered. He did not launch a counterattack, instead pointing out her flaw during a pause in the defense. "The energy flow here is too sluggish. Adjust the thruster angle during your turns. Pay attention to your opponent's shoulder armor movements, they hold the key to predicting the next strike." 3 hours later, Clara's battle armor energy core was down to less than 10%, and she herself was nearing exhaustion. Leaning on her dragon blade, she gasped for breath as sweat trickled down her temples and across her cheeks. Seeing Jiang Ling's battle armor nearly unscathed, a pang of frustration washed over her. She was already an S-class battle armor master, yet she couldn't even touch her teacher's hem. "Teacher, am I really that useless?" Her voice carried a hint of hurt. Jiang Ling deactivated his battle armor, walked over to her, and handed her a bottle of water. "You've made tremendous progress. S-rank combat prowess isn't something you can fully master in such a short time." He gestured toward the ancient tree at the edge of the training ground. "Look at that tree. For its trunk to grow thick and sturdy, it must first sink its roots deep. You're currently laying those foundations, it can't be rushed." Clara took the water and sipped it slowly. The setting sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on Jiang Ling's face. His gaze was gentle, without a trace of impatience. Suddenly, she recalled the elder's words. Jiang Ling was an outsider. Sooner or later, he would leave the Void Realm. Yet right now, he was patiently guiding her growth, just like a true teacher. "Next week, I'll be stronger." Clara lifted her head, her eyes reignited with determination. Jiang Ling smiled. "I'll be waiting." He didn't notice the momentary flicker of distraction in Clara's eyes as she turned to retrieve her battle armor. As if something had flashed through her mind, too fleeting to grasp. Chapter 192, First Victory. A single month on Blue Star equated to several years in the Void Realm. During these years, Jiang Ling entered the Void Realm nearly every week to spar with Clara. Sometimes it was in the training grounds of Beast God Valley, where the clash of crimson gold and golden battle armor sparked brilliant light across the arena. Other times, they battled across the Void Realm's wastelands, their dragon blades clashing atop the bones of the insect emperor, the sound startling flocks of birds into flight. Clara's progress was astonishingly rapid. From initially being unable to withstand even Jiang Ling's 7th tier force, she later endured 2 full hours under his full power assault. From mechanically copying the Beast God's inherited combat techniques to adapting her moves flexibly in response to Jiang Ling's attacks. Her battle armor bore many new scratches, and similarly, Jiang Ling's armor showed signs of damage. At times, they were forced to pause and repair their battle armor. The defenses here could be strengthened further. Jiang Ling crouched beside Clara's battle armor, his fingertips tracing the plating on her right leg. "Last time you used that spinning slash, I hit this spot, it nearly severed your leg clean off. In a real fight, if I'd really put my full strength into it, this would have been enough for an enemy to kill you." Clara leaned against the leg of her battle armor, watching Jiang Ling's focused profile. Metal shavings clung to his fingertips, but he paid them no mind, his focused gaze fixed on refining her armor. The setting sun cast a soft shadow across his lashes, and she found herself staring, almost mesmerized. Teacher, would you also guide others in modifying battle armor like this back home? She asked suddenly. Jiang Ling paused his movements, lifting his head to meet her gaze with a smile. Rest assured, I haven't fully shared the Sky Realm's technology with Blue Star. Most of our battle armor is disposable, used once, then scrapped. We don't hold on to the technology, we merely borrow its power to protect our homeland. Besides, your battle armor is fused with the bloodline of the primordial dragon, far more complex than theirs. Clara's heartbeat inexplicably quickened. That wasn't what she meant. She quickly averted her gaze, pretending to look at the clouds on the horizon, though her voice tightened slightly. Oh. Moments like this were becoming more frequent. Sometimes Jiang Ling wouldn't leave right away. He'd sit on the stone bench in the training ground and massage the aching shoulders that Clara had developed from prolonged battle armor control. Other times, they'd pilot their battle armor along the coastline of the Sky Realm, watching the golden sunset dip below the horizon, painting the sea an orange-red. At Sky Realm's market, they'd sit side by side at a food stall, sharing a bowl of hot noodle soup sprinkled with scallions. Clara ate too hastily, burning her tongue and sticking it out. Jiang Ling smiled as he handed her iced water, feeling an indescribable contentment watching her. These days were truly comfortable. Blue Star was also safe, largely free from internal strife or external threats. The Sky Realm remained tranquil, maintaining a delicate equilibrium with the insect realm. Jiang Ling of Blue Star, too, underwent subtle transformations through these exchanges. Perhaps because the divine blood battle armor also required bloodline energy, each time he returned from the Void Realm, he could feel the Ancestral Dragon bloodline within him growing more vibrant. The bloodline surge during his battle with Clara had unexpectedly broken through a bottleneck in his cultivation. 3 months later, within the training chamber of the battle zone, Jiang Ling's aura surged violently as he successfully broke through to the martial emperor realm. Seated in the cultivation chamber, Jiang Ling mused, nurturing cultivation through combat truly is the fastest path. Friday sparring day arrived once more. On the Beast God Valley training grounds, the crimson gold and golden battlesuits had been locked in combat for 3 hours. Inside the cockpit, sweat beaded on Clara's forehead, yet her gaze remained unusually sharp. Her movements were several times faster than before, each swing of the dragon blade carrying the ripples of law. This was the new legacy of the beast god revered one. She had grasped last night the ability to split into 3 afterimages in an instant, making it difficult for opponents to discern her true form. Jiang Ling's gaze grew increasingly serious. He sensed that Clara was in exceptional form today. Not only had she mastered her combat techniques to perfection, but she could even anticipate his attack trajectories. He pushed the energy within his battle armor to its absolute limit, the golden glow on his dragon blade growing ever more dazzling. Their duel intensified. Master, take this! Clara suddenly cried out, her wings flapping violently behind her battle armor. Golden red energy coalesced around her, forming a colossal dragon silhouette. Fusing the bloodline of the primordial dragon with the legacy of the beast god revered one, the radiance on her dragon blade nearly eclipsed the sun in the sky. Ancestral Dragon Breaker. The crimson gold dragon shadow charged toward Jiang Ling with world-shattering might. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense the sheer power of this strike. It might already be infinitely close to SS rank. He held nothing back, pushing his bloodline to its absolute limit. The dragon blade swung horizontally, its golden blade energy colliding with the dragon's shadow with a thunderous crash. Boom! The massive shockwave sent the training ground's energy barrier trembling violently. Amidst billowing dust, 2 figures in battle armor simultaneously staggered backward. Jiang Ling's right arm armor sustained battle damage and flew backward. Clara's battle armor, though its energy fluctuations weakened and its glow dimmed, remained firmly planted. As the dust settled, Clara stared at the damage mark on Jiang Ling's armor, her expression momentarily frozen. Then, a burst of delighted exclamation erupted from her lips. Teacher, does this mean I won? Jiang Ling shed his armor, gazing at her flushed cheeks with satisfaction. Yes, you did. He stepped forward, intending to ruffle her hair as usual, but his hand paused mid-air. He suddenly realized Clara seemed taller, the childishness between her brows and eyes fading, replaced by a touch of a young girl's delicate beauty. Clara sensed it too, her cheeks flushing instantly as she instinctively took a step back. A breeze carrying the faint scent of flowers swept across the training ground, and the air between them suddenly grew slightly awkward. Just then, Clara's gaming wristband began to vibrate. She glanced down, her expression briefly clouding over before quickly regaining its composure. Looking up at Jiang Ling, she said, Master, the elders are summoning me to report on the training progress. I must depart now. With that, she hastily piloted her battle armor away. Jiang Ling watched the direction she vanished in, his brow furrowing slightly. When Clara had looked down at her bracelet earlier, he thought he'd seen a momentary flicker of distraction in her eyes, a hint of struggle he couldn't quite decipher. Was the training too exhausting? Far away in the Federation headquarters council chamber, the Grand Elder watched the monitor showing Clara's narrow victory, a cold smile curling his lips. He nodded to the hypnotist beside him. Clara truly is exceptional. In just a few short years, she's already gained the upper hand against Jiang Ling. The other elders also wore smiles, some even bursting into unrestrained laughter. It seems Clara is on the verge of reaching SS class. Once she reaches that realm, will the imprint we left in her subconscious still hold any sway? The third elder's voice was low, a hint of viciousness flashing across his face. This victory, then, is Jiang Ling's death knell. Prepare yourselves. The plan is to be executed at any moment during the upcoming training. Understood. Chapter 193, Mu Jiaxue's Breakthrough. The night sky of Blue Star was always serene and tranquil. Now, it was torn apart by a golden radiance. Jiang Ling was buried in intense cultivation within the training chamber of the war zone, nearly blinded by the blinding light. The radiance swept in from the east like a vertical Milky Way, dyeing half the sky a brilliant golden hue. Clouds churned within the glow, faintly revealing countless runes of cosmic laws swirling through them. Clearly, someone had achieved a breakthrough, triggering this celestial phenomenon. It was Mu Wuxian. But perhaps he shouldn't be called the martial god anymore? Xianlao's startled cry echoed from outside the cultivation chamber. Jiang Ling snapped his eyes open and burst out of the cultivation chamber. In the eastern skies of Blue Star, Mu Jiaxue's figure floated at the center of the rosy glow. Golden spiritual energy had coalesced around her into a tangible dragon form, each breath sending ripples through the surrounding space. Rivers churned violently on the ground, while mountains trembled faintly. The sun and moon dimmed, and even the cloud heaven palace began to tremble. The cosmic laws of Blue Star could no longer contain her power. Her aura must be suppressed immediately. Blue Star cannot endure this. Jiang Guo's voice carried urgency as he hurriedly flew beneath Mu Jiaxue, attempting to stabilize the surrounding space with his own energy. If this continued, Blue Star would shatter sooner or later. Yet the moment his energy neared the radiant glow, it shattered against the force of cosmic laws radiating from Mu Jiaxue. Mu Jiaxue's eyes remained tightly shut, her brow furrowed in concentration. Clearly in the critical phase of her breakthrough, she could not consciously control her power. Several martial gods acted simultaneously, weaving golden spiritual energy into a vast net in midair that barely managed to compress the glow's radius by half. Yet blood already trickled from the corners of their mouths. The overwhelming pressure at this realm was utterly beyond what these martial gods could withstand. Just then, Mu Jiaxue within the radiance suddenly opened her eyes. Her pupils reflected swirling runes of law as she raised a hand and pressed it lightly toward the sky. The beam of light piercing heaven and earth instantly retracted, transforming into a slender golden thread that vanished into the center of her brow. The celestial phenomena vanished, rivers returned to their courses, and trembling mountains settled back into stillness as if the entire event had been an illusion. Zhang Guosong exhaled in relief, wiping sweat from his brow. After so many years, Blue Star had finally produced another Ascended Master. Ascended Masters represented the pinnacle of power achievable on Blue Star. In ancient times, this feat was known as Ascension. In other words, Blue Star could no longer sustain him, forcing him to ascend to the higher realms. Yet Mu Jiaxue's expression remained unsettled. She gazed down at the Blue Star beneath her feet, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She approached the several martial gods and spoke calmly. Do you recall the intelligence I gathered? Martial god realm equates to 4th tier powerhouses, yet I have now surpassed 7th tier. What? 7th tier? Doesn't that mean we'll have the beast realm in the palm of our hands? Even in a 4th tier world, that makes her a super tier powerhouse. Truly the youngest martial god of Great Xia. Boundless potential indeed. The martial gods were visibly excited, chattering away in animated discussion. Mu Jiaxue, however, shook her head gently. My power has already surpassed Blue Star's carrying capacity. Staying here any longer will only continue to trigger celestial anomalies. Hearts sank instantly among the crowd. They understood what this meant. This was precisely why inhabitants of small worlds all aspired for their realms to advance to higher tiers. Should a being emerge whose power vastly surpasses the world's limits, such a being of that realm must journey to a higher tier world. Otherwise, the small world would either collapse or the individual would be rejected by its laws until they perished. Ah, Jiaxue, with your departure, who knows when? May the day come when Blue Star grows strong enough to retain its own mighty ones. 3 days later, Jiang Ling received a message from Mu Jiaxue, asking him to visit her home that evening. Uncertain of the reason, he assumed it was urgent military business and arrived at Mu Jiaxue's small house before dusk. Her home was nestled in a small courtyard at the foot of the capital's mountains, its walls covered in climbing vines. As Jiang Ling pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw Mu Jiaxue bustling about in the kitchen, an apron tied around her waist. The evening sunlight streaming through the window cast a warm glow upon her, softening the fierce edge she carried on the battlefield and lending her a touch of domestic warmth. You're here? Mu Jiaxue emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of food, greeting him with a smile just as the final dish was ready. Jiang Ling stepped into the living room and saw the dishes on the table. His footsteps halted abruptly. On the plate lay the all-too-familiar braised pork belly, accompanied by scrambled eggs with tomatoes. These were the dishes they often cooked together back in the Tiansong realm. After returning to Blue Star,
He rarely cooked for himself anymore, so seeing them now, he couldn't help but feel a moment of daze. What are you standing there for? Sit down. Mu Xiaoxue ladled a bowl of soup and placed it before him. Try it. I made it based on how I remember it tastes. I wonder if it's the same. Jiang Ling sat down naturally, picked up his chopsticks, yet hesitated to eat. He knew Mu Xiaoxue never did anything without purpose. This meal was most likely a reminder for him. She knew his secret, knew his experiences in the sky realm, knew who Ling Jiang was. They sat facing each other in silence, eating half a bowl of rice without a word. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened, and the chirping of insects in the courtyard grew clearer. I'm leaving. Mu Xiaoxue spoke suddenly, her voice soft yet carrying an unwavering certainty. Perhaps tomorrow, I'll depart for the upper realm. Once I go, it might be a very, very long time before I return, or I might never come back at all. Jiang Ling tightened his grip on his chopsticks and looked up at her. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze was calm, as if she were discussing something utterly ordinary. He nodded, murmuring softly, take care. Mu Xiaoxue smiled, poured herself a cup of wine, then filled Jiang Ling's cup as well. So you intend to keep hiding this from me? Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. He stared at the liquid in his glass, his reflection shimmering on the surface, suddenly feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Ever since returning to Blue Star, he had been pretending. He pretended they had never shared that experience, pretending to be nothing more than a junior student. But Mu Xiaoxue had spent so much time with him in the sky realm. Even the slightest hint might be enough for her to confirm what she already suspected. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, yet no words came out. Mu Xiaoxue didn't press him further. She simply lifted her cup and took a small sip. Truthfully, I should have guessed long ago why the Jiang family suddenly turned against the Yi family and rescued the Mu family. Why were you so certain I'd return? Why did you lead me to the Blue Star's primordial land? Why did you help me breach the world's barrier? And why you're called Ling Jiang? These questions become clear with just a moment's thought. She looked at Jiang Ling, her eyes holding no anger, only a faint trace of resignation. I just want to know, who am I to you? Your principal and senior? Or your student? What exactly did the experience in the sky blue realm mean to you? Chapter 194, Reflection. Jiang Ling's fingertips lightly traced the rim of his cup. Silent. The liquid in the cup rippled with tiny waves as he stared intently. Mu Xiaoxue's gaze settled on his face, calm as deep water. There was no urgency, no accusation, yet it made him feel he could no longer keep up the pretense. I had no choice. Truly. He lifted his head, his voice tinged with weariness. There are things I couldn't say, at least not then. The Yi family was pressing so hard, and I didn't know your stance. So, my time in the sky realm was real to me. Every single moment was precious. He expected Mu Xiaoxue to press him, to be angry, even to accuse him of keeping secrets. But she merely smiled, picked up her chopsticks, and took a piece of egg. I knew it. Jiang Ling froze. You don't resent me? Resent you for what? Mu Xiaoxue countered, a hint of warmth in her eyes. Resent you for rebuilding my foundation in the sky realm? Resent you for bringing me back from the sky realm? Or resent you for helping Blue Star fend off the 100,000 strong army of the celestial beast realm after your return? She set down her chopsticks and met Jiang Ling's gaze. If I resented you, I wouldn't have backed you as the divine realm's military leader back then. I wouldn't have allocated that massive sum of funds, the one you never disclosed the purpose of. And I certainly wouldn't have prepared to shatter the secret realm after you were sucked into the Cloud Heaven Palace. Jiang Ling's heart felt as if struck by something, a wave of bittersweet warmth washing over him. He'd always believed his facade was flawless, yet Mu Xiaoxue had long seen through it and silently supported him all along. I'm sorry, he murmured. No need to apologize. Mu Xiaoxue shook her head, pouring herself another cup of wine. Everyone has secrets. How you achieved all this, your true strength, your motives, none of it matters to me. At least I know you won't harm me, won't harm Blue Star. I just want to ask you one last thing. Her gaze drifted toward the window, as if looking beyond Blue Star's night sky to a place far beyond. Those two immensely powerful beings who descended upon Blue Star last time, they came specifically for you. Were they like me? Jiang Ling's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Mu Xiaoxue to have guessed even this. What place do we truly hold in your heart? Mu Xiaoxue turned her head, her eyes holding a hint of curiosity and a barely perceptible edge of tension. Are we important people who need protecting? Or just mass-produced teacher-student passers-by? She didn't finish, but Jiang Ling understood. He recalled their days in the sky blue realm, hiding with Mu Xiaoxue in mountain ravines, roasting game meat around campfires at night, her mouth always smeared with grease. He remembered the uncontrollable rage he felt when the Scion Emperor bullied her. He remembered the heartless words he had to utter to graduate, and the look in her eyes at that moment. He also recalled Bai Jishui, that lecherous senior apprentice who, in his presence, would reveal a childlike side, tilting her head to steal glances at him, her mind lost in who knows what chaotic thoughts. He remembered Yun Shu, the money-hungry high schooler turned CEO, who'd personally cooked for him while he recovered, her thoughtful care evident. And Clara, that innocent girl from the Void Realm. At first, he truly treated these people and events as mere tasks or games, but over time, the companionship and the longing had all become real. Yet when it came to defining their place in his heart, he couldn't quite articulate it. Disciples, comrades in arms, people needing protection, it felt like all of those, yet somehow more. Jiang Ling opened his mouth, only to find he couldn't find the right words. I cherish each and every one of you. Mu Xiaoxue watched his flustered expression and suddenly smiled. She rose, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The evening breeze carried the scent of flowers from the courtyard inside, ruffling her long hair. This is enough. Some things needn't be spelled out. I know in my heart, and your awareness is enough. She turned back and gave Jiang Ling a slight nod. It's getting late, and I have a journey ahead tomorrow. Take care of yourself, and take care of Blue Star. Jiang Ling also stood, meeting her gaze. You too. Once you reach the upper realm, be cautious in all things. Mu Xiaoxue nodded, saying nothing more, only watching him walk out of the courtyard. As Jiang Ling reached the gate, he glanced back. Mu Xiaoxue still stood by the window, bathed in moonlight that seemed to cast a silvery halo around her. He waved once, then turned and vanished into the night. Stepping out of the alley, Jiang Ling walked slowly along the street. The warm yellow glow of Blue Star's streetlight stretched his shadow long behind him. His mind was filled with questions about Mu Xiaoxue, and he still felt a bit lost. Perhaps from the very beginning, he shouldn't have defined these relationships so clearly. Cherishing the companionship of the present moment might have been enough. Before he knew it, he had reached the building where he lived. Just as he unlocked the door, the gaming wristband on his wrist suddenly vibrated. A message from Clara popped up on the screen. Tapping it revealed her cheerful voice. I've mastered another technique from the Beast God's legacy. Master. Next time, I might just beat you easily. Teacher, I've newly mastered the Beast God's twin shadow slash. Can we spar tomorrow? Jiang Ling gazed at the dragon blade in the photo, recalling how Clara would always crouch nearby after their sparring sessions, watching him repair his battle armor. A smile crept onto his lips. His fingers tapped lightly as he replied, sure. Tomorrow afternoon. Same place. After sending the message, he walked to the balcony, gazing at the heavy clouds in the distance before turning his gaze toward the starry sky. Mu Xiaoxue should be setting off soon. Jiang Ling set down his phone and leaned against the railing. The night breeze swept by, carrying a hint of chill. He knew Mu Xiaoxue's departure was merely the beginning. As his and Clara's power continued to grow, both Blue Star and the Sky Realm would face increasing challenges from higher realms, and he must grow stronger quickly to protect those around him. The bracelet vibrated again. Clara had replied to good teacher. Jiang Ling smiled, tucked the bracelet away, and turned to enter the room. Alright, tomorrow it's back to the Sky Realm for extra training. Sky Realm. Federation Council Chamber. Grand Elder. Might this course of action prove overly ruthless? We're speaking of 800,000 civilians. This is for the long-term perspective. Though we've maintained Clara's prolonged hypnosis, unforeseen complications remain possible. Only the sacrifice of these 800,000 lives can fully awaken Clara's inner resolve, even if she doesn't voice it. Doesn't she yearn for it deep down? Though the Immortal Emperor's palace and the Beastmaster's divine realm forbid leaders of the insect realm and the high world from intervening, the very reason the insect realm boasts so many peak insect emperors is due to the imbalance Jiang Ling created. The high world's tilt toward the insect realm. Our forces are insufficient. What choice do we have? These 800,000 souls, sacrificing themselves for the void realm's advancement, will die with purpose. Chapter 195, Collapse. Beast God Valley. Training ground. The ground bore no resemblance to its former state. The bluestone slabs pockmarked with dense clusters of craters from the energy impact. The air was thick with lingering energy ripples, a tangled web of crimson and gold that brushed against the skin like tangible threads. Clara's SS-grade battle armor knelt half-bent on the ground, its energy core in her chest flashing with urgent red light. Each beat was accompanied by a faint clicking sound. That Beast God twin shadow slash had nearly drained the Ancestral Dragon bloodline power from her body. Yet her grip on the dragon blade remained as steady as a rock. Clearly, she still had reserves left. Yet now, Jiang Ling's golden battle armor knelt on one knee. The armor on his left arm lay completely shattered, revealing the sparking mechanical joints beneath. Even the fingers gripping the dragon blade trembled faintly. Did I really win this time? Clara's voice crackled through the battle armor's amplifier, tinged with disbelief. This wasn't a narrow victory like last time. It was her seizing the most crucial opportunity after Jiang Ling showed a weakness, precisely striking the vital point of his armor with the dragon blade thanks to her newfound understanding of the Beast God's legacy, ultimately gaining the upper hand.
Jiang Ling shed his battle armor. Beads of sweat rolled down his jawline, splattering onto the ground and sending tiny droplets flying. His gaze fell upon the fresh gashes etched into Clara's armor, each one a testament to her growth. A smile touched his lips. You won. Your blade now seamlessly connects with the third tier of beast god transformation. You're stronger than I am. He flexed his left arm. The current Clara was truly formidable. A dull ache pulsed through his joints, yet his heart swelled with satisfaction. Clara shed her battle armor, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling like a sky full of stars. Just as she was about to speak again, hurried footsteps echoed from the training ground entrance. The third elder, leaning on his energy cane, rushed in, his face deathly pale. The sound of his cane tapping the ground carried an unusual sense of panic. He stumbled at the entrance, nearly falling from running too fast. Miss Clara, it's terrible. A major incident has occurred. The third elder's voice was laced with urgency, the vein on his temple throbbing violently. The insect hive swarm of insect lords has breached the Federation's defenses. At least 30 insect lords are charging toward the civilian district. Clara's smile froze instantly. Her fingers clenched the hilt of the dragon blade so tightly her knuckles turned white. The swarm emperors? Wasn't it said that the insect realm dared not easily send troops under the restrictions of the Immortal Emperor's palace? No other world has intervened. This is the insect realm's own strength. The third elder gasped for breath, his eyes deliberately filled with despair. He grabbed Clara's arm with such force it nearly crushed her bones. They secretly delivered the energy-devouring queen to the insect realm. That creature can spawn countless insect emperors in a short time. Even though S-rank battle armor masters have been dispatched, the numerical gap is too vast. No one can stop the additional insect emperors. Jiang Ling's expression darkened instantly. Just as he opened his mouth to warn Clara that something was amiss, he saw her face turn deathly pale in an instant. Her body trembled slightly beyond her control, her eyes filled with disbelieving terror. Northern Civilian District. Clara's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, laced with a shatteringly broken tremor. That's the area I'm responsible for. I just reinforced the defensive array last week and built an underground shelter. But the defenses crumbled before the Bug Queen. Third Elder deliberately deepened her voice, tears streaming down her face, a perfectly measured despair, seemingly born of grief. We just received news from the front lines. Your entire sector, all 800,000 civilians, were slaughtered. Not a single soul survived. Boom! It felt like a thunderclap exploding in Clara's mind. The faces of those civilians instantly flooded her vision. The old woman selling hot noodle soup always added an extra spoonful of scallions to her bowl, saying, "You work hard training in your battle armor. Young lady, you need to eat well." The armorer uncle who'd reinforced her armor joints for free once grinned. "When you become an SS rank, you'll have to write an inscription for my little shop." And that little girl who always followed her around, her hair in 2 pigtails, always slipping her the candy she'd saved up, saying, "Sister Clara protects us. I love you." Those vibrant people, those warm moments, in an instant, they became cold statistics of slaughtered to the last in the third elder's words. This can't be. How could it happen so fast? Clara shook her head, stumbling backward 2 steps until her back slammed hard against the stone wall behind her, echoing with a dull thud. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the metallic taste of blood spreading in her mouth. "I reinforced the defensive array. I promised to protect them. How is this your fault?" The third elder's voice suddenly rose, his gaze turning fierce as he fixed it on Jiang Ling, as if he'd found an outlet for his rage. "Blame him, Jiang Ling. If you hadn't leaked the Void Realm's battle armor technology to Blue Star, provoking the higher world's displeasure, would the Beastmaster Divine Realm have suddenly supported the Insect Realm? If you hadn't drawn the Immortal Emperor Palace's sanctions, would the Sky Realm have lost its powerful allies?" He pointed a finger at Jiang Ling's nose. Spittle flying, the strength of the Sky Realm and the Insect Realm was perfectly balanced. And now, so many extra Insect Emperors. We don't even have enough people to intercept them. This is all your fault. You're the one who killed those civilians. His words pierced Clara's heart like poison needles. One by one, the air around them seemed to freeze. Clara's temples throbbed violently. Beyond the third elder's accusations, a faint yet icy voice echoed in her ears. It was the suggestion that had echoed in the deepest recesses of her mind countless nights, delivered in that low, resonant voice. It's his fault. Jiang Ling ruined everything. He brought not aid, but disaster. Only by eliminating him can the Void Realm find peace. Jiang Ling sensed something was amiss. The third elder's words felt too deliberate, as if rehearsed countless times. Moreover, Clara's reaction wasn't merely grief, it seemed her emotions were being forcibly twisted by some external force. He snapped his gaze toward the shadows in the corner of the training ground. There, the air stirred with faint energy fluctuations, the distinctive aura of a psychic battle armor specialist. Those so-called professional psychological counselors of the Federation.
They were using psychic interference to disrupt Clara's consciousness at this critical moment. Clara, don't listen to him. Jiang Ling rushed forward, reaching out to grasp Clara's hand and pull her from the chaos of her emotions. This is a trap. They deliberately. Don't touch me. Clara violently swatted his hand away, the force sending Jiang Ling stumbling backward. Her eyes were filled with pain and turmoil, as if two versions of herself were locked in combat. One whispered, "The master wouldn't harm me," while the other screamed, "He killed everyone." She looked at Jiang Ling, then whipped her head toward the distant civilian district. Tears streamed down her cheeks, splattering onto the ground and leaving small wet smears. A flicker of satisfaction crossed the third elder's eyes as he discreetly gestured toward the shadows. The psychic armor technician in the corner immediately amplified his psychic output. An invisible wave of energy surged like a tidal wave into Clara's mind, gradually drowning her last vestiges of lucidity. Clara's body began to shake violently. Her complexion turned from pale to ashen, her lips trembling as if she wanted to speak. In the end, only a few words were squeezed out between clenched teeth, her voice raspy as sandpaper. "It's you. It's all you." Chapter 196, Breaking Free. The wind on the training ground suddenly turned bitterly cold, whipping up gravel and dust from the ground. It whipped against the wreckage of the battle armor, creating a rustling sound that seemed like a mournful lament. Clara stood rooted to the spot, her body still trembling, yet the chaos in her eyes was being replaced by a cold, hollow void. Deep within her once clear pupils, a faint purple glow began to emerge. Jiang Ling could distinctly sense the rapid shift in the aura surrounding her. Within the warm golden spiritual energy of the Zilong bloodline, a thread of frigid, darkened energy now mingled. The two forces collided violently within her, causing her body to twist slightly as if enduring immense agony. He knew Clara's subconscious was being fully activated, poised to erupt at any moment. A frantic alert flashed in his mind. Warning! Target Clara's darkening value, 20. Current darkening value, 90. Affection value, 5. Current affection value, 70. Clara, look at me. Jiang Ling softened his voice, attempting to rouse her lucid consciousness with a familiar tone. The civilian district you oversee has an emergency defense plan. I previously built a 3-story underground shelter for you, concealed by a spatial array. Those civilians couldn't possibly. You're still lying to me. Clara suddenly roared, her eyes erupting with terrifying crimson light as a dark purple aura instantly engulfed her pupils. The psionic battle armor master's interference and the third elder's provocation struck like two heavy hammers, shattering her psychological defenses completely. She stumbled backward, her SS-grade battle armor activating instantly. Golden and crimson plates covered her body, while her dragon blade gathered a dark purple energy, the twisted hue of her darkened state, radiating an aura of utter destruction. System alert, Clara's corruption value 10. Current corruption value 100. Clara. Jiang Ling's pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively activated his golden battle armor. This was the first time he'd encountered such a situation, his apprentice's darkening value maxing out first. He didn't attack, nor did he even assume a defensive stance. Instead, he spread his arms wide, allowing the energy barrier of his golden battle armor to envelop him. He couldn't bring himself to strike Clara down, not even now, when she was under hypnotic control. Not even now, when the murderous intent in her eyes threatened to spill over. You destroyed my home. You made me lose everyone I wanted to protect. Clara's voice boomed through the armor's amplifiers, mechanically cold, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. The elders were right. Only by neutralizing you can the void realm regain stability. The crimson gold armor blurred into a streak of light, closing upon Jiang Ling in an instant. The dark purple dragon blade sliced through space with a piercing shriek, striking directly at the energy core of the golden battle armor. That was the most vulnerable point of any battle armor. Destroyed, it would be rendered completely useless, its mental link forcibly severed, inflicting severe damage on its user. Jiang Ling felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart, the pain nearly suffocating him. But he saw the red light in the eye of Clara's battle armor, twisted in agony, and noticed the slight tremor in her blade-wielding hand, proof her subconscious was still resisting. His damaged battle armor stood no chance against Clara's current berserk state. Ultimately, he chose to remain still. Thud! The dragon blade pierced the golden armor's energy core with pinpoint accuracy. Dark purple energy surged in like venomous snakes, spreading wildly through the armor's energy circuits. The golden glow dimmed visibly before his eyes. Crack! Crack! The armor's joints began shattering. The dragon wings on its back snapped off with a thunderous crash. The entire suit collapsed like a puppet without a skeleton, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Ling was pinned beneath the armor's flying debris. A sharp, wrenching pain shot through his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the golden armor. He felt the mental link to the armor snap completely in an instant. This game rewarded armor,
which had accompanied him through the battles of the celestial beast realm, was now ruined. Well done, Miss Clara. The third elder burst from the shadows, a savage grin spreading across his face. Behind him, the four elders simultaneously activated their battle armor. Four S-class suits fanned out in a circle, completely surrounding Jiang Ling. Their energy cannons were aimed at every vital spot: his head, heart, limbs. The first elder, commanding his armor, stepped forward. The crimson glow of the energy cannon flickered before Jiang Ling's eyes as he sneered. Thanks to Miss Clara, we finally have you cornered. You old fox, rest assured, once you're dead, we'll take good care of her. She'll forever remain the sole hope of the Void Realm. Lying amidst the wreckage of his battle armor, Jiang Ling gazed up at the malevolent suits hovering overhead, his heart turning to ice. For the first time, he felt utterly powerless. Clara was innocent. He cursed himself for failing to uncover the elders' plot sooner, for his overconfidence that he could protect her. He never imagined they would use civilians' lives as bait, warping her consciousness with hypnosis. Player has died once. This death will be permanent. Current apprentice master quest failed. Just as the Grand Elder's energy cannon was about to fire, a crimson gold figure suddenly moved. It was Clara. Her battle armor still shimmered with dark purple energy, but the red light in her eyes pulsed violently, as if two consciousnesses were frantically tugging and clashing within her mind. The third elder froze for a moment before barking a command. Miss Clara, what are you doing? Move aside. Don't delay our purge of the traitor. Clara did not move. Her battle armor trembled slightly, the dragon blade hanging at her side. Jiang Ling could sense the dark energy surrounding her weakening, replaced by a faint yet steadfast warmth. It was the golden energy of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, carrying warmth as it gradually dispersed the dark purple gloom. He was the teacher. Clara's voice was broken and strained, each word squeezed out through gritted teeth. He taught me to cultivate the divine blood battle armor. He shielded me with his body. He helped me reshape myself. He did not harm the Void Realm. In her mind, the hypnotic voice clashed violently with her memories of being with Jiang Ling. The elders called Jiang Ling a disaster star, yet she remembered how he had single-handedly absorbed the attacks of 10 insect emperors to protect her on the wasteland. They claimed eliminating him was the only way to protect the Void Realm, yet he had stood guard alongside her, even going so far as to summon those two supreme beings. No, it wasn't like that. Clara snapped her head up, the crimson glow in her battle armor's visor fading completely, reverting to its original golden red hue. She turned, her dragon blade pointed at the third elder, her voice trembling with tears yet unwavering. I don't know what to do, but I don't want Master to die. The third elder's face instantly drained of color. He hadn't expected Clara to break free from the hypnosis. Miss Clara, you've been deceived. He's nothing but a fraud. He only approached you for the armor technology of the Void Realm. Shut up. Stop talking. Clara snarled, unleashing a crimson gold blade of energy from her dragon blade. It instantly sent the third elder's battle armor reeling back several steps, a gaping crack splitting open his chest armor to the bone. She stood before Jiang Ling, her crimson gold battle armor flexing slightly as inner conflict raged within her, but her back shielded him firmly as she whispered to the four elders, "Do not kill him." Jiang Ling watched her back, his eyes instantly welling up. He knew Clara had broken free from the hypnosis. Rebellion. Utter rebellion. The Grand Elder trembled with rage, a flash of ruthless determination in his eyes. The crimson glow of the energy cannon flared once more. You dare protect this foreign enemy? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. If you don't step aside, you'll be destroyed along with him. Four S-class battlesuits launched simultaneous attacks. Energy beams and blades rained down like a storm toward Clara's back. Clara gritted her teeth, positioning her battle armor to shield Jiang Ling. The golden red energy barrier trembled violently under the onslaught, its surface instantly covered in spider web-like cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Chapter 197, The Decision. The wind from the training ground, carrying waves of heat, lashed against her face. Her fingers whitened as she gripped the dragon blade with all her might. Her eyes reddened, staring at the shattered remains of Jiang Ling's battle armor. She seemed to be fighting for her life. She remained motionless. If she moved even an inch, those icy gun barrels would be trained directly on the person behind her. Jiang Ling lay on the ground, clearly seeing Clara's battle armor trembling slightly, torn by extreme conflict. She shielded him while her subconscious was filled with the notion that Jiang Ling was a disaster waiting to happen. She trusted him, yet couldn't ignore the fact that 300,000 civilians had perished, as stated by the third elder. Clara. Jiang Ling's voice was soft, tinged with a barely perceptible hoarseness. Step aside first. Clara's shoulders jerked violently, but she didn't turn around. She only gripped the dragon blade tighter. No. Her voice trembled with tears, yet remained unwavering. I don't know what to do, but they're coming for you. I won't let them, but our problem must be resolved. Jiang Ling stared at her battle armor. I know. Your duty lies with the Void Realm, with those who need your protection. Not me. No. Clara whipped her head around, eyes red beneath her visor as tears streamed down her cheeks. You matter too. You're my teacher. You taught me to control my bloodline. You sparred with me. You. Her voice choked and broke as fragments of memories, long buried by hypnosis, surged forth uncontrollably. On the wasteland, he shielded her from the Bug Emperor's attack. At the market, he smiled as he handed her steaming noodles. On the training grounds, he crouched beside her, helping mend her battle armor. Those warm moments were crystal clear. Jiang Ling's heart felt like it was soaking in lukewarm water, sour and limp. He raised his hand as if to gently wipe away the tears on her cheek, his fingertips hovering in the air before slowly lowering them. Clara's body stiffened for a moment before trembling slightly as she leaned closer toward him, like a wounded little animal. Teacher knows you're struggling. Jiang Ling's voice softened to a whisper, his gaze mirroring her reflection. You want to protect me, yet you can't let go of the people in the Void Realm. But have you ever considered that perhaps, from the very beginning, my staying in the Void Realm was a mistake? Clara froze, then shook her head violently. It wasn't a mistake. Without you, I would have perished in the insect tide long ago, and the Sky Realm wouldn't have survived this long. But now, the insect realm grows stronger because of me, and the elders scheme against you because of me. Jiang Ling sighed softly, his gaze drifting toward the distant civilian district before settling back on her face. Perhaps only by my departure can you truly guard the Void Realm without reservation. Clara's pupils suddenly contracted, as if this statement had struck her deepest wound. Her mouth opened, wanting to say she could protect both him and the Void Realm, yet she found herself unable to form a single coherent sentence. The elders' accusations, the subconscious hints, and the grim reality of the civilian district behind them like three nets trapped her in the middle, making even breathing feel heavy. Jiang Ling watched the confusion and anguish in her eyes, and a quiet decision formed within him. Without a flicker of emotion, he summoned the game in his mind. A voice audible only to him displayed Clara's status. Clara status, corruption value 100100, affection value 85100, bond value 100100, just 15 more affection points. Jiang Ling pondered in his mind. A virtual electronic voice rang out in his consciousness, cold and clear. Mastery reward details. 1. Apprentice Clara will obtain the complete Zhurong bloodline, breaking through to the peak of an SS tier battle armor master. The beast god revered one's inheritance will automatically upgrade to the supreme inheritance, supporting cultivation up to the supreme realm of all heavens. 2. Award Clara an exclusive SSS tier divine blood battle armor, aligned with the Void Realm's laws, the first of its kind in 10,000 years. 3. Player receives exclusive SSS tier divine blood battle armor, independent of Void Realm laws, aligned with universal laws across all realms, corresponding to 8th tier combat power, untraceable to the Void Realm. Jiang Ling's heart skipped a beat. Damn game, I'm taking the initiative this time, but you've gotta help me. Agreed. An SSS tier battle armor, aligned with the universal laws of all realms and possessing 8th tier combat power. This meant that if he could obtain this armor, Blue Star would gain an unmatched barrier against the incursions of higher realms. Most crucially, it would not affect the Void Realm. And Clara's reward is nothing short of godlike. The complete bloodline of the primordial dragon, the supreme inheritance, plus an SSS-grade battle armor unprecedented in the Void Realm for 10,000 years. With these, she'll be more than capable of guarding the Void Realm alone, never again needing to be restrained by the elders. The trigger condition is that Clara's affinity must reach maximum value. Her current 85 points were gained while protecting him after regaining consciousness, to increase by another 15 points. Unless, Jiang Ling's gaze fell upon Clara's tear-glistening eyes, his Adam's apple shifting slightly. He knew what he had to do. Clara, he raised his hand, his movements as gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. Remember the first time you activated the battle armor? Clara paused, then nodded. It was in her tiny cabin, her body trembling with nervousness. Jiang Ling had guided the fusion of the Zulu dragon bloodline with the battle armor. His touch felt warm and steady, instantly calming her. Back then, you said you wanted to become strong enough to protect everyone. Jiang Ling's voice carried a hint of laughter, yet his eyes held a barely perceptible trace of bitterness. Now, you've achieved it. You're the youngest S-class battle armor master in the Sky Realm. You stood alone against the Insect Emperor. You're stronger than I ever imagined. Clara's cheeks flushed slightly, yet her eyes remained clouded with confusion. But I still ended up hurting you. A teacher gets hurt because they weren't careful enough. Jiang Ling shook his head. But remember this, true strength isn't about never getting hurt. It's about stepping forward for those you care about, even when you know you'll get hurt. When you stood in front of me just now, you were stronger than ever. Clara's heartbeat quickened suddenly, a warm current surging from her core.
spreading through her veins to every limb and bone. She gazed into Jiang Ling's eyes, those eyes that usually held a gentle smile now seemed to conceal emotion she couldn't fully grasp, relief, reluctance, and a hint of resolve. System notice, Clara affection level 5. Current affection level 90/100. Jiang Ling's fingertips paused briefly before he continued, actually, there's something I never told you. In the northern civilian district you oversee, I built a 3-story underground shelter. Its entrance is concealed by a spatial array, the Bug Emperor could never find it. The Third Elder's claim of wiping them all out was a lie. Clara's eyes widened in shock. Really? It's true. Jiang Ling retrieved a memory crystal from the shattered battle armor and handed it to her. This is the shelter's surveillance footage. Take a look. Clara trembled as she took the crystal and channeled her mental energy into it. The crystal clearly showed the shelter's interior. 800,000 civilians huddled in the secure underground space. Though fear etched their faces, they were all safe and unharmed. The old woman who sold hot noodle soup was distributing food to the children, while the uncle repairing battle armor inspected the shelter's defensive formations. Those she thought were dead were still alive. They were still alive. Tears welled up in Clara's eyes once more, this time from joy and relief. She turned to look at Jiang Ling, her gaze brimming with gratitude. Teacher, thank you for protecting them for me. This was precisely what Jiang Ling had commanded the game to do, and the game had executed it flawlessly. System notice, Clara's affection level 8. Current affection level 98100. Only 2 points left. Jiang Ling gazed into her sparkling eyes, the ache in his heart growing even deeper. He knew the final 2 points of affection would demand the heaviest price. Clara, his voice low and gentle, if one day the teacher must leave, will you blame me? Clara's body stiffened abruptly. She touched the battle armor, took 2 quick steps forward, and grabbed Jiang Ling's hand. The joy in her eyes instantly gave way to panic. She took 2 steps forward. Teacher, where are you going? Are you leaving me all alone? Jiang Ling watched her panicked expression, his heart twisting in pain, nearly wavering, but as he met the elder's cold, calculating gazes in the distance, saw the scars on Clara's battle armor, and recalled the looming threat from the high realm that Blue Star might face, he steeled his resolve. He clasped her hand in his, feeling the faint chill and tremor in her palm. I won't abandon you. His voice was soft, yet carried an unwavering certainty. But some paths you must walk alone. Wherever you go, your teacher will be right there with you, within your sight. System notice, Clara affection level 2. Current affection level 100100. Detected, Clara's darkening value 100100. Affection value 100100. Bond value 100100. Mastery conditions met. Trigger mastery quest? Jiang Ling felt as though an invisible hand had clenched his heart. The pain so intense it nearly robbed him of breath. Staring into Clara's eyes filled with dependence and trust, he slowly closed his own and silently murmured in his mind, yes. Chapter 198, Graduation. Master, what exactly are you doing? Clara's voice trembled with tears. She could feel Jiang Ling's hand quivering slightly, and the air of finality around him made her heart race wildly. She tried to pull him out from the shattered battle armor, only to find his body rooted to the spot, utterly immobile. Jiang Ling slowly opened his eyes. Beneath the tenderness in his gaze lay a sorrowful resolve she couldn't fathom. He raised his hand, gently wiping the tears from her cheek. The warmth of his fingertips sent a shiver through her heart. Clara, you are the only person I care about in this world. How could I ever put you in such a dilemma? His voice was soft, like wind skimming across a lake, yet it carried an unwavering resolve. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled a jet-black dagger from the shattered remains of his battle armor. Clara's pupils contracted sharply, her heart clenched as if by an icy fist. Master, what are you doing with that blade? The surrounding elders froze in shock. The third elder frowned and snapped. Jiang Ling, what trickery is this? Jiang Ling ignored them, his gaze fixed tenderly on Clara, warmth nearly overflowing from his eyes. Have you forgotten? Your ancestral dragon bloodline, I transferred it to you using my own bloodline all those years ago. Over the years, though you've gradually integrated it through the beast god's inheritance, you've always been missing that final step. That's why you've been stuck at SS rank for so long. He raised the blood-summoning blade, its edge glinting coldly in the setting sun. Today, let me assist you one final time. I shall fully transfer my bloodline to you, granting you a near-complete ancestral dragon bloodline. Only then will you break through the SS rank without hindrance and journey even further. No! Clara shook her head frantically, desperate to lunge forward and snatch the dagger. But Jiang Ling moved with lightning speed, leaving her helpless as the jet-black blade slowly pressed against his chest. Teacher, I don't want your bloodline. I just want you to be okay. Do you hear me? Her voice cracked like a broken gong, tears spilling like beads from a snapped string, splattering onto the floor and spreading into wet smudges. Jiang Ling watched her frantic expression, a gentle smile curving his lips. Just as he had done countless times during their sparring sessions, he gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, why are you crying? Your teacher is just accompanying you in a different way. His fingertip pressed lightly against the hilt of the blood-drawing blade, and the blade instantly sank into his chest. No blood gushed forth. Instead, countless golden specks drifted from his wound like shattered stars, slowly floating toward Clara. No! Clara let out a shrill cry. Her strength drained as if sucked out, sliding down the wreckage of Jiang Ling's battle armor to sit on the ground. Watching the golden sparks spill from Jiang Ling's body, watching his form gradually turn transparent, felt like her heart was being torn apart. The pain made even breathing feel like a luxury. As Jiang Ling's body dissolved into the light, his voice remained clear, tinged with a gentle acceptance. Clara, take good care of yourself from now on. Protect the Sky Realm and never trust the words of villains again. The points drifted toward Clara as if alive, settling upon her skin before instantly merging into her body. A warm, colossal power surged through her veins, like parched land receiving life-giving rain. The stagnant sensation caused by forcibly activating her bloodline vanished instantly, replacing it with an unprecedented sense of ease throughout her entire body. She could feel the ancestral dragon bloodline within her boiling wildly, as if striving to break free from some shackle. System notice: Clara's ancestral dragon bloodline has begun full awakening. Awakening level 3050800100. System notice: Beast God Venerable's legacy has begun upgrading to Supreme Legacy. System notice: Mastery reward triggered. SSS grade Divine Blood battle armor issued. But Clara had no time to pay attention to any of this. She frantically reached out, trying to grasp the light particles drifting from Jiang Ling's body. Yet her fingertips passed through the ethereal specks time and again, catching nothing. Teacher, come back. Her voice choked with despair, tinged with desperate sobs. I never asked you to die. I just wanted you by my side. I only wanted to protect everyone. Please come back. Golden sparks circulated through her body, fully awakening the ancestral dragon bloodline. A golden dragon-shaped mark emerged between her brows as her aura surged wildly, shattering the bottleneck from early SS rank and stabilizing at peak SS rank. Yet this breakthrough, enough to drive any Void Realm cultivator mad, held no meaning in her eyes at that moment. All she wanted was for that teacher, the one who sparred with her, helped her refine her battle armor, and smiled while ruffling her hair, to come back. Just then, the golden speck that had merged with her body suddenly drifted out again. It swirled in the air, gradually coalescing into a massive light projection. The silhouette was blurry at first, then slowly solidified into a distinct form. It was a battle armor entirely clad in golden red, its shoulder plates shaped like dragon heads. The wings unfurled behind it spanned over 10 meters, each scale engraved with intricate runes of law. An aura radiated from it, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth tremble. That was an SSS grade Divine Blood battle armor? The third elder gasped in shock, his grim expression instantly replaced by utter disbelief. For 10,000 years in the Void Realm, the strongest armor had only reached the peak of SS grade. SSS grade existed only in ancient legends, where it was said that one wielding such armor could single-handedly oppose an entire medium-sized world. That was the realm of the revered. The other elders sucked in sharp breaths, their gazes fixed on the crimson gold armor, filled with both greed and dread. They never imagined that Jiang Ling's death would spawn such a legendary suit of armor. Yet Clara wept even harder as she gazed upon the crimson gold armor. She could sense Jiang Ling's lingering presence on the armor, the warmth that belonged to her teacher. She reached out, her fingertips gently brushing the armor's scales. The cold, metallic touch remained, but the warmth of before was gone forever. Master! Her voice was faint as a mosquito's buzz. Tears fell onto the armor, instantly evaporating into tiny droplets of mist. This isn't what I wanted. I only wanted everyone to be safe. The crimson gold battle armor hovered silently midair, its twin wings fluttering softly, stirring a golden breeze. The wind swept across the training ground, stirring up pebbles and dust, yet it could not dispel Clara's sorrow nor the astonishment in the elder's eyes. On the distant horizon, the setting sun slowly sank behind the mountains, painting the sky in a brilliant orange-red. Yet this brilliant glow could not reach the depths of Clara's eyes. Only boundless darkness and despair remained there. Chapter 199, Clara After. On the 7th day after Jiang Ling's departure, Beast God Valley was blanketed by a once-in-a-century blizzard. Clara stood at the edge of the training grounds cliff, clad only in a thin training uniform. Snowflakes landed on her hair and shoulders, melting into icy droplets that slid down her cheeks. It was impossible to tell whether they were snowmelt or tears. At the training grounds center, the crimson gold SSS grade Divine Blood battle armor hovered silently. The dragon patterns etched upon its surface glowed with a cold, piercing light in the snow's reflection. Ever since Jiang Ling vanished, this armor had become her sole solace. Day after day, she would sit beside it for hours, running her fingers over the scales again and again, as if his scent still lingered there, enveloping her gently, just as it had when he was alive. Teacher, you promised you'd always be with me. Clara's fingertips traced the shoulder plate of the former S-class armor, where a faint scratch remained, a mark she had accidentally left during their sparring days. Back then, Jiang Ling had smiled and said, "Keep it. Consider it a mark of your growth." But now, the mark remained, while the one who left it was gone. The snow fell heavier, its curtain blocked by the faint light shield enveloping the battle armor. Clara suddenly stood up and activated the SSS-grade battle armor. Golden red light instantly enveloped her as the Ancestral Dragon bloodline surged violently within her body, carrying a heart-wrenching intensity. She would cultivate, exhausting every ounce of her strength to cultivate. Ancient texts stated that once one reached the pinnacle of existence, transcending heaven and earth, they could reverse the river of time to find him. Only by becoming stronger, strong enough to reverse the flow of time, could she find him and bring him back. From that day onward, the training grounds of Beast God Valley never stood empty again. Before dawn broke, golden red battle armor could be seen swinging blades across the snowy ground. Dragon blades sliced through the morning mist, leaving trails of golden light in their wake. Even in the dead of night, when stars and moon offered no light, the battle armor continued its struggle against the virtual insect emperor, her technique growing ever more perfect. She no longer ate hot meals or slept soundly. When hungry, she'd bite into an energy bar. When tired, she'd doze off inside her armor. Every waking moment was devoted to training, and more training. Sometimes, pushed to the edge of exhaustion, her consciousness blurred. In that haze, she would see Jiang Ling standing at the edge of the training ground, smiling as he told her, "Clara, your power is too rushed. Keep your breath steady." She would jolt awake, rushing forward recklessly, only to embrace a cold, empty space. Then she'd crouch on the ground, weeping like a lost child. After crying, she'd wipe away her tears and continue swinging her blade. 3 years later, Clara's ancestral dragon bloodline fully awakened. The beast god's legacy autonomously optimized itself, evolving into a cultivation system more attuned to the laws of the void realm. Her power surged beyond the world's limits, and she ascended, until that day, when she broke through to the supreme realm, becoming the third supreme being in countless eons. As her aura shattered the barriers of the heavens, all realms trembled, the starry sky blazed brilliantly, the Milky Way transformed into spiritual veins, and the energy concentration within the void surged countless times over. Countless ancient battle armor, dormant for eons, awoke in response to the call of their heritage. From this day forward, the Void Realm was renamed the Divine Armor Void Realm. Clara stood atop the heavens, her crimson gold armor gleaming in the morning sun, her voice echoing across the cosmos. "I shall wield the bloodline of the primordial dragon as my guide, and the legacy of the beast god as my foundation, to protect my divine armor sky realm and stand invincible across all realms." Under her leadership, the Divine Armor Void Realm began to develop at an astonishing pace. She reformed the battle armor workshops, integrating the Blue Star technology left behind by Jiang Ling with the Sky Realm's heritage to forge vast quantities of battle armor aligned with the supreme laws. She founded the Beast God Academy, personally teaching and nurturing batches of young, top-tier battle armor masters, completely free from the lofty, aloof demeanor of the Supreme. A century later, the Divine Armor Void Realm formally ascended to the highest tier of worlds, becoming the third greatest supreme power across the myriad realms, following the Immortal Emperor's palace and the Beast God realm. The name Clara became synonymous with protection and might. When mighty beings across countless worlds spoke of her, they reverently addressed her as the Divine Armor Revered One. Yet only she knew that everything she had done was not just for the Sky Realm, but also for one person. In the third millennium of her reign as the supreme ruler, Clara finally resolved to use her unparalleled power to trace back through time and space. At the core of the Divine Armor Void Realm, she established a grand temporal array. Using her own supreme primordial essence as the catalyst, she attempted to return to the day Jiang Ling vanished. As the array activated, the heavens and earth shifted color. Countless fragments of time swirled within its currents. She saw Jiang Ling's first steps into the Void Realm, witnessed their sparring sessions, and beheld his figure standing protectively before her. Yet no matter how she reached out to grasp them, the fragments shattered like bubbles at her touch. Why can't I grasp them? Clara knelt at the array's center, her supreme realm power raging uncontrollably within her body, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She tried again and again. The backlash from the river of time cracked her battle armor, and even her ancestral dragon bloodline began to falter. Yet she could never touch that fading figure. Just as she was about to collapse, too overwhelmed to care, her surging, chaotic energy threatening to warp the very fabric of time and space, two figures suddenly appeared at the edge of the Great Formation. It was by Zhishui and Yun Shu. They too had reached the supreme realm, their aura of law matching Clara's in intensity.
Bai Jishui stepped forward, gently pressing her shoulder with a sigh tinged with shared sorrow. Don't try. We did the same thing back then. Clara snapped her head up, eyes brimming with tears. You lost someone you wanted to hold onto too? Yunshu nodded, her fingertips tracing the air as she summoned a light screen. Within the screen lay the sight of Blue Star. A sapphire blue planet rotated slowly against the vast starry sky. The flow of time is relative. Her voice was soft yet carried a piercing power. This world is strange, logically. The higher the level of a world, the slower its time flows. Yet Blue Star defies this entirely. You spent 300 years in the Divine Armor Void Realm. Yet in his world, perhaps only days or even hours have passed. His world? Clara's gaze locked onto the light screen, her heart pounding wildly. As a supreme being herself, her divine consciousness knew no bounds. With a single glance, she saw a familiar figure lying asleep in a city on Blue Star. The eyes, the features, even the mannerisms, everything matched the person etched in her memory. He's still alive? Clara's voice trembled, almost unable to believe her eyes. Bai Zizhuai smiled, though a trace of complexity lingered in his eyes. Not only is he alive, but he's growing stronger by the day. Only he doesn't know it yet that you're waiting for him. Clara gazed at the sleeping figure on the light screen, tears welling up once more. This time, however, they were tears of joy at having him back. She reached out, gently touching the blue star on the light screen. A warm sensation spread through her fingertips, like touching a long-lost hope. Chapter 200, The Ancient Martial World. Jiang Ling was awakened by the sunlight. He opened his eyes, stared at the familiar ceiling, and took a moment to process his surroundings. After completing his initiation last night, he had simply fallen asleep. He was back on Blue Star. The last lingering images in his mind were Clara's heart-wrenching cries and that golden-red SSS-grade battle armor. Yet now, he lay unharmed in his own bed, the gaming wristband on his wrist resting quietly, showing no signs of abnormality. Sigh, another farewell. His heart felt heavy. Jiang Ling massaged his temples and got out of bed. He wasn't sure if it was morning grogginess or what, but a stubborn knot of unease knotted in his chest. Walking to the window, he saw elderly people doing morning exercises and children playing in the park below. Everything on Blue Star was peaceful and warm. He raised his hand to activate the gaming wristband. A prompt popped up on the screen. Host detected as having completed the Clara mission. Rewards: 1 high-level world inheritance, 1 SSS-grade battle armor. Current world, Blue Star, mid-tier tier 3 world. Legacy? Jiang Ling furrowed his brow. A light tap of his finger sent a torrent of information flooding into his mind. It contained supreme knowledge on the laws of the multiverse, battle armor forging, and energy manipulation, greater than all the information he had previously obtained from the Void Realm and the Sky Blue Realm combined. He could feel his cultivation rapidly advancing under the legacy's nourishment, surging visibly from mid-stage Martial God Realm all the way to the peak of Martial Saint Realm before stabilizing. Seems like I've cheated again, but this time it doesn't feel quite right. Jiang Ling let out a soft sigh. He couldn't fathom why his heart had felt uneasy ever since his consciousness returned to Blue Star. He also wondered how Clara was faring now, but he knew that the farewell in the Void Realm, though merely a so-called game, felt like a real life and death parting happening right beside him. This feeling seemed to have built up gradually over time. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ling poured all his energy into cultivation and protecting Blue Star. The celestial heirloom had granted him a new understanding of power. No longer relying solely on his battle armor, he integrated the Ancestral Dragon bloodline with his armor cultivation, forging a training system better suited for Blue Star's inhabitants. He had truly achieved mechanical ascension. As the youngest martial saint, he established a lecture hall within the Cloud Heaven Palace, personally imparting knowledge from the legacy to Blue Star's other powerful beings. After Mu Zhashue's departure, the weight of defending Blue Star fell squarely on his shoulders. He led the Divine Realm army to purge the remnants of the Celestial Beast Realm, reinforced Blue Star's spatial barriers, and forged alliances with several friendly third-tier worlds. Under his leadership, Blue Star's ranks of powerful warriors grew exponentially. Combined with the enhancement of battle armor, their combat strength increased geometrically. According to the cosmic hierarchy, Blue Star officially ascended to the pinnacle of Tier 3 worlds. The Cloud Heaven Palace was now fully under Blue Star's control. In the council chamber of the Cloud Heaven Palace, Zhang Guiying and others stared at the holographic screen displaying the words Tier 3 peak, their beards trembling with excitement. After so long, our Blue Star has finally reached the threshold of advancement once more. Wang Peng nodded with a smile. This is all thanks to Jiang Ling. Without the multiverse inheritance he brought, we'd have waited at least another century. Jiang Rohai, now a martial god himself, smiled and remarked, that brat did well, he shows glimpses of my former glory. Jiang Ling sat in the corner, observing the other's joy, yet his lips held little warmth. Over these 3 years, he had grown stronger.
Blue Star had grown stronger, and his mindset had gradually matured. Maybe I'm just getting old, Jiang Ling mused self-deprecatingly, feeling a touch of melancholy, yet a void gnawed at his heart, leaving it hollow and empty. He couldn't stop thinking about Bai Jishui, the little fox who always had her head in the clouds. The last time he saw her, the loneliness in her eyes as she turned and walked away. He thought of Yun Shu, how he'd made her believe he'd killed her own kin for the sake of so-called graduation. The utter collapse in her eyes. He remembered Mu Xiaoshui, the comrade in arms who fought alongside him in the Sky Blue Realm, and the shock in her eyes when he asked, "Isn't staying here fine?" And Clara, that innocent girl from the Void Realm, her final gaze upon him, filled with despair and anguish. 4 disciples, 4 farewells, each one so heart-wrenching it pierced his soul. He had once believed this game was merely a tool to grant him cheat-level power, but emotions had gradually accumulated. He was not a plant or a tree. Only now did he understand that the companionship, the concern, the protection at the edge of life and death, all had taken a real toll on him. He couldn't bear another farewell. So for these past 3 years, no matter how many times the game tempted him to take on new disciples, no matter how many such quests piled up like mountains on his game wristband, he never once tried again. Jiang Ling? Ying Tian noticed his distraction and gently tapped his arm. What are you thinking about? Jiang Ling snapped back to reality and shook his head. Nothing. Just thinking that advancing to a level 4 world probably won't be so easy. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the massive screen at the center of the council chamber flickered, flashing an urgent alert. Unknown world energy fluctuations detected. Rapidly approaching Blue Star. Zhang Rohai immediately zoomed in on the display. At the edge of Blue Star's world, a massive spatial fissure was slowly opening. An ancient, overwhelming aura emanated from the fissure, weighing heavily on the hearts of everyone in the assembly hall. It's the ancient martial realm. A martial saint responsible for monitoring anomalies around Blue Star gasped in shock. That legendary Tier 3 peak world said to have existed for 100 billion years. Xian Lao's expression instantly turned grave. How could the ancient martial realm suddenly appear here? Jiang Ling's gaze darkened. He had encountered records of the ancient martial realm within the multiverse inheritance. It was a pure realm of ancient martial arts, no battle armor, no technology, yet home to countless ancient martial clans whose lineages spanned billions of years. It boasted no fewer than 100 powerhouses equivalent to Blue Star's martial god tier. Legendary ascended realm beings even existed there, using secret arts to safeguard the ancient martial world through countless ages. Such a world surpassed Blue Star by more than 1 tier. At that moment, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed through the spatial rift, reverberating across the entire Blue Star. I am the messenger of the ancient martial realm. Now that our realm borders Blue Star, I have heard of its ascent to the peak of Tier 3. I come to determine the qualification for Tier 4 advancement. The victor shall earn the right to ascend to a Tier 4 world. The vanquished must submit to the victor, and their world shall be demoted. The council chamber fell instantly silent. Every face grew grave. Blue Star's foundations were still too shallow to withstand a direct clash with such a colossal entity. Jiang Ling clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white. He knew Blue Star could not evade this battle, but facing an ancient power that had existed for 10 billion years, did they truly stand a chance? Outside the window, the sunlight remained bright and radiant, yet over Blue Star's skies, an invisible cloud seemed to hang, suffocating and oppressive.